Chapter 1. The Unrestrained Ultimate Technique and the Transcendent Bloodline in the Vibrant World of Dragon Ball. The bustling city of West City was alive with the comings and goings of its inhabitants. A lively scene indeed. Yifeng gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings and the hurried pedestrians with a hint of irritation, his heart heavy with bitterness. Alas, I must be the most unfortunate of all travelers, am I not? A wry smile crept across his lips as Yifeng mocked himself indeed. He was a lamentable transmigrant, currently situated in the Dragon Ball world he had once yearned for so dearly. Yet, at this very moment, he felt quite despondent, for he had waited a full 3 days, and still, the customary golden finger and system had yet to make their appearance. Not even a solitary ding. It was crucial to understand that in this perilous world, where planets could be obliterated in an instant, lacking power rendered one no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. Well, if there's no system, then so be it, he sighed. Fortunately, I still possess an advantage. My understanding of the Dragon Ball universe is relatively profound. After venting his frustrations for a while, Yifeng realized he needed to take action. He could not simply sit idly by and await his fate. After all, he was well versed in the intricacies of the Dragon Ball world and its characters. Now, let me see if I can locate Goku and his friend. Perhaps I can seek their protection. Yifeng mused inwardly. He was not entirely without merit. He knew how to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, he was aware of the method to achieve Super Saiyan God status, and he surmised that these two transformation techniques would undoubtedly pique Goku and Vegeta's interesting. Sign-in system, initiating system, loading system, loading complete. Just as Yifeng was about to embark on his quest to find Goku, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Yifeng's body stiffened momentarily, and then a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face. I'm absolutely thrilled. My system has finally manifested. The gloom that had lingered in his heart was instantly dispelled. His sign-in system, I wonder how powerful it is? After a surge of exhilaration, Yifeng hastily inquired within his mind, System, do you have a beginner's gift pack or something similar? Having seen enough stories to be familiar with such systems, he was eager for what was to come. Response to the host. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? As soon as Yifeng posed his question, the system's synthesized voice followed. Promptly open it. Yifeng felt his body tremble with excitement. What treasures might the beginner's gift pack bestow upon him? It surely wouldn't be too shabby, ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Transcendent Bloodline and the Imperfect Unrestrained Ultimate Technique. Boom! In an instant, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Yifeng's eyes, and he found himself breathing more rapidly. This beginner's gift pack was exceedingly generous, was it not? Firstly, it is the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. In the realm of Dragon Ball, it is indeed a world where lineage holds paramount significance. The formidable strength of Goku and Frieza is largely attributed to their bloodlines. Even an ordinary earthling, no matter how diligently they train for a millennium, could never ascend to the heights of divinity. Conversely, Saiyans like Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza can achieve godly status within mere years or even months. This delineates the limitations imposed by bloodlines in the Dragon Ball universe now. Having been bestowed with the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, my potential far surpasses that of Goku and Vegeta, the typical Saiyans. Thus, I shall undoubtedly reach divine realms in a considerably short span of time. Furthermore, the Ultra Instinct technique is even more formidable. It is noteworthy that even the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus, after billions of years, has yet to attain perfection in this technique, underscoring its tremendous power. Even an imperfect Ultra Instinct is extraordinarily potent. Originally, I possessed the bloodline of an ordinary earthling, but now it has transformed into that of the legendary Super Saiyan. Moreover, having acquired Ultra Instinct, I now possess the means to survive in the Dragon Ball world. Ding. Would the host like to proceed with bloodline fusion? Yes. Without any hesitation, I replied. If I were still merely an ordinary human, even with Ultra Instinct, achieving greatness would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, it is imperative that I alter my bloodline to fully unleash the potential of Ultra Instinct. In due course, the Dragon Ball world shall witness my dominion. In the next moment, I felt an agonizing pain surge through my body, as if my very meridians were on the verge of bursting. For a solid 10 minutes, I was engulfed in relentless torment. Few have I finally succeeded. Only through enduring hardship can one rise above others. From this moment forth, I shall grow ever stronger. I clenched my fists tightly, feeling the surge of power within me, and spoke to myself. Chapter 2. Arrival at the Heavenly Temple. Oh, the Dragon Ball world I yearned for. I have arrived at this moment. My heart was filled with unparalleled joy. Merely possessing the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan and Ultra Instinct is sufficient for me to thrive in the Dragon Ball world. However, although my strength is considerable, I am still not yet comparable to Goku and his companions. It seems I need to devote time to further hone my skills and solidify my power. Fortunately, I am aware of an excellent training ground. That would be the hyperbolic time chamber. But before that, I must master the art of energy control and how to harness my strength, of course. This will not take long. As time flows on, a month swiftly passes. Few in a modest inn. Yifeng gently exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. After a month of diligent practice, he had fully mastered the control of his energy and the art of flight. Moreover, he had come to realize that he was not in the original Dragon Ball Z universe, but rather in the realm of Dragon Ball G. This meant that the adversaries he would face were exceedingly formidable. From the parasitic baby to the ultimate android number 17, and even the formidable Super One-Star Dragon, not to mention the transcendent powers of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, Vegeta, and Goku-To-These were indeed absolute titans. The road ahead was long and arduous. Despite having inherited the bloodline of the Super Saiyan, it was evident that rigorous training was still imperative. Lest he remain ensnared in peril, having mastered energy control and the art of flight, it appears a visit to the hyperbolic time chamber is in order. Yifeng resolved within himself. Outside, a single day equated to a year's worth of time within the hyperbolic time chamber, prime location for training. If he could dedicate 10 years of training within that sanctuary, he would undoubtedly surpass even Super Saiyan 4 Goku and his peers. With this thought ignited in his mind, Yifeng hesitated no longer and soared directly towards the sacred temple. Wishing a minute later, Yifeng arrived at the sacred temple. Who are you? What brings you to the sacred temple? Dandy, the guardian deity, regarded Yifeng with a wary expression, questioning him. Anyone capable of reaching this place was certainly not to be trifled with. Furthermore, he sensed an aura of danger emanating from this individual. There's no need for alarm. Dandy, I merely seek to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber for a few days, Yifeng replied with a gentle smile. You know my name? Who exactly are you? Upon hearing his name spoken, Dandy expressed surprise. I am Yifeng, a friend of Goku and the others. They recommended me to come, he casually stated, sensing that Goku was not currently present in the sacred temple. Oh, so you're a friend of Mr. Goku. Please, follow me. Dandy nodded and led Yifeng towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Though he was uncertain whether this individual truly was a friend of Goku, he sensed no malevolent intent from him, suggesting he was not an adversary. Thank you. Yifeng acknowledged Dandy with a nod and followed him. Mr. Yifeng, this is the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. You may enter at your leisure. After guiding Yifeng to the door, Dandy gestured for him to proceed. Very well. Yifeng stepped inside without hesitation. Deity, is he truly a friend of Goku's? Once Yifeng had entered the chamber, the deity turned to Dandy and inquired, I cannot say for certain. I have never encountered him before. I am going to Earth now to confirm with Mr. Wukong and the others. You remain in the heavenly temple to observe the situation, Dandy stated with a serious expression. Just moments ago, he had merely sought to retain the individual named Yifeng before verifying matters with Wukong and the rest, for neither he nor was a match for Yifeng. Understood, Heavenly One nodded, realizing that the Celestial Master had already devised a strategy. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Yifeng surveyed his surroundings. It was identical to the depiction in the Dragon Ball anime, save for a small room for rest, surrounded by an expanse of blinding whiteness. Naturally, the tenfold gravity posed no challenge to Yifeng, who had now merged with the bloodline of the Super Saiyan. All right, let the training commence. Yifeng steadied his resolve to spend several years alone in such a place would undoubtedly be an exercise in profound frustration, tedium, and solitude. Yet, the thought of acquiring tremendous power served as the beacon guiding his perseverance. With that thought, a silver aura suddenly enveloped Yifeng. Indeed, this was the manifestation of his ultra instinct. Although still imperfect and not yet at its pinnacle, it was a far cry from the ultra instinct of Dragon Ball Super's Goku. The distinction lay in his ability to fully control this state, free from the inconsistencies that had previously plagued him. Chapter 3. Vegeta and Gohan. Thus, 2 days swiftly elapsed in the outside world. Aunt Chi-Chi. Has Mr. Wukong not returned yet? At Bowsy Mountain, Dandy looked at Chi-Chi with urgency. In these past 2 days, he had visited thrice, yet each time Mr. Wukong was absent. Not yet. It's infuriating. That Wukong fellow has taken OOB and disappeared who knows where. Chi-Chi complained Wukong was indeed neglectful of his family. Upon his return, she intended to have a stern word with him. By the way, Dandy, do you have something of great importance to discuss? As the Supreme Kai, Dandy's inquiry about Wukong must pertain to something significant. Indeed, a few days ago, a human from Earth appeared at the Heavenly Temple, claiming to be a friend of Mr. Wukong. I merely came to verify this, Dandy replied earnestly. I see. Then you should inquire with Gohan and Vegeta if Wukong knows him. They surely do as well, oh right. How could I forget about Gohan and Vegeta? And Chi-Chi, I must take my leave, Dandy said before heading off to find Gohan and Vegeta. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Yifeng found himself in a rather disheveled state. His clothing tattered and torn. Despite his appearance, he exuded an undeniable vigor at this moment. Yifeng's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, presenting an aura that was entirely distinct from that of 2 days prior. Given my current strength, I should be able to defeat Goku's counterpart, Vegeta, right? Yifeng mused aloud, ceasing his training. The passage of 2 years had enlightened Yifeng to the realization that the system's bestowed Ultra Bloodline was not that of Broly from Dragon Ball Z, but rather the Ultra Bloodline of Broly from Dragon Ball Super. This implied that his battle prowess would not increase with the passage of time, but would instead grow stronger through combat itself. An innate talent for fighting of remarkable caliber. It seemed that Super Saiyan 4 Goku, Super 17, and Super 1-Star Dragon would serve as stepping stones for Yifeng's enhancement. It appears I no longer need to train alone here, he concluded. Having grasped the nature of his Ultra Bloodline, Yifeng resolved to exit the hyperbolic time chamber, for it was through battle that he would truly grow stronger. Creaked the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open. A disheveled Yifeng emerged from the chamber, immediately spotting several familiar faces. Gohan and Vegeta. Indeed, alongside Dandy and Mr. Satan stood Son Gohan and Vegeta. Gohan, Mr. Vegeta, do you know this earthling? Dandy inquired, observing Yifeng's emergence from the chamber. I've never seen him before, Gohan replied, shaking his head. I have no recollection of him either, Vegeta stated, his arms crossed haughtily and his tone icy. Since neither of you recognizes him, it seems he is lying, Dandy remarked with a furrowed brow, directing his attention to Yifeng. Hey, who exactly are you? Vegeta stepped forward, confronting Yifeng. Although this individual appeared to be merely an earthling, Vegeta sensed an extraordinary presence about him, an indescribable feeling. Me? I'm just an ordinary earthling. Yifeng shrugged, offering a cheerful smile to Vegeta. TCH, there's something unsettling about him, and his smile is particularly distasteful, Vegeta muttered, recalling the discomfort he felt the moment he laid eyes on Yifeng. Uncle Vegeta, I can sense a formidable pressure emanating from him, yet I cannot detect his energy, Gohan whispered to Vegeta. Furrowing his brow was indeed a peculiar phenomenon. This pressure was something he felt he had never encountered before, save for decades ago, when he had met Broly. Gohan, Mr. Vegeta, judging by your expressions, does this fellow pose a significant challenge? Dandy hastily inquired, observing their reactions clearly. He is merely an earthling and should not pose a challenge to warriors like Gohan and Vegeta, correct? I cannot say for certain, but there's an unsettling feeling that lingers, Gohan remarked, shaking his head as he addressed Dandy. Hey, who exactly are you? What brings you to Earth? If you do not disclose your intentions honestly, I assure you, I will not be lenient, Vegeta threatened, his fists clenched as he confronted Yifeng. Chapter 4. Confrontation with Vegeta. I've already told you, I am just an ordinary earthling. As for your threats, I doubt you possess the capability to follow through. Yifeng retorted, a smirk playing on his lips as he faced Vegeta. Although he was uncertain about the extent of his power in comparison to Vegeta, he was confident that his combat prowess far surpassed that of the Saiyan Prince. After engaging in battle with him, Yifeng was certain he would rapidly surpass Vegeta. Oh? It has been many years since I have heard such audacious words. Vegeta scoffed, a mix of fury and amusement washing over him. Ever since he dealt with Majin Buu, few dared to speak to him in such a manner, and to think it came from an ignorant earthling, he was determined to teach this insolent fool a lesson and discover the extent of his abilities. Is that so? Then you should be grateful to me for allowing you to hear what you so enjoy, Yifeng replied, maintaining his composure, clearly dismissing Vegeta's threat. You insufferable brat. More infuriating than that cockroach fellow. Vegeta's facial muscles twitched, revealing just how enraged he truly was. Uncle Vegeta, Son Gohan, wanted to stop Vegeta, but Vegeta had already leaped out and appeared in front of Yifeng in an instant. He threw a punch at Yifeng. Since he didn't know the opponent's strength, Vegeta didn't hold back completely. He wanted to see who this human was that made him feel uncomfortable. As he watched Vegeta's fist rushing towards him, Yifeng also threw a punch. He knew that Vegeta wasn't using his full strength yet because he hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bang! The next second, their fists collided heavily, and almost at the moment of impact, they separated again. Step, step, step. Yifeng and Vegeta each took a dozen steps back to steady themselves. What? That bastard actually possesses such strength? A look of shock appeared on Vegeta's face. Although his punch was exploratory, it was definitely not weak. He didn't expect to be countered and pushed back. So strong, he actually managed to push Uncle Vegeta back? Son Gohan also had a face full of astonishment. Their current strength was definitely very powerful. They were among the top existences in the entire universe. And there was no way that humans on Earth could have such a terrifying being. Vegeta, if you hold back your strength, you won't be able to defeat me. Yifeng shook his arms and said with a smile. Although his arms felt a bit sore and numb after the clash, it was undeniable that this feeling was fantastic. He was actually fighting alongside his favorite anime characters, and he even possessed strength comparable to or exceeding theirs. At this moment, Yifeng could clearly feel the blood in his body boiling. He was eager for an exhilarating battle to quell that feeling. Don't get too carried away. If you think this is my full power, you are very mistaken. Vegeta glared at Yifeng and said loudly. Of course, you haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, so you definitely haven't given it your all. Yifeng, but don't naively think that just because you became a Super Saiyan, you can defeat me. Even Super Saiyans know that you actually know quite a bit. Arrogant fool, today, Vegeta, will definitely teach you a lesson. But this place isn't suitable for fighting. Follow me. After Vegeta finished speaking, his body turned into a golden flame and flew down from the heavenly temple. Son Wukong hurriedly followed. It was clear that today, there was no way to resolve this without a fight, but he also couldn't let Uncle Vegeta kill this human. Just as I intended. Yifeng also jumped up and followed. Although he believed his strength was not inferior to Vegeta's, there was still a significant gap in battle experience and skills between him and Vegeta. After all, Vegeta had hovered on the brink of death countless times, and had even been to hell. Yifeng could take this opportunity to improve his battle experience through fighting Vegeta. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three arrived at a desolate glacial area, with no signs of life within 100 miles. This kind of place was indeed very suitable for battle, as it wouldn't cause too much destruction. Oof, you really have the guts to follow me. Vegeta turned around, a cold smile on his face, and said to Yifeng, what's so scary about being a Super Saiyan? Is there anything to fear? Is that so? I really hope you can still be this arrogant later. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly. Looking at this bastard's confident expression made him very angry. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying golden aura erupted from his body. Huh! Accompanied by a deep roar, Vegeta's hair turned golden, and a whirlwind swept outward from him in all directions. Chapter 5 Looked Down Upon by Son Goku. The ground beneath Vegeta's feet instantly cracked, and stones floated in mid-air. His body was surrounded by golden flames and blue lightning. Such a strong aura. Has he really transformed into Super Saiyan 2? Feeling that terrifying energy, Yifeng said excitedly. But then again, Vegeta is different from Son Goku in real battles. He generally doesn't test the waters, but unleashes all his power in an instant. What's wrong? Are you scared by the energy I'm emitting? Vegeta said proudly to Yifeng. My current strength is definitely not something you could compare to just a moment ago. You're too full of yourself, Vegeta. I'm just excited. My blood is boiling with excitement. Yifeng said. At this moment, Vegeta's battle power was indeed higher than his, but that was not a problem. Soon, he would be able to surpass him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, in a desolate valley, Son Wukong, who was training with OOB, suddenly stopped and said with a surprised expression, What? Is that Vegeta's aura? OOB quickly asked, Master Wukong, is there an enemy? He also sensed Vegeta's energy. I don't feel any other strong auras. But some enemies don't have any energy, Son Wukong replied. Just like the androids, they don't have any energy at all. Since Vegeta has raised his energy to the extreme, it must be for a reason. Hold on to me, let's go take a look. After Son Wukong finished speaking, he pointed his index and middle fingers to his forehead, performed instant transmission, and then the two instantly disappeared from their location. Just as Vegeta and Yifeng were about to prepare for battle, Son Wukong and OOB suddenly appeared in front of them. Kakarot, Dad, Son Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Yifeng almost shouted in unison. They didn't expect to finally see their favorite Dragon Ball character, Son Wukong. Hey Kakarot, what are you doing here? This is my battle, Vegeta coldly reprimanded. This guy always liked to jump in front of him to fight. This time, he absolutely wouldn't agree. Huh, a battle. With him? Son Wukong looked at Vegeta in confusion, then turned to Yifeng and asked. He couldn't sense anything special about this guy in front of him. What? Do you look down on me, Son Wukong? Yifeng said. Son Wukong's tone and expression clearly indicated that he looked down on him. You really aren't Vegeta's opponent, Son Wukong straightforwardly said to Yifeng. Is that so? Then open your eyes and take a good look. Yifeng was too lazy to argue with Sun Wukong, because he knew that soon he wouldn't be able to defeat Vegeta. Even Sun Wukong himself wasn't a match for him. Well, since you say that, I'm actually a bit looking forward to it. Sun Wukong smiled. Since this guy in front of him was so confident, he must have some skills. Seeing that Sun Wukong had no intention of competing for the opponent, Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. Come on, Vegeta. Let me feel the power of a Super Saiyan. Yifeng waved at Vegeta, and although there was no intention of provocation, in Vegeta's eyes, it was a challenge. TCH, seeking death. The moment Vegeta's voice fell, he charged directly at Yifeng. When he fought, he wouldn't use energy balls to attack unless he was facing an extremely powerful opponent. Zulfust. Yifeng was greatly shocked. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's speed and strength had indeed seen a tremendous increase. He appeared before Yifeng in almost an instant. This left Yifeng, who had little combat experience, unsure of how to respond, and he could only instinctively raise his fist to guard in front of him. Bang! Vegeta's fist came crashing down heavily on Yifeng's arms, and instantly, a force akin to a cosmic explosion surged into his arms. Whoosh! Yifeng's body shot out like a meteor, leaving 2 deep grooves on the ice surface. Boom! Then his body directly crashed into an iceberg. Ouch, that hurts. Yifeng quickly rubbed his arms. Although it was very painful, his body showed no signs of injury at all. This is the benefit of having the bloodline of Super Saiyan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Vegeta reappeared in front of Yifeng, his fists like phantoms unleashing a storm of attacks. Each punch made Yifeng feel pain in his arms. If Yifeng used his Ultra Instinct technique, he could easily dodge all of Vegeta's attacks and defeat him. However, Yifeng didn't want to do that right now. He wanted to train his combat skills. He also wanted to use this battle to enhance his own strength. Thank you, everyone. This is my first time writing a Dragon Ball fan fiction, and I didn't expect so many people to send flowers and votes. I am truly grateful. Thank you. Excited, thrilled. Chapter 6. Astonishing learning ability, shocking everyone. Boom! Yifeng's body shattered icebergs, and his arms felt as if they were on fire, spreading a severe burning sensation. However, he felt extremely comfortable, incredibly comfortable, because the blood within his body was boiling even more fiercely, reaching a peak of excitement. He could clearly sense that the energy within him was increasing at an incredibly fast rate. Moreover, Vegeta's punching speed appeared to be slowing down his eyes. He could see each of Vegeta's punches clearly. Yifeng was confident that he could handle the next move easily. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta, on the other hand, was getting more and more excited as he fought. Usually, he was the one taking hits, but now he had finally found someone so tough to beat. He had to vent his frustration. Uncle Vegeta seemed very thrilled. Son Gohan watched the battle between the two and spoke up. He knew very well that Uncle Vegeta hadn't fought this smoothly in a long time. Vegeta might lose. Sun Wukong said with a serious expression. What? Uncle Vegeta has always had the upper hand. How could he lose? Both Son Gohan and Bu looked confused, staring at Sun Wukong. Right now, Vegeta was completely in control. As long as he kept attacking like this, that guy named Yifeng would definitely not hold on. In such a situation, there was no possibility of losing. I underestimated that guy, just watch. He is about to counterattack. Sun Wukong watched the battle between the two very seriously. He indeed misjudged the situation this time. On the surface, it seemed Vegeta was always in the lead, overwhelming that little guy without any chance to fight back. However, in terms of strength, Yifeng had completely mastered and even learned Vegeta's combat experience and techniques. Moreover, he could feel an uncontrollable fighting spirit within that little guy. He had experienced that feeling before. Oof, what's wrong? Weren't you just very arrogant? Can you only passively take hits like this? Where did that arrogant aura go? Vegeta swung his fists wildly, a smug smile on his face, disdainfully shouting at Yifeng. Want me to counterattack? That's easy. Yifeng, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raised it, a look of excitement appearing on his face. The excitement he had been suppressing could now be released freely. Bang! The moment the sound fell, Yifeng grabbed Vegeta's fist. What? Vegeta was instantly shocked. Just now, this guy was completely overwhelmed by him. How could he suddenly take his attack? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. After fighting for so long, he should be tired. Now it's my turn. Still in a state of shock and confusion, Vegeta was directly thrown away by Yifeng with a strong swing. Bang! Boom! The ground was directly smashed into a huge ice pit. What? Uncle Vegeta was thrown away? Son Gohan's shock was no less than Vegeta's. To him, This was an utterly suspenseful battle. After all, there was a huge gap in bloodline between Earthlings and Saiyans, which could not be compensated for simply by training. Moreover, considering Yi Feng's age, he should be even younger than him. It was expected. That little guy likely had powers that surpassed mine. Sun Wukong first frowned. Then a smile appeared on his face. It was excitement, the excitement of encountering a worthy opponent. Surpassing Dad? Surpassing Master? That can't be. Son Gohan and OOB exclaimed almost simultaneously. In their subconscious, Sun Wukong was the strongest warrior in the universe, and now a human stronger than him had appeared. This must be a joke. Boom! In the next moment, the ground began to shake violently, and the ice surface beneath them cracked like a spider web, spreading out from the center of the ice pit. The moment the ice shattered, Vegeta's body leapt up. Damn it! I will never forgive you. Vegeta's forehead veins bulged. His fists clenched tightly, glaring at Yifeng, clearly furious to the extreme. An annoying human had made him so embarrassed. Absolutely unforgivable. No need to fight anymore, Vegeta. You are no longer my opponent. Yifeng straightened his somewhat tattered clothes and spoke to Vegeta, his voice filled with a chilling tone. To Vegeta, it naturally sounded like disdain. Damn it, don't get too carried away with your arrogance. Don't think you can talk big just because you coincidentally blocked one attack. Vegeta thought, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Then, he leaped forward again, launching another attack at Yifeng. Coincidence. That was definitely a coincidence. Vegeta reassured himself inwardly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flurry of punches came like a storm, Vegeta's fists raining down on Yifeng like bullets. Yet each one was effortlessly dodged by Yifeng. Of course, Yifeng didn't even need to use Ultra Instinct at this point. During the earlier fight, he had already fully grasped Vegeta's combat techniques and punching patterns. Another note of gratitude, truly excited, thrilled, and overjoyed because everyone has been incredibly supportive. I've only written 2 books, and this one's performance in just 2 hours surpasses the other one that had tens of thousands of words. Thank you. Thank you again. Flowers, evaluation votes, and even monthly votes have all come in. I won't name each one individually, but I'm deeply grateful, filled with contentment and satisfaction. However, since I still can't leave comments, I'm unable to respond to messages. Hope you all don't mind. Chapter 7. Vegeta's Strongest Strike. Vegeta attacked relentlessly for over 10 minutes. Yet he couldn't even graze Yifeng's body, let alone his clothes. This only infuriated Vegeta further, causing his punches to lose all form and discipline. Huff huff, the rapid depletion of his stamina left Vegeta gasping for breath. As his energy waned, his speed dropped significantly, making his attacks even less likely to hit Yifeng. All right, Vegeta, let us end this here, Yifeng said. After Yifeng finished speaking, he pressed the palm of his right hand directly against Vegeta's. With a forceful push, Vegeta was sent flying out. Bang! His body was then embedded in the iceberg, causing a huge crack to appear in the entire iceberg. What incredible power! This guy is terrifying. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and said in a low voice. To be honest, even he might not be able to send Vegeta flying so easily. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and Ub were left speechless in shock. There are actually people like this on Earth, and they had never noticed it before. How terrifying is that? I never expected that my power would increase so quickly during the battle. Yefeng clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within his body, suppressing his excitement as he muttered to himself. According to his plan, after fighting with Vegeta, his strength would surpass Vegeta's. But he never expected to be able to crush Vegeta already. Impossible. How could I lose to that brat? Absolutely unforgivable. Embedded in the iceberg, Vegeta's eyes burned with fierce anger. It was bad enough that he was surpassed by that bastard Kakarot. Now, even a human from Earth is riding on top of him. How could he tolerate that? As his angry voice fell, Vegeta spread his palms, gathering 2 energy balls in his hands. They then fused together, followed by a deep roar. Ultimate Flash. That's right, this is his strongest attack. If he can withstand this attack, then he truly has lost. Vegeta, what are you doing? Seeing Vegeta directly unleashing the Ultimate Flash, Sun Wukong immediately felt anxious. At this moment, Vegeta was positioned higher than Yefeng, and if he unleashed the Ultimate Flash like this, and Yefeng dodged it, it would absolutely cause tremendous damage to Earth. Uncle Vegeta, stop it now. Sun Wufan quickly shouted to stop him. Damn it, you bastard, go down. Yeah. The moment the deep roar fell, the energy wave in Vegeta's hand was shot directly at Yefeng. Bring it on. Yifeng let out a long breath, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. Vegeta's strongest attack was indeed terrifying, One could sense the dangerous aura emanating from that energy wave. At that moment, a silvery white aura enveloped Yi Feng's body. In almost an instant, the energy wave surged forward with lightning speed. In that, when Yi Feng pressed his palms against the energy wave, his body was shaken back repeatedly by the terrifying impact. His legs had completely sunk into the ice, leaving 2 long trails on the surface. In fact, he could have easily dodged Vegeta's attack, but there was no need to, and he wouldn't dodge, because such a powerful attack would make him even stronger. Suddenly, Yi Feng's pupils turned silver gray in an instant. The muscles in his arms visibly changed, and an overwhelming force erupted from his body. Then, Yi Feng's feet sank, and his body came to a complete stop. He forcibly took on Vegeta's strongest attack with his bare hands. How impressive! He actually caught Vegeta's attack with his bare hands. It's really exciting. Sun Wukong looked at Yi Feng in shock, unable to believe it. He had only retreated a few meters, something he couldn't accomplish himself. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan and Ub swallowed hard. This guy is a monster, right? What? Impossible. What kind of creature is this? Vegeta's eyes were about to pop out. Although he didn't want to admit it, the fact that Yi Feng had taken his strongest attack in this way meant there was a huge gap between them. It seems things are a bit different from the anime. Vegeta's ultimate flash is indeed very strong. Yi Feng swung his right hand, and the energy wave flew straight out of the earth. When watching the Dragon Ball anime, I always felt that Vegeta's final flash was somewhat mediocre, unable to instantly kill his enemies. But after experiencing it firsthand, I realized just how powerful the energy wave really was. Whoosh. In the next moment, Yi Feng appeared right in front of Vegeta. He raised his right knee and slammed it heavily into Vegeta's abdomen. Wow. As his pupils constricted, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Vegeta's mouth. Then he returned to his normal state, clearly injured. He had used his strongest move, and it would be a bit unfair not to teach him a lesson. Chapter 8. Son Goku's Challenge. Bang! Vegeta clutched his stomach and fell to the ground. His pupils constricted, his face showing a mix of pain and anger. Vegeta, Son Goku quickly flew to Vegeta's side, fearing that Yi Feng might seriously harm him. After all, who was the other party? They knew nothing about whether he was good or bad, or what his intentions were. Son Gohan and Ub also came over to help Vegeta up. Meanwhile, Son Goku's gaze was fixed on Yi Feng. Are you really from Earth? Son Goku asked, somewhat doubtfully. If so, then having such terrifying power without him noticing was indeed well hidden. Sort of. Yi Feng's answer is ambiguous. Is he an Earthling? In his previous life, he was an ordinary Earthling, and after crossing over, he can be considered an ordinary Earthling in the Dragon Ball world. However, after merging with the bloodline of a Super Saiyan, he should not be considered a complete Earthling anymore. From your expression, it seems you know a lot about us. Sun Wukong asked again. Just now, Gohan had already told him that when Yi Feng spoke to Dandy, he referred to himself as their friend. That proves he knows him, and probably knows Vegeta and Gohan as well. Of course, it is no exaggeration to say that I know you better than you know yourselves. Yi Feng smiled and said, I didn't lie. As a typical Dragon Ball fan, I'm quite familiar with both the warriors from Dragon Ball GT and those from Dragon Ball Super. Isn't that right? Hee hee. I seem to be even more interested in you now. Sun Wukong also smiled, feeling that Yi Feng didn't seem to harbor any hostility. You're probably more interested in my strength, right? As a battle fanatic, when Sun Wukong encounters an opponent stronger than himself, excitement appears in his eyes. Right now, that spark was flickering in his gaze. You could say that. Since you defeated Vegeta, how about a match with me? Sun Wukong nodded, not hiding his thoughts at all. He had felt a bit restless when he saw Yi Feng fighting Vegeta. With you? Yi Feng similed, as this was exactly what he wanted to hear. Every battle would make him stronger. Fighting against strong opponents would make him even stronger. It was clear that Sun Wukong's strength far exceeded Vegeta's, making him a formidable opponent. This opportunity was something he could not miss, even if Sun Wukong didn't mention it. Following that, Yi Feng nodded. Dad, are you going to fight him? Son Gohan asked, looking at Sun Wukong with a serious expression. He was very aware of his father's strength, and Yi Feng had just demonstrated power far surpassing Vegeta's. Their battle would likely cause significant damage to Earth. Don't worry, Gohan. I know what I'm doing, Sun Wukong reassured him, understanding his son's concerns. If he really had no sense of proportion, Earth would have been destroyed countless times already. Seeing Sun Wukong's confident expression, Son Gohan nodded. Yi Feng, right? Let's keep it to that. Sun Wukong then turned to Yi Feng and said with a smile. Okay. Yi Feng spat out a word. He still had to live on Earth, and he wouldn't intentionally destroy it. Moreover, His purpose was to become stronger through battle, not to cause destruction. So it began. Sun Wukong shook his arms and struck a pose, directly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The golden aura surged up. However, Sun Wukong had only transformed into a Super Saiyan, not a Super Saiyan 2. Therefore, his aura was still not as strong as Vegeta's from before. You're really overestimating yourself. Just now, Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, lost to me. And you're now using Super Saiyan to challenge me? Although Sun Wukong's actions were expected, Yifeng couldn't help but ask. Well, just warming up first, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. Then he clawed with both hands, one forward and one back, adopting a combat stance. Come on. Yifeng also assumed a fighting stance. Since Sun Wukong did not transform into Super Saiyan 3, there was no need for him to use Ultra Instinct. Anyway, with his current strength, he could easily defeat Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong. As Yifeng's voice fell, both of them simultaneously stomped their feet on the ground, and their bodies instantly flew out. Bang, bang, bang. Then, sound waves appeared in the air, and the surrounding ice mountains continuously collapsed, creating huge cracks in the ground. Yifeng controlled his power just right. His goal was not to rush to defeat Sun Wukong, but to learn from his fighting style, techniques, and experience during the battle. Compared to Vegeta, Sun Wukong had a richer fighting experience and skills. Chapter 9. The first trial of the ultimate technique. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged punches continuously, improving their strength during the fight without letting the gap widen too much. Such strong learning ability. This guy is learning my fighting techniques. Sun Wukong was indeed a combat genius, as he quickly understood Yifeng's intentions within minutes. His own fighting style was completely learned by Wukong, mixed with Vegeta's fighting techniques. Boom! Another violent collision sent Sun Wukong staggering back dozens of meters, his feet scraping along the ground, leaving long marks. It's been a long time since I felt this excited. After being knocked back by Yifeng's punch, Sun Wukong was not worried at all. Instead, he became even more thrilled. Over the past 10 years, although he often trained with OOB's power was limited. He couldn't fight with full satisfaction. With a roar, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair hung down to his waist, his brow bone vanished, and his elongated eyes looked somewhat enchanting. What was just a warm-up before was now the real contest. Are you finally ready to go all out? Yifeng looked at Sun Wukong, smiled, and said, Warm-up is over. I know that even the power of Super Saiyan 2 can't win against you. So now the real battle begins. Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth and said calmly, All right, if it's the real battle, then I'll take it seriously too. Yifeng's face also showed a serious expression. The strength of Super 3 Son Goku is definitely not something that Vegeta can compare to. Whoosh. In the next second, Son Goku directly flashed out. His speed was extremely fast, and he almost appeared in front of Yifeng in an instant. He threw a punch at Yifeng. Yifeng did not prepare to dodge at all. Instead, he met the attack head-on with a punch. Bang! At the moment their fists connected, Yifeng felt an overwhelming force, like the vastness of the Yangtze River, surge towards him, and his body was sent flying backward in an instant. Boom! 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 His body crashed through several ice mountains before finally coming to a stop. Such immense power. Is there really that much difference between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3? Yifeng shook his arm and said in surprise. The normal combat power of Sun Wukong and Vegeta should be roughly similar. So this can completely be used to measure the gap between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. Since that's the case, let me learn your techniques well. Yifeng slowly raised his head, and in that moment, his black pupils suddenly turned silver gray. Wisps of silver-like flames rose around his body. It was time to feel the power of the ultimate freedom technique. Something has changed? His aura was as calm as the clear stream behind Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong looked at Yifeng in surprise and whispered. At this moment, although Yifeng's aura had not increased, it was extremely calm, making it impossible to sense even the slightest fluctuation. What was that layer of silver flames? Sun Wufan and OOB looked at Yifeng in shock. Although his aura had not become stronger, there was a feeling of sanctity and inviolability. They had never seen such an aura before. OOB shook his head, stating that he had never encountered someone who could control their aura so calmly. Talp, talp, talp. Sun Wukong walked towards Yifeng step by step, a smile on his face. It seems you're also ready to go all out. Looking at Yifeng, Sun Wukong said, You deserve me to use my full strength. Yifeng smiled, and said to Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan 3 Goku is indeed very strong. Although I don't know what changes you've gone through. The power of Super Saiyan 3 is definitely more powerful than you can imagine. Sun Wukong said with great confidence. So I'm looking forward to it. Ye Feng nodded, standing there motionless, wearing a calm expression as he spoke to Sun Wukong. All right, then I'll attack. Seeing Yi Feng's equally confident expression, Sun Wukong directly tapped the ground with his toes, and at that moment, the ground cracked instantly as his body vanished from sight. At least Sun Wukong's companions could no longer see him at all. Yi Feng similed faintly. After performing the ultimate freedom technique, Sun Wukong's speed seemed slow in his eyes. Isn't he going to dodge? Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised. His fist was almost touching Yi Feng's body, yet he still didn't dodge. What was he trying to do? Was he stunned by his own speed? Impossible. Yi Feng was so confident that he would definitely not be intimidated by his own speed. But what was really going on was quickly clarified. Chapter 10. The burden of the free and easy extreme skill. Just as Sun Wukong's fist was about to touch Yi Feng's body suddenly disappeared like a ghost. What? Sun Wukong was shocked, and his fist directly tore through the silvery gas. Yi Feng's body appeared behind Sun Wukong, and then he threw a punch into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Sun Wukong turned around, he was attacked by dozens of punches to his chest. The terrifying power knocked Sun Wukong back several steps. Amazing. I can't see how he moved at all. Sun Wukong clutched his painfully aching body and frowned as he spoke. Just now, he thought his attack would definitely hit Yi Feng. But in that instant, Yi Feng seemed to vanish in a thin air, and he completely failed to see his figure. That incredible speed was simply too fast. Is this guy really human? Sun Wukong and OOB were already shocked beyond measure, their mouths agape. This is terrifying. Surprised? Here comes more. Yi Feng suddenly smiled faintly and said to Sun Wukong. Although his speed was incomprehensible, it only made things more exciting. Sun Wukong released his hand from covering his mouth and suddenly laughed, with flames of excitement burning in his eyes. He then attacked Yi Feng again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shadows of his fists swept by like a machine gun, yet they could never touch Yi Feng's body. This is not good. The consumption of the Zai Ji Gong is simply too terrifying. Yi Feng frowned, feeling the energy in his body depleting rapidly. In just 2 minutes, he already sensed a feeling of exhaustion. If he continued to exert himself, he would likely run out of energy to maintain the free extreme skill. Moreover, he would fall into a considerably weak state afterward. Although he knew that Sun Wukong was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others' misfortunes, he absolutely could not allow himself to be in danger in such a perilous world, even if the risk was only 1 in 10,000. If he pushed the free extreme skill to its limit, he would have to bear a tremendous burden, one that could completely render him unconscious. With this in mind, Yi Feng decided not to delay any longer, as he had already learned most of Sun Wukong's fighting techniques. The next moment, Sun Wukong's fist suddenly hurled toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng easily dodged Sun Wukong's punch, and then his right fist landed lightly, yet firmly, on Sun Wukong's temple. Bang! The moment the deep sound echoed, Sun Wukong was sent flying sideways, crashing directly into the iceberg. After the hit, Sun Wukong completely lost his combat ability, as the temple is a crucial vulnerable spot for a person. Even without using too much strength, Yi Feng's power naturally increased under extreme speed. After easily rendering Sun Wukong unable to fight, Yi Feng took a deep breath. The silver aura surrounding him gradually faded, and his pupils returned to their normal black. Hiss! At this moment, Yi Feng felt a tearing pain in his muscles. This was the after effect of using the imperfect ultimate freedom technique. Although the ultimate freedom technique was very powerful, it was not without cost. Gulp! Dad was actually defeated in an instant. So strong, Master was killed in seconds. Son Gohan and OOB were stunned into silence. Everything that happened today was truly too shocking for them. The strongest Sun Wukong in their hearts was easily defeated by a single punch. Wow, it hurt so much. Sun Wukong struggled to stand up, vigorously rubbing his head. He still felt a bit dizzy. He was very certain that if Yi Feng had attacked with full force just now, he would have had a great chance of being killed. You are too strong. Walking up to Yi Feng, Sun Wukong still maintained an excited state. Even though he had just been defeated, you were too careless. Because you were focusing solely on offense, you completely neglected your defense, which allowed me to take advantage of it. Vegeta is much better than you at this. Yi Feng also endured the excruciating pain in his body and spoke. Although I admit I was a bit careless in my defense just now, your speed is indeed too fast. Even if I were to defend seriously, I might not be able to hold it off. Sun Wukong was very honest. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. There are no excuses at all. You do have a good sense of self-awareness. Yifeng smiled and felt an increased fondness for Sun Wukong. Of course, he had liked the character of Sun Wukong from the very beginning, especially the Sun Wukong from Dragon Ball Z. By the way, do you also live in West City? Sun Wukong suddenly asked. As of now, yes. Why? Do you want to compete with me? Yifeng immediately saw through Sun Wukong's thoughts. This combative guy, having found such a strong opponent, would definitely not let this opportunity slip away. Hee, of course. Fighting with you will bring me a long-lost thrill. As expected, it was exactly as Yifeng had guessed. Chapter 11. Entering the time house again to consolidate strength. I might be staying in the Divine Temple for the next few days, so if you want to fight, I'm always ready. Yifeng said to Sun Wukong that he had 2 reasons for going to the Heavenly God Palace. First, although he is now extremely powerful, he still does not have a stable place to live. With his current strength, even controlling the entire earth is a trivial matter, but after gaining such power, he no longer has that desire. As one's height changes, so do their vision and goals. Second, the Heavenly God Palace has food and drink, and also a spirit time house for training, making it an excellent place to go. After witnessing his strength, the Heavenly God, Dondi, should welcome him warmly. The Heavenly God Palace? That sounds great, Sun Wukong said excitedly. However, before that, he needs to train well. He can't afford to be so embarrassed in the next battle. All right, I have something to do. See you later. After Yifeng waved his hand at Sun Wukong, his body flashed and disappeared right before everyone's eyes. What a powerful guy. I hope he won't become our enemy. Looking at Yifeng's disappearing figure, Sun Gohan said with a worried expression. Don't worry, Gohan. That guy is mysterious, but I believe he means no harm to us or the earth. Sun Wukong said with a smile, pausing before continuing. As long as we don't provoke him. I hope so. Sun Gohan and OOB could only comfort themselves this way. As for Vegeta, he had actually woken up early, but had to pretend to be unconscious after losing so badly earlier. However, seeing that Kakarot was also defeated suddenly made him feel much better. The Heavenly Temple. Whoosh. Yifeng suddenly appeared, startling Dandy and Mr. Yifeng. Dandy said nervously and respectfully. He had seen everything that happened on Earth clearly from the Temple of the Gods. From the very beginning, he felt that this Yifeng was extraordinary, but he never expected that he could defeat both Goku and Vegeta, and he did it with such ease. Such a powerful being could destroy the Earth in an instant. So, of course, Dandy would treat him with great caution. You don't need to be so nervous, Dandy. I'm just staying here at your Temple of the Gods for a few days, Yifeng said with a warm smile, looking at the anxious Dandy. He wasn't a man-eating beast, nor did he want to become that kind of person just because he had strength. Just consider me a friend of Goku and the others. Yifeng continued. All right then, Mr. Yifeng. Dandy quickly nodded. In front of such a powerful stranger, it was impossible to not feel constrained. Sir, please go and prepare a room. Dandy hurriedly said to him. Yifeng acted politely, so I must not be slack either. Good heavens. After nodding, he walked away. I need to go to the Spirit Time House again. It should be fine, right? Yifeng looked at the hyperbolic time chamber and asked Dandy. He still felt a bit unwell in his body, a side effect after using the ultimate freedom technique, and he needed to take good care of himself. Moreover, he had to find a way to eliminate the burden that came after using the ultimate freedom technique. If he was in this state, every time he used the technique, he would be too passive when facing skilled opponents. That's right, Mr. Yifeng. In the hyperbolic time chamber, each person can only enter for 2 days. After Dandy finished speaking, he looked at Yifeng and then gave a wry smile. But with your strength, you could break through the dimensional barrier. Back in the day, Majin Buu and Gotenks were trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber and managed to break through the dimensional barrier using their overwhelming power to come out. Yifeng's strength far surpasses that of Majin Buu and Gotenks at that time, so it's no problem. Well, then I'll go in. After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly walked into the time chamber. He naturally knew what Dandy had said. With his current strength, breaking the time chamber was a trivial matter. Once inside, Yifeng began to continue his training, repeatedly practicing the combat techniques and skills of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Not only did he need to master them, but he also aimed to refine them, even surpassing them. Thus, in continuous repetition, 2 days quickly passed. Free and unfettered ultimate skill. A calm voice emerged from his throat, and strands of silver aura drilled out from Yifeng's body, surrounding him. Ultimate flash. A golden energy wave coalesced in his palms, eventually compressed into a massive energy ball. At the moment he exerted force with his palms, the energy ball shot out, Almost at the same instant, the energy ball flew out. Yi Feng's body also shot forward like an arrow. He instantly surpassed the energy wave and pressed his palms against it, sliding backward on the ground for over 10 meters, successfully blocking the energy wave. In 2 years, his free and unfettered ultimate skill had improved from being able to sustain only 2 minutes at the beginning to now being able to last for 7 minutes. Moreover, the burden after using it was not as great anymore. Chapter 12. System Issues a Task. Balancing work and rest, the tedious training came to an end. After returning to his normal state, Yi Feng took a shower, changed into clean clothes prepared by Dandy, and walked out of the time chamber. Mr. Yi Feng, have you finished your training? Dandy and were waiting outside and respectfully spoke to Yi Feng. Yi Feng was very polite to them, but they should not let their guard down or lose their respect just because Yi Feng was polite to them. It's over. The clothes fit well, thank you. Yi Feng looked at his clothes, which were a fitted black training outfit. Mr. Yi Feng, there's no need to be polite. Has prepared some meals. Would you like to eat a little? Dandy knew very well that the meals in the Spirit Time House were usually just enough to fill the stomach. As for the taste, it was hard to describe. As for his cooking, I would like to give it a try. Yi Feng smiled and glanced at the pitch black and said, in Dragon Ball, and King Kai's cooking skills are quite impressive. Please, this way, sir. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Dandy quickly made a gesture of invitation. Ding! The system issued a task. Please go to the King Kai's realm to sign in and receive the corresponding reward. Task deadline, 10 days. Just as Yi Feng was about to go eat, the electronic, synthesized voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Yi Feng was taken aback. Including the time spent in the time chamber, he had already been in the Dragon Ball world for more than 4 years. He almost forgot about the sign-in system. Unexpectedly, a sign-in task was suddenly issued at this moment. The King Kai's realm seems a bit far away. Leaf Maple murmured to himself. His current strength was indeed very strong, but reaching the Kaishin realm was quite difficult. Even the most advanced spaceships would likely take a long time, and the divine spaceships might not even make it. In the original Dragon Ball, the location of the Kaishin realm was not clearly stated. However, based on a speculation, the Kaishin realm should have some connection to the other world, just like when Majin Buu appeared, Gohan was taken to the Kaishin realm by the Kaishin. On Earth, everyone felt that Gohan's energy was gone, as if he had already been killed. However, when Goku went to the other world, he sensed Gohan's energy. Of course, this was merely his speculation. If he could instantaneously move, getting to the Kaishin realm would be much easier. Thinking of this, Leaf Maple suddenly remembered Goku. Although he couldn't instantaneously move, Goku definitely could, and he would surely be able to take him to the Kaishin realm. It seemed that the ability to instantaneously move was very important for him. What's wrong, Mr. Leaf Maple? Dandy asked, noticing Leaf Maple in a daze. It's nothing, let's go. Yi Feng nodded, deciding to fill his stomach first. The task deadline is 10 days, and there's still plenty of time, so he's not in a hurry. The chef skills are indeed quite good, at least much better than the food in the Spirit Time House. After finishing his meal, Yi Feng went to explore the lower realm. He can't spend all day cultivating in the Spirit Time House. That kind of life is too dull. Just like that, 6 days quickly passed. To his surprise, that guy's son Wukong still hadn't come. In the Divine Hall, Yi Feng muttered to himself. He originally thought that with son Wukong's combative nature, he wouldn't be able to resist coming to practice with him within 3 days. But now 6 days had passed, and he still hadn't shown up, which indeed exceeded Yi Feng's expectations. Since he's not coming, it seems that I'll need to go find him. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete the task issued by the system. I definitely don't want to miss this opportunity to sign in. After all, the system's beginner gift package is so generous. The task package shouldn't be too shabby, right? Just as Yi Feng was about to get up and actively look for Sun Wukong, he suddenly sensed Sun Wukong's aura, and it was flying straight toward the Divine Hall. He's here. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Was Sun Wukong unable to suppress his fighting spirit any longer? Whoosh. In the next moment, Sun Wukong appeared right in front of Yi Feng. Mr. Wukong. Dandy greeted upon seeing Sun Wukong. Jo, Dundee. Long time no see. Sun Wukong waved at Dandy, then turned to Yi Feng with a smile. Long time no see. ISNT just 6 days? It seems Sun Wukong have been struggling to hold back these past few days. But I feel like it's been a long time. I can't wait to fight you again. Sun Wukong said excitedly, clenching his fist. He had been training hard these past few days, especially focusing on his speed, all to prepare for the battle with Yi Feng. That's not urgent. I want you to take me to a place first. Yi Feng waved his hand and said to Sun Wukong, huh? Where to? Sun Wukong was taken aback. With Yi Feng's strength, did he really need to be taken somewhere? The King of the Worlds. Chapter 13. Nice to meet you, Lord King of the Worlds. What? You want to go to the King of the Worlds planet? Sun Wukong asked Yi Feng with some surprise. Although he was quite familiar with Lord King of the Worlds and the Old King of the Worlds, it intrigued him that Yi Feng knew them as well. Also, what did he want to do on the King of the Worlds planet? Yeah, is there a problem? Yi Feng smiled and continued, when fighting on Earth, we are all afraid of destroying it and can't fight at full strength. You wouldn't want to be restricted when battling me, right? The King Kai's realm is indeed harder than Earth and more suitable for combat. This is what King Kai Asin himself said. It seems to make sense. King Kai's planet is indeed more suitable for fighting. Sun Wukong rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, meanwhile, far away in the King Kai's realm, Jebbet and the old King Kai suddenly sneezed, feeling that something bad was about to happen. But my instant transmission can't reach the King Kai's realm, Sun Wukong said with some difficulty. His instant transmission could only be used when he sensed the energy of a person, but he couldn't feel the divine energy of King Kai and the others. So he couldn't go there. The last time he went was because he suddenly sensed Gohan's energy while on Snake Way and instantly teleported over. Damn, how did I forget about this? Yi Feng tapped his forehead and cursed inwardly. He only wanted to recall that Sun Wukong could teleport, but he forgot that Sun Wukong's teleportation had its limitations. Now, there are only 4 days left. How is he going to reach the King Kai's world? By the way, Dandy, you are the god of Earth, so you should be able to contact King Kai, right? Yi Feng had a sudden inspiration and remembered Dandy beside him. Since the Kaioshin had visited Earth many times, Dandy should be able to contact him. Yes, I can indeed contact Lord Kaioshin. Dandy nodded and looked towards Sun Wukong. Clearly, Dandy still didn't fully trust Yi Feng. Please, Dandy, Sun Wukong said to Dandy. He really wanted to have another match with Yi Feng. All right then, seeing Sun Wukong say that, Dandy could only nod and then began to communicate with the Kaioshin telepathically. Time passed second by second, and 5 full minutes went by. Yi Feng and Sun Wukong were both becoming a bit impatient. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Feng, dressed in peculiar clothing, with light purple skin, pointed elf ears, and long white hair cascading down his back, adorned with a pair of patera earrings. This was Jebbet, the fusion of the Supreme Kai of the universe, Shin, and his attendant. Supreme Kai. Sun Wukong greeted him casually. Wukong-san, Dandy, who is this gentleman? Jebbet looked at Sun Wukong and Dandy, finally directing his gaze at Yi Feng. His name is Yi Feng. Sun Wukong introduced simply and clearly. Nice to meet you, Supreme Kai. Yi Feng cupped his hands towards God Jebbet. Although he was a weakling, he was still a god, so he had to show some respect. Hello, Mr. Yi Feng. God Jebbet, being quite humble, returned the greeting and then looked at Sun Wukong, asking, Wukong, Dandy said you were looking for me regarding something? Yeah, I want to have a fight with Yi Feng, but it would cause too much of a stir on Earth, so I was thinking of going to the Kaioshin realm. Sun Wukong said matter-of-factly. What? Fighting in the Kaioshin realm? A black line appeared on God Jebbet's forehead. I knew it. I just sneezed twice. So nothing good was going to happen. God Jebbet took another look at Yi Feng. Anyone who could make Wukong voluntarily propose a fight was definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately, he hadn't checked Earth through the crystal ball recently, so he was unaware of Yi Feng's background. Well, you guys should try to restrain yourselves a bit. God Jebbet knew he couldn't dissuade Wukong and could only let out a long sigh. It seemed the Kaioshin realm was going to suffer again. With God Jebbet's instant transmission, Yi Feng and Sun Wukong instantly arrived at the Kaioshin realm. A huge grass-green planet appeared, its size far exceeding that of Earth. Before Yi Feng stood a grand hall, with a large character, realm, written on the door. Clearly, this was the residence of the Kaioshin. Besides that, there were some mountains and trees resembling Earth's environment. Hey, old man, long time no see. Upon seeing the old Kaioshin, Sun Wukong greeted him enthusiastically. After all, he had given him 1,000 years of life. TCH, so it's you. I knew something bad was going to happen when I sneezed just now. Compared to God Jebbet's subtlety, the old Kaioshin was clearly very direct, not giving Sun Wukong a good face at all. Chapter 14. You want me to develop my potential? Huh, who is he? The old Kaioshin turned his gaze towards Yi Feng, and his half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide, looking at Yi Feng with some surprise. Such strong potential. This guy's potential is even more terrifying than that little Gohan. The old Kaioshin thought in shock. Gohan was already the most talented human he had ever seen. And this little guy in front of him gave off an unfathomable feeling, like an abyss that he couldn't see through at all. My name is Yi Feng. I've met the old Kaioshin. This is just a small token of my esteem. Leaf Maple walked up to the old Kaioshin with a smile, handing him a small book he was holding. From the expression on the old Kaioshin's face just now, it seemed he had sensed his own immense potential. This little comic book was something he bought a few days ago while shopping, specifically to cater to his interests. If the old Kaioshin could help him unlock his potential, his strength would definitely undergo a qualitative change. The old Kaioshin looked at Leaf Maple and then opened the comic book for the first time, his eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. Wow, this is so deep, and it's huge. The old Kaioshin revealed a mischievous smile, almost drooling. His fingers hurriedly flipped through the pages. Ahem, ancestor, please be a bit more serious. Jebbit, blushing, couldn't bear to watch any longer. The ancestor's expression was quite blatant. Cough cough, so, what are you all doing in the Kaioshin realm? Hearing Jebbit's reminder, the old Kaioshin slightly composed himself and asked after clearing his throat. Hee, we came to fight. Sun Wukong said with a grin, speaking frankly. What? Fight? The old Kaioshin was also taken aback. Did they come to his place to tear apart the divine realm? System. I've arrived in the Kaioshin realm. Can I sign in now? Yifeng silently said to himself. The purpose of his coming here was to sign in and then obtain the system rewards. He was no longer very interested in the battle with Sun Wukong. Ding. The sign-in duration is 15 days, so the host needs to stay in the King of Worlds realm for 15 days to receive the sign-in reward. Damn it. Are you kidding me? Yifeng felt that he had been tricked by the system. How could signing in take so long? This is a system task. Please do not complain, host. After the electronic, synthesized voice finished speaking, the system completely disappeared. Damn, do I really have to stay here for another 15 days? Although he felt very unhappy inside, there was nothing he could do. Since he was already there, he could only wait for half a month. Perhaps during this time, he could have the old Kai help him develop his potential. Although the old Kai strongly disagreed, Yifeng and Sun Wukong still engaged in battle in the Kaioshin realm. The result of the battle was, of course, Yifeng's victory once again. After all, he had spent another 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, and Sun Wukong's fighting skills had been thoroughly studied by Yifeng. Moreover, he could now maintain the use of the Zai Ji Gong for a longer duration, and the burden had relatively decreased. Wow, you are amazing. You become so much stronger in just a few days. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise after being defeated by Yifeng. Just a few days ago, Yifeng was definitely not this powerful. But now, it was as if he had become a different person, and he was very familiar with the fighting styles of himself and Vegeta. This made it difficult for him to defend himself. That Yifeng even defeated Wukong, but he seems to be just a human from Earth. God Jebbit was also very shocked. Fool, that guy is not a human. I can sense something very similar to Wukong and the others from his body. The old Kai scolded God Jebbit, saying that this guy was truly lacking in insight. A human from Earth could never reach such a level. Do you mean to say that Yifeng is a Saiyan like Wukong? God Jebbit was even more astonished. That's unlikely. It's still hard to determine. But I feel he definitely has some connection to the Saiyans. The old Kai said seriously for once. As for what the connection was, he still couldn't figure it out. He hoped that he had no malicious intent. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the entire universe. After his defeat, Sun Wukong left the Kaioshin realm, planning to train in the hyperbolic time chamber and challenge Yifeng again later. However, Yifeng chose to stay in the Kaioshin realm, using the excuse of training there. But his true purpose was to wait for the sign-in. Lord Kaioshin, can I ask you for a favor? During lunch, Yifeng looked at the old Kai and spoke. Go ahead, but I may not be able to help with your request. The old Kai replied dismissively while eating. It's a big favor for me, but just a small matter for you. Yifeng smiled and said. Hearing Yifeng's words, the old Kai narrowed his eyes and saw Yifeng seriously asking, do you want me to help you unlock your potential? Chapter 15. The time chamber is destroyed. Pilaf takes advantage of the chaos. The Supreme Kai is indeed very perceptive. What I meant by busy is indeed helping me unlock my potential. Yifeng smiled and clasped his fists. The old Kaioshin appeared to be leering all day long and lacked proper decorum, but his vision and insight were indeed very sharp. He was definitely not someone that Kibito Kai could compare to. You're here in the Kaioshin realm for this purpose, right? The old Kaioshin looked intently at Yifeng and asked. With Sun Wukong's carefree personality, he would never come to the Kaioshin realm just for a fight. This idea must have been proposed by Yifeng. Yes, that's exactly the reason. Yifeng nodded. Although his true purpose was to sign in at the King of Worlds, he naturally wouldn't say that out loud. Your strength has already surpassed Goku by a lot. There's really no need to develop your potential, the old Kai said, regaining his former demeanor and speaking. He actually didn't want to help Yi Feng develop his potential because he couldn't understand him, his strength, potential, and even his identity. This was a very dangerous matter. He wasn't as pure as Goku or Gohan. If he became strong enough to be uncontrollable, it wouldn't be good for the entire universe. Others might not know, but you should be aware that Saiyans are definitely not limited to just Super Saiyan 3's power. Goku's potential has no limits. Yi Feng had a mature smile at the corner of his mouth, and he calmly said, "You should know that the reason Sun Wukong was able to transform into Super Saiyan 4 is all thanks to the old Kaishin. He knows the method of transformation and understands that the power of the Saiyans gathers in their tails. You really do know quite a bit, huh? You're quite an enigmatic little guy." The old Kaishin hunched over, gently shook his head, and said, "This little guy seems to know a lot. All right, I agree to help you." After pondering for a few seconds, the old Kaishin nodded. "Ancestor, are you really ready?" Jebet looked at Yi Feng, clearly still on high alert. Helping someone whose background is unknown yet possesses immense potential is a dangerous thing. Why has the ancestor suddenly become confused? "Don't speak. I have my own plans." The old Kaishin shot a glare at Jebet, signaling him to be quiet. "Then I must thank the Kaishin Lord in advance." Hearing the old Kaishin's agreement, Yi Feng respectfully cupped his fists. No matter what plans he had, they were trivial in the face of absolute power. If he dared to play tricks on him or deceive him, he would definitely make him feel the cost of messing with him. He could be neither servile nor overbearing to them, and even show utmost respect, but if they deceived him, he could also let them see a harsher side of himself. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Your potential is very strong. Although I have agreed to help you develop it, I can't guarantee success." The old Kaishin waved his hand and said honestly, "Yi Feng's potential is like a bottomless pit. I really don't have complete confidence. Just do your best. It's hard work." Yi Feng similed. If the old Kaishin really couldn't help him unlock his potential, then so be it. The old Kaishin fixed his gaze on Yi Feng and nodded, seemingly trying to discern something useful from his expression. However, after a few seconds, aside from a calm smile, there was no further insight. "Your potential is quite special. It will probably take about 10 days. Is that a problem?" The old Kaishin spoke again. "No problem. I have plenty of time." Since it would take him half a month to sign in, 10 days was naturally fine. "All right, then let's get started. During these 10 days, you need to maintain a certain posture. Time passed day by day. In the hyperbolic time chamber of the sacred world, Sun Wukong and OOB had been training hard. Wukong was training even more desperately because he wanted to catch up with Yi Feng. Boom! The hyperbolic time chamber suddenly exploded, leaving the entire sacred world in ruins. Sun Wukong and OOB, both battered and bruised, helped each other out. "Sorry, Dandy, we messed up the sacred world again," Sun Wukong said awkwardly as he looked at the devastated sacred world. "Ha, you guys finally finished training," Dandy said with a bitter smile. He had long expected this outcome. It would only mean more trouble for himself and Mr. Popo. "All right, I'll help you heal your wounds and then prepare some food." After saying this, Danny walked over to Sun Wukong and OOB. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the chaos in the sacred world, Pilaf and his gang secretly infiltrated the sacred world. They had learned that the Black Star Dragon Balls created by the old Kaishin were hidden deep within the sacred world. If they could obtain the strongest Black Star Dragon Ball, they would be able to rule the earth. Chapter 16. Sun Wukong becomes small, potential unlocking completed. "Master Wukong, Dandy. Mr. Popo, I'm leaving first. I can't stop worrying about my younger siblings at home." After finishing the meal, OOB bid farewell to the three, as he still had many things to take care of at home. Then, he awkwardly looked at Dandy and apologized. "I'm sorry, Dandy, for making such a mess of the sacred world." It's all right, Mr. Popo, and I will fix it up soon." Danny waved his hand and smiled. They had already gotten used to repairing the hyperbolic time chamber periodically. "Well then, goodbye, and thank you all for taking care of me during this time." After OOB finished speaking, he turned into a beam of light and leaped down from the sacred world. "I have to go too, Dandy. When I get back, I bet Chi-Chi will be furious." Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "It's been a long time. She's probably going to be mad. MHM. Then see you later, Mr. Wukong." Dandy waved at Sun Wukong, as he too needed to clean up the mess. Just as Sun Wukong was about to leave the sacred world suddenly burst forth with light. "Huh, what's that glowing?" Sun Wukong suddenly noticed a dazzling golden light coming from one of the rooms in the sacred world. He hurried over and discovered several familiar faces. "You guys are Pilaf and his gang, right?" Sun Wukong thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. It had been a long time since he last saw them. What are these bad guys doing in the sacred world? Hey, Sun Wukong, how come you're here?" The moment the three saw Sun Wukong, their faces turned panicked. Why was it that every time they gathered the Dragon Balls to make a wish, someone would come to disturb them? King Pilaf, what should we do? Sun Wukong looks even stronger than before. Ma said in fear. This guy could take care of them when he was little. Now that he's stronger, aren't they in danger? Hey, I'm asking you guys if you have any bad plans being here? Sun Wukong looked at Pilaf and the others curiously and asked. There's no choice, attack. Pilaf ordered directly, determined not to let this little brat ruin his grand dream of world domination. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 missiles shot directly at Sun Wukong, but he easily caught them. What the heck? You guys are still the same, resorting to violence at the drop of a hat. Sun Wukong tossed the missiles aside and smiled. Damn it, if only I could shrink back to my old size, I could definitely stomp him down. Just as Pilaf's voice fell, the red Shenron hovering above the sacred world suddenly shone brightly in its eyes. All right, understood. After the thick voice of Shenron echoed, a golden light enveloped Sun Wukong. At the same time, Sun Wukong's body began to shrink rapidly. What? Shenron, what's going on? Sun Wukong had not fully reacted before his body returned to that of an 11-year-old. The 7 Dragon Balls turned into gray stones and shot off in 7 different directions, scattering throughout the universe. Idiot, Wukong, you big fool. Why didn't you resist at all? In the Kaishin realm, Kibito Kai stared at the small Wukong in the crystal ball and shouted angrily. Although Pilaf and the others had already made a wish to Shenron, Wukong's abilities should have allowed him to resist. He never expected that he would just wait to be shrunk down, curious, as if it were none of his business. The most important thing was not that his body had shrunk, but that if the Black Star Dragon Balls scattered in the universe were not retrieved within a year, the Earth would explode. This was no small matter. What good is it to be angry? If he were that clever, he wouldn't be Wukong. The old Kaishin scolded Kibito Kai while drooling over a comic book. Li Feng, who was meditating with full concentration, also knew what had happened. He didn't expect Sun Wukong to actually shrink. But it didn't matter. This had little to do with him. Don't think about anything. Focus. The old Kaishin glanced at Li Feng and said, Does this old man even know what I'm thinking? Yi Feng thought in surprise. For these past few days, he had been sitting still like this, while the old Kai was reading comic books all day long. If he didn't know about his abilities and how he successfully guided Gohan's strength, he would really suspect that he was some kind of charlatan. Then Yi Feng continued to focus and began to meditate. Just like that, Yi Feng meditated for a full 10 days. Has the time finally come after 10 days? It felt like his buttocks had developed calluses. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes and softly murmured. Although sitting like this for 10 days was a small matter for him, it was still a considerable test of one's patience. If he hadn't spent time in the mental time room, it would have been really difficult to endure. However, the time had come. It was time to assess the strength gained after unlocking his potential. With that thought, Yi Feng slowly stood up, tightly clenched his fists, and his eyes sparkled with a sharp brilliance. Chapter 17, Unlimited Instant Téléportation. Whoosh. His black hair suddenly stood upright, and his gaze had completely changed from before, becoming exceptionally sharp. There was an innate feeling of confidence and pride. Buzz. At the moment when Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, the entire air vibrated and emitted a buzzing sound. Then, a terrifying whirlwind erupted from Yi Feng's center, sweeping in all directions. The old Kai and Jebbit were instantly blown away by that powerful force. Streams of fierce wind cut through the surroundings like sharp steel blades, turning the originally grass-green ground into a dusty yellow, with dust flying everywhere. What incredible power! Yi Feng released his grip, his face showing an overwhelming excitement. Just now, he had unleashed less than 1/10,000th of his energy, and it had already resulted in such terrifying destructive power. It was definitely far beyond what he had before developing his potential. He felt very confident now. With this power alone, he could defeat Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Of course, this was without using the Ultra Instinct technique. It was estimated that the old guy had hidden some abilities or was limited in power. How could the fusion of the Ultra bloodline within him have such little strength? Although there was a significant increase in power, it was definitely not his full potential. It should be noted that before his potential was developed, Gohan only had the strength of Super Saiyan 2, and Majin Buu could easily kill him. However, after his potential was unlocked, Gohan could stand toe-to-toe with Gotenks Buu. Therefore, compared to Gohan's increase, his own improvement wasn't that significant. The old Kaishin must still be wary of him. Well, even with his current strength, he was already capable of dealing with many enemies. Yi Feng thought to himself. Before he had fully determined the path he wanted to take, there was no need to unleash all of his potential. This approach was no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. He could currently choose the path of the gods, the path of the Saiyans, or the human path like Sun Wukong, but it was difficult to decide right now. Hey, 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 you little rascal, do you want to kill us? After the storm had completely calmed down, the old Kai appeared, walking towards Yi Feng with a twist of his waist, complaining. My old bones can't take this kind of torment anymore. Lord Kai, I haven't even said that you're not a good person, and you've already started complaining. Your way of unlocking potential is too perfunctory, isn't it? Yi Feng squinted his eyes, a faint smile on his face, and said to the old Kai. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the old Kai's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he quickly replied, How is that possible? I have done my utmost. Is that so? Why can't I feel it? Li Feng smiled and asked, When you helped Sun Wukong develop his potential, that was when you exerted your greatest ability, right? Upon hearing this, the old Kai was momentarily speechless. Who exactly is this guy? I have never seen him before, but he seems to know a lot. After thinking for a moment, the old Kai replied, All right, to be honest with you, your potential is too strong. If it were during my peak, I might have been able to help guide it out, but now I'm old. After saying this, the old Kai glanced at Li Feng. Is it really like that? All right, I believe it. Yi Feng still smiled faintly and nodded. That smile made the old Kai feel a bit guilty, because although Yi Feng said he believed him, his face clearly showed two big words, do not believe. Huh. Anyway, it could be considered as having passed the test. Yi Feng did not leave the Kaishin realm, but continued to wait for another 5 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in for 15 days in the Kaishin realm, completing the sign-in task. Roi, unlimited instant transmission. The system's electronic synthesized voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Although he knew that today was the day to receive the reward, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Unlimited instant transmission. Yi Feng's eyes shone with brilliance. Although it wasn't a power that directly enhanced combat ability, the effect of instant teleportation was definitely not weak. Just like half a month ago, if he had learned unlimited instant teleportation, would he still need to ask Jebit to bring him along? Moreover, in Dragon Ball Super, while it took Whis and the others hours to fly to certain places, Kaishin Asin could arrive instantly. The king of All's palace, the Null Realm, and other universes, etc. Without instant teleportation, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to reach these places. The system truly did not disappoint. He was increasingly looking forward to the next sign-in. Yi Feng's mouth curled up, revealing an expression of anticipation on his face. After completing the mission, Yi Feng bid farewell to the Kaishin and returned to Earth. As there was no longer any need to stay in the Kaishin realm, back on Earth, he could properly cultivate and strengthen his abilities, and then also enjoy life a bit. Chapter 18, Baby appears on Earth. Due to the mischief caused by Pilaf, Ashura, and Xiaowu, the Black Star Dragon Balls scattered across 4 galaxies in the universe. If the Black Star Dragon Balls were not found and returned to the heavenly gods' altar within a year after the wish was made, Earth would explode and completely disappear. Therefore, Sun Wukong, along with Trunks and the secretly following Xiaofeng, set out into the universe to search for the Dragon Balls. It has been a month since they departed. One day, after finishing his training at the heavenly gods' altar, Yi Feng planned to descend to the lower realm for a feast. It was at this sushi restaurant that he finally found it. Yi Feng looked at the sushi restaurant in front of him and revealed a happy smile. It is essential to enjoy life appropriately when there are no enemies around. Then, Yi Feng walked into the sushi restaurant. Coincidentally, Nobita was inside as well, accompanied by a cute little beauty with brown wavy hair. She had an innocent and naive look, which was somewhat charming. However, she was not Yi Feng's type. Oh, mister. Yi Feng, you're here to eat sushi too. Sun Wukong proactively walked over to greet Yi Feng. He had naturally heard of Yi Feng's great name from Sun Gohan, the super expert who could defeat his dad and Uncle Vegeta. Yi Feng nodded and looked at Sun Wukong, teasingly saying, as a Saiyan, You can't afford to not train like this, Sun Wukong. Without strength, how can you protect the lovely girls around you? The descendants of Earth Saiyans are getting weaker with each generation. Sun Wufan is okay. At least Super Saiyan 2 and God form were his highlights. Even though he later became a normal version, he once shone brightly. But Sun Wukong and Trunks are completely useless. Yi Feng's lesson was that I will work hard to train in the future. Sun Wukong awkwardly smiled and nodded in response. Although he promised verbally, the world is too peaceful now, and training seems pointless. Moreover, with Dad and Uncle Vegeta protecting Earth, they don't need to suffer that kind of hardship. Isn't it nice to go on dates every day and take the girls out shopping? Yi Feng put a sushi piece in his mouth and shook his head slightly. What a waste of such strong training talent of Saiyan. Whose energy is this? Suddenly, Yifeng felt a faint and quite evil aura. What's wrong, Mr. Yifeng? Seeing Yifeng's eyes suddenly sharpen, Sun Wukong hurriedly asked. Can't you feel it? Yifeng asked in response. This aura has just appeared on Earth, somewhat evil. Especially that kind of resentment, which is particularly intense. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the remnants of the Zypher people, baby. And if I calculate the time, it fits perfectly. Boom! At that moment, a huge explosion suddenly occurred in the center of Satan City. At first, many people thought it was a gas explosion, but later realized it was caused by a strong middle-aged man. How dare he cause trouble in Satan City? It's like an old man hanging himself, asking for a long life. This was everyone's assessment of the man. After all, with the world's #1 fighting champion Satan stationed in Satan City, there are rarely any blind fools who dare to offend. I felt it, an evil aura coming from Satan City, Sun Wukong suddenly said. So what are you planning to do? Yifeng stared at Sun Wukong and asked. Sun Wukong naturally understood Yifeng's meaning. I have something very important today, so I might not be able to help. Sun Wukong glanced at the cute girl beside him and said awkwardly, Today is an important date. It absolutely cannot fall through. Besides, my brother's in Satan City. He will handle it. This is the difference between you and Sun Gohan. Yifeng shook his head, then ate a few more sushi before leaving the sushi restaurant. He was quite interested in that parasitic baby, especially after it had parasitized Vegeta's body. It was quite powerful. Satan City. The savior Satan was already scared and crouched on the ground, with a huge, deep pit appearing in front of him. The faces of some ordinary people showed fear and disappointment towards Satan. Whoosh! Yifeng directly teleported over and appeared in the crowd. Is it really Bebe? Yifeng glanced at the middle-aged man with yellow hair, whose eyeballs had completely turned red. The resentment was emanating from this body. Over there, one was under control. And here was another, and then there was that. Yifeng's gaze swept across the area and quickly found 4 or 5 Earthlings controlled by Baby. This guy's speed is really something. Just then, a burly man controlled by Baby suddenly walked towards Yifeng, his eyes glowing red. Hey, do you know where the Saiyans are? After arriving in front of Yifeng, Baby asked coldly. Chapter 19. Satan's Little Scheme. Saiyans? Do I look like one to you? Yifeng suddenly tilted his head and said with a smile. The little baby in front of him could be wiped out in an instant. However, he had no intention of doing so for the time being. After all, having lived a peaceful life for so long, he needed a decent opponent to stimulate his life. Moreover, these opponents were all Sun Wukong's foes. Sun Wukong could have completely obliterated Baby the first time he encountered him. Even in multiple encounters, he had enough strength to kill Baby, but he didn't. Rowing without oars, relying entirely on the waves. Since they enjoyed the thrill, the trouble he had sown should naturally make them bear some consequences. You? A Saiyan? Baby suddenly froze for a moment, and then a crimson light appeared in his eyes. Filled with anger, he could indeed sense something similar to Sun Wukong within you. It seems you're also a Saiyan. Then all Saiyans must die. As the furious voice fell, Baby directly swung a punch at Yifeng. He could naturally feel that this guy in front of him was very strong. However, as long as he could inflict even a small wound, he could take the opportunity to invade his body. By controlling this powerful body, his strength would become even greater. After all, this ordinary human body was simply too weak. TSK, overestimating oneself. Yifeng sneered. Don't mention the current Baby. Even if it's Vegeta Baby, he could easily defeat him in an instant. When Baby's fist came crashing down, Yifeng simply extended his index finger to block Baby's punch. Get lost. With a loud shout, Yifeng delivered a heavy kick to Baby's chest, sending his massive body flying out. He left a long trail on the ground, crashed through the glass of a building, and fell to the ground. How powerful! He actually defeated that big guy in an instant. It seemed that Mr. Satan was also scared by that guy just now. When did such a powerful person appear in Satan City? Who knows? Maybe he could replace Mr. Satan as the savior. As Baby was sent flying, the fearless spectators around began to discuss it in a flurry, creating an uproar. They then looked at Satan with strange eyes. Feeling the stares around him, Satan suddenly broke into a cold sweat. No, his honor absolutely cannot be shattered like this. Satan's gaze shifted and his mind raced. Got it. Time for the same trick again. With that thought, the worry on Satan's face vanished, replaced by excitement. His next move would likely be even more impressive than defeating that big guy himself, because the one who would defeat that big guy would be his disciple. With the plan set, Satan hurriedly walked over to Yifeng with small steps. He wanted to loudly announce to everyone that this impressive young man was his closed-door disciple. With his prestige and status, as long as the young man wasn't foolish, he would definitely be willing to become his disciple. Stop. Just as Satan was imagining his next moment of admiration from the crowd, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The source of the voice was Yi Feng. What? Satan was taken aback and looked around with a foolish expression. It definitely wasn't directed at him. It couldn't be. After comforting himself, Satan slowed his pace and walked towards Yi Feng. Did you not hear me when I told you to stop? Yi Feng cast his gaze at Satan, his eyes narrowing slightly as he coldly said. He didn't have much fondness for the scavenger king from Dragon Ball. At first, he was very annoyed, but gradually it was just whatever. Satan suspected he had misheard. This young man didn't recognize him? Absolutely impossible. His reputation was known by every earthling. However, Yi Feng's icy gaze instantly petrified Satan, leaving him unable to move even an inch. I don't know you, nor am I your disciple. So whatever your plans are, you should abandon them as soon as possible. Yi Feng spoke again. He could still guess what little thoughts Satan had. If today was the doing of those Z warriors on Earth, then the credit and glory would definitely belong to Satan. He didn't care what Sun Wukong and the others wanted to do or had done, nor did he want to bother with it. But he certainly didn't want Satan to take advantage of him, even though he didn't want to enjoy such worthless glory at all. How do you know? Satan's shocked pupils turned into small green beans, and he swallowed hard, mumbling. Could it be that he could read minds? No, it must be an illusion. Meanwhile, the onlookers who weren't afraid of death began to point and whisper about Satan. What does Mr. Satan want to do? He can't be trying to build a connection with that young man, right? It turns out Mr. Satan is actually this kind of person. It seems he has no real strength at all. Chapter 20. Son Gohan faces baby. Feeling the doubts and accusations around him, Satan began to panic. The situation had slipped out of his control in an instant, and if this continued, he might lose his reputation and fall from grace today. What to do? What should I do? Satan looked around, and all he saw were doubts and insults. It turned out he was a big fraud, deceiving us for so long. We must resolutely resist such frauds. What savior, the world's #1 fighting champion, is just a scam, a typical situation after a hero's downfall. Moreover, Satan knew very well that he was not a hero at all. He had merely stolen the fruits of others' labor every time. It's over. This time it's really over. Satan squatted down, holding his head. There was really no room for a reversal this time. Even though his mind was filled with all sorts of tricks and strategies, they were completely useless against Yi Feng at this moment. Lies will always be exposed. He would reap what he sowed. Looking at the despondent and panicked Satan, Yi Feng felt not a shred of sympathy. These honors and status never belonged to him in the first place. Yi Feng just shook his head, and his expression suddenly changed as he looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but curse, damn. Is Satan's luck really that good, or did he step in dog poop? Because Son Gohan's aura was coming this way. Once Son Gohan arrived, Satan's predicament would be easily resolved. This old guy really has extraordinary luck. Whoosh. In just 2 seconds, Son Gohan landed between Yi Feng and Satan. Mr. Yi Feng. Son Gohan greeted Yi Feng respectfully. If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Gohan, it's you. I'm saved, that's great. Upon seeing Son Gohan, the despondency on Satan's face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by excitement and joy. Dad, you're here too. Son Gohan looked at Satan somewhat helplessly. His father-in-law, knowing he had no real strength, still liked to join in and show off. Ha ha ha. Gohan, you finally made it, ha ha. Everyone, let me introduce my esteemed disciple, Son Gohan. Satan immediately straightened his back, affectionately placing a hand on Son Gohan's shoulder, proudly introducing him. With Gohan's arrival, all of Satan's troubles would be resolved. Meanwhile, Son Gohan wore an awkward expression, not even knowing how many times he had pretended to be Satan's disciple. The onlookers still looked doubtful, wondering why Satan always relied on his disciple. Did he never take action himself because he had no strength at all? You really came just in time. Your father-in-law is quite lucky. Yi Feng glanced lightly at Sun Wukong and shook his head, saying, since Sun Wukong is here, there's no need for me to intervene. Although he didn't like Satan, he wasn't interested or had the time to deliberately expose him. Haha, sorry for the trouble, sir, Sun Wukong said with an awkward smile. His father-in-law was really too much to handle. All right, I'll take care of it myself. After Yi Feng finished speaking, his body flickered and disappeared, leaving his sushi unfinished. Once Yi Feng vanished, Sun Wukong looked seriously at Baby. Although he sensed that the energy was weak, there was a dangerous feeling. This guy must be treated with caution. Saiyan. Baby stood up again, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Sun Wukong with an angry expression. feeling the same energy as son Wukong. You must be that little brat's son. Baby asked son Wukong. He could never forget the energy of son Wukong. Do you know my dad? That's right. I am son Wukong. Son Wukong's eyes showed a serious expression, staring intently at baby as he replied. Who are you? What is your purpose on Earth? This is getting interesting. Then I will absorb your energy and defeat son Wukong, and that bastard from earlier. Baby said with a mix of excitement and anger. All Saiyans. Not a single one left. This is the revenge from the Ziffers. Dad, you and all the humans should leave quickly. This guy is very dangerous. Son Wukong turned and said to Satan. All right. Satan quickly nodded and then gathered all the spectators to leave. He had witnessed the battles of Wukong and the others, and calling it world-destroying would not be an exaggeration. If they were affected, they would be killed on the spot. All right, the crowd has been evacuated. It won't be so easy for you to defeat me. Just wait and see. Son Wukong smirked and clenched his fists as he spoke. It had been a long time since he had engaged in any fighting after becoming a scholar, and today was a good opportunity to get some exercise. Chapter 21, maybe he also likes to be reckless? Really? Arrogant Saiyan. Your Saiyan energy is very strong. I have my eye on you. Baby revealed a wicked smile, then tightly clenched his fists, and suddenly a purple vortex began to swirl around him. Accompanied by gusts of wind, the destructive power was immense. Boom! Under that terrifying hurricane, the city beneath their feet was turned into ruins. Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with anger. Damn bastard. How dare you do such a thing? I will never let you go. The moment his deep voice fell, Son Wukong flashed out and directly punched Baby in the face. Baby was smashed into the ground by the punch. Ha ha ha. Get angry, Saiyan. Anger can elevate your energy to its peak, so I can fully control your energy. Baby was not worried about his inferior strength compared to Son Wukong. Instead, he was extremely excited. Bang, bang, bang. Son Wukong kept pressing Baby down and rubbing him into the ground. Although he had a significant advantage, he still suffered some superficial injuries in this battle. What Son Wukong didn't understand was that these wounds, which he couldn't even feel, were actually very deadly. Meanwhile, on Yi Feng's side, wow, I'm so full. This restaurant's sushi is indeed delicious. Yi Feng patted his belly and said contentedly, Dear esteemed guest, may I ask if you have finished eating? At that moment, a waiter approached cautiously and respectfully asked Yi Feng. Damn, the attitude did a complete 180-degree turn? Yi Feng was somewhat puzzled. The attitude was clearly different from when he first arrived. Moreover, it seemed that this waiter was a bit afraid of him. Have you finished eating? Is there something you need? Yi Feng asked. It's nothing. Welcome to visit again next time, the waiter said cautiously. It seemed that he was somewhat afraid of Yi Feng, yet also had some respect. Nervous, Yi Feng muttered to himself, and when he walked out of the sushi restaurant, he suddenly saw a big screen across the street playing footage of him kicking Baby away. Huh, so that's how it is. Seeing this footage, Yi Feng finally understood why there was such a big difference in the waiteress attitude. All right, after eating and drinking enough, it's time to get down to business. A serious expression appeared on Yi Feng's face. Then his body directly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the Divine Hall. Mr. Yi Feng, you're here. Then he respectfully greeted Yi Feng. Yes, I have something important to discuss this time. Yi Feng nodded and replied. As a time traveler, he understood that Baby would soon control all of humanity on Earth, including the Supreme, Kai, and Mr. Satan. He could allow Baby to control all of Earth's humans because he wanted to fight against Baby in his strongest form. However, this did not include the Supreme Kai. Once the Supreme Kai was controlled and handed over the Black Star Dragon Balls to Baby, Earth would face the danger of destruction. He could not allow this to happen, at least not before leaving the Dragon Ball G world. You see, he said, looking at Yi Feng's serious expression, this is not a trivial matter. You all saw that guy who fought against Son Gohan, right? He has the ability to control everyone, including Son Gohan, Vegeta, even Son Goku, and you all. Everyone can be controlled, but as the Supreme Kai, you cannot understand. Yi Feng finished speaking in one breath. Yes, Mr. Yi Feng. However, my strength is far from that of Gohan and the others. If they're all controlled, Dandy's words were not finished, but the meaning was very clear. If Gohan is controlled, what ability do I have to resist? The Super Divine Water can eliminate the living eggs left by Baby. If you feel any abnormality in your body, just take a drop of Super Divine Water. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he disappeared directly from the Heavenly God Temple. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng had already left, Dandy still nodded heavily and expressed his gratitude. Lord Ancestor, from from Yi Feng's actions just now. You should not be a bad person. In the King of Worlds realm, Jebit and the old King of Worlds were observing the situation on Earth through a crystal ball, especially paying more attention to Yi Feng's actions. You don't know anything. If Yi Feng really didn't want Earth to be in trouble, he could erase that ziffier person in an instant. The old King of Worlds directly scolded, feeling uncomfortable if he didn't scold this guy for a day. Maybe Yi Feng, like Goku and the others, enjoys the thrill? Jebit boldly speculated. The old King of Worlds gave Jebit a big eye roll. This guy really wasn't suitable for the position of King of Worlds. His IQ was too low. Meanwhile, in the universe, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Xiao Fang had successfully found all the Black Star Dragon Balls and were on their way back to Earth. Author's note: readers with opinions can put them forward. If 3 people have the same opinion, I will rectify it immediately. Lastly, I shamelessly request some rewards. Chapter 22. If you can't get stronger, you might as well die. A day quickly passed, and at this moment in the Heavenly God Temple, Dandy was anxiously pacing back and forth. Mr. Yi Feng, please help us. In just one day, all the Earthlings have already been controlled by Baby. After wandering for a long time, Dandy could only seek help from Yi Feng. Not only the Earthlings, but even Gohan, Goten, and Vegeta have also been controlled by Baby. Moreover, Goku and Trunks are not on Earth. The only one who can save Earth is Yi Feng. Have they all been controlled? Yi Feng was eating when he suddenly stopped, raised his head, and asked. A day had enslaved the entire Earth, and Baby's speed was indeed very fast. Yes, please help, sir. Dandy quickly nodded and said, keep an eye on the super divine water. That is the key to whether everyone on Earth can recover. Yi Feng stood up, spoke to Dandy, and then walked out of the temple, leaping directly down from the celestial temple. It seemed that Baby had successfully taken control of Vegeta's body, and with his power, he had likely reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. If he absorbed Gohan and Goten Saiyan energy, he could probably reach the limit of Super Saiyan 3. He would also qualify to be called his opponent. After returning to Earth, the entire atmosphere had completely changed. The smell of hatred was clearly detectable. Lord Baby, I found Yi Feng's energy. Gohan, who was under Baby's control, suddenly spoke up. Is he the bastard who attacked me? Baby gritted his teeth and asked. The 2 people he hated the most at the moment were the Saiyan Goku, who had attacked him, and that arrogant being who had also attacked him. It seemed to be called Yi Feng? Yes, Lord Baby, Gohan replied respectfully to Baby. Then a wicked smile appeared on his face, and his entire demeanor underwent a drastic change. Find him. I want him to wish you were dead. Baby's voice was chilling. Soon, a few people headed in Yi Feng's direction. Finally here? But this energy seems a bit disappointing. Feeling several energies approaching him, Yi Feng sneered to himself. Gohan and Goten had already become like worthless beings, hardly worth mentioning. He could take them down with just a finger. However, he had expected Baby, who had invaded Vegeta's body, to be stronger. It seemed he had overestimated him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost as soon as Yi Feng's voice fell, the 3 appeared directly in front of him, their eyes glowing red and bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. Damn, little mouse, you really are easy to find, Baby said to Yi Feng, his eyes burning with fierce flames. At this moment, Baby, who had invaded Vegeta's body, looked just like Vegeta, but his hair had turned white. Blood-red tear marks appeared on his face, clearly indicating he was not a good thing. Looking for me? Do you think you've lived too long? Yi Feng smiled lightly and said, if it weren't for the fact that he still has room for improvement, I could destroy him completely in an instant. Even though he invaded Vegeta's body and became stronger, that damn thing dared to be disrespectful to Lord Baby. Please allow me to kill that arrogant guy, Lord Baby. The controlled son Gohan eagerly volunteered, seemingly having completely forgotten the fear he felt when Yi Feng dominated him earlier. Step back, I will personally twist his neck. Baby shouted at son Gohan. Only by doing so could he extinguish the anger in his heart. Foolish and self-righteous. Yi Feng glanced at Baby with some sympathy. Not even able to discern the situation before him. He truly was a clueless baby. I must admit, you really have a knack for provoking me, you ignorant ant. As Baby's cold voice fell, a light purple energy sphere shot directly towards Yi Feng. Boom! The energy sphere exploded, instantly enveloping Yi Feng's body in thick black smoke. Oof. The corner of Baby's mouth twitched upward, having resolved this so easily. One must admire Vegeta's strong physique. It's just a pity that I couldn't properly torment that annoying thing. Perhaps I was too happy too soon. Do you think you can hurt me with this? Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from the black smoke. Whoosh. Then, a figure shot out from the black smoke at incredible speed, dragging a long tail of smoke behind it. Bang! In the next moment, Yifeng's fist directly sank into baby's abdomen, causing his entire back to arch. Wow. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from baby's mouth, and his body curled up like a cooked shrimp, terror flashing in his constricted pupils. What just happened? He was hit in an instant, too fast for him to react at all. Meanwhile, Yifeng's fingertips were already pressed against baby's forehead. Can you get stronger? If not, you could die. The cold voice echoed in baby's ears like the summons of death, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 23. You deserve to die. No, it's impossible. Baby's pupils constricted, almost unable to suppress the invasion of himself after taking over Vegeta's body, only to be defeated in an instant. And now his life was hanging by a thread. He was supposed to be the strongest in the universe. Who is this ant before me? Why does he possess such immense power? In an instant, many questions flooded baby's mind. Lord Baby, Gohan and Goten, upon seeing baby being controlled by Yifeng, immediately went frantic trying to save him. Get away! Leaf Maple casually struck out with one hand, directly repelling both son Gohan and son Goten. Who exactly are you? At this moment, baby's tone was filled with panic. Indeed, he was scared. After plotting for so long, he was on the verge of realizing his grand goal of universal transformation. But now an unexpected variable had emerged, and his life was in someone else's hands. Can you still become stronger? If not, you will soon completely disappear. Yifeng did not answer baby's question, but instead coldly asked again, can you? Baby quickly nodded. From Yifeng's tone, he sensed a strong, killing intent. If he couldn't become stronger again, he might really be killed. Good, then show me how you get stronger. Don't let me down again. If you're still this weak, then there's no need for you to stick around. After Yifeng finished speaking, he withdrew his fingers. Baby instantly felt the intense, killing intent disappear, as if he had been liberated. Lord Baby, son Wukong, and son Goten hurried back to baby's side, looking very loyal. It seems that baby's control methods are indeed very powerful. You too, transfer all your Saiyan energy to me, baby said coldly. As long as he completely absorbs the Saiyan energy of son Goten and son Wukong, he might be able to kill Yifeng. This is his only hope. Yes, Lord Baby. Son Wukong and his brother nodded without hesitation and then transferred all their energy to baby. The three of them were enveloped in a golden energy sphere. The energy sphere emitted a powerful aura. After a full 2 minutes, the energy sphere finally began to disappear bit by bit. Bang bang. Son Wukong and son Goten fell to the ground, looking weak. Lord Baby, this is all our energy. What a powerful energy. Haha. This power is truly exhilarating. Baby completely ignored son Wukong and his brother. Instead, he tightly clenched his fists, and a vast power emerged from his body. Absorbing the energy of son Wukong and son Goten was definitely not as simple as just adding 3 energies together. It surged exponentially. At this moment, baby's appearance also changed. The tear marks on his face became thicker, his eyes turned light blue, and he developed something that looked neither like a vest nor armor. His appearance was already leaning towards baby's form. Now I possess the strongest Saiyan energy, baby said confidently with a smile. He then looked at Yifeng. Are you ready to die? TSK, TSK, TSK. Have you become so arrogant just because you gain a little strength? It seems that the destruction of planet Zephyr was not a coincidence. Yifeng shook his head while looking at baby with sympathy and said, Still being stubborn at this point, I'll let you feel the strongest power in this world. After baby finished speaking, he directly punched towards Yifeng. A purple light swirled around his fist. Even if he couldn't kill Yifeng, as long as he could inflict a little wound on his body, he would consider it a success. Bang! A deep collision sound rang out as baby's fist heavily struck Yifeng's chest. What? Baby was once again astonished because Yifeng stood firmly in place like a rock. His attack was completely ineffective. What a pitiful parasite. Having gained the power of 3 Saiyans, yet still weak as an ant. Yifeng grasped baby's fist and violently slammed it to the ground. Boom! The entire earth trembled violently, and baby's body was directly buried into the ground. Yifeng's palm was aimed at baby, and a ball of destructive energy was condensed in his palm. I originally thought you could at least give me some practice, but now it seems I've wasted so much time for nothing. So you deserve to die. Yifeng has already lost hope for this parasite. After all, there are many strong characters in the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 24. The choice is yours. Wait a minute, I can still get stronger. As long as I absorb Trunks Ion energy, I will become even stronger. Baby quickly looked up at Yifeng in panic. He could clearly feel Yifeng's killing intent. Yifeng would not hesitate to kill him. I'm sorry, but I have no expectations for you anymore. Yifeng shook his head. the energy ball in his hand still continuously gathering. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly streaked across the sky, and then Yifeng felt several very familiar auras. Sun Wukong and the others are back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yifeng's voice fell, Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Xiaofang suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng. Yifeng, what's going on? Dad, what's happening with Gohan and Goten? Sun Wukong and Trunks asked, a bit confused by the scene before them. They just felt Yifeng, Vegeta, and Gohan's auras together, so they teleported to Earth. Why has Vegeta suddenly changed like this? Gohan and Goten also have very strange auras. What's going on? Isn't it because of the trouble you caused yourselves? Yifeng spoke lightly. What does that have to do with us? Sun Wukong looked at Yifeng with some confusion and asked, although Vegeta and the others indeed had problems. He had been on other planets for the past few months, so it was impossible for him to have anything to do with them. There's a guy named Baby. Do you all remember? Yifeng a planet, Baby, that ugly thing created by Dr. Meow? Sun Wukong suddenly spoke up. Didn't he escape after being defeated by me on planet Bidlu? Does Vegeta and Gohan becoming like this have anything to do with him? But when Baby was defeated by Uncle Wukong on planet Bidlu, he escaped by himself. How could he come to Earth? Xiaofang and Trunks also looked confused. You underestimate him too much. He is currently possessing Vegeta's body, and all the humans on Earth have already been controlled by him. After Yifeng finished speaking, he turned to look at Sun Wukong and Trunks, and continued, I can completely erase him right now, but the cost is that Vegeta will also die. You choose for yourselves whether you need me to take action. He was also quite conflicted. On one hand, he really wanted to kill Baby, this parasite. On the other hand, Baby could help Sun Wukong break through to Super Saiyan 4, allowing him to fight against Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. So, it was a tough decision, and he decided to leave it up to them. Will Dad also be killed? Trunks frowned, clearly unable to accept such a cost. That Baby didn't seem that powerful. He could drive him out himself, and Dad, being so proud, could definitely do it too. Vegeta. Sun Wukong looked seriously at Vegeta, who was being stepped on by Yifeng, and then a determined look appeared in his eyes. He said to Yifeng, since Baby was released because of us, then I will take care of it. Moreover, it seemed that after this guy took control of Vegeta's body, he became very strong. He felt a bit excited. All right, this is your choice. You will bear any consequences. Yifeng nodded and then let go of Baby. He hoped that Sun Wukong could transform into Super Saiyan 4 with the help of old Kai, just like in Dragon Ball GT. That would make it more interesting. Without Super Saiyan 4 in GT, it always felt like something was missing. Then Yifeng suddenly flashed his body and disappeared in front of Sun Wukong and the others. When he reappeared, Yifeng was already in the Heavenly God Temple. Mr. Yifeng, you clearly could have dealt with Baby just now. Why leave it to Mr. Wukong? Danny asked, somewhat confused. With Mr. Wukong's current strength, he might not even be able to handle Baby. Moreover, the more important point is that Mr. Wukong is too careless and lacks decisiveness in his actions. Because I want Sun Wukong to become stronger, I need a worthy opponent. Yifeng similet feindly, seemingly answering Dandy, yet also appearing to be speaking to himself. Dandy looked at Yifeng with some confusion. He truly did not understand Yifeng's feelings, as they were on different levels. Meanwhile, in the old Kaishin's realm, the old Kaishin was fuming, puffing his cheeks and glaring. What on earth are these idiots thinking? That guy, Baby, is currently parasitizing Vegeta's body, and his power completely exceeds that of Goku at present. If they keep fooling around like this, it will bring danger to the entire universe. The old Kaishin said angrily to the crystal ball. Clearly, Yifeng could completely deal with Baby, but unexpectedly, that idiot Goku wants to handle it himself. What a big fool. Lord Ancestor, perhaps Goku can solve it. Moreover, killing Baby will also lead to Vegeta's death, which is why Goku and the others made that decision. With Goku and the others' personalities, they would not stand by and watch their comrade Vegeta get killed. Chapter 25. Isolated and helpless. Trunks is also controlled. Xiaofang, Trunks, you two step back. I'll handle this guy. After Yifeng left, Goku said seriously to Trunks and Xiaofang behind him. Okay, Uncle Goku, be careful, Grandpa. Trunks and Xiaofang obediently stepped back several paces. In a battle of this level, they couldn't intervene at all. Ha ha ha. We meet again, son Goku. Although this way of meeting was a bit awkward, Baby stood up, brushed off the dust from his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said to Goku with a gloomy smile, I really didn't expect this kind of encounter. But you dare to cause trouble on Earth. I will never let you go. Goku clenched his fist, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. Obviously, Goku was already angry. Earth and family were his bottom line. Oh really? With your current power, do you think you're my match? And would you really have the heart to kill your son? Baby said with a cold smile, his voice like a demon from hell, making one feel nauseous. As Baby's words fell, Gohan and Goten immediately surrounded Goku. The Saiyan you hate the most is right in front of you. Kill him. Baby suddenly ordered Gohan and Goten. This has nothing to do with me. I just need to defeat you. They will naturally recover afterward. Goku suddenly smiled and then directly attacked Baby. However, due to his smaller body, Goku couldn't exert all his power. How could he possibly be Baby's opponent? Swish, swish, swish. Goku kept swinging his fists, but Baby easily dodged each one. The strongest Saiyan, Son Goku. Is this all the power you have? Baby said disdainfully while avoiding Goku's attacks. Damn it. My power should be enough to defeat him. Goku frowned, finding it hard to believe. His punching speed and strength had weakened considerably. Could it really be because his body had shrunk? Just as Goku was distracted, Baby directly grabbed Goku's fist. Then he drove his right knee heavily into Goku's stomach. Boom! A deep muffled sound rang out, and Goku was sent flying. Ouch, it hurts so much. Goku quickly held his stomach, looking pained. Goku, now let me show you my immense power, Baby said with a cold smile. Then he brought his palms together, and a huge energy ball began to form his palms. Super huge energy ball. At the moment the words fell, the energy ball hurled toward Goku. Feeling the terrifying aura contained in the energy ball, Goku naturally didn't dare to take it head-on and could only dodge quickly. Boom! The super huge energy ball struck the ground, instantly causing a violent explosion, with dust rising and forming massive mushroom clouds. The entire earth began to shake violently, as if facing the end of the world. This guy, parasitizing in Vegeta's body, is indeed different. It seems I can't underestimate you. Seeing the terrifying destructive power, Goku clenched his fists and said seriously, Goku, no matter how you resist, today you cannot escape the fate of being killed by my own hands. Baby said confidently, since that's the case, it seems I can only transform into Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, Goten also realized Baby's strength. If he didn't transform into Super Saiyan 3, he probably really wouldn't be a match. Then Goku clenched his fists, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. Waves of wind swept out like blades in all directions. What is he doing? Dad is going to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Gohan and Goten frowned and said. Just then, Goku's hair turned golden and extended all the way to his waist. That's right, Super Saiyan 3 Goku. However, facing Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Baby showed no signs of panic, not even changing his expression. TCH, is this all the power you have, Saiyan? Looking at Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Baby still spoke dismissively. TCH, Goku gritted his teeth and directly attacked Baby. Boom! In the next moment, Goku's fist directly hit Baby. Baby's body leaned back slightly. That's right. Taking a punch from Super Saiyan 3 Goku, he only leaned back slightly. What? He is completely unhurt? Goku was shocked, not expecting Baby to withstand his punch without a scratch. Has he become this strong after merging with Vegeta as power? What's going on? That guy is completely unhurt from Grandpa's attack. Xiao Fong beside them was also horrified. That Baby, after attaching to Vegeta, has become ridiculously powerful. Baby's power is not just this. Suddenly, Trunks, who was beside Xiao Fong, spoke in a strange tone. Baby? Trunks, what are you calling that guy? Xiao Fong turned back in shock to look at Trunks. Only then did she notice that Trunks' eyes had turned crimson, with a sinister smile on his face. Trunks, you two have been controlled by Baby? Xiao Fong was so scared that she quickly took several steps back. Right back on planet Bidru, Baby once possessed Trunks. Could it be that he was controlled back then? Chapter 26, Baby's Revenge Death Ball. Trunks was shocked to see the suddenly transformed Trunks, and anger flashed in Goku's eyes. You even controlled Trunks. I will never forgive you, you bastard. Goku's furious voice burst out through his clenched teeth as he charged at Baby once more. Whoosh. However, just as Goku flew halfway, he suddenly reverted to his normal state. Oh no, because his body had shrunk. He could no longer maintain the Super Saiyan 3rd level transformation for long. This is bad. Goku shouted in alarm. Experiencing this at such a crucial moment was extremely dangerous. What's wrong, Goku? Is this all the power the strongest Saiyan has? Baby said coldly. If that's the case, then I'll take action now. I'll send you to hell right now. Baby smirked, and then a ball of energy appeared in his palm, instantly blasting towards Goku. Before Goku could recover from the shock, he was engulfed by the energy wave. Boom! Accompanied by screams, Goku was directly sent crashing into the ground by the energy wave. Ha ha ha. Finally killed you, Goku. Watching the ground explode violently and dust fill the sky, Baby laughed out loud. I won't go down so easily. Suddenly, Goku's voice rang out, and his body slowly floated up. Baby's laughter abruptly stopped. What a tough little brat. Since that's the case, let me torment you a bit. Although surprised, Baby was not angry. Letting the Saiyan he despised die so easily would be too cheap for him. After saying that, Baby's body suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of Goku. He then delivered a heavy punch to Goku's stomach. Wow, a mouthful of bile was spat out, and fatigue was clearly visible in Goku's eyes. Baby's attack was too heavy, especially since he couldn't unleash all his power right now. Then Baby clasped his hands together and slammed down hard on Goku's head. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! Goku's body crashed into the hard rock wall like a falling meteor. The whole mountain collapsed instantly. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple on Earth, Dundee watched the battle below, nervously wringing his hands. If this continued, Goku might be killed. Mr. Yefeng, please help Goku. If this goes on, he will be killed. Dundee could only look to Yefeng for help once again. A foe that even Mr. Goku couldn't handle. There's probably no one else in this world who can solve it except for Yefeng. This was his own choice. Even if he had to kneel, he would complete it himself. After taking a glance at the nearly lifeless Sun Wukong, Yifeng turned and walked towards the hyperbolic time chamber. If he intervened now, it would indeed be easy to eliminate Baby. However, that would prevent Sun Wukong from transforming into Super Saiyan 4. So he chose not to get involved for the time being. Just as Mr. Yifeng Dandy was preparing to make another effort, Yifeng had already entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, Ancestor Wukong is about to hold on no longer. What should we do? Asked the anxious Jebit god, looking at the crystal ball showing the fading Sun Wukong. That guy Yifeng really isn't going to make a move. The old Kaioshin frowned tightly, his face heavy with concern. If Wukong was killed, Baby could indeed threaten the safety of the entire universe. Quickly use instant transmission to bring Wukong here. I have a way to make him stronger again. Understood, Ancestor. Jebit god nodded and then vanished from the Kaioshin realm. Sun Wukong, now let you feel the energy ball formed by the accumulated resentment of all the Zypher people. Baby shouted madly at the Wukong lying among the rubble. Haha, you really are too strong. I might really become a member of the road to the underworld this time. Sun Wukong said with a helpless smile. At this moment, he was completely unable to resist, not even able to blink. This time it was really over. All Earthlings who have been Zephyrized, release all your resentment towards the Saiyans. Baby raised his hands high, quietly chanting. At the same time, all the humans on Earth who had been implanted with Baby's eggs suddenly had red light shining from their eyes. Streams of black resentment rose from their bodies and began to converge into Baby's palms. A few minutes later, the black energy ball in Baby's palm had grown to the size of a mountain. Take this, Sun Wukong. This is the vengeful death ball formed by the accumulated resentment of all Zypher people. As the roar fell, the vengeful death ball directly smashed down towards Sun Wukong. It was over. His body couldn't move at all. Sun Wukong could only watch as the black energy ball slowly descended towards him. Chapter 27. Wukong is dead? OOB's revenge. Boom! In the next moment, the vengeful death ball struck the earth, sinking into it little by little. Instantly, a huge pit appeared on Earth, as if the energy ball had completely penetrated it. Ha ha ha! Finally killed you, Sun Wukong. All the Saiyans are dealt with now. Baby laughed loudly, feeling his goal was getting closer. I can no longer sense Dad's energy. Yes, Dad has been killed by Lord Baby, said Son Gohan and Son Goten with cold expressions. They showed no signs of pain or reluctance. Baby's eggs were indeed powerful, causing them to lose all sense of kinship. Having dealt with the Saiyans, next it's that bastard's turn. The image of Yifeng suddenly appeared in Baby's mind, and the smile on his face slowly froze before disappearing. That bastard is much more troublesome than Sun Wukong. My subordinates, now channel all your Saiyan energy to me. After thinking for a moment, Baby commanded Son Gohan, Trunks, and the others. Previously, he couldn't defeat Yifeng even after absorbing Son Gohan and Son Goten Saiyan energy. But now, after absorbing the energy of all three of them, he would definitely become stronger. To become the strongest Saiyan in the world, I will definitely be able to kill that bastard. Yes, Lord Baby. Son Gohan and the others nodded, surrounding Baby, and golden halos appeared around their bodies. Little by little, Saiyan energy flowed into Baby's body. Xiao Fong, observing the situation, immediately turned and flew away. Baby and the others were still in the process of channeling energy, so they could not pursue Xiaofeng, just a little ant. It can't stir up any big waves. 3 minutes later, Son Gohan and the others had completely channeled their Saiyan energy to Baby. Lord Baby, this is all our energy, Son Gohan said weakly. Ha ha ha, great. Now I possess the strongest power in the world. Baby laughed wildly, and his body began to change little by little. His vest disappeared, transforming into a small armor-like vest. His hair turned pure white, and his eyes became blue. His overall appearance was now infinitely close to Baby. Vegeta's appearance was becoming increasingly faint. Lord Baby, what do we do now? Son Gohan asked. Now, it's time to visit the sacred land. I will use the dragon to recreate a Zephyr planet, and I will never allow the wild monkeys to defile it. Whether it's the South Galaxy, North Galaxy, or the entire universe, it will all be under my control. Baby clenched his fists tightly, speaking with ambition. And now, I absolutely have the ability to do it. Yes, Lord Baby. Son Gohan and the others nodded and followed behind Baby. Just as Baby was about to head to the sacred land, a figure suddenly broke through the air. Swish! In the next second, a dark-skinned boy appeared in front of Baby. This dark-skinned boy was none other than Son Wukong's disciple, OOB. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. I just suddenly sensed Master Wukong's energy. What happened? OOB asked the three with a somewhat ugly expression. Previously, he had felt Master Wukong's energy suddenly, but it quickly disappeared, leaving him with a bad premonition. Oh, there's actually someone on Earth who hasn't been implanted with my eggs. That surprises me a bit. Looking at OOB, Baby suddenly smiled coldly, a fleeting look of surprise in his eyes. However, that Saiyan Son Wukong has already been erased from this world. That shocking scene is truly rare. Baby said proudly to OOB. Although Son Wukong seemed to be the strongest Saiyan, his ending was indeed the most tragic. What? Master Wukong has been. OOB clenched his fists tightly, memories of Master Wukong teaching him flooding his mind. I will never let you go, you bastard. OOB was instantly filled with rage, his aura surging, his hair standing on end. Then, he pushed off the ground and instantly shot towards Baby. I was just feeling bored. I'll have some fun with you before I kill you. Baby smirked, not taking OOB seriously at all. The only one who could threaten his plans now was that guy Yifeng. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Yifeng remained calm and composed while performing various actions. Although his system granted him strong abilities, he still needed to train diligently. Relying solely on the system would not allow him to reach the pinnacle of this universe. Chapter 28. You're getting a bit cocky, Baby. As expected, a few minutes later, OOB was completely defeated by Baby. After defeating OOB, Baby and his companions headed straight to the sacred temple. Oh no, Baby is coming toward the sacred temple. Dandy's face turned pale with fear as he watched Baby approach. Sir, please bring Mr. Yifeng out quickly. At this moment, Goku had already been killed, and OOB's fate was uncertain. Only Yifeng could stop Baby. If the Black Star Dragon Balls fell into Baby's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. I understand, Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai nodded and then walked directly into the hyperbolic time chamber. Swish, swish, swish. Almost simultaneously, Baby and his subordinates appeared at the sacred temple. Baby. Danny stepped back in fright. It's quite unexpected. I didn't think you wouldn't be under my control. A look of surprise flashed in Baby's eyes. If you remembered correctly, he should have already implanted an egg in this Namekian's body. What do you want? Dandy asked, trembling. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I can make you my subordinate. This is a supreme honor. Baby extended his hand toward Dandy. So it really is for the Dragon Balls? Forget it. I will never give them to you. Dandy mustered his courage and shouted. If he handed the Dragon Balls over, Earth would truly be finished. Dandy, you should cooperate with Lord Baby. We can still be good friends. Son Gohan suddenly sneered at Dandy. TCH, I'm friends with Gohan and the others, but not with you. Dandy shook his head. What was in front of him was not Gohan, but Baby's puppet. Refusing a toast and drinking a forfeit, you'll regret it soon. Baby's voice suddenly turned cold. As long as he controlled Dandy again, he would obediently submit. I advise you not to act recklessly. Mr. Yifeng is with the Supreme Kai. If you dare to act out, he definitely won't spare you. Dandy quickly brought up Yifeng. At this moment, only Yifeng could intimidate Baby. TCH, that bastard? He is probably hiding after seeing my power. If he dares to come out, I'll break his bones myself. Upon hearing Yifeng's name, Baby's face suddenly showed anger. That bastard. He actually humiliated me twice. Now that I've grown stronger, I will definitely not let him off easily. Oh really? You seem a bit cocky, Baby. As soon as Baby finished speaking, A very familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Then, Yi Feng's body walked out of the hyperbolic time chamber, followed by the Supreme Kai. TCH, what an annoying guy. Baby clenched his fists tightly. Although he knew he had become stronger the moment he saw Yifeng, a trace of fear emerged in his heart. It seemed he was indeed frightened by Yifeng. Didn't you say you would crush my bones? I'm standing right in front of you. Come and try. Yifeng walked step by step towards Baby, waved his hand at Baby, and said, Lord Baby, please let us take care of him. Son Wukong and Trunks stepped forward and volunteered, saying, this troublesome guy? Yifeng squinted his eyes slightly, and his body suddenly appeared behind Son Wukong and the others. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 quick strikes, they fell softly to the ground. Dandy, use the super divine water to wake them up. Then Yifeng said to Dandy, yes, Mr. Yifeng. Dandy finally snapped out of his shock and nodded excitedly. He then dragged Son Wukong and the others over. Baby furrowed his brows tightly. He hadn't seen how Yifeng moved just now at all. The speed was simply too fast. Was there really such a huge gap between them? This battle would destroy the heavenly god temple. So let's go below. As Yifeng's voice fell, his body suddenly appeared in front of Baby. With his right hand open, he pressed directly against Baby's face. In this position, the two of them fell rapidly from the divine temple. Boom! Baby's body was directly pressed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. A huge, deep pit was created in the ground. The entire earth trembled violently for that instant. Damn it! Baby gritted his teeth tightly. This almost humiliating way of being treated made him completely furious. Then he gathered energy in both palms and directly struck towards Yifeng. Yifeng gently flew up, and then with a slap, he knocked the energy ball away. Boom! Useless thing, with this little power, how dare you claim to be the strongest Saiyan? Yifeng looked at Baby with disdain and coldly said, Chapter 29, Disappear, pitiful parasite, ants, do not look down on my power again and again. The anger in Baby's eyes was burning fiercely, and her palms were directed at Yifeng, energy balls flying out one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The energy balls were constantly colliding and exploding. Yifeng was instantly enveloped by the thick smoke generated by the explosion. After performing the revenge death bomb, Baby raised both palms high. Streams of black energy converged from all directions. This time, he was determined to harness the resentment of all humans on Earth to make this despicable ant disappear forever. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Yifeng's figure reappeared in Baby's line of sight. However, after being bombarded by so many energy balls from Baby, Yifeng seemed completely unaffected. Such flashy attacks could only stir up some dust. Yifeng patted his clothes and said, Baby's current strength is just at the peak of Super Saiyan 3. Even all the revenge death balls, I don't take them seriously at all. Just disappear forever. Baby roared, and the revenge death ball above his head smashed down towards Yifeng. This time he was very confident, believing that no one could survive his revenge death ball. As he saw the enormous black energy sphere crashing down like a mountain, Yifeng raised both hands, intending to catch the revenge death ball. Swish! The moment his hands touched the energy sphere, Yifeng's body suddenly plummeted, and a terrifying force pressed down on him. This force exceeded Yifeng's expectations. After all, this was the accumulated resentment of all humanity on Earth, far beyond what Baby's own energy could compare to. Yifeng's feet landed on the ground, and then directly sank into the earth. Ha ha ha! Arrogant ant, you actually think you can take the revenge death bomb head on? You really think too highly of yourself. Seeing Yifeng's foolish behavior, Baby shouted triumphantly. As long as I eliminate this ant Yifeng, there will be no rivals left in the entire universe. Is that so? It seems you have a lot of confidence in your so-called garbage death bomb. Suddenly, Yifeng's mocking voice came out. Ha! Immediately followed by a low roar, a burst of white energy suddenly erupted from beneath the revenge death bomb. At this moment, Yifeng's demeanor underwent a tremendous change. His black hair stood upright, and his eyes emitted a sharp light. Then, one hand lifted the black revenge death bomb, and his body slowly floated into the air. Is this the method you take pride in? It's really too weak. Yifeng's mouth suddenly curled into a disdainful smile as he looked at Baby. After saying that, he exerted a slight force, and the revenge death bomb was instantly crushed. Waves of black energy surged out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the ground around them was blown into countless deep pits. No, it's impossible. He actually crushed my revenge death bomb with his hand. This is absolutely impossible. Fear finally appeared in Baby's eyes, and his body instinctively took a step back. His strongest attack was crushed just like that, and the bastard in front of him had suddenly increased his power dozens of times in that instant. Moreover, the look in his eyes had changed dramatically. Whoosh. In the next second, Yifeng appeared directly in front of Baby. A fist landed on Baby's chest. Although it looked like a very relaxed punch, Baby was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. He crashed through dozens of mountain peaks. And after skimming along the ground for nearly 100 meters, he finally came to a stop. Wow. Then, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat from his throat, and an expression of immense pain appeared on his face. Just when he wanted to retaliate, he found he couldn't even stand up. Swish. Then Yifeng's body appeared in front of Baby again, looking down at him. Disappear. Poor parasite. Yifeng's palm was aimed at Baby, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. After transforming into a mysterious form, he completely lost that indecisiveness. Wait a minute, give me another chance. Feeling the call of death, Baby finally became afraid, his eyes flashing with terror as he pleaded with Yifeng. Chance? Do you deserve it? Yifeng suden similet koldi. And the energy ball expanded again. Damn it. I refuse to die at the hands of such an ant. After a flicker in Baby's eyes, he suddenly transformed into a small gray meatball, breaking through Vegeta's body, and then returned to his original form, escaping at the fastest speed. Finally willing to come out, huh? Looking at Baby's terrified face as he fled in all directions, Yifeng instantly teleported in front of Baby. The energy ball pressed directly against Baby's body. Disappear. With the cold words falling, the energy ball sent Baby hurtling toward the sun. Chapter 30. I will be your opponent, Son Goku. Boom! The energy ball collided with the sun, instantly creating crimson ripples. The dazzling light instantly covered the entire galaxy. At this moment, Baby's energy also completely vanished without a trace. Did I solve it? Yifeng took a faint breath and returned to his normal state. Although he had always wanted Baby to become stronger so that they could have a good match, this guy was really too likable, and just seeing him gave him an urge to kill. As for Sun Wukong transforming into Super Saiyan 4, it didn't necessarily require Baby's power. After dealing with Baby, Son Gohan and the others had regained their senses and returned to Yifeng's side. Mr. Yifeng, thank you very much. Sun Wukong said to Yifeng with a guilty and awkward expression. They had lost their rationality while being controlled by Baby, but after recovering, they could still remember what had happened in the past few days. You were just controlled, that's all. Yifeng turned his head and said, Dad. Trunks quickly ran to Vegeta and picked him up. We indirectly killed Dad. Gohan and Goku clenched their fists, their faces filled with guilt and regret. Surely Dad in heaven must hate the two of them. If they could, they would really want to exchange their lives for Dad's life. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Oh, everyone has recovered? A familiar voice came from behind. Gohan and Goten were instantly moved to tears upon hearing that voice. Dad! Gohan called out dumbfounded and quickly turned around. He saw Goku's signature smile looking at them. And beside Goku was Kibito Kai. Dad, how could you? Gohan asked excitedly, tears in his eyes. He wanted to ask why Dad was not dead. But clearly, Dad had been hit by Baby's revenge death ball, and his aura had completely disappeared. Just when I was about to be hit by Baby's revenge death ball, Lord Kaioshin suddenly saved me with instant transmission and brought me to the Kaioshin realm. Goku said with a smile, as if he were talking about something trivial. Lord Kaioshin? Gohan and Goten looked at Kibito Kai and quickly expressed their gratitude. If it weren't for Lord Kaioshin, Dad might really have been killed. All right, Goku, now that Baby has been dealt with by Mr. Yifeng, I will return to the Kaioshin realm, Kibito Kai said. His purpose was to send Goku back to Earth. Thank you, Lord Kaioshin. Goku nodded and thanked him with a smile. After Kibito Kai gestured to Goku, he turned to Yifeng and said with a smile, Mr. Yifeng, thank you very much for taking action to eliminate Baby and preventing a cosmic catastrophe. If Yifeng hadn't eliminated Baby, the entire universe might have really been turned into Zuffer. After all, Baby's controllability is too strong. He completely controlled the entire Earth in just one day. You don't need to thank me. I eliminated Baby simply because I couldn't stand him. I'm not as great as you say. Leaf Maple waved at God Jebbit and said, Anyway, thank you. After God Jebbit finished speaking, he instantly teleported back to the Supreme Kai's realm. A few minutes later, Vegeta had already woken up and looked a bit embarrassed at everyone. By the way, Dad, why did your tail suddenly grow back? At this moment, Gohan curiously asked. He had noticed Goku's tail a long time ago, but hadn't asked about it until now. This is because old Kai helped pull my tail out to guide the power within my body, Goku said with a happy smile. I should be stronger now. Vegeta, feeling a bit jealous, glared at Goku and thought, damn it, Kakarot, has he gotten stronger again? It's really uncomfortable being left behind by this guy. So that's how it is? Gohan nodded, somewhat understanding. Since it was old Kai who said it, there shouldn't be any problem. But I completely can't feel any change in Dada's power. I was originally thinking of using my newfound strength to deal with Baby. But since Baby has already been taken care of by Leaf Maple, it's really a bit regrettable, Goku said reluctantly. That guy Baby is indeed very strong. Not getting to fight him feels a bit unsatisfying. Regrettable? Is that so? Gohan and the others looked bitter. It seemed only Dad would feel regret. They all wished to eliminate that terrifying guy Baby, who nearly destroyed the Earth, as soon as possible. Do you want to try out your strength after getting stronger? Leaf Maple suddenly asked lightly. I do want to feel it. Goku nodded, a smile appearing in his eyes, seemingly understanding why Leaf Maple asked him this. All right, then I'll be your opponent. Yifeng's lips curled slightly as he spoke to Sun Wukong. Chapter 31. Fight with the mindset of killing. Wow, I've been waiting for you to say that. Hee, your strength is much stronger than Baby's. Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed excitedly to Yifeng. In fact, he had always wanted to have a proper battle with Yifeng, but he was aware of the gap in their strengths, so he never entertained that thought. Now that the old Kai had said that his power would greatly increase once he pulled out his tail, he became so excited. Dad, it's not a good idea for you to compete with Mr. Yifeng right now. Son Gohan quickly reminded him. After all, Mr. Yifeng had just saved all of them. It's fine, Gohan. We're just having a friendly match, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. You're wrong, Sun Wukong. This time I'm not prepared for a simple match. If you're not my opponent, I will kill you. Yifeng suddenly spoke very seriously. Indeed, this time he must adopt the mindset of killing Sun Wukong while fighting him. Perhaps then he would feel the pressure. Then, he would unleash his potential and transform into Super Saiyan 4. Huh? Sun Wukong was taken aback, unable to believe that these words came from Yifeng. After all, since meeting Yifeng until now, he had shown no signs of threatening the Earth or any hostility towards them. So how could he want to kill him? Mr. Yifeng, are you joking? Son Gohan and the others also felt that Yifeng was joking. Logically speaking, Yifeng was not their enemy. So he had no motive or reason to kill his father. Whether it was a joke or not, you would soon understand. Of course, if he is defeated by me, it won't just be Sun Wukong who is killed, but all of you as well. Yifeng's eyes suddenly burst with a sharp cold light, and killing intent became apparent. What? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were startled by Yifeng's gaze. A thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Yifeng really intended to kill them. If that's the case, then I can only go all out. Looking at Yifeng's gaze filled with killing intent, Sun Wukong nodded seriously. At that moment, in the King Kai's realm, what happened to Yifeng? Why did he suddenly seem like a different person? Vegeta was very puzzled. Just a moment ago, Yifeng was fine. Moreover, he had just killed Baby, saving the Earth. If he wanted to kill Sun Wukong and the others, why did he first save them? It was unclear. That guy was like a mystery, but it was very likely that he could really do such a thing. The old Kai spoke with a serious expression. He completely did not understand Yifeng, and he was as deep as an abyss, making it impossible for him to see through. Could it really be? But didn't the elder help Wukong increase his strength? Perhaps Yifeng might not be Wukong's opponent. Jebet looked at the old Kai with a hopeful attitude and said tentatively, if Wukong could successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4, he might really be able to defeat Yifeng. But that idiot was too impatient. Before I could finish, you all went back to Earth. Just pulling out his tail did not increase his power at all. The old Kai said angrily. He originally wanted to explain to Sun Wukong, but that guy was too impatient and did not give him time to finish. Very well. Then let me see the power you gained after your enhancement. Yifeng clenched his fist, and a gust of wind swept through, his gaze becoming exceptionally sharp. Hee, if I'm going to fight you, I'll just transform into Super Saiyan 3 right away. Sun Wukong was quite perceptive. He knew Yifeng's strength, so there was no need for unnecessary probing. Accompanied by a series of low growls, Sun Wukong transformed directly into Super Saiyan 3. It seems like my power hasn't increased. Sun Wukong looked at his body with some confusion. Could it be that he wasn't strong enough? Well, it doesn't matter. I'll find out if there's been an increase once the battle starts. Just when Sun Wukong was puzzled, Yifeng's body suddenly vanished. He appeared in front of Sun Wukong in an instant and threw a punch at him. Hey, you're being too sneaky. Seeing Yifeng's sudden attack, Sun Wukong complained and quickly crossed his fist to block in front of his chest. Bang! Yifeng's fist heavily struck Sun Wukong's crossed arms, sending Sun Wukong's body flying out. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, several mountains were turned into rubble, and Sun Wukong's body was embedded in the rock wall. Ouch! It hurt so much. Sun Wukong quickly shook his arms, looking pained. Yifeng's punches are so heavy, my arms are completely numb. Since that's the case, I have to take this seriously. After shaking his arms, Sun Wukong looked at Yifeng with a serious expression. Chapter 32 Fusion. Wuching Kex. Then he leaped into the air and directly attacked Yifeng. However, due to Sun Wukong's smaller size, his speed decreased significantly, and after throwing dozens of punches, he didn't even touch the corner of Yifeng's clothes. The scene was very comical, like an elementary school student trying to fight a high school student. Quite ridiculous. What's going on? Did Lord Kaishin deceive me? Sun Wukong was a bit confused. His strength and speed really hadn't improved at all. Go down, Sun Wukong. Yifeng suddenly grabbed Sun Wukong's fist and then forcefully flung him, causing Sun Wukong's body to crash heavily onto the ground. The ground was smashed into a huge pit. After sending Sun Wukong flying, Yifeng showed no signs of holding back, raising his palm high. A terrifying golden energy ball gathered in his palm. What? Is Yifeng really going to kill Dad? Feeling the terrifying aura from the energy ball, Sun Gohan and the others frowned deeply. An energy ball of this magnitude could definitely kill Sun Wukong. I knew that bastard was no good. Vegeta frowned tightly and said angrily. But now, even if they all joined forces, they would not be able to match Yifeng. Only Kakarot could fight him, and it seemed that this was no longer possible. At that moment, the energy ball in Yifeng's palm was hurled directly towards Sun Wukong. Dad, Kakarot, Uncle Wukong, Sun Gohan and Vegeta almost shouted at the same time. But they couldn't stop it. It was simply impossible. What? Is Yifeng really going to kill me? Sun Wukong was also shocked. But the energy ball was already falling towards him, and there was no way to evade it. Boom! When the energy ball landed, the ground within 100 feet instantly collapsed. A violent rumble ensued, and Sun Wukong's body was directly engulfed by the terrifying explosion. Dad, Kakarot, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta quickly appeared in front of Yifeng, glaring at him with anger. Damn it, why are you doing this? Sun Gohan tightly clenched his fist, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and questioned Yifeng. Do I need to explain what I should do to you? Yifeng spoke lightly. Anyway, after a while, they would understand his intentions. Damn it, let's go together, Gohan, Vegeta said with a heavy tone, although his pride wouldn't allow him to team up with others. The current situation forced him to do so. Compared to the lives of Bulma and the others, his pride could be set aside for now. I understand, Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan nodded seriously. To stop Yifeng, they had to engage in battle. Goten, let's join in too. Trunks looked at Son Goten and said firmly. Son Goten nodded, knowing well what Trunks meant by teaming up. Then the two of them walked a few steps outward in perfect harmony and performed a very strange set of movements. Fusion. The synchronized voices came from their throats. And then they made the same gesture, their index fingers touching. In an instant, a golden light erupted, drawing everyone's attention. Oh, Gotenks-huh? This is getting interesting. Yifeng looked at the golden aura and smiled with interest. It seems that the fused Gotenks has the power of Super Saiyan 3, right? It looks like I can buy some time for Goku. These two little guys, it's been a while since I've seen them fuse. Vegeta suddenly raised the corner of his mouth in a smile, feeling a bit more relaxed. He could sense that Gotenks' energy was extremely powerful, far surpassing Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3 form from earlier. The golden light gradually faded away, revealing Gotenks' body to everyone's sight. His hair stood tall, black in the middle and purple on the sides, wearing the distinctive little vest of the Metamorans. There was a proud curve at the corner of his mouth. Hey, you are really too rude. Look at the mess you've made here. Now let me, Gotenks, teach you a good lesson. Gotenks wiped the tip of his nose and arrogantly pointed at Yifeng. Although Goten and Trunks had both changed in character, their silly personalities returned after the fusion. Teach me a lesson? Come try it. Yifeng smiled and waved at Wuchien Keisai, saying, You still haven't learned your lesson. You've successfully angered me. Wuchien Keisai looked up, a smirk on his lips, and clenched his fists tightly. A burst of golden energy erupted from his body in an instant. His hair turned golden, surrounded by blue lightning. Clearly, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 33. Are you ready to give up, Kakarot? The fused warrior is indeed not just your average show-off. Yifeng looked at Gotenks and smiled, saying this guy seems to be a bit overconfident, doesn't he? With just the power of a Super Saiyan 2, he thinks he can compete with me. It's simply arrogant. Gotenks, hurry up and transform into Super Saiyan 3. You can't fight Yifeng like this, Son Gohan quickly interjected. He knew very well that the fused Gotenks would be quite cocky. Hey, there's no need to rush. I could defeat him just like this. Gotenks said, shaking his index finger and tilting his head back with a smug expression. This guy, if it weren't for being overly arrogant when dealing with Majin Buu, he wouldn't have ended up being absorbed by Majin Buu in the end. Hey Gotenks, transform into Super Saiyan 3 right now. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly shouted in an authoritative tone. Oh, all right then. Under Vegeta's furious command, Gotenks could only nod obediently. He dared not defy Vegeta's words. It's an honor for you to see me transform into Super Saiyan 3, Gotenks said proudly to Yifeng. After finishing his words, he suddenly clenched his fists and muscles like lumps appeared on his arms. A terrifying aura erupted from his body once again. His golden hair kept growing until it reached his waist, and at the same time, Gotenks' eyebrows disappeared and his brow bones rose high. He looked quite sinister. Seems like it really is an honor for me. Yifeng nodded playfully, and at this moment, Gotenks was indeed quite strong. At least he wouldn't be much weaker than the Super Saiyan 3 Goku he encountered for the first time. After fusion, he could generate a tremendous amount of power. Now you know my strength, right? Now I'm going to make you pay for your impolite behavior, just now. After Gotenks finished speaking, he launched an attack towards Yifeng. Immediately afterward, Gohan and Vegeta also attacked simultaneously. If we all attack together, perhaps we have a chance to win against him, Gohan thought to himself. All right, I'll play with you guys until Goku successfully transforms into Super Saiyan 4. Yifeng lowered his hands that were crossed in front of his chest and smiled faintly. However, that smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a sharp expression, with his hair standing on end and a white aura surging up. Although he knew he couldn't possibly lose to them, the annoying Gotenks still posed a bit of trouble. However, after transforming into his mysterious form, defeating them became much easier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the three of them simultaneously launched their fists towards Yifeng. Just in time, Yifeng threw out his fists simultaneously, directly choosing to clash head-on with Gotenks and Gohan. Bang bang. At the moment of the collision, Gohan and Gotenks were directly knocked back dozens of meters. Then Yifeng gently tilted his head, dodging Vegeta's punch. Let's start with you first, Vegeta. Yifeng's mouth suddenly curled into a smirk as he grabbed Vegeta's fist, pulling it back sharply with his left hand, then driving his right knee hard into Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! Wow! A mouthful of sour liquid spewed out of Vegeta's mouth. Then, Yifeng gathered an energy ball in his hand and pressed it tightly against Vegeta's chest. Your fight is over. With the sound, the energy ball exploded. Boom! Vegeta was directly blown away, landing right in the pit where Son Goku was. Dad! Uncle Vegeta! Gotenks and Gohan shouted almost simultaneously. You annoying guy, you've made me angry, and I'm going to deal with you properly. Gotenks frowned, realizing he had to unleash all his power. Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack. Gotenks blew out 10 identical ghosts as if blowing bubblegum. This scene was incredibly familiar to Yifeng. After all, wasn't this the move used against Majin Buu? Who would have thought that after growing up, he was still such a clown? Ghost Attack. At Gotenks' command, the 10 ghosts charged at Yifeng. TCH, boring little trick. Yifeng gently shook his head. Such childish things were simply not worth mentioning. In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly shouted, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom, boom, boom. The ghosts were instantly shaken back, each one exploding upon contact. Yifeng's body suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, Gotenks had already been knocked away. Damn it, Gotenks couldn't stop him at all. Bruised and battered, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. But he no longer had the strength to fight. However, when Vegeta turned around, he saw Son Goku beside him. Although Son Goku had suffered a terrible attack, he was still barely hanging on. Hey Kakarot, are you really going to give up like this? Vegeta asked Son Goku. Vegeta, I don't have any power left. Son Goku slowly opened his eyes and said. He couldn't even muster the strength to move a finger. How to counterattack? No, you still have power. Vegeta looked at Son Goku's tail and said firmly. Chapter 34. Goku becomes a giant ape. What? A look of confusion appeared on Son Goku's weak face. He was struggling to move a finger. Where would he find any other strength? You're such an idiot. Have you forgotten that our Saiyan power is concentrated in our tails? As long as you transform into a great ape, you can have 10 times the strength. I think what the King Kai meant by getting stronger is this. Vegeta explained seriously. It's just that Kakarot sometimes is too oblivious, so he never caught the main point. At this moment, in the King Kai's realm, the old Kai was excited, tears streaming down his face. Finally, someone understood his meaning. Vegeta and Piccolo truly are the brains of the Z fighters. Are you saying I should transform into a great ape? But that would mean losing my sanity. Son Goku furrowed his brow and said to Vegeta. He didn't want to let something like when he accidentally crushed his grandfather happen again. TCH, what a big idiot. Does the current situation still matter to you? Vegeta scolded Son Goku, then looked up at the sky. Gotenks and Gohan were already at their limit. Forget it. Now, only Kakarot transforming into a great ape might stop Ifong. Unfortunately, his own tail had long been cut off. Otherwise, he would have transformed into a great ape to fight long ago. Then Vegeta used his last bit of strength. A swirl of silver-white light gathered in his palm. He then threw it into the sky, creating a ripple effect. This was the artificial moon created by Vegeta. This method was only known to the noble Saiyans. And, conveniently, he was the prince of the Saiyans. An artificial moon? This guy Vegeta is really smart. Right now, their only option is to go all in and let Son Goku transform into a great ape. As for whether he can successfully become a Super Saiyan 4, it all depends on whether he can hold on. Yifeng looked at the shimmering energy suddenly appearing in midair and muttered to himself. At this moment, because Sun Wukong's body could no longer move, he could only fix his gaze on one spot. The artificial moon created by Vegeta just happened to come into Sun Wukong's line of sight. I will definitely protect this place full of beautiful memories. Earth. Sun Wukong murmured while looking at the azure sky. Suddenly, his tail twitched like a little snake. His originally closed eyes abruptly opened wide, and his pupils instantly turned red. Thump, thump, thump. The intense heartbeat sounded like a drum, causing Sun Wukong's chest to rise and fall violently. Is it going to succeed? Seeing Sun Wukong's appearance, Vegeta was filled with excitement. He had never seen Kakarot transform into a giant ape before. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat grew more intense, and a fierce expression appeared on Sun Wukong's face as his arms and chest suddenly swelled. His tattered clothes burst apart. Opening his mouth, he revealed 4 sharp canine teeth. Dad? What's going on? Son Gohan and Gotenks sensed something was wrong and hurriedly looked towards Sun Wukong. Buzzing. At this moment, the entire ground began to tremble slightly. Sun Wukong's face became increasingly ferocious as his body rapidly grew larger. Aya! Accompanied by a painful roar, Sun Wukong suddenly stood up, and a golden aura instantly erupted from his body. The ground exploded, and fragments of stone floated in midair. Soon, the golden flames became thicker, and in just a short time, it transformed into a golden pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Blue lightning swirled around it, looking imposing. At this point, Sun Wukong had completely turned into a dark brown giant gorilla, towering like a mountain. It worked, Kakarot, Vegeta said excitedly, looking at the giant gorilla Sun Wukong. Clenching his fist, Uncle Vegeta, what exactly did you do? Doesn't he know that Dad will completely lose his mind when he transforms into a giant ape? Son Gohan frowned tightly, looking at Vegeta with some reproach. At this rate, they might get killed by Dad without Yifeng lifting a finger. Meanwhile, Son Goten and Trunks' fusion had also been undone. Wah, wah. Strange cries came from giant gorilla Sun Wukong's mouth, and then, with a casual wave, a giant peak was snapped in half. Great, Kakarot, hurry up and kill that bastard Yifeng. Vegeta shouted excitedly at Sun Wukong. Hearing Vegeta's voice, Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Vegeta, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. His body suddenly leaped up and stomped down towards Vegeta. What? Vegeta's face changed drastically. His physical abilities had not yet recovered. Oh no, there was no way to dodge. Son Gohan and Trunks were also shocked. Their speed couldn't keep up. Author's note. Shamelessly asking for another wave of data. Thank you everyone. Chapter 34. Xiao Fang appears, stopping giant ape Wukong. Whoosh. Vegeta could only muster all his strength, rolling several times to barely avoid being stomped by Sun Wukong. Boom! The moment the enormous foot came down, the ground exploded, and Vegeta was sent flying by the terrifying shockwave and debris. Trunks quickly stepped forward to catch Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, Dad has completely lost his mind now. If this continues, the Earth will be destroyed. We need to think of something. Son Gohan said anxiously, looking at Vegeta. He had no idea what to do. How would I know what to do? Vegeta shook his head. If it were him, he could control the giant ape form freely. But ordinary Saiyans couldn't. He didn't even know how they could control their giant ape forms. Just then, the originally brown-black gorilla's fur suddenly turned golden. Wah, wah, letting out a piercing, shrill cry. The golden gorilla Sun Wukong suddenly turned his gaze towards Yifeng. A menacing grin appeared on his face, and then he leaped up, directly stomping towards Yifeng. Yifeng leaped lightly, dodging Sun Wukong's attack. Although Sun Wukong was very powerful at that moment, his large size made it difficult for him to keep up with the speed. Moreover, he was completely irrational now, making it impossible for him to hit Yifeng. Boom! Mountains collapsed one after another as Sun Wukong struck them, and the ground continuously cracked and sank. Wow! The gorilla Sun Wukong screamed again, slapping his hand directly toward Yifeng. Let me see your strength now. Looking at the towering gorilla, Yifeng suddenly felt a surge of curiosity and decided to test how strong the golden gorilla Sun Wukong really was. Then, Yifeng threw a punch at the giant gorilla Sun Wukong's descending hand. Bang! The moment their fists and palms made contact, Yifeng felt a vast power, like that of a king, surging from his arm. His body then flew out like an arrow. Bang, bang, bang! He skidded along the ground for nearly 100 zhong before coming to a stop, leaving a trench several feet wide and 100 feet long in the ground. Wow, this power is too great. Yifeng stood up, shook his arms, and said with a somewhat ugly expression. There was no denying that he had indeed been careless just now and hadn't given his all, but the strength of the gorilla Sun Wukong was indeed very powerful. How impressive! He managed to knock Yifeng away in an instant. Son Gohan and Trunks were astonished. It was hard to believe that after transforming into a giant ape, Dad was actually so strong. After knocking Yifeng away with a single slap, Sun Wukong leaped again, this time flying towards Son Gohan and the others. Oh no! Kakarot is going to attack us. Vegeta's expression changed drastically as he shouted in alarm. At this moment, Kakarot had lost his sanity and couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. Dad, I'm Gohan. Don't you remember me? Son Gohan stood directly in front of the giant ape Sun Wukong, speaking with emotion. He hoped to awaken his father and help him regain his sanity. Come back quickly, Gohan. The Saiyan after transforming into a giant ape has no family ties. Vegeta hurriedly reminded him. Obviously, Son Gohan was quite persistent and had no intention of giving up. Wow! The giant ape Sun Wukong let out a sharp scream, pounded his chest, and revealed a fierce expression. The next moment, he directly punched towards Son Gohan. Bang! Son Gohan was directly smashed into the ground, dust flying everywhere. After knocking down Son Gohan, Sun Wukong seemed to show no emotion at all, leaping up and directly stepping down towards Son Gohan. Gohan, big brother. Son Goten and Trunks simultaneously intervened, rescuing Son Gohan from under the foot of the giant ape Sun Wukong. However, the three of them were now in danger, because the giant ape Sun Wukong's massive hand was already crashing down towards the three. Oh no, we can't dodge this. Son Gohan and the others frowned deeply. At this distance, they had no way to escape. Just when the three were almost completely desperate, suddenly a slightly childish voice rang out. Stop it, Grandpa! As the voice fell, a small figure appeared in front of the giant ape Sun Wukong, wearing a red short-sleeved shirt, an orange headband, and light purple crop pants. With a blue backpack on her back, it was Sun Wukong's beloved granddaughter, Xiaofang. Grandpa, you really don't recognize Dad and Uncle Wutian anymore? I am Xiaofang. You must remember me, right? Looking at the giant ape in front of her, Xiaofang's eyes sparkled with tears. Grandpa, why did you suddenly become like this? Wow! The giant ape Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly trembled, but soon returned to a fierce expression. He directly blew Xiaofang away for 10 zhong. Chapter 35, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Here I come. However, it seemed that Sun Wukong was also experiencing some emotional fluctuations and did not continue to attack Son Gohan and the others. Whoosh! Xiaofang flew back to the golden giant ape Sun Wukong again. Grandpa, this is the outfit I wore when I participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament for the first time, and you made it for me with your own hands. And this is a family photo of us, our memories. Have you forgotten all of this? Tears instantly streamed down Xiaofang's face. Thinking about the days spent with Grandpa, and then seeing him not recognizing her now, Xiaofang felt very sad. The giant ape Sun Wukong's eyelids trembled violently, and fragments of memories surged into his mind like a tide. Little Xiaofang. A hoarse voice emerged from his throat, and Sun Wukong's crimson eyes gradually turned golden. Then he reached out to catch Xiaofang's tears and licked them. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's body trembled violently. His gaze swept over Xiaofang, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Vegeta, and Trunks. Then, a golden aura began to emerge from Sun Wukong's body, like a rolling wave of heat. Is it going to succeed? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Yifeng looked at the golden halo with excitement, murmuring to himself. Among all the forms, his favorite was Super Saiyan 4 and the Ultra Instinct. Now that he could use Ultra Instinct, he was very eager to witness the Super Saiyan 4 form with his own eyes. Finally, he was about to see it, and he felt a bit excited. Grandpa Dad, Kakarot, Xiao Fong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta were all shocked as they looked at Sun Wukong. They could clearly feel that Sun Wukong's energy had returned and was rapidly increasing. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The golden aura surged up, and lightning crackled around him. Sun Wukong's body gradually shrank, and his golden hair began to turn red. His fangs started to disappear, and his hair turned black. 1 minute later, the golden halo completely vanished, and a red silhouette appeared in front of everyone. Black hair hung down to his shoulders, covered in red fur, and his body looked exceptionally strong. His pupils turned golden like an owl, sharp and piercing, while the eye sockets became red. A long red tail swayed flexibly behind him. What is going on? Dad has completely changed. Son Gohan and Son Goten stared in shock. They looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. They had never seen their father like this. So handsome. Xiao Fong had a love-struck expression, truly handsome. Hey Kakarot, what on earth is happening? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with jealousy and questioned. He could sense that Kakarot's energy was incredibly strong, inexplicably strong. Well, I don't know, but this power indeed feels very comfortable. Sun Wukong smiled, gently clenched his fist, and a wave of terrifying energy instantly swept out. Haha, did you see that? This is the result of me helping Wukong unlock his potential, Super Saiyan 4. The old Kai watched Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong from the crystal ball, excitedly dancing and proudly saying, "So powerful, much stronger than Super Saiyan 3. The god Jebbet had a look of astonishment in his eyes. I didn't expect the ancestor to be so impressive, making Wukong this strong. Now, maybe Yifeng is not a match for Wukong," the old Kai said confidently. At this moment, on Earth, after feeling the unimaginable power, Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards Yifeng. Congratulations, Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan 4. I truly look forward to battling with you. Yifeng smiled excitedly and said to Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan 4? Since we haven't thought a name, let's just call it Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong was initially taken aback, then smiled and replied, the previous transformation was called Super Saiyan 3, so it's quite reasonable for the new transformation to be called Super Saiyan 4. You did this on purpose to help me transform into this form, didn't you? Sun Wukong suddenly asked with a smile. Because with Yifeng's strength, if he really wanted to kill them, they would have been killed long ago, and there would have been no chance for him to transform into Super Saiyan 4. The only possibility is that Yifeng wanted to make himself stronger and then fight against him. It seems like your IQ has improved quite a bit after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Yifeng smiled and said, indeed, if I really wanted to kill, it wouldn't be this troublesome. What? Mr. Yifeng is intentionally trying to help Dad improve? Sun Wukong and the others were once again stunned. If that's the case, his acting skills are too good. That kind of substantial killing intent, how could it possibly be acted out? TCH, what an annoying bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, looking at Sun Wukong and Yifeng with a rather displeased expression. Chapter 36, Mysterious vs. Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Originally, only Kakarot had surpassed him. Although he was unwilling, he could still reluctantly accept it, or rather, he had already gotten used to it. But now those two bastards had left him far behind, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. It seemed that he couldn't maintain his position as the perennial second place in the Heavenly God Palace. Dandy felt relieved after hearing the conversation between Sun Wukong and Yifeng. When he learned that Yifeng wanted to kill Wukong and the others, he really had his heart in his throat. The old Kaioshin and Jebbet God, who were in the Kaioshin realm, also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Wukong was indeed very strong after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Yifeng was not to be underestimated. If the two fought, it would definitely not be as simple as just Earth suffering. Although I feel my powers surging like a spring, you still make me feel quite difficult to handle. Sun Wukong said with a faint smile, looking at Yifeng. Of course, if I were that easy to deal with, I wouldn't want you to become Super Saiyan 4. Yifeng said. At any time, he would never put himself in danger. Even though Sun Wukong seems to be a righteous character. However, you really excite me. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes shining with brilliance. I feel the same way about you right now. Yifeng said excitedly. Battling against Super Saiyan 4 Goku is definitely a very exciting thing. The destructive power of the battle on Earth is too great. So let's go to the Kaioshin realm. Yifeng suggested, with their current powers, the two of them could easily destroy the Earth. If they're not careful, it could be quite troublesome. But if we're in the Kaioshin realm, we won't have to worry about such problems. I think so too. Sun Wukong nodded. The Earth really couldn't withstand their antics. You two idiots, are you planning to tear apart my planet? The old Kaioshin shouted at the two with his hands on his hips. With their current strength, even the Kaioshin realm couldn't withstand their chaos. Come on, Lord Kaioshin, don't be so petty. We just want to spar a little, hee hee. Sun Wukong grinned and lightly patted the old Kaioshin on the shoulder. However, he completely didn't realize how powerful he had become after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. A gentle pat sent the old Kaioshin flying. Boom! The old Kaioshin's body was embedded in a rock. Ancestor. The god Jebet hurried over to help the old Kaioshin up. I'm sorry, Lord Kaioshin. I didn't know my strength was this great. Sun Wukong quickly apologized with an apologetic smile. His strength was just too overwhelming. You brat, are you trying to break this old bone of mine? The old Kaioshin said, looking angry and sore all over. If he didn't know that Sun Wukong meant no harm, he would have thought this guy intended to murder him. Forget it, Ancestor. We can't stop the two of them. Jebet quickly spoke up to dissuade the old Kaioshin. If Sun Wukong and Yifeng wanted to fight, it seemed there was no one who could stop them now. Moreover, fighting in the sturdy Kaioshin realm was indeed much better than fighting on other planets. Oof. The old Kaioshin snorted in annoyance, too lazy to try to stop them. After all, as Jebet said, he couldn't really stop them. It seemed that the two Kaioshins had tacitly approved. Yifeng smiled and said, then let's get started. Sun Wukong nodded, then assumed a fighting stance. The power within his body surged continuously, and this feeling of strength was truly wonderful. Yifeng clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. Then, he directly unleashed a mysterious power. He could also feel the strength of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. If he didn't take it seriously, he might really have no way to defeat him. After Yifeng enhanced his power, the two of them almost simultaneously leaped into the air, and the ground instantly exploded into two giant craters. The speed of Old Kai and Jebet was so fast that they couldn't see clearly. Buzz! The next second, as their fists collided, a sharp buzzing sound erupted in the air. A massive shockwave appeared in midair, and the ground was directly shaken into a large pit by the powerful impact. What an incredibly strong force. It was completely impossible to see their figures. Just one collision had turned the hard ground into this. Jebet was dumbfounded, muttering to himself. At this rate, even the Kaioshin realm might not be able to withstand their battle. After Yifeng and Sun Wukong exchanged punches, both of them retreated several dozen zhang. Wow, you guys' power is just too strong. Sun Wukong said excitedly to Yifeng. He thought the power of Super Saiyan 4 was already unimaginably strong, but he didn't expect Yifeng to have equally powerful strength. This is exhilarating, let's go again. Yifeng's face also revealed an excited expression. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, this was the most thrilling match he had ever encountered. There was a feeling of exhilaration in facing a worthy opponent. Good. Sun Wukong nodded, and the two of them attacked each other again. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. Two black lines continuously collided in the sky, separating and colliding again. Each time a deep collision sound echoed, the King Kai's realm would tremble slightly, either creating a sinkhole in the ground or causing mountains to collapse in response. Chapter 37. You lost, Sun Wukong. This battle had already lasted for half an hour. The entire King Kai's realm looked like it had been ravaged, covered in scars and destruction. These two big fools, can't they take it easy? The old King Kai looked at his realm with a pained expression, grinding his teeth in anger. However, there was nothing he could do. The two fighters in battle couldn't hear his words at all, and they showed no concern for the destruction they were causing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Yifeng were facing each other, both breathing heavily. Clearly, the half-hour battle had already taken a noticeable toll on their stamina. The power of Super Saiyan 4 seems to be much stronger than I imagined. Yifeng stood up straight, a look of excitement on his face as he spoke. The battle just now was incredibly thrilling, an unprecedented sense of comfort. Your strength exceeded my imagination, and you haven't even used all your power yet, have you? Sun Wukong said with a smile to Yifeng. He knew very well that the ability Yifeng displayed during their first encounter was extremely powerful. With a silver-white aura surrounding him, his speed was incredibly fast, and Sun Wukong couldn't even touch his body. If he had used that ability from the start, it would have been impossible for him to last that long. It would be too boring to use Ultra Instinct against Super Saiyan 4 right away. Yifeng said, if I use the ultimate freedom technique, I am confident that I can defeat Sun Wukong within 2 minutes. Ultimate freedom technique? So that ability is called the ultimate freedom technique? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Then Sun Wukong continued. Alright, it seems like we won't get any results if we keep fighting like this. Let's determine the winner once and for all. Because if we keep fighting, both of us will just exhaust all our stamina. Let's use our strongest attacks now and decide the outcome. Alright, that worked for me. Yifeng nodded. He had already fully mastered the battle against Super Force Son Goku, and he understood his strength and speed completely. There was no need to continue fighting. However, it felt a bit unsatisfactory to leave things undecided. So let's determine the winner in the end. Tenfold Kamehameha. A deep roar erupted from Son Goku's throat. Then, he brought his palms together, positioned at his lower back, and formed a flower bud shape. Crimson energy gathered in his palms, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Ultimate Flash. Yifeng spread his palms, and energy balls quickly gathered between them. Then, the two energy balls fused together, forming a massive energy. That terrifying aura seemed to be no weaker than Sun Wukong's tenfold Kamehameha. But damn it, do those two bastards want to destroy the entire divine realm? The old Kai's eyes showed a look of fear. If these two energies were to explode, the entire Kaishin realm would be destroyed in an instant. Even the entire underworld would not be able to avoid it. This is bad. The divine realm is going to be destroyed. God Jebbet was so scared that his soul was lost, murmuring to himself. Yifeng and Sun Wukong both roared at the same time, unleashing their ultimate flash and tenfold Kamehameha wave simultaneously from their palms. One red and one blue. The two streams of energy clashed violently like two giant dragons biting into each other. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes wide open, and the veins on his arms throbbed like little snakes. It was clear that he had reached his limit. Yifeng is not much better, with sweat pouring down his forehead. His muscles have bulged to twice their size, and he is also gritting his teeth. You lost, Sun Wukong. Yifeng soudain dissimulait cold, and white flames swirled around him. The ultimate flash suddenly thickened, its power instantly increasing, and it immediately swallowed Sun Wukong's tenfold Kamehameha wave. The blue energy wave rapidly magnified in his pupils, and Sun Wukong silently exclaimed that it was bad. He had already lost, but if he was hit by such a powerful ultimate flash, he would undoubtedly die. However, given the current situation, he had no way to suddenly withdraw his power. Wukong was going to lose. The old Kai and Jebbet God had very ugly expressions. Not only was he going to lose, but he might also be killed. Was he really going to be killed? Although the battle was very exhilarating, he had just transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and felt a bit unwilling. A helpless, bitter smile appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes. He couldn't withstand such a powerful energy wave, and Yifeng probably couldn't retract it either. Just when the energy ball was only 2 meters away from Sun Wukong, and he had a face full of despair, Yifeng suddenly raised both hands. The energy wave suddenly changed direction, almost grazing Sun Wukong's body as it flew into space. Then it transformed into a streak of light and disappeared without a trace. What? Yifeng actually made the energy wave change direction? Sun Wukong was astonished, although he could also change the direction of the Kamehameha wave. That was when he wasn't exerting himself to the fullest. If he were in Yifeng's position just now, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to control the energy wave in that situation. Moreover, he didn't have that kind of strength left. This guy actually still had some power to spare. Chapter 38. Birds of a Feather. The Conspiracy of Two Doctors, however. Even though he wasn't directly hit by the ultimate flash, the scorching energy wave still grazed his body, leaving him in pain. How powerful! Not only did he not kill Wukong, but he also didn't destroy the God Realm. Jebbet God felt a mix of shock and joy. Just a moment ago, he was genuinely afraid that the two forces would suddenly explode in a fierce collision and destroy the entire God Realm. But now it seemed that Yifeng had always been in control. What a relief. That guy still has some conscience. If he were to destroy my planet with the power I gave him, that would be too heartless. The old Kai turned his head away and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly reverted to his normal state, as he had consumed too much energy. Even with the ample energy from Super Saiyan 4, he couldn't withstand such consumption. Wow, you're just too strong. Sun Wukong, looking like a child, excitedly said to Yifeng, but you have gone too far. You actually didn't exert yourself fully all along. You're quite impressive. Much more than I imagined. Yifeng looked down at the smiling Sun Wukong and said, "This is not flattery, but the truth. Because Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong's strength is indeed beyond my expectations. My mysterious form can barely win against him. Although this has a lot to do with the old Kai not having fully developed his potential. Hee, but I will definitely become stronger until I surpass you," Sun Wukong said, clenching his fist with determination. Along the way, he had encountered many powerful opponents, and he had surpassed and defeated them one by one. He believed that as long as he worked hard, he could also surpass Yifeng. "Silly boy, you may not realize that the protagonist's halo above your head has already faded." Yifeng gently shook his head, looking at the confident Sun Wukong, and said softly, "What did you say?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. He didn't hear what Yifeng had said clearly. "I said, then you should keep it up." Yifeng quietly smiled and said to Sun Wukong with a hint of sympathy, "To surpass oneself is already an impossible task." After that, Yifeng and Sun Wukong apologized to the two Kaiyoshins before returning to Earth. At this moment, a conspiracy was brewing in Hell. After being killed by baby Dr. Mew was wandering aimlessly in Hell. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Dr. Mew." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his ear. Who's calling my name?" Dr. Mew looked around warily, and a figure appeared in his line of sight, startling him. He had no memory of this person. "Who are you? How do you know me?" Dr. Mew asked with caution. Although he was also a villain, he knew that those who ended up in Hell were not good people. "I am Dr. Gero, a genius scientist from Earth. My research has encountered some bottlenecks, so I need to leverage the advanced technological concepts of the Zephyrians," Dr. Gero said with a sinister smile. "Ha ha ha. Why would I collaborate with someone like you?" Doctor Mew looked at Dr. Gero with disdain. After all, he possessed the most advanced technology. Why would he work with anyone else? "Because we have a common enemy," Dr. Gero said with a vengeful glint in his eyes. "That bastard Sun Wukong. Even if I end up in Hell, I will never let him go." "Common enemy?" Dr. Mew seemed somewhat interested. He turned to Dr. Gero and thought that if this was the case, he could make good use of this guy. "Sun Wukong," Dr. Gero said coldly. "Are you talking about that Saiyan brat?" Hearing Sun Wukong's name, Dr. Mew also revealed a vengeful expression. "It's all because of that bastard Saiyan that I ended up in this place. Absolutely unforgivable. This includes all Saiyans and anyone related to them. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation." The two old villains thus reached a consensus. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong and Yifeng were training hard. Sun Wukong's goal was very simple, to surpass Yifeng. However, Yifeng's goal was not just to bully Sun Wukong. He wanted to become stronger. He didn't want his fate to be controlled by others. But there were many powerful beings in this world. The Super One-Star Dragon from the G-Time space, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The gods of destruction from Dragon Ball Super, Jiren from Universe 11, the angels, the Grand Minister, and the Little Omni King. Those guys were all currently stronger than him. If he could comprehend the perfect Ultra Instinct, he would not fear the Super One-Star Dragon, Vegeta, and Jiren. But right now, he was not able to do that. So, he had to train, keep training. Get stronger, fight hard to get stronger. Author's note: I'm asking for another wave of support, flowers, evaluations, and monthly votes. If you have any, please cast some. Thank you all. Chapter 39. An Invitation from Hell. Just like that, 2 years passed in the hyperbolic time chamber. These 2 years went by quickly for both Sun Wukong and Yifeng. Yifeng remembered how he almost went crazy the first time he spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. But this time was completely different because Sun Wukong could be his opponent, training together. Competing with Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong without using his mysterious form made the time pass very quickly. Wow, I didn't realize so much time has passed. Let's take a break, Sun Wukong said, looking exhausted. During these 2 years, the two of them practiced against each other constantly. Therefore, his improvement was tremendous, far exceeding the results he gained from training with Ub. 2 years indeed passed very quickly. Yifeng nodded, casually chewing on the food in the Spirit Time house. To be honest, it was somewhat hard to swallow, but he was too hungry to care much about it. However, you are really too slow-witted. I've taught you the ultimate freedom technique for 2 years, and you haven't made any progress at all. Yifeng looked at Sun Wukong and said somewhat disappointedly. He had thought about having Sun Wukong learn the ultimate skill of freedom, because even if this Sun Wukong mastered it, it wouldn't affect him at all. He absolutely couldn't stay in this time and space forever. However, this guy was completely unable to comprehend it. He couldn't even reach the point where his muscles would react without thinking. It's worth noting that the Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball Super achieved that state in less than a year, although it wasn't very stable. Having achieved it once meant success was not far away. Yifeng summarized that it's because this version of Sun Wukong is too smart, so he is somewhat cautious. Similar to Vegeta, with a high level of vigilance towards his surroundings, unlike the carefree and open gaps of Goku from Dragon Ball Super. That's why he couldn't comprehend the true essence of Ultra Instinct. Although he is quite interested in Ultra Instinct, it seems that this technique is not suitable for him. So he decided to let it go. Sun Wukong smiled and said that after training for so long, without being able to grasp the path, it shows that Ultra Instinct is not suitable for him. He should rely on his own way to become stronger. Whatever. After all, by following the path of bloodline evolution, he could also surpass the realm of Ultra Instinct. Yifeng casually said, the Super Saiyan 5 from Dragon Ball AF and the White God from the anime Brawl. These forms shouldn't be weaker than Ultra Instinct. If we take the bloodline evolution route, Son Goku might very well reach that level. Son Goku no dead. Agreeing with Yifeng's statement. Just as the two were conversing, the door to the time chamber suddenly opened. It was Son Gohan. Not good, Dad, Mr. Yifeng. Something's happened outside. Son Gohan said urgently to the two. What happened, Gohan? Take your time. Son Goku stood up and asked. From Gohan's expression, it seemed like a serious matter. Yifeng appeared to have guessed what was going on. Trunks was injured by Android 17, and they said to tell you to come to hell to find them. Also, a big hole suddenly appeared in the sky. If I'm not mistaken, it was created by 17 and the others, Son Gohan said in a low tone. Those guys want to trick Dad into going to hell. This can't be good. Android 17? Now that you mention it, I don't think I've met that guy yet. Why would he want me to go to hell to find him? Son Goku scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Could it be that he's following Dr. Gero's orders and wants to kill me? I'm not sure, but the city is already in chaos. Many people think it's the end of the world and are preparing to flee. Son Gohan shook his head and continued. It's ridiculous. If it really were the end of the world, where could they escape to? Yifeng smiled sarcastically and said, the Earth is destroyed. Can they really escape to Mars? Mr. Yi, do you know about their conspiracy on the 17th? Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Yifeng and asked. Yifeng is an extremely mysterious person. Perhaps he knows something. Lure the tiger away from the mountain, trick Sun Wukong into hell, and then they can take action against the Earth. It's that simple. Yifeng did not hide anything and spoke honestly. This is the plan of Dr. Gero and Dr. Meow. If that's the case, then Dad, you can't go to hell. Hearing Yifeng's analysis, Sun Wukong quickly looked at Son Gohan and said, it doesn't matter. Their target is me, so it's the same wherever I go. Maybe in hell, I can still see Frieza and Cell. I wonder how strong they are now. Sun Wukong said excitedly, punching his fist. Just think about it. Going to hell could actually be quite fun. If you want to see the strength of Frieza and Cell, then you can indeed have your wish. Yifeng said to Sun Wukong. In the original Dragon Ball G, Frieza and Cell did not come to Earth like the others, but waited for Sun Wukong in hell. Anyway, with you, Gohan, Vegeta, and Up on Earth, it doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. Sun Wukong showed a pure smile and said to Yifeng, if someone really appeared that even Yifeng couldn't handle, then taking action himself wouldn't guarantee victory either. Chapter 40. Sun Wukong, trapped in hell? TCH, you really know how to plan ahead. Yifeng glanced at Sun Wukong and said, this guy seems silly day by day, but when it comes to using his brain, he is quite sharp, especially when it involves fighting. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as having an IQ off the charts. Sun Wukong flashed a silly smile at Yifeng. The three then walked out of the room of spirit and time. Sure enough, the lower realm was in complete chaos. In the sky, a huge black hole appeared, as if it were a tunnel connecting hell and the human world. Is that the place? Sun Wukong looked at the pitch-black tunnel, then jumped directly into it. Dad, Son Gohan didn't even have time to advise. At this moment, in hell, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew stared at Sun Wukong in the crystal ball. That damn Saiyan Sun Wukong fell for it. Seeing Sun Wukong flying towards hell, Dr. Mew laughed loudly. Our plan is going so smoothly. Soon, Earth will be ours. Dr. Gero held a liquid that was either red wine or engine oil in a goblet and handed it to Dr. Mew. Ding! The two clinked their glasses, celebrating the success of their plan in advance. Earth? My goal is not just this little speck of land. Dr. Mew glanced at Dr. Gero with disdain in his heart and said, with the ultimate android number 17, all the galaxies, the entire universe will be mine. All right, it's time to send some gifts to the humans on Earth. After Dr. Gero finished speaking, he threw most of the evil beings in hell down the tunnel. This will speed up their domination of Earth. 1 minute later, Sun Wukong appeared in hell. Speaking of which, it seems I've been here twice already. Sun Wukong looked around at the familiar surroundings and said, "That's right, he had indeed been here. Once when he teamed up with the Ribbit Rice to deal with Cell, and another time when he fought against the evil containment wave. Hey, Sun Wukong, I didn't expect you to actually come." A feminine voice suddenly sounded from behind, and Sun Wukong turned around to see two familiar figures. So it's you two bad guys up to no good. Ha ha ha, after you died, you really ended up in hell." Sun Wukong was initially surprised, then began to mock them without hesitation. TCH, still as annoying as ever. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew gritted their teeth. Just seeing that face was irritating, and to say such annoying things right upon meeting. "Hey, you two bad guys, what did you call me here for?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough, Sun Wukong." Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero suddenly smiled sinisterly, then jumped into the tunnel with the body of Hell's number 17. What's going on? Sun Wukong looked confused. These two bad guys lured him into Hell, but they went to the human world themselves? What kind of nonsense is this? However, by the time Sun Wukong reacted, the tunnel connecting Hell and the human world had completely closed. "Damn it, you bad guys, you tricked me here and then ran away. Are you even men?" Sun Wukong was instantly furious and cursed. "These guys are really untrustworthy. Leaving him alone in Hell? What kind of situation is this? Sun Wukong, you'll stay in Hell forever. Experience the taste of Hell. Never think of returning to your beloved Earth." Dr. Gero's sinister laughter echoed in Hell. "Damn you, you bad guys." Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. If he could fight, staying in Hell wouldn't matter. Just as Sun Wukong was thinking this, two familiar voices suddenly rang out behind him. "Long time no see, Sun Wukong." Hearing the two familiar voices, Sun Wukong suddenly smiled. Hell seemed to be quite interesting. Meanwhile on Earth, because many extremely evil people were thrown from Hell onto Earth, the situation had completely descended into chaos. "Mr. Yifeng, what should we do now?" Looking at the city that had suddenly turned into a mess, Sun Gohan asked through gritted teeth. "What else can we do? Send them back where they came from, right?" Yifeng said lightly, "Sometimes a battle doesn't necessarily have to be against a stronger opponent. Isn't it nice to appropriately bully some weaker ones?" After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly dived down. "It seems today would be a good day to have some fun." Got it." After Sun Wukong nodded. He also jumped down from the Heavenly Temple with Yifeng. Chapter 41. Vegeta vs. Hell's number 17. Boom! Deafening sounds continuously erupted in the bustling city, with explosions happening one after another, and thick smoke billowing up. Whoosh! Yifeng's body suddenly appeared on top of a skyscraper that had its roof removed. At this moment, there were several familiar faces on the street. Gula was leading his Gula Mecha Squad, along with the Jinyu Force, continuously causing destruction, and there was also a Toad. Energy balls were being blasted out of their palms, causing buildings to collapse one after another. "Hey, you guys." Yifeng crossed his arms over his chest and suddenly spoke to the street below. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Destroying public property is not a very friendly behavior, you know?" Looking at Gula and the others, Yifeng smiled lightly. "What? An ant dares to talk to us like this?" The captain of Gula's mech team, Shaviza, coldly glanced at Yifeng and then directly fired an energy ball at him. Boom! The energy ball exploded, raising a thick cloud of smoke. Shaviza smirked, thinking that an ant is just an ant, so easy to crush. Whoosh! The next moment, Yifeng suddenly appeared in front of Shaviza, his fingertip aimed directly at Shaviza's forehead, still wearing a gentle smile. "I really dislike people like you who have no strength and no manners." Before he finished speaking, a beam of light instantly pierced through Shaviza's head. There wasn't even a scream. He fell to the ground dead. Captain, Dre, and Nez looked at Yifeng with anger, their fists clenched tightly. How could there be someone other than those damn Saiyans who dared to attack their Gula Mech team? They were really asking for death. Piu. The next moment, several energy beams shot out from Yifeng's fingertips, piercing through the foreheads of Red, Nez, and several members of the Jinyu Force, Jisoo, and Berta. Easily killing a few people, Yifeng showed no emotional fluctuations. They originally came from Hell, and he was just sending them back. Interesting, he thought, killing those wastes so easily. After seeing his subordinates killed, Gula looked at Yifeng with interest and said lightly, "You seem to have some strength. Have you considered being my subordinate? I can give you a planet." The strength of the person in front of him far surpassed that of Shaviza and the others, and he could easily take their place. Idiot. Yifeng looked at Gula with sympathy. The moment his voice fell, Yifeng disappeared directly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Gula. His palm was pressed against Gula's body, and the energy ball emitted a golden glow. What? No, don't kill me. I can give you all my planets. Gula panicked instantly because he felt a strong aura of death. Don't resurrect again. This is just degrading yourself. As Yifeng's words fell, the energy ball instantly devoured Gula completely. In the early stages, Bo was not as good as a dog. Just now, Gula was in such an awkward situation. After dealing with Gula and the others, Yifeng then friendly sent Bojack and others back to Hell one after another. With the help of Sun Wukong and others, they had already sent all the beings from Hell back in just over half an hour. Wait, there's still those two old fellows, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew on Earth. Is it the energy of Vegeta? Has he already started fighting against Android 17? Yifeng sensed that Vegeta's energy was rising. Although he couldn't feel number 17's energy, he could guess what was happening. At this moment, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Ub had already cleaned up the mess and flew to Yifeng's side. Since they were all here, let's go and see the excitement. After Leaf Maple finished speaking to the four, he flew directly towards Vegeta. 2 minutes later, he arrived at the scene where Vegeta was fighting Hell's Android 17. At this moment, Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with golden flames swirling around his body. He looked at Hell's Android 17 with a proud expression. Hell's Android 17 was clearly no match for Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, covered in wounds and his clothes in tatters. Oomph, a bunch of scrap metal. I'll tear you apart now. After Vegeta's proud voice fell, he attacked Hell's Android 17 again. TCH, I didn't expect this Vegeta to be so strong. Dr. Gero frowned tightly. In his impression, as long as they got rid of Goku on Earth, they could easily gain control. He didn't expect there to be a troublesome Vegeta. Vegeta was indeed surprising, but he definitely couldn't match the power of Super 17. Dr. Mew revealed a wicked smile and said, as long as Hell's Android 17 and Earth's Android 17 fuse, they will become the strongest ultimate android warrior. No one can compete with them. What are you doing, Android 17? Hurry up and come here. I am you, and you are me. Suddenly, the voice of Android 17 echoed in the mind of Android 16, who was trying to persuade him. Then his pupils suddenly turned red, and the last traces of humanity disappeared completely. Chapter 42. Fusion. Super 17 is born. Dad, we're here to help you, Trunks said to Vegeta, looking at him. The only ones left on Earth are probably Android 17 and those two doctors. As long as we kill them, the crisis on Earth will be resolved. You don't need to do anything. I can handle him alone. Vegeta coldly turned around and shouted at Trunks. His current power was simply not something that the Android 17 in front of him could match, and it would be easy to kill him. After being yelled at by Vegeta, Trunks had no choice but to obediently retreat to his original position. He knew his father's character well. He was firm and decisive. And looking at the current situation, his father indeed had the ability to deal with Android 17. Oh, my Android 17 is back. A streak of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and Dr. Mew said excitedly. He was truly worried that Hell's Android 17 wouldn't be able to hold on. Whoosh. At the moment the sound of breaking air rang out, Earth's Android 17 suddenly landed behind Hell's Android 17. What? How can there be two Android 17s? A look of shock appeared on Vegeta's face. Gohan and Trunks were also bewildered. If there were two Android 17s, it would be a bit troublesome. It seems that all the warriors on Earth have gathered. The most exciting part is about to come. In that case, let us fuse Android 17s. Dr. Gero excitedly ordered the two Android 17s. Finally, he could witness his ultimate research achievement. The fusion of the two Android 17s would give birth to the universe's strongest ultimate android, Super 17, absolutely incomparable to anyone else. I am you, and you are me. After receiving Dr. Gero's command, the two Android 17s chanted in unison. Then red light erupted from their pupils, and dazzling golden halos appeared around them. Super 17. Indeed something to look forward to. Yifeng pursed his lips, looking at the two figures enveloped in a golden halo, and said faintly. At that moment, the two Android 17s slowly overlapped one in front of the other. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, blinding everyone. What? Such a dazzling light. What kind of monster will be born next? Sun Wukong covered his eyes with both hands, speaking heavily. This grand spectacle will definitely give birth to something terrifying. Boom! The next second, the city beneath them was directly destroyed, turning into a massive pit. The fused Super Android 17 also appeared in front of everyone. After the fusion, Android 17's figure became taller, his hair hanging down to his shoulders, still wrapped in a scarf, wearing a tight combat suit. With a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Such powerful strength. Fear appeared on the faces of OOB and Sun Wukong. This guy put immense pressure on them. Hey, we did it. The ultimate artificial human I've always dreamed of has finally been born. Dr. Gero said excitedly as he looked at Super Android 17. Our plan to invade Earth is also nearing its end. It's truly a moment worth celebrating, Dr. Mew added excitedly. After Earth, the entire North Galaxy will be next. And then we'll conquer other galaxies. The whole universe will be ours. TCH, damn it, I want to kill him. Vegeta glared at Super Android 17 with a fierce expression, leaping forward to attack. Bang! Vegeta's fist landed solidly on Super Android 17's face. He didn't budge an inch, not even blinking. What? How is that possible? Vegeta's face changed drastically, shocked. His attack was completely ineffective. Then, Super Android 17 casually adjusted his clothes, brushing off the dust on his shoulder. Following that, an uppercut struck heavily into Vegeta's stomach. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Vegeta was sent flying, crashing into the ruins 100 feet away. Damn it! Sun Wukong and OOB, along with the others, rushed forward to attack Super Android 17. In less than a second, they flew out at an even faster speed. Just one blow rendered the Z fighters completely powerless. Damn bastard. I haven't been this furious in a long time. Vegeta trembled as he stood up, tightly clenching his fists. Transforming back into Super Saiyan 2, the Alriati, he charged at Super Android 17 again. But in less than a second, he was sent flying back again. There was a vast gap between them, and in front of Android 17, Vegeta looked like a child. Ha ha ha, a little brat is just a little brat. No matter how many come, they won't amount to anything. Dr. Mew disdainfully glanced at Vegeta and the others lying on the ground and said, Now you should understand the terror of my Super Android 17, right? Dr. Gero said proudly. This was his long-awaited achievement, his proudest work. Damn it, I can't accept being defeated like this. Vegeta pounded the ground heavily. It was too humiliating. Now you should understand the gap between us, right? A bunch of ignorant fools. Super Android 17 aimed his palm at Vegeta and the others, sneering. Hey, can't you see I'm still standing here? At that moment, Yifeng finally couldn't help but speak up. Damn, a living person like Ely was completely ignored by them. It was simply unforgivable. Chapter 43, Vegeta's plea, shocking. What? There's one voluntarily seeking death. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew looked at Yifeng with some sympathy. This guy didn't take the opportunity to escape just now and actually stuck his head out voluntarily? Seeking death? Yifeng was slightly taken aback, then continued to smile and said, I think you might be mistaken. I am here to send you on your way. Oh, it seems like a fool. Otherwise, how could he say such ignorant words? Didn't you see how powerful my Super 17 was just now? Dr. Gero had a condescending demeanor. So what? Can it save you? Yifeng suddenly took a step forward and asked lightly, What a shameless fool. Kill him with number 17. Dr. Gero clearly did not want to continue the verbal dispute with Yifeng. He directly ordered Super number 17. Dr. Mew secretly pressed his controller because the current Super No. 17 only followed his commands. Upon receiving the order, Super number 17 casually fired an energy ball at Yifeng. In his view, this was enough to kill the reckless being in front of him. Whoosh! Just as the energy ball was about to hit Yifeng, his body suddenly disappeared. What? Where'd he go? Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew were astonished. They hadn't seen anything just now. Even Super number 17 showed a shocked expression. That speed was even faster than his own. Then Super No. 17 quickly turned around and saw that Yifeng had already helped Vegeta and Son Gohan sit on a stone slab. TCH, Super number 17 curled his lip, showing an expression of displeasure. How dare he save someone right in front of him? This is a slap in the face. Please protect the Earth, and don't let such a person destroy it. I beg you, Mr. Yifeng, Vegeta said with a pained expression, staring at Yifeng. Yifeng was suddenly taken aback, looking at Vegeta in disbelief. If these words had come from Gohan or Trunks, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. However, hearing such words from Vegeta left Yifeng somewhat astonished. This is because Vegeta had always given him the impression of being proud and having a strong sense of self-esteem. He would absolutely never lower himself to beg someone else. Even though the Dragon Ball GT version of Vegeta had undergone significant changes, it was still impossible for him to ask a Earthling to protect Earth. But the fact was indeed true. Vegeta had really asked him, and he had asked him to protect the Earth. Incredible. Vegeta, you really have surprised me, or one could say I see you in a new light. Yifeng smiled and said to Vegeta. However, there was absolutely no hint of mockery in that smile, not at all. It was simply a feeling of disbelief. Vegeta frowned tightly and did not speak. He could die, But Bulma could not die, and Trunks and Brock could not die either. Right now, he had no power to stop Super 17 and could only rely on Yeffing. Although his pride was still strong, the safety of his family was far more important than his own pride. Don't worry, even if you don't ask me, I won't let him destroy the earth. Then Yeffing nodded. Vegeta's words had changed his perception of him. If there was an opportunity in the future, he might be able to guide him to become stronger. Then Yeffing turned around and looked at Super 17. 17, hurry up and kill him. The speed of Yifeng just now made Dr. Gro and Dr. Mew feel quite uncomfortable. The Super 17, receiving the command, aimed its palm at Yifeng and shot an energy ball towards him. A trivial skill. Looking at the energy ball, Yifeng scoffed. Then with a backhand slap, the energy ball was deflected away. Boom! As the energy ball hit the ground, it exploded instantly, creating a huge mushroom cloud, and the ground shook violently. It was clear that the power of this energy ball was also quite strong. Whoosh! In the next second, Yifeng suddenly appeared behind Dr. Gro and Dr. Mew. I feel that hell seems to suit you better, so you should go back. A haunting voice echoed from behind, and Dr. Gro and Dr. Mew turned around in terror. They saw two fists rapidly enlarging in their vision. Bang! Bang! After two crisp sounds, the mechanical heads of Dr. Gro and Dr. Mew were directly smashed away by Yifeng's fist. Zzz. The electric current flickered a few times at the wounds before disappearing, and the two were completely dead. Huh. I really appreciate you helping me get rid of these two annoying old geezers. Super 17 suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Now he could finally be uncontrollable. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me, because you'll soon be going down to accompany them. Yifeng suddenly grinned and said to Super 17, although this guy is very strong, there's still a huge gap compared to me. Chapter 44. Your power disappoints me. TCH, arrogant thing, killing you is easier than squashing an ant, yet you still have the audacity to boast here. You don't really think that after killing two old men, you have the qualifications to fight me, do you? Super 17 responded confidently to Yifeng. This guy in front of me is at most just a bit faster than I am. In terms of true strength, he could never be my opponent. Besides, I have a little secret. I can absorb all energy attacks and convert them into my own power. So right now, I'm in an invincible position. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your confidence is truly pathetic. Yifeng shook his head. It seemed that number 17 was completely unaware of the gap between them. You really have a remarkable ability to anger me. Congratulations, you have successfully provoked me. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Super 17's face. Then, he charged directly at Yifeng, moving with incredible speed. Even Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta could only see a black line and couldn't make out Super 17's figure at all. Bang! The next moment, Super 17's fist landed heavily on Yifeng's stomach. Yifeng's waist shouldn't be bent. A look of pain appeared on his face. What? Even Mr. Yifeng can't avoid it? Sun Wukong and the others looked at Super Android 17's attack in terror. Hurry! It's too fast, we can't see it at all. What's wrong? You can't dodge at this speed? It seems I overestimated you a bit. Super Android 17 looked down at the pained Yifeng and sarcastically said, "Oomph." Yifeng suddenly let out a cold laugh and slowly stood up straight. At that moment, Super 17 and Son Gohan finally realized that 17's punch hadn't hit Yifeng at all, but was instead caught by him with his hand. Was that guy just acting? Vegeta furrowed his brows, but the heaviness in his heart eased. If Yifeng had also been defeated, they would have had no way out. Yes, mister. Yifeng is perfectly fine. Son Gohan quickly responded excitedly. The terror on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by excitement and exhilaration. Is this your power? I'm really disappointed. Yifeng slowly pushed Super 17's fist away, a smirk on his face as he said mockingly. At this moment, Super 17's power was even weaker than that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. In the original Dragon Ball G series, Goku was suppressed by Super 17 and nearly killed later on solely because he didn't know that Super 17 could absorb energy. In the initial battle, Goku allowed Super 17 to absorb too much energy, which led to the reversal of the situation. However, such a thing would absolutely not be allowed to happen again. It was just a counterattack he had taken. Don't get too cocky, you bastard. Anger was clearly visible on Super 17's face. Then, he leaped into the air, his right leg sweeping towards Yifeng's head like a club. The speed was incredibly fast, causing the air to tremble and sound as if it were about to be torn apart. Your speed is too slow. After Yifeng disdainfully spoke, he directly grabbed the foot ring of Super 17 and with a forceful throw, sent him flying out. Bang, bang, bang. Super 17's body flew out like a cannonball. piercing through countless ruins along the way, and stopped 1,000 meters away. His feet plowed a trench dozens of meters long into the ground. Damn it! How could this bastard have such great power? A heavy expression appeared on Super 17's face. If it was an accident the first time, then he needed to reassess his opponent's strength after being thrown like this a second time. Whoosh! Yifeng's body followed closely behind. He then looked at Super 17 with a teasing expression and said lightly, "What's wrong? Are you starting to be afraid? Afraid? Don't be so self-righteous. I'm going to tear you to pieces." Super 17 shouted angrily, and his body retreated several dozen yards, hovering in midair, with his hands spread out. The tips of his fingers shimmered with golden light. With a roar, 10 fingers unleashed energy waves like 10 machine guns spitting fire, shooting towards Yifeng. Boom! The harsh, buzzing sound accompanied by thick smoke from the explosion instantly engulfed Yifeng's body. The ruins transformed into a pit. Such an attack would only raise some dust. You can't be naive enough to think it could defeat me, can you? Before Super 17 could get excited, a cold, eerie voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Chapter 45. Super 17 defeated. Hearing the mocking voice from behind, Super 17 quickly moved forward several dozen yards without turning his head, then looked back. His face was filled with panic and embarrassment. Yifeng, on the other hand, looked at Super 17 with a slight smile, arms crossed over his chest, not treating Super 17 as a competitor at all. Damn it! How dare you look down on me time and again? This time, I'm going to kill you completely. Super 17 was so angry he was losing his sanity. After a roar, he raised both palms high above his head. A golden energy ball quickly condensed and expanded. Within just a few seconds, it had grown to the size of half a basketball court. Ignorant fool, D. As he spoke, Super 17 hurled the energy ball directly at Yifeng. The energy ball contained the power to instantly destroy the entire Earth. You think you can kill me with this? You really underestimate me. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a look of disdain. Then, he clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, transforming into a mysterious form. After changing into this mysterious form, Yifeng's body flashed, and he kicked directly at the massive energy ball. Under Yifeng's terrifying power, the energy ball was deformed by the kick. Then, like a launched rocket, it flew out of the earth, turning into a point of light before disappearing completely. What? Impossible. A look of fear suddenly appeared in Super 17's eyes. That energy ball just now had gathered all of his power. Even so, it couldn't inflict any damage on that damn guy. This is such a boring battle. I've already lost interest. Yifeng looked at Super 17 and said. The Super 17 in front of him was a bit too weak, far from what he had imagined. Of course, it might be because he was too strong. There should be a limit to being so smug. Super 17's face twisted in anger. He never expected that after just merging, he would encounter such a situation. It was simply unforgivable. The nearly berserk Super 17 charged crazily towards Yifeng. His speed increased once again, but it was clear that he had lost some rationality. Looking for death, Yifeng frowned, and his body instantly vanished, meeting Super 17's fist. Boom! At the moment of the collision, a massive sound wave erupted from midair. The ground instantly collapsed several feet, sending Son Gohan, Vegeta, and the others flying dozens of meters away. The earth began to tremble violently. The terrifying shockwave flattened the ruins and mountains within a 100-mile radius in an instant. Yifeng stumbled and retreated 7 steps. Super Android 17 shot out like a bullet from a gun. Yifeng's power is astonishing. Super 17 was sent flying uncontrollably for half the distance of the Earth. The surface of the Earth was plowed with a trench thousands of miles long. The right arm that had just collided was completely gone, and a pool of crimson liquid was spilling from the empty shoulder. It's hard to tell whether it's oil or blood, after all. It's a fusion of a human and a pure robot. Whoosh! Yifeng instantly teleported and found himself right next to Super 17. He stepped on Super 17's head, pushing him into the ground. You're done, Ultimate Android. Since he chose to directly erase Super 17, there would be no hesitation. Super 17's body was struggling wildly, his face still filled with endless rage. However, he was unable to break free from Yifeng's foot. The previous clash had already caused some chaos in his body, resulting in a significant drop in energy. After Yifeng's voice fell, the energy sphere in his palm directly slammed into Super 17's body. Boom! The energy sphere exploded, creating a massive pit in the ground, with several small flames burning in the crater. Super 17's body had completely vanished without a trace. Although he could absorb energy to become stronger, he was injured just now, and Yi Feng's energy was so overwhelming that it didn't even give Super 17 a chance to absorb it. It's resolved. Yi Feng let out a long sigh and returned to his normal state. Although he had easily defeated Super Android 17, he couldn't bring himself to feel happy. It seemed that whether it was Baby or Super Android 17, the gap between them and himself was just too large. It was difficult for him to improve his strength in battle this way. It seemed he could only wait for the appearance of One-Star Dragon and Gogeta. The figures of Super One-Star Dragon and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta flashed in his mind, and excitement sparkled in Yi Feng's eyes. Whoosh. Then, Yi Feng returned to Sun Wukong and the others. At this time, Dandy had already healed their injuries, and they were fine. Is Super Android 17 taken care of, Mr. Yi Feng? Dandy and Sun Wukong's group asked curiously. The Earth had calmed down, but since they couldn't sense the android's energy, they weren't sure if Super Android 17 had really been defeated. Yes, it's taken care of. Chapter 46. The Choice, the Transmission of the Super Route. After dealing with Super Android 17 and Drive Jero, Yi Feng instantly teleported to Hell and brought Sun Wukong back. Because Yi Feng's teleportation was unrestricted, it could be considered a divine skill, unlike Sun Wukong who needed to sense energy, so he could go to Hell without any issues. Although peace had returned to Earth, and all the people who had come out of Hell had been sent back, many humans had died due to a series of destruction, and the cities and nature on Earth had suffered severe damage. Natural disasters like earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and floods continued to occur. Are you really not coming with us to find the Dragon Balls? In the Heaven Palace, Sun Wukong looked at Yi Feng and asked. They were preparing to search for the Dragon Balls and then use the dragon's power to restore Earth to its original state, bringing back those who had died in this disaster. I won't go. For you guys, it probably won't even take half a day. Yi Feng smiled and said to Sun Wukong. After all, they were quite experienced in searching for the Dragon Balls, especially with the Dragon Ball radar. As for what kind of Dragon Balls they could find, Yi Feng felt a bit reluctant to tell them. Oh well, this time, I really have to thank you for defeating Super 17. Otherwise, the Earth might have been destroyed beyond recognition. Sun Wukong said politely to Yi Feng. At that time, he was trapped in Hell and truly had no way out, only able to feel anxious. Fortunately, Yi Feng was there. You don't have to thank me. I didn't kill 17 for your gratitude, Yi Feng said with a smile. Since he was also on Earth, he couldn't just watch it being destroyed. Well, let's go then. Bye. Sun Wukong nodded, then jumped down from the heavenly temple with Trunks and Xiaofang. After Sun Wukong and the others left, Dandy approached Yi Feng and respectfully asked, Mr. Yi Feng, would you like to eat something before your training? All right, I'm actually a bit hungry. Thank you and Mr. for your trouble. Yi Feng turned his head and smiled, politely speaking to Dandy. After all, it had been so many days, and he had indeed troubled the two of them quite a bit. You're too kind. You are the savior of Earth. This is what I should do, Dandy said very respectfully and earnestly. As a god of Earth, he often felt powerless. Both times, it was Yi Feng who resolved the crises on Earth. So his attitude towards Yi Feng was entirely justified. After finishing the meal, Yi Feng continued to the hyperbolic time chamber. This time, he needed to make a decision that would affect the path he would take in the future. Yi Feng let out a long breath and then clenched his fist. The mysterious form, the legendary Saiyan form, was something he had not made a decision about until now. He was unsure whether to follow the path of the Saiyans or that of humans. In fact, if he could fully develop his potential, he might consider the human path. However, it seemed that his potential could not be unlocked in a short time. Soon, he would have to face a powerful opponent like the Super One-Star Dragon. He needed to improve his strength. Time passed, second by second, for a full half hour. So it was decided. It would be the legendary Super Saiyan. Yi Feng spoke to himself with a serious expression. He knew very well that the potential and talent of a Super Saiyan were almost limitless. However, even if a human had high potential, there was still a ceiling, and it relied on the potential of the Super Saiyan bloodline. System, release all of my Super Saiyan bloodline. After making up his mind, Yi Feng silently said this in his heart. When he first fused the bloodline, he had used the system's ability to hide most of his Super Saiyan bloodline because he wasn't sure at that time. Understood, host. The moment the system's electronic synthetic voice sounded, Yi Feng felt a surge of extremely strong and violent energy suddenly appear in his body, as if it would explode his body instantaneously. Hiss! Yi Feng took a deep breath, tightly clenched his fists, and the veins on his arms throbbed. Immediately, the muscles in Yi Feng's body rapidly grew larger, and he became incredibly strong. Each time his skin was filled with power. Then, His black hair suddenly began to grow longer, cascading down to his shoulders, with a few strands of black bangs appearing on his forehead. Behind Yifeng, a brown tail suddenly emerged, flexibly swaying behind him. After fully merging with the transcendent bloodline, did he actually transform into a Saiyan? Yifeng looked incredulously at the tail behind him and muttered to himself. However, it was also within expectations. The bloodline of the Saiyans was too powerful, and after complete fusion, the earthling bloodline in his body could be instantly assimilated. Since the Saiyan bloodline flowed within him, he should indeed be a Saiyan. Anyway, he had no attachment to the body he had used for only half a month. Chapter 47. Come out. Shinran, can I transform into a Super Saiyan? Now that he had become a very pure Saiyan, he was naturally eager to know if he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Yifeng straightened his gaze, clenched his fists tightly, and struck a pose. Huh! A low roar erupted from Yifeng's throat. When he watched Dragon Ball back then, he didn't understand why Goku and others relied on shouting when powering up. But now he understood. That roar could indeed unleash the power within the body. It was a tangible feeling. Boom! Accompanied by Yifeng's roar, the entire hyperbolic time chamber suddenly began to shake violently. A golden aura erupted from Yifeng's body, spreading out in all directions with a smile. His black hair stood upright, and the veins on his forehead throbbed like little snakes. Bang! In the next moment, the hyperbolic time chamber suddenly exploded. Yifeng's body also appeared in the sacred world of the Kais. At this moment, Yifeng's gaze was sharp like a fierce beast, with his black hair standing tall and his pupils turning golden. What is happening? Dandy and were drawn over by the tremendous noise. Are you all right, Mr. Yifeng? Seeing Yifeng's fierce expression, Dandy quickly asked. Huff! Hearing Dandy's voice, Yifeng exhaled and the violent aura gradually dissipated. His hair returned to its original state, and his pupils turned back to black. Mr. Yifeng, you? Dandy suddenly noticed the tail behind Yifeng. Isn't that a symbol of the Saiyans? Yifeng is a Saiyan, but he didn't have a tail before. As you can see, Saiyan Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and said to Dandy, since he had already acknowledged his Saiyan identity and accepted the bloodline of the Super Saiyan, he was a genuine Saiyan, with a bloodline even purer than that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Oh, I'm just a bit curious. Dandy, being quite astute, quickly nodded and did not press further. Some things are not meant for him to know, and asking too much would not be good for him. The room of spirit and time has been destroyed, so it seems the two of them will have to work hard again. Yifeng felt a bit embarrassed and apologized. It's nothing, sir, we'll fix it soon. Dandy quickly replied, waving his hand. Looking at Dandy, it seemed he was a bit more afraid of Yifeng. Yifeng shook his head at Dandy's reaction. He wasn't a ferocious beast that devoured people, so why act so scared? However, since the Spirit Time House had been destroyed, Yifeng couldn't continue his training. He decided to go see the dragon summoned by Sun Wukong and the others. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, that dragon holding a cigar seems quite interesting. Then, Yifeng instantly teleported over. At this time, Sun Wukong and the others had already gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, although there were cracks appearing on the Dragon Balls. After a brief shock, Sun Wukong and the others didn't pay much attention to it. Whoosh! Yifeng appeared in front of Sun Wukong and the others. Oh, Yifeng. Huh? How do you have a tail? What? You've turned into a Saiyan. What's going on? Sun Wukong turned his head and immediately noticed the tail behind Yifeng, which looked exactly like his own, confirming that he was indeed a Saiyan. He asked in shock, Mr. Yifeng is also a Saiyan? Sun Gohan and the others also wore expressions of astonishment, as they hadn't noticed it before. Moreover, Yifeng seemed to have grown taller, and his hair had also grown longer, exactly like a Saiyan. Are you surprised? Yifeng asked in response to their astonished looks. Indeed, I'm very surprised. What exactly did you do? Sun Wukong honestly nodded and said, it's a long story, let's talk about it later. For now, I think you should summon the dragon first. Yifeng naturally couldn't reveal his secret. He couldn't think of a reasonable excuse for the moment, so he simply changed the subject. Sun Wukong nodded. He also knew that ordinary earthlings were not as strong as Yifeng. Just relying on cultivation wouldn't reach that level. Moreover, it seemed that he had sensed something familiar from Yifeng's body when they first met. It appeared that he had been hiding it all along, and since he didn't want to talk, then so be it. Compared to that, he was more eager to summon the dragon and restore Earth to its original state, bringing back the innocent earthlings who had died. Seeing that Sun Wukong didn't ask, even though Sun Wufan and the others were curious, they didn't press for more questions. Come out, dragon. Sun Wukong skillfully recited the incantation to summon the dragon. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. The Dragon Balls showed no signs of activity, and a cold wind blew by, leaving Sun Wukong looking embarrassed. How could the incantation not work? Author's note: the data has been poor these days. Could there be an issue with the modifications? I'm really anxious, so please send some flowers and evaluation tickets. If you have flowers in hand and happen to like this book, please throw in a couple. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 49. The evil dragon is born. Angering the Kaioshin come out. Dragon. Sun Wukong recited the familiar incantation again, but the Dragon Balls still lay quietly on the ground, as if mocking Sun Wukong. Huh? What's going on? Did I remember the incantation wrong? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, looking a bit confused. It can't be. I've said this incantation many times. What's wrong, Grandpa? Why is there no response at all? Xiaofang looked at Sun Wukong impatiently and asked. It doesn't make sense. The incantation is like this, but why isn't it getting dark? Bulma looked around at the bright surroundings, also puzzled. The incantation is definitely fine, and the Dragon Balls are fine too. The only problem is the sudden cracks appearing on the Dragon Balls. I have a feeling of unease. Sun Wufan spoke softly. This feeling was indescribable, but lingered in his heart, refusing to go away. All right, I'll try again. Looking at everyone's eyes, Sun Wukong smiled and said. He then pointed his hands at the 7 Dragon Balls. Just as Sun Wukong was about to speak, the Dragon Balls suddenly stirred, and strands of blue smoke began to emerge from the cracks on the Dragon Balls. Almost at the same time, the sky turned blood red, and the ground began to shake violently. What? Why is there an earthquake? It feels like this dragon's appearance is a bit different this time. There is also a powerful, evil aura. Everyone spoke in panic. Only Yifeng remained calm, watching the situation unfold. The social dragon was about to be born. With the blue smoke gathered above everyone's heads and then formed into the shape of a dragon. What is that? Is that considered a dragon too? Grandpa. Xiaofang looked at the ugly dragon in front of her with disdain and asked. It should count, after all. It did come out of the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong nodded, but soon looked at Yifeng and asked, Do you know what is going on? I don't know. Yifeng shook his head, thinking that someone would explain it to them later. However, I am sure that the ugly thing in front of me is not a divine dragon and will not help you fulfill your wishes. Yifeng said to Sun Wukong with a determined expression, I also feel a very evil aura, something that was completely absent from the dragon before. Sun Wukong nodded, his gaze becoming cautious. It seems that the appearance of this dragon is related to the cracks on the Dragon Ball. However, no matter what, I will first try to see if I can restore the Earth to its original state. After speaking to Yifeng, Sun Wukong turned directly to the blue evil dragon. Dragon, please help restore the recently damaged Earth and revive all the Earthlings who have been killed. Sun Wukong wished with hope. Everyone else also looked on with eager expressions. Since they all came out of the Dragon Balls, surely they can grant wishes, right? Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, the evil dragon lit a cigar and leisurely began to smoke, looking like a true social figure. Wow, it really is exactly the same. Yifeng almost laughed out loud. This evil dragon really was a bit of a fool. Why does it feel like this divine dragon is a bit unreliable? Chi-Chi and Bulma both voiced their doubts. After their voices fell, the evil dragon blew a puff of smoke at everyone and said, I will no longer obey you humans. After saying that, the evil dragon swallowed the Dragon Balls and transformed into 7 blue smoke dragons, flying off in different directions. Then, King Kai and the Supreme Kai began to communicate with Goku and the others. King Kai's purpose was to inform Goku about the origin of the evil dragon, while the Supreme Kai and the others intended to reprimand Goku and the others for misusing the Dragon Balls. Of course, these people were mostly the kind who only acted like wise men after the fact, and were foolish before it. Knowing that frequent use of the Dragon Balls would accumulate negative energy, why didn't they stop Goku and the others from using them? Even if they ignored it, why didn't they remind them a little? They didn't even consider that if they gods were useful. Goku and the others wouldn't need to step in to fight those cosmic powerhouses. There wouldn't be any companions sacrificing themselves, and naturally, the Dragon Balls wouldn't be used so frequently. So that is how it is. It seems to be quite troublesome. After listening to the explanations from the Supreme Kai and King Kai, Goku nodded in understanding, stroking his chin and thinking of a solution. I blame all of you idiots for frequently using the Dragon Balls. The old Supreme Kai scolded Goku and Bulma like a shrew. Moreover, this guy was communicating with everyone present, including Yifeng. After shouting and complaining for almost half an hour, Yifeng was getting a bit annoyed. I say, enough already. If you keep blabbering, be careful, I'll tear down your divine realm. Don't you have any idea why there's so much negative energy from the Dragon Balls? As the supreme gods of the universe, ISNT it your responsibility to deal with beings like the Universe Emperor Frisia, the Cosmic Thug Bojack, and Majin Buu? How do you shout here? Yifeng finally couldn't help but curse loudly. This old guy could say one or two things, but he kept blabbering on, and even the hammer was of no help. Chapter 50. The system issues a task again. It's not like I haven't reminded them. After the old Supreme Kai mumbled something, he fell silent. First, saying these things now wouldn't make any difference. The evil dragon had already appeared, and the only way to deal with it was to defeat it, obtain the Dragon Balls, and seal it completely. Second, Yifeng was indeed someone he felt a bit wary of. After all, he was different from Goku and the others. Although he didn't seem to pose a threat to the universe at the moment, the important thing was that as long as he wanted to threaten the entire universe, he had that capability. Most importantly, Yifeng's personality was hard to decipher. Unlike Goku and the others who were innocent, he, despite being the Supreme Kai, didn't dare to offend him. Look, what is that thing? Is it the Aurora? At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly raised his head, looking at the thing appearing in the sky. It was colorful, resembling the Aurora. No, I can feel a very strong, evil aura enveloping the earth, Sun Wukong said with a serious expression. However, soon that seriousness turned into excitement. Although he didn't know what was going on, as long as they could eliminate the evil dragon, that was enough, right? Saying this, Sun Wukong began to stretch his body. That evil dragon should be quite strong. Yifeng, do you want to go with me? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Yifeng. Of course. I also want to see what those evil dragons are like. Yifeng nodded and said, before the 1-star dragon comes out. The 4-star dragon is also very strong and can be used to practice a bit. Just at that moment, the electronic, synthesized voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The system has issued a task. Please sign in during the battle with the Super 1-star dragon. After the task is successfully completed, you will receive corresponding rewards. Task duration, 10 days. Task duration, half an hour. Just as Yifeng was about to set off, the system's voice suddenly sounded again. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. He had waited for so long, and the system had finally appeared again. With a 10-day deadline for the task, it meant he had to fight the Super 1-star dragon within 10 days. The reward for the first task was unlimited instant teleportation, so the reward for this task should not disappoint him either. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to quickly kill all the evil dragons until the Super 1-star dragon appeared. Of course, the sooner the better, because he only had 10 days. Hey Yifeng, what's wrong? Sun Wukong waved his hand at Yifeng and asked, why did this guy suddenly freeze? It's nothing. Let's go. We'll split up. That way we'll be faster. Yifeng said to Sun Wukong, this guy is too slow in battle, dragging his feet. If we act together, I think I'll die from anxiety. Well, that's fine. Let's see who can kill the evil dragon first. Hee. Sun Wukong chuckled foolishly and replied to Yifeng, all right, you're definitely going to lose. Yifeng spoke confidently. Among all the evil dragons, only the 4-star dragon and the 1-star dragon are formidable. The strength of the other evil dragons is quite average. They only have some flashy abilities, which are not worth worrying about. Hey, don't be too confident. I won't lose either, Sun Wukong said, also looking very confident. The two of them leaped into the air almost simultaneously, instantly disappearing from the sight of Sun Gohan and the others. At that moment, Xiao Feng stealthily followed behind Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Yifeng directly used teleportation. In the first place he appeared was an endless glacier. The ice in this place was a bit strange. It wasn't pure white and transparent, but had a hint of light blue. It seemed he had found the 3-star dragon. Yifeng's lips curled up slightly as he smiled and said, among all the evil dragons, only the 3-star dragon has this ability. Yifeng glanced around, and all he could see were endless crystal ice pillars. At that moment, a bluish-green figure appeared on top of an ice pillar behind Yifeng. The sound it made was almost completely silent. It had a big mouth and a pair of small wings on its back, with a cold smile on its face as it looked at Yifeng. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in Yifeng's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It seemed this blood was meant for him to claim. Unaware of the danger, he dared to step into my territory. Let him become a piece of ice sculpture art. The cold smile on the 3-star dragon's face deepened as a light green beam flickered in its eyes. Anything in this world that was frozen by its freezing light would be eternally encased in ice. Moreover, its ice would not melt, except for the ultimate technique of its brother, the 4-star dragon. Whoosh! Just as the freezing light was about to touch Yifeng's body, Yi Feng suddenly vanished. The freezing light struck the ice surface, instantly erecting an ice pillar. What? The cold smile on the three-star dragon's face vanished without a trace, and it looked around in shock. Is it enjoyable to sneak attack others from behind? Let me give it a try. A cold voice echoed from behind, and the three-star dragon suddenly felt engulfed by a thick, killing intent. The Grim Reaper was merely a step away. Chapter 51. One punch to instantly kill the six-star dragon. The three-star dragon quickly turned its head, looking at Yi Feng with a face full of terror. Do not kill me, please. Fear filled the three-star dragon's face. Anyone who could appear behind him without him noticing made it clear, even to someone as foolish as he, that there was a significant gap between them. Hee. Yi Feng suddenly smiled, then directly unleashed a palm strike at the three-star dragon. He wasn't as careless as Sun Wukong, who had his eyes blinded by someone. Moreover, this guy's freezing beam was indeed a bit troublesome, so it was better to deal with it directly. The energy sphere instantly engulfed the three-star dragon, its body gradually disappearing like smoke being pulled straight by the wind. Boom! The key blast carved a deep ravine into the ice, and a green Dragon Ball fell into Yi Feng's hand. Embedded in the ball were 3 small red stars. The 3-star ball was in hand. Yi Feng smiled and packed away the 3-star ball. So what's next? Yi Feng slowly closed his eyes and began to sense the aura of the evil dragon. The energy of these guys was very weak unless it was during battle, and due to the fact that the earth was enveloped in evil energy, it was very difficult to find them. Found it. Yi Feng suddenly sensed a very faint evil aura, lasting for 10 minutes. He wasn't even sure if it was the evil dragon. Whoosh. In the next second, Yi Feng's body disappeared into the glacier. When he reappeared, he found himself in a fishing village. The uniquely styled fishing village was very easy to identify, and there was a strong smell of fish. What a strong, fishy smell. It seemed the 6-star dragon was nearby. Yi Feng looked around and muttered to himself, because he was quite familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball GT. He naturally knew that the 6-star dragon was hiding in the sea near the fishing village. However, he no longer felt that sinister energy. Just then, small black dots suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be various fish, shrimp, and seafood. Immediately after, fishermen rushed over with fish baskets, creating a commotion. Yi Feng jumped up, looking down at the surroundings, and quickly discovered a vast blue ocean. It was right there. Yi Feng dove directly down and stopped on the surface of the sea. Then he shouted at the ocean 6-star dragon, "Come out!" After Yi Feng's voice fell, a huge vortex suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. At the same time, a figure slowly emerged from the vortex, with deep blue hair and light blue skin. Wearing a long dress, the facial features were quite delicate, possessing a certain beauty. If one didn't know its true form, they might really think it was some kind of dragon goddess. But thinking about its true form made Yi Feng feel a surge of nausea. Of course, what caught Yi Feng's attention the most was the 6-star ball in its heart. You really made me waste 5 minutes of my time, 6-star dragon. Yi Feng glanced at the 6-star dragon in front of him with a hint of impatience and said, "How dare you speak to me like that? I am a 6-star dragon that controls the wind and air." Seeing Yi Feng's impatient expression, the 6-star dragon immediately became a bit angry and said, "It doesn't matter. Just obediently hand over the 6-star ball to me." Yi Feng shrugged and said to the 6-star dragon, "TCH arrogant thing. If you want the 6-star dragon, let's see your skills." The 6-star dragon clenched his fist, and suddenly dozens of black energy bombs appeared around him. Air split energy bomb. Dozens of energy bombs instantly attacked Yi Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The energy bombs accurately hit Yi Feng's body and then exploded. However, the effect was not significant, as Yi Feng remained completely still, showing no signs of having been attacked. Is this just a tickle? Come on, my back is a bit itchy too. Do it again. Yi Feng turned around with a mocking expression and said to the 6-star dragon, with his current physical strength, even if he stood there and let the 6-star dragon attack, those flashy moves wouldn't be able to harm him. Damn arrogant fool. Watch my rending wind vacuum slash. The 6-star dragon gritted his teeth and quickly made a series of cool hand gestures. Instantly, a series of air blades slashed toward Yi Feng. The power was quite formidable. Just the immense pressure cut a mark on the sea surface beneath his feet. Flashy moves, completely useless. Yi Feng glanced disdainfully at the so-called ripping wind vacuum slash. Then his body flashed, and a golden light erupted from his fist as he charged directly at the 6-star dragon, completely ignoring its attack. Boom, boom, boom. His fist collided with the ripping wind vacuum slash, producing a piercing explosion sound. Yet, Yi Feng's speed did not diminish at all. and he instantly appeared in front of the six-star dragon. His fist struck the six-star dragon's chest. Bang! With one punch, he pierced through the six-star dragon's chest. No, it's impossible. The six-star dragon couldn't believe that it was killed by a single punch. In utter shock, the six-star dragon's body gradually disappeared. The six-star ball fell into Yi Feng's hand, continuing to shamelessly ask for support from Huahua for evaluation tickets and monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 52 Versus. Four-star dragon. Having easily obtained 2 Dragon Balls made Yi Feng feel much more at ease. At this speed, even if Sun Wukong was slow, gathering the Dragon Balls in 10 days would be guaranteed. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Xiao Feng were still entangled with the 7-star dragon. They could have transformed into Super Saiyans the moment they met to resolve it completely, but instead, they hesitated and let Xiao Feng take action, almost getting themselves killed. Fortunately, after 2 hours of outsmarting each other, Sun Wukong and Xiao Feng successfully captured the 7-star dragon. The 7-star dragon is in hand. Now we need to hurry and not let Yi Feng get ahead of us. Sun Wukong looked into the distance, smiled, and said, I must be much faster than Yi Feng. After all, Jiro has the Dragon Ball radar, so it would be easier for them to find the evil dragons. Yes, we definitely won to lose, Grandpa. Xiao Feng nodded and said with a determined expression. Having rarely lost since childhood, her desire to win was particularly strong. Jiro, quickly check the location of the next Dragon Ball. Xiao Feng then asked the robot beside her. Jiro, Dragon Ball found to the southwest, approximately 2,000 miles away. A golden dot appeared on Jiro's small screen, indicating the location of the next Dragon Ball. All right, since we found the location, we need to act quickly, Sun Wukong said seriously. Then, Sun Wukong and Xiao Feng, with Jiro, transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Yi Feng had already arrived in the center of a small town. This town had been completely evacuated due to frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions lately. This hot feeling must be from the 4-star dragon. Yi Feng looked around at the environment and the hot air, smiled, and said, because the earth is completely surrounded by those negative energies at this moment, it's impossible to see the sun, so it can't be this hot. The only possibility is that the 4-star dragon fire dragon is nearby. Finally, there's an opponent I can fight with properly. Yi Feng looked up and suddenly saw an orange-red fireball appearing above him. It fell toward Yi Feng at an extremely fast speed, like a meteorite. Yi Feng slowly raised his palm, and a wave of energy shot out from his palm, instantly shattering the fireball. The debris of the fireball fell to the ground and ignited into a raging fire. Almost simultaneously, a red figure appeared on the rooftop in front of Yi Feng. It looked very similar to the 3-star dragon, the only difference being the color of its body. I've been looking for you for a long time, 4-star dragon. Yi Feng's body gradually rose, and after aligning parallel to the 4-star dragon, he smiled faintly and said, I've been looking for you for over 2 hours. You killed the 3-star dragon and the 6-star dragon? The 4-star dragon's tone was calm, but his eyes revealed a hint of cold, murderous intent. Although he and the 3-star dragon were at odds, the latter was still his brother. He sensed the presence of the 3-star and 6-star orbs on the guy in front of him, indicating that the 3-star dragon and 6-star dragon had already been dealt with. That's right, you're next. Yi Feng smiled confidently and nodded. Cut it out, you're being too naive. If you think I'm like the 3-star dragon or the 6-star dragon, then you're making a big mistake. The 4-star dragon snorted and spoke to Yi Feng. Although the 3-star dragon is his brother, his own strength far exceeds that of the 3-star dragon. To put it bluntly, he could kill the 3-star dragon in 10 seconds. I know your strength is very strong. Among all the evil dragons, besides the 1-star dragon, you should be the strongest, right? It's precisely because of this that I'm willing to spend 2 hours looking for you. Yi Feng spoke. The 4-star dragon is indeed very strong. Not even weaker than Super Saiyan Goku, but that's relative. In front of me, he really can't be considered strong. At most, he is just a bit tricky. I was originally waiting for Goku, but since you came and killed the 3-star dragon, I'll deal with you first. The 4-star dragon confidently said to Yi Feng, Deal with me? You are quite confident, so come and give it a try. Yi Feng chuckled playfully and said to the 4-star dragon, All right, I'll be able to defeat you soon. After the 4-star dragon's voice fell, his body disappeared without a trace. Almost at the same time, Yi Feng's body also vanished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, 2 lines, one black and one red, flickered and intertwined. The 4-star dragon suddenly adjusted his body temperature to Celsius, a temperature equivalent to that of the sun's surface. In the next moment, their fists collided tightly together. Bang! After the collision, the two quickly separated, and Yi Feng slightly furrowed his brow. The high temperature of Celsius is a bit tricky. Feeling the piercing pain in his fist, he said softly, "Oomph. Now you realize you're simply no match for me." The 4-star dragon, having gained a slight advantage, spoke to Yifeng. Of course, he had that confidence. The high temperature of Celsius was not easy to deal with. Chapter 53. The Angry Form. Moreover, he was currently only in his ordinary form. He still had a true form with even higher temperatures. After transforming, his power would increase significantly. Don't rush to conclusions. The temperature of Celsius is really not that big of a threat to me. Yifeng gently shook his head, with a confident smile still on his lips. Although he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan form at the moment, he had already achieved the rage form of a Super Saiyan. This form was enough to defeat the 4-star dragon in front of him, and he was very confident about that. Moreover, his current rage form was even stronger than the rage form of Broly in Dragon Ball Super. Really? At this point, are you still trying to talk big? The 4-star dragon didn't believe that this guy in front of him could be his opponent. At most, he was just a fool who liked to boast. A frog in a well? Huh? Then let me show you my power. Yifeng suddenly clenched his fists tightly. A low roar erupted from his throat, followed by strands of grass-green aura bursting out from his body. The ground beneath his feet instantly exploded, spreading out in a spiderweb pattern in all directions. Boom! The town began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had occurred, and the houses around, which already looked like ruins, collapsed with a loud crash. What? This guy's aura is so powerful? The confidence on the face of the 4-star dragon instantly vanished, replaced by a thick expression of shock. I didn't expect his body to contain such power. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who was fighting the 2-star dragon, suddenly sensed Yifeng's aura and stopped his movements. Yifeng's aura? Has he already started fighting? This guy's aura has increased so much, it's really exciting. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong's face revealed an excited expression. It seems I need to find another time to spar with Yifeng properly. Incredible. The whole earth is shaking violently. Xiaofeng muttered in a daze. This aura is much stronger than Grandpa's. The Yifeng is really amazing. Sun Wukong and the others felt Yifeng's aura. And naturally, Vegeta, who was desperately training in the gravity room to catch up with Sun Wukong and Yifeng, felt it too. After sensing Yifeng's increase in power, Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly and trained even harder. These bastards. Each of them seems to be on a cheat mode. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and the others were filled with joy. With Yifeng here, the evil dragons would definitely be subdued. After a minute, Yifeng's aura finally stopped. At this moment, Yifeng's black hair stood high, his pupils turned golden, and he looked like a drawn sword. His aura was extremely sharp. This is Yifeng's first form, the angry form. It merged the power of the great ape, and according to the setting in Dragon Ball Super, Broly, it is 10 times the power of his normal state. However, Yifeng knew very well that the power of this form was definitely not that simple. It seems you are very shocked. Where did your earlier confidence go? Yifeng suddenly grinned and asked the 4-star dragon, I didn't expect there to be such a strong opponent. It's undeniable that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. But don't think that this means you will definitely win against me. Although the 4-star dragon was shocked inside, it couldn't show it on the surface. Moreover, until the last moment, it's really uncertain who will win or lose. Isn't that right? You might be overestimating yourself. As Yifeng's teasing voice fell, his body suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same moment, a fist imprint appeared on the chest of the 4-star dragon, and his body was directly sent flying out. Boom, boom, boom. The 4-star dragon's body instantly crashed through dozens of ruins, leaving a long trace on the ground. Damn, what kind of power and speed is this? A hint of fear suddenly emerged in the 4-star dragon's heart. The speed and power just now exceeded his expectations once again. Shocked? To be honest, I'm also quite shocked. Yifeng smiled and suddenly appeared in front of the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon let out an angry roar, and then cracks appeared on its body, emitting golden light from within. Subsequently, red fragments fell off directly. This is what you originally looked like, right? It seems that aside from a slightly higher temperature, there hasn't been any change at all. Yifeng looked at the suddenly transformed golden 4-star dragon and said in a flat tone, Is that so? You'll understand soon enough. The 4-star dragon coldly stared at Yifeng, and after speaking, it directly attacked him. Bang, bang, bang. Its fists shot towards Yifeng like a machine gun, but Yifeng dodged them one by one. I originally thought the 4-star dragon would be a bit stronger. It seems I had too high hopes for you. Yifeng gently shook his head. After transforming into the angry form, The power and speed of the 4-star dragon were already too different from his own. Author's note: shamelessly asking for some data, even though you often ignore it. Chapter 54. The 1-star dragon's caution. Alright, the battle ends here. My interest in you has already faded. Yifeng suddenly made a move, grabbing the 4-star dragon's fist, and calmly said, "Indeed. The 4-star dragon's strength is not as strong as I imagined, so this battle has become somewhat boring. You're looking down on me." The 4-star dragon said with an angry expression. Although he was sure he was no match for this guy in front of him, the condescending tone was unbearable. "Hand over the 4-star ball, and I might consider letting you live," Yifeng said in a calm tone. The 4-star dragon is different from other evil dragons. His nature is not bad. He just wants to have a proper duel with Sun Wukong. If he voluntarily hands over the 4-star ball, I want to take action against him. But if he remains stubborn, then there's nothing I can do. Asking me to obediently hand over the 4-star ball is just a daydream. The 4-star ball naturally has its own pride. Death is not scary at all. The only regret is that I can't have a proper duel with Sun Wukong. If that's the case, then let us go to hell. Yifeng is not a saint. If he obediently hands over the Dragon Ball, he can spare him, but if he remains stubborn, he will show no mercy. After his voice fell, Yifeng struck like lightning, directly hitting the chest of the 4-star dragon. The terrifying force sent the 4-star dragon flying, a fierce expression appearing on its face. However, due to the overwhelming strength of Yifeng's punch, the 4-star dragon couldn't control its body after being hit. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly appeared behind the 4-star dragon, and a grass-green energy ball gathered in his palm. It contained the power to destroy the world. When the 4-star dragon's back came into contact with the energy ball, it instantly exploded. Boom! Rumbling. A magnificent firework display erupted in the sky, and the ground was shaken into a massive, deep pit. An area of 1,000 feet collapsed by more than 10 meters. The 4-star dragon's body completely vanished, and then the Dragon Ball fell, which Yifeng caught in his hand. Yifeng tightly gripped the 4-star ball in his hand, glanced around at the damaged surroundings, and then his body disappeared again. 5 minutes later, a figure suddenly appeared at the place where Yifeng and the 4-star dragon had just battled. The newcomer was dressed in a cream-colored outfit, with black bone spurs on the wrists, chin, and back, a pair of elf-like ears, and 2 antennae of the same skin color on the top of his head. His eyes contained a chilling light. This person was the target Yifeng was currently searching for, the 1-star dragon. Who exactly was that guy just now? He possessed such powerful strength that he easily killed the 4-star dragon. The 1-star dragon looked in the direction Yifeng had vanished, and a heavy expression appeared in his sinister gaze. Although the strength of the 4-star dragon was not as strong as his own, it was definitely not too weak. He had actually killed the 4-star dragon in such a straightforward manner. This meant that he also had the power to kill himself, unless he devoured the other 6 Dragon Balls and transformed into a super 1-star dragon. By then, there would definitely be no opponent for him in the entire universe. However, 3 Dragon Balls were currently in that human's hands, and his strength far exceeded his own. How could he get them back? Thinking of this, the 1-star dragon felt a bit anxious. But for now, he needed to hide all his energy and not be discovered by him. Only then could he think of another way. At this moment, Yifeng had been searching for 2 hours, but had not found the 1-star dragon he was looking for. Of course, his current goal was not to kill the 1-star dragon, but to enthusiastically give him the 3 Dragon Balls he had obtained. Then he would let him take the Dragon Balls from Sun Wukong and transform into a super 1-star dragon. In that case, he would be able to have a good fight with him. There were 2 benefits to fighting the 1-star dragon. First, his current strength was stuck in the angry form, and he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan. He needed a good opportunity. The strength of the super 1-star dragon would definitely surpass his angry form, so he could use the power of the super 1-star dragon to transform into a Super Saiyan. After becoming a Super Saiyan, he could easily defeat the 1-star dragon. If that didn't work, he still had the strongest trump card, the ultimate instinct. So he wasn't afraid of the 1-star dragon causing any big waves. Second, it was to complete the system task. Although this was not a mandatory completion, Yifeng was still very interested in the rewards for this task. After all, the newbie gift pack and the first sign-in reward were both good things. He believed that this time would definitely not be too bad. He couldn't find the 1-star dragon for now, but it seemed he could sense other evil dragons nearby. Yifeng glanced at a city not far away and murmured to himself. A faint aura of evil was emanating from the city. Chapter 55. The final opponent, 1-star dragon. Yifeng's body gently landed at the intersection in the city center, and at this moment, the vast city was exceptionally quiet. There were no people in sight, not even a single moving car. Suddenly, The traffic lights at the intersection flickered and then gradually dimmed. Then Yifeng keenly observed that there were several clumps of pink, sticky substance attached to the traffic lights. "Come out, 5-star dragon." Yifeng smiled faintly and said loudly, "In fact, as long as you see that abnormal traffic light, you can determine that the one controlling the current here is the 5-star dragon, also known as the electric dragon. It has no real power, but ordinary attacks have no effect on it because its body is wrapped in a layer of pink slime, making it difficult to directly harm its true form. However, I know exactly how to deal with a 5-star dragon." Just as Yifeng's voice fell, suddenly a mass of pink substances began to crawl towards him. "Oomph, have I been discovered? Your perception ability is quite strong." Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Yifeng. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a human, but a creature that was a combination of a penguin and a pterosaur. "You were able to deal with the 3-star dragon, 4-star dragon, and 6-star dragon. Your strength is indeed impressive, but you are definitely no match for me, the 5-star dragon." The 5-star dragon said to Yifeng with a smug expression. "Oh really? You may not know that the 3 killed before you were even more confident than you." Yifeng still said with a faint smile. "The electric control ability of the 5-star dragon is indeed very strong, but compared to the 4-star dragon, it really doesn't count for much." "Oomph. Then let me show you the consequences of provoking me. Electric slime, come to me." Suddenly, the 5-star dragon spread its hands, and the surrounding pink liquid suddenly gathered towards Yifeng. Yifeng suddenly shook his arms, and a surge of energy erupted from his body. The terrifying aura directly pushed the slime back. Although this thing was of no use to him at all, the sticky substance was quite disgusting to look at. How could he let it stick to his body? "Oh, it seems to have some ability." The 5-star dragon's eyes revealed a look of surprise, but it was merely surprise. He still had the absolute capability to kill him. The evil dragon electric shock. Then, the 5-star dragon launched another attack at Yifeng. A stream of electricity shot out from its fingertips, heading straight for Yifeng. Yifeng did not dodge at all, allowing the so-called evil dragon's electric shock to hit him. Crackle. Streams of electricity flowed through his body, but Yifeng did not feel any discomfort. Instead, it felt quite pleasant, like a massage. "Is this your attack? It seems like the electricity is a bit too weak. Can you make it stronger?" Yifeng looked at the 5-star dragon with disdain and asked. His current plan was to let the 5-star dragon absorb more electricity. This way, he would be able to easily deal with him. "How dare you say such arrogant words in front of the strongest evil dragon? I won't let you off." The 5-star dragon's body swelled with anger. Since he wanted more powerful attacks, then he would satisfy him. Suddenly, 10 antenna-like structures appeared on the 5-star dragon's shoulders, reaching towards the high-voltage lines and power generation site. Soon, the 5-star dragon's body began to expand, and within a few seconds, it had already grown as tall as a 12-story building. "Now is the time." Yifeng looked at the 5-star dragon and said. His body was now filled with electricity, so he was most afraid of water. Once he touched water, his whole body would short-circuit. Then Yifeng's body leaped up and suddenly disappeared in front of the 5-star dragon. 2 seconds later, he reappeared, dragging 4 huge iron barrels, which looked quite out of place. "Ha ha! Are you trying to make me laugh to death with that thing?" The 5-star dragon looked at Yifeng and laughed proudly. This guy, could he be scared silly by himself? "No, I want to kill you." After Yifeng's cold laughter fell, he directly threw 4 large iron barrels at the top of the 5-star dragon's head. Then, with a flick of his fingertip, an energy beam shot out, causing the barrels to explode instantly. Water poured down like a deluge, drenching the 5-star dragon completely. "What? Water?" A look of terror instantly appeared on the 5-star dragon's face. It was not afraid of any attacks, but the most feared was water, as it would cause a short circuit. "All electrical solutions, leave immediately." The 5-star dragon shouted in panic, but it was already too late. Its massive body began to explode everywhere. Boom! A few seconds later, a deafening explosion echoed, and golden light erupted as the 5-star dragon's body exploded. Yifeng reached out and directly grabbed the 5-star ball in his hand. Although he could solve the 5-star dragon with his own strength, this guy was a bit too annoying and might take some time. So it's better to solve it in the simplest way. Now I have 4 Dragon Balls in my hand, and Sun Wukong and the others probably have the 2-star and 4-star balls, which means only one 1-star Dragon Ball is left. Chapter 56. All Dragon Balls have been stolen. Please collect and send flowers. Whoosh whoosh. Sun Wukong and Xiao Fong suddenly flew towards Yifeng. "Hey Yifeng, I didn't expect you to win." Sun Wukong landed in front of Yifeng, smiling as he spoke. He didn't really care about winning or losing. "How did you know I already won?" Yifeng also smiled and asked curiously. Moreover, he didn't release much energy during the battle just now. Yet they found him so quickly. Hee. You have 4 Dragon Balls on you now, so naturally you've won. Sun Wukong said with a mysterious smile. I see. It's that robot with the built-in radar, right? Yifeng looked at Jiru beside Xiaofang and quickly understood. He had the Dragon Balls on him, and that guy could sense the Dragon Balls. They could know him and clearly know how many Dragon Balls he had, which made things very easy. How many stars are the ones on your side? Sun Wukong curiously asked. They had already gathered 6 Dragon Balls and didn't know what star the last Dragon Ball was. The remaining one is a 1-star Dragon Ball. Yifeng replied directly. The 1-star dragon is also the most difficult one to deal with. Of course, that S for Sun Wukong. In his view, it's just SOSO. Unless he transforms into a super 1-star dragon. The 1-star dragon, completely unable to find that guy's location. Sun Wukong frowned and said. He had tried to look for other Dragon Balls, but he couldn't find any at all. Not even the Dragon Ball radar works. Yifeng asked in surprise. Well, Jiru has tried several times and still can't find it. That's why we came to look for you. Sun Wukong nodded and said. Alright, why don't you put these Dragon Balls together as well? It doesn't matter. Yifeng finished speaking and directly took out the Dragon Ball, handing it to Xiaofang. Since it all needed to be absorbed by the 1-star dragon, it didn't matter who had it. We have found 6 Dragon Balls now, and with one more, we can restore everything to its original state. Xiaofang put the 4 Dragon Balls into her backpack, her face full of excitement as she said, the 1-star dragon won't leave Earth, so let's keep searching. Sun Wukong looked at Yifeng and said, wait a minute, it's coming. Yifeng suddenly looked in a certain direction, and a terrifying wave of energy rushed towards the 3 of them. What? Sun Wukong and Xiaofang were immediately alarmed. Boom! Just as the 3 of them reacted, the energy sphere had already struck the ground beneath them, exploding. In an instant, dust flew everywhere and fragments scattered. Yifeng and Sun Wukong flashed their bodies and appeared directly in midair. Xiaofang's strength was already weak, and she couldn't evade such a surprise attack. Instantly being blown away, Sun Wukong hurriedly flew over and caught Xiaofang. At this moment, the backpack in Xiaofang's hand had already disappeared. Grandpa! Xiaofang weakly glanced at Sun Wukong before fainting. Ha ha! At that moment, a cold, eerie laughter echoed from the dust. Finally willing to show yourself? Hearing that laughter, Yifeng's mouth involuntarily curled up. 1-star dragon, this guy is quite clever. He had completely concealed his aura using some unknown method, and even the dragon radar couldn't detect him. Yet, he had been watching the 3 of them, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. However, this was just what Yifeng wanted. He was still thinking about how to make 1-star dragon absorb the other Dragon Balls. The dust gradually cleared, revealing a milky white figure in Yifeng and Sun Wukong's line of sight. 1-star dragon. Sun Wukong frowned, anger flashing in his eyes. This guy actually dared to hurt Xiaofang. What a bunch of fools. I thought there would be some difficulty. But I didn't expect to get the Dragon Balls so easily. 1-star dragon said smugly, coldly snorting at Yifeng and Sun Wukong. 6 Dragon Balls floated in front of 1-star dragon's chest. Damn it. I will never let you go. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. Yifeng, take care of Xiaofang, he said, handing Xiaofang directly to Yifeng. What's wrong, Sun Wukong? Do you want to fight me? 1-star dragon said disdainfully to Sun Wukong. With Sun Wukong's strength, he could defeat him even without absorbing the other Dragon Balls. However, he had a more troublesome opponent nearby. So for safety's sake, he could only transform into Super 1-star dragon. This way, he would be foolproof. I said, you hurt Xiaofang. I will definitely not let you go. Sun Wukong tightened his fists, his brow furrowed. In that moment, a golden aura erupted from his body. The golden aura swirled around him, and Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He could sense that 1-star dragon was much stronger than the previous 2-star and 7-star dragons. He had to give it his all. Chapter 57. The Powerful Super 1-Star Dragon. Meanwhile, in West City, Vegeta was training frantically in the gravity chamber at his home. After Sun Wukong defeated Majin Buu, he had acknowledged him as the strongest in the universe and had given up on surpassing him. However, Yifeng's sudden appearance reignited that flame within him to surpass them. TCH, those 2 are fighting, and I'm just here torturing myself in this place. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, veins popping on his forehead. This feeling was truly uncomfortable, especially when it came to Trunks. The frustration he felt since Yifeng became a Saiyan was like a volcano erupting. Hey, Vegeta, do you really want to surpass Wukong that much? Suddenly, Bulma stood at the door of the gravity chamber, looking at Vegeta and asking, "TCH, what are you doing here?" Seeing Bulma arrive, Vegeta could only stop his training and wipe the sweat off his brow, not answering her question. However, as his wife, Bulma naturally understood Vegeta's thoughts. "Perhaps you could also become Super Saiyan 4, Bulma tentatively said. What? Vegeta's expression suddenly froze, shock appearing in his eyes. He could also become Super Saiyan 4? Yes, because last time I was controlled by Baby, I learned from him that Saiyans can awaken the power in their bodies and transform into giant apes when exposed to strong blood waves. Bulma said earnestly, "But I haven't really tried it, so whether I can develop the blood wave is still uncertain. Can you really make me become Super Saiyan 4 too?" Vegeta's shock gradually turned into ecstasy. "I currently only have a 50% chance, but we can give it a try," Bulma said seriously. She indeed didn't have complete confidence, as she only gained some knowledge from Baby and didn't acquire the real techniques. The blood wave still needed her research. "How long will it take?" Vegeta asked, since if he could become Super Saiyan 4, he had to catch up with the battle against the evil dragons. "I'm not sure yet, but I will do it as soon as possible." Bulma shook her head and said, "Well, all right, Kakarot, I will definitely surpass you." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, a smile of excitement appearing on his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, staring angrily at One-Star Dragon. "Now, let me show you the perfect power that surpasses all evil dragons." After One-Star Dragon finished speaking, the 6 Dragon Balls flew into his mouth one after another. What? He actually ate the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong looked at One-Star Dragon in shock. Is this guy crazy? Feel the strongest power in the universe. After eating the Dragon Balls, One-Star Dragon suddenly shook his arms, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. The terrifying energy cracked the ground, and Sun Wukong was blown back 3 or 4 steps. What a powerful energy. This guy has become even stronger. Sun Wukong frowned, saying in disbelief. After absorbing the other Dragon Balls, One-Star Dragon's aura had indeed become so immense. At this moment, One-Star Dragon's appearance also underwent some changes. The One-Star Ball in his heart had disappeared. Instead, 4 Dragon Balls were embedded in the position of his chest. Super One-Star Dragon is indeed very strong. This power should not be weaker than my rage form. Yifeng looked at Super One-Star Dragon and silently assessed the situation in his heart. However, the stronger he became, the stronger he would grow during the battle. This is the characteristic of his transcendent bloodline. "Come on, Sun Wukong. Weren't you just looking like you want to kill me? I'm right here waiting for you." After devouring the other Dragon Balls, One-Star Dragon smugly said to Sun Wukong, "Even if you become stronger, I will still teach you a good lesson." Sun Wukong clenched his fist and directly attacked One-Star Dragon. The speed of Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong was still quite fast, and in an instant his fist landed on the chest of Super One-Star Dragon. Bang! With a punch, Super One-Star Dragon's feet slid back several feet along the ground. Then, Sun Wukong kicked heavily on Super One-Star Dragon's cheek. However, such a powerful attack only caused Super One-Star Dragon to tilt his head slightly. How infuriating! My attack was completely ineffective. Sun Wukong frowned deeply, as he could naturally feel the strength of One-Star Dragon at that moment. In that case, Sun Wukong retreated several dozen feet. Tenfold Kamehameha. Author's note: shamelessly begging for flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 58 versus Super One-Star Dragon. The Crimson Kamehameha was directly launched towards Super One-Star Dragon. However, Super One-Star Dragon seemed to completely disregard Sun Wukong's attack, standing still without moving. Boom! The energy wave accurately hit Super One-Star Dragon. The ground was plowed into a trench several feet deep, while Super One-Star Dragon stood there, unmoving. The energy wave blasted out 2 huge semicircles on either side of One-Star Dragon. What? My tenfold Kamehameha had no effect on him? What kind of monster is this guy? The grave expression on Sun Wukong's face deepened. At this rate, it might really be impossible for him to defeat this guy in front of him. Perhaps his strength has already surpassed Yifeng's. Sun Wukong, your attack can only raise some dust. It has no effect on me at all. Super One-Star Dragon brushed off the dust on his shoulder and said arrogantly. Of course, he had the capital to be arrogant now. It seems the situation is much worse than I imagined. Sun Wukong frowned and said heavily. It can now be confirmed that he is absolutely no match for Super One-Star Dragon. Just then, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Up flew over. Dad, are you okay? Son Gohan quickly took Xiaofang from Yifeng's hands. Luckily, she just fainted. What a strong energy. Is that guy the evil dragon? Up and Trunks looked at One-Star Dragon and asked. This energy is incredibly powerful and evil. That's right, he is one-star dragon, but after devouring all the Dragon Balls, he has now become Super One-Star Dragon. Sun Wukong said with a serious tone. Super One-Star Dragon? No wonder this evil energy feels so oppressive. Can't even Dad's Super Saiyan 4 form defeat him? Son Gohan asked in disbelief. After all, Dad's Super Saiyan 4 is almost an invincible existence. If even this form can't defeat Super One-Star Dragon, then that's just too outrageous. Although it's frustrating, the gap between him and me is very large. He can take my tenfold Kamehameha head-on. Sun Wukong said, somewhat unwilling. Being able to completely ignore his tenfold Kamehameha directly indicated the gap between them. What? There is actually such a terrifying monster. The faces of Son Gohan and the others grew even darker. Suddenly, Sun Wukong seemed to remember something and looked at Yifeng in midair, saying, Yifeng, you help me hold on for a while. I have already thought of a way to defeat One-Star Dragon, but I need a little time. Is 10 minutes enough? Yifeng directly asked. His task duration is 10 minutes. Fighting against the Super One-Star Dragon for 10 minutes will earn him a sign-in reward. Hack you, 10 minutes is enough. Sun Wukong nodded and said with a smile. He now needs to harness the Saiyan energy from Gohan and Trunks to transform into the Super Saiyan 4 full energy form. At that time, his strength will surge, reaching the peak of Super Saiyan 4, which might allow him to defeat the Super One-Star Dragon. Is it your turn to play? I seem to be more interested in you, the Super One-Star Dragon said with a faint smile as he looked at Yifeng. Oh really? I'm also very interested in you. Yifeng smiled and replied to Super One-Star Dragon in the same tone. It's undeniable that you are very strong. Even stronger than Sun Wukong. If it were a few days ago, I wouldn't have been your opponent at all, but now, before Super One-Star Dragon could finish speaking, Yifeng interrupted directly. You still cannot be my opponent. Yifeng tilted his head slightly and said provocatively, Humph, what a brazen guy, really infuriating. I'm just being kind and letting you feel the power of the universe's strongest. After the voice of the Super One-Star Dragon fell, its body directly flashed towards Yifeng. The speed was incredibly fast. Even Sun Wukong could only see an afterimage. Sun Wufan and the others couldn't see anything clearly at all. The crowd was left stunned and confused. Yifeng did not prepare to dodge the attack of the Super One-Star Dragon, but instead raised his arms to shield his chest. Almost simultaneously, as Yifeng lifted his arms, the fist of the Super One-Star Dragon came crashing down. Bang! At the moment, the deep collision sound erupted. Yifeng's body was sent flying out. Boom, boom, boom. Along the way, it shattered dozens of hard buildings. Oomph. So weak and easy to defeat. The Super One-Star Dragon looked at the large holes in the buildings above, his face filled with disdain. This guy's strength is really not ordinary. Yifeng stood up from the ruins, shook his arms, and his limbs felt as if they had been electrocuted, a mix of numbness and throbbing pain. Ding. System task has begun. Please host fight against Super One-Star Dragon for 10 minutes. At that moment, the system's voice also sounded. 10 minutes, huh? It seems I need to transform into Fury mode. After Yifeng finished muttering to himself, he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 59, Beyond Expectations of Power. Huh. Accompanied by a roar, the ground shook violently, and the surrounding ruins were flattened. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A grass-green aura swirled around him. His pupils turned golden, and his black hair stood upright. He hadn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, and his power was already terrifying to this extent. Sun Wukong and the others looked at Yifeng in shock. He was still an ordinary Saiyan, even if it resembled a pseudo-Super Saiyan. He hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan. This guy is too strong. He's already stronger than Dad without transforming into a Super Saiyan. How powerful would he be if he actually transformed? Sun Wufan looked at Yifeng, his tone filled with astonishment, and said, all right, Yifeng can probably hold on for a while now. You guys hurry up and transfer all your Super Saiyan energy to me. Sun Wukong quickly said to Sun Wufan and the others. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 with full energy could he fight against Super One-Star Dragon. Yes, Dad. Yes, Uncle Wukong. Sun Wufan and the others nodded, then directly transformed into Super Saiyans, surrounding Sun Wukong in the center. Whoosh. After Yifeng transformed into his angry form, he instantly appeared beside the Super One-Star Dragon. What just happened was merely a warm-up. The real battle is about to begin now. Yifeng's lips curled up in excitement as he spoke to the Super One-Star Dragon. This guy was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. And with his current strength, he might not even be able to match him. Don't worry, this battle will end soon. The Super One-Star Dragon was extremely confident. After devouring other Dragon Balls, he was now standing at the pinnacle of the universe's strongest. He was simply not someone Saiyan could contend with. Is that so? Then I shall wait and see. Yi Feng responded lightly, and in an instant his body flew out. A grass-green energy enveloped his fist as he directly struck towards the center of the Super One-Star Dragon's forehead. Unaware of death. The Super One-Star Dragon disdainfully snorted and also threw a punch at Yi Feng. At the same time, a fiery aura appeared around the Super One-Star Dragon. Instantly, the surrounding air became hot and restless. After all, the high temperature of sea is not to be trifled with. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, a deafening roar echoed, followed by a massive shockwave sweeping outward in all directions. The ground was directly shaken into a deep chasm over 100 feet wide and several thousand feet long. It looked as if the entire earth had been split in half. Meanwhile, Son Goku and the others, who were absorbing Super Saiyan energy, were directly blown away by the terrifying shockwave. Wow, wow, wow. Son Goten, Son Gohan, and Trunks spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces instantly pale. How terrifying. Just the shockwave has such immense power. Son Goku's expression changed drastically upon seeing their faces. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, are you all okay? Son Goku quickly asked with concern. We're fine, Dad. Let's move further away and continue. Son Gohan said, enduring the intense pain in his body. Son Goku no dead. And then the group headed to West City. It should be safer there. After a heavy collision between Yi Feng and Super One-Star Dragon, both retreated a few steps simultaneously. However, it was clear that in this clash, Super One-Star Dragon had the upper hand, only retreating a dozen steps. In contrast, Yi Feng retreated a full dozen zhang. What a strong guy, much stronger than I expected. Yi Feng shook his fists and secretly thought to himself. The power of the Super One-Star Dragon was clearly far beyond his own. If he didn't transform into a Super Saiyan, he might be defeated by him. Of course, if he wanted to become a Super Saiyan, he had to completely forget that he could use the ultimate instinct from this moment on. Allowing himself to feel angry due to his helplessness might just help him transform into a Super Saiyan. However, this was merely Yi Feng's current plan. I seem to see fear on your face. Where did your arrogance go? The Super One-Star Dragon, seeing Yi Feng frowning, naturally assumed he was scared and mocked him. Are you so carried away, just because you have a slight advantage? Yi Feng raised his head and looked at the Super One-Star Dragon, responding coldly. He was not afraid of him. If he really couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, he would have to use the Ultra Instinct to deal with him. A slight advantage? In that case, let me show you my power. After the voice of the Super One-Star Dragon fell, it opened its massive mouth, and a terrifying energy blade sliced through the void, directly striking at Yi Feng. Its power, it was no exaggeration to say, was hundreds of times that of a 6-star dragon's attack. Yi Feng naturally did not dare to be careless. Being hit by such a thing would not feel good. He could only use instant transmission to dodge it. Chapter 60. How could a Super Saiyan be defeated by a bug? Boom, boom, boom. The Rift Wind Vacuum instantly reduced the trash in front of Super One-Star Dragon to fragments. As for Yi Feng dodging his attack, Super One-Star Dragon seemed completely unfazed. He quickly turned to look at Yi Feng, and at the same time, a hint of purple lightning struck down from the sky towards Yi Feng. TCH, this is really a bit troublesome. Yi Feng frowned and said in a low voice. Although the abilities of these evil dragons are not a big deal when separated, the danger is completely different when they gather on the same person. More importantly, those abilities are greatly enhanced in the hands of a Super One-Star Dragon. Whether it's speed or destructive power, they far exceed what other evil dragons can unleash. It seems that hiding like this is not a solution. Yi Feng's mind was racing, thinking about how to avoid the attacks of the Super One-Star Dragon while inflicting some damage on it. Suddenly, 2 light green beams shot out from the Super One-Star Dragon's eyes towards Yi Feng. Unable to come up with a plan in such a short time, Yi Feng could only dodge in a panic. Whoosh! Just as Yi Feng had just teleported and hadn't steadied himself yet, the Super One-Star Dragon's body suddenly appeared in front of him. I have already figured out your movements. The moment the One-Star Dragon's voice fell, a punch landed heavily on Yi Feng's chest. Bang! The deep sound echoed as Yi Feng's body flew out like a cannonball. He then crashed directly into the ground, creating a massive crater. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Feng coughed violently a few times. That punch from the Super One-Star Dragon was just too heavy. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced by the blow, making him quite uncomfortable. Moreover, this guy had actually managed to grasp his dodging movements while he was evading the attack. This left him somewhat incredulous. Die for me. The roar of the Super One-Star Dragon came down, with both hands raised high, directly forming a massive energy ball in his palms. The moment the energy ball was formed, it smashed down towards Yifeng fiercely. When the energy ball hit the ground, it sank quickly like a boulder falling into mud. Oof. I originally thought you could hold on a little longer, but I didn't expect you to be resolved so quickly. It's really a bit disappointing, the one-star dragon said coldly, watching the energy ball sink deeper into the ground. Initially, he had been quite wary of this guy, but he didn't expect him to be so careless as to let that little brat keep the Dragon Ball. This gave him an opportunity. How could someone so careless possibly be his opponent? It seemed he had already been killed. He needed to look for Sun Wukong and the others. You think you can just dismiss me so easily? Just as the Super One-Star Dragon was about to turn around to search for Sun Wukong and the others, Yifeng's voice suddenly rang out. Then, that energy ball, which had completely sunk deep into the earth, actually began to rise little by little. What? P.S. Still not dead. A look of shock appeared on the Super One-Star Dragon's face. He was very clear that his previous attack and the energy ball could definitely kill that guy. How could he still be alive? TCH, what a tough guy. But it doesn't matter. He will only endure more pain. The Super One-Star Dragon curled his lips, and the look of shock on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cruel expression. At this moment, Yifeng held the energy ball with both hands, his body rising slowly. Once he was level with the Super One-Star Dragon, he pushed hard, and the energy ball was directly launched out of the earth. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. How could I be so easily defeated by a bug like you? Yifeng lowered his head and tightly clenched his fists. His black hair moved without wind, and a grass-green aura began to swirl around his body once again. His eyes widened, and in an instant, his pupils suddenly disappeared, turning completely white. But soon golden pupils reappeared. What is going on? That bastard endured such a heavy attack from me. How could his aura actually become stronger? Feeling Yifeng's aura grow once more, Super One-Star Dragon showed a hint of wariness in his eyes. This guy made him feel very uncomfortable. An indestructible cockroach is still just a cockroach, nothing to be afraid of. Super One-Star Dragon gritted his teeth and then launched energy balls one after another towards Yifeng. Facing the continuous energy balls, Yifeng waved his hands nonstop, directly batting them away. Whoosh. The next second, Yifeng's body shot towards Super One-Star Dragon like a sharp sword. Come on. Super One-Star Dragon clenched his fist, showing no intention of dodging, but instead met Yifeng head-on, believing his strength far surpassed that of the Saiyan. So there was nothing to fear. Chapitre 61. Total explosion. Bang. The fists of the two collided heavily once again. The terrifying shockwave flattened the ground for dozens of miles in an instant, causing a collapse of over 10 zhang. This time, both Yifeng and Super One-Star Dragon staggered back a dozen steps, with Yifeng feeling as if his fist was being scorched, the pain unbearable. Super One-Star Dragon was not feeling well either, as his arms began to feel numb. What kind of monster is this guy? He took such a heavy hit, yet his power didn't weaken. In fact, it became even stronger than before. Super One-Star Dragon furrowed his brow tightly. If this guy truly becomes stronger as he fights, then dragging this out is not a good thing for him. It must be a quick decision. Rift Wind Vacuum Slash, Evil Dragon Electroshock, Freezing Beam, Super Fireball. Determined, Super One-Star Dragon instantly unleashed all his skills. The 4 skills attacked Yifeng almost simultaneously. Damn it, I want to dodge. Watching the various skill attacks come flying towards him, Yifeng gritted his teeth, a frenzied look appearing in his eyes. To transform into a Super Saiyan, he must place himself in an extremely dangerous situation. In such moments of near despair or enduring excruciating pain, perhaps he could unleash the potential within his body or ignite his anger, thereby successfully transforming. Swoosh! The Rift Wind Vacuum Slash struck Yifeng, instantly tearing his clothes into shreds. Although it didn't directly cut into Yifeng's body, dozens of red marks appeared. The excruciating pain was quite unbearable. Immediately after, the Evil Dragon Electroshock struck down from the sky, hitting Yifeng squarely. A painful sound erupted from Yifeng's throat, and then golden light suddenly flickered in his eyes. His muscles rapidly expanded, as if he had completely lost his rationality in an instant. Swish! Suddenly, Yifeng's hair flickered, a golden halo appearing, but it quickly vanished. TSK. Yifeng continued to grit his teeth, though the pain seemed to be diminishing bit by bit. Next, the Super Fireball struck Yifeng, blasting his body away. The freezing beam followed closely, directly hitting Yifeng's body. In an instant, his body was frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. Now let me completely deal with you. Watching Yifeng, who had been frozen, Super One-Star Dragon didn't want to give him any chance, feeling a dangerous vibe from this guy. If he didn't kill him this time, he might find himself in a very passive position later. Although he believed in his own strength, to be safe, it was best to eliminate him directly. With that, Super One-Star Dragon gathered an energy ball in his palm and shot it towards Yi-Feng without hesitation. As long as he shattered the ice sculpture, Yi-Feng would undoubtedly die. Whoosh! The energy ball was released, directly smashing into the frozen Yi-Feng. Crack! At the moment the energy ball was shot, the ice sculpture suddenly showed cracks. Boom! The energy ball struck Yi-Feng's ice sculpture, sending dust flying into the air, obscuring the situation within. Finally resolved? It seems that all he is capable of. Super One-Star Dragon was very confident, believing he had completely dealt with that annoying guy this time. However, once the dust settled, he was once again disappointed. Yi-Feng's body stood still, not moving an inch. His eyes seemed to be filled with endless rage, which the Super One-Star Dragon could see very clearly. What? Impossible. How could this happen? The Super One-Star Dragon was completely stunned. His previous attack had failed to take him down. This guy is too abnormal. Damn bug. You made me endure that kind of pain. I will never let you go. I am the strongest transcendent Super Saiyan, and your earlier actions have thoroughly enraged me. Yi-Feng's deep voice came out word by word from his throat. The piercing pain he had just experienced was like a good medicine, completely igniting his anger. Suddenly, Yi-Feng's hair flickered again, and his eyes turned fierce. His body trembled slightly, and the grass-green aura around him suddenly surged like a beam of light. The colors of the entire world began to change, alternating between grass-green, black, and purple. What on earth is happening? Seeing these unusual signs, the Super One-Star Dragon's eyes filled with panic. This guy, can he become even stronger? No, absolutely not allowed to let this happen. The empty rending energy bomb, the frozen light wave, and the evil dragon electric shock. The Super One-Star Dragon launched another attack towards Yi-Feng. The feeling of unease was growing stronger. Chapter 62, Super Saiyan. This time, the Super One-Star Dragon's attack clearly had no effect. All attacks disappeared completely upon touching the energy aura surrounding Yi-Feng. No, this is impossible. How could this happen? The Super One-Star Dragon's face looked quite ugly, shaking his head like a wave drum, as if witnessing something hard to believe. How could there be such a freak on this earth? I have no impression of him at all. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth. The grass-green aura shot out directly from Yi-Feng's eyes and mouth, as if the energy within his body was completely full and overflowing. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble. Wherever the energy aura went, it was instantly destroyed, turning into billowing smoke and flying debris. It was terrifying, like the end of the world. At this moment in West City, Sun Wukong and the others had entered the final stage of energy transmission. What? This is Yi-Feng's aura. How can it become so powerful? Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan were instantly awestruck by that terrifying aura. It was almost unimaginable. It instantly filled the entire galaxy, even reaching farther places. Perhaps, relying solely on Yi-Feng could solve the Super One-Star Dragon. Sun Gohan said with a look of relief. Speaking of which, it seems that every enemy encountered since Yi-Feng appeared has been dealt with by him. Baby, the Super 17 from hell, and this evil dragon in front of us. I still want to have a good fight with that one-star dragon guy. Sun Wukong suddenly spoke up. Being defeated by him just like that is really uncomfortable. It's not every day that he encounters such an exciting opponent. He can't let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, he is about to transform into the Super Saiyan 4 full energy form, which is completely different from ordinary Super Saiyan 4 power. At this moment, not only Sun Wukong and the others, even the Kaioshin realm felt Yi-Feng's aura. Lord Ancestor, Yi-Feng's aura has actually reached the Kaioshin realm. The god Jebet said in horror to the old Kaioshin. Wukong and the others are also Saiyans, but there is a world of difference between them and Yi-Feng. It should be noted that Wukong is already a Super Saiyan 4, yet he is still not a match for the Super One-Star Dragon. However, Yi-Feng hasn't fully transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, and he can already stand toe-to-toe with the Super One-Star Dragon. What a terrifying guy. The old Kaioshin's expression was extremely serious as he looked at Yi-Feng. This guy is more dangerous than the evil dragon. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a demon Saiyan among the Saiyans. Demon Saiyans, I once saw them mentioned in an ancient text. Their talents and powers far exceed those of ordinary Saiyans. However, at the same time, such Saiyans can amplify their anger infinitely after experiencing just a bit of rage. Moreover, they are more easily transformed into Super Saiyans, losing all consciousness and becoming tools of battle. They would fight until they are exhausted to death. He is now even more worried about Yi Feng. Because judging from his current frenzy, it is very likely that the information he once saw is true. Demon Saiyan? The god Jebbet looked confused. He had never heard of this name. I just hope Yi Feng can be special and maintain his rationality after transforming. Otherwise, it would truly be a catastrophic disaster for the universe. The old Kaioshin prayed. This time, he remarkably didn't scold God Jebbet. Seeing the fear on the ancestor's face, God Jebbet became even more terrified. After all, even when Majin Buu and other enemies appeared, the old Kaioshin did not show such fear. At this moment on Earth, due to the overwhelming aura of Yi Feng, the already battered Earth felt more like a tiny boat in a storm, as if it could be swallowed by the storm at any moment. At this time, the aura around Yi Feng gradually converged towards his body, and finally, all of it was absorbed into him. Then, golden pupils suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's eyes. At that moment, Yi Feng's hair turned golden. It was not just a flicker or two, but it completely turned golden. Then the grass-green energy formed a barrier around Yi Feng. Super Saiyan. I have finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yi Feng's face revealed an excited expression. Moreover, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he did not lose his mind and recklessly destroy like Broly. He could feel that his body was filled with power, as if the stones around him could explode at any moment. In the next moment, Yi Feng clenched his fist tightly, and the grass-green aura around him burst forth like fireworks. Wherever the energy beam went, it exploded violently. That bastard's aura underwent a tremendous change. And Super One-Star Dragon was completely flustered. That aura was just too strong. Chapter 63. Sign-in reward. Power of time and space, damn it. No matter how strong you become, I will completely kill you today. Super One-Star Dragon gritted his teeth tightly, and the feeling of unease grew more intense. He absolutely could not let this feeling continue. Then, he gathered a huge energy ball in his palms, with raging flames rising from it, causing the temperature of the entire Earth to suddenly rise at that moment. Die for me. With a roar, the energy ball was hurled directly at Yi Feng. Oof. This kind of thing is useless against me now. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Yi Feng looked at the massive energy ball with a disdainful curve at the corner of his mouth. He then pressed his palms against the energy ball. His feet slid back 7 steps. Then he steadied himself and gently lifted the energy ball above his head with his right hand. You think you can kill me with this? You really know how to joke. Yi Feng spoke to the Super One-Star Dragon with a mocking tone. TCH, what an arrogant bastard. The Super One-Star Dragon clenched his fists tightly, his anger almost palpable. Then, with a flash of movement, he charged straight at Yi Feng to attack. After Yi Feng kicked the energy ball away, he also confronted the Super One-Star Dragon. Bang, bang, bang. The deep sounds of collision echoed continuously. An explosive sound waves appeared one after another in the sky. Every time a collision sound occurred, the entire air would tremble violently. Bang! Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Feng directly delivered a heavy kick to the face of the Super One-Star Dragon. Struck hard, the Super One-Star Dragon immediately fell in a diagonal line toward the ground, sliding along the surface for dozens of meters. The ground was plowed, leaving a long trace. Damn it! The Super One-Star Dragon spat out the sand and dirt from its mouth, its eyes burning with rage, and it clenched its hands tightly around the ground soil. How could it, the most powerful evil dragon in the universe, be unable to defeat even a Saiyan? This was absolutely impossible. Whoosh! Yi Feng's body suddenly appeared in front of the Super One-Star Dragon. Is he just going to lie there and not get up? The One-Star Dragon then asked lightly. In fact, his purpose for wanting to fight the One-Star Dragon was very clear. First, to use the power of the Super One-Star Dragon to break through his limits and become a Super Saiyan. And now he had achieved that. He had become a Super Saiyan. He originally thought it might be a bit difficult, because transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a sufficient amount of S cells. And one essential condition is extreme anger. He thought that extreme anger would be very hard to achieve. However, he suddenly realized that after fully merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, even a little bit of anger in his heart would be infinitely amplified during battle. That's why he was able to transform into a Super Saiyan so easily. Secondly, there was the system signing in. Yi Feng glanced at the clock. There was 1 minute left. In 1 minute, he would achieve his goal, successfully signing in and then claiming the sign-in reward. Damn, don't underestimate me. The Super One-Star Dragon leaped up instantly, and the energy balls in its palms rained down on Yi Feng like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. The energy balls kept exploding, and the deep pit on the ground continually expanded, spreading outwards in all directions. Whoosh. 1 minute later, the Super One-Star Dragon finally stopped its attack, gasping for breath. Of course, it wasn't just exhaustion that made it breathe heavily. More importantly, it was the anger for being looked down upon by Yifeng. The dust slowly dissipated, and a grass-green energy barrier appeared in the Super One-Star Dragon's line of sight. Yifeng's body was wrapped in the grass-green energy barrier. It was completely ineffective. The Super One-Star Dragon became increasingly terrified. This guy was simply a monstrous cockroach. No matter how hard it hit, it couldn't kill him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fighting with the Super One-Star Dragon for 10 minutes, completing the sign-in task. Reward: Power of Time and Space. 10 minutes had passed, and the system's voice sounded very punctually in his mind. Sign-in task completed. Sign-in reward issued. Buzz. Yifeng felt a buzzing in his mind. It was simply unbelievable. This time's sign-in reward was actually the power of time and space. Shock. Unpadan shock. Ecstasy. Uncontrollable ecstasy. The effects of the power of time and space far exceeded that of unlimited instant teleportation. Gaining the ability to manipulate time and space meant that he could freely traverse through time and space in the future. He could even use it during battles. Just like the evil containment wave from the Dragon Ball movies, disassembling and reorganizing his body at will in space. Importantly, if he encountered an extremely powerful opponent in the future, one that was completely overwhelming, he could still escape using the power of space. Wow, this system's rewards are really quite extraordinary. He was already eager to know the next sign-in location and reward. Li Feng muttered to himself with excitement, completely forgetting about the Super One-Star Dragon. Chapter 64. Initial Test of Time and Space Power. That bastard with my current abilities? It's impossible for me to be his opponent. What should I do? Looking at Li Feng below, unharmed, the Super One-Star Dragon began to calculate secretly. This guy is the type that gets stronger the more he fights. In just 10 minutes, his power has increased so much. If this continues, I will definitely be killed by him. At this moment, fear had already crept into the heart of the Super One-Star Dragon. Meanwhile, Li Feng, who had received his sign-in reward, gradually calmed down from his ecstatic state. He then looked up happily at the Super One-Star Dragon and said, "Your value of existence is gone. Have you thought about how to die?" His goal of fighting the Super One-Star Dragon had been fully achieved, so there was no need to continue wasting time with him. TCH, do you think you can easily kill me? Don't be so full of yourself. The Super One-Star Dragon tightly clenched his fists, then gathered 2 huge energy balls in his palms. During the previous battle, he had only used a fraction of his power. Now, he was going to use all of it. This time, he would completely kill this arrogant guy. The Super One-Star Dragon roared, and the energy balls shot directly at Li Feng, the scorching energy making the air sizzle. Li Feng, however, wore a faint smile, showing no signs of dodging, looking quite confident. Oof, that annoying thing, overconfident, huh? Want to take my negative energy ball head on? There's only one way for him: death. Looking at the incredibly arrogant Li Feng, the Super One-Star Dragon thought viciously. Of course, Li Feng could sense the difference in the energy ball from the Super One-Star Dragon. There was indeed a hint of danger. The reason he didn't T-dodge or prepare to counterattack was that he wanted to test the power of the time and space ability he had just received. Just as the energy ball was only 2 meters away from Li Feng, he suddenly spread his fingers and pointed at his chest. Then, a regular vortex-like wormhole appeared in front of his chest, and when the energy wave hit that wormhole, it seemed to be devoured, disappearing without a trace in an instant. What is going on? The Super One-Star Dragon was completely dumbfounded by this scene. Where did my energy wave go? Did it just vanish into thin air? While the Super One-Star Dragon was puzzled, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared behind him. Yifeng sudendi similit sitrangiri. Seeing Yifeng's enchanting smile, Super One-Star Dragon seemed to realize something and quickly turn around. However, the moment he turned back, he was greeted by the energy ball he had just launched. A terrified scream escaped from One-Star Dragon's mouth, only to be instantly swallowed by the energy wave. After the energy wave ended, Super One-Star Dragon's body disappeared without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan had just flown over. Has Super One-Star Dragon been dealt with? Sun Gohan asked, looking at the battlefield riddled with holes, but not seeing Super One-Star Dragon's figure. I was ready to have a good fight with that guy. Sun Wukong glanced around with some regret and said, Super One-Star Dragon is the strongest opponent besides Yifeng, so I really wanted to have a proper battle with him. Don't worry, the guy won't die so easily. If you want to fight him, there'll be a chance. Yifeng looked around at the environment. Although the figure of the Super One-Star Dragon had completely disappeared, It seemed that he had indeed been eliminated. However, there was still a pink sticky substance left on the ground, which was faintly familiar to Yi Feng. It was the electrical slime of the 5-star dragon. So the Super 1-star dragon had not been defeated at all. What? What does that mean? Sun Wukong quickly asked. Wasn't the Super 1-star dragon already killed? Why does Yi Feng still say he has a chance to fight Super 1-star dragon? Just as everyone looked at Yi Feng in confusion, the electrical slime on the ground began to gather together little by little. Soon, it accumulated into a vague, human shape. What is that? The Super 1-star dragon has not been dealt with yet. Trunks suddenly caught sight of that lump of red-purple substance and exclaimed in horror, Goku Gohan, and the others quickly turned their gaze to the red-purple mass. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the red-purple slime suddenly transformed into the shape of Super 1-star dragon. How infuriating, daring to make me look so disheveled. The eyes of Super 1-star dragon burned with raging flames. If looks could kill, Yi Feng might have already been dead. Just now, he was almost killed, and this humiliation must be repaid 1,000-fold. So you really didn't die, 1-star dragon? If that's the case, then I will deal with you next. The shock on Goku's face turned into excitement. He then looked at Yi Feng and asked with a smile, Is that okay? Yi Feng, it doesn't matter, but you should be prepared to get beaten up. Yi Feng shrugged and said nonchalantly. Chapter 65, Super for All-Power Defeat. This guy's Sun Wukong. He wants to give up until he reaches the Yellow River. After increasing his power, he definitely wants to compete with Super 1-star dragon again. If he doesn't fight once more, he'll probably be in agony. Anyway, it's just the right time for me to take a good rest and familiarize myself with the power of time and space. Sun Wukong, are you looking for death? Super 1-star dragon glanced at Sun Wukong with disdain and said, There's no denying that the Saiyan from earlier was indeed strong. He might even be able to kill me. But Sun Wukong wants to fight me. It seems he really thinks of me as a soft persimmon. Hee. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I've gotten quite a bit stronger too. Sun Wukong smiled at Super 1-star dragon, then clenched his fists, and a golden aura erupted from his body. Accompanied by a loud shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong's Super 4 form still had some differences from the previous Super 4, as a scorching aura emanated from his body. His hair was also surrounded by a faint red glow. Super 4 all-power form. It seems to have gotten a bit stronger, but do you think this makes you my opponent? Although he felt Sun Wukong's aura had increased significantly, such an enhancement alone was still not enough to be his opponent. Well, how would we know if I'm your opponent unless we try? Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth, smiled, and said. As soon as his voice fell, Sun Wukong and Super 1-star dragon almost simultaneously shot out like a flash. Their speeds were astonishingly equal. In an instant, their fists collided. Boom! In an instant, the ground kicked up a thick cloud of dust, and debris flew everywhere. Sun Wukong's body was sent flying back nearly 100 feet, crashing heavily into the mountain peak. Meanwhile, Super 1-star dragon only took 3 or 4 steps back. Wow, so impressive. Dad has already become Super 4 all-power. Yet there is still such a big gap with 1-star dragon. Son Gohan looked at Super 1-star dragon in shock. He then turned his gaze to Yi Feng. What kind of monster was Yi Feng fighting earlier? Moreover, Yi Feng defeated Super 1-star dragon, which means Yi Feng is the real monster among monsters. This guy is just too terrifying. Is Dad going to lose so quickly? Son Goten also frowned tightly. Could it be that after absorbing their Saiyan energy, he still can't beat Super 1-star dragon? TCH, this guy is too strong. Sun Wukong curled his lip, feeling pain in his body, and then looked at Super 1-star dragon in surprise. This guy's power is too terrifying. That was his full power strike just now, and his strength had clearly increased so much. How could this be? Sun Wukong, weren't you just so confident a moment ago? Super 1-star dragon coldly looked at Sun Wukong and then glanced at Yi Feng. To him, Sun Wukong was simply insignificant. What he really feared was that Saiyan. Even though he was currently fighting Sun Wukong, he was always thinking about how to defeat Yi Feng. You are indeed very strong, but the battle isn't over yet. Sun Wukong shook his arms, and the mountain peak behind him instantly exploded. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and he began to move his body. Although Super 1-star dragon was much stronger than him, he couldn't suppress the excitement he felt, unaware of his own demise. Super 1-star dragon frowned and looked at Sun Wukong. He needed to end this fight with Sun Wukong as quickly as possible and then use all his strength to duel with Yi Feng again. Their bodies flew out simultaneously once more. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding echoed continuously after a fierce exchange of strength. a figure crashed to the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground exploded, and Sun Wukong's body smashed into the bottom of the pit. Space split energy bomb. Super One-Star Dragon clearly wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible, gathering dozens of gray energy bombs above his head. Then, he launched them at Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. The energy bombs exploded with deafening blasts, and Sun Wukong was hit directly by the energy bombs. Super Giant Fireball, Whirlwind Slashing. Super One-Star Dragon then unleashed the strongest skills of the 4-Star Dragon and 6-Star Dragon simultaneously. Rumble. The ground exploded again, and nearly 100 feet of the ground was blasted away. Dad, Master, Uncle Wukong, Son Gohan, OOB, and Trunks looked at the giant pit with worried expressions. Just now, Super One-Star Dragon's attack was too terrifying. Each attack contained incredible lethality. Moreover, they could clearly feel that Sun Wukong's aura had become very weak. The dust on the ground gradually dissipated, revealing Sun Wukong's figure. At this moment, Sun Wukong looked extremely disheveled. His face was blackened, and his body was covered in wounds of all sizes. He held his right hand to his left arm, gritting his teeth, looking in pain, and his aura was already very faint. Damn it, I can't maintain Super Saiyan 4 anymore. Sun Wukong frowned, muttering to himself in a low voice. Then he directly transformed back to his normal state, looking like a child. Ha ha ha. He could only smile bitterly in resignation. He originally thought that his strength would at least be able to compete with Super One-Star Dragon. Now it seems he had overestimated himself a bit. I humbly request a wave of data, flowers, review votes, and rewards. Thank you all. Chapter 66. Disappear. One-Star Dragon. Bang. The next moment, Sun Wukong heavily fell to the ground. Although he really didn't want to admit it, there was still a significant gap between him and Super One-Star Dragon. And this gap would probably be hard to bridge for a while. Dad, Son Gohan, and the others hurriedly helped Sun Wukong up. Sun Wukong looked apologetically at Yifeng. Just a moment ago, he had been so confident, but he never expected to be defeated by Super One-Star Dragon so quickly. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. At this moment, Super One-Star Dragon once again turned his gaze toward Yifeng. Hey, it's your turn next. He then coldly said to Yifeng. Such a big tone. It seems that defeating Sun Wukong has greatly boosted your confidence. By the way, let me tell you something. Just now, I didn't use all my power at all. Yifeng looked at the Super One-Star Dragon with a teasing expression and said lightly, What? The Super One-Star Dragon suddenly frowned. However, it quickly relaxed. This bastard must be lying to himself. There's no way he could be holding back. When the battle first started, he almost killed him. If he really had more power, how could he not use it? You seem a bit skeptical, Yifeng remarked, noticing the Super One-Star Dragon's doubtful gaze. It was clear that he didn't believe him at all. Since you don't believe it, then I'll show you. Yifeng suddenly smiled coldly and then punched out into the air. The Super One-Star Dragon looked confused, completely unaware of what Yifeng was doing. Even Sun Wukong and the others couldn't quite understand Yifeng's actions. This punch out of nowhere, without using any energy to attack. What was he doing? Bang! Just a second later, to everyone's shock, Yifeng's fist appeared right in front of the Super One-Star Dragon, heavily striking the back of its head. Hit by the terrifying force, the Super One-Star Dragon was filled with fear as its body flew forward. Then Yifeng continued to punch out into the air, with fists hitting the Super One-Star Dragon from various angles. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the One-Star Dragon was like a rubber ball, unable to fight back at all. Such a familiar move. Watching Yifeng's attack, Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, That's right, this kind of attack is exactly like the evil thought wave. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered that over a decade ago, when he was in hell, the evil thought wave had attacked him like this. He never expected that Yifeng also had such an ability. It was truly unexpected. This guy is becoming more and more mysterious. Bang, bang, bang. The Super One-Star Dragon was attacked for a full 3 minutes. At this point, it had visible injuries on its body, with purple blood flowing from the corners of its mouth and nostrils. Yifeng finally stopped the attack, seemingly having had enough fun. It was time to completely deal with the Super One-Star Dragon. Damn bastard, I will absolutely not let you go. After being beaten for 3 minutes, the Super One-Star Dragon's facial features were completely distorted with anger. Humiliation. This is an immense humiliation. Absolutely unforgivable. Whoosh. In the next moment, the Super One-Star Dragon's body instantly appeared behind Yifeng, throwing a punch at him. Yifeng didn't even look back as a strange space suddenly appeared behind him. The punch of the Super One-Star Dragon slammed into it, as if hitting thin air. Then, Yifeng delivered a heavy elbow strike to the Super 1-Star Dragon's waist. The Super 1-Star Dragon flew back in pain. The gap between us is already too great. You are simply not my opponent. I have completely lost interest in you. 1-Star Dragon. Yifeng slowly walked towards the 1-Star Dragon and said from his high position, having transformed into a Super Saiyan and gained the power of time and space. Yifeng had already far surpassed the level of the Super 1-Star Dragon. Moreover, he hadn't even used the Ultra Instinct technique. Otherwise, he could have easily defeated the 1-Star Dragon in an instant. Damn it! The Super 1-Star Dragon's face turned green with rage as he crazily fired a series of energy balls at Yifeng. Bang! 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 The energy balls hit Yifeng. But at this moment, the Super 1-Star Dragon had already suffered too much damage, and his energy had noticeably decreased. Such aimless attacks were utterly ineffective. You can disappear now. Super 1-Star Dragon. Yifeng coldly said to the Super 1-Star Dragon. Then he instantly appeared in front of the Super 1-Star Dragon and struck with all his might, smashing his fist into the dragon's mouth. Bang! His fist plunged directly into the chest. Wow! The Super 1-Star Dragon spat out a mouthful of purple blood, its breath instantly wilting. In Yifeng's eyes, a killing intent suddenly emerged. He was fully intent on killing the Super 1-Star Dragon this time, because its value to him had vanished. Wait a minute, don't feel that kind of deathly aura? The 1-Star Dragon finally began to feel fear, its pupils filled with intense terror. A voice like a judgment fell, and Yifeng directly threw the Super 1-Star Dragon's body into the air. Following a roar, a terrifying grass-green energy directly condensed from his palm. Although the energy ball was only the size of a basketball, the aura of death and destruction changed the expressions of everyone present. After the energy ball condensed, Yifeng did not hesitate to launch it at the Super 1-Star Dragon. Author's note: I really feel extremely anxious when I don't post a chapter, afraid of making mistakes or not meeting everyone's expectations, so I am very cautious. Perhaps I don't have a good grasp of the rhythm, and my writing is quite average, but I will definitely work hard, learn more, and read more to try to make myself better. Thank you all for your support all this time. I truly appreciate it. Chapter 67, The Plan. Accompanied by a series of piercing screams, the 1-Star Dragon's body disappeared into the grass-green energy wave. Whoosh! The energy wave finally transformed into a point of light, disappearing from everyone's sight. And then 7 green Dragon Balls fell directly to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Great, it's the Dragon Balls. The evil dragon has been defeated. Son Gohan and the others looked at the 7 Dragon Balls with excitement. At this moment, the cracks on the Dragon Balls had also disappeared, looking exactly like the previous ones. Thank you, Yifeng. You saved the Earth again. You are the true savior of the Earth. Sun Wukong walked up to Yifeng and said to him seriously. To be honest, it's really rare to see such a serious expression from Sun Wukong. I don't want to be any savior. I defeated the 1-Star Dragon for my own sake. Yifeng smiled and said to Sun Wukong. He no longer cared about the empty title of Savior of Earth, having reached a certain height himself. Now, he only wanted to become stronger, even stronger, because this world contains many timelines, and in other timelines, there are many powerful figures. Take the familiar Dragon Ball Super as an example. Gods of Destruction, Angels, Grand Minister, Zeno, and so on. Perhaps he could catch up to the Gods of Destruction in a short time, or even surpass them. But the Grand Minister and Zeno, that was an unknown level of power. To avoid being bound by them, controlled by them, or easily destroyed by them, he needed to become stronger than they were. It might be difficult, but that was the goal he wanted to strive for now. No matter what, I'm really grateful to you, Mr. Yifeng. Son Gohan said sincerely to Yifeng. He cared about his family even more than Sun Wukong did. So the feeling of surviving such a disaster was truly hard to express. TCH, I hate this kind of empty talk the most. Just treat me to a meal when you have time. Yifeng patted Sun Wukong's shoulder and said, words of gratitude are really not as practical as a meal. Definitely. Sun Wukong quickly nodded. Compared to the safety of Earth, a meal is truly insignificant. All right, the Dragon Balls are right in front of you, so you can handle it from here. After Yifeng finished speaking to Sun Wukong and the others, his body flashed and disappeared right in front of them. Although he had transformed into a Super Saiyan and his power far exceeded that of Super Saiyan 4, it was still not enough. He needed some time to perfectly merge the Ultra Instinct technique with the Super Saiyan form. This way, he would be able to use Ultra Instinct based on the Super Saiyan form in the future. This was not just for the present, but also when he transformed into full power Super Saiyan 2 or even Super Saiyan 4, he would still be able to use Ultra Instinct on top of his transformations. Perhaps this was quite difficult, but with the help of the system's power, it should be achievable. Dad, what should we do now? Looking at Yifeng, who had already left, Son Gohan asked Son Wukong. First, let us restore the Earth to its original state. Son Wukong said decisively. Their initial purpose in summoning the Dragon God was to restore the damaged Earth and revive the deceased humans, which led to this major crisis. However, fortunately, everything had calmed down. The crisis on Earth had been resolved, and it had returned to normal again. Okay, I understand. Son Gohan nodded. Restoring the Earth and reviving those killed on Earth was indeed the most important thing at the moment. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin let out a long sigh. The heavy burden on his heart had finally been lifted. Although he was almost certain that Yifeng was the legendary evil Saiyan, he seemed to be a bit special. That is, after entering that berserk state and transforming into a Super Saiyan, he did not lose his sanity. The Earth was saved, and the universe was not threatened at all. This was the best outcome. Ancestor, that Yifeng is really too powerful. Kibito Kai felt that he still hadn't recovered from the shock. It was truly too strong. He couldn't imagine that there would be such a powerful being in the universe. Yes, indeed very powerful. I hope he can always maintain his true self. The old Kaishin nodded, agreeing with Kibito Kai's words. After parting ways with Son Wukong and the others, Yifeng directly arrived at the hyperbolic time chamber. To be honest, this place was now the most familiar to him. Go to other places felt a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, he now needed to spend a relatively long period of time merging Ultra Instinct with his Super Saiyan form. If he were outside, he wouldn't have that much time to waste, so he could only cultivate in the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 68, New Attempt. Super Saiyan Fusion with Ultra Instinct. You're back, Mr. Yifeng. Dandy and Mr. Popo hurriedly ran out, and Dandy said to Yifeng with a look of awe. Why the awe? One was due to his strength, the super strong power. The other was because Yifeng had saved the Earth again. As the god of Earth, he could do nothing. I'm back. Yifeng nodded. He had a good impression of Dandy, the celestial being. After all, Dandy had treated him well, whether out of fear of his strength or for other reasons. At least he liked him quite a bit. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll call Mr. to prepare something. Dandy was well aware of the situation in the lower realm and knew that Yifeng had exhausted a lot of energy during his battle with the Super One-Star Dragon. Moreover, Saiyans were known for their large appetites. Then it's a hassle for Mr. After Dandy mentioned it, Yifeng indeed felt a bit hungry. He then smiled and said to. After having a simple meal, Yifeng walked into the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps this will be my last time coming to this place. Yifeng looked at the spirit time house and murmured to himself. Alright, let's start training quickly. Merging the Ultra Instinct with the Super Saiyan form shouldn't be an easy task. I wonder how long it will take. Then Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, and a vast aura erupted from his body. Surrounding him was a grass-green flame. His hair was golden, similar to that of Son Wukong and the others, but the difference was that at this moment, Yifeng's pupils were golden, not light green. Ultra Instinct. A deep voice erupted from Yifeng's throat. Then, silver flames began to swirl around his body. However, they disappeared in just an instant. No way. Yifeng frowned and shook his head, realizing that it was not such a simple matter. Let's try again. Free extreme, intense skill. Yifeng gritted his teeth and tried again. The next moment, a silver flame reappeared, but quickly vanished again. After 2 attempts, Yifeng directly exited the Super Saiyan form, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Using the Ultra Instinct technique on top of the Super Saiyan form consumes a tremendous amount of physical energy if the key points are not grasped. Even with the vast energy within him, Yifeng felt a sense of weakness after just 2 attempts. There was simply no way around it. It seemed he needed to think carefully. Perhaps he could find some tricks. Yifeng thought seriously. Such a headstrong display of common sense was not a rational behavior. At that moment, while Yifeng was training in the time chamber, Son Wukong and the others used the power of the dragon to restore Earth to its original state. All those who had died unjustly were resurrected. However, the price was that the dragon would disappear forever and would no longer be used by Son Wukong and the others. The only difference from the ending of Dragon Ball GT was that Son Wukong did not leave with the dragon. Time passed day by day, and 5 days went by in the blink of an eye. At this time in West City, at Vegeta's home, Bulma had successfully developed the Super Bulma Beam. It worked. Vegeta, Bulma said excitedly. After 5 days and nights of hard work, the Super Bulma Beam device was finally completed. If all goes well, Vegeta could use the Super Bulma Beam to transform into Super Saiyan 4. That's great. Thank you, Bulma, Vegeta said with excitement, looking at Bulma with gratitude. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was very significant for him. Vegeta, you've really changed a lot. I remember you never used to say things like this. Bulma said happily to Vegeta. The hard work of the past few days was all worth it. Let's get started. Vegeta's face turned red. He said shyly. Saying such things really wasn't his style. Bulma nodded and directly activated the Super Bulma Beam device. When a large amount of Super Bulma Beam shone on Vegeta's body, his body suddenly began to swell. Then he transformed directly into a giant ape. A few minutes later, while training with Ub at the Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed Vegeta's energy. What a strong energy, it's Vegeta, Sun Wukong said in disbelief. When did Vegeta's energy become so strong? This energy could rival his Super Saiyan 4 form. Could it be that Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan 4? Chapter 69, Vegeta's Challenge. After sensing that energy, Sun Wukong immediately told Ub and instantaneously moved towards Vegeta's energy. Whoosh! Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in the yard of Vegeta's house, just in time to see Vegeta with red fur all over his body. Hey Vegeta, so you really became Super Saiyan 4, huh? Sun Wukong said, gently rubbing his nose. In fact, when he felt that powerful energy, Sun Wukong had almost figured it out. Kakarot, what you can do, Prince Vegeta, can certainly do as well. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, proudly and smugly stating. Of course, there was also the excitement and joy of just having transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot, I have finally caught up to you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with a mix of complex emotions. He had waited for this day for decades. For these decades, Kakarot had always been ahead of him, which had made him quite uncomfortable, his pride severely damaged. Although he had come to terms with it in recent years and no longer felt the need to chase Kakarot, it was because he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he was always surpassed by Kakarot. But now, with this opportunity, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Yes, Vegeta, you have also become Super Saiyan 4 now. You might even be stronger than me, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Vegeta's energy was indeed very strong. If they fought, it was hard to say who would win. However, I'm not interested in you right now, Kakarot, because I want to challenge Yifeng, Vegeta said, clenching his fists with a smile. When they first met, that guy had humiliated him severely. Now that he had finally transformed into Super Saiyan 4, even if his power was still inferior to Yifeng's, he still wanted to give a try. Yifeng, I advise you not to go, Vegeta, because his strength is absolutely beyond your imagination, Sun Wukong said, stunned, and then very directly told Vegeta. The power of Yifeng is definitely not something that Super Saiyan 4 can compare to. Kakarot, you didn't seem like this before, Vegeta said as he looked at Goku. This guy becomes quite confident whenever he encounters an opponent stronger than himself. He has never been the type to boost others' confidence at the expense of his own. It's really strange today. That's because I am well aware that our strengths are not on the same level, Goku said seriously. He realized this clearly when he fought against Super Yi Xinglong. Since that's the case, I must take a look. Vegeta smirked and leaped into the air, flying towards the sacred world of the Kai. Vegeta, Goku called out and followed him. This guy Vegeta has no idea how terrifying Yifeng is. It would be troublesome if he angers him. This is what the old Kaioshin repeatedly warned me about, not to provoke Yifeng. Swish, swish. Vegeta and Goku appeared at the sacred world of the Kai in just a few seconds. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, what brings you here? Dandy quickly approached and asked the two. Hey, where's that guy Yifeng? Vegeta coldly asked Dandy. Dandy hesitated for a moment, glancing at Goku as if asking how to respond. He naturally knew Vegeta's personality, which tends to stir up trouble. Do you need something from me? Vegeta. Just when he didn't know how to answer, Yifeng suddenly walked out from the room of spirit and time and casually asked. He then looked at Vegeta, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, without any surprise in his eyes, because he had sensed Vegeta's energy just now. Yifeng, I want to have another match with you. Vegeta stated his intention directly. No need for a match, Vegeta. Even if you have transformed into Super Saiyan 4, there is still a significant gap between us. Yifeng smiled faintly and said directly. In Vegeta's eyes, this faint smile naturally appeared as a form of contempt and disdain for the competition. Anger appeared on Vegeta's face. But since the person in front of him was Yifeng, he didn't dare to explode in anger. Seeing Vegeta's frustrated expression, Yifeng smiled and continued. I agree to compete with you, but if you lose, you have to agree to one condition of mine. What condition? Vegeta blurted out, asking. As long as Yifeng agreed to compete with him, He would definitely agree to the condition if it wasn't too outrageous. It's very simple. If you lose, you have to fuse with Son Goku to become Vegeto and fight me. Yi Feng had a sly merchant's expression as he spoke to Vegeta. He felt a bit regretful that his appearance had prevented him from seeing the long-awaited Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Since Vegeta had already transformed into Super Saiyan 4, perhaps he could have a match with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Chapter 70. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, I can finally fight you. What? Fuse with Kakarot? Vegeta furrowed his brows tightly. This was definitely the thing he disliked the most. Fusing with that guy Kakarot? This is a joke. Why are you dragging me into this when you two are competing? Son Goku mutel softly. Can we change the terms? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked Yi Feng. He really did not like the situation and was unwilling. If you can't do it, then forget it. Yi Feng shrugged and turned to walk into the time room. Wait a minute. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly, feeling unwilling and reluctant. Yi Feng turned around, not speaking, just wearing a faint smile as he looked at Vegeta, waiting for him to continue. I agree, but you won't defeat me, Vegeta said, clenching his fist tightly and angrily addressing Yi Feng. To avoid merging with Kakarot, he must fight with all his strength. Very good. Yi Feng nodded, knowing that Vegeta would definitely agree, because someone like Vegeta would never give up unless he achieved his goals. So it was time to act, starting now. Yi Feng then looked at Vegeta and spoke up. Huh. Vegeta let out a loud roar, and suddenly golden flames surrounded his body as he charged towards Yi Feng. His fist, enveloped in golden flames, smashed towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng's expression showed no change. He simply moved a few steps and dodged all of Vegeta's attacks. Bang bang bang, woos woos woos. The shadows of fists swirled like the wind, constantly brushing past Yi Feng, but not a single punch hit him. What? My strength and speed have clearly increased so much. Why can't I hit this guy? The more Vegeta fought, the more astonished he became. Yi Feng's speed has improved significantly compared to the first time we fought. Give it up, Vegeta. You can't possibly be my opponent. While dodging Vegeta's attacks, Yi Feng, T-Sich, don't jump to conclusions. I haven't lost yet. Vegeta shouted loudly and charged towards Yi Feng again. TSK, really annoying. Yi Feng shook his head, then his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Vegeta by the throat. Vegeta's fist was also frozen in midair. If this were a real fight, you would be dead, Vegeta. Yi Feng spoke in a calm tone in Vegeta's ear. I lost. Vegeta slowly retracted his fist, feeling extremely unwilling. But just as Kakarot and Yi Feng had said, the gap between them was too great. His persistence was entirely because he wanted to see how big the difference was between himself and the strongest Saiyan. Now he finally understood. The gap was very large. Especially large. Although very reluctant, Vegeta clenched his fist, looked at Son Goku, and said, Let's fuse, Kakarot. Huh? Vegeta, are you serious? Son Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Vegeta actually took the initiative to ask to fuse with him? This was a first. Cut the nonsense. Don't you want to see just how strong Yi Feng really is? Vegeta glared at Son Goku and said, I get it, Vegeta. You're the smarter one. Son Goku no dead. With this, they could indeed find out just how strong Yi Feng was and the extent of the gap between the two of them and Yi Feng. The three of them then entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Fighting in the sacred world of the Kais would cause too much destruction. It could probably destroy the sacred world in an instant. Come on, Vegeta. Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, looking serious as he spoke to Vegeta. Although he agreed to fuse, the thought of doing that embarrassing action made Vegeta grit his teeth, his expression grim. After struggling for a minute, he finally made up his mind. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, I'm finally going to see you. Yi Feng's lips curled up, revealing an expectant smile. Fusion. As the two stepped out in sync with a strange dance, their index fingers pressed tightly together. In that instant, a golden light enveloped Vegeta and Son Goku, transforming the entire hyperbolic time chamber into a golden realm. The golden glow lasted for a full minute, and the outline of a figure gradually appeared. Looking at the incredibly familiar silhouette, Yi Feng suddenly smiled and asked, Who are you? Mainly, he was eager to hear the somewhat arrogant response from Gogeta. Me? I'm neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who is about to defeat you. Sure enough, a bold and extremely familiar voice. Then Gogeta's body fully appeared in Yi Feng's line of sight. With red hair, wearing the signature vest of a Metamorian, a long red tail swaying behind him, blue pupils, and a confident smile on his lips. The aura around him towered high like an iron tower. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, it's finally time to fight you. Yi Feng said with an excited smile. Author's note, shamelessly asking for another wave of data. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 71 versus Super for Gogeta. You should also bring out all your strength quickly, because I am really, really strong. Gogeta said with his arms crossed and a confident smile on his face. That's a must. This overwhelming aura indeed feels unprecedentedly immense. Yifeng nodded and said, indeed. The aura of Ultra Instinct Vegeto definitely surpasses that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta by an unknown amount. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are not even in the same dimension. Then, a deep roar erupted from Yifeng's throat. In a burst of grass-green energy, flames instantly exploded. Suddenly, the entire hyperbolic time chamber was filled with golden and green colors, creating a distinct contrast. If this is all your power, then you're not my opponent. Ultra Instinct Vegeto looked at Yifeng, shook his head, and spoke frankly. Although he could sense that Yifeng was strong, he was definitely not his match. It's fine. After all, it's just a friendly match, not a life-and-death battle. When I can't win later, I will naturally boost my power. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with surging battle intent as he spoke. He just wanted to test how strong Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta really was and gauge his abilities. Since that's the case, let me show you my strength. Gogeta smirked coldly, and then his body suddenly flickered. His speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous. Even Yifeng himself couldn't fully see clearly before Gogeta appeared right in front of him. Bang! The next moment, Yifeng was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily over 1,000 feet away. Indeed, he is strong. Yifeng stood up somewhat shocked and said, my Super Saiyan form can easily crush a Super 1-star dragon, but I didn't expect to be so easily defeated in front of Vegeto. To be honest, I didn't even fully see Vegeto's figure just now. The difference is just too great. No way, this level of power is simply not enough to be my opponent. Vegeto said, shaking his head proudly. I understand. Yifeng rubbed his chest and said with a smile. Almost as soon as his voice fell, a silver light suddenly began to swirl around his body. Although Yifeng's hair remained golden, it moved without wind, giving off a very ethereal feeling. Moreover, silver light flickered within his hair. The Ultra Instinct? Vegeta paused for a moment and spoke. Since Yifeng had told Sun Wukong about it, and had taught him the Ultra Instinct, Vegeta was not surprised. Now it finally looks the part. Maybe I can have some fun now. Vegeta said with a smile. Yes, now I can definitely have some fun. Yifeng tightly clenched his fist and then suddenly disappeared. Yifeng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta almost instantaneously disappeared from their original spot. Next, all that could be seen were red and white lines continuously colliding and intertwining. Bang, bang, bang. The deep sounds of collision echoed repeatedly, with shock waves generated in the air. The room of spirit and time trembled with the sound of those collisions. In just a few seconds, the two had clashed several hundred times. Boom! Their final punch collided heavily, and the terrifying force caused both of them to stagger back several steps. However, it was clear that Yifeng retreated more. Even though he was using the Ultra Instinct technique on top of his Super Saiyan form, there still seemed to be some gap between him and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Not bad. Your power truly surprises me. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta said with a smile, rubbing his arm muscles and tilting his neck towards Yifeng. This guy is indeed strong. After all, he is a fusion warrior, and his fighting power skyrocketed after the fusion. He didn't expect that Yifeng, relying solely on his own strength, would not lag behind him by too much. Likewise, you have completely exceeded my expectations in terms of strength. Yifeng was also a bit surprised. He had always believed that by using Ultra Instinct on top of his Super Saiyan base, he should be able to match Vegeta. However, it now seemed that there was still some gap between them. It appeared that in order to defeat him, he must transform into a Super Saiyan with full power. Coupled with Ultra Instinct, that would definitely be no problem. Alright, let's see if you can handle this attack. Suddenly, Vegeta extended both hands in front of him, and a massive energy ball began to form between his palms. Big Bang Attack. After saying this, he launched it directly at Yifeng. Yifeng gritted his teeth and directly condensed a huge grass-green energy ball in his chest, launching it towards Vegeta's explosive Kamehameha. Boom! At the moment the terrifying energy wave collided, it exploded, shattering the hyperbolic time chamber into rubble. Yifeng retreated dozens of meters, feeling sore all over from the intense shockwave. After launching the super explosive Kamehameha, Vegeta actually disintegrated. He transformed back into Son Goku and Vegeta. Did he break apart so quickly? Yifeng looked at the two with some regret and said softly, their strength was too overwhelming. After merging, They couldn't possibly last for 30 minutes, and he knew that well. But just now, it seemed they hadn't even reached 10 minutes. Well, he mainly just wanted to witness the legendary Super for Gogeta, and now he had seen it. He had also fought against him, which fulfilled a wish. What? Why did they disintegrate so quickly? Vegeta looked at himself and Goku in confusion. The fusion technique of the Metamorans supposed to last for half an hour? It seems that the power of Super for Gogeta was too strong, which led to the early disintegration, Goku speculated. Then the two turned their gaze to Yifeng, their eyes filled with admiration. This guy's strength was indeed terrifying. Although he couldn't defeat their fusion, being able to fight to that extent was already quite impressive. Chapter 72, System Task. Dragon Ball Super Check-Ending. System Task is being issued. Please host proceed to the Dragon Ball Super timeline. And check in on Bulma's birthday party luxury cruise ship. Task deadline. 10 days. Task duration. 0 hours. Just then, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly echoed in Yifeng's mind. What? Time-space? Check in on Bulma's birthday cruise? Yifeng was taken aback. Didn't that mean he had to wait for the arrival of the god of destruction Beerus as a Saiyan? After the system issued the task, it completely disappeared, leaving Yifeng looking confused. Originally, his plan was to continue training, break through to full power Super Saiyan, and then go to the Dragon Ball Super timeline. After all, the god of destruction Beerus, the angels, and the Grand Priest over there are all very strong beings. Only by breaking through to full power Super Saiyan would he have the strength to protect himself. However, now that the system has issued a task, he has to move his plan forward. The Dragon Ball Super timeline is, to be honest, quite exciting. Yifeng, you are really strong. Son Goku walked up to Yifeng, showering him with compliments. For them right now, Yifeng was indeed very strong. Although I lost this time, I won't give up on challenging you. Vegeta looked at Yifeng, a smirk on his face as he spoke. Clearly, he wasn't upset about being defeated by Yifeng just now. You're always welcome to challenge me, Vegeta, but I might be heading to other places soon. So if you want to challenge me, you should focus on getting stronger. Yifeng looked at Vegeta and said, What? Where are you going? Son Wukong and Vegeta asked in unison. A very distant place. Yifeng replied ambiguously. For someone like him, who possesses the power of time and space. The two timelines are nothing, but for Son Wukong and the others, they are indeed very distant. Distant places? Son Wukong and Vegeta were somewhat confused. Even the entire universe doesn't seem very far to them. Mr. Yifeng, are you really going to leave? Dandy walked over, reluctantly asking Yifeng. Indeed, although he was wary of Yifeng, they had known each other for many days. Moreover, Yifeng had always been polite to him and had helped Earth resolve so many crises, so it was only natural to feel a bit reluctant. Yes, take care of yourselves, but I will definitely come back here when I have the time. Yifeng patted Dandy's shoulder and said with a smile. To be honest, over these days, he felt more affection for Dandy than for Son Wukong and Vegeta. After all, he had eaten so many meals from him. Well, you take care too. Dandy nodded heavily, feeling for the first time that he was valued like a friend, which was a very good feeling. Hey, you too. Yifeng looked at Son Wukong and Vegeta again and called out, What? I'll tell you a method to enhance your strength. By injecting the heart power of 5 pure-hearted Saiyans into another Saiyant's body, you can achieve unexpected improvements. If you're interested, you can give it a try. After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly disappeared in front of the few people. 5 pure-hearted Saiyans? What the heck? What is that guy talking about? Vegeta said, confused. Maybe it's similar to my previous Super Saiyan 4 full energy form. Goku thought for a moment and said, Since last time it was Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, if there are 5 Saiyans, they might become even stronger, right? Vegeta disdained to rely on others' power to get stronger. After saying this, Vegeta directly leaped down from the Kai's temple. I'm leaving too, Dandy and Mr. After waving goodbye to Dandy, and Goku also jumped down. Mr. Yifeng, Paulie. Dandy smiled and muttered to himself. After leaving the heavenly god temple, Yifeng directly appeared in the realm of the Kaishins. I said, 2 Kaishin lords. When are you going to change this habit of spying? Yifeng suddenly appeared behind Jebet God and Old Kai, and saw the two of them staring at the crystal ball, which displayed the heavenly temple of Earth. Jebet God exclaimed, quickly turning to look at Yifeng. You scare me to death. Can't you say hello when you appear? I'm so old now. What would I do if I got a heart attack? Old Kai turned around with a complaining expression and said to Yifeng, Oh, you've been caught peeping at others, and it seems like I'm the one at fault. Yifeng smiled and shook his head, this old guy. Mr. Yifeng, is there something you need to do in the divine realm this time? Jebet asked tentatively. As friends, I just wanted to say goodbye. I'm leaving. Yifeng said to the great Elder Kai. Although these guys might not see themselves as being like Sun Wukong and the others, they had helped him after all. Before leaving, he wanted to say goodbye. It was easy for him to teleport. Hey, you're not planning to go to another timeline, are you? The old Kai's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he stared at Yifeng and asked. If he were going to another planet, there'd be no need to say goodbye at all. That old guy is really sharp. Yifeng glanced at the old Kai and thought to himself. It's not convenient to tell you where I'm going anyway. You don't like me being here, right? After Yifeng finished speaking, his body suddenly disappeared again. What an elusive guy. The old Kai shook his head. However, just like Yifeng himself said, he really didn't want him to stay in this universe. Because he was like an unstable time bomb, posing a danger of destroying the universe at any moment. After using the time-space movement, Yifeng soon appeared in another time-space, Dragon Ball Super's time-space. Is this the time-space of Dragon Ball Super? It seems he sensed a few auras, all of which were very weak. Yifeng stood in midair, muttering to himself. There is only one slightly stronger energy. It must be Vegeta. He then used instant transmission to appear at the location where several energy signatures were gathering. In the next moment, Yifeng appeared on a huge luxury cruise ship. Chapter 73. You dare to provoke me? Kneel. At the instant Yifeng suddenly appeared on the luxury cruise ship, almost all eyes turned towards him. Son Gohan, Piccolo, Tianjinan, Yamcha, Krillin, and others followed, as well as Chi-Chi, Bulma, Biddy Lee, and Satan. Is that a tail? Piccolo immediately noticed the agile tail swaying behind Yifeng. His eyes filled with shock and fear. Is he really a Saiyan? Krillin, Tianjinhan, and Yamcha looked at Yifeng in terror, their bodies involuntarily trembling. The tail, the hairstyle, these are unmistakable signs of a Saiyan. Why is there still a Saiyan here, and one they have never seen before? It is indeed a Saiyan. But in this universe, besides Dad and Uncle Vegeta, there shouldn't be any pure-blooded Saiyans left. Son Gohan furrowed his brow tightly, clenching his fists, and looked at Yifeng, saying, this guy gives me a very strong sense of pressure. Just standing there, I feel like there is a mountain pressing down on me. My blood seems to sense fear. What should we do, Piccolo? Should we hurry and get Goku back from King Kai's planet? Krillin quickly looked at Piccolo and suggested. Saiyans had left an indelible fear in their hearts. Moreover, there was an unfathomable feeling emanating from this guy's body. Hey, what are you doing here, Saiyan? Piccolo didn't answer Krillin, but stepped forward, coldly glaring at Yifeng and questioning him. Son Gohan and the others took up defensive stances. In their impression, Saiyans were not good news, except for Goku and Vegeta now. Bu, don't eat yet. If that guy is here to cause trouble, give him a good lesson. Satan quickly returned to Majin Bu's side and said, Piccolo, this guy is very strong. His power might even surpass Dad's. Son Gohan quickly walked to Piccolo's side, his expression grave. I feel it too. He is a tough opponent. Piccolo said, with Vegeta and Goku both absent. It would be a bit difficult if this guy decided to make a move. Why is everyone so tense? Looking at the nervous crowd, Yifeng suddenly smiled and continued. Isn't this a birthday party? I'm here to attend the birthday party. After saying this, Yifeng self-consciously found a place to sit down. His purpose for being here was simple, to sign in. After an hour, he would naturally leave. But within that hour, no one could drive him away, including the god of destruction, Beerus. TCH, you might not be welcome here. If you're sensible, please leave immediately. Piccolo said coldly to Yifeng. With Goku and Vegeta both absent, he had to ensure everyone's safety. Don't speak to me in that tone, or you might provoke me. Seeing Piccolo's icy gaze and arrogant voice, Yifeng suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. This guy and Dondi are both Namekians, even having indistinguishable faces. But his feeling towards the two was worlds apart. Hey, everyone, let us not spoil the atmosphere, at least give me some face. At this moment, Satan walked over, smiling as the mediator. Yifeng no longer spoke, as there was no need to argue with such a person. Are you a friend of Vegeta? At this moment, Bulma walked over and asked Yifeng. Since this person was also a Saiyan, he might be a friend of Vegeta in the universe. This version of Bulma was obviously younger than her counterpart in the Dragon Ball GT timeline. I guess so. Yifeng smiled and said, I do know Vegeta, but it's the Vegeta from the GT timeline. That guy really is something, not attending the birthday party of his beautiful wife. He should at least greet his friends when they come. After Bulma said this in a huff, she directly went to make a phone call. This time, she was determined to give Vegeta a good scolding. After Bulma left, Piccolo continued to stare intently at Yifeng, feeling that this guy was very strange. Stop looking at me with that kind of gaze. This is the second warning. Yifeng glanced at Piccolo, his eyes already showing some anger. Piccolo's gaze made him very uncomfortable. Mr. Piccolo, let's sit down first and wait for Mr. Vegeta to come back, Sun Wukong said, fearing that Piccolo and that Saiyan would start fighting, and quickly pulled Piccolo. Piccolo did not listen to Sun Wukong's words, but instead walked step by step towards Yefeng. You say you're a friend of Vegeta, but I don't think I've ever seen you before, Piccolo questioned Yefeng again. Stop trying to be clever in front of me. This is the third time. Kneel, Yifeng suddenly shouted in anger, and Piccolo fell to his knees with a thud. What? Piccolo was shocked. He hadn't seen the Saiyan in front of him attack at all, yet he had indeed been struck. Moreover, he couldn't even stand up now. What was going on? Piccolo, Son Gohan and the others called out in terror. Piccolo was actually scared enough to kneel? Everyone looked horrified. If even Piccolo was frightened to kneel, then could they be scared to death by a single shout? Hey, let go of Piccolo. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and leaped forward to attack Yifeng. However, with a casual wave, Yifeng sent Son Gohan flying, crashing hard onto the deck. Gohan! Gohan! Chi-Chi and Biddy hurried over to help Son Gohan up. That guy's just too powerful, Son Gohan said solemnly, patting his chest. Hey, you're going too far. You turned this nice gathering into this. Satan, won't let you off easy. Satan pointed at Yifeng, radiating an aura of justice. Hearing about the delicious food, Majin Buu's eyes turned into crescent moons as he nodded and bounced over to Yifeng. Chapter 74. The Apprehensive Vegeta. Satan told me to beat you. Majin Buu suddenly narrowed his eyes and said fiercely to Yifeng, I have a broad mind, but I don't like it when someone deliberately causes trouble. Yifeng glanced over everyone present and spoke. In fact, he had no interest in these people at all, but if they wanted to provoke him, he wouldn't mind knocking them all down. I don't understand what you're saying, but it doesn't matter. I'll just knock you down. Majin Buu shook his head in confusion and then transformed into a fierce expression. He threw a punch at Yifeng. Bang! The fist hit Yifeng's forehead. However, Yifeng sat there like a rock, completely motionless, not even blinking his eyes. Outdated boss, get lost. Yifeng casually threw a punch at Majin Buu. When his fist made contact with Buu's face, it sank in like an airbag. Then Buu was sent flying like a cannonball, directly propelled thousands of meters away. What? At that moment, everyone was shocked, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Majin Buu, who possessed strength comparable to Super Saiyan 3, was effortlessly knocked away like this. And that Saiyan hadn't even transformed yet? Shock and fear spread through everyone's hearts instantly. Piccolo's expression turned even uglier. That punch just now could have cost him his life. Thinking of this, a chill ran through Piccolo's heart. Meanwhile, Bulma had already called Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, can you at least consider the feelings of your beautiful wife? Today is my birthday party. What kind of person doesn't show up? Bulma shouted on the phone. T-Sich, who would attend such a boring thing? Vegeta scoffed. Kakarot went to train on King Kai's planet. I can't afford to slack off. Vegeta, you have to come today. By the way, one of your friends is also coming to the birthday party. They traveled a long way. You can't just leave them hanging. Bulma shouted, then added, My friend? Vegeta was puzzled. Do I have friends? He then asked, which of my friends? Just come and see for yourself. Anyway, it's a Saiyan. After Bulma finished speaking, she hung up the phone. A Saiyan? Impossible. Besides me, Kakarot, and Trunks, there are no other Saiyans in this world. TCH, she must have made that up to get me to come. Vegeta crossed his arms and lightly flicked his fingers, muttering coldly to himself. But after thinking about it, Bulma never lies, and there's no need for her to lie. No, I have to go take a look. If there really is a Saiyan, then it's serious. Meanwhile, on the luxurious cruise ship, after Yifeng easily knocked Majin Buu away, everyone became quiet, looking at Yifeng with fear. This guy is too strong. Even if they all teamed up, they wouldn't be able to match him. They still didn't know what his intentions were, so they had to remain calm until he made his move. Half a minute later, after Sun Wukong and Vegeta's arrival, Vegeta appeared on the cruise ship. Hey Bulma, where's the Saiyan? Vegeta asked directly as soon as he arrived. I'm here, Vegeta. Yifeng spoke softly. At this moment, he completely shielded his presence. So Vegeta did not feel his energy at all. Is he really a Saiyan? Vegeta looked at Yifeng with a surprised expression, saying incredulously, but that's impossible. There are only two pure-blooded Saiyans in this universe, myself and Kakarot. Oh, and my useless brother Tarble. Why is there still a Saiyan's existence? But that guy is indeed a Saiyan, and as a Saiyan prince, I wouldn't mistake that. Be careful, Vegeta-san, that Saiyan just knocked Buu away. Son Gohan quickly reminded Vegeta. What? Vegeta glanced at Son Gohan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Buu's power is above mine. How could he have such strength? When I was on planet Vegeta, I never heard of a Saiyan with such talent. Moreover, he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan said again. TC, he defeated Buu without transforming into a Super Saiyan? What a joke. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, the seriousness on his face deepening. What's going on? Didn't that guy say he was Vegeta's friend? But it seems like Vegeta doesn't recognize him at all. Krillin and Tien Shinhan looked at Vegeta with some confusion and said. Then Vegeta frowned and walked step by step towards Ifong. Who exactly are you? Vegeta asked in a heavy tone. Although he was very proud, a Saiyan who could easily defeat Majin Buu must be taken seriously. As you can see, I'm a Saiyan just like you, Vegeta. Ifong slowly stood up, smiled faintly, and said, The moment Yi, Wang Liaohao. Feng stood up. Vic felt his body regain its freedom and hurriedly stood up. Fear flickered in his eyes as he looked at Yifeng Yuan. This guy is definitely an incredibly powerful being. A Saiyan? Impossible. There are only 3 pure-blooded Saiyans left in this world, and I have never seen you on planet Vegeta, Vic directly denied. There are many Saiyans you haven't seen. Yifeng said lightly. Looking at Yifeng's arrogant demeanor, Vegeta really wanted to get angry, but thinking of Gohan's words and the current environment, he could only hold it in. Fighting here might ruin Bulma's birthday party, and it could even injure Bulma and Trunks, which he couldn't allow. What is your purpose for coming here? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked again. Chapter 75. The Aura of the God of Destruction, Beerus. I have no purpose. Just came to sit, but you must not provoke me, Vegeta. Yifeng suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, and an overwhelming pressure instantly made Vegeta feel as if he were facing a formidable enemy. What is going on? Just a glance from him made me feel as if the power within my body had been sealed. Vegeta's pupils suddenly constricted, his hands trembled, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This guy is really strong to this extent. Just one look rendered me unable to resist. Or rather, his Saiyan bloodline is too powerful, exerting pressure on my own bloodline. It's impossible. I'm the prince of the Saiyans, possessing the purest and noblest Saiyan bloodline. How could I be suppressed by someone else's bloodline? What is wrong, Vegeta-san? Who is he? Son Gohan and the other stepped forward, staring at Yifeng. If Vegeta told them that Yifeng was an enemy, they would not hesitate to act, even if that guy was very strong. He's my friend. Everyone back off. Vegeta gritted his teeth, slowly loosening his tightly clenched fists as he spoke to Son Gohan. The Saiyan in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling, so he absolutely could not offend him rashly. If it were his former self, he wouldn't have considered so many things. But now he had to think about Bulma and Trunks, although he really wanted to return to his former self. Okay, understood, Vegeta-san. Son Gohan nodded and then retreated to other seats with Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan. Since Vegeta said he was his friend, it meant that he might really be his friend, or perhaps the strength of the Saiyan in front of them was so overwhelming that even Vegeta felt fear. Regardless of the possibility, they should listen to Vegeta. After Son Gohan and Piccolo's group dispersed, Vegeta walked up to Yifeng, looking vigilant as he asked, Who exactly are you? Sit down, and I'll tell you slowly. Yifeng looked at the cautious Vegeta and smiled, then spoke. He indeed did not expect that this version of Vegeta seemed to have a strong sense of self-awareness. After sensing the immense pressure, he did not choose to fight against him. Vegeta could only sit down. He could not cause unnecessary panic, at least not until he clarified the true identity of this Saiyan before him. Can I say it now? Vegeta remained very alert, as this guy in front of him was too mysterious and too strong. All right, my name is Yifeng, and like you, I am a Saiyan, but my bloodline is purer than yours. I think you have already sensed this, right? Yifeng. Cut. Vegeta curled his lips. Although he was very reluctant to admit this fact, the previous oppression was indeed real. What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Vegeta continued to ask. If he intended to harm Earth, then even if his power was inferior to his, he absolutely would not let him run wild. You don't need to know so much. I can only tell you that I won't harm Earth. Yifeng looked at Vegeta and said that he didn't need to reveal all his secrets to him. Seeing that Yifeng was unwilling to speak, Vegeta stopped asking questions. Since Yifeng claimed he meant no harm to Earth, he could only choose to trust him for now. Just as Yifeng was conversing with Vegeta, he suddenly felt a very strong and mysterious energy, completely different from Vegeta before him or anyone from the GT timeline. It was an incredibly powerful energy. Yifeng suddenly stood up, a serious expression appearing in his eyes. This aura shouldn't belong to a human. Is it the aura of the god of destruction, Beerus? In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly realized. That's right, at this time, Beerus should be coming to Earth in search of the so-called Super Saiyan God. But why do I feel the aura of the god of destruction? Is it because of the system, or is it due to the Ultra Instinct? This enormous aura is rapidly heading towards Earth, traveling at an incredible speed. Yes, it must be Beerus for sure. Yifeng is 100% sure that this energy definitely belongs to the god of destruction Beerus. Because in this timeline, besides the god of destruction Beerus and Whis, no one's energy can surpass his own. What's wrong? Vegeta, noticing Yifeng's suddenly heavy expression, couldn't help but ask curiously. A big shot might be coming to Earth. Yifeng returned his seat and said, just now he felt that aura was indeed surprising, as it completely surpassed his own. However, thinking about it, there was no need to be concerned. He had mastery over the power of time and space, as well as teleportation. If a battle were to break out, even if his strength was inferior to the other parties, he wouldn't be killed. Big shot? Can you explain it more clearly? Vegeta asked again. You'll find out soon enough. Yifeng said a word and then began to look for something to eat. Speaking of which, he was indeed a bit hungry. The array of delicious food in front of him was simply impossible to resist. At this moment, in the king of the world's realm, the old Kai and Jebbet were trembling in fear from the aura of the god of destruction. This is bad. Lord Beerus is heading towards North Kai's planet. In about 2 minutes, he will probably arrive. That troublemaker, Son Goku, is still there with North Kai. This is going to be a problem. The old Kai's face was filled with fear. Those Saiyans are all troublemakers, especially Son Goku. If he angers Lord Beerus, then the entire Earth, and even more stars, will be in trouble. Should I bring Son Goku to the divine realm now? Jebbet quickly suggested. It's probably too late. The old Kai shook his head and said despairingly, I just hope that Son Goku could be a bit smarter this time and not provoke Lord Beerus. Boom! On North Kai's planet, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. Long time no see, North Kai. A calm voice reached North Kai's ears. Chapter 76 has arrived. The god of destruction has reached Earth. Lord Beerus, welcome to my humble planet. North Kai said with a face full of fear, his voice trembling a bit. Your planet is really small. Beerus glanced at North Kai's planet and said lightly, I remember this place used to be no different from other planets. But the last time North Kai gave me such terrible food, I could only reduce his planet to this size. Ah, it's a small place, please don't mind. North Kai quickly replied, Yeah, is that Lord Beerus? I can't feel his aura at all, but he seems very strong. Son Goku, who was hidden by North Kai in a house, said quietly while staring at Beerus. A strange excitement appeared on his face. Lord Beerus should be very strong. Since Lord Beerus is here, why don't you honor us with a lunch? North Kai said this, but in his heart, he hoped Beerus would leave quickly. Because Goku, this ticking time bomb, could explode at any moment. No, I came this time to find that Saiyan on your planet. What's his name? Beerus stroked his chin, unable to remember. It's Son Goku, Lord Beerus was calmly reminded from behind. Ah, right, Son Goku, that's the Saiyan. Beerus nodded and then looked at North Kai. So you came for Goku? It seems I can't hide it anymore. I just hope that Goku doesn't say something stupid, like wanting to spar. North Kai thought helplessly. Come out, Goku, Lord Beerus wants to see you. Even though he had 1,000 unwilling thoughts in his heart, since Lord Beerus had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Hearing North Kai's words, Son Goku walked out with an excited face. Jo, I'm Son Goku. Son Goku casually greeted Beerus. The response was, of course, a stern lecture from North Kai. You don't look like you can handle Frieza. Beerus looked at Son Goku and said. But then he immediately asked, Hey, do you know about Super Saiyan God? This was the real reason he came. As for that Frieza guy, if he is dead, then so be it. What? Super Saiyan God? I only know about Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. As for Super Saiyan God, I've never heard of it. Son Goku rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before replying. He truly couldn't recall the name Super Saiyan God. He had never heard of it. Looking at your expression, it seems you really don't know about Super Saiyan God. Beerus stroked his chin and said. The guy in front of him was too far from the Super Saiyan God he had seen in his prophetic dreams. Lord Beerus, it seems it was just an ordinary dream. We should go back. How could anyone in this world compete with Lord Beerus? At this moment, was said faintly. It's not just me saying this. The Oracle Fish also said that since he doesn't know, I think we should go to Earth and ask Vegeta. After thinking for a moment, Beerus said, Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans and should know something. If he couldn't find a Super Saiyan God from his dreams, he would be quite uncomfortable. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. Since Lord Beerus said so, he had no choice but to follow. Wait a minute, Lord Beerus. I heard you're incredibly powerful. Can you let me see if it's true? At this moment, Son Goku suddenly laughed and spoke. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a powerful opponent. Of course, he couldn't let it slip away. If he didn't T-spar with Lord Beerus, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Oh, you want to test my strength? Beerus looked at Son Goku in surprise. He had lived for billions of years, and this was the first time he had heard such arrogant words. Challenging the god of destruction? Perhaps this guy was just a big fool after all. Goku, don't do anything stupid. Lord Beerus' strength is unlike any of your previous opponents. If you anger Lord Beerus, he could kill you with just a finger. Upon hearing Son Goku's ignorant words, North Kai was instantly terrified, his hair standing on end, and quickly tried to stop him. If this continued, both Earth and his North Kai planet would be finished because of this big fool, Goku. If that's the case, then I'm even more interested. Hearing North Kai's words, Son Goku seemed to become even more excited. He then transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Whoa, my power seems to have increased, but at this level, I can only defeat Frieza at most. Beerus looked at Son Goku with disdain and said lightly, have they already started fighting? On Earth. Yifeng raised his head and muttered to himself, because he felt another weak aura. It was coming from the same place as Beerus's aura. It must be Son Goku training on North Kai's planet. Since those two had already started fighting, it meant that Beerus would soon descend to Earth. Give me some puddings, salmon sushi, and octopus balls, thank you. Yifeng walked up to the snack stall and said to the chef, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. The chef glanced at Yifeng in fear and quickly nodded in agreement. They had clearly witnessed Yifeng punch that large pink man away and command the green-faced monster to kneel just moments ago. A few minutes later, Yifeng received his food and casually found a table to sit down. He began to slowly savor the delicacies while waiting for the god of destruction, Beerus, to arrive. Meanwhile, Vegeta's gaze was fixed on Yifeng. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Vegeta, I am King Kai of the North. What? King Kai of the North. What do you want with me? Vegeta coldly responded. Calm down and listen to what I have to say. The god of destruction, Beerus, is already on his way to Earth. When Lord Beerus arrives, you must not act recklessly, and you absolutely must not anger him, or else Earth will be destroyed. King Kai warned Vegeta in a very serious tone. The god of destruction, Beerus? That name sounds familiar. Vegeta frowned, feeling that the name was quite familiar, but couldn't recall where he had heard it. Remember, you must not make a move. Kakarot wanted to challenge Lord Beerus too much and was easily defeated. King Kai reiterated solemnly. Kakarot was easily defeated? Vegeta's expression changed drastically. Kakarot was easily defeated, which meant that the god of destruction, Beerus, was much stronger than Kakarot. Chapter 77. Can the god of destruction be rude? Remember my words, Vegeta. Do not provoke Lord Beerus if you do not want Earth to be destroyed. Once King Kai finished speaking, his voice disappeared. Kakarot was easily defeated? Vegeta furrowed his brows tightly, cold sweat appearing on his face. Suddenly, Vegeta looked at Yifeng, who was leisurely enjoying his food. He remembered Yifeng had mentioned that a big figure would appear on Earth. Could it be that he was referring to the god of destruction, Beerus? That name felt very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Is the big figure you mentioned the god of destruction, Beerus? Vegeta walked up to Yifeng and asked with a heavy tone. Oh, it seems that King Kai has already informed you about the incident on planet King Kai. Yifeng had a calm expression on his face, eating sushi while speaking to Vegeta. What? You actually know about what happened on King Kai's planet? How is that possible? Vegeta asked in shock, since the only recent event was when the god of destruction Beerus defeated Kakarot. However, Yifeng had been with him the whole time, never leaving the cruise ship. How could he know what happened on King Kai's planet? This guy's too mysterious. You don't need to know how I know. You should be thinking about how to deal with the god of destruction Beerus right now. Yifeng smiled and spoke. After finishing, he walked toward the snack stall again. The food here was indeed good, the skills better than those of Mr. Who exactly is the god of destruction Beerus? And who is this guy Jian? What is their purpose for coming to Earth? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his face twisted in confusion. Long time no see, Prince Vegeta. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind. Vegeta and Yifeng turned their heads almost simultaneously. Vegeta didn't see anyone, but Yifeng could see clearly. Indeed, the visitors were none other than the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. They looked almost exactly like in a manga, but seeing them in person, the overwhelming aura made Yifeng feel shocked. Of course, he only sensed Beerus's aura, which was like a calm lake, completely devoid of any noticeable presence. At that moment, Beerus slowly appeared behind Vegeta, his sharp claws pointed at the back of Vegeta's head. Seemingly sensing danger all of a sudden, Vegeta instinctively lunged forward. When he turned around, he saw that cat-like face. The god of destruction Beerus? The moment he saw that face, Vegeta suddenly remembered. Yes, it was this face. He had seen it on planet Vegeta when he was a child. At that time, just for a pillow, Beerus had brutally stepped on Prince Vegeta. With just a glance, he had completely lost his fighting spirit. Looks like you remember me, Vegeta, but how dare you call me by my true name? You're already a dead man. The god of destruction, Beerus, pointed his finger at Vegeta, speaking in a cold tone. Yifeng calmly took his pudding, octopus balls, Tamagotchi, and sushi back to his seat. At this moment, the lottery event had already started, so everyone was bustling around. Only Yifeng and Vegeta remained relatively calm. What is this guy doing on Earth? Cold sweat continuously dripped down Vegeta's face. His body was actually trembling out of fear. This was simply a humiliation. However, before I kill you, I still need to ask you, do you know about the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked lightly. The Prince of the Saiyans should know something, right? Super Saiyan God? Vegeta's face showed confusion and fear. He had never heard of such a thing. It seems you know nothing. Looking at Vegeta's expression, it was clear he had no information about the Super Saiyan God. I originally thought you could be a good practice opponent once you grew up, but it seems I overestimated you a bit. A purple energy ball appeared at Beerus's fingertips, aimed at Vegeta. Since this guy didn't know about the existence of the Super Saiyan God, then he had no reason to live. Just then, was suddenly called out to Beerus. What? Beerus asked without turning his head. Look over there. Was pointed to Yifeng, who was sitting calmly in his chair, enjoying his food. Beerus turned his head and looked at Yifeng. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. There's actually another Saiyan? Beerus saw the iconic tail, which only Saiyans have in the entire universe. However, he didn't know where Vegeta and that Son Goku's tails had gone. Of course, he didn't care about that. What he was most concerned about was that prophetic dream, the Super Saiyan God. Hey, Saiyan. Beerus walked directly in front of Yifeng and shouted from high position. Yifeng ignored Beerus and continued to enjoy the food. It wasn't that he wanted to deliberately provoke Beerus, but rather that the latter's condescending tone made him very uncomfortable. He had already reached a point where he was no longer afraid of the god of destruction. TCH, that damn guy actually dares to ignore me. Seeing the Saiyan in front of him remain unmoved, Beerus instantly became furious. No one had ever dared to ignore his words like this. My name is Yifeng, not Hey Saiyan. Even if you're a god of destruction, you should at least understand basic manners and show some respect to others, shouldn't you? Yifeng wiped his mouth, stood up, and spoke to Beerus in a flat tone. What? Beerus was suddenly taken aback by Yifeng's words. Why did this guy's words feel so familiar? You know I'm the god of destruction, and you're still so arrogant. It seems one of the three Saiyans finally has some guts. Beerus suddenly grinned, coldly smiling at Yifeng. Chapter 78. Challenge the God of Destruction. But as usual, I still have to ask you a question. Do you know about Super Saiyan God? Beerus coldly stared at Yifeng and asked. Of course I do. Yifeng nodded and spoke truthfully. What? You actually know? That's quite surprising. Beerus looked at Yifeng in astonishment and said. Although he was asking, he had no hope in his heart because Vegeta was the Prince of the Saiyans, and even he didn't know about the existence of the Super Saiyan God. How could an ordinary Saiyan possibly know? He just didn't expect an unexpected turn of events. Hurry up and tell me where the Super Saiyan God is. Beerus asked Yifeng in a commanding tone. He was now eager to see the formidable opponent from his dreams. Sorry, I might not be able to tell you where the Super Saiyan God is because there is currently no Super Saiyan God in this universe. Yifeng smiled and said to Beerus, Are you messing with me? Be careful, or I'll destroy you. A sudden killing intent appeared in Beerus's eyes, and a purple aura erupted from his body. Yifeng suddenly felt a very strong pressure. Lord Beerus, please don't be angry. Although there is no Super Saiyan God for the time being, I know how to create one. Yifeng Jing was not intimidated by Beerus's aura. Instead, he calmly said, I won't be afraid of you anyway. If I really can't win, I can just use my time and space power to escape. TCH, that damn bastard. Can't he just say it all at once? Beerus clenched his fists tightly and said fiercely, If it weren't for the fact that this guy knows how to become a Super Saiyan God, I would really want to destroy him right now. But before I find a Super Saiyan God, let's have a match. If you win, I will naturally tell you how to create a Super Saiyan God. If you can't even defeat me, then there is really no point in looking for a Super Saiyan God. Yifeng suddenly spoke with a serious expression. What? Vegeta was taken aback, looking at Yifeng with confusion. This guy, does he want to challenge the god of destruction, Beerus? Even Kakarot was easily defeated. How could he fight against the god of destruction? It seems this guy has no idea how terrifying Beerus is, which is why he is so arrogant. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. If he angers Beerus, the earth will be in danger. After Yifeng's voice fell, Wise couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. This Saiyan seemed to have something different about him, as if there was something familiar within his body. However, he couldn't quite figure out what the issue was. Oh, are you trying to challenge the god of destruction? Ignorant Saiyan. I really don't know if you're being too arrogant or if you're just a big fool. Beerus glanced sideways at Yifeng, his tone filled with disdain. The Saiyan from the King Kai's planet just now seemed just as arrogant as the one before him. But he was defeated by himself in just 2 moves. Self-righteous Saiyans really are hard to like. If you underestimate me, you might regret it, Lord Beerus. Yifeng still smiled faintly as he spoke to Beerus. With his Super Saiyan form and the mastery of Ultra Instinct, even if he couldn't compete with a god of destruction, it was absolutely impossible for Beerus to easily defeat him, right? I seem to have taken a bit of interest in you. If you were just a big fool who liked to talk big, I would not hesitate to destroy you. A chilling, killing intent flashed in Beerus's eyes. He found this guy quite unpleasant, especially that smiling face. Hey, do you want to die? Do you even understand the terror of a god of destruction? At this moment, Vegeta quietly said to Yifeng, this guy really is too full of himself. ISNT, the one in front of him is Beerus, who could destroy universes with ease. The one who doesn't understand is you, Vegeta. Yifeng glanced at Vegeta and then looked at Beerus. A serious expression appeared in his eyes. Beerus was definitely the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. Even Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta might not be able to defeat him. More importantly, this guy was a god, possessing the destructive skills capable of annihilating everything. Since you want to seek death, then I will fulfill your wish. Beerus squinted his eyes. This was truly an annoying trip. After killing this guy, I'll just destroy the Earth and its castle. It seems that the Super Saiyan god is indeed just a strange dream. Lord Beerus, don't underestimate him. This little guy is a bit unusual, was suddenly reminded. TCH, he's just a Saiyan. How much of a storm can he stir up? Beerus scoffed at Whis' warning. Then he slowly floated into the air. Yifeng also slowly followed behind. It's over. That bastard Yifeng actually dared to challenge Beerus. Vegeta looked at the two with a face full of terror. If Yifeng loses, Earth will also be destroyed. No one can withstand Beerus. And no matter how strong Yifeng is, he is just a Saiyan. How could he possibly be a match for the god of destruction? Beerus? What? What's going on? Isn't that the Saiyan from earlier? Who's the other one? I don't know, but it seems like they're about to fight. It wasn't until Yifeng and Beerus appeared in midair that Gohan and Piccolo realized something was wrong. Hey Saiyan, you should be able to transform into the so-called Super Saiyan, right? Beerus coldly stared at Yifeng and spoke. Although he knew it would be an easy win, Beerus still hoped this guy would be a bit stronger and not just someone who talks big. That way, he could stretch his muscles a bit. Yifeng's goal was simple. First, he wanted to test the strength of the god of destruction, Beerus. More importantly, if he could use his power to break through to the full power Super Saiyan form, that would be even better. Of course I can, but I'm a bit different from that guy on King Kai's planet. Yifeng's mouth curved into a smile, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. Accompanied by a roar, a terrifying aura erupted from Yifeng's body. Chapter 79. Fighting with one hand? The confident Beerus, the monstrous wave of energy, swept in all directions, blowing the giant cruise ship off its course. What an astonishing aura. So powerful. I have never felt such a strong energy before. Is that guy really a Saiyan? After sensing the cosmic-like tide of energy, Son Gohan and Piccolo were stunned, their faces filled with overwhelming shock. He hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet his energy already surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. What kind of monster is this? Impossible. How can this be? Vegeta's pupils constricted tightly, disbelief evident in his eyes. How could a Saiyan's energy reach such a level? Moreover, he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, and that energy is already boundless. With another loud shout, Yifeng transformed into a Super Saiyan. A grass-green aura swirled around him like a beam of light. Wow, it seems he is indeed different from that guy. His power is quite significant. Looking at Yifeng, Beerus's eyes showed a hint of shock, but it was fleeting. What's going on? His energy is grass-green after transforming into a Super Saiyan. It's completely different from Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan looked at the sky, which was almost dyed grass-green, murmuring to themselves. How amazing! Is that guy also a Saiyan? He is incredibly strong. At this moment, Sun Wukong was hiding in a corner, watching Yifeng and Beerus. He didn't expect two such powerful opponents to appear today. While it was concerning, it was also quite exciting. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Kibito had become somewhat despondent. It's over. How can there be another troublemaking Saiyan? The Earth is really finished this time. Just dealing with Sun Wukong and Vegeta was already giving them headaches. Now, another more arrogant and troublemaking Saiyan has appeared. The Earth really cannot be saved now. Thank you for waiting, Lord Beerus. Please instruct me. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Yifeng smiled and spoke to Beerus. He hadn't even used his Ultra Instinct based on Super Saiyan yet. Chapter 79. Fighting with one hand? The confident Beerus, the terrifying wave of energy, swept in all directions, blowing the giant cruise ship off its course. What an astonishing aura. So powerful. I have never felt such a strong energy before. Is that guy really a Saiyan? After sensing the cosmic-like tide of energy, Son Gohan and Piccolo were stunned, their faces filled with overwhelming shock. He hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet his energy already surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. What kind of monster is this? Impossible, how can this be? Vegeta's pupils constricted tightly, disbelief evident in his eyes. How could a Saiyan's energy reach such a level? Moreover, he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, and that energy is already boundless. With another loud shout, Yifeng transformed into a Super Saiyan. A grass-green aura swirled around him like a beam of light. Wow, it seems he is indeed different from that guy. His power is quite significant. Looking at Yifeng, Beerus's eyes showed a hint of shock, but it was fleeting. What's going on? His energy is grass-green after transforming into a Super Saiyan. It's completely different from Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan looked at the sky, which was almost dyed grass-green, murmuring to themselves. How amazing! Is that guy also a Saiyan? He is incredibly strong. At this moment, Sun Wukong was hiding in a corner, watching Yifeng and Beerus. He didn't expect two such powerful opponents to appear today. While it was concerning, it was also quite exciting. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Kibito had become somewhat despondent. It's over. How can there be another troublemaking Saiyan? The Earth is really finished this time. Just dealing with Sun Wukong and Vegeta was already giving them headaches. Now, another more arrogant and troublemaking Saiyan has appeared. The Earth really cannot be saved now. Thank you for waiting, Lord Beerus. Please instruct me. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Yifeng smiled and spoke to Beerus. He hadn't even used his Ultra Instinct based on Super Saiyan yet, because Beerus also liked to reveal his strength a bit like Sun Wukong. It seemed he hadn't fought in a long time and wanted to enjoy the battle. Honestly, I really feel like I want to give it a try. I will enjoy this fight thoroughly. Beerus raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. He had initially thought this Saiyan was just a loudmouth fool, but now it seemed that was not the case. This guy has some strength, more interesting than that guy from the North Kai planet. I will also enjoy the moment of fighting against the god of destruction. Such opportunities are not many. Yifeng said seriously, when fighting against the god of destruction. I can't be careless at all. Come on. Then, Beerus put one hand behind his back and waved with the other hand towards Yifeng. Fighting with one hand? I told you that underestimating me will lead to trouble. Yifeng's eyes revealed a trace of displeasure. Then his body flashed out, and a grass-green aura swirled around his fist as he directly hurled a punch at Beerus. However, the god of destruction, Beerus, was clearly very confident. He did not take the initiative to strike, but calmly prepared to receive the upcoming attack. Boom! In the next second, Yifeng's fist heavily smashed into Beerus's palm. A deep collision sound echoed through the air, followed by a terrifying energy wave spreading out in all directions. On the cruise ship, some weaker individuals were directly knocked to the ground. What a terrifying guy. Just one punch is so shocking. Piccolo struggled to steady himself, his eyes flickering with astonishment. How could those two be so powerful? Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, Yifeng launched a series of punches at Beerus. At first, Beerus was quite confident, but as time passed, Yifeng's punches became faster and faster. The strikes whistled through the air, as if tearing it apart, creating a rustling sound. Yifeng's punches were getting faster and faster, and Beerus was clearly struggling with just one hand. The confident look in his eyes gradually turned into surprise. TCH, it seems I underestimated this Saiyan a bit. Beerus thought to himself. Smack! In the next moment, Yifeng's right foot struck Beerus's face heavily. Beerus was pushed several steps to the right, and a look of anger instantly appeared on his face. However, Yifeng didn't feel proud of landing a hit, because he knew that Beerus was just testing his strength and hadn't attacked seriously at all. What? That Yifeng actually hit Beerus? Unbelievable. Vegeta looked up, his eyes filled with shock. What on earth is that guy? How is it possible for him to have the strength to fight a god of destruction? Moreover, it seems he can't even transform into Super Saiyan 2. Wow. Lord Beerus seems to be able to move around quite well. Whis said while enjoying some food. Watching the battle between Beerus and Yifeng, that Saiyan seems to be holding back his power, not using his full strength. It's truly incredible for a Saiyan strength to reach this level. He really has some arrogant skills. Well then, it's my turn to attack. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly and directly flashed towards Yifeng. His speed was astonishing, almost instantly appearing right in front of Yifeng. Then he threw a heavy punch. Seeing this, Yifeng was shocked. Beerus's speed was indeed very fast, and it was almost impossible to counterattack now. He could only quickly raise his arms to protect his head. Bang! When Beerus struck Yifeng's arms, an overwhelming force instantly transmitted through his arms. Yifeng's body retreated for several dozen zhong, while Beerus followed closely like a shadow, his fists smashing towards him again. Bang, bang, bang. The fists continuously struck Yifeng's arms, causing him to stagger backward, feeling a throbbing pain in his arms. Is the strength at 30% in the 80th chapter this strong? Is this already enough to prevent me from fighting back? It seems I had a bit too high expectations for you. While attacking Yifeng, Beerus spoke lightly. In the next moment, Yifeng's body suddenly vanished, causing Beerus's fist to miss. When he reappeared, he was already behind Beerus. What? His speed is quite fast. Beerus turned his head, looking at Yifeng with some surprise. Just now, his speed was so fast that even he couldn't see it clearly. It seems to be just some flashy tricks. The God of Destruction is indeed formidable. He probably hasn't even used 30% of his strength yet, and his most powerful skill is destruction. Yifeng was secretly shocked. It seemed that he had to improve his strength again. Otherwise, he would only be passively beaten. Immediately, Yifeng roared again, and a terrifying grass-green aura erupted from his body. His aura had clearly increased significantly. Wow, it seems that my power has increased again. This is really interesting. Beerus looked at Yifeng in surprise once more. This Saiyan really knows how to surprise people. Come on, Lord Beerus. After increasing his power again, Yifeng smiled faintly and said, 923, Beerus snorted coldly, and in an instant, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yifeng. His fist was exceptionally tricky, smashing towards Yifeng's forehead. Bang! In the next moment, Beerus's fist was firmly caught by Yifeng. What? A look of disbelief flashed in Beerus's eyes. His fist was actually caught? Lord Beerus probably hasn't even used 30% of his strength yet. If that's the case, then you really underestimate me. Yifeng let out a loud shout. Then his right fist delivered a heavy uppercut to Beerus's abdomen. Beerus was directly knocked back several dozen steps. However, Beerus didn't seem angry. Instead, he extended 2 fingers towards Yifeng. Barely 2 tenths, I suppose, Beerus said. What? Only 2 tenths? Is that even a stretch? Yifeng frowned slightly and said softly, I remember in Dragon Ball Super, because Bulma was attacked. Vegeta transformed into a mutated Super Saiyan 2, seemingly forcing out a truckload of power from Beerus. Dealing with Super Saiyan 3 Goku was also a matter of 1/10 of his power, but now it seems like a deception, because I defeated Super Saiyan 3 Goku without even using half of my power. However, considering your strength and your rudeness just now, I am prepared to increase my power to 30%. A cold light flashed in Beerus's elongated eyes as he extended 5 fingers towards Yifeng. It has been a long time since anyone managed to hit me. Even gods of destruction of the same level can't do that. I didn't expect to be hit twice by Saiyan today. I was really careless. 30%, huh? Bring it on. I want to use your power to transform into a Super Saiyan full power form. Yifeng gritted his teeth and thought to himself. This was a very good opportunity for him, and it was also the reason he started to fight against Beerus. After transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power, combined with the Ultra Instinct technique, he should be able to handle Beerus. In the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, Goku once mentioned that Broly's Super Saiyan full power form seemed to be able to match Beerus. If he added Ultra Instinct to the mix, he would have an 80% chance of winning. As Beerus's voice fell, his body instantly darted toward Yifeng. The speed was completely incomparable to before. Yifeng gritted his teeth and threw a punch at Beerus. Fight, fight. His bloodline grows stronger with each battle, and failing to break through in a fight is still his limit. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted, spreading out in all directions. The sea beneath their feet instantly surged into towering waves. Everyone be careful. The cruise ship has suffered a severe impact, Piccolo quickly reminded everyone. But it was clearly too late. Satan, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and others were directly knocked to the ground. Krillin, Ding. and others couldn't stabilize themselves and crashed heavily onto the deck. Wow, the food has been toppled over, what a waste. Whis looked around at the chaotic scene and gently tapped his staff, suddenly enveloping the massive cruise ship in a light green barrier. Instantly, the cruise ship returned to calm. As long as Lord Beerus had not decided to destroy the Earth, his actions were not considered a violation. Vegeta looked at Whis, his expression even heavier. He never expected that even a servant of the god of destruction, Beerus, would have such power. Meanwhile, in midair, after Yi Feng and Beerus collided with a punch, they were sent flying out. They only stopped after shattering several mountain peaks. Ugh, is Beerus really that strong, even with just 30% of his power? Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of dust, his expression somewhat serious, yet shimmering with excitement. He then stood up, and with a flash, reappeared in front of Beerus. Yi Feng shouted and actively attacked Beerus. Bang bang bang. The two continued to clash hard, fists against fists, creating explosive sounds in the air. The peaks within 100 miles were shattered by the powerful shockwaves. Then the ground began to collapse repeatedly. How strong! He was actually fighting evenly with the god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Can a Saiyan really reach such a level through training? If Yi Feng can do it, then, as the prince of the Saiyans, he should be able to as well. Boom! Immediately after, Yi Feng was once again sent flying by Beerus's punch. Yi Feng tightly clenched his fists, anger flickering in his eyes. How infuriating! He couldn't even withstand 3/10 of the power of the destroyer god Beerus. If he couldn't even deal with a destroyer god, how could he surpass those who truly stood at the pinnacle of time and the universe? Let's give this a try. Saiyan. As Beerus's cold voice fell, a massive orange-yellow energy ball formed at his fingertips. He then hurled it directly at Yi Feng. Chapter 81, Ultra Instinct. Wow, it seems Lord Beerus is a bit annoyed. Whis glanced at the energy ball that Beerus had gathered and spoke. It looks like Lord Beerus has started to take this seriously. That Saiyan is indeed quite impressive. Come on. Yi Feng clenched his fist tightly, gritted his teeth, and pressed both palms directly against the enormous energy ball. Huh. Then, with a forceful push of his fists, he sent the two energy balls flying out. However, the next second, Beerus appeared directly in front of Yi Feng, diving down to land a punch on Yi Feng's cheek. Bang! With a crisp sound, Yi Feng's body immediately crashed into the sea below like a falling meteor. Splash! The seawater surged up, creating towering waves, and ripples spread out in all directions. Then, Beerus also dove into the water like an eagle. Bang! 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 Deep sounds continuously echoed from the water, as if the seawater was boiling, bubbling up with a large number of bubbles. What happened? Did that Saiyan lose? Krillin and Tien Shinhan frowned and asked. I'm not sure, but his energy seems to be decreasing. Son Gohan shook his head and spoke heavily. Who is that cat-like guy? He has such immense power. Moreover, judging by Vegeta's expression, he seems very afraid of him. Just then, Son Goku suddenly appeared in front of Son Gohan and the others. Dad, Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo. And Krillin excitedly called out. Son Goku nodded and looked at the surface of the sea, frowning deeply. Son, do you know who that guy is? Piccolo quickly asked Son Goku. You might know something. Ah, that's Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Just now on King Kai's planet. I was defeated by him in just 2 moves. Son Goku looked at Piccolo, his face serious. What? You were actually defeated in 2 moves? Shock, unpadan shock, appeared on everyone's faces. To think Goku, who is currently the strongest among them, was defeated in 2 moves. And I can feel that he didn't even use any power to defeat me. Son Goku spoke again. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others felt their scalps tingle. It's hard to imagine that such a terrifying being exists in the world. By the way, who is that Saiyan fighting Lord Beerus? Son Goku asked curiously. His strength seems very powerful, able to battle with Lord Beerus for such a long time. He appeared here after about 10 minutes. To be honest, we don't know either. Piccolo shook his head, feeling a bit ashamed as he recalled being scared to the point of kneeling. To think 2 such powerful beings appeared in one day. It's truly both exciting and worrying. Son Goku said with a boom. Suddenly, the surface of the sea exploded, and Yi Feng flew out, arched over. Following closely, Beerus also emerged. Undeniably, you are indeed strong. You were able to force me to use 30% of my power. However, there is no one in this universe who can contend with a god of destruction. Beerus stared at Yi Feng, and once again, an orange-yellow energy ball began to form in his palm. Haha, is that so? Who says that human power must be weaker than that of the gods? Isn't that too hasty? Yi Feng lowered his head. Although he was quite embarrassed at the moment, he still smiled and spoke. What? You can still laugh? You really are a bit special. However, this battle ends here. Beerus was initially taken aback. Then the energy ball in his palm was hurled towards Yifeng. If hit, he would definitely lose all combat capabilities, even if he didn't die. Is this really the end? It's not over yet. Yifeng slowly raised his head, and his golden pupils gradually turned silver-white. A silver aura and lines emerged from his body. He suddenly stood upright and casually slapped toward the enormous energy ball. Beerus's energy ball was unexpectedly knocked away effortlessly. What? Is this for real? A look of shock suddenly appeared on Beerus's face. That's right, this was genuine shock. An overwhelming shock. A Saiyan has actually comprehended Ultra Instinct. Although it didn't look perfect, it was enough to astonish him, as he had spent billions of years merely scratching the surface of Ultra Instinct. No, it's impossible. Beerus shook his head, hardly believing that what was happening before him was real. Wow, it's actually Ultra Instinct? At first, I sensed something familiar in this little guy's body. It turned out to be Ultra Instinct. Even Whis, who had always been calm and expressionless, was somewhat surprised and spoke up. This was the first time he had seen such a situation in a human. What? Ultra Instinct? What is that? Vegeta, who was closer to Whis, naturally heard Whis's voice. However, he had never heard of Ultra Instinct at all. Was it the silver-white light suddenly appearing around Yifeng? Sun Wukong and the others were also in shock, as the Scion's aura had not increased at all, yet he easily swatted away the god of destruction Beerus's attack. It seems that this Scion is incredibly strong. It's really hard to believe that you have comprehended Ultra Instinct. The astonishment on Beerus's face had not completely faded as he spoke to Yifeng. I didn't want to use it originally, but Lord Beerus is indeed too strong, and I had no choice. Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth and quietly smiled as he spoke, adding the Ultra Instinct on top of the Super Saiyan base. Even if I can't compete with Beerus, I should at least be able to force out 6 or 7% of his power, right? Although it's surprising. If you think this is enough to become my opponent, then you're too naive. Looking at Yifeng's confident smile, Beerus coldly replied. Chapter 82. Destruction Energy versus Time and Space Power. It's just an imperfect Ultra Instinct. I can achieve it too. And I also have destruction skills, so no matter how much he improves, the outcome will be the same. We'll find out by trying. Yifeng did not say much, but directly flew towards Beerus, leaving a silver tail in the air. Bang! Yifeng's speed was incredibly fast as he exchanged a heavy punch with Beerus. In an instant, shock waves spread out like ripples, and the damaged ground continued to expand. 100 miles, 200 miles, 500 miles. Beerus was directly pushed back several dozen feet by Yifeng's punch. However, this time Beerus was not angry at all. Instead, excitement shone in his eyes. It seemed he hadn't fought so thrillingly in a long time. Thrilling? Bring it on again. Beerus smirked, his eyes clearly flashing with excitement. It had been a long time since he had fought so exhilaratingly. Yifeng was naturally unwilling to show weakness, and the two clashed head-on once again. Each collision caused the Earth to shake violently, and if this continued, it was likely that the entire planet, and even many surrounding celestial bodies, would be destroyed. Sun Wukong and the others were filled with fear, worried that if this continued, the entire Earth would be ruined. However, at this level of combat, they simply couldn't intervene. No, if this battle continued, the Earth would truly be destroyed. Yifeng looked at the violently shaking Earth and thought to himself. With this in mind, Yifeng could only fight against Beerus while elevating his body to a higher place. Once they reached the stratosphere, their battle would have less destructive power on Earth. If those two continued to fight like this, the entire universe would be destroyed. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin seemed to have completely given up hope. There was no one in this world who could match Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. All their resistance and fighting were in vain, only serving to anger Lord Beerus and lead to the accelerated destruction of Earth. Perhaps that Scion might win, the Grand Supreme Kai said, seeing that the Scion also seemed very strong. If we defeat the god of destruction, then Earth won't be destroyed, right? TCH, you idiot, you don't understand anything. The old Kaioshin directly scolded the Grand Supreme Kai. This guy had no idea of the terror of the god of destruction. Right now, Lord Beerus was fighting that Scion out of interest, but once that interest vanished, he would destroy Earth without hesitation. Killing that Scion, that is the god of destruction. All destruction and ruin are merely whims. At this moment, Yifeng and Beerus were engaged in a fierce battle in the stratosphere. Beerus had already used 60% of his power, yet he still couldn't completely defeat Yifeng. TCH, what a troublesome guy, Beerus frowned and said. living for billions of years. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful human. It seems that the Super Saiyan god of my dreams might be even stronger. The god of destruction truly lives up to its name. I have now used all my power, yet he can still handle it with ease. Yifeng also thought to himself with a serious expression. At this moment, after hundreds of intense clashes with Beerus, his arms and body were already very sore. His breath was slowly weakening, and if this continued, he would soon be unable to hold on, to at least tie with or even defeat Beerus. He had to break through and transform into a Super Saiyan at full power. Anger. He needed to make himself angry quickly. It seems your power has reached its limit. This exciting battle is about to come to an end, Beerus said coldly as he slowly raised his hands. Then his palms suddenly spread apart, and dozens of purple energy spheres surrounded him. Destruction energy? Looking at the purple energy, Yifeng's brows furrowed deeply. Because those energy spheres contained the power to annihilate the world, mixed with the breath of death. With the words, disappear along with the earth. From Beerus's icy voice. Dozens of destruction energy spheres shot directly toward Yifeng. In this situation, there was simply no way to evade. Yifeng stared intently at the destructive energy, making no movements. TSK, has he been scared into an action? Beerus glanced at Yifeng, who was completely defenseless, and spoke up. As the time-space energy ball was 3 meters away from him, a deep voice suddenly emerged from Yifeng's throat. Almost instantly, a layer of something resembling water waves appeared in front of Yifeng, floating with ripples. When the destructive energy ball hit that layer of water waves, it suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had been devoured by a black hole. What? This guy can manipulate time and space. Beerus was once again taken aback. How could a Saiyan possess such power? However, before Beerus could regain his composure, dozens of destructive energy balls erupted from behind him. Yet, when the destructive energy appeared next to Beerus, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. You really are interesting, but I'm feeling a bit sleepy now, so it's time to end this. The moment Beerus's indifferent voice fell, his body suddenly vanished. What? Yifeng had not yet reacted when a sudden sharp pain pierced his chest, causing his pupils to constrict tightly. His hair turned back to black, and the silvery aura around him completely vanished. Then, Yifeng's body plummeted rapidly downward. TCH, making me use 100% of my strength. How annoying. Looking at Yifeng falling, Beerus smirked. Boom! A figure descended from the sky and crashed heavily into the sea. Yifeng was defeated. Vegeta's body was trembling violently. How could such a powerful Saiyan be defeated like this? It seemed that only that one from 900 years ago had forced Lord Beerus to use all his power. Whis glanced at Beerus and said lightly, that guy was also Lord Beerus's archenemy. Chapter 83, Breakthrough, Super Saiyan Full Power. What to do? Yifeng's defeat meant that no one knew how to create the Super Saiyan god, and Beerus would destroy the earth. Vegeta's mind raced, thinking of ways to counter Beerus. Wait, perhaps there's a method to try, even though it is one he is very reluctant to use. After coming up with the idea, Vegeta quickly walked up to Son Goku. Hey, Kakarot, have you thought a way to deal with Beerus? Vegeta coldly asked Son Goku. He had fought with Beerus, so he should have thought of something, right? To be honest, Vegeta, they're really ISNT anyway. Lord Beerus' strength is too overwhelming. No matter how hard we try, there's still a huge gap. Son Goku shook his head, and although saying this was not like him, he had to speak the truth. With their current power, it was impossible to defeat the god of destruction, Beerus. How infuriating, even you were saying such things. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly. He knew Kakarot's personality very well. He never easily gave up unless the enemy was truly too strong enough to leave them completely helpless. If we fuse, what would our chances of winning be? Vegeta's face showed a struggle. This was the thing he most wanted to avoid, and to bring it up himself was even harder than killing himself. But now, the Earth was in peril, and Bulma and Trunks' lives were at stake. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other way. Are you suggesting we fuse using the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai? Son Goku was taken aback, asking incredulously. Vegeta actually mentioned fusion, which not only surprised Son Goku, but also made Gohan, Piccolo, and the others look completely astonished. They were very aware of how proud Vegeta was. Especially fusing with Goku was undoubtedly a very difficult decision for him. Vegeta, even if we become strong after fusing with the Patera earrings, I have to be honest with you, our chances of defeating Lord Beerus would only be 10%. Son Goku said very seriously. If he was unsure when Beerus defeated him, after watching the battle between Beerus and that Saiyan just now, he was very clear about the gap between them. It was like heaven and earth. Damn it. Does that mean there's completely no way? Vegeta smashed his fist on the table, his face filled with anger. He hated himself for being so weak. What if we all attacked together? Maybe we could defeat him. At that moment, Krillin innocently suggested, "Stop being naive. Do you think adding a few more mosquitoes could defeat an elephant?" Vegeta dismissed Krillin without hesitation, speaking disdainfully. Although the analogy might not be perfect, it was quite appropriate. Perhaps in Beerus's eyes, Krillin and the others were nothing more than mosquitoes. Gulu Gulu. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea, Yifeng let out a breath and slowly opened his eyes. Is this the power of the god of destruction? It really is strong. Yifeng looked at the sky through the seawater. That punch just now had knocked him out cold. It was truly too powerful. But should I just admit defeat like this? I'm a legendary demon Saiyan. My battle power will continuously grow with each fight. I absolutely will not lose. Absolutely not. What can the god of destruction do? If he stands in the way of my becoming stronger, then I will trample him underfoot. At this moment, Yifeng's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. He clenched his fists tightly, and in that instant, his pupils turned golden, and exceptionally hot energy erupted from his body. Gurgle. The sea, which had been almost calm, suddenly began to bubble. Then the bubbles started to grow larger and more frequent, and within just a few seconds, the entire surface of the sea looked like it was boiling, with a large number of bubbles and steam rising. Oh, that little guy actually didn't get killed, and his energy is starting to increase. Whis exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the boiling sea. To survive a full force attack from Lord Beerus, this little guy is definitely the first among humans. Look at the sea. Sun Wukong quickly pointed at the surface of the sea and said to everyone, "What? Is it Yifeng's energy? He wasn't killed, and his energy is rapidly increasing. Is this guy really Saiyan?" For a moment, the cruise ship was in an uproar. Although they were unsure whether this Saiyan was friend or foe, the god of destruction was definitely their opponent. Since his goal was to destroy the earth, everyone naturally hoped for Yifeng's victory. Boom! In the next moment, the sea boiled even more violently, shaking the entire earth. Then a beam of grass-green light, like a sharp sword, pierced through the surface of the sea and shot out. The sea suddenly exploded, and Yifeng's body leaped upwards. At this moment, although Yifeng's clothes were tattered and he looked disheveled, he was surrounded by a swirling grass-green aura. TCH, what a tough guy. He actually didn't get killed. Beerus said with a dissatisfied expression. He had intended to kill him with that full force strike. Now that he hadn't killed him, it felt like a kind of insult to himself. Yes, my life is indeed very tough. It's not so easy to take away. Yifeng suddenly raised his head, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he spoke to Beerus. You're an annoying guy, but luck won't always be on your side. This time, I will completely kill you. Beerus's tone was cold, filled with killing intent. You want to kill me? It's not that easy, ha ha ha. Yifeng roared out, and in that moment, a grass-green energy light shot out from his eyes and mouth, piercing the sky. His black hair stood completely on end, suddenly turning grass-green. The aura around him swept out in all directions, making the earth shake like a small boat, as if the rocks were about to be destroyed. What? This bastard actually upgraded again? Looking at Yifeng, who was going crazy in front of him, Beerus's face finally showed a hint of heaviness. Chapter 84, Ultimate Showdown. Collision that destroys the universe. The terrifying aura surged like raging flames, causing the temperature around to rise sharply. The entire sky was dyed grass green. What a powerful guy. But this violent aura seems uncontrollable. Sun Wukong and the others looked at Yifeng with some concern. They felt that this guy might not be able to control this energy yet. It seems that Beerus might have met a worthy opponent today. Weiss glanced at Beerus and Yifeng and said lightly, based on his own estimates, even if they found the so-called Super Saiyan God, it would be impossible for them to fight Lord Beerus to this extent. Even if they did fight, it would at most just destroy the Earth or some nearby planets. But now, their battle could very well pose a threat to the universe. It could even lead to the world's disappearance. At that moment, the entire sky changed colors along with Yifeng's aura. Black, purple, red, grass green. This state lasted for a full minute, and Beerus did not rush to interrupt him, as he felt a thrilling opponent was being born. Yifeng's aura gradually became stable, but its intensity did not diminish at all. Great! It seems Yifeng has managed to control that aura, Vegeta said excitedly. Normally, he should feel jealous and displeased, but now that the fate of Earth is at stake, there is no time to think about those things. Yifeng, is that his name? As a fellow Saiyan, that guy is truly powerful to an incomprehensible degree. Sun Wukong said with a smile on his lips. At this moment, Yi Feng had completely returned to normal. His grass-green hair was unusually messy, and his body was taller and stronger than before. His golden pupils sparkled with a sharp light. Is this all your power? I have to admit, it's indeed strong. But you definitely won't be a match for a god of destruction, Beerus said with a confident smile. That smile contained both self-assurance and enthusiasm for his opponent, Yi Feng. Oh really? Then how about this? Yi Feng suddenly smiled, and then strands of silver flames began to swirl around his body. His pupils gradually transformed into a silvery gray color. The aura remained a grass green, but the whole person instantly calmed down, very serene, like the clear stream in a valley, and like a gentle breeze brushing against the face. Yi Feng suddenly felt that this state was very comfortable. After transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power, that kind of energy was extremely violent, like a furious beast, easily affecting one's mind. However, after using the Ultra Instinct technique, those violent auras began to become gentle, like docile little lambs. They seemed to restrain each other, transforming into a kind of bond. It was a very comfortable feeling. Once again, it was the Ultra Instinct technique. Beerus frowned. It seemed that this was indeed a bit troublesome. It appeared that he also needed to use the Ultra Instinct technique. Let us settle this once and for all, Lord Beerus. The moment Yi Feng's voice fell, his body suddenly flashed out, almost instantaneously appearing right in front of Beerus. A tremendous force was concentrated in his fist as he struck towards Beerus. Due to Yi Feng's astonishing speed, Beerus couldn't evade in time and quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block Yi Feng's punch. Bang! The fist hit Beerus's arms, creating a deep sound of collision. Immediately after, Beerus's body was sent flying out at an incredible speed, like a shooting star. The power of this punch was truly exhilarating. Yi Feng's lips curled slightly as he murmured to himself. However, in the next second, Beerus flew back at light speed, launching a similar attack towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng was also sent flying by Beerus with a single punch. At this moment, their battle had become completely unclear to Sun Wukong and the others. Bang bang bang. Following that, explosive sound waves flickered in the air. The earth was shaking continuously. 3 minutes later, Yi Feng and Beerus appeared in the stratosphere. The two figures, one purple and one green, were surrounded by a terrifying aura. Both were panting heavily, with various injuries on their bodies. You really are stronger than I expected, Beerus said with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, addressing Yi Feng. This battle, where they fought with all their might and without restraint, was truly exhilarating. Wealth is easy to obtain, but a true confidant is hard to find. For a top-tier powerhouse like Beerus in the universe, a rival of equal strength is even rarer than a confidant. Indeed, Lord Beerus's strength far exceeded my expectations. Yi Feng also smiled. He felt the same excitement as Beerus, with his blood boiling all over. Moreover, Beerus's strength seemed to be much greater than he had imagined. In the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, Son Goku remarked that Broly at full power might have surpassed Beerus. But now, even with his Super Saiyan full power boost and the Ultra Instinct technique, along with the power of time and space, he could only match Beerus. This indicates that Beerus has never fought at full strength in Dragon Ball Super. Son Goku doesn't truly understand Beerus's real power. Damn it, there's no point in dragging this out any longer. Let's settle this now. Beerus looked at Yi Feng and said with a smile. All right, let's settle it. Yi Feng nodded. The strength of the two was now almost on par, and it was difficult to determine a winner if they continued fighting like this. Both of them let out a roar almost simultaneously, and the aura around Ling Shi surged upwards like two unsheathed swords piercing the sky. The aura reached a height of 100 zhang, and the entire universe could feel the presence of those two immense forces. After elevating their energy to its peak, Yi Feng and Beerus flashed out simultaneously and collided directly. This was it. The collision of their full power would create shockwaves capable of destroying the entire universe. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin was weakly slumped on the ground, murmuring to himself. No one could stop the destruction of the universe now. Chapter 85. Whis takes action. The battle comes to an end. Meanwhile, on Earth, everyone could no longer see the battle between Beerus and Yi Feng. They could still feel Yi Feng's presence, which seemed to fill the entire galaxy. Strong, infinitely strong, incomprehensibly strong. Lord Beerus seems to have been too impulsive this time. Whis rarely frowned, and then suddenly vanished from the cruise ship. When Yi Feng and Beerus's fists were only 3 meters apart, Whis suddenly appeared between them. In an instant, he spread his arms wide to the sides. Bang bang, their fists struck Whis's palms, and just like that, he effortlessly caught them. Then, with a gentle push, both of them were sent staggering back several dozen steps. How strong! Mind Beerus's full power attack was easily caught by him. In an instant, Yifeng's heart surged with waves of shock. He knew Whis was strong, but this was too ridiculous. At this moment, he felt as weak as an elementary school student in front of Whis. The position of the angel rapidly elevated in Yifeng's mind. Hey Whis, why did you stop our duel? Beerus asked Whis, somewhat displeased. Lord Beerus, you were too impulsive. Do you know that with that punch you both just threw, the entire universe could have been destroyed? Whis coldly replied to Beerus. The energy from just now was enough to annihilate the universe. TCH, annoying guy. I'm the god of destruction. What does it matter if the universe is destroyed? Beerus said, glancing at Whis, somewhat unconvinced. Lord Beerus, if the seventh universe is destroyed, how will you explain it to Lord Zeno? Whis asked. What? Lord Zeno? Upon hearing this name, Beerus immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Clearly, he was very wary of this name. Then Beerus deflated. Indeed, although he was the god of destruction of the seventh universe, he would have no way to explain the destruction of the entire universe in front of Lord Zeno. He had been too excited just now and hadn't considered the consequences. Now that he thought about it, he realized he had been too impulsive and almost caused a disaster. Mr. Yifeng, this match ends here. You and Lord Beerus are tied. Whis looked at Yifeng and said, That's fine, but Lord Beerus shouldn't destroy the earth now, right? Yifeng shuruk, then looked at Beerus and said, In fact, when he was fighting Beerus just now, he didn't really consider whether the earth would be destroyed. He tried his best to protect it, but if there was really no way, he couldn't do anything about it. Just now, he was actually gambling, with the entire seventh universe as the stake. He bet that Beerus would hold back at the last moment or think of another way to end the battle, because he was very clear that even a god of destruction did not have the right to destroy the entire universe. Only when the Omni King issues an order does the Omni King have the right to erase a universe. Furthermore, he also bet that Whis would intervene at the last moment to stop their fight. In case it really came to the worst scenario, he had already thought of an escape route. That was, at the moment the universe exploded, he would use spatial power and instant transmission to leave the seventh universe, or go directly to another time and space. Fortunately, he won the bet. Whis really intervened, and the Earth was saved. Since I didn't defeat you, the Earth naturally avoided a catastrophe. However, Super Saiyan God, you promised me that you would be created, and you can't go back on your word. Beerus coldly glanced at Yifeng and said, After the battle with Yifeng, Beerus' thoughts of destroying the Earth and searching for the Super Saiyan God were not as strong anymore. Saying such things was just to give himself a way out. Of course, the Super Saiyan God could be created soon. Yifeng nodded and said, If 5 Saiyans with hearts of justice inject their energy into another Saiyant's body, a Super Saiyan God can be born. It's very simple and can be done in a few minutes. Lord Beerus, should we return to the castle now? Seeing that things were coming to an end, Whis looked at Beerus and asked, Let's go back. I'm a bit sleepy and could use a nap. Beerus yawned and said lazily, Lord Beerus, since you've come all this way, it would be a shame not to taste the delicious food of Earth. Yifeng suddenly spoke up. After the battle with Beerus, just now, Yifeng felt a sense of mutual appreciation with Beerus as opponents. After all, it's hard to find such an evenly matched rival. Surely Beerus must feel the same, right? Food. Is it delicious? Upon hearing about food, Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, you won't find it anywhere in the universe. Yifeng smiled confidently and said, If you are lying to me, I might just take back my promise of not destroying the Earth. Beerus stared at Yifeng and replied, Oh really? Then we'll just have to fight again. Yifeng smiled and said, My current strength is already not weaker than that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Moreover, with the system by my side, the gap between us will only continue to grow. Lord Beerus, the sushi, pudding, and tempura on Earth are really delicious. Weiss said with a smile. TC, you just care about eating? Beerus glared at Weiss and said, Is it over? It seems that Earth is saved. On the cruise ship, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Saiyan named Yifeng blocked Beerus and saved Earth. Those two guys are just too strong. What a thrilling lineup it was. Tianjin Fan and Krillin had bitter smiles on their faces. Such a good day almost became their day of mourning. The fear in their hearts had not completely dissipated yet. At this moment, Yifeng, Beerus, and Weiss suddenly appeared on the cruise ship. What? How did they come back? The crowd, who had just felt relieved, felt their hearts rise again upon seeing Beerus. Chapter 86. Sign-in reward. Time pause. Hey Weiss, where's the pudding, sushi, and tempura you mentioned earlier? Beerus coldly glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, then asked Weiss. It's over there, Lord Beerus. I'll take you there right now. Weiss said with a faint smile, leading Beerus to a food stall. Is this resolved? Is he not going to destroy Earth? Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked confused, murmuring to themselves. However, judging by Beerus's expression, he probably wouldn't destroy Earth, right? Could it be that Yi Feng really defeated the god of destruction? Otherwise, why would he give up on destroying Earth? Waha, you're just too amazing. Sun Wukong walked up to Yi Feng, excitedly saying, I didn't expect that even though we are both Saiyans, there is such a huge gap between us. But their transformations seem a bit different. Yefeng, did you really defeat the god of destruction, Beerus? Vegeta asked with some skepticism. After all, he couldn't even muster his energy in front of the god of destruction. Of course not. The god of destruction, Beerus, is very strong. Yefeng smiled faintly and said, although I'm strong now, there's no need to show off in front of people like Vegeta. Acting pretentious in front of them gives me no sense of accomplishment. Also, after all, Beerus is a god of destruction, so I still need to give him a bit of face. But why does it seem like he has given up on destroying the Earth? Vegeta continued to ask curiously. Could it be because I'm too handsome? Who knows? Yi Feng shrugged and then smiled lightly, saying, why don't you go ask him? After Yi Feng finished speaking, he went to find something to eat. The previous battle had been too intense, and he had consumed a lot of energy, which made him feel very hungry. In any case, it seemed that the Earth had once again safely avoided a disaster. Vegeta let out a long sigh of relief. The weight that had been pressing on his heart was finally lifted. However, after such a thrilling battle, the originally lively party now felt a bit dull. More importantly, the sudden appearance of the god of destruction Beerus and the Saiyan named Yi Feng made them very cautious, fearing that they might accidentally offend them. About 20 minutes later, Beerus and Whis had eaten and drunk their fill, and even packed some takeout. The Earth's cuisine had indeed attracted Beerus. Every type of food here was something he had never eaten on other planets. This made him deeply regret not coming to Earth sooner, feeling as if he had wasted several billion years. Mr. Yi Feng, we will take our leave now, was said very kindly to Yi Feng. Well then, until we meet again, Mr. Whis, Yi Feng replied. Yi Feng cupped his fists and said, since the angels are being so polite, he naturally couldn't be too rude. Hey, remember our agreement. Although our battle has temporarily ended, I still want to see the Super Saiyan God. Beerus said coldly to Yi Feng. Although his voice was very cold, it could be heard that Beerus was not unhappy. Don't worry, Yi Feng nodded. Creating a Super Saiyan God is just a small matter. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you, Beerus suddenly smiled and said to Yi Feng, is that so? I won't be so easily defeated by you. Yi Feng smiled as well. By the next time they meet, it is likely that the god of destruction Beerus will no longer be his opponent. Let us wait and see. Let us go, Whis. Beerus said with a nod. Then the two left Earth like that. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the 1-hour sign-in task on Bulma's birthday cruise. Reward. Time pause for 0.2 seconds. Just after Beerus and Whis left, the electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed in his mind. Has it already been an hour? He and T noticed the time because he had been fighting Beerus. A time pause of 0.2 seconds, Although this sign-in reward is also very powerful, it didn't excite Yi Feng as much. Of course, this is just in comparison to the powers of time and space, the ultra bloodline, and the ultimate instinct. But that doesn't mean that a time pause is useless. On the contrary, it's very useful. Especially with Yi Feng's level of strength, a time pause of 0.2 seconds, or even 0.01 seconds, could determine the outcome of a battle. Controlling time is similar to Hit, the strongest assassin of Universe 6. His strength may not match that of Ultra Instinct Goku and Vegeta, but after using his time skip technique for 0.1 seconds, he can easily defeat Ultra Instinct Vegeta. And what he has is not time skipping, but directly pausing time. Alright, looking forward to the next sign-in. Yi Feng muttered to himself. Now, he almost simultaneously possesses the ability to control time and space, and all the destroyers are no longer his opponents. So his next goal to surpass is the heavens. Although they are very powerful, he is quite confident. Just then, Sun Wukong and Vegeta walked towards Yi Feng. Hey Yi Feng, can you teach us how to become so strong? Sun Wukong said with a playful expression. To be honest, Yi Feng's strength shocked him and made him realize that Saiyans can become even stronger. Idiot cockroach, Vegeta said, giving Sun Wukong a heavy elbow jab and scolding him. Does this guy not understand the situation? Yi Feng's strength is unimaginably powerful, comparable to that of the god of destruction, Beerus. He actually has such a nonchalant tone. Doesn't he fear that Yifeng might destroy the Earth if he gets unhappy? After all, not knowing the other party's background, who knows what he thinks about the Earth? Hey Vegeta, what are you doing? Sun Wukong grimaced in pain, holding his waist and muttering. Vegeta ignored Sun Wukong and instead looked at Yifeng, respectfully saying, Mr. Yifeng, can you tell us how to become stronger? Although this is a bit out of character for me, I really want to become stronger. At least I want to keep up with your pace. After all, I am Prince Vegeta. Chapter 87. Beerus and Kappa. It seems that the two Vegetas from different timelines have undergone significant personality changes after the Majin Buu incident. If it were in the past, Vegeta's proud and arrogant personality would never allow him to speak to others like this, let alone ask another Saiyan for guidance on how to become stronger. I can't teach you my way of becoming stronger. Yifeng glanced at Vegeta and said, Why? Vegeta quickly asked, Because my bloodline is different from yours. However, if you really want to become stronger, I do have a way to turn you into the Super Saiyan God that Beerus mentioned. What? We can become Super Saiyan gods. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Vegeta and Goku almost simultaneously exclaimed in shock, although they didn't know how strong the Super Saiyan God was. It must not be weak since it had caught Beerus' attention. Of course, both of you can. Yifeng nodded and calmly replied. It was just a matter of 1 or 2 sentences, so telling them wouldn't hurt. Please tell us the method, Mr. Yifeng. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with fervor. If both he and Kakarot could transform into Super Saiyan gods at the same time, wouldn't that mean he had caught up to Kakarot? It's simple. First, 5 Saiyans with pure hearts need to channel their energy into another Saiyan's body, and then that Saiyan will be able to transform into a Super Saiyan god. Yifeng said directly and straightforwardly. His appearance affected Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan god, so the subsequent plot in this timeline would be quite difficult. If the two of them couldn't become Super Saiyan gods, then in the future battle of the unnamed star in the power tournament, Universe 7 would very likely be erased. Wow, is it that simple? Sun Wukong said excitedly. So it can be done by becoming a Super Saiyan god like this? TCH, this idiot. Vegeta glared fiercely at Sun Wukong. How is this simple? It requires 5 pure-hearted Saiyans to channel their energy into another Saiyan's body. That means 6 Super Saiyans are needed to complete it. And now, with just himself, Kakarot, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks, there are only 5 Saiyans. His brother Tabble is also a Saiyan, but he doesn't know which planet he has been sent to. Moreover, it is uncertain whether he has a pure heart. So it sounds simple, but it's not simple at all. Vegeta's thoughts naturally couldn't escape Yifeng's eyes. By the way, let me tell you, Biddy Lee is pregnant. With the little one in Biddy Lee's belly, that makes exactly 6 Saiyans. After all, in the original Dragon Ball Super, that's how Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan God. Hearing Yifeng's words, Vegeta suddenly felt delighted. That's right, in that case, there are exactly 6 Saiyans. Thank you, Mr. Yifeng, Vegeta said excitedly. Hey, Vegeta, let me become a Super Saiyan God first, okay? I'm really looking forward to getting stronger. At this moment, Sun Wukong said with a smile again. TCH, stop daydreaming, Kakarot. I want to let you have everything your way. This time it must be me. Vegeta gritted his teeth and sternly scolded Sun Wukong. Ever since he met this guy, he has always been in the lead, and this time he absolutely wouldn't let him. Vegeta, don't be so petty. Next time, I'll let you go first, okay? Don't even think about it, Kakarot. Vegeta and Sun Wukong argued endlessly. Just then, Yifeng suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura. That aura was almost identical to Beerus's. However, there was still some difference, and it wasn't as strong as Jiren. Who could it be? Yifeng thought for a moment, and then directly used teleportation. Yifeng suddenly appeared on a huge, desolate planet. In front of him appeared 2 very familiar figures, Kappa and Beerus. Looking at the 2 figures, Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. No wonder. The aura he sensed was very similar to Beerus. It turned out to be the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kappa's brother. Beerus. This guy came to Universe 7, definitely for the Super Dragon Balls. As soon as Yifeng appeared, Kappa and Beerus noticed him. And then Kappa spoke to remind Beerus. What? Why is there a human on this planet? The moment he saw Yifeng, Kappa asked in surprise. Previously, he felt that there was no life fluctuation on this planet. Lord Kappa, he just came from somewhere else. It seems he used a skill that allows instant teleportation. It seems he sensed our aura and came here. Beerus explained. Oh, he can actually sense the aura of a god. Looks like he's not an ordinary guy. Kappa said in surprise again. However, I can't sense any divine energy within this guy's body. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Kampa asked Yifeng coldly. I have long admired your name, the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, and Beerus. Yifeng lightly leaped and appeared in front of the two. Speaking again, I haven't asked why you came to the 7th universe yet, but you asked me first? After saying this, Yifeng turned his gaze to Bardos. The Bardos before him had a light blue complexion, a pair of long eyes, and a playful ponytail that stood high, cascading down to her waist. Her slender and tall figure highlighted her aloof aura. Having seen her in person, one must admit that Bardos is indeed a goddess-level beauty. If there is one flaw, it is that her angelic outfit is simply too ugly. If she were to wear ordinary clothes, she would definitely turn heads without a doubt. Unfortunately, she is a bit too old, several hundred million years. Yifeng gently shook his head. Chapter 88, What's Wrong? Do you want to kill me? Little guy, have you seen enough? Just as Yifeng was gently shaking his head, a melodious voice, like a nightingale, rang out. However, it didn't seem angry, but rather carried a teasing tone. A beauty is naturally never enough to look at. Yifeng looked at Bestows and smiled, saying, Anyway, the angels can't act without authorization, so I'm not afraid at all. Besides, complimenting her on her beauty shouldn't get me in trouble, right? I didn't expect you, little one, to actually be able to talk. Bestows also smiled and replied to Yifeng. Although Bestows is an angel, she is also a woman, so she naturally wouldn't get angry at compliments. Moreover, she has seen too much of the world, so she can easily handle such small situations. Hey Bestows, what are you doing? Seeing the two of them flirting and completely ignoring her, Kampa was a bit angry. What's wrong, Lord Kampa? Bestows turned to ask. TCH, who is that guy? He seems to know our secrets, Kampa said quietly. I don't know either, but this little guy seems quite interesting. Bestows shook her head and said with a light smile. Hey, who exactly are you? How do you know about us? Kampa coldly stared at Yifeng and questioned. Aside from Beerus, Whis, and the Supreme Kai, no one in the 7th universe should know about your existence. Not only do I know about you, but I also know that your purpose for coming to the 7th universe is to steal the Super Dragon Balls, right? Yifeng spoke lightly. With his current strength, he didn't take Kampa seriously at all. As a destroyer god, there was still a significant gap between his power and Beerus's. If he could fight to a standstill with Beerus, he could easily defeat Kampa. The only thing he was wary of was the destruction abilities of the destroyer gods. What? You even know about the Super Dragon Balls? You know too much, human. It seems I can't let you live. A strong killing intent appeared in Kampa's eyes. He absolutely could not let Beerus know about his secret collection of the Super Dragon Balls. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome, especially since he was currently in the 7th universe. At this moment, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Jebit were watching a crystal ball that displayed Yifeng. Bardos and Kampa. Why is that guy going to find Lord Kampa again? Jebit said, looking shocked at the crystal ball. One oblivious guy. He's really stirring up trouble. The old Kaioshin felt like he was having a heart attack. Previously, he thought that Goku and Vegeta were troublesome enough. But now, there was an even more reckless troublemaker who specifically sought out the destroyer gods. Wasn't this like an old man hanging himself, looking for death? Why did a troublemaker suddenly appear? Don't be angry, Lord Kampa. I just felt a powerful aura suddenly, so I came to take a look. You can continue. Yifeng smiled and said to Kampa. Just now, he had indeed teleported over out of curiosity to take a look, but he didn't expect it to be Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6. Since he was looking for the Super Dragon Balls, let him search for them. After all, he definitely wouldn't be able to find the last Super Dragon Ball, and in the end, he would have to hand over what he found to Beerus. Oof. You know so much, and you think you can just leave? Kampa suddenly grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty curve. Since this guy knew about his plan, he absolutely couldn't be left alive. What? Do you want to kill me? Leaf Maple looked at Kampa and asked softly. Of course, since you know my plan. You must die. Kampa said coldly. Only the mouths of the dead are the most secure. Lord Kampa, I think we should leave quickly. If Lord Beerus finds out later, it could be a bit troublesome. Seeing the murderous intent rising in Kampa, Bestows spoke up beside him. Bestows, do you want to help this guy? Don't forget your own identity. Kampa glanced at Bestows, and after speaking, he directly gathered a purple energy ball at his fingertip. It only takes a second to kill you. Is that so? If you're so confident, you can give it a try. Yifeng was completely unafraid. What could destructive energy do? He possessed the power of time and space. And could his destructive energy really destroy time and space? Whoosh! Xiang Pa said nothing as the destructive energy in his hand shot directly at Yifeng. As the destructive energy approached, Yifeng thought for a moment, and suddenly a layer of ripple-like substance appeared in front of him. When the destructive energy hit that layer of ripples, it vanished without a trace. What? It disappeared? Xiangpa's expression changed dramatically. His destructive energy just disappeared like that. It seemed this guy really had some strength. 990 want to fight? Then bring it on. Yifeng tightly clenched his fists, and a terrifying grass-green aura erupted from his body in an instant. He directly transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. What an overwhelming aura. It was hard to believe that this was the energy emitted by a human. Kampa's eyes showed a look of shock. This aura was almost on par with his own. How could Beerus allow such a monster to exist in Universe 7? I'll let you go this time. But next time we meet, I will not hesitate to kill you. After sensing Yifeng's aura, Kampa threatened fiercely. He was not afraid of this human in front of him, but such a powerful aura required him to use all his strength to deal with it. If he exerted his full power, he would expose his own aura, which could lead to trouble if Beerus found out. Let me go. Ridiculous. Yifeng sneered and said to Xiangpa, I know you are wary of Beerus, but next time I will personally go to your God of Destruction realm to see if you have the ability to kill me. Until we meet again, Bestows. After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly disappeared in front of Beerus and Kampa. Chapter 89. Is there no number 18 in this timeline? The reason he didn't take action just now was that he hadn't fully recovered his physical strength after fighting with Beerus. So he couldn't fight for a long time. Moreover, fighting here wouldn't end quickly, and it would definitely attract Beerus. Although Kampa didn't want to be discovered by Beerus and had some reservations, he was even more wary of Beerus. After all, they were brothers, and blood is thicker than water. What if they teamed up against him? However, since Kampa wanted to kill him, he had to go to the 6th universe to meet him. It was just a matter of time. That damn bastard. I'll let him go today, but when I get the chance, I will definitely swallow him alive. Watching Yifeng leave, Kampa gritted his teeth and said while clenching his fists, as a god of destruction, he had never been so underestimated and confronted by a human before. Lord Kampa, if it really comes to a fight, you might not be able to defeat that little guy. Beerus chuckled, covering his mouth. But soon he seemed to remember something and paused, saying, Oh dear, it seems I forgot that little guy's name. It seemed to be the first time he encountered a human who dared to confront a god of destruction and tease an angel. It was quite interesting. I want to be able to defeat him. Hey Beerus, why are you always siding with him? Kampa glared at Beerus suspiciously and asked, Really? I'm just speaking the truth. Beerus continued to smile and said to Kampa. Then he reminded, But Lord Kampa, if you don't go back soon, Lord Beerus might really come looking for you. I know. Kampa waved his hand impatiently, and then the two of them disappeared into the universe. Phew, it's finally over. This guy really makes people anxious. The old Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, still feeling uneasy. It seems that this guy's sudden appearance will eventually scare my heart condition out. However, Jebed's thoughts were somewhat different from the old Kai's. He felt that the emergence of such a powerful human in the universe didn't seem to be a bad thing, of course, provided that this guy had good intentions and no harmful thoughts towards the universe. After leaving Beerus and Kampa, Yifeng returned to Earth. However, at this time, Bulma's birthday party was almost coming to an end. After all this commotion, who had the mood to celebrate anymore? Mr. Yifeng, do you have a place to stay now? If not, I can help you find a place, Vegeta asked with great concern. After all, Yifeng had told them the method of becoming a Super Saiyan God, and he had extraordinary strength. If he helped him arrange accommodation, it would be easier to ask for help in the future if needed. It seems I don't have one yet, so that's a hassle. Yifeng did not refuse Vegeta's kindness. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, he had just arrived here and indeed had not found a place to settle down. As the richest man in the Dragon Ball world, Vegeta probably wouldn't find him a very shabby place. It was not a bother. Vegeta clearly did not expect Yifeng to agree so readily and quickly shook his head. He actually had his own motives, because he must surpass Kakarot. And from the battle between Yifeng and Beerus just now, it was evident that Yifeng was very powerful. If he could receive guidance from him, he would definitely see significant improvement. After finalizing the accommodation with Vegeta, Yifeng wandered around the luxurious cruise ship for a while. Besides the previously seen Piccolo, Son Goku, and Krillin, Yifeng did not see any sign of Android 18. Hey Vegeta, I want to ask you something. Yifeng suddenly called out to Vegeta. What's wrong, Mr. Yifeng? Vegeta hurried over and asked, Why didn't Android 18 attend this birthday party? Yifeng asked, as he clearly remembered that in the original Dragon Ball Super, Android 18 attended Bulma's birthday party with Krillin. What? Android 18? Hearing Yifeng's words, Vegeta was suddenly taken aback. Yifeng actually knows about Android 18? To know that Android 17 and 18 were absorbed when Cell appeared. And then they were completely eliminated by that little brat's son, Gohan, turning into Super Saiyan 2. That's right, Android 17 was eliminated years ago. Although surprised, Vegeta still respectfully replied, "What? Android 18 was eliminated? There are no androids in this timeline now." Yifeng's face showed a look of surprise. So that means Android 18 was not with Krillin, but was killed directly. Doesn't that mean that the history of this timeline has already encountered problems? Yes, the androids were indeed eliminated. Vegeta nodded confidently. All right, I understand. After Yifeng nodded, he no longer inquired about the matter. After the gathering ended, Vegeta took him back to the so-called residence. "Mr. Yifeng, this place is where I used to live while training, but it has been thoroughly organized and cleaned, so you can rest assured to stay here. There's also a gravity room outside where you can train and stretch your body," Vegeta said with a serious expression. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness," Yifeng replied. Yifeng waved his hand. In front of him stood a very large villa. The decorations inside were extremely luxurious. To be honest, it was his first time staying in such a lavish villa, and he didn't expect it to be because of Vegeta. It was quite unexpected. "You can rest for now. If you need anything, feel free to contact me," Vegeta said, looking at Yifeng. "Okay, thank you." Yifeng nodded at Vegeta and smiled, saying, no matter what plans or goals Vegeta had, it was worth being grateful for a proud Saiyan to act this way. After speaking, Vegeta disappeared in front of Yifeng. Then, Yifeng walked inside, where there were robots cleaning and cooking. This made Yifeng a bit envious. The life of the wealthy is indeed enjoyable. Chapter 90. Teaching the Ultimate Technique. Half an hour later, several beautiful maids and a few chefs arrived at the villa, saying that Miss Bulma had sent them to take care of Yifeng's daily needs. Naturally, Yifeng did not refuse. Who doesn't he like being pampered? If someone says they don't like it, they are definitely lying. After a simple dinner, Yifeng entered the gravity chamber. He really needed to move his body a bit. Moreover, due to his constant training, he had developed this habit, and if he just stayed there, it would be quite boring. 300 G. This is the maximum gravity in the gravity chamber. Yifeng directly set the gravity in the gravity chamber to the maximum multiplier. The gravity chamber immediately turned dark red, and the air currents began to descend rapidly. Although Yifeng's strength was extremely powerful, the 300 times gravity still had some effect. After all, his own gravity had increased by 300 times. Moreover, it seemed that Vegeta had also installed devices in the gravity chamber to evade attacks. Yifeng gently pressed the start button, and immediately, more than a dozen laser emitters fired tongues of flame at Yifeng. Shulin. Yifeng moved his body effortlessly, dodging all the laser attacks from 0-50. Then, Yifeng leaped into the air and instantly shut down all the laser emitters. This can only be considered as a way to exercise his body. It can't really be counted as cultivation. Yifeng shook his head in boredom. This kind of thing was of no use for his cultivation at all. Just then, Vegeta's energy suddenly appeared. Is he that impatient already? Yifeng smiled and muttered to himself. He knew that there are no free lunches in the world, and it was obvious that Vegeta, with his diligent demeanor, wanted him to guide him. "Mr. Yifeng," Vegeta entered the gravity room and greeted him respectfully. "Kumin." Yifeng nodded. Vegeta walked in and suddenly felt his body become heavy, as if a tremendous gravitational force was pressing down on him. Although the maximum gravity in this gravity chamber was 300 G, he usually trained under a normal 150 G, so the 300 G gravity was indeed a bit difficult for him to bear all at once. "Guide me in my training, Mr. Yifeng." Vegeta gritted his teeth and said to Yifeng. It was clear that saying such words made him feel very awkward. He seemed to have never said something like that before. "Actually, I really don't have anything to teach you." Yifeng spoke truthfully. To be honest, the reason he is so strong mainly relies on the system. If it weren't for the system, he might still be an ordinary person in the Dragon Ball GT universe. Now, although his Ultra Instinct bloodline, time, and space powers, instant teleportation, and time-stopping abilities are very powerful, they cannot be taught to Vegeta. These are not things that can be mastered through teaching and learning. If he had to teach something, it would be Ultra Instinct. However, given Vegeta's cautious personality, learning Ultra Instinct might not be an easy task. Well, since he is at a disadvantage, he might as well be kind. Whether Vegeta can master it depends on his own comprehension ability and fate. All right, then I will teach you Ultra Instinct first. Yifeng thought for a moment and said to Vegeta, "What? The Ultra Instinct? Is that the transformation you used when you fought against the god of destruction, Beerus?" Vegeta's pupils shrank, and a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. It seemed that all his efforts were not in vain. He had heard from Whis that the form Yi Feng exhibited, radiating a brilliant silver light, was the so-called Ultra Instinct. He had witnessed that terrifying increase in power with his own eyes. If he could truly master Ultra Instinct, he would definitely be able to easily surpass Kakarot. To be precise, it should be a realm that is very difficult to attain. To achieve Ultra Instinct, one must first have a clear mind, return to oneself, and maintain inner peace. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, of course, this is all from what I've seen in the Dragon Ball Super manga, because my Ultra Instinct was a reward from the system. So I'm really not sure how to train. I remember, Vegeta nodded seriously. You are currently too anxious in your training, eager for quick results, and you always maintain an excessive state of vigilance during battles. This way, you can't fully unleash your own power and speed. In short, to put it more concisely, when training in Ultra Instinct, you need to completely separate your consciousness and body, significantly enhance your speed and reaction ability, allowing your body to act automatically without being controlled by the brain. Yi Feng said to Vegeta with a serious expression, is that so? It does seem a bit difficult. Vegeta clenched his fist and paused before saying, but I will definitely be able to do it. Very good. Since you have that determination, you should be able to succeed. Yi Feng could only encourage Vegeta like this. The technique of Zizai Ji Gong is something that the master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to the individual. The theory has all been handed over to you, so the remaining practice still requires you to continue training. Mr. Yi Feng, can you demonstrate Zizai Ji Gong once more so I can see? Vegeta looked at Yi Feng with eager eyes. He was indeed very interested in Zizai Ji Gong. He never expected that Yi Feng would teach him this great technique without any reservation. It seems that his efforts were not in vain. All right, then make sure you watch closely. Yi Feng nodded, his expression unchanged. This was because using the free and unrestrained ultimate skill did not require the sudden surge of energy like a transformation. In the next moment, a brilliant silver light began to swirl around Yi Feng, with strands of silver lines appearing among his hair. Yi Feng's pupils also turned silver gray. This time, he merely used the Ultra Instinct technique without applying it on top of Super Saiyan. Vegeta looked at Yi Feng with fervor. This form was something he had never heard of before. Do you want to personally experience the Ultra Instinct technique? Yi Feng suddenly asked. Vegeta nodded heavily. Perhaps in battle, he could grasp the true essence of Ultra Instinct more quickly. Chapter 91. Searching for Dr. Gero's laboratory. Yefeng turned off the gravity settings in the gravity chamber. 300 G of gravity was a bit difficult for Vegeta. Even when transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his speed would still be significantly limited. Vegeta roared, directly transforming into a Super Saiyan. His golden hair stood tall, his light green pupils shone, and golden flames surrounded him. Although both were Super Saiyan 2, there was still a considerable gap between Super Vegeta and GT Vegeta. After all, age was a factor. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta made a move to attack. I will attack with all my strength. Yefeng nodded. At that moment, Vegeta was already one of the strongest fighters on Earth, but in his eyes, he was nothing more than a preschool child. Vegeta's body flashed, and he directly launched an attack towards Yefeng. His fist kept raining down on Yefeng. Vegeta felt that his speed was already quite fast, and it seemed like every punch could hit Yefeng. However, each time his fist was just barely brushing past Yefeng's body. He simply couldn't land a hit. Your vigilance is too strong. You can't fully unleash your speed and strength. Yi Feng said lightly to Vegeta. He could feel that Vegeta's power and speed should be more than this. Damn it, clearly I've been attacking with all my strength. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, feeling that he was holding nothing back. He had become accustomed to this fighting style, and it was hard to change in a short time. Although Vegeta attacked with all his might, the result remained unchanged. He couldn't even touch Yi Feng's clothes. After 10 minutes, Vegeta was gasping for breath. But Yi Feng still looked calm and composed. Right now, using the Ultra Instinct technique wasn't consuming much of his energy. Of course, this was only in a normal state. The consumption was enormous when combining the full power of Super Saiyan with Ultra Instinct. If he could have infinite energy and stamina, perhaps he could freely use Ultra Instinct in the future. Looking at the completely exhausted Vegeta, Yi Feng's silver aura slowly faded away, returning to his normal state. Don't be discouraged. This is just the first day. Mastering Ultra Instinct is not something that can be achieved overnight. Yi Feng patted Vegeta's shoulder and said, by the way, your gravity chamber laser emitter is set up very well. It's beneficial for training in Ultra Instinct. Since Ultra Instinct mainly relies on muscle reactions, this setup is indeed great. Vegeta looked at Yifeng with some gratitude and nodded. To be honest, he didn't expect Yifeng to teach him how to train in Ultra Instinct so seriously. Time passed day by day, and half a month flew by in an instant. During this half month, Yifeng and Vegeta had sparred many times and shared a lot of insights. For example, that person who looks like a god of destruction's attendant. Whis is actually Beerus's master. Moreover, his favorite thing is gourmet food, and with Vegeta's intelligence, he should easily understand what I mean. More importantly, I don't have much patience to teach Vegeta. Following Whis would be better. He is more suited to be a teacher. At this time, both Vegeta and Goku had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan gods and had successfully fused the power of Super Saiyan God. The next morning, Yifeng got up early for breakfast. All right, I'm going on a trip. Starting today, you can leave and go to the Capsule Corporation to settle your salaries. Yifeng looked at several maidens and the chef and said that he wanted to go to a place, but he didn't know how long it would take. So he temporarily didn't need them here. Mr. Yifeng, Mr. Vegeta, and Miss Bulma have instructed us that even if you leave here, we still need to clean and tidy up regularly, one of the maidens said respectfully to Yifeng. This was instructed by Vegeta and Bulma. But whether Yifeng would stay here long term, their daily work would continue. Is that so? Well, that's fine, you can do as you please. Yifeng nodded. The salaries they received here must be quite high, so let them stay well. After all, they won't be unemployed, and he doesn't have to spend any money. Although he is not a saint, ordinary people can help when they can. After all, he has gotten along quite well with them over the past half month. Thank you, Mr. Yifeng. Will you come back? The young lady who spoke up earlier gathered her courage to ask Yifeng. Who knows? Yifeng smiled and then disappeared directly in front of everyone. Since they were already used to Yifeng's sudden disappearances, they didn't make a big fuss about it. At this moment, it was the year 764 of the Earth calendar. Through time-space travel, Yifeng arrived at this point in time. The year after Frieza and his father King Cold were killed by future Trunks. He could clearly sense the energy of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Yifeng felt the aura on Earth. The auras of Son Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Piccolo were all very clear. However, he didn't come here to find them. He was here for something else. In the next moment, Yifeng's body disappeared again. Although the Earth isn't that big, finding the auras of two ordinary people and two androids who have no aura isn't an easy task. He searched for over 3 hours. It was already noon. He remembered that Bulma once said that Dr. Gero's laboratory should be located in the mountains north of West City. It was a cave that had been transformed. How could he not find it after searching for so long? Yifeng floated in midair, furrowing his brows as he muttered to himself. He had searched dozens of caves up and down, yet he still couldn't find a research facility. What was even more frustrating was that these guys hadn't even emitted a hint of stronger energy. Then, Yifeng's gaze swept around again. Got it. That cave over there seemed to be one he hadn't visited yet. Yifeng suddenly saw an opening on the rock wall of a tall mountain peak. The author's note: please don't hesitate to subscribe automatically. I promise not to write nonsense. Thank you all. Chapter 92. Hello, my name is Laziri. Yifeng appeared directly at the cave entrance and saw a large iron door with an access code set outside. Yifeng walked over and gently pushed with his palm. Bang! The large iron door fell directly to the ground, making a huge noise. Inside the cave, there was a scene of a different world, filled with many machines, computers, and electronic devices. There were also 4 figures: Android 18, Android 17, Dr. Gero, and Android 19. At that moment, Android 18 and Android 17 were lying on a table similar to an operating table, seemingly anesthetized and unable to move. Who were these people? The moment Yifeng appeared, Dr. Gero suddenly turned his head in panic to look at Yifeng. How could this guy find his research facility? Moreover, he even broke his specially made iron door. Hello there, Dr. Gero. Yifeng smiled coldly and walked directly towards Dr. Gero. Damn, who is this guy, appearing at such a critical moment and interrupting my research? Dr. Gero frowned, looking at Yifeng with anger. No matter who he is, how dare he be so rude? I will never let him leave alive. It seems I came just in time. Android 17 and 18 have not yet been modified. Yifeng looked at number 18 and number 17 lying on the operating table, thinking to himself. At this moment, he could still feel the faint breath of number 17 and number 18. If they were fully transformed, there would be no breath at all. He realized that he hadn't found their breath earlier because it was so weak. At that moment, no. 18 on the operating table made an effort to glance at Yifeng, her eyes seemingly flashing a signal for help. However, she no longer had the strength to speak. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he could see the despair, hatred, fear, and desire for survival in the gaze of number 18. Just think about it. A perfectly fine young lady in her prime is about to be transformed into a cyborg. How angry, terrified, and desperate she must be. No wonder the first thing they did after being released was to kill Dr. Gero, because that kind of hatred is seeped into their bones and cannot be forgotten, even after being transformed. Number 19, kill him. The murderous intent suddenly appeared in Dr. Gero's eyes as he ordered the cyborg number 19. Anyone who wanted to stop his research or prevent him from taking revenge on Sun Wukong would be killed without hesitation. Haha, this guy's energy seems very powerful, so I'll gladly accept it. The greedy light flickered in the eyes of cyborg number 19. If he absorbed this powerful energy, he would definitely become the strongest cyborg. Indeed, he was right. If he absorbed Yi Feng's energy, he would become a cosmic-level powerhouse. But could he absorb it? Did he have the qualifications? Cyborg number 19 suddenly let out a sharp scream, and then attacked Yi Feng. Seeing the snail-like speed, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, and a sharp light flickered in them. In the next second, cyborg number 19 exploded. Yes, just like that, it exploded for no reason, leaving not even a single part behind. What happened, number 19? Doctor. Gero looked as if he had seen a ghost, his pupils constricting tightly as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. His number 19 had suddenly exploded like that. Was it a problem with the program? No, his program would never have any issues. It was definitely this guy in front of him who caused number 19 to explode. Impossible, absolutely impossible. They're the strongest cyborgs. How could they explode just from a human's gaze? Even if he was extremely unwilling to believe it. It seemed there was no other explanation except for that guy. At this moment, number 18, Lazuli, was staring intently at Yi Feng, her eyes filled with curiosity, surprise, and some unusual colors. To be honest, although Yi Feng was not the idol type, he did look quite handsome after merging with the Super Saiyan bloodline. Describing him as tall, strong, and handsome would not be an exaggeration. Perhaps some girls could resist the temptations of money, honor, and status. But it was hard to resist the hero saving the beauty, especially in a moment of desperation. And at this moment, number 18, Lazuli, was in such a situation. What do you want? After figuring it out, Dr. Gero looked at Yi Feng with a face full of fear. His strength was about the same as cyborg number 19. If this guy could kill number 19 with a glance, he could do the same to him. Nothing much. I'm just going to find those two. Yi Feng pointed at number 18 and number 17 and said to Dr. Gero, "They're my research subjects, the best candidates for modification. I've been searching for over a decade to find them, and I will never allow you to ruin my research." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Dr. Gero immediately became displeased. Number 17's body contained unimaginable potential, and if he could develop it, he would become an artificial human unmatched by anyone. In that case, you must die. Yi Feng suddenly appeared in front of Dr. Gero like a ghost and grabbed Dr. Gero by the neck. Even if you modify 1,000 guys like number 19, I still won't come looking for you. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he gently twisted. Dr. Gero's neck was directly broken, and after a few flickers of electricity, he completely disappeared without a trace of movement. After dealing with Dr. Gero 3, Yi Feng helped Android 17 and 18 up. Then he shared a bit of his energy with them, and the anesthetic effect on them disappeared. "Hello, my name is Robbies, and this is my sister Lazuli. Thank you very much for your help," said Android 17 as he stood up, looking gratefully at Yi Feng. A look of joy from surviving a disaster crossed his handsome face. Robbies? That's a nice name. Yi Feng nodded. He hadn't paid much attention to No. 17 before and really didn't know that was his name. "Hello, my name is Lazuli. Thank you." No. 18 had a sweet smile on her face as she extended her delicate hand to Yi Feng. "Hello, my name is Yi Feng." Chapter 93. Return to Dragon Ball Super Time and Space. Yi Feng also extended his hand towards Lazuli. The two of them just shook hands gently, and Lazuli quickly withdrew her hand, looking somewhat shy. It seemed to be a bit different from the modified number 18. "Let's go. I'll take you away from this place first." After leaving Dr. Gero's lair, Yi Feng directly took number 18, Lazuli, and number 17 to West City. Although they were not technically number 18 and number 17 right now, he might still find himself calling them that. The three of them casually found a restaurant and prepared to eat something. Fortunately, Yi Feng had brought some money when he came here. "Mr. Yi Feng, I raise a glass to you, and thank you again for helping my sister and me escape from the tiger's mouth." Number 17, Lapis, said respectfully to Yi Feng. He then raised his glass and drank first as a toast. Without Yi Feng's help, they didn't know what they would have turned into by now. Perhaps they would have become emotionless machines. Actually, I don't even know if what I did was right. Yi Feng shook his wine glass and gently shook his head. If the two of you were really modified, you might gain powers far beyond those of ordinary people and age more slowly than normal, which means a longer lifespan. Would you choose to be modified? Yifeng looked at the two of them and asked seriously. I am just an ordinary person. I have always yearned for the life of an ordinary person, to find a simple job, to marry, and have children. That's all. A long life and super strength are not very appealing to me. Number 17, Lapus smiled faintly and said, My aspirations are not high. They are just the life I long for. What about you, Lazili? Yifeng looked at number 18 Lazili and asked, What normal girl would be willing to be transformed? Number 18 Lazili glanced at Yifeng and replied coldly, as if questioning him. Looking into their eyes, Yifeng knew he hadn't done anything wrong. All right, let's eat. He then said to number 18 Lazili and number 17 Lapis. After finishing their simple lunch, the three of them walked out of the restaurant. Do you two have any plans for the future? Yifeng looked at the two and asked. Their family had been killed by Dr. Jero, and now it seemed they really had nowhere to go. Number 17, Robbie's, shook his head. The world was vast, yet suddenly he didn't know where to go. Forget it, I'll look for a job. Then number 17 shrugged. Life had to go on, and he still needed to pursue his dreams. What about you? Yifeng then looked at number 18, Lazili, and asked. To be honest, the reason he wasted time coming to this timeline was simple. It was for number 18. However, pursuing a girl requires time. One cannot rush it. Lazili paused, seemingly shook her head. I don't know where I should go either. After saying that, Lazili looked at Yifeng again. As siblings, number 17, Robbie's, understood his sister very well. From her eyes, he could see that she had some feelings for Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was handsome, powerful, and their savior. Such a man was hard to come by, even though his sister was relatively aloof and had high standards. Mr. Yifeng, please help take care of my sister, number 17, Robbie suddenly said to Yifeng. What? Yifeng and Latsili were both startled. What is this guy doing? Yifeng thought to himself, this little brother-in-law really knows how to handle things. Could he have figured out my intentions? Rappies, what are you talking about? Latsili shot a fierce glare at Rappies and said coldly, Sister, Mr. Yifeng is indeed quite impressive. I think you know in your heart that if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. It's up to you to seize it. Rappy smiled at Latsili, then left casually on his own. Latsili watched Rappies' figure with a conflicted expression in her eyes. She wasn't sure what she truly felt. Admiration, gratitude, or something more complicated. After all, she had never experienced anything like this before. Latsili awkwardly glanced at Yifeng, unsure of how to start the conversation. Your clothes seem a bit torn. Let me buy you a set of clothes first. Yifeng looked at Latsili, breaking the awkward situation. Lazili nudda. This guy seemed to know her interests. Time flew by quickly, and a month soon passed. During this month, Yifeng took Latsili to almost explore the entire Earth. He also taught her how to master the art of aerial dancing and control her energy, among other skills. After all, they would be useful in the future. Moreover, they visited number 17 Lapisai twice. That guy really did find a simple job, as he said. It seemed to be a job as a garden guardian, quite easy, and it seemed he was in a passionate relationship with a girl. Considering number 17's looks and personality, it wouldn't be hard for him to find a girlfriend. I want to go to a very distant place now. Would you be willing to accompany me? Yifeng pulled Latsili and asked, I am your girlfriend, and from now on, wherever you go, I will go with you. Latsili looked at Yifeng with a happy expression and said to him, This past month has been the happiest time of her life. Yifeng was unexpectedly excellent. He had already gone through his own trials and officially became his boyfriend. All right, let's go say goodbye to my little brother, and we'll come back to see him when we have time. I need to return to the Dragon Ball Super timeline, because in this timeline, everything is too boring except for Latsili. At this rate, my body might rust. Akim Lazili nudda. And then the two disappeared into the air. Chapter 94. Heading to the 6th universe to sign in. After returning to the Super timeline, Yifeng brought Latsili directly to the villa. Is this house yours? Latsili was obviously a bit surprised, not expecting Yifeng to have such a big house. I guess so. Yifeng nodded. Although this villa belonged to Vegeta, he would probably be very willing to let them come over directly. The two had a bite to eat at home, and then went out shopping. After all, girls generally love shopping, and the same goes for number 18. At this time, Son Goku and Vegeta had already been taken to the God of Destruction's realm by Whis for training. They should soon reach the power of Super Saiyan Blue. Ding! The system issued a task. Please sign in at the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 6 to receive corresponding rewards. Task duration, 1 month. Task time, hours. While they were shopping, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly rang in their minds. What? Sign in at the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 6. Yifink Sudendi Froze. It had only been a little over a month since he had a conflict with Kampa, and now the system was actually asking him to sign in at the Destroyer God Kampa's realm in Universe 6. Isn't this just the dog coin system encouraging him to go and beat up Destroyer God Kampa? But thinking about Kampa's arrogant attitude that day, he indeed should teach him a lesson about being a god. Since the system issued a task, and he had nothing to do in Universe 7 for the time being, he might as well go play in Universe 6. After returning to the villa, Yifeng discussed it with number 18 and decisively headed to Universe 6. For Yifeng, who could teleport, going to Universe 6 was very easy. In Universe 6, on an unknown planet, two figures suddenly appeared in midair. Oh, is this what you call Universe 6? It seems a bit chaotic. Lazili looked down at the planet, where two groups of people were engaged in a fierce battle. It seemed to be a fight between invaders and defenders. Oh, it really is a bit chaotic. Yifeng nodded. He sensed a somewhat chaotic aura in the space near this planet. It felt a bit evil. It seems that before going to destroy the divine realm, we can have a little fun. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, anyway, the sign-in period is 30 days, and the sign-in duration is only 1 hour. With so much time, it's enough for the two of us to travel through the entire universe. At that moment, in the universe, a gigantic spaceship hovered above a planet. Lord Frost, those guys on planet Saiwana are really desperate. It seems you need to lend a hand. An alien knelt on the ground in the spaceship, speaking with a heavy tone. In front of him was a figure that resembled Frisia to a large extent, wearing the same sinister smile. Oh, can't even conquer such a garbage planet? Frost slowly stood up, his tone extremely cold. Useless things, what good are you to me? As his voice fell, a dark red energy beam instantly pierced through the alien's chest. The other individuals in the spaceship, witnessing this cruel act, were all terrified and drenched in sweat, not daring to make a sound. Then, Frost walked out of the spaceship himself. Yifeng, those people seem a bit pitiful, Lazili said with some sympathy as she looked at the humans below who were bravely resisting. Seeing them seemed to remind her of the helpless feeling when her family was killed. All right, let's go down and help them. Yifeng glanced at Lazili and said, since I'm just idling anyway, I might as well join Bang Bang and them to pass the time. Whoosh. Yifeng and no. 18 Lazili suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. Then, Yifeng gently clenched his fist, and a terrifying aura erupted directly from his body, centered around Yifeng. It swept out in all directions, instantly knocking everyone around to the ground. The people of this planet stood behind me. Yifeng shouted Lud. His voice was filled with endless authority, and everyone quickly stood up, instinctively moving to stand behind Yifeng without waiting for any orders. To be honest, they were all soldiers, but at that moment, they didn't understand why they were so obedient. Once all the warriors of this planet stood behind Yifeng, the invaders looked at him with some fear. After all, this guy had suddenly appeared and instantly knocked them all down. Normally, no one could achieve such a feat. Although I have no interest in your matters, my woman is very displeased with your barbaric actions, so die. The plain voice fell, and Yifeng shot out an energy ball from his palm. In an instant, it engulfed nearly 1,000 people in front of him, and then they vanished without a trace. The killing was decisive and merciless. Lazili looked at Yifeng with some surprise. Although she knew Yifeng was very powerful, she didn't expect him to kill so many people in an instant. What? This gentleman actually killed those invaders in a moment? Too strong. Is he a god? For a moment, there was an uproar behind Yifeng. Shock, unparalleled shock. The invaders they had fought so hard against for so long were suddenly killed before their eyes in an instant. Was he too powerful? This was definitely something humans could not achieve. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed in the air. Yifeng slowly raised his head. He actually knew who it was without even looking. That guy from Universe 6, Frost, who is even more annoying than Frisia. He pretends to be righteous while secretly conquering other planets and then reselling them for huge profits. It is said that he has received the Peace Award for maintaining peace in the universe 3 times. If Frisia from Universe 7 is a true villain, then these guys are typical hypocrites. I didn't expect such a strong character to be on this garbage planet. It's truly a pleasant surprise. Frost coldly stared at Yifeng and said, being able to instantly kill nearly 1,000 of my subordinates does show some strength. A plaisante surprise? You will soon realize that this may not be joy, but rather a tragedy. Yifeng suddenly grinned and coldly said, Chapter 95. We meet again, Xiangpa. Oh, you are quite confident, aren't you? Do you think that by killing those little duo, You can be arrogant in front of me? Frost seemed to find Yi Feng's words amusing. It was the first time he had heard such a ridiculous statement in a long time. Forget it. Seeing that you have decent skills and have killed so many of my subordinates, I can consider forgiving your ignorance and arrogance if you become my subordinate. He was currently attacking the planet and needed people. Although didn't he know who this guy was, his strength was quite good. If he could help him conquer the planet, it would save him a lot of effort. Isn't that Frost? He is the captain of the peacekeeping forces, maintaining peace in the universe. Why is he attacking our planet? Could it be that he has been deceiving us all along? That's right, it must be like that. At this moment, the people behind Yi Feng also recognized Frost. After all, this guy's reputation in the 6th universe was too loud, comparable to the Emperor of the 7th universe. TCH, someone has come out? Then I can only send you to heaven. As Frost's voice fell, a ball of energy suddenly shot out from his fingertip. Although it looked only the size of an egg, it was enough to destroy this small planet. When the energy ball was still a dozen meters away from Yi Feng, it suddenly vanished without a trace. What? What happened? A look of horror flashed in Frost's eyes. How did his energy ball suddenly disappear? Was it you? Frost suddenly looked at Yi Feng. Besides this guy, no one else had such means. What do you say? People like you should just go to hell. Yi Feng's voice fell, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. In the next second, Frost suddenly exploded, bursting forth like fireworks. Then, Frost's presence completely vanished from the universe. Wouldn't it feel a bit cruel of me? Having easily dealt with Frost, Yi Feng looked at Lazili and asked, "Not all. Those guys deserve an even harsher punishment." Lazili shook her head, her eyes showing no fear. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for saving our planet. Thank you, my lord." In an instant, hundreds of people behind Yi Feng knelt on the ground in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Let's go." Yi Feng turned to look at the grateful crowd, directly took Lazili's hand, and disappeared before them. It was Lazili who suggested he deal with Frost. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with such trivial matters. Meanwhile, inside the spaceship in space, the display screen was showing the scene of Frost being killed. Lord Frost had actually been killed. What on earth is that guy? He actually killed Lord Frost. He must not be let go. That bastard was able to kill even Lord Frost. We are definitely not his match. But there is definitely someone who can. Inside the spaceship, Frost's loyal subordinates glared at Yi Feng on the screen in disgust. At the same time, in another place, the same scene appeared. "Lord Zampa, come quickly and take a look." Bobotas lightly tapped his staff, and a light green projection appeared in midair. The projection showed the moment Yi Feng killed Frost. "What is it? Can't you see I'm eating?" Zampa replied, unhappily. That annoying Bobotas always liked to disturb him while he was eating. "That little guy from Universe 7 seems to have come to our Universe 6. Bobotas said lightly again. "What? The little guy from Universe 7? Zampa suddenly froze, then quickly turned around. He saw that familiar face. Damn that little ant. Zampa clenched his fists tightly. He hadn't even gone to settle accounts with him yet, and that guy actually ran to his planet. Moreover, he dared to kill on his planet. How despicable. Absolutely unforgivable. He was still thinking about how to deal with you in Universe 7, but unexpectedly, you came knocking on my door. This time, I will definitely shatter your bones one by one." Zampa's fists cracked with a pop. The killing intent in his eyes surged wildly. It had been a long time since he felt such an urge to destroy someone. "Hey, Bobotas, how long will it take to find that guy?" Zampa suddenly asked coldly. To prevent that guy from escaping, he had to destroy him right now. "About 18 minutes and 30 seconds, Lord Zampa," Bobotas said very precisely. "What? Does it really take that long?" Zampa suddenly frowned. Such a long time just to destroy a human seemed a bit unworth it. But thinking about that little ant's arrogant demeanor in Universe 7, the anger in his heart was boiling. 18 minutes is fine. This time, no matter what, I must destroy him. A determined look appeared in Zampa's eyes. Wow, Lord Zampa, after all these years of eating and searching for super wish orbs, seems to be caring about a person for the first time, Bobotas said, looking at the resolute Zampa. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who was wandering around on other planets, suddenly furrowed his brow. "What's wrong?" Lazili sensed Yi Feng's change and quickly asked. "It seems you're being targeted." Yi Feng spoke softly. This feeling of his should be correct. Moreover, as an angel, Bardos completely possesses the ability to monitor the entire universe. "Are we being watched? Who is it?" Lazuli asked curiously. It seems like it's the first time seeing Yi Feng with such a serious expression. The god of destruction of the 6th universe. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head, revealing a row of white teeth, and said, "We meet again, Kampa." Chapter 96. The strongest assassin, Hit is coming. At this moment, in the 6th universe, Kampa exclaimed, What? That bastard actually found us? Kampa looked at Yi Feng's projection with a shocked expression, his face adorned with a charming smile. Oh, I can't believe I was discovered. That little guy is too sharp, isn't he? Even a nearby Beerus was a bit surprised. He never expected that, despite the distance, Yi Feng could detect that he was being monitored. This little guy seems quite extraordinary. I seem to be getting more and more interested in him. Tisich, to think that this bastard would discover me. It seems he is about to prepare to escape the 6th universe soon, Kampa said angrily. If he returns to the 7th universe, it will be a bit difficult for me to act. Not necessarily, Lord Kampa. From the way he looked just now, it seems he was provoking you. Beerus glanced at Kampa and said with a suppressed laugh. She felt that the little guy probably wouldn't leave the 6th universe so soon. Destroyer God? What is that? Lazuli asked in confusion. She indeed hadn't heard of that name before, but from the name, it should be a deity, right? The strongest person in this universe. Yi Feng smiled and said to Lazuli, is it that impressive? Is it stronger than you? Lazuli asked curiously. In her mind, Yi Feng was already super impressive. Of course not. How could anyone be stronger than me? Let's go. We need to find a planet to eat something first. Yi Feng held onto Lotzi Li's hand, and the two figures disappeared once again. That little guy seemed to have used that skill from last time and ran off to another planet. Yi Feng's body suddenly disappeared from the projection, and then Bestows said to Xiang Pa, does that mean we can't find him? Xiang Pa gritted his teeth and replied angrily, if that's the case, it really is difficult. As a destroyer, it's frustrating to not be able to find a human hiding in his own universe. We can find him, but if he wants to escape, even I can't catch up, Bestows said calmly. Although he was already the fastest in the universe, he couldn't keep up with such instantaneous movement. TCH, this is really uncomfortable. After this commotion, Xiang Pa suddenly felt that the delicious food in front of him no longer seemed appealing. Just like that, 3 days quickly passed. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and Lazuli were wandering around various planets, enjoying the food. After eating so many planetary delicacies, the food here was still somewhat palatable. Yi Feng didn't know about the chunks of meat in his hand, chewing them mouthful by mouthful. It must be said that the food in the 6th universe was indeed terrible. No wonder a bucket of instant noodles almost sent Xiang Pa and Ba Du Si to heaven. You should try this, the meat is quite good. Lazili handed a piece of meat to Yi Feng, saying happily. Finally, he could enjoy a good meal. Just at that moment, a very calm aura suddenly appeared. However, it was different from the aura of an ordinary person. Although it was calm, it also carried an undeniable sharp, killing intent. Whoosh! Can I sit here? A slight sound of air being cut came from a man in a light purple trench coat, appearing in front of Yi Feng and Lazili. With purple skin, red pupils, and handsome features paired with a cold demeanor, it was a familiar face. It was Hit, the most feared assassin in the 6th universe. If he was a friend, there would naturally be no problem. Yi Feng raised his head, glanced at Hitler lightly, and said with a faint smile, you can kill Frost. You do have some strength. Hitler replied with a cold tone, just trash. Yi Feng still said with a faint smile, originally, I didn't like that guy either, but no one was willing to pay. If there was even 1 gold coin, I would have killed him without hesitation. Wouldn't that have helped you? Unfortunately, someone has bought your life. Is that so? My life is quite valuable. They probably can't afford it. I think it should be possible. Hit coldly replied. You are talking too much, Hit said. Yi Feng looked at Hit and said. In his impression, this guy seemed to be serious and rarely smiled. For his targets, he seemed to have even less to say, which was quite unexpected today. I'll give you 5 minutes. Hit did not respond to Yi Feng's words, but coldly said. He maintained this tone from the beginning. Who is he? The mealtime was interrupted, and Lazuli clearly looked a bit displeased as she asked Yi Feng. However, it sounded like that guy was here to cause trouble. It's nothing, just a killer from the 6th universe. Yi Feng gently stroked Lazuli's hair, smiled, and said, actually, I'm fully aware of the reason why Hit is looking for me this time. It's probably because I killed Frost, and then Frost's remnants and loyalists sought revenge by sending the assassin Hit to kill me. However, these guys are really efficient. I didn't expect that in just 3 days, they would find me. During this time, I've been wandering in the 6th universe and using instant transmission. Normally, ordinary people wouldn't be able to find me, including the god of destruction, Kampa. Lazuli nodded, always believing in Yi Feng's strength. An assassin is nothing. He definitely wouldn't be a match for Yi Feng. 5 minutes later, Yi Feng put the last piece of meat into his mouth and then stood up. I've kept you waiting, Hit. Yi Feng glanced at Hitler and said, so, do you have any last words? Hitler looked coldly at Yi Feng, with no emotional fluctuation in his tone. Last words? None. Because with your strength, you can't kill me at all. Yi Feng said lightly. It is undeniable that Hit is very strong, and his time skip ability is elusive. For someone who doesn't understand Hit's abilities, they might really suffer a great loss. Unfortunately, Yifeng is very clear about Hit, and he himself possesses an even more powerful ability, Time Pause. Chapter 97, Time Skip versus Space Power. Hearing Yifeng's words, Hit did not speak again. As the strongest assassin in the 6th universe, he has never failed since he began his missions. This time, there will definitely be no accidents. In the next moment, Hit suddenly attacked Yifeng. The instant his body moved, he suddenly disappeared, completely invisible and undetectable, as if he had vanished into the universe. Time skip. Bang. The next second, Yifeng's temple was directly struck, and his body was instantly sent flying sideways, sliding along the ground for more than 10 meters. Yi Latzi was taken aback and exclaimed. A look of worry appeared on her face. Didn't Yifeng say that guy was no match for him? Ugh. Yifeng slowly stood up, spat, and brushed off the dust on his clothes. This bastard didn't even greet him before attacking. It really made him a bit annoyed. TCH, he can still stand up? What an unbelievable guy. A look of shock appeared on Shi Ti's face. After enduring such a strong attack just now, he could still stand up? And it seemed like he was completely fine. It looks like the guy who can easily kill Frost is not ordinary at all. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. His pupils turned golden, and his black hair stood on end, swaying with the wind. Hit's strength was still no match for Ultra Blue Sun Goku and the others, so his angry form could easily handle him. In the spirit of reciprocity, as a return gift, you could take a punch from me too. As the words fell, Yifeng's fist shot out into thin air. What was that guy doing? Hit looked completely bewildered. Could such a punch really hit him? Or was it that his earlier attack had left that guy disoriented? Just as Hit was feeling confused, even doubting whether Yifeng's brain had been damaged by his attack, Yifeng's fist suddenly appeared on his right side. What? Hit was taken aback. But it was already too late, as Yifeng's fist moved with incredible speed, giving Hit no chance to dodge. Bang! The fist landed solidly on Hit's cheek, and the terrifying force instantly sent Hit flying backward. His body skimmed the ground, flying 100 meters away, leaving a long trail on the surface. In the next moment, Yifeng's figure appeared in front of Hit, looking down at him from above. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Hit clenched his teeth tightly, a piercing pain shooting through his face. What the hell just happened? His punch seemed to attack through space. Could it be that this guy can manipulate space? For a moment, Hit seemed to have figured it out. The universe is so vast, and there are countless strong beings, since he can control the flash time technique. It wouldn't be surprising if someone could manipulate space as well. Hit stood up, his left cheek now swollen, with abrasions visible on his face and a trace of purple blood at the corner of his mouth. You are the first person to inflict damage on me. I have to admit your strength is indeed formidable. Hit lightly wiped his face, and the wounds and blood on his face disappeared. Having lived for 1,000 years, it seemed no one had ever caused him such significant harm before. So you think you're strong now? Yifeng Sudendi Similit Koldi. He was currently in a state of anger. If he transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, wouldn't that scare Hit to death? This must be your limit, right? Stop pretending. Hit glanced coldly at Yifeng. The emergence of such a powerful being in the universe had already surprised him significantly, and he didn't believe that Yifeng could become any stronger. It doesn't matter. After all, this level of strength is already enough to defeat you. Yifeng Shuruk. Since he didn't believe it, then so be it. It was just a successful sneak attack once, and he was already so arrogant. Romain letter elf de front. And in the next moment, his body suddenly flashed out. In an instant, his body completely disappeared, and even his breath could no longer be felt behind. Yifeng Fronit. And then a huge wave suddenly appeared behind him. Its body also suddenly appeared, with a heavy punch aimed directly at Yifeng's cervical vertebrae. The force was average, but the speed was astonishing. If it really hit, even Yifeng would definitely feel it. However, when its fist made contact with that watery space, he suddenly dove right in, completely missing Yifeng's body. Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth and then mimicked a punch into the air in front of him. It looked a bit silly, as he was clearly just hitting the air. However, just at the moment Yifeng threw the mock punch, Hit's fist suddenly burst out from the space. Bang! A low thud echoed as Hit was directly knocked back into the space by a single punch. Then he flew out from behind Yifeng. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the ground again. Assassins focus on quick strikes and lethal techniques in a single move. Of course, They attack the most vulnerable parts of the human body, so they don't use too much strength in their attacks because that would consume too much energy. But Yifeng, he was like a warrior. What he had was strength. Damn, how could this happen? Hit felt that his entire arm had completely lost sensation. His time flash technique seemed completely useless against Yifeng's spatial ability. No, the strongest assassin who has never missed a shot would definitely not let this be an exception. Hit gritted his teeth tightly and leaped into the air again. Then his body flashed out and attacked Yifeng. Since its time flash technique could only jump for 0.1 seconds now, he didn't use it at the very beginning. Instead, he would activate it at the moment of attack to achieve an unexpected effect. Time paused. At the moment Hit's body flashed out, a deep voice suddenly came from Yifeng's mouth. Chapter 98. Xiangpa takes action, reaching the destruction god realm. Suddenly, it seemed as if the entire space-time had completely frozen at that moment. Its body completely froze in front of Yifeng, along with everything around them. Of course, Yifeng could also feel that his time pause did not stop the time of the entire universe. Instead, it had a range. If he guessed correctly, it should be within 1,000 feet. Although the range wasn't very large, it was completely enough for him at that moment. Then Yifeng instantly appeared in front of Hit and struck heavily with another punch to Hit's mouth. After that, time resumed its flow. Hit's body flew out again and crashed heavily onto the ground. A mouthful of purple blood spewed out, and his internal organs felt as if they had been completely displaced, making him feel very uncomfortable. In an instant, he even felt a kind of difficulty in breathing. What happened? What exactly just occurred? Completely bewildered, Hit had no idea what had just happened. The moment his body flashed out, he was knocked away by Yifeng, and he hadn't even seen Yifeng move. He just appeared like a phantom. However, he was very clear that he was already severely injured, and even at his peak, he would not be a match for this guy. This time, he was afraid he had kicked a steel plate. If being knocked away once or twice was due to coincidence and his carelessness, then being knocked away 3 times indicated that the gap between them was too great. An assassin has only one consequence after failing a mission, waiting to be killed. This is the assassin's only way out. Have you given up resisting so soon? Hit. Yifeng stepped in front of Hitler and said, I am a killer. From the day I became a killer, I knew that this day might come. Hitler slowly stood up, seemingly having completely lost the will to fight. Although this guy is strong and considered one of the top powers in the universe, it seems that his mental resilience is very fragile. Haven't you thought about upgrading your time flash skill? 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds, 0 seconds. Yifeng said lightly. In the Dragon Ball Super anime, Hit successfully advanced his time skip ability to a jump of 0.5 seconds during his battle with Son Goku. What? Upgrade my time skip? Hit's eyes showed a look of surprise as he looked at Yifeng incredulously. He had never thought about upgrading his time skip because, over the past 1,000 years, he felt there was no need at all. He had never encountered a tricky opponent. Can my time skip really be upgraded? Do I still have a chance? Hit furrowed his brows tightly, looking at Yifeng with a worried expression. His meaning was clear. Could Yifeng let him off the hook? He wasn't afraid of death. As an assassin, he had long accepted this day. He just wanted to see if his time skip could really be upgraded. If it could, perhaps he could still have a thrilling battle with Yifeng in the future. Your goal is to kill me. If our roles were reversed right now, I might have already died. So stop being naive. Do you think I would let you become stronger and then come and kill me? Yifeng sudendi sepokodi. His palm faced Shite. Naturally, he wouldn't take the upgraded Shite seriously. Although he usually didn't like killing, since others were intent on killing him, how would he be merciful? Huh, I was really naive. Romain letter elfte. Indeed, if their roles were reversed at this moment, he would not hesitate to kill him. The energy ball shot out from Yifeng's palm in an instant. The universe would not change at all with one less killer, Shite. Just as Yifeng's energy ball flew towards Shite, a purple energy flew past from his side. It directly hit Yifeng's energy ball, which then transformed into purple light spots and vanished without a trace. Upon seeing that purple light, Yifeng knew who had arrived. Destructive energy. Only Xiangpa possessed it in this universe. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, 2 figures appeared beside Shite. They were the destroyer god Xiangpa and the angel Bestows. Oh, have you found me so quickly? Yifeng looked at Bestows and Xiangpa, frowning slightly. With Xiangpa's appearance, it was clear that he had already lost the chance to kill Zit. What a waste. He has embarrassed our 6th universe. Xiangpa glanced at the surprised Zit and coldly said, being defeated by someone from the 7th universe in your own universe, and still claiming to be the strongest killer, is truly shameful. Damn ants, you really make it hard for me to find you. But this time, I will personally destroy you. Then Xiang Pa turned his gaze to Yi Feng, with anger burning fiercely in his eyes. Suddenly, a purple destructive energy appeared in his hand, filled with a sense of devastation. Oh, bestows looked at the furious Xiang Pa, then at Yi Feng, and sighed. This 597 situation seems to have gotten a bit complicated. Want to fight? This place is too small, said Yi Feng, showing no fear in the face of the enraged Xiang Pa, but instead smiled faintly. Since I've come to the 6th universe, a battle with the god of destruction Xiang Pa is inevitable. However, the battle won't be here, but in the god of destruction realm. Because my sign-in destination is there, I need to stay in the god of destruction realm for an hour. Then, Yi Feng's body suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of Lazili, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and smiling at Xiang Pa, saying, "If you want to destroy me, then let me come." After saying that, Yi Feng disappeared again. What? Damn it, he got away again. Xiang Pa gritted his teeth in anger. It was hard to find him, and now he had escaped again. Bestows, where did he run to? This time, even if I have to chase him to the 7th universe, I will definitely destroy him. Bestows looked at the gem on her staff and said, "Lord Xiang Pa, it seems they have already reached the god realm." Indeed, Yi Feng had directly teleported to the 6th universe's god of destruction realm. Even if a fight was to happen, it had to be fought here. Chapter 99. Boxing disperses destructive energy. Damn it. Xiang Pa's teeth were grinding together. This guy was really good at making him angry. This time, when he catches him, he would definitely want to shred him to pieces. Bestows, let us go to the god realm now. Xiang Pa turned to Bestows. Although Bestows looked reluctant, she had no choice but to follow Xiang Pa's command. At this moment, Yi Feng had already appeared in the god of destruction realm. It seemed similar to Beerus's god realm in the Earth universe, just a simple and ugly palace. Is this the planet where that fat cat lives? Lazili looked around curiously. It seems a bit too shabby. Yi Feng said, after all, he is a god, and the most powerful one at that. But he actually lives in a place like this? Fat cat. All right, that's a very fitting description. Yi Feng was taken aback, not expecting Lazili to actually call Xiang Pa Fei Mao that. However, it seemed to be true. All right, the two of them should be here soon. Yi Feng said to Lazili. He had already been here for nearly 15 minutes. Just then, a sound of breaking air rang out, and Bestows and Xiang Pa reappeared in front of Yi Feng and Lazili. Damn ants, this time I want to see where you try to escape. The anger in Xiang Pa's eyes burned fiercely, as if he wanted to burn Yi Feng alive. This bastard has repeatedly played tricks on the god of destruction, absolutely unforgivable. Escape? This time I don't want to escape. Lord Xiang Pa. Yi Feng smiled faintly and said to Xiang Pa, he needed an hour to sign in for a task. So during this hour, he wanted to have some fun with Xiang Pa, letting him see how the ants he mentioned could torture him. Oh, it seems you've finally come to your senses about the consequences of opposing a god. However, even so, I will still make you die in a fate worse than death. Xiang Pa said coldly, tightening his fists towards Yi Feng. It had been a long time since he had wanted to kill someone so badly. Is that so? Then I'm really looking forward to it. What abilities do you have to make me suffer like that? Yi Feng stepped forward, directly meeting Xiang Pa's bloodthirsty gaze, and coldly said, better to be dead? Xiang Pa doesn't have that capability yet. Then, Yi Feng directly used his energy to create a strong barrier for Lazili. This way, the upcoming battle wouldn't affect Lazili. It's been a long time since I've heard such foolish words. Now, I'll let you see the power of a god of destruction. After Xiang Pa's voice fell, a layer of purple energy flames suddenly appeared around him. At that moment, Xiang Pa's divine aura underwent a tremendous transformation. Although it wasn't as powerful as Beerus at full strength, it was definitely not to be underestimated. In the next second, Xiang Pa launched an attack at Yi Feng. The speed was incredibly fast, as if he completely disregarded time in an instant. So fast. A look of shock flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He had previously been unaware of Comp's strength. He had only seen the scene in Dragon Ball Super where Beerus effortlessly defeated 11 destroyers. During the Battle of the Destroyers, Comp's strength seemed quite average, and he had mentioned that he hadn't trained at all in nearly a decade. So there was a bit of a gap between his strength and that of the other destroyers. However, judging by the speed just now, this guy was no slouch. Overall assessment, a nimble fat guy. Seeing such a swift attack, Yi Feng instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and threw a punch back at Compa. Boom! In the next second, a violent collision occurred, causing the ground to explode and kicking up clouds of dust. The air was filled with a deep rumbling sound from the shockwave. However, due to the extremely hard surface of the Destroyer realm, the intensity of their clash only caused some cracks to appear in the ground. A terrifying force came from Yi Feng's right arm, and his body was directly pushed back several dozen steps. Kampa, on the other hand, only took 3 or 4 steps back. This guy, did he come at me with all his strength right from the start? Yifeng gritted his teeth and looked at Xiangpa. The collision just now was indeed incredibly powerful. What? He actually took my punch? I'm a bit surprised. Xiangpa glanced at Yifeng in disbelief, secretly thinking. Although he had given Yifeng a high evaluation in his heart, after all, defeating the #1 assassin, hit, is not something just anyone can do. However, judging from that punch just now, it seems he might have underestimated that bastard Yifeng's strength. Since that's the case, let's see what this is. As Xiangpa's voice fell, a purple energy ball suddenly appeared at his fingertips. Destructive energy? Yifeng slightly furrowed his brows. Then he tightly clenched his fists, and a vast grass-green aura erupted from his body. In an instant, it formed a gigantic pillar of light, enveloping Yifeng within it. At that moment, Yifeng transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan form. The grass-green aura crackled and rustled, lifting chunks of debris around him. Damn it, he actually upgraded again. Xiangpa could naturally sense that Yifeng's power had surged tremendously in an instant. He furrowed his brows tightly and said in a low voice. However, no matter how strong he was, he would still be no match for the destruction energy of the god of destruction. Of course, he wouldn't simply kill him easily. Instead, he wanted to make him gradually understand the consequences of offending a god of destruction. Then, the destruction energy in Xiangpa's hand shot towards Yifeng. What destruction energy? In the face of absolute power, it was simply insignificant. A fierce look flashed in Yifeng's eyes. The grass-green energy instantly wrapped around his fist, and he directly punched towards the destructive energy ball. Hiss! At the moment the two energies were released, the sound suddenly resembled that of a red-hot iron piece being plunged into water. The energy on Yifeng's fist was directly destroyed, but the powerful force simultaneously scattered the destructive energy. Chapter 100. Hard hit. Knock down Xiangpa. No, impossible. How can my destructive energy be blocked by that guy? A look of extreme shock appeared on Xiangpa's face. It should be known that destructive energy is the strongest divine power in the universe, capable of destroying everything in the world. Now it has been dispersed by a human using only his own aura and fist. This is undoubtedly a humiliation for a god of destruction. A huge humiliation. Roar? What a surprise. The destructive energy has been taken on. This time, even Beerus frowned slightly, feeling a bit incredulous. Since assisting the god of destruction, it seems he has never seen such a thing. This little guy from Universe 7 is indeed somewhat unusual. Destructive energy doesn't seem that impressive after all. Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he was worried that the destructive energy was too strong for him to handle. Now, it seemed that it wasn't as terrifying as the legend suggested. After all, both Golden Frieza and Deep Blue Vegeta were able to withstand the destructive energy with their own abilities, and his own strength had far surpassed theirs. That damn bastard. He just happened to catch one, and now he's getting all cocky. Kampa smirked, feeling a surge of anger. Then, with a spread of his palms, the destructive energy transformed into dozens of spheres. Let's see how you handle this one. After saying that, several destructive energy balls flew towards Yifeng. Faced with the incoming destructive energy, Yifeng didn't dare to be arrogant this time. After all, this was no joke. He could only instantaneously exert spatial power, causing a massive barrier-like wave of water to appear in front of him. As the energy balls made contact with the water wave, they instantly disappeared. The destructive energy and the water wave vanished almost simultaneously, and when they reappeared, they were already behind Yifeng. Dozens of destructive energy balls instantly destroyed a large area of the god of destruction realm. Spatial ability? Beerus cast a curious glance at Yifeng again. This guy could disperse destructive energy with his own power, and now he could even manipulate spatial power. Such a powerful little fellow. It was hard to believe that the petty Lord Beerus could tolerate his presence. TCH, did that guy dodge it again? Kampa felt like he was about to explode with anger. It seemed that destructive energy couldn't destroy this damn bastard after all. In that case, let us teach him a lesson with some punches. Although he hadn't practiced in many years, he was just a human. He could definitely handle it with ease, even though he didn't know where this guy had learned some strange abilities. In the next second, Kampa's body suddenly shot out. Want to go head-to-head? Bring it on. Yifeng gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and charged towards Kampa with a burst of speed. If it was just a clash of strength, he wasn't afraid even of Beerus, let alone Kampa. Bang, bang, bang. Then, one explosive sound wave after another erupted in midair, and each time a deep muffled sound rang out. A large pit appeared on the hard ground of the Destroyer realm. Kampa had already pushed his power to the limit, while Yifeng was clearly holding back. Moreover, Yifeng could feel that every time he clashed with Kampa, his own strength would increase. This was the power of his bloodline. When evenly matched or at a disadvantage, he would grow stronger with each battle. The two fought with fists against fists, legs against legs, and at that moment, every part of their bodies became a weapon. The battle lasted a full 3 minutes. Of course, this was because Yifeng didn't intend to defeat Kampa so quickly. If he wanted to, he could activate his ultimate technique and defeat Kampa in half a minute. Boom! Just then, Yifeng delivered a heavy kick to Kampa's face. The terrifying power sent Kampa's massive body flying. He crashed through his own palace and fell to the ground. Lord Kampa? Beerus looked at Kampa with a mix of sympathy and a sense that it was undeserved. The reason he was so overweight was entirely due to his lack of exercise. He spent all day eating and never paid attention to the nutritious meals prepared for him. So now, in a real fight, it was obvious that his physical stamina was an issue, especially when fighting against a powerful opponent like Yifeng. The energy consumption in full power mode was enormous. Huff, huff, huff. Kampa stood up, gasping for breath, his face covered in sweat. It was clear that this battle had taken a significant toll on him. He hadn't engaged in such intense physical activity for a long time. Although he was reluctant to admit it, that damn human's power was incredibly strong. Not to mention that his physical stamina was an issue, even at his peak. He might not be able to match him. If this continued, he might actually lose to that bastard. For a universe destroyer to be defeated by a human was absolutely unforgivable. Thinking of this, Kampa gritted his teeth again, pushed off the ground with his feet, and leaped into the air. Almost instantly, he reappeared in front of Yifeng. Don't overestimate yourself, Lord Kampa. Your speed and strength have already decreased too much. Surrender. You cannot match me. While dodging Xiangpa's attacks, Yifeng calmly spoke. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Xiangpa became even more enraged, and his fists rained down on Yifeng like a barrage of bullets. The wind from the punches created a faint sound in the air. After becoming furious, Xiangpa's punching speed did increase a bit, but it was already completely chaotic. Such attacks posed no threat to Yifeng at all. You've let anger cloud your mind. It's time to clear your head, Lord Xiangpa. After Yifeng's voice fell, he shot out like lightning. A fist surrounded by grass-green aura precisely struck Xiangpa's face. Bang! With the punch, Xiangpa's chubby body flew out like a cannonball, rumbling. At the moment of impact with the ground, the incredibly hard surface was directly smashed into a huge pit. Chapter 101 Sign-in Reward Destructive Power. Lord Xiangpa. Badusi looked at the giant pit with some surprise, never expecting that Lord Xiangpa would be in such a sorry state. It seems like the force used was a bit too much. Yifeng looked at the pit, where it seemed there was no movement. Could it be that the formidable destroyer had been knocked out by his punch? Just as Yifeng was pondering whether he had indeed knocked Xiangpa unconscious, a purple aura suddenly began to rise slowly from the pit. At this moment, Xiangpa appeared somewhat disheveled, with several scrapes visible on his body. His eyes were filled with a nearly insane look. Unforgivable. I will never spare you, damned ant. An angry voice burst forth from Xiangpa's clenched teeth. This humiliation can only be washed away with the blood of this ant. It seems a bit troublesome. Lord Xiangpa is really angry this time. Bestows glanced at Xiangpa and furrowed his brow. Humans, take pride. Soon you will be killed by the strongest power of the destroyer. Although Xiangpa's voice was still filled with endless rage, this time it was unusually calm, not roaring like before. This left Yifeng with an uncomfortable feeling. Could it be that this guy still had some hidden tricks up his sleeve? Yifeng was puzzled. If the god of destruction really had any ultimate moves, how could the proud Beerus be evenly matched with him? But looking at Kampa, it didn't seem like he was just bluffing. Just as Yifeng was in doubt, Kampa raised his right hand high, and a purple energy ball suddenly began to condense. It started the size of a soccer ball, and then quickly expanded. In just a matter of seconds, the energy ball had grown to the size of a soccer field. The energy ball contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Yifeng was very certain that if this destructive energy ball exploded, it could destroy the 6th universe in an instant. Even the 7th universe would be affected. What a powerful destructive force. It now seemed that neither Kampa nor the battle with Beerus had been fought at full strength. This is the true destructive power. The ability to erase the universe in an instant. Lord Kampa, do you want to destroy the entire 6th universe? Looking at the huge energy ball concentrated in Kampa's palm, Beerus suddenly spoke up. This time his tone was not as calm and composed. It was as if he was reminding Kampa. Beerus, no matter what, I must destroy this mosquito. I know you must have a way to preserve the sixth universe. Kampa glanced at Beerus, clearly having no intention of changing his mind. Damn mosquito, even if you possess the power of space this time, you will undoubtedly die. Kampa then glared at Yefeng with anger, coldly saying, if he couldn't kill a human today, he would definitely be mocked by the other gods of destruction, especially that annoying guy, Beerus. Yifeng furrowed his brows slightly, not expecting Xiangpa to be able to condense such terrifying destructive power. To be honest, even though his time-space power was very strong, he probably wouldn't be able to handle such a terrifying energy sphere. However, even so, it was absolutely impossible for Xiangpa to kill him just like that. It's over, Dummund. Although it's a bit regrettable that I couldn't torture you properly. Xiangpa gritted his teeth tightly, and a sense of relief appeared on his face. He was indeed angry and furious, but the mosquito in front of him was about to die, and that anger and fury would soon disappear as well. With that thought, the enormous energy sphere in Xiangpa's hand directly lunged toward Yifeng. Although the energy sphere was massive, it did not affect its speed of descent. It almost fell instantly. At that moment, Yifeng and bestows actually disappeared from their original spots simultaneously. Bestows appeared at the position Yifeng had just occupied, waving his staff gently, causing the huge destructive energy sphere to vanish without a trace. Almost at the same time, Yifeng directly appeared in front of Xiangpa, with grass-green flames erupting from his head, and he delivered a heavy punch to Xiangpa's abdomen. His fist sank directly into Xiangpa's belly. Wow! A mouthful of sour liquid was spat out from Xiangpa's mouth, and his pupils constricted tightly, his body uncontrollably arching up. He was clearly enduring immense pain. Bang! Then Yifeng delivered another heavy knife-hand strike to Xiangpa's neck. Xiangpa's expression suddenly froze, his vision darkened, and he fainted. His body fell heavily to the ground. After easily defeating Xiangpa, Yifeng returned to his normal state and lightly descended. At that moment, bestows also landed in front of Yifeng. Thank you. Yifeng looked at Bardos and suddenly spoke. Although he had just teleported in front of Xiangpa the moment the energy ball fell, he still clearly saw what happened afterward. Bardos almost simultaneously appeared in front of his original position, blocking the destructive energy. Whether she did it to help him or to stop Xiangpa to prevent the destruction of the sixth universe, he felt he should thank her. I wasn't teaching you, little one. I was just worried about the sixth universe being destroyed, Bardos said with a calm smile. Ah, no matter what your intention was, thank you. Yifeng waved his hand and said to Beerus, you really are an interesting guy. It's the first time Lord Beerus has been knocked out. When he wakes up, he's probably going to be furious. Beerus spoke again. Although I am his master, as an angel, I cannot act recklessly, even if the god of destruction gets beaten up. Just then, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly echoed in Yifeng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in for 1 hour in the sixth universe's god of destruction realm, completing the sign-in task. Reward, destruction energy. The moment the system's electronic synthesized voice sounded, Yifeng's entire body trembled with excitement. Destruction energy? That means from now on, I have mastered the ability that the god of destruction takes pride in. If I was still wary of his destruction energy during our battle today, I can now completely disregard him as an opponent. Even Beerus would definitely not be my match anymore. The system rewarding him with destruction energy meant that from this moment on, his overall strength had surpassed that of the god of destruction. What an exhilarating reward. Hey Yifeng, are you okay? Lazili looked at Yifeng, who was grinning foolishly and asked, I'm fine, I just thought of something happy. Lazili pulled Yifeng back from his shock and smiled as she responded. This trip to the sixth universe seems to be very worthwhile. Something happy? You didn't fall for her, did you? Lazili suddenly looked a bit sourly at Beerus and asked. Women are like that. Even a goddess like Lazili is no exception. Especially since Beerus is not lacking in beauty at all, with her tall and graceful figure. Her light blue skin has an exotic charm, and more importantly, her strength surpasses that of Lazili by a lot. Women always like to compare themselves with other women, especially when two women appear beside their man. What nonsense are you talking about? I have no such thoughts. Yifeng glanced at bestows and then said to Lazuli. To be honest, bestows is indeed a great beauty, but one must remember she has lived for billions of years, or even longer. Besides, this person is an angel, and even if I have feelings for her, she probably doesn't feel the same way. After all, the primary duty of angels is to assist, teach, and supervise the god of destruction. When would they have time for romance? Lazuli seems to be overthinking it. I've lived for billions of years. Hearing Lazuli's words, Bestows covered her face and smiled lightly, saying, "What?" Lazuli looked at Bestows in shock. Although she appeared quite mature, she shouldn't be much older than herself, right? To have lived for billions of years is indeed hard to believe. All right, we should leave now, Bestows. See you next time. Yifeng looked at Bardos and said, "I have already achieved my purpose for coming to the sixth universe, and I am quite satisfied with my gains. So it's time to leave this place. After all, even the strongest assassin hit and the god of destruction Kampa have lost to me. Staying here no longer serves any purpose. Are you really leaving?" Lord Beerus will probably be furious when he wakes up, Bardos said with a smile as she glanced at Kampa. After a pause, she suddenly said, "By the way, I still don't know your name, little guy." What? Yifeng was taken aback. How could this be possible? The angel Bestows was actually asking for his name. In his impression, while Bestows might enjoy talking and teasing the destroyer god Xiangpa, she would never take the initiative to ask for a human's name, right? Could it be that this guy was really interested in him? "My name is Yi." Yifeng answered directly. No matter what reason Bardos had, since she had asked, it would be a bit impolite not to respond. "I remember, Yifeng." Bardos nodded. Then Yifeng took Razali and left the seventh universe. After leaving the sixth universe, Yifeng traveled with Razali in the cosmos for more than 2 months. This time, they did not return to the seventh universe, as there wasn't even a slightly stronger opponent there during this period. This kind of life was very boring. "Yifeng, where are we now?" At this moment, Yifeng had appeared in another universe. Here, the 11th universe. Yifeng looked at the bustling city beneath his feet, a faint smile on his face, and said, "I wanted to come to the 11th universe to experience Jiren's power for a long time. After all, that guy can go head-to-head with the perfected Ultra Instinct. Many people believe that Jiren's strength has surpassed that of the gods of destruction. I'm also very curious about what Jiren's true strength is like." Suddenly, at that moment, a huge monster appeared in the bustling market, and the city was instantly engulfed in a massive explosion. "Interesting, let's go take a look." Yifeng directly pulled Lotzi Li's hand and landed on the ground. At this moment, the crowd was fleeing in all directions. Just then, the proud team suddenly appeared, surrounding the monster. Yifeng looked at the people coming. It was Tuapa and DC leading the team, followed by Kasaila, Air, Buen, and Taba. The four of them almost simultaneously launched their attacks, surrounding the monster in an instant. Justice Iron School, Justice Light, Justice Crush. They unleashed their strongest attacks at nearly the same time. Their goal was to defeat the enemy in the shortest possible time, minimizing the disaster for the city. In just a few seconds, the monster was taken care of. There's no denying that the Pride of Universe 11's battle team does have some strength. Especialituopol and Disipol. Yifeng looked around, but did not sense a stronger aura than Tuopos, indicating that Jillian was not here. "Hey, who are you two? Don't you know this place is very dangerous?" Castler suddenly turned to Yifeng and Lotzi Li and asked. Since the area had already been evacuated, only the two of them remained. "Sorry, we'll be leaving." Leaf Maple nodded with a smile. Since Jillian wasn't there, he didn't need to entangle himself with them. After all, the strongest Topo was not much different from Ultra Blue. After giving up his justice to become a god of destruction, he was also beaten up by Vegeta and eliminated. So for such a guy, there wasn't much point in him taking action. Just as Leaf Maple turned to leave, Topo suddenly coldly shouted at him. Chapter 103. Beerus's cousin? Yifeng could only turn his body again. With a calm expression, he looked at Tuapa and asked, "What's the matter? Who are you? I can sense a very strange energy from your body." Tuapa stared closely at Yifeng and asked him seriously, "That woman seems all right. A bit stronger than an ordinary person, but that man seems to possess a very mysterious power. Moreover, this power feels very familiar to me, as if I sensed it from Lord Wei Mei. Destroyer God? Impossible. There shouldn't be such a person among the destroyer gods in the universe. I have never heard Lord Wei Mei or Master Makalita mention this. My intuition tells me that this guy is definitely not simple. Is that so? I don't seem to feel anything different about this guy." Tizpa glanced at Yifeng, then looked at Tuapa and asked, "I didn't feel any strange energy or powerful energy fluctuations. No, I think the two of them are indeed a bit strange. With the kind of scene just now, an ordinary person would definitely not appear so calm." At this moment, Cassiler beside Muse said to him, because when the monster appeared, the public had already been evacuated, and even if they weren't evacuated, they wouldn't be able to stay in such a place. Moreover, their expressions were so calm, showing no signs of fear at all. This is not a normal person's reaction. I'm asking you again, who exactly are you? There shouldn't be anyone like you in Universe 11. At this time, Tuapa once again asked in a serious tone, "The universe is so vast. Are you sure you can know everyone?" Yifeng smiled faintly, and said to Tuapa, "This guy looks fat and has a big head like a brainless fellow, but he seems quite perceptive. Even though I have hidden the energy in my body very well, he still sensed it. I really can't know everyone in the universe, but you are definitely not from Universe 11. Speak. Which universe are you from?" As a candidate for the next god of destruction, Tuapa knows things that ordinary people cannot compare to. Just like there are a total of 12 universes. He is basically very familiar with the gods of destruction from other universes. These were all told to him by Master Wei Mei and Makalita. "Oh, it seems you know quite a lot." Yifeng shrugged and smiled. Since he had been seen through, there was no need to pretend anymore. It was time to lay his cards on the table. My, Eve, thoughts were indeed correct. Tuapu frowned slightly. A being from another universe had appeared in his universe. This was absolutely not allowed. What? He is actually from another universe? TCP Yifeng was quite surprised. As a core member of the Proud Team, they understood many things that others did not. No matter what your purpose for coming to this universe is, I warn you to leave immediately. Or I may not be polite. Tuapu's tone had already taken on a commanding tone. The justice and peace of this universe were guarded by their Proud Team, and, as the captain of the Proud Team, he had the right to expel this mysterious being. Is tourism not allowed either? Yifeng glanced at Tuapa and said with a smile, "This guy seems a bit too serious, right?" "No way." Tuapo's tone did not allow for refusal. "Well, there's really nothing I can do. I didn't want you to embarrass yourself in front of your team." Yifeng gently shook his head, realizing that Tuapo was determined to find trouble with him. "We'll be okay, Yifeng. Those guys look very strong," La Zili said worriedly from the side. The 5 of them seemed to be quite powerful, and she was afraid that Yifeng might not be able to handle it alone. "It's fine, don't worry. They're not my opponents." Yifeng patted Lotzi Li's hand and confidently said, "Even with Jillian here, I have nothing to fear, let alone just the few of us." Lotzi Li nodded. Yifeng's gaze gave her a strong sense of security. "TCH, that guy seems to have no intention of leaving at all. Let me teach him a good lesson and show him the might of our Proud Team." Concealer clenched his fists and said to Top, "All right, but don't kill him until we confirm his identity and intentions. They protect peace and generally won't resort to killing, unless that guy poses a threat to the lives of others in the universe." "Understood." Concealer nodded. He was well aware of the Proud Team's principles. He then stepped forward, golden energy shimmering around his fists. "Get down, Justice Bomber." A deep voice emerged from Concealer's mouth, and the energy in his hands transformed into a shockwave, blasting towards Yifeng. Flashy. Yifeng didn't even look at the so-called Justice Bomber. With a gentle wave of his hand, he sent the energy wave flying away. "Seems like you have some strength. In that case, let me show you my power." The Sword of Justice, Kaeslar, crossed his hands, and golden energy blades extended directly from his palms, forming 2 light swords. His body flashed, and he charged directly at Yifeng. "TCH, really overestimating yourself." Yifeng's expression showed no fluctuation at all. He slightly squinted his eyes, and then Kaeslar was sent flying out directly. Bang! Bang! Kaeslar's body quickly flew out, simultaneously knocking Boone and Tabo away. What? Who is this guy that he could send Kaeslar flying with just a glance? Shock appeared in the eyes of Trappa and Tispo. Although Kaeslar's strength was not on par with them and Jiren, he was definitely not weak and could hold his own. They never expected that he would be instantly defeated by that guy with just a look. What kind of strength does this require? Or does he simply possess superpowers? Trappa frowned and calculated in his heart. Even if it were him, he couldn't achieve such a level. It seems like a tricky opponent. "Trappa, let me handle him." Tispo volunteered. He was a sonic warrior, mastering the fastest speed in the universe. No enemy could escape his pursuit. Moreover, his strength was not to be underestimated either. What? Is it time for Beerus's cousin now? Yefeng looked at Tispo, who resembled Beerus by 80%, smiled, and said, "These two really are quite similar." No wonder Xiangpa said Tispo looks a lot like Beerus. Chapter 104. The fastest speed in the universe? Get down. Although I don't know what you're saying, this time I will definitely knock you down. Tispo said to Yefeng with a defiant expression. He was very confident in his own strength. In the universe, besides Jiren, there was simply no one who could keep up with his speed. Is that so? That guy just now seemed to have said the same thing, right? Yifeng pointed at the already unconscious Kaeslar and spoke lightly. "Tisich, you really are too arrogant. Now let me show you the strength of my proud team, Tispo." The moment Tispo's voice fell, his body vanished in an instant. Quick! It was extremely even for Zeit. There was quite a significant gap between him and Tispo. He almost instantly appeared in front of Yifeng. The justice kick. The moment Tispo appeared in front of Yifeng, he delivered a heavy kick towards him. Yifeng's right foot shot up like lightning. His foot landed heavily on Tispo's chest. Bang! The next second, Tispo was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. What? That bastard actually. It must have been a coincidence. Tispo rubbed his chest, his face filled with anger. It must have been a coincidence. Otherwise, with his speed, no one could have seen his movements clearly. Thinking of this, Tispo charged at Yifeng again. Wait, Tispo. But he was directly stopped by Tuo Pa. What's wrong? Po. Tispo paused and looked at Tuo Pa. Why did Tuo Pa want him to stop? That guy has already seen through your movements completely. Use your full power, or you won't be his match, Tuo Pa said calmly. He didn't think that the previous hit was just a coincidence. Okay, I understand. Tispo nodded, still trusting Tuo Pa's words. You better wake up quickly. What you are about to face is the Vanguard Captain, the Sonic Warrior Tispo. Tispo clenched his fist tightly, making a gesture he thought was very cool. However, in Yifeng's eyes, he looked like a foolish kid poisoned by Jinyu and Son Gohan, suffering from a severe case of Chinibyu. At that moment, an aura suddenly surrounded Tispo, and his power seemed to increase, though the increase was not very obvious. Wait for me, I'll solve this soon. Yifeng similit at Lazili. Then he directly built a layer of barrier around Lotzi Li's body. This kind of barrier, even if it were to be broken, wouldn't necessarily be easily shattered. Be careful. Lazili nudda. Just then, Tiz broke out in an instant. One must admit that this guy's speed is indeed particularly fast, and even Yifeng was impressed. Without hesitation, he said that this guy's speed was comparable to his own. The premise is that he does not use the Zazai Jiagong in full power form. If he were to use the Zazai Jiagong in full power form, then the gap between them would widen. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! In the next second, his body also vanished without a trace. Bang! Then, a muffled groan echoed from midair, and a massive sound wave appeared. Following that, a figure shot out like a bullet from a gun. Bang, bang, bang! Instantly, it shattered hundreds of skyscrapers, finally embedding itself into a rock wall hundreds of miles away. A mouthful of fresh blood was sprayed from Tispo's mouth. What? That bastard not only saw through his form, but also had a power that was worlds apart. Tispo, with a pained expression, murmured. Apart from Jiren, this was the first time he had encountered such a strong opponent. Too strong, even in terms of speed, which he excelled at. He couldn't win against him. In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly appeared in front of Tispo. Oomph, with this little speed, you dare to call yourself the fastest in the universe? It seems you're really a rabbit unaware of its own limitations. Yifeng looked at Tispo with a mocking expression and said with a cold laugh. Tispo's face was flushed, but he couldn't think of a retort, and he couldn't muster any strength in his body at that moment. Zero seeking flowers. Just take a good sleep for a while. Yifeng's voice fell as he delivered a heavy punch to Tispo's face. Tispo was knocked unconscious. The main purpose of his visit to Universe 11 was to fight Jiren and improve his own strength through battle. Therefore, he didn't intend to kill anyone. Moreover, from the perspective of Universe 11, although the Pride Troopers were quite over the top, they indeed had a sense of justice and cared about peace and stability between the universes. As for their god of destruction, Vermaud, that's hard to say. That guy always had a very sinister feeling. Just then, Topo rushed over. Tispo. Topo looked at Tispo, who was embedded in the rock and unconscious, and furrowed his brows tightly. Fortunately, this guy just knocked Tispo out. I told you. I didn't want you to embarrass yourself in front of your team. But it seems your team won't be seeing that scene this time. Yifeng shrugged and said to Tuo Pa. He originally didn't want to get entangled with them, but since they insisted on causing trouble for him, there was no way around it. But you, this guy, I will definitely not let you go. Tuo Pa gritted his teeth and managed to knock out 4 members of the Pride team in one go. Moreover, Tissi Pa and Cassiler were both very strong. Yet they were almost instantly taken down in just a few seconds. This was definitely a provocation and humiliation for the Pride team. As the captain, he had to crush this humiliation with righteous iron will. Stop daydreaming. You are still no match for me. Yifeng shook his head and said to Tuo. Even if Tuo Pa had given up on justice and turned into a destroyer, he could never be his opponent, let alone now. One should not become arrogant in success. The righteous light shone as Tuo Pa shouted loudly, and his right hand shot out a series of energy spheres from the tips of his 5 fingers. Yifeng's body was instantly enveloped by the shockwave and thick smoke from the explosion. Chapter 105, Let's Fight. Jillian. Boom. The ground was struck by continuous energy balls, creating a massive pit, and the smoke gradually dissipated. An indistinct figure appeared in Tuo Pa's line of sight. What? Tuo-Po's expression changed. Did his justice flash have no effect on him at all? As the smoke completely cleared, Yifeng's body reappeared. Tuo-Po's energy balls not only failed to cause any damage to Yifeng, but not even a speck of dust landed on him. Is your attack only at this level? Yifeng smiled and jokingly said to Tuo-Po, this doesn't even count as a tickle. What kind of universe is this guy from to possess such terrifying power? Tuo-Po was greatly shocked. His previous attack was definitely not something an ordinary person could withstand. To be completely unharmed after such a powerful attack, the opponent's strength was estimated to be at least at the level of a destroyer god. It turns out that there are beings from other universes who can surpass the destroyer gods. But I will definitely not let you go. A determined look flashed in Tuo-Po's eyes, and then his body suddenly flickered and almost instantly appeared in front of Yifeng. The Fist of Justice. Tuo-Po's fist was incredibly heavy, and the air crackled with the force of his punch. He directly launched a punch at Yifeng. The Fist of Justice was his strongest attack at the moment. If he couldn't defeat the person in front of him with this, it would indicate that the gap between them was too great to be crossed. And right now, he absolutely could not give up his justice and become a destroyer god. Yifeng looked up and saw Tuo-Po's fist smashing down. He directly grabbed Tuo-Po's fist with one hand. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed, and Yifeng's feet sank directly into the ground. Don't tell me this is your full strength, Tuo-Po. If so, I would be too disappointed in you. Yifeng raised his head and looked at Tuo-Po with a faint smile, clearly able to easily receive Tuo-Po's attack. Tuo-Po, on the other hand, had a twisted expression from exerting himself too much, clearly giving it his all. Yet Yifeng remained calm and composed. Is the gap really that big? Tuo-Po had completely realized the difference between himself and Yifeng, recognizing an insurmountable divide. Go accompany your teammates. Yifeng suddenly revealed a row of clean, white teeth, and then punched Tuo-Po in the abdomen. Bang! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Tuo-Po, and his body instantly flew out. At the same time, a red figure suddenly appeared and caught Tuo-Po's body as it was flying backward. Tuo-Po felt someone catch him and quickly turned his head. Jillian? Looking at that familiar face, Tuo-Po exclaimed in surprise, and then a look of guilt appeared on his face. He never expected that all 5 members of their proud battle team would be defeated this time. This was definitely something that had never happened before. A shame. A great shame. I'm sorry. It seems I still need you to step in. Tuo-Po awkwardly said to Jillian. However, he also found it strange that Jillian rarely came out to help them. He didn't expect him to come to help this time. It seemed Jillian did not deny them as teammates after all. Jillian, that guy is very strong. You need to be careful. Seeing that Jillian was silent. Your battle is over. Rest now. Jillian showed no change in expression as his body slowly descended. Then he placed Tuo-Po on the ground and walked step by step towards Yifeng. Jillian finally appeared. Yifeng looked at the red-clothed, big-eyed creature, and finally showed an excited expression on his face. From this guy, he could sense a powerful force he had never felt before. This power might not be any weaker than that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Get out of Universe 11 now. Jiren's cold voice showed no emotional fluctuation. It was like a robot devoid of any feelings. Leave here? What if I say no? Yifeng suddenly smiled and asked Jillian. His goal was to have a good fight with him, and now that he had finally encountered him, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Die here. Jillian's voice remained as cold as iron, filled with a strong, killing intent. It was almost palpable, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was indeed different. This pressure was almost unbelievable. Yifeng pressed his lips together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed he could finally have a good fight. This time, he was determined to battle Jillian properly. Under no circumstances would he use time pause or space-time abilities unless absolutely necessary. Looking at Yifeng, who showed no intention of leaving and wore a faint smile, Hit thought, since he didn't heed the warning, he would not hesitate to kill him. Then, with a red-hot aura emanating from his head, Hit launched a punch directly at Yifeng. The aura shot out like a lightsaber, moving at incredible speed, almost instantly closing in on Yifeng. Yifeng lightly tilted his head, and the chi flame sword shot out directly beside his ear. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, dozens of towering mountains behind, Yifeng collapsed with a thunderous roar, turning into rubble. The power of a single punch made people change color. It is undeniable that you are the fastest learner I have ever seen. Yifeng's smile gradually faded, replaced by an incredibly serious expression. Since Jiren had already begun to fight, there was no need for him to engage in unnecessary probing. It seems you have had some luck, but with this next punch, you won't be so fortunate. As Jiren's voice fell, Yefeng suddenly tightened his fist. A deep roar erupted from his throat, and a grass-green light enveloped his entire body. He directly transformed into his Super Saiyan full power form. Then Yefeng concentrated all his energy within his body. This is all my power. Let's fight, Jiren. Yifeng tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, excitement flickering in his eyes like a blazing flame. This battle is sure to be particularly exhilarating. Oh, no wonder he was able to defeat Topo. He truly is extraordinary. Jiren's big eyes slightly moved, revealing a look of surprise. Chapter 106. Fierce Battle. Destruction of the Planet. This power I have never felt from any human before. However, with just this level of strength, he could only defeat those kinds of opponents. Jiren coldly spoke without regard for Topo's feelings. It cannot be denied that this guy's strength is very strong. He might even be comparable to Vermouth. But this level of power is still not enough for me to take him seriously. From your tone, it seems you're a bit different from those kinds of opponents. Yifeng looked at Jillian and said with a faint smile. Jillian was indeed very strong. But if he unleashed the power of time and space along with the ultimate freedom technique, defeating him would not be a difficult task. You'll find out if you try. After Jillian's voice fell, he once again launched an attack at Yifeng out of thin air. Yifeng punched towards Jillian in the same posture. In an instant, two beams of crimson red and grass green energy collided. Boom! The moment the two immense energies clashed, they exploded violently. Yifeng and Jillian were both knocked back a distance of over 10 zhang by the terrifying shockwave. Meanwhile, Tuopo and Muzi were sent flying thousands of zhang away. The entire planet 05 shook violently in that instant, blocking out the sun and resembling the end of the world. This tremor lasted for a full half-minute before finally stopping. Between Yifeng and Jillian, a deep crack 100 zhang wide appeared, extending for thousands of miles. It was as if the entire planet had been split in two. Damn, Jillian and that guy seem too powerful. If this continues, the planet will likely be destroyed soon. Tuopo, watching from afar, showed a worried expression as he looked at Yifeng and Jillian. They were the proud team responsible for peace across the universe. Yet at that moment, they couldn't prevent this destruction. This truly made him feel very uncomfortable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jillian and Yifeng were staring intensely at each other, their eyes shining with brilliance. In the next second, both of them simultaneously flashed out with incredible tacit understanding. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, explosive sound waves erupted in the air. With each collision, either mountains collapsed or the ground caved in. The frequency of the tremors across the planet increased rapidly, giving the feeling that it could explode at any moment. It seemed that this planet was about to explode, and they had to evacuate immediately. Tuopo watched the battle between the two. At this moment, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and the ground was shaking continuously. Fragments of rock floated in midair, creating a truly apocalyptic atmosphere. After considering this, Tuopo quickly brought Tispo and Kaeslar back to headquarters. They needed to evacuate this place as quickly as possible. Fortunately, they had prepared for such measures decades ago. Boom! The two continued to clash, their fists, feet, elbows, and knees becoming weapons of attack at that moment. The cracks in the ground multiplied, extending all the way to the bustling city center. Dozens of towering buildings collapsed sideways, mercilessly swallowed by the enormous fissures. This fierce battle lasted for over 10 minutes. It seemed that Tuopo had already evacuated all the humans to other planets. Jillian sensed around and realized that there were no other human presences left. This was the evacuation plan of their proud team, designed to ensure that all humans could safely evacuate in a very short time in case of such situations. Although they had never truly expected that such a day would come, especially with Tuopo, a near-destroyer god, overseeing things. Now that all humans had evacuated, Jillian could finally fight seriously. He glanced at Yifeng, and suddenly his eyes shone brightly as his body flashed forward in an instant. He appeared right in front of Yifeng and landed a heavy punch on Yifeng's mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying force sent Yifeng flying out, and his body pierced through the entire planet, appearing in space. Whoosh! However, in the next second, Yifeng's body suddenly appeared behind Jillian and, with the same force, punched Jillian in the back. Bang, bang, bang. Jillian's body skimmed along the ground and flew thousands of miles away, sustaining some minor abrasions. This guy's strength is indeed extraordinary. Li Feng rubbed his chest, feeling a sharp pain. 2 seconds later, Jillian flew back again, his eyes showing a look of surprise. He didn't expect that after enhancing his power, this guy had also increased his strength, and his speed was astonishingly fast. It seemed that if he wanted to defeat him, he would need to waste a little more time. After exchanging glances, the two of them darted out again. Boom! 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 Their fists collided continuously, and the entire planet shook like a small boat in turbulent waters. Lightning flickered from the center of their collision. The ground was ravaged. Mountains continuously collapsed. Muddy water flowed back, and lava from volcanic eruptions poured into the chaos. This punch will completely finish you off. Red flames erupted from Jillian's body, and a brilliant light shone from his head. It was clear that Jillian's aura had surged again. 333, finishing me off? You're still far from it. Yifeng's body radiated with brilliant light, the momentum soaring towards the sky, not at all weaker than Jillian. In the next moment, the two of them collided heavily. A huge shockwave swept out in all directions. Crack! The grass-green energy barrier surrounding number 18, Lazili, suddenly emitted a crisp sound, followed by the appearance of cracks. At this moment, if one were to observe from space, the surface of the planet would look as if it were covered in a spider web. Golden light burst forth from the cracks. Oh no, the planet is about to explode. Yifeng frowned, sensing that this planet could no longer withstand the impending shock. The explosion of a planet carries significant power, even if it doesn't cause severe harm to him. Superficial injuries are unavoidable. As the words fell, Yifeng quickly retracted his fist, and his body suddenly appeared beside Lazili, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. The two instantly vanished from the planet. Boom! Boom! Almost at the moment Yifeng disappeared, the entire planet suddenly exploded. It was spectacular, like a brilliant display of fireworks. Chapter 107. A Sudden Ambush. The Saragana planet was destroyed. Meanwhile, on another planet, Tuapa clenched his fists tightly, speaking in a very low tone. That place was where they had lived for decades. He never expected it to be destroyed today. Moreover, it was their stronghold, now utterly gone. All of this was thanks to that damned bastard. Evil. I will never forgive him. Tuapa clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, blood streaming down his hands. Captain, is even Jillian no match for that bastard? At this moment, Kaito looked at Tuapa with a somber expression and asked. In their minds, Captain Tuapa was nearly invincible, yet he had lost. Now Jillian had also failed to stop that bastard and even destroyed the Saragana planet. Who could be strong enough to this extent? Kaito, what nonsense are you talking? There's absolutely no one in this world who can match Jillian. Hearing Kaito's words, Tissipa immediately shouted loudly. Although they had all lost, Jillian absolutely could not lose, because there was an insurmountable gap between them and Jillian. Whoosh! Just as Tissipa's voice fell, a grass-green light pierced through the void and directly penetrated Tissipa's right chest. Then, two figures appeared in front of Tuapa and the others. These two were, of course, Yifeng and Lazili, who had instantly teleported from the Saragana planet. Tissipa cried out in pain. The previous attack had happened in an instant, and he hadn't been able to evade it all. It seems you all have a lot of faith in Jillian. Yifeng looked at the shocked crowd, and what? You actually survived the explosion of the planet? Tuapu looked at Yifeng in disbelief, murmuring to himself. Moreover, he had already arrived on this planet, yet Jiren had not appeared. Could it be that Jiren was defeated as well? Impossible, absolutely not. Jiren is the strongest universe warrior, a being more powerful than gods in their eyes. And he could never be defeated. Captain, let's attack together and kill this bastard. Kakadi glared at Yifeng and said through gritted teeth. This guy's smug expression was too dismissive of their proud team, wasn't it? Don't be naive, Kakadi. If Jiren really lost, even if we all attacked together, it would be futile. At that moment, Kaeslar said to Kakadi. He had personally experienced this person's strength. Just a single glance had instantly defeated him, Boon, and Tabar. Even if all of them attacked together, the result would probably be the same. Just when the crowd didn't know how to deal with Yifeng. Jiren's body suddenly appeared behind him. At this moment, Jiren's face was filled with anger and looked somewhat disheveled. The proud team's uniform was already tattered. But Jiren's fighting spirit had not diminished. He tightly clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and glared at Yifeng. Oh, finally here? Yifeng turned his head and looked at the furious Jillian, calmly speaking. He certainly did not naively think that the explosion of a mere planet could kill Jillian. It was just a bit unexpected that he found him so quickly. After all, he had used teleportation to move. Damn it, I will never forgive you. Jillian angrily said to Yifeng. What had just happened was definitely a humiliation for him. He hadn't been this embarrassed in a long, long time. Is that so? I never intended for you to forgive me. Yifeng said softly. Then he used his energy to protect Lot-Sealy again. It seemed that this time, Jillian was ready to fight him with no reservations. You sharp-tongued bastard, go die. Jillian's body flashed out and charged directly at Yifeng. His speed was even faster. And Tuo and the others couldn't see Jillian's body at all. If you want to kill me, you're not even qualified, Yifeng said coldly, and the grass-green light around him surged. In the same instant, he faced Jillian. Boom! At the moment of collision, a terrifying shockwave erupted, instantly sending Topo and everyone else flying. Wow! Everyone was knocked back by that terrifying shockwave, spitting out blood. Some weaker individuals were immediately knocked unconscious. Jillian, are you planning to destroy this planet too? Topo looked at the battle between Jillian and Yifeng and said to Jillian. He knew that if Jillian continued to fight with all his might like this, they would all be killed by the shockwave. Jillian, we are partners. Tispo looked at Jillian, enduring the pain as he spoke. Partners? I don't need partners at all. I can handle all battles alone. I won't trust anyone. Jillian glanced at Topo and Tispo, saying coldly, although they had known each other for over 20 years, he had never considered them as partners. He would never trust anyone, because without trust, there would be no betrayal. This was a lesson learned from his own experiences. The scenes of his race's extermination replayed in his mind every moment. Then, Jillian let out a furious roar, and the crimson energy around him surged like a sword emerging from the world, piercing the sky. Then, he hurled a punch at Yifeng. Yifeng also chose to go head-to-head. Bang! After the impact, Yifeng was knocked back several dozen steps. Damn! His strength has actually increased again. Is this guy a monster? Yifeng frowned and said in a low voice. Originally, he sought to fight Jillian to enhance his own strength, but it seemed that he had instead awakened Jillian's potential. Just then, Yifeng suddenly felt a sense of danger and a familiar energy. Yifeng didn't look back, and with a flick of his finger, he shot out a purple destructive energy. Then he turned around and saw that his destructive energy had instantly scattered another wave of destructive energy. In midair, two figures appeared, the destroyer of Universe 11, Vermet, and the angel, Makalita. It's quite infuriating that a dignified destroyer would resort to a sneak attack. Yifeng's face showed anger. The type of person he hated the most was exactly like this. Suddenly, a dazzling silver aura surrounded Yifeng. Seeing that silver aura, Makalita and Weimei both gasped in surprise. Chapter 108. So unbearable in a single blow, the supreme freedom technique? Weimei and Makalita almost exclaimed in surprise at the same time. How is it possible? A human actually comprehended the supreme freedom technique. A shocked and very uncomfortable expression suddenly appeared on Weimei's face. They, as destroyers, had never undergone this level of training. Yet a human had mastered something that even the gods couldn't grasp. For the gods, this was a humiliation, a tremendous humiliation. Your despicable actions just now made me very uncomfortable, so you need to be aware. At this moment, Yifeng had already unleashed the supreme freedom technique. Originally, he didn't want to use it, but Weimei's actions had made him a bit unhappy, so he wanted to teach him a good lesson. Yifeng's body suddenly appeared behind Weimei. Instant movement. Even Weimei did not expect Yifeng's speed to be this fast. Swipe. Yifeng's fist was surrounded by a silvery glow as he launched a powerful punch. Arrogant mosquito. Do you really think something like you can challenge a god? Weimei suddenly shouted, turning around to throw a punch at Yifeng. However, before his fist could make contact, Yifeng's fist had already emerged from the side, striking Weimei squarely in the face. Bang! A deep collision sound echoed as Weimei's body flew out like a high-strung arrow. Whoosh! Yifeng then flashed forward again, appearing in front of Weimei and delivering a heavy kick to his face. Bang! 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 Weimei's body scraped along the ground, flying a great distance away, leaving a shocking trail on the surface. What? Tuo and the others' faces changed dramatically, while the other members of the proud battle team behind him were left dumbfounded. Weimei was defeated in an instant. Moreover, it was as simple as an adult beating a child. How could this happen? It was unbelievable, and they couldn't even imagine it was real. Weimei and Makalita exchanged glances, looking at Weimei and then at Yifeng, their eyes filled with astonishment. This little human seemed to not only have mastered the ultimate freedom technique, but also possessed powers of time and space as well as destruction. Even if one could understand just one of these abilities, they could become a top powerhouse in the universe. Yet he had learned all three. Truly astonishing. Although Weimei had been careless, his loss was not unjust. This little guy was too strong. Not only Weimei, but even Jillian would not be his opponent. Whoosh! At that moment, Wei Meta suddenly reappeared in front of Yifeng, his eyes filled with fury that seemed ready to burst forth. He never expected this guy would humiliate him like this. It was beyond his imagination. Dumb dare to disrespect the god of destruction? I will definitely destroy you. Wei Meta, burning with rage, directly condensed a massive energy ball and hurled it towards Yifeng. Such trash. Don't embarrass yourself anymore. Yifeng disdainfully shouted out. Then he directly kicked the destructive energy ball. The massive destructive energy ball was kicked away, and after acquiring the destructive ability, it had become as insignificant as an energy ball to him. It posed no threat at all. Moreover, Wei Meta's strength was originally inferior to Jilian's, so he could easily deal with him, coupled with his use of the ultimate instinct technique. His power far surpassed that of Jilian and Wei Meta. Impossible, my destructive energy, actually. Wei Meta's brows furrowed tightly, unable to believe that the destructive energy had no effect on him. Lord Wei Meta, didn't you notice just now? That little guy has also mastered the destructive ability. At this moment, Makalita reminded Wei Meta. What? Are you saying that a mortal who has not only mastered the ultimate instinct but also possesses destructive ability? Wei Meta asked incredulously, realizing he hadn't noticed earlier. There's even more. Makalita gently shook her head and said lightly, Jilian, Troba, this guy's a bit strange. Let's work together to take care of him. Seemingly aware of Yifeng's strength, Wei Meta loudly called out to Jilian and Troba without caring about his image. A human being this powerful has already posed a threat to the gods, and more importantly, he has master divine abilities. If we let him continue to grow, the consequences are unimaginable. So now, we must eliminate him today, Lord Wei Meta. Troba stood up and directly appeared in front of Wei Meta. He also felt the threat from Yifeng, and simply destroying the Saragana planet was unforgivable. Jilian, what are you doing? Wei Meta looked at the motionless Jilian and suddenly asked coldly. At this moment, Jilian slowly raised his head, a hint of anger appearing in his eyes. Wei Meta, who told you to meddle? Jilian seemed to completely disregard Wei Meta, questioning him with a face full of blame. He had been fighting well with this guy, and he suddenly launched a sneak attack, regardless of how he felt. He thought this was a very humiliating thing. Idiot, what are you talking about? Stop being so self-important. With your strength alone, you can't handle him at all. Wei Meta shouted loudly at Jilian. This bastard usually relies on his power that surpasses the destroyer god and disrespects me. And now he even wants to demonstrate his justice and fairness at a time like this. It's simply foolish. Jilian said coldly, even if I were killed by him, I would accept it willingly, but if you dare to interrupt my battle, don't blame me for being merciless. Jilian's icy gaze looked at Wei Meta as he spoke. You really have impressed me, Jilian. Let me take care of these two so-called garbage gods first, then I'll have a good fight with you. Yifeng suddenly smiled at Jilian. Just now, Jilian's words made him genuinely appreciate him. Perhaps they could become great rivals in the future, or perhaps friends. That stubborn fool. Wei Mei furrowed her brows tightly, already hating Jilian in her heart. This guy actually dared to make her feel so embarrassed. Chapter 109. Preparing to upgrade the free and unfettered technique. Lord Wei Mei, Jilian's personality is like this. If we join forces, we should be able to defeat that bastard. Tuapa looked at Yifeng and then said to Wei Mei, it is undeniable that the other dimensional human is indeed very strong, but Lord Wei Mei is a genuine destroyer. The reason for the unexpected situation just now must be that Lord Wei Mei was too careless, which is why she suffered a bit. With my help, we can definitely defeat him. Okay, let's do it together. Wei Mei nodded, naively believing this. She thought that she must have been too careless just now. So she suffered a loss, but from now on, such a thing would absolutely not happen again. Sigh, Lord Wei Mei is probably going to get beaten up. Looking at Wei Mei and Toph, Makalita shook her head slightly, feeling a bit sympathetic as she said. The two of them had no idea how powerful that little guy was. Or rather, they simply did not want to believe that a human could possess such immense strength. In the next moment, Wei Mei and Toapa almost simultaneously burst forth, appearing before Yifeng in an instant. Both of them were surrounded by dark, purple flames. Kurizidi Atanchkink Yifeng. The air crackled with the sound of their punches, but their attacks didn't even touch Yifeng's body. Yifeng moved slowly, but he just couldn't be hit. I heard from Makalita that this ability is called the ultimate freedom skill. It seems a bit tricky. Jilian glanced at Yifeng, who was surrounded by a silver halo, and frowned. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had definitely surpassed himself at this moment. Just then, Wei Mei and Tuapa both launched energy balls at Yifeng simultaneously. However, Yifeng easily dodged them all. The next moment, Yifeng suddenly appeared in front of Tuapa and punched heavily into his abdomen. Bang! The fist sank into Tuo Po's stomach, causing his sleep hole to constrict sharply, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He fell to the ground in agony, instantly losing all combat ability. What? Tuo Po was actually defeated. Wei Mei's worried expression deepened. She didn't expect that the quasi-destroyer Tuo Po would be so weak in that bastard's hands, defeated in an instant. What's wrong, Lord Destroyer? Are you scared? Yi Feng glanced at Wei Mei, a cold smile creeping at the corner of his mouth as he asked. Damn it, don't get too carried away. Wei Mei immediately unleashed a series of destructive energy blasts toward Yi Feng with both palms. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, they were deflected by Yi Feng, who didn't even move his feet. Yi Feng flashed again, drawing a silver-white arc in the air, and his body landed beside Wei Mei. He grabbed Wei Mei's clown-like face and directly shoved him into the mountain. At this moment, Wei Mei was completely pinned against the stone, unable to resist at all, because Yi Feng's strength was simply too overwhelming. God, isn't that too weak? After the disdainful voice fell, a ball of energy suddenly gathered in his palm and exploded on Wei Mei's chest. Boom! The explosion of the energy ball caused the mountain peak behind Wei Mei to be blown into powder. Wei Mei's body was also sent flying. In fact, Yi Feng had a strong killing intent towards Wei Mei. If it were anyone else ambushing him from behind, he would undoubtedly kill them without hesitation. Of course, this wasn't because he was afraid to kill Wei Mei, just because he was the god of destruction, but because he knew that the angel's duty also included protecting the god of destruction in critical moments. He could pin the god of destruction to the ground, but the angel would never tolerate him killing the god of destruction. Bang! Bang! After rolling over a dozen times on the ground, Wei Mei finally came to a stop. The earlier explosion was anything but ordinary. Even Wei Mei must have felt quite miserable. After easily dealing with Tuo Po and Wei Mei, Yi Feng appeared in front of Jillian. Let's continue, Jillian. Yi Feng looked at Jillian and said, Oh, are you sure you want to continue? I can wait until you recover your physical strength, and then we can fight fairly. At that moment, Jillian suddenly spoke up. What? Yi Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect Jiren to say such a naive thing. He wanted to defeat himself, and now was a great opportunity. Because just after simultaneously using the ultimate technique and Super Saiyan full power in order to quickly deal with Womide, his physical stamina had been significantly drained. It seemed that Jiren also felt his stamina declining. This was a great opportunity for you to defeat me. If you miss this chance, you will never be my opponent. Yi Feng looked at Jillian and said with a faint smile, Because my strength will continue to grow, the gap between you and me will also widen. TCH, don't get too arrogant. Do you think you're the only genius in this world? Jillian coldly looked at Yi Feng and replied, If I weren't a genius, I wouldn't have reached a level beyond that of the god of destruction with my cultivation. Don't think that just because my physical abilities have declined, you're my opponent, Jillian. Yi Feng suddenly smiled confidently and spoke to Jiren. Then he abruptly exited the Super Saiyan form, maintaining only the Ultra Instinct state. At that moment, he suddenly changed his mind. Originally, he wanted to use Jiren's strength to enhance his own power, and it would be even better if he could break through to Super Saiyan 2. However, Jiren was still not his match at full power, so it wouldn't have much effect. It was rare to encounter such an evenly matched opponent, yet he couldn't help himself improve. Perhaps he could upgrade his Ultra Instinct in battle. This guy should stop looking down on others. There should be limits to arrogance. Seeing Yi Feng revert to his base form and only intending to fight with Ultra Instinct, Jiren's eyes immediately filled with rage. This guy clearly looked down on him. If he wanted Jiren to fight at full strength, he should first defeat Jiren's Ultra Instinct. Yi Feng raised the corner of his mouth, provocatively speaking to Jillian. Chapter 110. Driven to a dead end, completely exploding. Arrogant guy. Then let me completely take you down. Jillian was also angered by Yi Feng's provocative attitude. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. Clearly, his physical abilities were already failing, yet he still insisted on fighting. Is that so? Then you can come and try. Yi Feng took a very serious fighting stance. Jiren was right. His physical condition was indeed an issue. If he were to use Ultra Instinct on top of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan full power, the energy consumption would be too great. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to maintain it for more than 5 minutes. Therefore, he could only fight in the form of Ultra Instinct for now, gradually recovering his stamina. Perhaps in adversity, his Ultra Instinct could see further progress. At that moment, Jiren's body flashed out, and his speed showed no signs of decline. Even Topo only saw a flash of red energy. Yi Feng's body slightly dodged, barely escaping Jillian's attack. The characteristic of the extreme intense skill is that consciousness and muscles are completely separated, allowing the muscles to react subconsciously. However, that enhancement also has its limits. After Jillian's punch missed, he turned his body and attacked Yifeng again. An energy resembling flames swirled around his fists, crashing down on Yifeng like a torrential storm. The air was filled with low, rumbling sounds as the fists sliced through it, and Yifeng was clearly in a passive position, forced to keep dodging. Jillian's attack speed was simply too fast, leaving Yifeng no opportunity to counterattack. He retreated again and again. Yifeng retreated a distance of several dozen meters. Bang! The next second, Jillian's fist directly struck Yifeng's chest. His body instantly flew out, and Yifeng felt as if his chest had been hit by flames, emitting a burning pain. Wow, this guy's fist is really powerful. Yifeng frowned and said to Jillian in a low voice. At that moment, Jillian's fist came crashing in again. Yifeng felt his body leap up. Boom! Rumbling. Yifeng successfully dodged Jillian's punch, causing the hard ground to collapse under the force of the blow, creating a bottomless pit with a diameter of 100 feet. At this moment, Yifeng's body appeared in midair, looking down at the shocking pit below. How long do you plan to hide? Jillian raised his head and coldly asked Yifeng, who was suspended in the air. Having unleashed the ultimate freedom technique, Yifeng was now like a slippery loach, making it difficult for Jillian's attacks to truly harm him. Until I can defeat you, Yifeng said seriously. Without using my full power transformation, it's indeed impossible for me to be a match for Jiren. However, if I can take this opportunity to comprehend the perfected Ultra Instinct, I can definitely defeat Jiren. The gap between the imperfect Ultra Instinct and the perfected Ultra Instinct is not something to be underestimated. You think you can defeat me in your current state? Dream on. After Jiren's voice fell, his body suddenly appeared above Yifeng. His fists were tightly clenched and then came crashing down heavily onto Yifeng's head. What? Yifeng was shocked, not expecting Jillian's speed to be so fast. Before his body could react, Jillian's fist had already heavily struck the top of Yifeng's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yifeng's body was directly smashed down. Boom! The moment his body hit the ground, it created a massive pit nearly 1,000 feet wide and 100 feet deep. Yifeng was now bent over beneath the giant pit. The silver aura around him was slowly dissipating, clearly indicating that Jillian's attack had been too heavy, causing significant damage to Yifeng. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, this time I will completely defeat you. Jillian stood in midair, roaring. Then, flames of red energy erupted all over his body. The flames instantly covered a distance of hundreds of feet, making the entire planet look like a burning star, with the temperature rising to thousands of degrees in an instant. With a furious roar, Jillian unleashed a torrent of crimson energy flames that descended upon Yifeng like a waterfall. The pressure was immense, making it feel like his body was being crushed. The other members of the Proud Warriors looked very pale, being pinned to the ground by Jillian's oppressive aura. Unable to move at all, even the god of destruction, Wymide, and Topo quickly retreated hundreds of feet. Is this all of Jillian's power? Wymide frowned tightly. Although he was from the same universe, this feeling of being surpassed was indeed quite unpleasant. It seems that the little guy is about to reach his limit. Makalita said to Yifeng in a calm tone. Jillian's full power is truly terrifying. Moreover, that little guy's aura has been steadily declining. It seems that his imperfect ultimate instinct technique is also reaching its limit soon. Yifeng, hurry up and show what you can do. Come out quickly. Lazili, noticing Yifeng's disadvantage, anxiously shouted at him. The immense pressure felt like 130. This is what it feels like. Yifeng stayed at the bottom of the giant pit, enduring an unparalleled pressure. His fists were tightly clenched, and he was completely surrounded by a crimson flame. That energy shot towards Yifeng like a barrage of arrows, making him feel an immense pressure he had never experienced before. Oof. Looking at that bastard who had completely run out of options this time, Wei Mei looked at Yifeng, who was at a disadvantage and completely cornered, with a sinister smile of inner demons. Jillian was still terrifyingly powerful. Tuolpa looked at the figure resembling the war god Jillian and sighed. At this moment, the ground beneath Yifeng's feet was gradually disappearing, leaving only a rock enveloped by his own aura. That's right, this is the feeling. I feel that a tremendous energy within my body is being awakened. Yifeng's body was slightly bent under pressure, but an excited light appeared in his eyes, because within his body, a massive and terrifying power was being nurtured. In the next moment, Yifeng let out a beast-like roar. His entire body was instantly enveloped in a white glow. What? That guy has changed again. Seeing Yifeng's transformation, Jillian's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Chapter 111, Awakening. Perfect freedom, extreme, intense skill. Immediately, Yifeng's body slowly stood up. Whoosh! At that moment, sparks crackled around Yifeng amidst the crimson flames, and the white energy surrounding him began to slowly devour Jillian's crimson energy. What? That bastard has changed again. The god of destruction, Wei Mei, showed an expression of shock, because he was watching the battle between Yifeng and Jillian clearly. It's really incredible. That little guy has turned from defense to offense. Makalita also spoke up in surprise. Even she thought that Yifeng had completely lost his ability to resist. Bastard. Just like an unkillable cockroach. Tuapa tightly clenched his fists. Just a moment ago, Jillian was about to win. This bastard seems to have powered up again, as if he had activated a cheat. At this moment, Jillian in midair naturally felt Yifeng's change. You bastard. How much longer are you going to keep improving? However, defeating me is not that easy. Jillian actually revealed a rare smile at the corner of his mouth. Such a powerful opponent truly makes one feel incredibly excited. Ah! Jillian roared again, and the crimson energy waterfall surged even more violently towards Yifeng. Ow! Yifeng gently exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, his pupils turned silver gray, and his once upright hair transformed into pure silver. His whole body radiated a dazzling brilliance. That aura, that sensation, underwent a complete and profound transformation. Is this the perfect freedom ultimate skill? It feels incredibly refreshing. Yifeng clenched his fists. The feeling was beyond words. All the functions of his body had almost increased countless times. Speed, reaction ability, and muscle perception. Makalita, that bastard. Has he reached that level? Wei Mei looked at the silver-white figure with a dumbfounded expression and asked Makalita. I never thought a human could reach such a realm. Yes, Lord Wei Mei, this is the true ultimate freedom skill. Makalita nodded, his gaze fixed on Yifeng, eyes flashing with disbelief. To think that such a mutant could exist among humans is truly surprising. Damn it, is this your power? No matter what, I must defeat you. The flames of fury flickered in Jillian's eyes. Then he raised his fist high, and a massive energy ball appeared above his head. It quickly expanded, almost instantly becoming as large as half a universe. Stop it, Jillian. If you do this, you'll destroy the entire universe. Wei Mei shouted loudly at Jillian. The power Jillian was unleashing at this moment had completely possessed the ability to destroy the entire universe. Has Jillian really become so reckless? A look of terror appeared in Tuo Po's eyes as he muttered to himself while watching Jillian. Although Jillian was very reclusive, the Jillian he knew should be a very just warrior. He would absolutely never joke with human lives. But now, has he really been blinded by anger? If that energy ball is dodged by Yifeng, the entire universe would be annihilated. Jillian should not do such a thing. Yet Jillian completely ignored Wei Mei and Tuo Po's shock and fear. Resolutely, he hurled the energy ball at Yifeng. In the next moment, a silver lightning flashed. It instantly pierced through the massive crimson energy ball. Then, the energy ball, capable of destroying the universe, surprisingly dispersed in an instant and then disappeared. What? Jillian was taken aback. His strongest attack was actually deflected like this? I appeared before Jillian and said calmly, You have lost, Jillian. Phew, phew, phew. Wei Mei and Tuo Po let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jillian's energy ball was destroyed. The universe was temporarily free from destructive danger. I lost. Jillian looked at Yifeng with a blank expression, as if he had suffered a huge blow. Lost. No, I haven't lost yet. Then a fierce look appeared in Jillian's eyes. After a roar, he charged at Yifeng. His fist directly pierced through Yifeng's afterimage. Bang, bang, bang. Without Yifeng making any moves, Jillian was attacked dozens of times in an instant. Painful sounds came from Jillian's throat. It's over, Jillian. Yifeng looked at Jillian, pressing his palm directly against Jillian's chest. Boom! In the next second, Jillian was sent flying. So strong. I really lost. Although I can't believe it, this battle was indeed thrilling. As Jillian staggered back, a hint of relief appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today he was defeated, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be able to stand up in the future. No, he must stand up and work even harder to cultivate, until he surpasses Yifeng. Bang! Jillian fell heavily to the ground. The intense exhaustion from the earlier confrontation with Yifeng had left him unable to get up. Yifeng walked step by step towards Jillian, extended his hand to Jillian, and said, You are the one I admire the most. And also the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. Jillian, become even stronger. I'm looking forward to our next battle. Yifeng spoke sincerely. Jillian was indeed very strong. Exceptionally strong. Moreover, he didn't team up with Wei Mei to deal with him just now, which made him quite admire Jillian. If it were him, he absolutely couldn't do that. Jillian stared at Yifeng for 10 seconds, and only after confirming that Yifeng was speaking sincerely did he place his hand on him. A subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That's right, he must become stronger. Next time they meet, he must defeat him. By the way, my name is Yi. Then, Yifeng Ly spoke to Jillian. Chapter 112. Overcoming Wisdom and Erasing Zuno. Yifeng. Jillian stood up, looking at Yifeng in surprise. After fighting with him for nearly an hour, to be honest, he really didn't know his name. Now that he had taken the initiative to tell him his name, it showed that he acknowledged him as an opponent. Well, I come from the 7th universe. If one day you feel your strength has increased, feel free to come find me for a battle. I welcome it any time. Yifeng's lips curled slightly as he spoke to Jiren. The 7th universe, huh? All right, I will definitely come to find you once I get stronger. But I'm curious. We have never met, yet you seem very familiar with us. Why is that? Jiren asked. From the very beginning of the battle, this guy seemed to know himself and Topo. Even later, it seemed like he recognized the god of destruction, Vermaud. It's really quite strange. That's my secret. Yifeng shrugged and said to Jillian. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone that he was a time traveler. TCH, Jillian scoffed and stopped asking questions. Since he didn't want to say anything, it was fine. He was just asking casually. Then Jillian's body flashed and disappeared from the planet. What a stone. Not even a word of farewell. Looking at the vanishing Jillian, Yifeng shook his head. Afterwards, Yifeng walked up to Lazili, and the grass-green energy ball slowly disappeared. You were so worried about me just now, I thought. Lazili looked at Yifeng with a reproachful expression, tears shimmering in her eyes. When she saw Yifeng in a desperate situation, she was really worried sick, but she couldn't help it all within the energy barrier. It's okay. Didn't I tell you not to worry? Yifeng, Risusuriter. How could they possibly be my opponents? Yifeng smiled, gently pinched Lotzi Li's face, and said. Then Yifeng and Lotzi Li walked up to Wei Mei. What do you want to do? Wei Mei looked at Yifeng with some fear, her tone a little flustered as she asked. I'm just here to chat with you. Why are you so anxious? Yifeng had a faint smile on his face as he spoke to Wei Mei. However, Wei Mei always felt that this guy had ulterior motives. Remember, today's ambush on me is not over yet. Today, you have an angel protecting you. But once my strength surpasses that of the angel, I will not hesitate to kill you. After Yifeng said this ominously, his right knee suddenly slammed heavily into Wei Mei's lower abdomen. This time, he used 80% of his strength based on the foundation of the Zizai Ji Gong. With a bang, a mouthful of sour liquid was spat out, and Wei Mei directly fell to the ground, hugging her stomach with a look of pain on her face. Behind her, Tuo Pe and other members of the Proud Battle team had expressions filled with anger. However, thinking about the previous battle between Yifeng and Jillian, they chose to obediently lie on the ground. After all, both Jillian and the god of destruction Wei Mei had been defeated. They didn't dare to stick their necks out. You've already embarrassed Lady Wei Mei quite a bit, so it's best to stop now. At this moment, Makalita said with a faint smile. Of course, I'm just teaching him a lesson about how to be a person. Yifeng turned around to look at Makalita, then gently clapped his hands and said, All right, it seems this place doesn't welcome us. Let's go. After saying that, Yifeng directly took Lotzi Li's hand and disappeared from Makalita and Wei Mei's sight. You damn bastard, I will never let you go. Wei Mei clenched his fists tightly, his clown-like face turning completely ferocious. As a dignified destroyer, he absolutely cannot tolerate such humiliation. Yifeng, where are we going now? After leaving the 11th universe, the two were enveloped in a grass-green barrier in the universe. Lotzi Li asked, Let's go back to the 7th universe first. Yifeng opened his mouth to answer. He had been out for over 4 months, and he had already mastered the perfect freedom ultimate skill in the battle with Jillian. Moreover, he had received destructive energy as a reward for signing in at the 6th universe, and now he could go back. He estimated that returning now would definitely surprise him. Laziri nodded. Thank you for the food and clothing from the universe. She had had enough of it. After using instant transmission, Yifeng easily returned to the 7th universe. However, this time, Yifeng did not go directly back to Earth. Instead, he went to a place not far from Earth. It was said that a person who knew everything and could do anything lived there. He needed to find him and ask him some questions. What appeared before Yifeng and Laziri was not a planet, but something resembling a music box. It seemed to be only slightly larger than King Kai's planet. What is this place? Laziri looked at this planet-like object and asked, "You'll find out soon." Yifeng smiled and said. In front of him appeared a grand hall, from which 4 big-headed dolls walked out. With a hint of surprise, Lord Zhao mentioned an unexpected guest and asked us to take a look. One of the big-headed dolls spoke up. "Take me to see him." Yifeng said coldly, "Sorry, if you didn't make an appointment. You'll probably have to wait another 7 years to see Lord Zuno." The big-headed doll said emotionlessly to Yifeng. "Troublesome." Yifeng muttered to himself, and a massive surge of energy suddenly erupted from his body, directly sending the 4 people flying out. Then, Yifeng casually walked into the Great Hall. At that moment, the one who appeared in the Great Hall was none other than the so-called all-knowing Lord Zuno. "Hey, how did you get in here?" Zuno asked as he looked at Yifeng and Lotzi Li. However, when Zuno saw Lotzi Li, a lewd expression appeared in his eyes. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he coldly said, "Next, I ask you answer. Who are you? Get out now." Hearing Yifeng's tone, Zuno directly spoke up. He had never encountered such a domineering guest before. Yifeng's sword suddenly appeared, pressing against Zuno's throat, and then he asked, "You claim to know everything, so tell me. How much do you know about me?" "You're not from this world at all," Zuno said, fearfully opening his mouth. "What? You really know? Then besides you, does anyone else know about this?" Yifeng spoke again, and just this point made him develop a killing intent. "There shouldn't be any more." Zuno shook his head and replied. After simply asking 2 questions, Yifeng left. He just wanted to know if this guy was aware of his origins, because the path he was about to take could be very difficult. Some things must not be known by the high priest and the king of all. For example, he is not from this world. If this is discovered, he might face the fate of being erased. Since this Zuno knows about him, he cannot be left alive. After leaving Zuno's planet, Yifeng flicked his fingers to unleash a destructive energy ball. Knowing too much, he couldn't possibly live long, and if Zuno died, perhaps Zamasu's plan would also fall apart. At this moment on Earth, a heavyweight, uninvited guest had arrived. Moreover, it was a very familiar face. Chapter 113. Long time no see. Universe Emperor Frisia, a strange aura appeared on Earth. Yifeng sudenli spoke. However, his expression was very calm, as that energy felt very weak to him. Sun Wukong and Vegeta seemed to still be off Earth, probably training in the God of Destruction realm with Whis. If that's the case, could this energy be Frisia? Meanwhile, on Earth, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan had gathered together, looking serious. It seems he has already arrived. Piccolo frowned and looked at the sky. Frisia's energy seems to have become stronger. Son Gohan nodded and said. Krillin swallowed hard, fear appearing on his face. Are we going to fight that guy again? Thinking about how I was crushed by him on Namek, I still feel uneasy. Just recalling that evil face makes me a bit scared, even though it feels cowardly, not like a warrior. If Wukong and Vegeta were on Earth, they might easily defeat Frisia, but right now, they couldn't contact them. Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow tightly and said in a low voice, Rumble. Just then, a giant spaceship appeared in front of everyone. Oh, the joyous revenge is about to begin. How exciting. Frisia laughed maniacally inside the spaceship. I was locked away in heaven for over a decade, enduring the torment of those little animals and angels every day. Just thinking about those almost hopeless days fills my heart with anger like a volcano erupting. It's simply uncontrollable, and all of this is thanks to those Saiyans. So this time, I must let them die slowly in unimaginable pain. Only then can I relieve the endless anger in my heart. Boom! The spaceship finally landed on Earth. Piccolo and Son Gohan tightened their fists, ready for battle. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the spaceship's hatch opened, Frisia's army flew out like locusts. A dark mass looking around. There are definitely thousands of them. What a huge spectacle. Looking at the mass floating in the air, Piccolo frowned. With so many people, it might be a bit tough for the 5 of us to handle. Moreover, the strongest one is still that guy Frisia. His power has changed drastically since Namek. At this moment, Frisia also flew out in his pod, and beside him were his henchmen Sorbet and Tagoma. Frisia's presence brought a serious look to Son Gohan and Krillin's faces. This guy left an indelible fear in their hearts over a decade ago. Although they were confident they'd become stronger, seeing Frisia still brought a sense of trepidation. Hey, what is your purpose on Earth? Piccolo stared at Frisia and asked. So it's that Namekian. Frisia smiled at first, then said angrily, Damn fool. Do I need to answer that? Of course it's revenge. I must kill everyone today to somewhat relieve the anger in my heart. Bulma, haven't you contacted Wukong and Vegeta yet? Krillin quickly turned to ask Bulma. Whis hasn't answered my call either. Bulma said anxiously. Usually, Whis answers quickly. Why is no one picking up this time? It's really frustrating. Oh, Wukong and that Super Saiyan aren't here? Frieza scanned the area, but did not find Wukong or the Saiyan who had torn him apart. Though a bit disappointed, he thought, forget it, then I'll just kill all of you first. But Wukong will definitely be in great pain. Frieza said with a dark smile. Gohan, prepare for battle. Piccolo said to Son Gohan in a low voice with a frown. Although they looked like 5 people, only he and Gohan could truly fight. Krillin and Master Roshi were practically just there to fill the numbers. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan nodded, then tightly clenched his fists. Huh! With a loud shout, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ah! A Super Saiyan, what an name guy. Watching Son Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan, Frieza felt a surge of anger, as that gaze was just like the one from the Saiyan who killed him. Attack! Kill them all! Leave none alive! Frieza roared angrily, and then his army began to swarm towards Son Gohan and Piccolo. The 5 of them leaped into action, joining the battle. The fight was about to erupt. And at this moment, Son Gohan had completely lost the might of his Super Saiyan 2 and God forms, as he had become a scholar and hadn't trained. His strength was now nearly non-existent. If it were the old God Gohan, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could blow them all away with a single breath. Just then, Yi Feng and Lazuli suddenly appeared next to Bulma and Galaxy Patrol Officer Jabe. Oh, yay. Haha, you came just in time. Bulma exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Yi Feng. It should be known that Yi Feng's power even surpasses that of the god of destruction Beerus, far exceeding that of Wukong and Vegeta. If he were to take action, he could definitely kill Frieza completely. And Yi Feng was also a friend of Vegetas. Yi Feng did not pay attention to Bulma, but instead turned his gaze to Frieza, finally seeing the cosmic Emperor Frieza. Indeed, he looked exactly the same as what I had seen before. Cunning, venomous, a true villain. Yi Feng said, what? Another Saiyan has appeared? When Yi Feng stared at Frieza, Frieza also looked at Yi Feng, and with a surprised expression, he spoke. How come I've never seen you before? Yi Feng's body slowly lurked opposite Frieza. I've heard much about you, the Universe Emperor Frieza. Yi Feng slightly raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Frieza as he spoke. Chapter 114, The Force King, Golden Frieza. Oh, Saiyan, a fresh face. I don't think I've seen you before. Frieza paused for a moment. Then a cold light appeared in his eyes as he said, but all wild monkeys must die. At this moment, Frieza was a typical case of being locked away for too long, resulting in a split personality. 1 second he was polite, the next he seemed to have gone mad. Mr. Yi Feng. It's Mr. Yi Feng who has returned. Son Wukong and Krillin were initially surprised, and then their faces showed overwhelming joy. Yi Feng's strength was something they had witnessed firsthand. It was incredibly powerful, definitely enough to easily kill King Frieza. Please allow me to kill that wild monkey, as my body is already starting to itch. At this moment, Tagma volunteered to speak to Frieza. King Frieza had just been resurrected, and, as his most capable subordinate, he naturally wanted to make a good impression. It was truly uncomfortable to have that useless Salb standing on his head. Huh, you? Frieza glanced at Tagma with some disdain. There was no choice. The current Frieza force was too weak, composed entirely of second-rate warriors hastily gathered from the universe. However, dealing with a wild monkey should be enough. Go ahead, if you kill him, you can pick any planet you like, Frieza said generously. Thank you, King Frieza. Tagma nodded repeatedly, astonished. He then looked at Yi Feng with a cold smile. Wild monkey, your life seems a bit valuable, so just disappear from me now, Tagma shouted, his fist directly smashing towards Yi Feng. Wild monkey? That is really an uncomfortable title. Yi Feng's eyes showed a look of anger. Although he didn't know how Son Wukong and Vegeta felt when they were called wild monkeys, he seemed to be a bit angry. Just at the moment when Tagma's body flew out, it suddenly exploded. There was no warning, as if it had a time bomb inside. Huh? Frieza was taken aback. What has happened? He hadn't seen clearly at all that Tagma had been killed. Sorbet took a few steps back in fear, looking at Yi Feng in terror. What on earth did that guy do to make Tagma, with a combat power of over 1 million, explode like that? That guy must have some strange trick. Frieza gently floated out from his baby spaceship and appeared in front of Yi Feng. I seem to have underestimated you, Saiyan, Frieza said with a sinister smile. You just killed my subordinate. If you submit to me, I could consider making you my confidant. Frieza's soft voice addressed Yi Feng. This guy's strength is indeed quite impressive and qualifies to be my confidant. That sounds pretty good. Yi Feng nodded and then said with a teasing expression, but I don't like having a little shorty as my big brother. If you could grow another 5 centimeters. I might consider it, but it looks like you don't have a chance. After saying that, Yifeng shrugged and looked at Frisia. What? Frisia suddenly froze, doubting if he misheard. Did someone actually dare to say such things to him? Then an endless rage ignited in Frisia's eyes. The most humiliating thing for him, besides being killed by a wild monkey, was his height. This guy actually dared to bring it up. He absolutely could not forgive this. Damn wild monkey, you're seeking death. Frisia clenched his fists tightly and transformed into his ultimate form, baring his teeth in evident fury. Then, a beam of death energy appeared at his fingertips and shot directly towards Yifeng. However, when the death beam was still 3 zhong away from Yifeng, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, suddenly exploding. What? Looks like he has some strength. No wonder he's so arrogant. Frisia grinned and then charged towards Yifeng in an instant. He was determined to tear apart this irritating bastard with his own hands. You really are easy to anger. Frisia. Yifeng coldly glanced at Frisia. This guy doesn't seem as gentlemanly as he does in the animation. Frisia's body suddenly flew backward when it was less than 3 meters away from Yifeng. Even Frisia himself didn't see clearly what had happened. However, dozens of clear fist shadows appeared all over his body. This meant that without even seeing what was happening, he had been attacked multiple times. Boom! Frisia's body heavily smashed into a rock wall 100 meters away. Damn it, this is really infuriating. Frisia gritted his teeth tightly, then shook his arms, directly blasting the mountain behind him into rubble. Frisia returned to Yifeng's side, the anger on his face gradually turning into a cold smile. I have to say, you're quite capable. You've successfully angered me. Next, it might be a little bit cruel for you. Frisia shook his neck and moved his body, preparing to showcase the success of his 4 months of training. Frisia, let's not pretend. We're still friends. Yifeng said lightly, looking at Frisia, who was putting on an act. This guy is definitely the ultimate show-off, surpassing Vegeta. He has never lost at showing off and rarely wins in a fight. Yifeng's words choked Frisia of Li Hao before he could continue speaking. This guy seems even more annoying than Sun Wukong. Frisia then clenched his fists tightly, and a golden aura erupted from his body in an instant. The entire earth began to tremble violently. Cracks spread across the ground like a spiderweb. What? Such powerful energy, deep and unfathomable. Suddenly, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and the members of Frisia's army all stopped fighting, turning their gazes towards Frisia. The fact that Frisia could elevate his energy to such a terrifying level was simply unbelievable. Son Gohan exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Frisia had completely surpassed his father and Uncle Vegeta. After a full minute, Frisia finally transformed into his golden form. Chapter 115. Initial Test of Destructive Power, Beerus's Inquiry. At this moment, Frisia's entire body shimmered with a noble golden hue, and his mouth curved into a proud smile. In just 4 months, he had achieved this level, and even he had to admire his own talent. The audience seemed quite surprised, right? I gave it a relatively cheap name, Golden Frisia. With a proud smile, Frisia said to Yifeng, in this form, I am very confident and have no opponents left. What a pity. If you could transform into Diamond Frisia, I might still be able to play with you a bit. But just being golden, to be honest, I have no interest at all. Yifeng stared at Golden Frisia, shook his head, and said, Golden Frisia is only as strong as Super Saiyan Blue at best. My Wrath form can easily crush him. He clearly remembered how, in Dragon Ball Super, Broly, the so-called Golden Frisia, was beaten by Broly for an hour. During the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, he was first brutally beaten by Jiren, then by Toppo, and finally by Dispo. Just thinking about it makes him feel sorry for him. However, Golden Frisia does have his own advantages, which are his tough skin and resilience. TCH, you stupid wild monkey. It seems you have no idea how powerful Golden Frisia really is. Don't get too cocky. For 93, now I'll show you. After Frisia's angry voice fell, his body flashed out and his fist slammed towards Yifeng. Yifeng clenched his fist and a grass-green energy flame burst forth. He then instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. After battling Jiren, he realized he had no interest in Golden Frisia at all. Too weak. So this meaningless and unexciting fight should be resolved quickly. Frisia's fist flashed past, but did not produce the expected effect. Instead, Yifeng easily caught Frisia's fist. Golden Frisia was utterly weak. After Yifeng's disdainful voice fell, he casually waved his hand, sending Frisia flying a distance of several meters. Frisia's body heavily crashed to the ground. What? Is King Frisia going to lose? Solb and the thousands of Frisia's minions looked at the situation before them, their faces filled with fear. They quickly fled to the spaceship. They certainly didn't want to die on this trash planet. The Frisia army retreated, and Sun Wukong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The spaceship instantly started up, and a beam of crimson energy flashed by, causing the spaceship to explode immediately. After casually destroying the spaceship, Frisia turned his gaze to Yifeng. Such cowardly subordinates were not needed at all. Saiyan, the humiliation you just inflicted on me, I will definitely return it 1,000-fold. Frisia's face was filled with anger. He never expected that his revenge would encounter such an obstacle. With another roar, golden flames suddenly appeared around Frisia. His power surged once again. Let us end this boring battle quickly. After Yifeng's faint voice fell, he instantly appeared in front of Frisia. Grabbing Frisia's head, the two of them fell rapidly to the ground. Boom! The ground was directly smashed into a huge, deep pit by their bodies. Frisia's body was firmly pressed down by Yifeng, unable to move at all. Damn wild monkey! Let go of me! After struggling in vain, Frisia shouted in anger. At the same time, fear emerged in his heart. This guy's power far exceeded his own. If this continued, he would probably be killed again. Though extremely unwilling, this suddenly appearing wild monkey indeed had an outrageous amount of power. Frisia, don't revive next time. Yifeng coldly spoke to Frisia. This guy, every time he is resurrected, has to be sent to hell. This should be more unbearable than not being resurrected at all, right? A deep voice came from Yifeng's mouth. Then, a purple energy appeared directly in his palm. When the energy made contact with Frisia's body, it surprisingly vanished quickly. The sounds of terror and pain echoed through the heavens and earth, and soon Frisia's body vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Completely gone, Frisia's energy completely disappeared. Sun Wukong was astonished and said, I can't believe it. He was completely dealt with so quickly. TCH, that guy's strength has actually reached such a terrifying level. Looking at Yifeng's figure, Piccolo bit his teeth tightly. Thinking back to the first time, he truly was quite ignorant. If Yifeng wanted to kill him, it would only take a second, right? Great. Frisia is dead. We don't have to die. Krillin was so excited he was about to jump up. He originally thought he was surely going to die today. Yifeng returned in front of Android 18. She's Android 18? Sun Wukong and the others looked at Android 18 with fear on their faces. They had been busy dealing with Frisia's army just now, so they hadn't noticed this side at all. Now they finally saw Android 18 clearly. TCH, why is she here? Piccolo and the others immediately became alert. Let me introduce. My woman, lazily, is not the Android 18 you're talking about. Yifeng glanced at Sun Wukong and the others and said, currently, Lazili has indeed nothing to do with Android 18. Android 18? What are they talking about? Moreover, I feel like I've seen these people somewhere before. Lazili looked at Sun Wukong and Piccolo, then turned to Yifeng and asked in confusion. Just then, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng and the others. What happened, go on? I felt Frisia's energy just now. Sun Wukong asked curiously. Mr. Yifeng? It seems you dealt with Frisia, right? Vegeta quickly walked up to Yifeng and said respectfully. That's right, with Yifeng on Earth. Frisia's kind can't even make a splash. At this moment, Beerus approached Yifeng with a serious expression and coldly asked, Did you just use destructive energy? Chapter 116. Whis comes to the door. Are you interested in destruction gods? Beerus fixed his gaze on Yifeng, waiting for his response. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others didn't dare to speak, only exchanging glances between the two. Yifeng is not a god of destruction, and he understands the energy of a god of destruction. Sun Wukong and Vegeta don't believe it at all, although they didn't know before. After staying in the god of destruction realm for a few months, they are very clear that in this universe, only the god of destruction possesses destructive energy. Although Yifeng is very strong, it should be impossible for him to master it. Only Bix slightly frowned and looked at Yifeng. Because his hearing far exceeds that of Earthlings and Saiyans, he heard the word destruction when Yifeng killed Frisia. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become so heavy? Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Yifeng said with a faint smile, Hey, I'm asking you a question. Did you just use the energy of a god of destruction? Beerus, with a serious expression, asked again. If I say yes, what will you do, Lord Beerus? Yifeng suddenly stared at Beerus and said with a smile. At this moment, he felt that he really did not take Beerus seriously at all. However, since he was from the 7th universe, there was no need to make things too tense with Beerus. The two locked eyes and, at that moment, The people around felt as if the air had solidified, a tremendous pressure enveloping the space. What are you doing, Whis? Weren't you and Lord Beerus here to eat strawberry ice cream? I've already prepared it. If you don't eat it soon, it will melt. Just when Beerus and Yifeng were intensely staring at each other, Bulma suddenly came over holding 2 servings of ice cream. She spoke to Whis and Beerus. What? Strawberry ice cream? Upon hearing about food, Beerus instantly reverted to his foodie nature and looked at Bulma. This time it was truly thanks to Bulma. Vegeta wiped the sweat off his forehead. If Beerus and Yifeng started fighting again, it would be a catastrophic disaster for Earth. Then, Whis and Beerus directly took the ice cream and started eating, as if they had completely forgotten about the destructive energy from earlier. Wow, it seems like you've become stronger again. The strange atmosphere dissipated, and Sun Wukong walked up to Yifeng, excitedly saying. He hadn't expected that just a few months apart would make Yifeng's mysterious aura even stronger. You two seem to have gotten quite a bit stronger too. If I'm not mistaken, you should both be able to transform into Super Saiyan God with your own power now, right? Yifeng smiled faintly and said, actually, I know very well that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta can completely transform into Super Saiyan Blue now. Yes, Mr. Yifeng, Kakarot and I can indeed become Super Saiyan God, and we've even reached the level of Super Saiyan Blue now. This time, Vegeta surprisingly did not arrogantly challenge Yifeng to a match due to his increased strength. Indeed, it seems that having you two follow Whis was the right decision. Yifeng nodded. It seemed that their strength was basically similar to that in the original work. Following Whis has indeed made us much stronger, Sun Wukong said happily. TCH, talk less, Kakarot. Vegeta gave Sun Wukong a big eye roll. Although their strength had improved a lot, in Yifeng's eyes, it was still not enough. Mr. Yifeng, if you're free this afternoon, I was thinking I could have you guide me again. Vegeta suddenly spoke to Yifeng. This surprised Yifeng a bit. What? With Whis as your master, you still need my guidance. Yes, you could say that I want you to see my results. Vegeta nodded seriously. During these 4 months, while transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he had also been continuously training in Ultra Instinct. Now it seemed he was finally starting to feel something. Good. Yifeng nodded and did not refuse. Anyway, he was just idle. After chatting for a while, Yifeng took Lazili back to the villa. Is that guy a god of destruction too? Lazili asked at this moment. Because that Beerus seemed to resemble the god of destruction Kampa from the 6th universe very much. Yes, he is the god of destruction of our universe. Yifeng nodded and said, he seems to have a bit of hostility towards you. Lazili spoke again. Just now, she thought Yifeng was going to fight again. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he is not my opponent. Yifeng spoke with a face full of arrogance. Having comprehended the perfect freedom ultimate skill and mastered the power of destruction, he was not afraid of any destroyer at all. After finishing lunch, Yifeng began to consolidate his strength in the gravity chamber. At that moment, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared. Whis's body appeared in the gravity chamber. Whis, I didn't expect you to come looking for me. This is quite a surprise. Yifeng stopped his cultivation, looked at Whis and smiled, saying, Congratulations, Mr. Yifeng. Not only have you mastered the power of destruction, but it seems you have also reached the realm of perfect freedom of ultimate skill. Whis maintained his usual calm expression and spoke to Yifeng in a tranquil tone. It seems I really cannot hide anything from your eyes. Yifeng shook his head and said to Whis, Did Beerus send you? No, Lord Beerus doesn't know that I've come to find you. I came to see you on my own. Whis shook his head and replied, Oh, you came to find me by yourself. Then I'm even more curious about your purpose. You don't think I'm too strong and came to erase me or something, do you? Yifeng raised his eyebrows and asked in a somewhat joking tone, Mr. Yifeng, you're overthinking it. We can't just act recklessly, you know that. Whis smiled gently and said, I've already known about the matters concerning the 7th and 11th universes. Then what is your purpose for coming this time? Yifeng really couldn't guess Whis's intentions. I came to ask you, Mr. Yifeng, are you interested in the position of the destroyer? Whis asked with a faint smile, as if discussing something very trivial. Chapter 117, The Contest, Part 2. Whis what? Yifeng was taken aback, looking at Whis with disbelief. After a pause, he continued, God of Destruction? From what Whis is saying, is he intentionally trying to make me the God of Destruction? Could it be that he wants me to take Beerus's place? Is it because I have mastered Ultra Instinct and Destruction Energy? That can't be possible. Beerus and Whis seem to get along well. Yes, God of Destruction. Seeing Yifeng's surprised expression, Whis nodded confidently. You actually said you want me to be the God of Destruction. That really leaves me at a loss. What? Do you want me to replace Beerus? Yifeng shook his head slightly and said with a smile, with your current strength, you can completely replace Lord Beerus. But the god of destruction I'm talking about is not the god of destruction of the 7th universe. After Whis nodded, he continued to speak to Yefeng. What? Not replacing Lord Beerus? Yifeng was taken aback and asked with some confusion. Isn't Angel Whis assisting the 7th universe? Does he also involve himself with other universes? Forget it. I have no interest in being a god of destruction. After thinking for a moment, Yifeng decisively shook his head. To be a god of destruction, one must be ruthless. Although I admit I'm not a good person, I can't be that resolute. Moreover, gods of destruction basically have to stay on the god of destruction's planet, and they have to be accompanied by a Whis-like creature. Just thinking about it feels a bit dull. Furthermore, although gods of destruction are the strongest beings in the universe, they are still somewhat constrained. Working for the Omni King and the Grand Priest, I have no desire to do such boring things. I'd rather travel every day with my women. That's the life I want. Of course, the prerequisite is that I must have enough strength to counter any threats to my safety. Oh, this is quite unexpected. I thought you would be interested, Whis said, looking at Yifeng with some surprise. He originally thought of Goku and Vegeta, but after spending some time with them, he felt that although they were both Saiyans, they no longer possessed that Saiyan ferocity, making them unsuitable to be gods of destruction. Compared to that, I'm more interested in your strength, Whis. Yifeng suddenly looked at Whis with excitement and said, my current strength far exceeds that of the god of destruction. So the next target I need to surpass is the angel. Before surpassing them, I must clearly understand how much of a gap still exists between me and the angels. What? You don't mean you want to fight me, do you? Whis chuckled, covering his mouth upon hearing Yifeng's words. Even Lord Beerus wouldn't dare to say such things. You're absolutely right. I am quite interested in your strength. Let's have a match, Whis. After Yifeng's voice fell, he transformed into the full-power Super Saiyan form. His eyes were filled with surging battle enthusiasm. Although your strength surpasses that of Lord Beerus, if you want to fight me, you still have a long way to go, Whis said to Yifeng with a faint smile. Really? In that case, I'm even more interested. After saying that, Yifeng instantly flashed out and appeared right in front of Whis. He threw a heavy punch at Whis. Whis slightly swayed his body, indicating that he had dodged Yifeng's punch. Indeed, he is not ordinary. When the punch missed, Yifeng felt no disappointment. This was within his expectations. And the stronger Whis was, the more excited he became. Yifeng once again increased his strength. Xulin's fist shadows continuously attacked Whis, but each time it just grazed the edge of Whis' clothes. At this moment, Whis was like a slippery loach, and Yifeng couldn't touch him at all. How strong? My Super Saiyan full power form actually has no effect on him at all. Yifeng was shocked in his heart. It seemed that Visby was even stronger than he had imagined. Since that was the case, he would unleash the ultimate freedom technique. Yifeng's eyes, suddenly showing a serious expression. Then, his pupils surrounded by dazzling silver light. Seeing Yifeng perform the perfect freedom extreme intense skill, Wei Si had no surprise at all, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Be careful, Wei. After reminding Whis, Yifeng drew a silver-white arc in the air and instantly landed in front of Whis. The speed was incredibly fast. If Sun Wukong and Vegeta were nearby, they wouldn't have been able to see Yifeng launch his attack at all. Whis, however, gently took a step back and effortlessly dodged Yifeng's attack. After missing, Yifeng launched a series of rapid attacks on Whis again. This time, realizing Whis' strength, Yifeng directly unleashed his spatial power. With the ultimate speed of his free and unfettered technique combined with the unexpected spatial power attack, he attacked for a full 5 minutes, but still couldn't touch Whis' body. Damn, this guy is ridiculously strong. Yifeng couldn't help but curse in his heart. He remembered that someone had said before that Super Saiyan God was rated 6. The God of Destruction Beerus was rated 10, and the Angel Whis was rated 15. From the battle just now with Whis, he could feel that Whis' power far exceeded Beerus's, and it was definitely not just a star and a half. It might be dozens of times. That's enough, Mr. Yifeng. After Whis' voice fell, the staff in his hand was swung towards Yifeng. The speed didn't seem fast, but by the time Yifeng reacted and tried to dodge, the staff had already slammed heavily into his waist. The terrifying force sent Yifeng flying out. Bang! After Yifeng fell to the ground, he directly exited the Super Saiyan and Ultra Instinct forms. It seems that although he has mastered perfect Ultra Instinct, there is still a considerable gap in front of Angel Whis. Moreover, the Angel Vados from Universe 6 seems to be even stronger than Whis. Chapter 118. Peak Ultra Instinct? You're incredible, aren't you, Whis? Yifeng stood up and said with a slight smile. Although he had already positioned Whis' strength very high, he still underestimated him a bit. It seems that in order to surpass him, he must improve and break through once again. At least he should reach the level of a special Super Saiyan 2, or enhance other abilities to truly compete with Weiss. Mr. Yifeng is quite impressive too. It's the first time I've seen a human reach this level. Weiss covered his mouth, smiled, and spoke to Yifeng. It had indeed been a long time since he had seen a human who could surpass a god of destruction. Well, since Mr. Yifeng is not interested in the position of god of destruction, I will take my leave. Weiss calmly said to Yifeng as he looked at him. Okay, let me see you off. Yifeng nodded. He indeed had no interest in the so-called destroyer, as he wanted to reach a higher level. After sending Weiss to the door, Weiss suddenly turned his head, quietly smiling at Yifeng, and said, Mr. Yifeng, although your ultimate freedom technique has reached a perfect level, do you know about the peak freedom ultimate? What? Peak freedom ultimate? Yifeng was taken aback, looking at Weiss in disbelief. In the Dragon Ball Super anime, his Ultra Instinct technique now seemed identical to the Ultra Instinct that Son Goku had achieved. Clearly, at that time, Son Goku had already reached the pinnacle of mastery. However, Weiss's implication was that there was still room for improvement in his Ultra Instinct technique. That meant a realm of ultimate mastery. Weiss, what do you mean by that? Can you provide some guidance on this ultimate Ultra Instinct? In Yifeng's eyes, a spark of excitement appeared. He had never thought that after mastering the perfect Freedom Ultimate skill, there would actually be an even higher level, the Pinnacle Freedom Ultimate skill. Sorry, I've crossed the line a bit today. As for the Pinnacle Freedom Ultimate skill, you need to comprehend it on your own. After saying this, Weiss swayed out, disappearing from Yifeng's sight, leaving him with a confused expression. Pinnacle Freedom Ultimate skill? Yifeng murmured to himself, and then a spark of excitement appeared in his eyes. He had indeed never thought about this matter, but Weiss would definitely not speak without reason. Alright, then next, he would study the so-called Ultra Instinct thoroughly. In the afternoon, Vegeta approached Yifeng, hoping to get some guidance from him. Yifeng was surprised to see that Vegeta had made significant progress in his Ultra Instinct. His alertness during battles was not as high as before, and both his speed and strength had improved greatly. Clearly, he had corrected many of his past mistakes. It seemed that breaking through to Ultra Instinct required an opportunity. Mr. Yifeng, thank you for your guidance, Vegeta said respectfully at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it was only 2 hours of instruction, it had been immensely beneficial for him. After all, what he currently lacked was experience and theoretical knowledge of Ultra Instinct. As for practice, he could only rely on himself. It's alright, anyway, I'm free these days. Yifeng smiled and said to Vegeta. The less proud Vegeta, who lowered his posture, was actually quite likable, and Yifeng was willing to give him some guidance. Mr. Yifeng, you haven't eaten yet, right? Vegeta's meaning was very clear. He wanted to thank Yifeng. I'm already in the process of making something. You can go back first. Yifeng waved his hand and said to Vegeta, well, I'll take my leave first. After Vegeta finished speaking, he left. The next morning, Vegeta and Son Goku returned to the God of Destruction realm with Beerus and the others. Undeniably, training under Whis' guidance in the God of Destruction realm allowed them to improve faster and with less effort. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Beerus and Whis once again arrived on Earth. However, this time they appeared directly in Yifeng's villa. Oh, what a rare visitor. Lord Beerus, Whis. In the courtyard, Yifeng looked at Whis and Beerus and greeted them with a smile. Ah, long time no see, Mr. Yifeng. Whis greeted Yifeng calmly. Alright, I was just about to have lunch. You two are in for a treat. Yifeng was a bit suspicious that these two guys had come precisely on time just to mooch a meal. Well, it seems we really arrived at the right time, Weiss said with a classic smile while covering his mouth. Meanwhile, the God of Destruction Beerus's eyes sparkled. He really had no resistance to delicious food. After simply eating some assorted tempura and tamagoyaki, Beerus was ready to get to the point. Yifeng, the purpose of my visit this time is to invite you to participate in a competition. After finishing his meal and still savoring the taste, Beerus said to Yifeng while picking his teeth, you want me to participate? Yifeng stared at Beerus and paused before saying, sorry, I don't have time. The so-called competition is clearly a contest for the Super Dragon Balls between the 6th universe. This kind of competition has no meaning for me. The strongest in the 6th universe, Hit, is no longer my opponent, especially after my battle with Jiren. My strength has surpassed what it once was. I no longer regard the strongest assassin, Hit, as a threat. What? I'm telling you to go, not asking for your opinion, Beerus said, frowning at Yifeng after hearing his words. He had actually considered asking Yifeng to participate in the competition in a polite manner. However, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't bring himself to use the word please, as he was the ruler of the universe, the strongest god of destruction. Being overly humble to a human would be a bit too degrading for a god of destruction. Sorry, I think you may not have the strength to command me. Lord Beerus. The smile on Yifeng's face gradually faded, and then he said to Beerus, his current strength has already surpassed Beerus. So now, he has absolutely no ability to command him to do anything. Chapter 119. Beerus, have you submitted? Yifeng, don't go too far. I am the god of destruction, and I haven't held you accountable for the last incident with the destructive energy. Beerus suddenly stood up, looking at Yifeng with rage, and said loudly, after all, he is the god of destruction, the supreme god of the seventh universe. When has he ever been refused by anyone? It cannot be denied that this guy's strength is not inferior to his, but that is absolutely not a reason for him to not take himself seriously. If you speak nicely, I will respectfully call you Lord Beerus. If you want to fight, do you think I would be afraid of you? Beerus. Yifeng also stood up, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he stared directly at Beerus, saying, calling him Lord Beerus was out of respect, giving him face. After all, he was also a god of destruction, but if he wanted to force him, he really wasn't qualified. All right, you want to fight, huh? Beerus laughed in anger, and purple flames instantly appeared around him. The temperature in the entire room suddenly rose. Are you afraid? Yifeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with a silvery light, directly demonstrating the perfect Ultra Instinct. What? Perfect Ultra Instinct? At the moment Yifeng transformed into Perfect Ultra Instinct, a look of surprise appeared in Beerus's eyes. After just a few months, this guy upgraded his Ultra Instinct? It took him many years of training to reach this point, and he is still not at the perfect level. No wonder this guy is so tough. It turns out he has something to rely on. With that being said, it seems a bit tricky for him to want to defeat Yifeng. Lord Beerus, your purpose today is not to fight Yifeng, right? At this moment, Whis stood up, glanced at the two who were at odds, and spoke lightly. Huff. Beerus took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his anger. Indeed, his purpose today was to get Yifeng to participate in the competition, not to fight. If Yifeng didn't participate, he wasn't very confident that the seventh universe could win. Although Goku and Vegeta were both good, they were not top-tier fighters. If Yifeng could join such a battle, it would be perfect, but he didn't expect this guy to be so uncooperative. The purple aura around him slowly faded, and then Beerus sat down again. Knowing that Yifeng had mastered both the power of destruction and perfect Ultra Instinct, he also understood that he couldn't force Yifeng anymore. What do I have to do for you to participate in this competition? Beerus gritted his teeth and asked, struggling a bit. Although this feeling was very uncomfortable, thinking about the possibility of the seventh universe losing the competition and the smug look on Kampa's face was unbearable. Moreover, that guy is a blabbermouth. Once they lost, all the other gods of destruction would know about it. Others might be okay, but the annoying guys from Universe 4, Quatella, and Universe 11 would definitely use this as a joke to mock him. This was something he absolutely could not accept. Are you conceding? Yifeng's aura gradually faded away as he fixed his gaze on Beerus and asked, damn it, don't go too far. Beerus, with a distorted expression, replied to Yifeng, I've obviously made a huge concession, yet this guy is so obvious. Too much? If you had this attitude from the beginning, perhaps I would have agreed without hesitation. Yifeng shrugged and said, respect between people is mutual. If others respect me a foot, I will respect them a mile. If Beerus speaks to me in a good tone, I will definitely agree. After all, I am someone who values face. But he wants to suppress me with his god of destruction demeanor. Sorry, but I will be even more rude than him. After all, I have that strength and capital now. Mr. Yifeng, Lord Beerus is making a concession for the first time. I think you should participate. Why suddenly spoke up at this moment? Although I shouldn't say this, but think about it. If we lose the match, we will lose Earth. And I would miss out on Earth's delicious food a bit. This is because of the bet between Beerus and Kampa, which involves Earth and the Super Dragon Balls. Alright, for Weiss's sake, I will tentatively agree, but I have one condition. Yifeng glanced at Weiss and said, I can ignore Beerus, but I absolutely cannot underestimate Weiss. Although he won't take action against me, it seems that guy knows a lot about the higher levels of Ultra Instinct. I will need to ask him for guidance in the future. TCH, Beerus curled his lips and then looked at Yifeng, asking, go ahead, what are your conditions? There's no helping it. This guy seems to respond better to gentleness than force. I can guarantee that I will achieve ultimate victory, but the prize for the competition belongs to me. Yifeng looked at Beerus calmly and said, after hearing Yifeng's conditions, Beerus glanced at him and then nodded. The Super Dragon Balls were of no use to him at all. The reason he bet with that guy Kampa was just to dampen his spirit. As for the reward, it was completely unimportant. It seems they have reached a mutual understanding. Lord Beerus, There are 5 slots for the competition, and there are only 3 so far. Whis looked at the two and said with a gentle smile, "Let's go see if Goku and Vegeta have found the rest." It was clear that Beerus was feeling a bit frustrated. It was the first time he had been rejected, and what was even more irritating was that he couldn't destroy Yifeng. This feeling stuck in his throat was quite uncomfortable. "Beerus, you must be smart and not think about provoking me." Watching Beerus disappear, Yifeng smiled faintly. After fighting with Beerus for the first time, he still had a slight fondness for him. However, if he continued to look down on him just because he was a god of destruction, Yifeng would not let him off easily. Chapter 120. Arriving at the Nameless Planet. Major changes in lineup. Before leaving, Whis and Beerus left Goku and Vegeta on Earth. Since they were going to fight against strong warriors from other universes, they definitely needed to train hard to improve their strength, especially to solidify what Whis had taught them over the past few months. Of course, the ideal training location was the hyperbolic time chamber in the sacred world of the Kais. 3 days in there could equal 3 years of training, which was excellent for them. After 3 days, Whis came to Earth alone, according to the candidates that Goku and Vegeta had decided in advance. Yifeng, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Majin Buu, and Piccolo are the 5 individuals. However, unfortunately, Majin Buu fell asleep the day before and couldn't be awakened no matter how hard they tried. So they had to replace Majin Buu with Gohan. At this time, although Gohan did not have the power of Majin Buu, he had undergone half a month of training with Piccolo. While Gohan couldn't match the peak moments of God Goku, he was at least more reliable than Yamcha. By 10 a.m., everyone had gathered. Whis also arrived on Earth, as promised, to take everyone to the unknown planet. "Good morning, everyone," Whis greeted warmly. It's just unclear where he found that 373 megaphone used for shopping. Since participants are allowed for this competition, there are quite a few people attending, including Lazuli, Bulma, Goten, Trunks, and Videl, among others. "Good morning." Everyone responded enthusiastically to Whis. "All right, I will now take everyone to the competition venue. Please step into this cube," Whis said loudly to the crowd. Underfoot is the cosmic cube that allows travel through the universe. "Isn't this thing a bit too slow?" Yifeng glanced at Whis' cosmic cube, curled his lips, and said, "If I use instant transmission, I could almost instantly appear on the Nameless Planet. But with so many people here, let's go together. It'll be more lively." About an hour later, everyone finally arrived at the Nameless Planet. "Wow, is that the Super Dragon Ball?" Looking at the Dragon Ball that resembled a planet, everyone had a look of astonishment. Even Yifeng was a bit shocked. Although he already knew that the Super Dragon Balls were as large as planets, seeing it with his own eyes was still very shocking. "All right, everyone, let's head to the venue," which directly made the cosmic cube stop above the Nameless Planet. The Nameless Planet was a barren world, with red rocks and giant craters. It was completely lifeless. At this moment, the god of destruction Kampa from Universe 6, Angel Whis, and other contestants had already arrived early. "Wow, did Lord Kampa build this?" Sun Wukong looked at the luxurious venue and said excitedly. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but miss the World Martial Arts Tournament. The god of destruction wouldn't build something like this. Even if he did, it would definitely be tacky. Beerus snorted coldly and spoke. "Hey Beerus, I thought you were too scared to come." Kampa suddenly appeared in front of Beerus and said loudly. Then, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Very, very familiar. What? That bastard is here too? Indeed, the one who moved Kampa was Yifeng. A few months ago, Yifeng had knocked him out hard on Kampa's own planet. Although it was a shameful experience, he had to admit that this guy was indeed very strong. If he participated in this tournament, it would be very difficult for Universe 7 to win. After all, Universe 7's ace contestant, Hit, had also almost been killed by Yifeng. "Hey Beerus, you're not planning to let him participate in the tournament, are you?" Kampa frowned tightly, looking at Yifeng and then speaking to Beerus. "Of course he will participate. Is there a problem?" Beerus casually dug at his ear and said lightly to Kampa, "Yifeng is the ace of Universe 7, and in order to let this guy participate in the tournament, he has lost face as a god of destruction. Damn it, that guy's strength has already surpassed that of a god of destruction, and you actually let him participate in the tournament? You're just being unreasonable." Kampa shouted loudly at Beerus. "Oh, you say his strength exceeds that of a god? Did Yifeng defeat you?" Beerus suddenly smiled cunningly and asked Kampa, "No, that's not what happened." Kampa quickly turned his head and said in a flustered manner, if Beerus knew, he would be utterly embarrassed. "Anyway, that guy cannot participate in the tournament. Are you trying to be unreasonable? You were the one being unreasonable first." Bestows and Whis exchanged glances, both showing helpless expressions. With Beerus and Kampa together, They truly couldn't stay idle for a moment. Lord Kampa, Yi Feng is indeed from Universe 7. So he has the right to participate in this tournament. You yourself didn't clarify this at the beginning, you know? Looking at the shameless Kampa, Vados could only speak helplessly. Supporting such a god of destruction is really quite exhausting. In the end, Kampa had no choice but to compromise. After all, he had completely forgotten that Yi Feng was from Universe 7. After entering the venue, the two universes returned to their respective contestant and audience seats. It seems that this tournament has undergone a significant change since Frost was killed by himself. Yefeng looked at the contestants from Universe 6. They were all familiar faces hit. Kaba, Kale, and Bergamo. TCH, those guys over there look like a bunch of malnourished individuals. I can't feel any sense of danger from them at all. Vegeta said disdainfully as he glanced at the audience from Universe 6. The only one who made him feel threatened was that purple-skinned guy. Vegeta, don't underestimate them too much. They might be really strong. Sun Wukong said with a grin. He was already getting excited. Moreover, he could also sense that the purple-skinned guy was very powerful. Whoosh. At that moment, Kaba and Kale suddenly flew toward the contestant area of Universe 7. Hello, are you Saiyans from that universe? Kaba asked Yefeng and the others with enthusiasm. Chapter 121. Vegeta's first battle victory. Huh? How do you know? Sun Wukong looked at Kaba in surprise and asked, Don't tell me you're also a Saiyan? Vegeta looked at Kaba and Kale with astonishment, although he found it hard to believe. Kaba's outfit was exactly the same as the old battle gear from Planet Vegeta after it was enslaved by Frieza. Yes, we're also Saiyans, Kaba nodded and smiled. Huh, that's a bit hard to believe. Saiyans from Universe 6 look like this. Sun Wukong said, looking at the skinny Kaba and Kale, unable to believe it. They are completely different from Saiyans from Universe 7. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on us? At this moment, the hot-tempered Kale directly pushed Kaba aside and said to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, I didn't mean it like that. I was just surprised. Sun Wukong quickly waved his hands and said to Kale, Haha, but I can feel that you have a strong energy within you. TCH, that idiot Kakarot. Is this energy considered strong? Vegeta rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong. With just those three, he could take them down with just a finger. They were no different from ordinary Saiyans from Planet Vegeta. Hey, what are you three doing over there? At that moment, Kampa suddenly spoke coldly. Kaba and the others could only greet Yefeng and Vegeta before returning to the audience of Universe 7. It seems everyone is ready. If that's the case, let's start the match. At this moment, Beerus appeared in the air above the arena and said to everyone, Whatever, Beerus and Kampa both responded nonchalantly. Since that's the case, let me briefly explain the rules of the match. First, no hidden weapons or items for recovering stamina can be used during the match. Secondly, the conditions for defeat are to knock out the opponent voluntarily surrenders, or to knock the opponent off the stage. Finally, you cannot harm the opponent's life. If you injure the opponent's life, you will lose as well. Additionally, this match is randomly selected by the gods of destruction from each universe. Now, please allow Lord Kampa and Beerus to send out the first contestants. Vados explained all the rules in one breath. Hey, which of you four is going to go first? Beerus looked at Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan and said. He completely ignored Yefeng, as Yefeng was the ace of Universe 7, naturally the last to appear. Although first, my body is already trembling with excitement. Sun Wukong smiled and said to Beerus, Oof. Vegeta snorted coldly and leaped onto the arena. Hey, Vegeta, that's a bit too sneaky, isn't it? Sun Wukong said, somewhat reproachfully, looking at Vegeta who had directly appeared on the arena. Beerus hadn't even decided who would go first, and Vegeta just jumped up. Of course, Beerus didn't care about that. Aside from Ace Yefeng, they could choose whoever they wanted to go first. Hey, you go first. If you lose, I'll destroy you. Kampa pointed at Bergamo from the audience of Universe 6 and said, Yes, Lord Kampa, Bergamo said, a cold sweat appearing on his forehead as he hurriedly replied. He then stepped onto the stage. TCH, is this the kind of opponent I have to face? How boring. Vegeta glanced at the golden Bergamo in front of him and scoffed. He then directed his gaze toward Hit from Universe 6. That guy was his real opponent. The ones in front were hardly even an appetizer. Hey, are you looking down on me? Bergamo suddenly bared his sharp canine teeth. That's right. Garbage like you can participate in a universe-level competition. It seems Universe 6 is indeed very weak. Vegeta unabashedly expressed his disdain, looking at Bergamo with a face full of contempt. Damn it, what an arrogant guy. Bergamo gritted his teeth tightly, and even Kampa looked at Vegeta with anger. That Saiyan from Universe 7 was too arrogant. Hey, hurry up and throw that damn Saiyan off. Kampa shouted at the arena. Understood, Lord Kampa. Bergamo nodded and then revealed a cruel smile at Vegeta. Since he dared to look down on him, he would pay a painful price. Bergamo's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Vegeta. He then threw a punch at Vegeta. Vegeta, however, stood proudly with his arms crossed over his chest, slightly tilting his head, easily avoiding Bergamo's attack. It looked clumsy, but his movements were surprisingly quick. Seems like you're not slow after all, Vegeta said lightly. Of course, just not slow. Oomph. Is this how you start to be surprised? Then next, just as Bergamo was about to speak proudly, Vegeta suddenly grabbed Bergamo's arm and effortlessly executed a shoulder throw. Boom! Bergamo crashed heavily onto the ground below the arena. Both Universe's spectators were dumbfounded. Did it end just like that? That was too fast. Wow. Vegeta, you're amazing. Dad, you're so powerful. You really did it, Vegeta. In an instant, cheers of joy erupted from the audience of Universe 7. Beerus also slightly raised the corners of his mouth. This guy Vegeta finally got off to a good start. Meanwhile, Comp on the opposite side was already frowning, looking at Bergamo with a face full of anger. This useless fool was defeated so easily, it was truly embarrassing, and he must be destroyed later. However, now the match must continue. Hey, it's your turn this time. If you lose again, I will definitely not let you off, understand? Compa pointed at Gabe and spoke coldly. Yes, I understand. Gabe quickly nodded and jumped off the stage. Mr. Vegeta, please guide me. Gabe said respectfully to Vegeta. You're my next opponent? Vegeta looked at Gabe and frowned. Yes, Mr. Vegeta. Gabe nodded, a serious expression on his face. Just moments ago, Vegeta was able to defeat Berta in an instant, showing that his strength is formidable. Chapter 122, Super Saiyan Caulifla vs. Super Saiyan Vegeta. The battle between Vegeta and Gabe lasted 10 minutes, during which Gabe was completely defeated by the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Because Vegeta felt that Gabe was somewhat similar to him and had a good impression of him, he took the opportunity during the fight to teach him how to become a Super Saiyan. Thank you, Master Vegeta. Gabe, after his defeat, still had an excited expression. He had never imagined he would possess such power to become stronger. I am not your master. Don't call me that in the future, Vegeta said with a proud expression. Yes, Master Vegeta. Gabe was still very excited. At this moment, Kampa's face had completely turned pale. He never expected that they would lose all the first 2 matches, and the Saiyan he feared the most hadn't even taken the stage yet. It seems that this time, they are really going to lose. Damn it, I will definitely destroy all these disgraceful things. Kampa clenched his fists tightly, but not now. After the match is over. Super Saiyan? What a strong power, it's truly shocking. Caulifla clenched her fists, her face full of excitement. Still immersed in the powerful energy that Vegeta and Gabe displayed after transforming into Super Saiyans. As a fellow Saiyan, since Gabe and Vegeta can do it, she is sure she can as well. This time it's my turn. I can't wait to experience the power of Super Saiyans. After saying this excitedly, Caulifla jumped onto the stage. Caulifla? Hey Gabe, hurry up and get down. You've already lost. Caulifla said domineeringly to Gabe. Okay. Gabe could only awkwardly nod, then jumped off the stage. Hey, hurry up and teach me how to become a Super Saiyan. After Gabe left, Caulifla eagerly said to Vegeta. Do you think I, Vegeta, am just anyone? Vegeta shouted angrily. He had no good feelings towards this chattering female Saiyan. What? Hearing Vegeta's cold voice, Caulifla was taken aback at first, then anger appeared on her face. If you want to teach me, then who cares? I can also become a Super Saiyan. Since Gabe can do it, there's no reason I can't. Besides, Vegeta had already taught Gabe how to transform into a Super Saiyan earlier, and she had heard it clearly. Just get angry. Then Caulifla flashed her body and directly attacked Vegeta. Whoosh! Although Caulifla hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan, her speed was still considerable. Vegeta kept dodging her attacks effortlessly. You can't even touch me. Caulifla gritted her teeth and kept swinging her fists, but she never managed to hit Vegeta's clothes. Annoying brat. Vegeta suddenly smirked, then kicked hard at Caulifla's face. Bang! Caulifla was immediately sent flying, her body sliding off the stage for dozens of feet. Damn it! How could this bastard be so heavy-handed? I will never forgive you. Caulifla slammed down heavily onto the ground, her face filled with anger. This bastard doesn't know how to show mercy. Sister. At this moment, in the audience of Universe 6, Kale looked at Caulifla, who was knocked away, with a frightened expression. Then Caulifla stood up again and charged at Vegeta. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly, and his fist slammed heavily into Caulifla's flat chest. Caulifla was once again sent flying, landing at the edge of the stage, almost hanging off the side. Ouch, this hurts. I absolutely cannot forgive this bastard. Caulifla rubbed her chest, her eyes burning with anger. Caulifla stood up again. Oomph. You can still get up? You're really troublesome, Vegeta said coldly. Next time, I will definitely eliminate her completely. You bastard, you will never. Caulifla clenched her fists tightly, then shouted in rage. Her eyes, filled with fury, suddenly turned a light green. Swish! In the next second, a golden aura erupted from Caulifla's body. She instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. What a joke! She transformed into a Super Saiyan just like that. Has becoming a Super Saiyan become so cheap? Vegeta looked at Caulifla in astonishment. Just now it was Gabe, and now it's this girl. In just 10 minutes, 2 Super Saiyans appeared. It's known that he and Kakarot had endured a lot of hardships to become Super Saiyans. Wow, I didn't expect they could all become Super Saiyans. Son Goku rubbed his nose, speaking excitedly. Sister also became a Super Saiyan. That's great. Looking at Super Saiyan Caulifla, Kale said with excitement. Yes, Caulifla's talent is originally very good, so it's not surprising that she became a Super Saiyan. Gabe smiled and said, in fact, he thought becoming a Super Saiyan was difficult. It was just that moment of extreme anger. You bastard. Now I'm going to take you down. Caulifla clenched her fists tightly, feeling the vast power within her body, excitedly speaking to Vegeta. Don't get too full of yourself. Do you think becoming a Super Saiyan makes you my opponent? Vegeta glanced dismissively at Kale. The current Super Saiyan was still no match for him. In the next moment, Kale's body flickered and she launched a flurry of attacks at Vegeta. With a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, Vegeta easily dodged all of Kale's attacks. What the hell? I've clearly transformed into a Super Saiyan. My power and speed have greatly increased. Why can't I hit this bastard? Kale thought in shock. Is there really such a huge gap, even among Super Saiyans? Chapter 123, The Legendary Super Saiyan. Oomph. You just transformed into a Super Saiyan, and this is all you can do. After Vegeta's proud words fell, he grabbed Kale's fist. Then, with a pull, Kale was violently yanked toward him. Vegeta then heavily jabbed into Kale's abdomen. In the next moment, Kale's body flew out again, crashing hard onto the ground, showing a painful expression on her face. Why is there such a big difference between me and that bastard Vegeta, even though we've both transformed into Super Saiyans? That guy's too ruthless. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked indifferent. In battle, he didn't distinguish between genders. Plus, he particularly disliked this chattering woman. You bastard. Kale glared at Vegeta and then shot an energy ball from her palm. She leaped into the air, closely following the energy ball, overestimating herself. After Vegeta's cold voice fell, he casually swatted the energy ball away and then struck at Kale, who was right behind it. Kale's body slammed heavily into Vegeta's palm, then shot out like a high-flying arrow. Boom! She crashed into the barrier outside the ring and then fell to the ground. At this moment, Kale had already returned to her normal form, unconscious. Sister, Caulifla and Kaba quickly jumped down from the contestant area and appeared beside Kale. Sister, how dare you hurt my sister? Looking at the battered and unconscious Kale, Caulifla's previous fear suddenly vanished, replaced by a fierce expression. Crystal tears glimmered in her eyes. Why won't I forgive you? You dare to hurt my sister. Absolutely unforgivable. Caulifla leaped out, directly in front of Vegeta, looking at him with a ferocious face, baring her teeth. Huh. In the next moment, Caulifla suddenly roared. The roar didn't sound like it came from a girl at all. It was more like a frenzied beast. Just another boring guy. Looking at the imposing Caulifla, Vegeta remained dismissive. At most, she had transformed into a Super Saiyan. There was nothing to fear. That Caulifla seems a bit different. Watching the rampaging Caulifla, Goku suddenly furrowed his brows and said, this energy has completely surpassed Kaba and Kale, and it's rapidly increasing, expanding. Oh, looks like there's indeed something different. Whis also spoke with interest. From Caulifla's body, he felt a very evil power. This power seemed familiar, like someone he sensed when he was very young. However, compared to that person, Caulifla's energy was world apart, just somewhat similar. But who that person was, he couldn't remember at the moment. What's up with that Saiyan? I don't know, but she looks very powerful. The faces of the people from Universe 7 became serious, all intimidated by the energy that Caulifla released. What's going on? Beerus looked at Whis with a puzzled expression. It seems this Saiyan is a bit different. Her energy is very special. Beerus also looked at Caulifla and spoke lightly. Oh, looks like a relatively powerful character has finally appeared. The previously dismissive Vegeta suddenly began to seriously assess Caulifla, because this massive energy was impossible to ignore. Then Caulifla let out another roar, and suddenly countless grass-green flames shot out from her body. Wherever those flames went, they exploded instantly. The arena was instantly left in ruins. Bang, bang, bang. When the grass-green energy beams hit the barrier, they made a deep collision sound. What? This color? Watching the flames erupting from Caulifla's body, Vegeta's pupils shrank tightly. He then revealed a shocked expression. The grass-green flames were exactly the same as Mr. Yeffing's energy. Could it be this girl and Mr. Yeffing are the same kind of Saiyan? Not only Vegeta, but even Goku, Piccolo, and others were equally shocked. That girl seems a bit like Yeffing. Beerus frowned tightly. Looking at Caulifla. Not quite, Lord Beerus. Yeffing can control his energy freely, but that's Saiyan from Universe 6. She seems to have mutated after being provoked and can't control her energy at all. Which shook his head and explained. Yifeng appears to be more stable, but the Saiyan's energy is too violent. This kind of energy can easily cause a backlash, eroding one's sanity and turning them into a destructive fighting machine, ultimately leading to exhaustion and death. Is this what the legendary Super Saiyan is like? Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Kaier on the arena. This surge of energy almost instantly reached the level of 920, the degree of Super Saiyan Blue. Yifeng remembered that in the Dragon Ball Super manga, Kale is described as a once-in-a-thousand-years legendary demon Saiyan. After transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan, her power skyrockets in an instant. The difference between her and Super Broly is that one reaches a near-limit level of power instantly, while the other can continually enhance her strength during battle, possessing exceptional learning and adaptability. With a beast-like roar, Kale's body swelled 2 or 3 times in size, her black hair turning grass-green, and her eyes completely white in the iris. Her whole body was enveloped in a grass-green aura. As a legendary Super Saiyan, Kale shook her arms. The grass-green aura shot straight into the sky. Crack! Suddenly, the barriers around the arena emitted a crisp sound, revealing clear cracks. Kompa softly called out to Beerus, his gaze fixed on Kale. Perhaps Kale would be their hope for a comeback, as he felt that Kale's transformation was very similar to that of Yifeng. That bastard. I'll fix it right away, Lord Kompa. Beerus nodded, then waved his staff lightly, instantly restoring the energy barrier to its original state. Chapter 124, Legendary Super Saiyan Kale vs. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. TCH, I hope I won't be defeated by that guy Vegeta this time, Kompa said, looking at Kale with anticipation. The first time he saw Vegeta and Goku, he thought those guys from Universe 7 were just mediocre, but he didn't expect that they were all just putting on show and their real power was actually so strong. At this moment, the arena and barriers have been restored and reinforced by Beerus. Vegeta, I'm going to use your blood to sacrifice to the heavens, Kale said with a devilish smile, coldly addressing Vegeta. It seems you've gotten a bit stronger, but don't think that just because you've gotten stronger you can become complacent. Vegeta snorted, showing no fear, but rather excitement. I thought all the guys from Universe 6 were weaklings. It seems like there's a slightly stronger character now. Kale still wore a devilish smile as she gathered an energy ball in her palm and launched it at Vegeta. You think this kind of thing can hurt me? Vegeta shot it away with a palm. However, at the same moment, Kale's body appeared right in front of Vegeta. What? Vegeta was shocked, his expression changing drastically. How could this guy's speed be so fast? He appeared in front of him without him even reacting. Then, Kale threw a punch, forcing Vegeta to quickly block with his arms in front of his chest. Bang! In the next moment, a deep collision sound echoed. Vegeta's feet slid back dozens of meters, his heels almost hanging off the edge of the arena. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Vegeta's arms trembled nonstop, feeling as if he had completely lost his sense of touch from Kale's strike. A heavy expression appeared in his eyes. At that moment, Kale suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Vegeta again, her right fist shooting out like lightning, heavily striking Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta winced in pain, his body instantly curling up like a shrimp, while almost coming up. Vegeta's father, Goku, Trunks, and others all looked at the situation in the arena with grave expressions. They didn't expect that the Saiyan named Kale would become so terrifying after transforming. Vegeta was completely no match for her. Even Beerus slightly frowned. However, seeing Yifeng's calm demeanor, he felt somewhat reassured. Although this Saiyan Kale was indeed powerful, there should still be a significant gap between her and Yifeng. In the arena, Kale grabbed Vegeta's head, lifting him up like a chick. Bang! Another heavy punch slammed into Vegeta's abdomen. A mouthful of sour liquid was thrown up as Vegeta's pupils constricted. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Then he roared, and a burst of blue energy erupted from his body. His hair and pupils almost simultaneously turned blue, and his aura underwent a tremendous change. Vegeta's powerful energy directly shook Kale's hand away. You bastard, you've completely angered me, Vegeta said angrily to Kale. He couldn't believe he was being beaten by a woman. He absolutely could not forgive that. Kale suddenly grinned and threw another punch at Vegeta. This time, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. So he was not afraid of Kale at all, meeting her punch head-on. Boom! At the moment of collision, the entire unnamed planet shook violently. The arena, restored by Beerus, showed cracks, and Vegeta's feet dug into the ground. Not good. Vegeta has demonstrated the power of Super Saiyan Blue to Goku earlier, so his energy consumption is quite high. Now he's struggling to cope with Kale. Goku said, looking at Vegeta in the arena with a heavy tone. Super Saiyan Blue is incredibly powerful, but it can't be transformed into repeatedly. Otherwise, energy depletes very quickly. And Vegeta, now, can't even exert half the power of Super Blue. It seems he's no match for Kale. Vados also spoke lightly. Meanwhile, Yifeng's gaze remained fixed on Kale, seemingly particularly interested in her. Go Kale, good job. Beat that bastard Vegeta down hard. Kompa shouted at Kale from the contestant seats. Is that really Kale? Her transformation is so strong, amazing, truly worthy of being my junior. Go for it. Kale, give that bastard a good beating. Khalifa, who had just woken up, looked at Kale's transformation with excitement. At this rate, maybe Kale alone could defeat everyone from Universe 7. After hearing Khalifa's voice, Kale frowned, then looked at Vegeta with eyes full of anger and rushed at him again. Damn it, I won't be defeated by someone like you. Vegeta also felt some anger and chose to clash head-on with Kale. However, at this moment, Vegeta's energy began to sharply decrease, and he couldn't even exert 1/3 of his super blue power. After the two fighters' fists collided, Vegeta was pushed back dozens of meters, his feet scraping against the ground. The hard surface was plowed with 2 deep grooves. Meanwhile, Caulifla's body remained as stable as a rock. Vegeta unleashed a disrespectful energy ball towards Caulifla. Bang, bang, bang. The energy balls exploded on Caulifla's body, but they did not hinder her at all. Caulifla stopped just 5 meters away from Vegeta, completely unharmed. She then aimed her palm at Vegeta, and a grass-green energy ball formed in her hand before it shot out in an instant. Vegeta quickly rolled away to avoid it, but Caulifla's speed was clearly faster, as she appeared in front of Vegeta and kicked him in the chest. Chapter 125, Super Saiyan God, Victory. Boom! The terrifying force sent Vegeta flying, crashing heavily against the barrier before bouncing onto the ground. Dad! Goku and Trunks quickly appeared in front of Vegeta, helping him up. Damn! That bastard is way too strong, Vegeta said, clutching his chest in pain. Goten, Trunks, you two take Vegeta back, Goku said to Goten and Trunks before leaping into the arena. Hey, your power is impressive. Let's have a match. Goku assumed a fighting stance, his hands clawed, an expression of immense excitement on his face. Aside from Yefeng and Lord Beerus, he hadn't encountered such an exhilarating opponent in a long time. What a bastard. I wasn't even ready for him to take the stage. Bu frowned as he spoke from the 7th Universe's contestant seats. Originally, he planned for Piccolo and Gohan to wear down that Saiyan first, but Goku had taken matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, on the arena, Caulifla, now in a berserk state, didn't care who her opponent was. Her mission was to take down everyone, even kill if necessary. In the next moment, Caulifla flashed and appeared in front of Goku. What? Goku's face changed dramatically as he quickly instant transmitted behind Caulifla. Kamehameha. He quickly formed a flower bud shape with his hands, and a blue energy wave gathered from his palms. He then launched it directly at the rampaging Caulifla. At that moment, Caulifla seemed to sense the energy wave behind her, turned her head, and single-handedly blocked Goku's Kamehameha. Then, with a gentle flick, she sent the energy wave flying away. Caulifla stepped forward with astonishing speed, appearing in front of Goku and delivering a heavy kick to his waist. Wah! Bang, bang, bang! Painful cries erupted from Goku's throat as his body rolled on the arena, experiencing excruciating pain in his waist, as if Caulifla had shattered his kidney with that kick. Goku, you big idiot, transform quickly. Seeing the tense situation on the arena, Beerus stood up from the sofa and shouted at Goku. This idiot Goku always fights like this. He never knows to transform until he's half dead. In this situation, it was truly nerve-wracking for those watching. It seemed that Goku's bad habit would be hard to change. Yifeng looked at Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground, howling in pain, and shook his head lightly, saying, "Speaking of which, it seems I've also been infected. However, fortunately, I have never dared to be the slightest bit careless when encountering an opponent stronger than myself." On the arena, Sun Wukong, who was in pain and stuttering, stood up, a serious look appearing in his eyes. The Kale in front of him was indeed very strong, so he had to take this seriously. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, skipping other transformations, and turned into Super Saiyan God. This transformation consumed less stamina compared to Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan Blue. Damn it, I didn't expect that Saiyan to also possess the aura of a god. Xiang Pa gritted his teeth, looking at the red-haired Sun Wukong, and said coldly, "Wow, it turns out Saiyans have so many transformations." Kale exclaimed excitedly, watching Sun Wukong. First, it was Super Saiyan, then Super Saiyan Blue, and now a red hair transformation appeared. Although she lost, she felt it was worth it this time, and she was determined to surpass them all and become the strongest Saiyan. "Come on, Kale." After transforming into Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong seriously addressed Kale. "The real battle has just begun. Roar!" Kale shouted angrily, his body flashing as he charged directly at Sun Wukong. However, as the battle progressed, Kale's energy began to weaken. After all, turning into the legendary Super Saiyan caused uncontrollable energy consumption. Sun Wukong deftly dodged Kale's punch. Then, Kale turned around and shot several energy balls towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong could only evade at his fastest speed. Bang, bang, bang. The energy balls hit the energy barrier outside the arena, making a crisp sound. Now, Sun Wukong seized an opening and charged at Kale. But Kale was quick to react and threw a punch at Sun Wukong. Bang! The two fists collided heavily. Boom! The entire nameless planet shook again. The two men slid back several dozen meters, stopping at the edge of the arena. What incredible power! This guy is truly unbelievable. Sun Wukong rubbed his sore fist, excitedly saying, "Come again." Sun Wukong shouted excitedly and rushed towards Kale again. Kale, seemingly provoked, grinned and charged at Sun Wukong. Bang! Boom! Another powerful collision, and the arena cracked instantly, forming a wide chasm. The two retreated several dozen meters again. It hurts." Sun Wukong quickly rubbed his fist, thinking that this guy's power was too immense. "In that case, let us end this." A glint of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and his pupils suddenly turned blue. The red aura surrounding him instantly transformed into blue. The godly aura was much larger than before. Sun Wukong roared and charged at Kale, who seemed unafraid and met him head-on. This was their third clash. Crack! The sound of energy barriers cracking echoed as Kale's body was sent flying back, crashing heavily into the energy barrier, which shattered upon impact. Sun Wukong was also pushed back several steps, his fists feeling numb and unable to exert strength. Gasping for breath, he quickly exited the Super Saiyan Blue form and panted heavily. Chapter 126, The Shocking Instantaneous Technique. After being knocked out of the arena by Sun Wukong, Kale's grass-green aura disappeared, returning to his normal form. However, dealing with Kale had consumed quite a bit of Sun Wukong's energy, especially after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, where the energy drop was particularly noticeable. TCH, I actually lost. Xiang Pa clenched his fists, having thought Kale would be able to fight until the end. Kale and Gabe hurriedly went down to carry Kale, who had fainted from the overwhelming energy. The arena and energy barrier were destroyed again. These little guys truly were full of surprises. Bestows complained as he looked at the energy barrier and the damaged arena, sighing. He then waved his staff, restoring the arena to its original state. "Hit! You are the ace of the 6th universe. You cannot lose again, understood?" Xiang Pa could only pin his last hopes on Hit, the top assassin of the 6th universe. Hit stood up, ignoring Xiang Pa completely, and leaped onto the arena. So it's finally your turn, huh? Sun Wukong straightened up, smiling. He sensed Hit's unusual capability from the moment he arrived. "Get down. You can't win against me." Looking at Sun Wukong's grinning face, Hit spoke calmly, his tone indifferent yet filled with confidence. Even if Sun Wukong was at his peak, he felt he could easily defeat him. Before it even starts, who loses and who wins is still uncertain. Sun Wukong smiled and made an attacking motion. Seeing Sun Wukong's movement, Hit did not speak again. After all, the the final outcome would be the same. Then, I'll attack. Sun Wukong focused his gaze and suddenly charged at Hit, his speed astonishing as he appeared before Hit in an instant. However, this time Sun Wukong did not launch a direct attack, but instead instantly teleported behind Hit, delivering a heavy kick towards him. Bang! In the next second, Sun Wukong's attack abruptly halted as Hit's toe kicked into Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong was sent flying. It hurts! It hurts! Sun Wukong quickly hugged his stomach and cried out. He clearly saw Hit's movements, but at the moment he was attacked, he vanished without a trace. It was as if Hit completely disappeared from this space in an instant. Could he also teleport? Impossible, Sun Wukong thought. I can teleport too, but I absolutely can't disappear completely. Furrowing his brows, Sun Wukong was puzzled. Why was Hit's attack so fast? Unnaturally so. What was going on? At the moment of the attack, it was completely unclear. Vegeta and Beerus were both stunned, hardly able to imagine a speed so fast that they couldn't see it. It's one thing for Vegeta not to see, but even the god of destruction Beerus couldn't see it, which was quite strange. What was going on? Beerus could only look at Whis and asked, "That guy seems quite mysterious." Whis smiled and said to Beerus and the others, "It seems that the fighter Hit, like my Mr. Yeffing, can also manipulate time. Just now, when Hit attacked, his body completely disappeared, clearly jumping through time. This ability is called Time Skip, a unique skill of the assassin Hit from Universe 6. Whis, since you know Hit's ability, you should also know how to counter it, right? Hurry up and tell Goku." Beerus hurriedly said, "If that guy could manipulate time, Goku wouldn't stand a chance no matter how hard he tried." "Lord Beerus, this requires Goku to discover it himself during the battle. It is also a form of training," Whis said lightly while looking at Beerus. "TCH annoying guy." Hearing Whis's words, Beerus pouted. This was not the time for training. If they lost, he would be laughed at by Kompa. Beerus then turned his gaze to Yeffing and asked, "Yeffing, if you faced Hit, what are your chances of winning?" He needed to be absolutely certain. If Yeffing had no chance, he would quickly get Whis to reveal the counter to Time Skip. 10 out of 10, Yeffing said calmly after glancing at Beerus. He had fought Hit before and understood his time skip quite well. Not to mention a 0. 1 second time skip, even with a 0. 5 second time skip. He could easily defeat Hit. That's good. Upon hearing Yeffing's incredibly confident answer, the tension on Beerus's face disappeared. Since Yeffing said so, he must have confidence. At that moment, on the arena, Son Goku was preparing to attack again. However, this time, he had to transform into a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to match Hit at all. Goku was very clear about this. With a roar, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Transformed, huh? Hit glanced at Goku, acknowledging that being able to increase his energy 100-fold in an instant was indeed impressive. However, until he figured out how to counter Hit's time skip, no matter how much Goku's energy increased, he would not be his opponent. Whoosh! Goku's body flashed out, taking the initiative. After transforming, Goku's speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly appearing in front of Hit. However, this time, Goku tried attacking from several angles. But Hit seemed to have no blind spots at all. Goku completely didn't know where to strike. He could only withdraw, frowning tightly. What's going on? I have no idea how to attack. Every time he attempted to strike, he felt a sense of danger. It seemed that after he threw a punch, he would be attacked instead. "If you want to attack, then I'll go first," Hit said coldly, and then his body suddenly flashed out. "I can see your moves." Goku exclaimed with joy and threw a punch at Hit. However, he only hit Hit's afterimage. Boom! Then, Hit struck Goku's temple hard, sending his body flying sideways. He landed heavily. Goku, Son Gohan, and Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. What was going on with Hit? He completely disappeared at the moment of attack. Chapter 127, Rematch. Versus Hit TCH, Goku's body slid to the edge of the arena, but he quickly stood up. He didn't expect Hit to be so strong. He had already been hit twice, and still hadn't figured out how Hit attacked. Still getting up? If this weren't a match, you would be dead. Hit coldly looked at Goku, speaking in a calm tone. As an assassin, he could only show all his strength when killing. "Hey, you're really strong, but I want to give up that easily." Goku smiled, his eyes shining with a fierce fighting spirit. No matter how powerful the opponent, it only made him more excited. Giving up was absolutely impossible. Huh. With that, Goku let out a furious roar and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. However, since he had already exhausted a lot of energy fighting Caulifla before, even in his Super Saiyan Blue form, his energy was not at its peak. Transformed again? Just a useless resistance. Hit remained very calm, not taking Goku seriously at all. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed out again, disappearing without a trace at the moment of attack. Over here, Goku suddenly saw a glimmer of light in his eyes and directly threw a punch to the right. Bang! The next second, Goku's fist hit Hit's chest hard, sending him flying. What? Hit was taken aback. How did that guy figure out his attack pattern? Bang! 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 Hit retreated several steps, barely stabilizing his body. Wow, Dad actually hit. Son Gohan and Piccolo exclaimed excited. Yeah, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and his power skyrocketed. To be honest, after watching for so long, they had not discovered Hit's weakness at all. If they went up next, they might not even last 10 seconds. Go for it, Goku. Good job, keep it up. Beerus shouted excitedly. If Goku could defeat Hit directly, then Yefeng's trump card wouldn't even need to come into play. What's going on, Hit? Hurry up and eliminate Son Goku. Kampa's face showed a serious expression. He didn't expect that Son Goku had managed to grasp Hit's attacks. However, Hit seemed to have not heard Kampa's words at all and ignored him. Goku's attack just now was indeed very heavy, which made him eager to eliminate Goku quickly. Hee, I've already figured out your attack moves, Hit. Goku said with a proud smile. Hit completely disappears for 0.1 seconds every time he attacks. So as long as he predicted Hit's actions 0.1 seconds ahead, he could hit him. Are you trying to fool me? Hit calmly glanced at Sun Wukong. He did not believe that Sun Wukong could truly see through his movements. He then attacked Sun Wukong again. Bang! Sun Wukong retaliated with a powerful strike, hitting Hit's arms hard and forcing him back. Although Sun Wukong's physical stamina had decreased, his strength was still above Hit's. It was just that Hit's time skip technique was quite troublesome. Did he really see through my movements? Hit frowned slightly. It seemed that Sun Wukong was not just boasting, but had genuinely mastered his time skip technique. In that case, let me show you whether you can see through my attack this time. Hit charged at Sun Wukong once more. Your attack is useless against me. Before Sun Wukong could finish his words, Hit's attack landed on a vital area of Sun Wukong's body. Boom! In the next second, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted tightly, and his body was sent flying out, landing outside the arena and reverting to his normal state. The 0.2 second time skip technique. It seemed Hit had really upgraded his time skip technique, proving to be quite formidable. Yifeng looked at the flying Sun Wukong, then turned his gaze to Hit and murmured to himself. Sun Wukong had been too careless. He thought he had mastered Hit's attack patterns and routes, but he didn't expect that Hit had actually upgraded his time skip to 0.2 seconds. Dad, Kakarot, Wukong, what's going on? Didn't Wukong see Hit's movements clearly? Everyone had expressions of shock as they looked at Hit. Beerus was equally surprised as he looked at Whis and asked, Wukong did see Hit's movements at the 0.1 second time skip, but just now with the last attack, Yifeng upgraded the time skip to 0.2 seconds. Lord Beerus was said lightly, this Hit from Universe 6 really seems to be a formidable character. And this is a competition, not a real life-and-death battle. If it were a life-and-death fight, Wukong's personality might have led to him being killed by Hit much faster. Well done, Hit, you're amazing. Just like that, continue to eliminate that guy from Universe 7. Kampa shouted excitedly. Hit was indeed their strongest ace in Universe 6. Sun Wukong had already been defeated, and the next contestant would be coming up. Next, which of you three will go? Beerus looked at Yifeng, Son Gohan, and Piccolo and asked. Son Gohan and Piccolo both lowered their heads. It wasn't that they were afraid of fighting, but fighting against someone like Hit left them with no chance at all. Even Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong had been defeated. So it would be like hitting a rock with an egg for the two of them to step up. They would probably last only 10 seconds. However, despite this, a battle still had to be fought. At this moment, Piccolo took a step forward, but before he could speak, Yifeng jumped in. I'll go. Yifeng stood up and spoke. In the 7th universe, besides Whis, there was probably no one who understood instant transmission better than himself. At the same time, he also wanted to see how much Hit had improved in the past few months. Seeing Yifeng step forward, Son Gohan and Piccolo consciously chose to step back. Yifeng gently landed on the arena. We meet again, Hit. Yifeng raised his head and smiled faintly at Hit. I've been waiting for this day for almost 5 months. Hit looked at Yifeng, frowning as he said, Today, I must redeem myself. Chapter 128. Could it be that the king is coming? Ever since being defeated by Yifeng, Hit had been thinking every day about how to upgrade his flash time skill. Finally, through his relentless efforts, he successfully upgraded his flash time skill. He had been imagining fighting Yifeng again every day to regain his honor as an assassin, and now, he could finally do it. Looking at you, it seems like you really want to defeat me, even kill me? Yifeng looked at Hit, and it seems that the defeat he suffered last time had quite an impact on Hit. Of course, I am confident that I am now capable of killing you. Hit clenched his fist and said confidently. Oomph. So confident, it seems that your time skip technique has improved by more than just 2 seconds. Alright, I'll give you a chance. You can use your strongest move. If you can kill me in this match, consider it a win for you. Yifeng said to Hit with a relaxed expression. Hit's time skip ability is indeed very strong, but that is only against opponents who are weaker than him or of similar strength. However, Yifeng's strength had long surpassed what Hit could reach, so Hit's time skip ability had little effect on him. Oomph, do you look down on me? That's what you said. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Hit stared coldly at Yifeng and said. He then turned to look at Bardos from Universe 6. Yifeng, are you sure Hit can use lethal techniques? Bardos asked after hearing Yifeng and Hit's conversation. Of course, the result will be the same anyway. Yifeng shrugged and said nonchalantly. Since that's the case, the rules of this match have changed. Hit can use his killing techniques. Bardos announced to everyone. Meanwhile, Beerus frowned, wondering what the hell that bastard Yifeng was doing. It was clearly easier to defeat Hit under the previous rules. Why make things so complicated? Damn it, stop underestimating people. Yifeng's indifferent expression made Hit feel quite uncomfortable, especially since Yifeng had easily defeated him before. In the next moment, Hit's body suddenly disappeared, moving with astonishing speed, even faster than when he fought against Sun Wukong. Get down. Hit directly unleashed a 2-second flash technique and attacked Yifeng. Just as Hit's body flickered out of sight, a silvery aura suddenly enveloped Yifeng. Perfect free extreme skill. Your speed is too slow, Hit. Yifeng slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said dismissively. There was no denying that Hit's attacks were exceptionally fast for Sun Wukong and the others, and during those 2 seconds, he completely vanished. However, at the moment he threw his punch, he needed to make contact with his own body and the aura surrounding him. In the next second, Hit's fist brushed past Yifeng's jaw with a loud boom, but it just barely missed Yifeng's body. What? Hit was instantly shocked. He clearly aimed very accurately just now, and with his time skip technique activated for 2 seconds, he shouldn't have missed. Such speed was incredible. It seemed like Yifeng had not moved at all, yet managed to evade Hit's punch. Is Yifeng really that powerful? Sun Wukong and Piccolo were very surprised, especially after experiencing Hit's strength firsthand. Sun Wukong was even more astonished. However, Vegeta did not show too much surprise. First, didn't he know how powerful the time skip technique really was? Second, he was very clear that Yifeng's Ultra Instinct was definitely extremely strong. Yifeng didn't not move. He just acted so fast that it was hard to see. Beerus stared intently at Yifeng, speaking in a low tone. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Yifeng's strength had increased significantly again. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was probably not a match for him now. On the platform of the 6th universe, including Kampa and others, everyone looked shocked. Hit's attack actually missed. Kampa was somewhat better off, as he was very aware of Yifeng's power, and had almost killed Hit during the 6th universe tournament. But the others, like Kaba, were unaware of these things. In their memories, Hit was the strongest assassin in the universe. At this moment, Hit had already made several attempts. However, the results were the same as the first time. He completely couldn't touch Yifeng's body. How could this be? My time skip technique has clearly been upgraded to 2 seconds. Hit looked incredulous. Moreover, Yifeng hadn't even used his transformation or spatial abilities. Since that's the case, it seems I can only go all out. In fact, his time skip technique was not just 2 seconds. He had upgraded it to a 5-second time leap. He just thought that 2 seconds would be enough to deal with Yifeng, so he hadn't used all his strength. Going all out? I seem to have a little expectation. Seeing Hit looking so serious, Yifeng said lightly. The so-called all-out effort was just a 5 seconds of time skip, because in the Dragon Ball Super anime, Hit could indeed enhance his time skip to 5 seconds. TCH, that expression of yours is really uncomfortable. This time, Hit took his hands out from under his cloak, his gaze sharp and assumed an attacking stance. In the next second, Hit's body suddenly flickered and charged towards Yifeng. He almost vanished without a trace in an instant. It wasn't like before, when he only disappeared while attacking. He had already vanished as soon as his body started to move. TCH, boring. Yifeng shook his head. The increase in the flash time skill only made Hit faster and his jumps longer. However, during the final attack, he still had to connect with his own breath and body. When he utilized the Ultra Instinct technique, his body would instinctively dodge Hit's attack when it was about to be threatened, causing Hit's strike to miss again. Just as Hit appeared, Yifeng delivered a heavy kick to Hit's waist. Bang! Hit was kicked away, landing heavily at the edge of the arena. Just as Yifeng was about to end this boring battle, he suddenly felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation. It felt like an overwhelmingly powerful aura, surpassing him by countless dimensions. It also felt ethereal and elusive. Could it be the Omni King has arrived? Chapter 129. The Omni King arrives, uncontrollable tremors according to the plot of Dragon Ball Super. At this moment, the tiny Omni King should be hiding in some dark corner, secretly watching the match, contemplating whether to eliminate the likes of Beerus and Kampa. But why did it seem that Whis and Beerus didn't sense the arrival of the Omni King, while he did feel this vast pressure? Could it be because he was a traveler? That couldn't be. Hey Whis, what is Yi Feng doing? Looking at Yi Feng, who was in a daze, Beerus frowned and asked, "This guy shouldn't be daydreaming right now." "I don't know, Lord Beerus. Maybe he is just thinking about something." Whis shook his head and replied lightly, "TCH, I know he is thinking. I just want to know what specifically." Beerus rolled his eyes at Whis and said, "Then you'll have to ask Mr. Yi Feng yourself." "Ho ho ho." Whis answered with a smile. This left Beerus momentarily speechless. But Yi Feng standing there on the stage lost in thought seemed somewhat inappropriate, right? It wouldn't be so easy to deal with. "Hey Hit, hurry up and take action. Eliminate that guy." Seeing Yi Feng in a daze, Kampa quickly ordered Hit. This was a good opportunity, the only chance to eliminate or even kill Yi Feng. "Kampa, you're taking advantage of the situation too much," Beerus shouted at Kampa. At this moment, Hit was staring intently at Yi Feng, clenching his fists, a fierce look appearing on his face. This was indeed a good opportunity to eliminate Yi Feng, to take him out while he was distracted and kill him. This way, he could restore his reputation as the top assassin. After thinking for a second, Hit slowly relaxed his fists and smiled faintly. If he really killed Yi Feng like this, would he still be the proud assassin Hit? Although that guy was strong, he still wanted to defeat him in a fair fight. Although that might be somewhat difficult. TCH, what is that bastard doing? He actually gave up such a good opportunity. If he loses this time, I will destroy all of you. Kampa gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard actually dared to disobey his orders. If he lost, he absolutely wouldn't tolerate it. Ha ha ha. Kampa, it seems the quality of your 6th universe's contestants is much better than yours. Beerus laughed loudly at Kampa. At this moment, Yi Feng came back to his senses. Since the Omni King has arrived, then let him come. After all, he would meet that little one sooner or later. There was no need to scare himself. "Hit, you indeed missed a good opportunity to kill me." Yi Feng looked at Hitler and said calmly, "Of course, it's just an opportunity, and the likelihood of success for this opportunity is only 0.0000001, or even less." "I think so too, but I would prefer to kill you when you are serious," Hitler replied with a smile. "What a pity, you probably will never have that opportunity." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "Don't speak too confidently." The next moment, Hit's body flashed and directly attacked Yi Feng. He disappeared in an instant and reappeared during the attack. However, the result was the same as before. He did not touch Yi Feng. "All right, this match can come to an end. Your choice just now was very wise." After Yi Feng's voice fell, he kicked heavily at Shi Te's chest. The terrifying force sent Shi Te flying out like a released arrow. Then he crashed heavily into the energy barrier. Shi Te was defeated, and the 6th team was eliminated. The winner is the 7th universe. It was just something Yi Feng expected. "How is it, Kampa? It seems that the contestants from your 6th universe are quite average." Beerus stood up proudly and disdainfully said to Kampa. Although the result was expected, seeing the expression on Kampa's face was indeed quite satisfying. As for the Super Dragon Balls, he had no interest at all. Such things have no value for a god of destruction. TCH, Kampa's face was calm, but his eyes sparkled with endless fury. Clearly, this time Kampa was really angry. "I don't want the Universe Cube anymore. Hurry and take me away from here." Hit walked up to Kampa and said, "You're really good at joking, Hit. A mere lowly human dares to ignore the orders of a god of destruction. You're really something." Kampa's tone was icy, and a destructive energy suddenly appeared in his palm. "TCH, is that really how it is?" Hit frowned, looking at the destructive energy in Kampa's hand, as if he had already guessed that Kampa would do this. What was he going to do? Kale and Caulifla and the others showed fearful expressions. The god of destruction, Kampa, wouldn't really kill them just because they lost the match, would he? "You worthless trash, you've really embarrassed me. I want to destroy all of you one by one." Destructive energy also appeared in Kampa's other hand. Clearly, he really wanted to kill Hit and the others. Hit clenched his fists tightly, staring at Kampa. Although the god of destruction was strong, he wouldn't just sit back and wait to die. Kale, Caulifla, and Kaba also clenched their fists. They wouldn't just let him kill them like that. Even if they weren't a match for the god of destruction, they couldn't just sit back and wait. At this moment, Yi Feng's uncomfortable feeling became more intense. his gaze fixed tightly on the arena. Meanwhile, everyone's attention was focused on Kampa and the contestants from the 6th universe. Only Yifeng was staring intently at the arena. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the center of the arena. 3 faces that were incredibly familiar. That simple-looking little guy, there was no mistake, it was the Omni King, who held the power of life and death over all universes. The true big shot standing at the top of this universe. Looking at that face, one should feel it was quite funny, and he was just a little kid. However, sweat kept pouring down Yifeng's face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. What's going on? Am I scared? Impossible. Mr. Yifeng, could it be that you? Whis looked at Yifeng and then quickly shifted his gaze to the Omni King. Yifeng was so nervous. Could it be that he knows the Omni King? Chapter 130. Named by the Omni King. Lord Kampa at this moment. Beerus had also noticed the Omni King and then opened his mouth to remind Kampa. You all seem quite unconvinced. If that's the case, feel free to use your instant transmission or transform into Super Saiyans. Today, I will definitely destroy all of you. Let you know the power of a god of destruction. Kampa completely ignored Beerus and continued to speak to himself. Lord Kampa, Beerus reminded again. What's wrong, Beerus? You wouldn't be foolish enough to plead for these guys, would you? Kampa glanced impatiently at Beerus, saying that even if the King of Kings came today, he absolutely would not show mercy to this group of useless beings. Of course not. Lord Kampa, please look over there. Beerus pointed to the arena and said to Kampa. Kampa followed Beerus's direction and suddenly widened his eyes, a deep fear appearing in them. Then he screamed out in terror. At this moment, Beerus, reminded by Whis, also saw the 3 figures on the stage. No, that can't be. The Omni King. How could he come to a place like this? Beerus trembled in fear, his voice shaking. You should know that the Omni King usually doesn't leave the realm of the gods. Lord Beerus, sitting so high up, it seems a bit inappropriate to the Omni King, doesn't it? Whis said lightly to Beerus. Damn it, do you even need to say that? Beerus glared at Whis and immediately appeared in front of the Omni King at lightning speed. Kampa was not slow either. Following them were Beerus, Whis, and the 2 Kaioshin from other universes who also landed on the arena, and then everyone except the angels knelt down. Who is that? What is happening? It looks like just a little kid. I can't feel any energy from them. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo looked at the little figure on the stage with shock. Clearly just an ordinary little kid, looking only about 3 or 4 years old. However, seeing Beerus and Kampa, the 2 gods of destruction, looked terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Moreover, the Kaioshins were directly kneeling in front of that little guy. If you don't want to be destroyed, try not to speak now. Looking at the surprised and confused crowd, Yifeng suddenly spoke softly. What? Hearing Yifeng's deep voice, several people turned their gaze toward him. They saw Yifeng with a serious expression, although he didn't display the same exaggerated fear as Beerus and Kampa. It was clear that Yifeng was also very wary of that little kid. Mr. Yifeng, who exactly is that child? Why do you all seem so wary of him? Vegeta asked curiously, looking at Yifeng. From Yifeng's expression, it was clear that he knew the origin of that little child. If you want to live, try not to speak. Yifeng shot a cold glance at Vegeta and said again, Vegeta, shut up. Then he turned his gaze to the Omni King and the 2 guards beside him. Although he couldn't sense their energy, looking at them felt like facing the stars of the universe. In their presence, he seemed to become very insignificant. Was there really such a huge gap between himself and the 2 guards of the Omni King? Yifeng furrowed his brows tightly. He originally thought he had surpassed the god of destruction and was already very strong. However, he later realized there was a huge gap between him and the angel Whis. The sudden appearance of the Grand Zeno and his attendants made him feel an even greater disparity. It was clear that the 2 attendants of the Grand Zeno were far stronger than the angels. The road ahead is long and winding. It seems he still has a long way to go. Warmly welcome the arrival of Lord Zeno. Beerus and Kampa both bowed at a 90-degree angle, respectfully addressing Zeno. Sweat dripped from their faces onto the ground. How could Lord Zeno suddenly appear on this nameless planet? Lord Zeno, it's been a while since we last communicated. I hope you are well. Whis and Beerus also greeted him very respectfully, but they did not appear as stiff as the gods of destruction. Lord Zeno nodded slightly. Lord Zeno, may I ask what your instructions are for this visit? Beerus mustered his courage to ask. This time, I am here to remind you, because you organized an event without permission. Zeno paused, and at that moment, Beerus, Kampa, and the Supreme Kai all trembled in fear. He then continued, the work of the gods of destruction cannot be neglected. Yes, Lord Zeno, the 2 responded, bending their bodies even lower, sweat soaking the ground. Then came a series of complaints from Beerus, and Whis. I originally intended to punish you, but it seems quite interesting after taking a look. Next time, let's have all the universes compete together, Lord Zeno said with his usual silly smile, addressing Beerus and Compa. Yes, Lord Zeno, the two quickly replied. Fortunately, it seemed that Zeno was not planning to pursue the matter of their unauthorized event any further. At this moment, Zeno's gaze turned towards Yifeng. Yifeng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could this guy have discovered his secret? This was quite possible. After all, Zeno stood at the pinnacle of the universe, controlling the entire cosmos. This guy seems quite interesting. Zeno suddenly pointed at Yifeng and said with a smile. Oh no! Beerus and Yifeng almost simultaneously furrowed their brows. They had no idea what Zeno wanted with Yifeng. Yifeng, come quickly to meet Lord Zeno. Although he didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing, since Lord Zeno had called him out, he had no choice but to go up with a stiff face. Well, let's see how it goes first. Yifeng tightly clenched his fist, then directly appeared in front of Beerus and the others. My name is Yifeng. I have met Lord Zeno. Yifeng cupped his hands towards the king of all and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. You seem different from others. I'm very interested in you. The king of all suddenly said to Yifeng. This made Yifeng furrow his brows tightly. Chapter 131. Making friends with the king of all. A blessing or a curse? If that's the case, then he can only escape from here as quickly as possible. If the king of all wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. He could simply snap his fingers to resolve it, or even not need to. Then Yifeng glanced at the audience, specifically at Lotzi Li. If he could teleport and then use the power of time and space to escape, but teleportation also requires a moment of time. In that moment, the king of all could easily erase him. Yifeng began to calculate in his heart. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. However, given Yifeng's current situation, he had to prepare for the worst. Lord Zeno, Yifeng was indeed stronger than the average human, but he wasn't particularly special. At this moment, Beerus quickly spoke up to explain. It should be known that Yifeng was from the 7th universe. If he offended Zeno, it wouldn't only be Yifeng who suffered the consequences. It was very likely that Zeno, in a fit of anger, could destroy the entire 7th universe. After all, destroying a universe was as simple for him as eating and drinking. The 6 universes that had been destroyed before were the best examples. Don't speak. I didn't ask you. Zeno suddenly shot a cold glare at Beerus and said. Under Zeno's glare, Beerus instantly felt as if his soul had left his body. Normally, one would expect Compa to take pleasure in Beerus's predicament or gloat over it. But at this moment, he had no such interest. Because Zeno's temperament was too unpredictable. Perhaps one second he wanted to destroy the 7th universe, but the next second it could be the 6th universe facing annihilation. I am so sorry, Lord Zeno. Beerus quickly apologized. Your name is Yifeng, right? I'm very interested in you. Zeno turned to look at Yifeng, and a smile reappeared on his face. Is that so? Then I'm deeply honored. Yifeng nodded and smiled in response. However, he was thinking about how to obscure this time and space if the king of all were to attack him. You were the first to sense my presence. So I'm curious, how did you discover it? The king of all asked, staring at Yifeng. At this moment, the 2 guards of the king of all were also closely watching Yifeng. Under such scrutiny, Yifeng felt a great deal of pressure, an uncomfortable sensation he had never experienced before. Actually, I didn't detect your presence. I just suddenly felt a surge of pressure. Yifeng spoke frankly. At that time, he also combined the plot of Dragon Ball Super and made a guess. You're really impressive. Neither of them felt anything. The king pointed at Beerus and Whis and said to Yifeng, Huh, is that so? Yifeng had no idea how to respond to the little brat's words and could only smile. You are an interesting person. Can we be friends? Suddenly, the king of all said to Yifeng with a smile. This made Beasts and Xiangpa and others widen their eyes in shock. The king of all actually took the initiative to be friends with a human? Did they hear that right? This is absolutely unbelievable. Did he not notice my secret? Or is he saying this on purpose? Yifeng looked at the silly-looking Zeno and thought he didn't seem like the kind of person with ulterior motives. Moreover, throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball Super, he didn't appear to be particularly clever. However, even so, Yifeng had to be extremely cautious. After all, greeting such a dangerous character required utmost care. Of course, being able to become friends with Zeno is an honor. Yifeng nodded at this moment. It was obviously not something he could refuse. Then, the king extended his hand toward Yifeng. At this time, the king's guards looked vigilant, their eyes fixed on Yifeng. It was clear they were ready to take action at any moment to eliminate Yifeng. Yifeng frowned and could only reach out his hand, then shook hands with Quan Wang. So we are friends now. You must participate in the next competition. Quan Wong said to Yi Feng with a happy expression. Unless something unexpected happens, I should be able to participate. Yi Feng nodded, let out a wry smile, and said, Damn, if I could, I definitely wouldn't participate in such a boring competition. Especially since my strength isn't enough to protect myself. I shouldn't easily come into contact with dangerous figures like the Omni King and the High Priest. It's best to develop steadily, although it seems a bit cowardly. If I don't play it safe now, I really can't handle it. Alright, I'll wait for you then. By the way, when you have time, you should come find me to hang out. I'll give you this thing. If you need me, just press it and I'll appear right away. Then, the Omni King handed Yi Ji a circular candy-like object. Yi Feng recognized this thing. It was the Omni King's summoning device given to Goku in Dragon Ball Super. It seems that, subtly, I have replaced Goku here. Although I really don't want this to happen. Sure, I'll definitely make time. Yi Feng nodded, but thought to himself that only a fool would play with this dangerous little ghost for no reason. I'll wait for you at the shrine. After the king of all said this, he looked at Beerus, and Yi Feng must participate in the next competition of the 7th universe. If he doesn't participate, you will have to accept punishment. Hearing the king's words, Beerus felt 1,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. Damn it. That guy Yi Feng is completely out of my control, and I can't beat him if I force it. I even suffered a loss in this competition. Although he thought this way, Beerus still hurriedly replied respectfully, I understand, Lord King of all. It seems that my dignity as a destroyer will be trampled once again. They'll take my leave now, everyone, goodbye. After that, the king of all waved his hand to everyone, and with the company of 2 guards, he directly disappeared into space. Sending off the king of all, Beerus and Kampa and the others breathed a sigh of relief, finally sending off the king of all, who had almost scared them to death just now. Sigh. After such a commotion, the excitement of winning the competition is gone. Beerus sighed and said dejectedly, he should have been happy and mocked Kampa fiercely, but now he completely had no mood for that. Indeed, this competition is nothing. The next one hosted by the king of all will be the real competition. Kampa gritted his teeth and said somewhat regretfully, it seems we have escaped a disaster. Gabe and the others looked at Kampa and said, because in the next competition between the universes, they would definitely be involved. Sigh. Being friends with the king of all really makes one feel uneasy. Yi Feng shook his head. The excitement of obtaining the Super Dragon Balls had completely faded. Chapter 132. Gathering the Super Dragon Balls. When everyone learned about the identity of little Beerus, they were all shocked. They never expected that there would be such a powerful being above the gods of destruction in this universe. It was truly hard to believe. Hey Vegeta, it seems there are still many who surpass us. We can't be lazy. Sun Wukong said excitedly to Vegeta. It's unclear what this guy was so excited about. For now, let's not think about beings of that level like Beerus. Just then, Hit and Jay walked over. In the next match, I will definitely defeat you. Hit said seriously to Yi Feng. Huh, I like your serious joking. Good luck. Yi Feng smiled, patted Hit's shoulder, and said to him, if you think you can defeat me just by relying on your instant transmission skills, then that's simply daydreaming. It's absolutely impossible. However, I still need to think carefully about whether to participate in the next power tournament. To be honest, I really don't want to see the Omni King and the Grand Priest right now. Master Vegeta, then we shall meet again. See you next time. Jabe said enthusiastically to Vegeta. In his heart, he had already regarded Vegeta as his master. TCH, I told you I'm not your master. But if we meet again and you're still this weak, I'll give you a good beating, Vegeta said with a stern face, then smiled at Jabe. Clearly, Vegeta still quite liked this Saiyan Jabe. Then the people from Universe 6 followed Kampa and left the nameless planet, leaving behind 6 Super Dragon Balls. As they were leaving, Kampa was still cursing, seeming to be in a bad mood. Hey, those Super Dragon Balls are your spoils, Beerus said to Yi Feng while standing on the Universe Cube. However, it seems that one Super Dragon Ball is still missing. It's of no use. Yi Feng looked at the nameless star, then casually shot out an energy ball that hit the nameless star. The entire nameless star immediately cracked open. The crack spread out like a spider web. Streams of golden light shot out from the fissures. What is happening? Oh, it's the last star ball. Once the hard outer layer of the nameless star fell off, it unexpectedly transformed into the last star ball. Everyone looked at Yi Feng with expressions of astonishment. Why did Yi Feng know that the unnamed star was the last Dragon Ball? Even Whis looked at Yi Feng with some surprise. This guy seemed to know a lot of things. It's worth noting that his sister and Lord Kampa had searched for a long time without finding the last Dragon Ball. Yet Yi Feng found it so easily. Furthermore, just now, neither he nor his sister sensed Lord Zeno, but this human managed to feel him. What curious guy. Ha ha ha. If Lord Compa knew that the unnamed star was the last Super Dragon Ball, he would probably be furious. Sun Wukong laughed with a face full of schadenfreude. Yifeng didn't rush to summon the dragon, but instead put the Super Dragon Balls directly into the system's backpack. He really didn't have any special wishes at the moment. However, it's undeniable that the power of the Super Dragon Balls is indeed great. They can even resurrect universes that have been destroyed by the Omni King. Perhaps keeping the Super Dragon Balls would be very useful for him, a sort of life-saving talisman. Although everyone was surprised at where Yifeng put such large Dragon Balls, they didn't ask further after considering Yifeng's many abilities. An hour later, everyone returned to Earth. Bulma had the chef prepare a lot of delicious food. This time, everyone who went to the unnamed planet came to enjoy the meal, including the not-so-popular Satan, who also joined in. Hey, Lord Beerus, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. Is the Omni King really that powerful? He looks so small, even smaller than Goten and Trunks. Sun Wukong curiously asked while eating. Of course, Vegeta and the others were also very curious, but they were not as direct as Sun Wukong. Idiot! Beerus directly gave Sun Wukong a hard slap on the head and then shouted, Sun Wukong, if you don't watch your words, I will destroy you right now. The Omni King is the strongest among all the universes. He can make all universes disappear in an instant. The terror of the Omni King is absolutely beyond your imagination. Sun Wukong really spoke too carelessly. If he angered the Omni King, destruction would come instantly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lord Beerus, can you speak nicely? Why did you hit me? Sun Wukong complained. He was just asking out of curiosity. Looking at Beerus's exaggerated seriousness, Piccolo and Vegeta also understood that the little guy called the Omni King was indeed very terrifying. Sun Wukong, you can be carefree at other times, but you must show the proper respect in front of the Omni King if you don't want Earth and Universe 7 to be erased. Yifeng couldn't help but remind him while watching the carefree Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's behavior in the Dragon Ball Super anime was indeed a bit too foolish. He hoped that the next time he saw the Omni King, he wouldn't say anything ignorant. Even Mr. Yifeng is saying this? Vegeta looked at Yifeng shocked and understood even more the terror of the Omni King. All right, I didn't do anything. At most, I'll just keep quiet when I see the Omni King next time. Sun Wukong said impatiently. After finishing the big meal, everyone felt much better. Yifeng stood by the national railing, enjoying the breeze, when Bizen suddenly walked over. I'm surprised that you even know Lord Zeno, Beerus said lightly. This time, there was none of the pride and arrogance typical of a god of destruction in his tone. I didn't know who Zeno was before, but judging by your reactions, I can tell he's quite an impressive figure. Yifeng shrugged and said that there was no need to tell Beerus the truth right now. Beerus looked at Yifeng, seemingly convinced that he wasn't lying. Are you planning to participate in the next tournament hosted by the Omni King? Beerus asked tentatively, his eyes still filled with anticipation for Yifeng's answer. Chapter 133. The sign-in task is released again. This tournament is extremely important. It can be said to be related to the survival of the universe and absolutely cannot afford any carelessness. Yifeng is the chosen contestant appointed by the Omni King. If he doesn't participate, the Omni King might be displeased, and perhaps the 7th universe will be gone. The current situation is that Yifeng's strength has surpassed his own, and trying to use force against him will definitely not work. Let's wait a few days and see. Yifeng, in fact, he didn't really want to participate in this power conference because he didn't want to meet the High Priest and the Omni King. However, if that were the case, the entire 7th universe might be destroyed. Although this didn't have much to do with him, he still felt a bit guilty about the possibility of losing a universe because of himself. All right, then you should go back and think about it. This time, Beerus didn't seem to have any intention of forcing him. Instead, after speaking to Yifeng, he just walked away. This surprised Yifeng quite a bit, as Beerus was a god of destruction, and the fact that he could speak to him in such a manner indicated that he had already lowered his stance. After Yifeng and Lot Sealy returned home, it was already o'clock in the evening. The two spent some intimate time together and then went to sleep. Early the next morning, Yifeng got up early and entered the gravity chamber to train. After seeing the king and his 2 guards yesterday, Yifeng's desire for strength became even more urgent. He must become stronger so that when he meets the king and the high priest again, he won't be so passive. Ding! System task is being released. Please host go to the future timeline to sign in on the day of Zamasu's assassination. Sign-in deadline is 10 days. Sign-in duration, 10 minutes. Just as Yifeng was training, the system's electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang out. What? Sign in on the day of Zamasu's assassination in the future timeline? This can't be right, can it? Yifeng Sudende spoke in surprise. He had killed Zuno a few days ago, so Zamasu would have no way to find out about the Super Dragon Balls. Therefore, he naturally couldn't swap bodies with Sun Wukong or wish for immortality. More importantly, the Super Dragon Balls were currently in his system, and Zamasu had no way to obtain them. How could he still appear in the future timeline? Could it be that anything done now can't change the current situation in the future timeline? Just like how future Trunks changed the history of Sun Wukong dying from heart disease. But in the future timeline, Sun Wukong still didn't exist. Even if the history of this timeline has changed, the future timeline would still proceed as it originally did. Forget it, since the system has issued a task. You might as well go for it. Yifeng thought for a moment and decided not to worry about why Zamasu was still appearing. He really needed strength right now, and the system sign-in could reward him with many good things. Perhaps it could help him improve his power. After all, going to the future time and space was not difficult for him at all. After a simple tidying up, Yifeng took Lotzi Li to the future time and space. What is this place, Yifeng? Why is it so gray everywhere? Lotzi Li looked around in confusion, unable to see a hint of light. Moreover, the ground was not a city at all, but a series of ruins, like a forgotten planet. It should be Earth. Yifeng frowned and spoke. He didn't expect that Earth in the future timeline had become this bad. Although he had seen the future timeline in animations before, the feeling was vastly different from seeing it with his own eyes. The desolation and the overwhelming sense of despair made him feel quite uncomfortable. It was as if he was wrapped in a suffocating, filthy environment, giving him a sense of hopelessness that was hard to bear. This feeling emanated from his heart, and even with Yifeng's immense strength, he couldn't stop it. Just at that moment, suddenly an energy ball shot towards Yifeng and Android 18. Yifeng raised his head, making no movements, and the energy ball exploded directly. Then, a familiar figure appeared in front of Yifeng. This person was none other than the future warrior of despair, Trunks, who was protecting this broken Earth by himself. Android 18, I can't believe you were revived. The moment Trunks saw Android 18, a serious expression appeared on his face. Just a single dark entity had already turned the Earth into a hellish place. And now the android he had killed, Android 18, had also come back to life. There was no way he could handle this alone. Huh, he seems to recognize me too, what's going on? Lazili looked at Yifeng in surprise and asked, why did it seem like everyone recognized her and was somewhat afraid of her? Yet, she had no idea who they were. Could there be a villain just like her? I'll tell you later, Yifeng said to Lotzi Li. Because in front of him, Trunks seemed to have some misunderstandings about Lotzi Li. You bad guys, I will never let you destroy the Earth again. Trunks gritted his teeth tightly, then transformed into a Super Saiyan, drawing the hero's sword from behind and slashing towards Yifeng and Lotzi Li. However, in the next second, the long sword in Trunks' hand was gently blocked by Yifeng's finger. Hey, we're not your enemies, Trunks. Yifeng looked at Trunks and spoke. At that moment, Trunks suddenly noticed the tail behind Yifeng. Saiyan? You are a Saiyan. Trunks quickly retracted his sword and asked in surprise. No, it's impossible. There are only my dad and Uncle Goku as Saiyans. And in this timeline, Uncle Goku died of illness a long time ago. My dad was killed by an android. So in this timeline, there can't be any Saiyans other than me, the half-blood Saiyan. Who are you? Trunks hurriedly asked. If he really is a Saiyan, perhaps he is not an enemy. Moreover, he had just displayed power far beyond Trunks. Don't be so nervous. Maybe I can help you deal with the Dark Ones. Yifeng said lightly. Upon hearing the name Dark Man, Trunks was first taken aback, then his brow furrowed tightly. Damn it, it's that devil who has turned this world into this way. Chapter 134. The Dark Man Strikes, Trunks Crisis. Help me deal with the Dark Man? Really? Trunks looked at Yifeng in disbelief and asked. Ever since Gohan was killed by the androids, he had been guarding this Earth alone for many years, never thinking about needing help. Because there was simply no one who could help him. He could only fight alone in solitude. Of course, what benefit would I have from lying to you? Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and casually said, but why do you want to help me? Are you a friend of my dad and Uncle Wukong? Trunks asked again. Since you're Saiyan, you might know my dad and Uncle Wukong. I would say I'm a friend of your dad. Yifeng nodded and said, although he was average compared to the Vegeta from the GT timeline, the Vegeta from the Super timeline was quite good to him, at least maintaining the respect he deserved. Although he also had his own demands. However, I want to help you because I feel sorry for you. Consider it a whim. Yifeng thought for a moment and then said. The purpose of coming here was naturally to sign in. However, coincidentally, he particularly disliked that self-proclaimed deity, Zamasu, who acted so high and mighty. He disliked him very much, so he could help Trunks teach him a good lesson. Well, thank you very much. But I still have to tell you in advance that the Dark Person is very strong especially strong, Trunks said, frowning at Yifeng. And every time I fight Zamasu, he gets stronger. This makes me very frustrated. At first, I could barely handle him, but after several joint fights, I completely became no match for him. It's okay. That kind of guy is easy to deal with. Yifeng said calmly. Even after merging, Zamasu could be easily defeated by him in no time, let alone a mere dark being. May I ask how to address you? Trunks inquired. The Saiyan in front of him seemed to be around the same age as him, but was much stronger. My name is Yifeng. Yifeng answered faintly. Then he began to sense the energy of the entire earth. There were two strong energies. One was the energy of ordinary people, and the other was the energy of gods. However, the commonality was the same evil. Well, big brother Yifeng, let me take you to our shelter. The reason Trunks trusted Yifeng so much was threefold. First, Yifeng was a Saiyan, and his father was also a Saiyan, so he felt a natural sense of familiarity upon seeing Yifeng. Second, he did not sense any dangerous aura from Yifeng's body. Third, his intuition told him that Yifeng was not a bad person. Well, let's go. Yifeng nodded and then followed Trunks back to the so-called shelter. It was a dark and damp basement. Inside lived about 100 people, including familiar faces like Bulma, Xiaowu, and Yachirobe. As for the other Z fighters, Master Roshi and Chi-Chi, they were not among them. You're back, Trunks. Seeing Trunks enter, Xiaowu and Bulma rushed over with excited expressions. Huh? A Saiyan? Trunks, who is he? Bulma was also surprised when she noticed Yifeng's tail at first glance. Mom, he is Dad's friend and can help me fight against the Dark Ones, Trunks said with an excited smile. Just being alive every day is already very satisfying. Vegeta's friend? I really didn't expect that guy would have friends. Come on, sit down. Bulma quickly invited Yifeng and Lazuli. Although Bulma recognized Android 18, she was a smart woman, and since Trunks didn't pursue the matter, there was naturally no problem. Yifeng looked at the people in the basement, staring at the dry food, and felt a bit uncomfortable. Although he wasn't a saint, seeing such a scene would evoke some sympathy in him. If he didn't have the system, he would probably be like them, right? Trunks, did you see the Dark Ones this time? Xiaowu asked. Not this time, but they should appear soon, Trunks replied, frowning tightly at the mention of the Dark Ones. Upon hearing the name, fear appeared on everyone's faces. Suddenly, the basement began to shake. Damn it, that bastard is causing trouble again. Feeling the strong vibrations, Trunks tightly gripped the Sword of Heroes in his hand. Trunks, he is deliberately trying to lure you out, Bulma said at that moment. I know, but right now, I'm the only one who can fight, Mom. After firmly stating this, Trunks directly walked out of the shelter. All right, let's go take a look too. Yifeng took Razali and walked out. Boom! The dark figure hovering in the air continuously shot energy balls from its palms, causing the ground to explode with a tremendous sound. However, it controlled its power well, causing the earth to tremble violently, but not to be destroyed. Dark figure, stop it! Trunks leaped into the air, tightly gripping the Sword of Hope, and shouted angrily. Oh, you, the lowly turtle, finally dare to come out? The dark figure turned to look at Trunks, smirking coldly. The so-called dark figure was just Zamasu, who had taken over Goku's body. TCH, this time I will definitely take you down. Trunks charged directly at the dark figure with his sword. He leaped high and swung down angrily at Zamasu. Clang! But the next second, Trunks' Sword of Hope was caught barehanded by the dark figure, followed by a heavy punch to Trunks' chest. Bang! Uffed! Trunks' body slammed heavily against the wall of the ruins and then bounced back to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, there was a huge gap between Trunks and the dark figure. Then the dark figure directly threw the sword in his hand at Trunks, moving at an incredible speed. This time, it's time to eliminate all humans and build the perfect world in their minds. Chapter 135. Do you even deserve to be called a god? It's over. I'm going to be killed. Seeing the Sword of Hope flying rapidly towards him, despair appeared in Trunks' eyes. He never expected the dark figure to become so strong in just a few days. Just when Trunks was almost in despair, the Sword of Hope suddenly stopped just a few centimeters away from his forehead. What? What is happening? Trunks was shocked and quickly turned his astonished gaze to Yifeng, because only Yifeng had the ability to do such a thing. Black Goku also had a shocked expression, wondering what was happening. He then looked towards Yifeng and Razali. Oh, so you brought help? The dark figure said coldly with a smirk. Useless mosquitoes, no matter how many come. It's all the same. In front of God, they are nothing. The dark figure spread his palms, adopting a condescending posture, and said to Yifeng, Trunks, and the others. TCH, what a fool. Yifeng disdainfully glanced at Sazamas, thinking that this guy was truly a tragedy, neither human nor divine. System. Does slaying the dark beings count as completing the sign-in task? Yifeng silently asked in his heart. It doesn't count. The task is only considered complete when defeating the fused Zamasu. After Yifeng finished asking, the system's electronic synthesized voice sounded. Damn, is it that troublesome? Yifeng complained a bit. If it were possible, he could completely deal with Black Goku right now. But since it wasn't, it seemed he still had a fuse with Zamasu. Thinking about it was really a bit troublesome. Science, your existence has polluted this beautiful land. As punishment, I will make you completely leave this beautiful world. After Zamasu finished speaking, a black energy sphere wrapped in a golden halo suddenly formed in his palm. Then it shot directly towards Yifeng. Ha! Disappear, so-called warrior race Saiyans. Black Goku let out a sinister laugh. Soon, the Human Zero plan would be nearing its end, which was really exciting to think about. However, just as Black Goku's laughter faded, the energy he had just fired suddenly exploded when it was still 10 zhang away from Yifeng. What? What happened? Black Goku's laughter abruptly stopped, and he looked at Yifeng with an incredulous expression. Was it that guy who did this? Zamasu, who took over the Saiyan's body, yet constantly speaks of the lowly nature of humans. You really are something else. Yifeng's body slowly floated in midair, smiling lightly at Zamasu. This so-called trainee Kaishin looks down on humans while relying on human power, and speaking so righteousness, truly thick-skinned beyond compare. How do you know about this? Black Goku's expression changed dramatically, staring in shock at Yifeng. Logically speaking, the fact that it had taken over Sun Wukong's body should be impossible for anyone in this timeline to know. What does Yifeng's words mean? Did the dark being take Uncle Wukong's body? How is that possible? Trunks also couldn't believe it. Could it be that Uncle Wukong was killed? Ah, forget it. Once I kill all of you, this secret will be buried forever. The shock on the dark being's face slowly turned into a sinister smile. Then, his body flashed and attacked Yifeng. His speed was so fast that he could rival Super Saiyan 3 Goku. It seems this guy had been constantly improving his strength while fighting Trunks. However, just as the dark being charged towards Yifeng, his body suddenly seemed to suffer a heavy blow and was sent flying out. Boom! He then crashed directly into the ruins. What? The dark being was actually knocked back? And he didn't even see Yifeng make a move. Trunks looked horrified, rubbing his eyes hard, hardly able to believe it. Boom! Whoosh! Black Goku leaped into the air, his face marked with injuries, a smear of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with endless fury. Damn ants! How dare you disrespect a god? I won't let you go. Black Goku charged towards Yifeng again, thinking that the previous incident was just an accident. And this time he absolutely wouldn't be careless. But this time, Yifeng's body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, one hand had already completely controlled Black Goku's head. I don't even regard the god of destruction. What kind of god are you? A half-baked one. Yifeng lunged forward. Boom! 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 The trash exploded continuously, and Black Goku was pressed down by Yifeng's hand, shattering dozens of pieces of trash and being directly slammed to the ground. A mere trainee supreme, Kai dares to act wild in front of me? Yifeng looked down at Black Goku with a tone full of disdain. Even if the god of destruction from Universe 10 came today, he would still press him down and rub him on the ground. Let go of me, human. Don't touch my noble body with your filthy hands. Black Goku was pinned to the ground by Yifeng, unable to move, and could only roar in frustration. Yifeng lifted Black Wukong with one hand and punched him in the chest. Bang! The moment fresh blood spurted out, the excruciating pain made Black Wukong's pupils constrict. What kind of power is this? Just one punch has completely stripped me of my combat ability. Go back and fuse with Zamasu before coming back, with trash like you. You don't even have the right to die at my hands now. Yifeng directly threw Black Goku out like trash. If it weren't for the system's requirements, he could have destroyed Black Goku in an instant. But there was no choice. He needed to become stronger, to face even more formidable opponents in the future. Damn Saiyans, just you wait. The pain I feel today, I will return it 1,000-fold. After Black Goku dropped a threatening remark, he quickly turned and fled from Yifeng's sight. Damn it, that guy got away. At that moment, Trunks stood up, unwilling to accept the situation, and said, Brother Yifeng clearly had the chance to kill the Dark One just now. I don't understand why he let him go. Chapter 136. Let me show you the true power of Super Saiyan. However, Trunks was smart and did not ask Yifeng why he let the Dark One go, as Yifeng must have had his reasons for doing so. If he were to inquire, he might end up offending him, and that would be too foolish. They can't escape. I'll take care of them soon enough. Yifeng returned to Trunks and Lazuli's side, and With Zamasu's petty personality, having suffered such a significant loss, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. It's likely that they will come looking for him again soon. But it might still trouble Brother Yifeng, Trunks said with a grateful expression. If it weren't for Yifeng's help just now, he might have already been killed by the dark figure. After returning to the shelter, he found it hard to get used to the food from this timeline, as Earth has almost been destroyed, and these survivors have all become like street rats, afraid to go out and find food, only able to eat some nearly rotten food, and the like. Yifeng had no choice but to go to Dragon Ball Super Time Space and brought back a lot of food. Everyone was overwhelmed with gratitude and tears, as they hadn't had fresh food in a long time. The next morning, as expected, Black Goku and Zamasu came together because their energy appeared simultaneously. You felt it, didn't you, Trunks? Yifeng looked at Trunks and said, Yes, big brother Yifeng, it's the energy of the dark person. Trunks nodded and said, However, he still can't sense the energy of Zamasu as the Supreme Kai. Let's go. This time we might need you to fight together. After Yifeng finished speaking, he walked directly outside. The so-called help was naturally fake. He could defeat the fused Zamasu on his own. However, as the last warrior of this timeline's Earth, Trunks should participate in this battle. Yes. Trunks nodded heavily, then followed behind Yifeng. To be honest, he certainly wanted to fight. He should protect this Earth and all the people here. At this moment, Black Goku and Zamasu stood in midair, with anger flashing in Black Goku's eyes. As a great god, your current mindset seems a bit obsessive. Looking at Black Goku's furious face, Zamasu said, You're right. Black Goku was suddenly taken aback, then released his grip and smiled as he spoke. As a great god, how could one feel anger for a lowly, filthy human? This is a great humiliation to the gods. Just then, Yifeng and Trunks suddenly appeared in front of Zamasu and Black Goku. Are you here to get beaten so soon? You seem even more impatient than I expected. Looking at Black Goku, Yifeng said with a calm expression. In that calm tone, there was more disdain. Damn ants, don't get carried away in front of the gods. Black Goku, who had just calmed down, was instantly enraged by Yifeng's words. Gritting his teeth and staring at Yifeng, his fists tightened again. Although it had only been a day, his strength had explosively increased. This time, he would definitely torment this filthy Saiyan. Trunks, that green-skinned guy is up to you. Yifeng pointed at Zamasu and then spoke to Trunks. Trunks nodded, drawing the sword of hope from his back and glaring at Zamasu. At that moment, Black Goku suddenly shook his arms and assumed his stance, terrifying red-purple energy erupting from his body. Saiyan, let me show you the hellish fear. Black Goku said with a devilish smile at the corner of his mouth, addressing Yifeng. In the next moment, the entire earth was painted in dark purple. Whirlwinds erupted from Zamasu's center, sweeping out in all directions. The whole earth was shaking violently. Such strong energy. How did this guy become so powerful in just a day? Feeling Black Goku's energy, Trunks' face showed a look of terror. What kind of aura is this? It instantly filled the entire earth. It's a world apart from yesterday. For a full minute, Zamasu finally transformed successfully, surrounded by swirling crimson and purple flames. His strength was almost on par with Super Saiyan Blue. What on earth is going on? Did that guy transform? Trunks asked in panic, his 3 questions tumbling out. It's simply incomprehensibly strong. Don't act like a bumpkin, such trash. I can crush it with a single slap. Yifeng said casually, looking at the terrified Trunks. He wasn't bragging. He genuinely believed he could slap down the so-called pink Zamasu. This power, this immense energy, it feels incredibly comfortable. This is the strength that a god should possess. Black Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan Pink, spoke to himself in self-indulgence. Now, let the foolish ants welcome the presence of a god. Black Goku pointed at Yifeng, as if issuing orders like an emperor. But to Yifeng, he seemed just like a fool. Trash, let me show you what Saiyan power really is. Yifeng gave Black Goku a big eye roll. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and a vast green energy erupted from his body. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. That aura completely suppressed Black Goku's divine energy. What? Big brother Yifeng also transformed into a Super Saiyan, but his transformation seemed a bit different. Trunks looked intently at Yifeng, filled with astonishment. Though they were both Super Saiyans, the gap between them was like one being in the sky and the other on the ground. Trunks, let's go. Yifeng said to Trunks after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yes, big brother Yifeng. Trunks nodded excitedly, and then instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, charging towards Zamasu and Black Goku. Chapter 137, Destruction. Yifeng and Trunks charged towards Black Goku and Zamasu in an instant. Trunks instinctively targeted Zamasu, while Yifeng appeared right in front of Black Goku. Without hesitation, he threw a punch that struck Black Goku's chest. Boom! In the next moment, Black Goku was sent flying a great distance by Yifeng's punch. Of course, even in his enraged state, Yifeng could easily beat the so-called Super Saiyan Rose Black Goku to a pulp. Moreover, the current Yifeng was in the form of a Super Saiyan. Seeing Black Goku being knocked away by Yifeng's punch, Zamasu's eyes widened in shock. Despite having taken over Goku's body and becoming very powerful, how could he be so easily defeated by that Saiyan? Take care of yourself, you bastard. At this moment, Trunks swung his sword, directly severing Zamasu's right arm. Great! Trunks' face lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected to cut off Zamasu's arm, something he hadn't thought possible. Damn it, you filthy creatures. The gods bestowed you with wisdom, yet you foolishly dare to use that wisdom to defy the gods. It's simply outrageous. Endless resentment appeared in Zamasu's eyes. The severed arm grew back instantly. Look, this is the greatness of a god, the powerful immortal body. This is the majestic form a god should have. Zamasu spread his arms wide, reveling in his immortality. At that moment, it seemed he could control everything and become the supreme deity. What? An immortal body? Damn it. How can such a thing exist? Trunks frowned, looking at the completely uninjured Zamasu with a serious expression. It seemed that he really couldn't kill him. But even if he couldn't kill him, so what? He had to beat him down hard. With that thought, Trunks' body flashed and appeared right in front of Zamasu, wielding the sword of hope to fight again. Meanwhile, Black Goku had returned, his eyes burning with fury. Filthy human, how dare you repeatedly desecrate the majesty of the gods? I will never let you go. As Black Goku's voice fell, he swung his right hand, creating a purple energy blade that he thrust towards Yifeng. Swish! Black Goku continuously swung the energy blade at Yifeng, but Yifeng effortlessly dodged it. Is this so-called garbage god really only this level? Yifeng looked disdainfully at Black Wukong. With such power, he could easily erase him with one hand. Bang! The next second, Yifeng's fist heavily struck Black Wukong's face, sending him flying again, a trace of crimson blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Then Yifeng instantly teleported above Black Wukong, delivering another heavy punch to his chest. Boom! Black Wukong's body crashed heavily to the ground. The rubble beneath him was shattered into dust, creating a giant pit 100 feet wide. Black Wukong lay at the bottom of the pit, clutching his chest tightly. Damn, this bastard. Why does he have such powerful strength? Pain and anger were intertwined on Black Wukong's face. Then Yifeng's body appeared above Black Wukong like a hunting hawk. Bang! One punch. Bang! Another punch. The ground kept trembling, the giant pit continued to expand, and Black Wukong's breath grew weaker and weaker. Slap! Yifeng heavily stepped on Black Wukong's face. TCH, trash is indeed just trash. With this kind of strength, you still want to kill me? Yifeng squinted his eyes, revealing a look of disdain. Dealing with such garbage requires not even 1,000th of my strength. I can easily crush him. It's even simpler than squashing an ant. Filthy bastard, get your foot off my face. Black Goku screamed in rage. Humiliation. Tremendous humiliation. He never expected that, after gaining the power of Super Saiyan Rose, he would still be beaten so badly by this bastard. He is the noblest god in the universe. Zamasu, watching Black Goku, who had almost lost all fighting ability. Zamasu punched Trunks back and then flew towards Yifeng. A purple energy blade appeared in his palm, but there was still a huge gap between Zamasu's strength and that of Black Goku. Bang! In the next moment, Yifeng effortlessly caught Zamasu's fist and directly tossed him to the ground, embedding Zamasu's body into the ground. Yifeng stepped on one of Zama's faces with his other foot. TSK, TSK, TSK. You really are quite pathetic. Like a pitiful worm crawling under the feet of the humans you look down upon. Watching the two Zamas struggle madly. Yet powerless, Yifeng shook his head, sighing. Ants, hurry up and let us go. Zamas yelled frantically. This feeling of humiliation was even worse than being killed. How humiliating it was for a dignified and supreme god to be trampled under the feet of the humans he despised the most. I will let you go now. Yifeng suddenly smiled slyly, his palm facing Zama's, as a purple energy ball appeared. Destruction. A deep voice emerged from Yifeng's throat. What? Destruction ability? How is that possible? How could a lowly creature master the skills of God? Seeing the destructive energy in Yifeng's palm, Zamasu was instantly terrified, his body trembling. He was uncertain whether the destruction ability could eliminate his immortal body. If it could, then he would be completely finished. In the next moment, the destructive energy in Yifeng's palm struck Zamasu's body. The terrified screams echoed in the air for a long time, while Zamasu's body gradually transformed into purple starlight, then vanished into the air. Zamasu? Black Goku shouted in terror. How? How is this possible? This lowly creature actually mastered the destruction ability of a god of destruction. The immortal Zamasu was thus eliminated? Chapter 138. Fist is Justice, Torturing the Fusion Zamasu. TCH, it really can't be destroyed? Yifeng frowned and suddenly spoke up. Trunks quickly appeared in front of Yifeng, looking excited as he said, Brother Yifeng, you are truly amazing. You instantly killed Zamasu. That guy isn't even dead yet. Yifeng stared at the purple starlight in front of him, which began to gradually condense. In the end, it transformed into the form of Zamasu. Ha ha ha. This immortal body cannot even be destroyed by the power of destruction. Do you see? This is the form of the great god. Only such a perfect body is worthy of me, Zamasu. The Zamasu that hasn't been affected by the power of destruction is already beyond recognition. What? It can't be destroyed, even like this? Trunks' face instantly turned quite grim. If they can't kill Zamasu like this, then they have no way to deal with him. Yifeng glanced at Zama's disgusting face and kicked the Dark Man's waist directly. The Dark Man's body shot out like a cannonball, crashing heavily into Zamasu. Bang! In the next second, both Zamasu and the Dark Man flew out simultaneously and then landed on the ground. Yifeng's body appeared before the two once again, his gaze cold as he looked at Zamasu, and said, Do you really think that just because you possess immortality, I can't do anything about you? If I want to deal with Zamasu, I don't need to kill him. I can use the power of space to banish him forever to another dimension. Damn bastard. Zamasu furrowed his brow tightly. This Saiyan before him was incredibly powerful. From his eyes, Zamasu could tell he wasn't lying. Perhaps he really could kill him. Whoosh. Then, Zamasu and the dark figure both retreated several tens of meters and hovered in the air, staring at Yifeng with anger on their faces. You really made quite a mess of things, Zamasu, Black Goku said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he spoke to Zamasu. It seems we were mistaken. Humans are not merely insignificant creatures. If we continue to fight like this, our ideals may dry up like morning dew. Zamasu frowned tightly, looking at Yifeng, and said, This human bastard possesses the strength to easily kill Black Goku. Although I really don't want to believe it, the fact is undeniable. TCH, it seems there's no other way. We must end this boring game quickly. Black Goku glanced at Yifeng and then took off the patera earrings from his left ear. It's time for these ignorant humans to witness the true power of God. A crazed look appeared in Zamasu's eyes. From now on, the true God will descend. Prepare to merge. Finally going to fuse? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yifeng looked at the movements of the two, clearly preparing to fuse. After wasting so much time, they were finally ready to merge, and he would soon be able to collect his sign-in reward. Big brother Yifeng, I'll help you. Trunks reappeared in front of Yifeng and said, Step back, Trunks. You won't be able to help in the upcoming battle. Yifeng said faintly, unless a miracle happens. With Trunks' combat power, he can only be cannon fodder in the upcoming battle. Okay. Trunks could only nod and then stepped aside. At that moment, Zamasu had already put the patera earrings on his right ear. In the next moment, a terrifying force pulled the two together, and then a silvery light instantly covered the entire earth. It took a full 10 seconds for that silvery light to gradually fade away. At this time, Zamasu and the Dark Man had completely fused into one. Surrounded by silver aura, their eyes were tightly closed. Yifeng crossed his arms in front of his chest, calmly watching Zamasu display his power. The fusion was complete, so let him show off for 2 minutes. What a terrifying aura. Those two bastards actually fused. Trunks' face turned pale. This power had already surpassed Yifeng's. Does that mean the situation is about to turn? I can feel the two forces within my body merging with each other. Look, this is the combination of the infinitely powerful and the immortal body. This is true justice and law. Ha! Worship and praise me, foolish mosquitoes. As Zama's maniacal laughter echoed, a huge silver halo suddenly appeared behind him. TCH, your show-off time is over. Now it's my turn. Yifeng's mouth slightly curled up, and then he tightly clenched his fists. He let out a low growl, accompanied by waves of low roars. The grass-green aura surrounding Yifeng instantly pierced through the endless darkness. He then completely transformed into a Super Saiyan full power form. What? Yifeng's aura can actually grow to this extent. How strong? It's simply unbelievable. Trunks was already shocked beyond measure, his mouth agape. He never expected that a Saiyan could possess such immense power. Once the sound of breaking the air echoed, Yifeng, who had just transformed into a Super Saiyan full power, appeared in front of Zamasu in an instant. With the grass-green aura flaring on his head, he directly unleashed a heavy punch to Zamasu's abdomen. Bang! Zamasu's pupils instantly constricted, a deep sense of disbelief appearing in his eyes. How is this possible? He clearly had completed the fusion and obtained the strongest power in this universe. Yet he was still severely injured by this mosquito-like creature. Crack! Then, the halo behind Zamasu instantly shattered, lasting for less than 10 seconds. Did you see that? This is justice. Yifeng shook his fist and said to Zamasu, in this world, strength is respected. Strength is the law. Strength is order and justice. Zamasu. Zamasu was filled with rage and directly launched an energy ball at Yifeng. Yifeng casually slapped, and the energy ball was sent flying out. Whoosh! Then with a kick, he directly struck Zamasu's face, sending him flying sideways. His body plowed a wide trench several feet wide on the ground. Chapter 139 Reward. Enhanced Undying Body. Saiyan Zamasu let out an angry roar and stood up again, the fury in his eyes seeming to want to burn Yifeng alive. Of course, this was merely Zamasu's wish. Justice is light, strike me. A god that is too cowardly to punish evil does not deserve to exist. Zamasu raised both hands high, and in an instant, the entire sky flickered with purple lightning. Two massive bolts of purple lightning instantly struck towards Zamasu. Almost at the same moment, Yifeng's body suddenly flashed out and appeared right in front of Zamasu, then struck heavily on Zamasu's chest. Boom! The purple lightning directly hit the ground, sending debris flying and rising into two massive mushroom clouds. Zamasu was forced back several thousand feet by Yifeng's strike, and the anger on his face surged even more. Rage, endless rage. Clearly, humans, such a lowly species, were created by the gods. Why did they not know gratitude and repeatedly go against the will of the gods? Time and again they surpassed the gods. This is absolutely unforgivable. The filthy humans. Zamasu seemed to have completely fallen into a mad state, and a massive purple energy ball was hurled towards Yifeng. Yifeng casually struck, sending the energy ball out of the earth. Then he flashed out again, extending his hand to form a massive grass-green fingersword. The grass-green lightsaber was surrounded by a purple halo. Zila. The next second, it pierced through Zama's heart. Aming. A look of pain appeared on Zama's face as he incredulously stared at his chest. What is happening? Why does he feel pain? Why is this Saiyan so strong? Oh, you look like you're in a lot of pain. What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be immortal? Yifeng looked at Zamasu with a cold smile and said lightly. Zamasu, pierced in the chest, emitted black smoke. His lightsaber was not just an ordinary Super Saiyan energy condensed, but was also wrapped in a layer of destructive energy. Such energy was enough to inflict immense pain on Zamasu. After all, after merging, Zamasu's immortality was no longer that strong. Why do I feel pain? I am immortal. Zamasu exclaimed in disbelief, his mouth agape and face twisted in agony. Then, Yifeng directly retracted his finger energy sword, and silver light points began to emerge from the wound on Zamasu's chest. It was clear that Zamasu's energy was continuously declining. Saiyan, you have repeatedly disrespected the gods and desecrated their dignity. I will never let you go. Zamasu had now become incredibly grotesque and charged at Yifeng again. Bang! Yifeng kicked out, directly hitting Zamasu's right cheek. Half of his face collapsed immediately and then began to rot little by little, eventually oozing out a purple, slimy substance that looked very disgusting. Look at your ugly appearance now. Is this what you call a god? Yifeng looked at Zamasu with a faint expression and said, if this is what a god is, I think it's time to disappear. 5 minutes, not more, not less, is already enough. Then Yifeng raised his right hand high, and a huge purple destructive energy ball began to gather. In just a few seconds, it had already grown to the size of a grinding wheel. Disperse Zamasu. After Yifeng's faint voice fell, the destructive energy in his palm was thrown towards Zamasu. Before Zamasu fused with the Saiyan body, the destructive energy indeed couldn't destroy his body. However, after merging with the Saiyan's body, his immortality had weakened, and now he was easily capable of annihilating him. Ha ha! Don't be so self-righteous, Saiyan. I am an immortal being. You can't destroy me at all. Zamasu laughed maniacally, allowing the destructive energy ball to hit him. Silly fool. Yifeng looked at Zamasu with sympathy and shook his head. Did this guy not realize that he was no longer immortal? And then, amidst Zamasu's painful and tragic screams, the destructive energy completely consumed him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slaying Zamasu for the day. Reward: undying body. At this moment, the electronic synthesized voice of the system resonated in Yifeng's mind. Undying body? Yifeng didn't seem too excited. In fact, an immortal body is quite an extraordinary ability, but as his strength grew, this ability seemed to have less and less utility. It's like his current power. The god of destruction is simply not his opponent. Therefore, the immortal body has no place to be used. People like the Grand Priest and Zeno are not ones he can defeat. However, they could easily kill his immortal body. So this creates a very awkward situation. System: is my current immortal body the same as Zamasu's? Yifeng tentatively opened his mouth to ask. Reply: host, your immortal body is even stronger than Zamasu's. With your current strength, even angels and the high priest cannot destroy you. The electronic synthesized voice of the system rang out again. What? The high priest can't destroy me? Yifeng, who was initially somewhat disinterested, suddenly sparkled with excitement upon hearing the system's voice. He had originally thought that the system's reward of immortality was not very useful. However, if the high priest couldn't destroy him, that would be incredibly powerful. Yes, host, they cannot destroy you. The system continued, but they do have the ability to seal you. The voice echoed in his mind. Although he wouldn't be destroyed, he still had to be cautious of the various means the high priest and others might employ. At that moment, Trunks flew towards Yifeng with immense excitement. The kind of excitement and gratitude in his eyes was simply indescribable. Did you really take care of Zamasu and the Dark People? Trunks still found it hard to believe that the Dark People, who had plagued the earth for so long, had finally been dealt with. Is this even possible? Yifeng was in a good mood, smiled, and said, all right, Zamasu has been completely destroyed by me. However, I don't know if Namek has been destroyed in this world. If it hasn't, we can use the Dragon Balls from Namek to restore Earth. Yifeng looked at the dim Earth and softly said, Chapter 140, Mysterious, Unexpected Guests. After completely defeating Zamasu, Yifeng took a peek into the universe and discovered that not all Namekians had been killed. Moreover, the Dragon Balls of Namek were also intact. Yifeng first wished for the revival of the Earth's Guardian. The second wish was to restore the Earth to its original state. And the third wish was to bring light back to the universe. The Namekian dragon Purunga was quite powerful, and all three wishes were quickly granted. When he returned to Earth, it had already restored its original appearance. It was no longer the dead, grayish scene, but had returned to its former self. However, there were only about 100 people left on Earth now. Brother Yifeng, thank you, really thank you. Trunks looked at Yifeng with excitement, tears shimmering in his eyes. A man doesn't easily shed tears, but it's not until the moment of deep emotion. If it weren't for Yifeng's sudden appearance, they didn't know what would have happened to their Earth. TCH, look at you, a big man, acting like this. If Vegeta sees you, you'll probably get scolded. Yifeng Ly said to Trunks. At this moment, not only Trunks, but also Bulma and Xiao Wu expressed their gratitude to Yifeng. Without Yifeng, their Earth would have probably been destroyed. Suddenly feeling how great you are, saving a planet, Razy Li linked her arm with Yifeng's, looking at him with admiration, and said, having a man who is a great hero feels pretty good. After all, women all have a sense of vanity. Be more confident. Remove the suddenly. Your husband is amazing. Yifeng hooked Razy Li's nose and said, it turns out that doing a good deed makes one quite happy. All right, Trunks. Now go gather the Dragon Balls on Earth right away, so we can revive the humans who were killed by the Dark Ones. Yifeng looked at Trunks and said, yes, Brother Yifeng, I will go right away. Trunks nodded excitedly. In fact, he had only heard about Dragon Balls from his mother and had never seen them for himself. This was because the Supreme Kai had already been killed when he was very young. 3 days later, all the Earthlings who had been killed by the Dark Ones were revived. At this time, Earth had finally returned to its original appearance. However, the humans who had been killed by the androids could no longer be revived, as the Dragon Balls on Earth had limited powers and could only revive those who had been killed within a year. Brother Yifeng, are you really going to leave? Trunks asked reluctantly. Although it had only been 3 days, Trunks was already a bit reluctant to see Yifeng go. During these 3 days, Yifeng had taught him to cultivate as if he were his own father. Well, I never belonged here in the first place. Now that the crisis in this timeline has been resolved, of course, I have to leave. Yifeng smiled, patted Trunks on the shoulder, and said to him, all right, then I won't keep you. Take care. Trunks nodded, knowing that his big brother Yifeng couldn't possibly stay here forever. Yifeng, I sincerely thank you again for saving the Earth and all of us. At this moment, Bulma and Xiaowu also cleverly expressed their gratitude to Yefeng once more. This version of Bulma seemed to be more mature and smarter than the ones from GT and the alternate timelines. Of course, different experiences lead to different personalities. Well, you all take care too. Yifeng waved his hand at Trunks, Bulma, and the others, saying something. Just as Yifeng was about to leave with Lotzi Li, he suddenly sensed a surge of divine energy. Then a huge black hole suddenly appeared in front of everyone. A figure emerged from the black hole. What? What is that thing? Trunks and the others, like startled birds, tensed up the moment they saw the figure appear. Is it her? Yifeng looked at the person in front of him, his face filled with surprise. This person he had seen before in Dragon Ball fan comics, the Kaioshin of time. Kane, how did this guy suddenly appear here? Big brother Yifeng, who is she? I can't seem to sense her energy, Trunks asked, looking at Kane with a wary expression. You'll find out soon. Yifeng answered faintly. Trunks and Yifeng, I didn't expect both of you to be here. Kane walked towards the two, seemingly very familiar with both Yifeng and Trunks. How do you know me? Trunks asked in surprise. He was 100% sure he had never seen this beautiful girl before. Not only do I know you, but I also know that you recklessly travel through time and space. My purpose for coming this time is to arrest you, Kane said, hands on her hips, pouting at Yifeng and Trunks. Recently, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the timeline, and part of the historical timeline has already been altered. I suspect this is likely caused by someone recklessly traveling through time and space, which is why I came to find Trunks. I just didn't expect Yifeng to be here as well. This guy's also been traveling through time and space quite frequently lately. Arrest us? Are you sure about that? Trunks looked at Kane in confusion, then turned to Yifeng. You probably want to arrest us because your time patrol team is short on personnel, right? Yifeng looked at Kaiyan and said lightly. According to the Dark Demon World chapter manga he had read, Kaiyan should have discovered the altered history and wanted to correct it. However, due to a lack of manpower, she had successively tricked Trunks, Son Goku, and Vegeta into being her henchmen, grandly calling it time patrol. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no such thing, Kaiyan said, feeling a bit embarrassed as her thoughts were exposed by Yifeng. Indeed, what Yifeng had just said was the actual situation. Anyway, you two have been randomly traversing time and space, and the evidence is conclusive. I'm going to arrest you now, Kaiyan said with a proud expression to Yifeng and Trunks. Boring. If I want to resist, do you really think you have the ability to arrest me? Yifeng asked. He had no interest in joining any time-space patrol team. Chapter 141. The Great God Official Descends to Earth. After hearing Yifeng's words, Kaiyan immediately frowned slightly, then smiled charmingly at Yifeng and said, You wouldn't resist, would you? What do you think? Yifeng curled his lips slightly, glancing at Kai Jun with a teasing tone. In fact, this time Realm King God, like the King God, held considerable power but lacked real strength. If he wanted to resist, even 1,000 of her would not be his match. Moreover, it was clear that Kai Yin was well aware of Yifeng's strength. TCH, you guy, how can you be so arrogant after making a mistake? Seeing Yifeng's expression, which clearly indicated he wasn't planning to help, Kai Yin said with some annoyance. If Yifeng were willing to join her time patrol team, then any errors in those time histories would surely be corrected quickly. Hey Trunks, you wouldn't resist, would you? Kai Yin had no choice but to turn her gaze to Trunks. In comparison, this little guy seemed to be more agreeable than Yifeng, who was like a seasoned veteran. Trunks looked at Yifeng with hesitation, hoping he would give him some advice. Trunks, if you want to go, then go. Your strength might improve a bit when you get there. Also, you should be able to meet Vegeta. Yifeng looked at Trunks and said, if I remember correctly, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan are all members of the Time Patrol. However, they don't seem to be from Dragon Ball GT or Super. Perhaps they are from another timeline? Dad? Can I really see Dad? Upon hearing Vegeta's name, Trunks excitedly asked. Ever since he saw his dad in that timeline a few years ago, he hadn't seen him again. He really missed him now. As for Vegeta, I do plan to have him join the Time Patrol as well, Kane said, looking at Trunks' excited expression and quickly nodding. It seemed that Trunks was set, but this Yifeng seemed to be a tough nut to crack. Big brother Yifeng, Mom, I've decided to follow her. Trunks looked at Yifeng, then at Bulma, and said with determination. After that, he turned to Xiao Wu and gently said, wait for me to come back. I will definitely become stronger. I will wait for you to come back. Xiao Wu quickly nodded. Yifeng watched this scene with some confusion. In his memories, Xiao Wu, who followed Bylov and Ashu, should be older than Goku and Bulma. He didn't know what had happened in this timeline that led to Trunks and Xiao Wu being together. Hey, aren't you really coming with me? Being a member of the Time Patrol is a great honor. Kane still looked at Yifeng, not ready to give up. I'm not going for now. I have a lot of things to take care of. You can keep this honor for me, and I'll consider whether to accept it when I have time. Yifeng replied. Yifeng smiled and said he still needed to go to the time-space and see what the situation was like now. If the system required him to check in at the Nest of Time, then he might really have to make a trip. TCH, I might not save a spot for you then. Kai-In rolled her eyes at Yifeng and then took Trunks into the black hole. Big brother Yifeng, I'm also looking forward to seeing you again, Trunks said to Yifeng with a smile before disappearing into the time-space black hole. That girl just now was pretty nice, and she seemed to be some kind of deity. Didn't you feel moved? After Kai-In left, Lazili suddenly asked Yifeng. Not all. Yifeng looked at Lazili with a speechless expression. Why did Lazili start to get jealous whenever she saw this kind of woman? It was the same with Bardos before, and now with Kane. Although Kane was a bit cute just now, in comparison, he still preferred the transformed Kane. That cold and mature demeanor was, of course, just something he appreciated. After simply bidding farewell to Bulma and the others, Yifeng and Lazili returned to Dragon Ball Super. At that moment, Beerus and Whis were already on Earth. As soon as they returned, Beerus approached Yifeng. Hey, where have you been these past few days? Beerus seemed a bit anxious as he asked. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you at all times? Yifeng glanced at Beerus and asked lightly. Isn't this guy meddling a bit too much? Do you know that the Omni King summoned you just yesterday? Beerus frowned and replied to Yifeng. Well, he couldn't find Yifeng yesterday. He was almost scared to death. They couldn't find Yifeng when the Omni King summoned him. If that angered the Omni King, the universe could be destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, it seemed that the Grand Minister intended to help them, which is why the 7th universe narrowly escaped disaster. The Omni King? Yifeng frowned and muttered himself. What does he want from me? Anyway, I feel uncomfortable getting involved with that little brat. Those guys can directly threaten my life. Yifeng, the power tournament hosted by the Omni King is currently underway. I hope you won't leave at your own discretion in the coming time. Okay? Beerus gritted his teeth, his tone lacking the usual arrogance, sounding more like he was negotiating with Yifeng. Seeing Beerus lower his attitude, Yifeng could only nod and say, I'll try my best. If something really unfavorable happens, it would be strange if I didn't leave. In the afternoon, Bulma organized another gathering, inviting Yifeng, Beerus, Whis, the Supreme Kai, and Son Goku, along with a bunch of others. There's no helping it. This is how the life of the wealthy goes. However, just when everyone was enjoying their meal, an unexpected guest appeared on Earth. A gigantic purple flower-like rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, the Grand Minister's body suddenly walked out from the rift. Everyone, it's been a long time, the Grand Minister said with a calm smile as he addressed the crowd. The moment they saw the Grand Minister, fear instantly appeared on the faces of Beerus, the old Kai, and Jebbit. It's the Grand Minister. Beerus and the others exclaimed in terror. They quickly knelt before the Grand Minister. We greet you, Grand Minister. The three trembled in fear. They hadn't stayed in their own realms and had now come to Earth, and being discovered by the Grand Minister was not a good thing. Hey, you guys, hurry up and greet the Grand Minister. Beerus, looking terrified, turned to Son Goku and Vegeta, commanding them. Oh. The others looked dumbfounded at Beerus's words, as they didn't have a clear understanding of the Grand Minister. Don't mind it. Since I felt that you weren't causing trouble in the God of Destruction realm and the Supreme Kai realm, I came directly here. The Grand Minister seemed unconcerned whether Yifeng and Son Goku knelt. However, his words made Beerus and the others tremble even more. That must be Mr. Yifeng. Indeed, quite different from the rest. The Grand Minister then turned his gaze to Yifeng and said with a smile. Yifeng didn't understand what he meant by different. Having met the Grand Minister, Yifeng respectfully cupped his hands, but didn't show the same fear as Beerus and the others. Very good. It seems that the overall strength of Universe 7 is gradually improving. The Grand Minister nodded and said. He then shifted his gaze away from Yifeng and addressed Beerus and the old Kai. I am here on the orders of the Omni King to inform you all about the date and details of the power tournament. After the Grand Minister finished speaking, a scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. Now I will announce the Omni King's notification. On the 31st day of the 3,355,603rd year, starting from 157, each universe will gather 10 contestants to head to the Void Realm for the power tournament. The Grand Minister then continued to explain for a long while. However, Yifeng wasn't interested in this, as he was already very clear about the rules of the power tournament. With a month left until the power tournament begins, everyone should prepare well and finalize their universe's 10 contestants. By the way, the Omni King couldn't wait for the power tournament to begin, so he has prepared a preview match in 5 days. Mr. Yifeng is a special invited guest. Of course, if other contestants want to watch, that's also allowed. The Grand Minister finished speaking in one breath. TCH, that little brat, actually singled me out to participate in the preview match? Yifeng frowned slightly. It seemed that this little one had latched onto him. Is this what they call the charm of personality shining through? Thank you, High Priest, for letting me know. I will definitely arrive on time in 5 days. There was no other choice. Yifeng could only agree. Refusing now would clearly be disrespectful to the king and the high priest. All right, I will convey your message to the king. Then I will take my leave. After the high priest finished speaking, he, along with the purple chrysanthemum behind him, disappeared. Phew! Beerus and the others let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling much lighter. The high priest's sudden appearance had completely taken away their appetite. Hopefully, the high priest wouldn't pursue their actions today. Fortunately, Yifeng had behaved quite well today and hadn't scared them. Because of the high priest's appearance, the gathering ended abruptly. Mr. Yifeng, I will come and pick you up with Lord Beerus in 5 days. After Whis said this to Yifeng, he and Beerus disappeared from Earth. Yifeng brought Lotzi Li back to his villa. Over the next 5 days, Yifeng and Vegeta went to the hyperbolic time chamber. He needed to make the most of his time to strengthen his training. However, it was not for the so-called power tournament or the universal competition, but to make himself stronger. Strong enough to not fear anyone. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Yifeng and Vegeta had been training for 3 years. During this time, Vegeta's strength had improved quite rapidly, but Yifeng found it difficult to enhance his own power. It was as if he had hit a bottleneck. Breaking through would require a catalyst. Boom! After collapsing the hyperbolic time chamber once again, they walked out. Sighs at this result again? Dandy and Mr. Popo looked at Vegeta and Yifeng with a helpless expression, sighing. Every time Vegeta comes to the hyperbolic time chamber, he ends up destroying it. I really want to put him on the blacklist. Vegeta, your current strength is probably already above Son Goku's. Li Feng looked at Vegeta and said, at this moment, Super Blue Vegeta can control his aura more steadily. This means that after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he can maintain it for a longer time, and his aura doesn't decrease as quickly. Really? Vegeta asked excitedly, looking at Li Feng. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he never expected it to finally arrive. How could he not be excited? Yes, you are indeed stronger than Son Goku now. But who can surpass whom ultimately depends on which of you comprehends the Ultra Instinct first, Li Feng said calmly, looking at the excited Vegeta. You should know that when it comes to cultivating Ultra Instinct, the more carefree Son Goku has an innate advantage. I will never let Kakarot surpass me again. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, determination shining in his eyes. Mr. Yifeng has been guiding me in Zizai Ji Gong for such a long time. If that guy Kakarot gets ahead of me, then I would be too useless. Let's go for it. Yifeng patit Vegeta's shoulder. Then said sorry to Dandy before leaving the God Temple. He then went to Vegeta's house to mooch a meal, which seemed to have become a regular occurrence. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Whis and Beerus arrived on Earth as scheduled. Mr. Yifeng, the journey for the tournament begins today. You are a special guest of the Omni King, and Lord Beerus and I will take you to the Omni King's realm. Whis respectfully said to Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was now a special guest of the Omni King, which carried quite a bit of weight. Chapter 143, a disorganized crowd that can't get on stage. Well, that's fine. Besides us, will there be others going? Yifeng looked at Weiss and asked, I remember the High Priest said that if anyone is interested, they can go and have a look. It seems that Goku and Vegeta are quite interested too. They might go and check it out. Weiss replied calmly. I suppose other universes will also bring some strong fighters to observe the tournament. It will be a good opportunity for Goku and Vegeta to broaden their horizons and see the strong fighters from other universes. All right, then wait a moment. I'll go get ready. After Yifeng finished speaking, he returned home and briefly explained the situation to Lazili. Since this time, they were going to the Xeno's palace, which was a rather dangerous place. He felt that Lazili didn't need to go. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Whis took Yifeng, Beerus, and Vegeta to the King Kai's realm, and finally, the god of destruction Jebet took everyone to the Xeno's palace. After all, Jebet's instant transmission was much faster than Whis' speed. Wow, it's really exciting to see participants from other universes. If we could fight them, that would be even better, right, Vegeta? Sun Wukong said excitedly, clenching his fists. After the last battle with Kale and Hit from Universe 6, he was eager to fight them again. The thought of battling with all the powerful fighters from different universes was exhilarating. TCH, what is there to be excited about, Kakarot? Vegeta scoffed coldly. The guys from other universes should be pretty average in strength, right? Vegeta, don't be so cold. Sun Wukong muttered. Soon, They arrived at the King Kai's realm. Hey, are you taking us to the Xeno's palace now? Beerus directly ordered Jebet. Although Beerus didn't show his temper in front of Yifeng, his authority was still quite strong in front of others. Oh, I understand, Lord Beerus. Jebet quickly nodded. Today is the grand tournament hosted by Lord Xeno, so there can't be any mistakes. Then, they directly appeared at the Xeno's palace through instant transmission. Everyone, this is the Xeno's palace, which stands above all things. Jebet said to Yifeng, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. The Xeno's palace in front of them looked like a giant character, meaning all, and the style and architecture were extremely simple. The Xeno's palace? It's definitely much more upscale than Lord Beerus' planet. Hey, Sun Wukong said with a silly grin, not knowing where he found it upscale. TCH, this idiot. Beerus shot a displeased glance at Sun Wukong, but didn't dare to refute. All right, you two must remember, in front of Lord Xeno, do not be reckless. And especially do not speak carelessly. There must be no mistakes, understood? Beerus said very seriously to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Although Yifeng is sometimes quite arrogant, it is evident that he still holds great respect for Lord Xeno. Therefore, he shouldn't do anything foolish. Vegeta is relatively reliable and can see the bigger picture, so there's not much to explain. The only variable is Goku, who usually isn't very bright. I'm most afraid of him saying something reckless. Or worse, saying something stupid like challenging Xeno, and then the entire universe would be doomed. All right. I know, Lord Beerus. I'm usually very tight-lipped, you know that. Goku waved his hand and smiled at Beerus. Completely unaware. Beerus frowned and said coldly, All right, let's hurry in. Jebet said to everyone, after the instructions. The most unstable factor, Goku, shouldn't do anything stupid now, right? Just then, as everyone was preparing to enter, several piercing sounds suddenly rang out. And 3 groups of people appeared in front of Yifeng and the others. The 9th universe, the 4th universe, and the 11th universe. For Yifeng, these were all familiar faces. So it's friends from various universes. Hello everyone. Jebet sincerely greeted the people from the 3 universes. However, it was clear that they had no intention of acknowledging him, coldly staring at the 7th universe, as if they had some deep-seated hatred. In the 9th universe, aside from a Supreme Kai, the god of destruction, and the angel, there were the dangerous trio, the 3 Hikation. The 4th universe had the same formation, but Yifeng wasn't very familiar with those 3 fighters. He didn't have time to pay attention to these cannon fodder level guys. As for the 11th universe, it was even more familiar, with all familiar faces, the god of destruction, Vermaud, Angel, Margarita, and the others, Top, Dispo, and Caulifla. At this moment, they all looked gravely at Yifeng. Damn, that bastard is also here for this tournament? How are we going to win? Vermaud's face looked very grim, because he was very clear about Yifeng's strength, which far exceeded that of the god of destruction. Even the strongest in the 10th universe, Jiren, was no match for him. Yo, Beerus, long time no see, but seems the guys you brought aren't up to par. The god of destruction from the 4th universe, Quitella, directly walked up to Beerus, provocatively speaking to him. These two have never gotten along. Beerus had no good feelings toward Quitella, especially since he lost to him in an arm wrestling match last time. Mind your own business. I see that the trash from your 4th universe will probably be the first to be eliminated. Beerus disdainfully replied. He was confident now. As long as Yifeng was on the field, the winning probability of the 7th universe was at 90%. The guys from the 4th universe looked obviously malnourished. Beerus sneered. I heard this power tournament was caused by you 2 idiots, you and Kampa, doing activities on your own, right? At this moment, Vermaud had a flash of inspiration and asked Beerus. His intention was clear, to draw all the attention to the 7th universe. Perhaps this way, the 11th universe would have a chance to achieve final victory. You 2 idiots are causing all the universes to live in fear because of you. Quitella also targeted Beerus and spoke directly. Even the god of destruction from the 9th universe, Sidra, looked at Beerus, obviously with ill intentions. These bastards. Beerus frowned, clearly already planning to target the 7th universe, especially Quitella and Vermaud. Just a bunch of non-entities, nothing to worry about. Lord Beerus. Yifeng swept his gaze over Katra, Sidra, and Wei Mei and coldly spoke. Chapter 144. Targeted by 3 universes. What did you say? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Katra instantly got furious, his fur bristling. He was a dignified god of destruction from the universe, and that bastard human from the 7th universe dared to speak to him like that, completely unaware of his own mortality. Although Wei Mei was also quite angry, there was clearly a strong sense of fear towards Yifeng in her eyes, and she did not speak. The memory of being beaten up still lingered in her mind. As for Sidra, the god of destruction from the ninth universe, he did not seem to care as much as the other two gods. I said you're all a bunch of lowly rabble, what? Is it that I didn't make myself clear enough? Or do you have a problem with your ears? Yifeng looked at Katra and said word by word. This trash destroyer, if I encountered him outside, I might have already pressed him to the ground and rubbed him in. You bastard, I will definitely not spare you. Even if you have Beerus backing you, I will not let you go. Katra clearly had a very explosive temper, tightly clenching his fists and speaking to Yifeng. In his view, Yifeng was definitely acting so rampant because of Beerus's protection. After this tournament is over, he would definitely deal with him properly. Wow, that mouse destroyer's temper is even bigger than Lord Beerus's. Sun Wukong muttered quietly. He is not under my protection. Do whatever you want, Beerus said lightly at this moment. There was still some discomfort in his tone. After all, thinking about being surpassed by Yifeng was really unpleasant. As for Katra, his strength was still inferior to his own. If he wanted to find trouble with Yifeng, he was afraid he would be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Wei Mei looked at Katra with some sympathy. If they really fought, Katra might very well be beaten badly. This is also why he didn't speak up. Ha. Lord Beerus, your universe might lose a participant, Katra said with a sinister smile to Beerus. I'm just afraid that a destroyer will be lost in the universe. Beerus coldly replied while glancing at Katra. Truly, ignorance is fearless. At this moment, the Grand Priest walked out of the Xeno's palace. It seems everyone is here, so please follow me, the Grand Priest said to the people from the three universes. After saying that, he turned and walked in. Everyone hurriedly followed behind. After walking for about 2 minutes, the Grand Priest snapped his fingers, and then everyone appeared in a huge alternate space. In that space, the Destroyer's Supreme Kais, and angels from the 6th universe, 3rd universe, 2nd universe, and 10th universe were all present. At this time, Xeno was sitting on his little throne. Below, besides the audience seats from various universes, there was also a huge arena, which seemed to mimic the setup of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Wow, Lord Compa hit. Long time no see. Sun Wukong shouted excitedly upon seeing familiar faces. Shut up, Sun Wukong. Beerus gritted his teeth and ordered Sun Wukong. This guy didn't take his words to heart at all. Wukong said, please remain quiet, the Grand Priest said coldly after glancing at Sun Wukong. This scared Beerus quite a bit. Then the Grand Priest explained the rules of the Tournament of Power to everyone, and of course, what made everyone change color was that the universe that lost in the tournament would be completely erased by Xeno. What? The universe that loses will be erased? How can that be? Does that mean only one universe will be left in the end? This is infuriating. It's all because of those two bastards, Compa and Beerus. That such a thing is happening. For a moment, all the gods panicked. To erase an entire universe means wiping out the Supreme Kais and Destroyers as well. Who would have thought that a mere tournament would lead to Xeno wanting to erase so many universes? The Grand Priest's original intention was to destroy all the unqualified universes. But after seeing the exciting match between the 6th and 7th universes last time, he decided to hold this tournament of power. Hearing the terrified tones of everyone, the Grand Priest spoke again. Did you hear that group of bastards who spoke earlier? If it weren't for the match with the 6th universe, perhaps all the universes would have been eliminated long ago. Beerus frowned and said quietly. However, it must be said that Xeno is truly terrifying. Thinking about erasing 8 universes together. Alright, we will talk about the rules of the Tournament of Power later, but for now, let's discuss the rules of the exhibition match. The 4th universe, 9th universe, 7th universe, and 11th universe will each send 3 contestants to compete. After half an hour, those still standing on the arena will be the winners. After saying this, the Grand Priest looked at the 4 universes in the audience and asked everyone, no objections, right? None. The 4 destroyers quickly replied nervously. If there were any objections now, wouldn't that be seeking death? Good, then please have all the contestants come to the stage. After the Grand Priest finished speaking, he stepped back to Xeno's side. Let's get started. I can't wait anymore, Xeno said excitedly. Wukong and Vegeta, you two must take this seriously, understand? Because if Xeno is displeased, you could be erased at any time, Beerus said sternly to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Because Yifeng's words didn't need his reminder. Understood. The two nodded seriously. Being erased is no joke. Hey, you 3, once you get up there, make sure to teach those guys from the 7th universe a good lesson, especially that self-righteous bastard. Got it? Katra ordered the 3 contestants from the 4th universe. Got it. Lord Katra. The 3 heavily nodded and looked towards Yifeng. Meanwhile, the 9th universe seemed to be plotting something, casting unfriendly glances at the 7th universe. Are Are you starting to target us already? Then I'll let you thoroughly understand that you will always be an insignificant mob. Li Feng wanted to say. His body leaped directly onto the arena. Vegeta and Sun Wukong followed closely behind. Chapter 145. Super Saiyan Transformation. Shocking the Gods. Whoosh. Then, the 9 fighters from the 4th universe, 9th universe, and 11th universe also jumped onto the arena, surrounding Li Feng and the others in the middle. Toppo and Dispo fixed their gaze on Li Feng. The 3 of them were still filled with intense fear towards him. After all, Li Feng had easily defeated them before, especially since even Lord Vermaud and Jiren had been beaten badly. Although they were quite disdainful of using such a combined tactic, that bastard was just too strong, leaving them no choice but to resort to this strategy. Toppo gritted his teeth tightly and said to Dispo and Kale, "All right, understood, Captain." The 2 nodded. They were well aware of Li Feng's terror. Huh, it seems like we're being targeted. Sun Wukong looked around and muttered since the 3 of them had already been surrounded in the center. TCH, this isn't because I offended them. Beerus curled his lips. That guy Sun Wukong always failed to grasp the situation. It seems everyone is ready, so the overview match will now begin. As the great priest's voice fell, the overview match officially started. Vegeta, you take care of those from the 4th universe. Sun Wukong, the husky from the 9th universe is yours. As for the 11th universe, I'll handle it. Yefeng directly assigned opponents to the 3 of them, and compared to that, the overall strength of Universe 11 is the strongest. If it were up to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they might not be able to handle it. At this moment, Universe 4 and Universe 9 had already rushed towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Huh, yeah. The 2 shouted simultaneously and transformed into Super Saiyans, instantly engaging in battle. Meanwhile, Toppo and Dispo looked at Yefeng with serious expressions, hesitating to make a move. If I were you, I would choose to step down, Yefeng said, looking at the 3 members of the Pride Troopers. There's no denying that you are indeed very strong, but the Pride Troopers never back down from fight, Toppo replied, clenching his fists tightly. At this moment, Dispo was surrounded by a purple aura, clearly having elevated his power to its strongest state. Beside him, Kale also swung his arms, summoning 2 energy blades, his gaze fixed firmly on Yefeng. Let's go, Toppo said, and immediately launched an attack towards Yefeng. Yifeng tightly clenched his fists, and a terrifying grass-green aura erupted from his body. This time, Yifeng did not transform into a Super Saiyan. He merely entered an enraged state. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. In this situation, there was no need for him to reveal all his strength. Justice Fist, Justice Smash, Justice Bomber. The 3 of them launched their attacks at Yifeng almost simultaneously. Trope engaged in close combat, while Tispo and Kaeslar focused on long-range attacks. Just as Trope's fist was about to hit Yifeng, his body suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! In the next second, he appeared right in front of Kaeslar and kicked out. Even in his enraged state, Yifeng's power and speed were absolutely unmatched by Kaeslar. Bang! Yifeng's legs struck Kaeslar's chest heavily, sending him flying. Bang! Kaeslar's body crashed heavily into the audience stands of Universe 11, causing the stands to shake violently. Kaeslar fell unconscious. Yifeng's power was simply too terrifying for him. Wow, so impressive. Yifeng is amazing. After seeing Kaeslar eliminated in just a few seconds, the Omni King shouted excitedly, acting like a little kid who loves a spectacle. Yes, indeed impressive. The Grand Priest nodded in agreement. He could sense that the power Yifeng was displaying now was probably less than 1% of his full strength. Damn it. Trope clenched his fists tightly, not expecting the guy to be so strong without transforming or using Ultra Instinct. Tispo, let's attack together, Trope said with a solemn expression. Yes. Tispo quickly nodded. Since Yifeng hadn't transformed, they should eliminate him before he could. Whoosh! The 2 launched their attacks on Yifeng simultaneously, moving at incredible speed and attacking from both sides, making it somewhat difficult to handle. Bang! 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 The sounds of collision echoed continuously, and shockwaves rippled across the arena. Good job, Trope Tispo. That's how you attack. Watching the situation unfold, Wei Mei shouted loudly at Trope and Tispo. If things continued like this, perhaps Trope and Tispo could team up to defeat Yifeng. Trope and Tispo became more and more energized and excited as they fought. Although they hadn't landed any hits on Yifeng yet, they were not completely suppressed by him this time. TCH, these 2 guys are indeed a bit tricky to deal with. Yifeng defended against the attacks of the 2 while speaking. Mainly, Tu Po's strength was immense, and TC Po's attack speed was very fast with tricky angles. If this continued, Although he could defeat both of them, it might turn into a protracted battle. In that case, let's show a little bit of power. Yifeng's expression became serious, and he tightly clenched his fists. With a loud roar, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. That powerful aura directly pushed back Topo and Dispo, who were about to attack, for dozens of meters. Deep footprints were left on the hard arena. How amazing! Yifeng has transformed. The Omni King looked at Yifeng with excitement, exclaiming, "What? That guy just transformed. How could his power increase so dramatically? This guy's aura is comparable to that of a deity, almost uncontrollable." At the moment Yifeng transformed, the gods were shocked. They looked at Yifeng in disbelief. A simple transformation seemed to have instantly boosted his power by hundreds of times. Meanwhile, the expressions of Vermaud from Universe 11 and Kutra from Universe 4 were very grim. Especially Kutra, who did not expect Yifeng to be so terrifying. No wonder he was so arrogant outside the Omni King's palace. Chapter 146. The Great Priest's Attention. Is this little bit of power enough to shock you all like this? I really look forward to the scene when the power tournament begins. Watching your jaws drop to the ground. Seeing the terrified faces of the other universe kings and destroyers, Beerus spoke proudly. It should be noted that Yifeng, merely transformed into a Super Saiyan, had only displayed 1,000th of his power, or even less. Perfected Ultra Instinct, spatial abilities, destructive power. Yifeng had not even unleashed these yet. At this moment, Yifeng was shining on the arena, and Beerus was smugly pleased, seemingly more excited than when he was showing off himself. At this time on the arena, Topo and Dispo both frowned tightly. They could naturally sense that Yifeng's aura far exceeded theirs. If this continued, their hope of defeating Yifeng seemed rather bleak. "Dispo, attack with all your strength," Topo commanded Dispo. The two then attacked Yifeng with the fastest speed and strongest power. One from the left and one from the right, one punch and one kick. Justice Kick, Justice Iron Fist. They both launched their attacks at Yifeng. Bang, bang. The next second, a deep collision sound rang out. The crowd was astonished to see that both of their attacks were easily blocked by Yifeng. One hand blocked Dispo's Justice Kick, while the other hand blocked Topo's Justice Iron Fist. "Your power is really too weak." After Yifeng's cold voice fell, he directly grabbed the wrists and ankles of Tizpa and Tuapa simultaneously, then forcefully slammed them onto the arena. Boom! The entire arena shook violently, and the bodies of Tizpa and Tuapa were directly buried into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Clear cracks instantly appeared on the arena, extending all the way to the edge. It seems that the 10th universe is about to lose soon. The Grand Priest glanced at Yifeng on the arena and said, "Although Tizpa and Tuapa both possess tremendous power, they are clearly far behind Yifeng. This Yifeng is indeed somewhat extraordinary. As just a human, his strength has surpassed that of a god of destruction. It seems that I should pay close attention to this little guy in the future. If necessary, I can cultivate him a bit." Yifeng also sensed the gaze of the Great Priest, but he was unsure what he was thinking. A few seconds later, Tispo and Topo stood up, their energy clearly diminished. Moreover, they had sustained injuries of varying degrees. "Damn, this bastard has become even stronger than before." Topo frowned tightly and said to Yifeng, "Half a month ago, Yifeng's strength was definitely not this powerful. At least, he wouldn't have been able to make himself." And Tispo looked so disheveled with just one transformation, looking at the two of them in such a sorry state. Yifeng didn't want this meaningless battle to continue, so he directly gathered a grass-green energy ball in his palm. Then he hurled it at Topo and Tispo. "Tispo, use all your strength. You must block it." Topo shouted to Tispo. The energy ball flashed out and instantly struck Tispo and Topo's bodies, the terrifying impact directly knocking both of them off the stage. They had no chance to resist at all. The next moment, Tispo and Topo appeared in the audience seats of Universe 11. "I'm sorry, Lord Waymead. Lord Kai, we lost," Topo and Tispo said with their heads lowered, looking guilty. They never expected that their Universe 11 would be the first universe to be eliminated. Don't mind it, this was an expected outcome. That guy Yifeng is not someone you can handle. Waymead had no intention of blaming Topo and Tispo, because he had fought Yifeng before. He naturally knew how powerful he was, and that they were not a match for him. However, despite this, Waymead did not give up on the chance to win the power tournament, because they still had their strongest trump card, Jiren. Ever since Jiren was defeated by Yifeng, he had been training hard, and being a genius, his strength had already advanced further. Moreover, there was still nearly a month until the power tournament began. By then, Jiren would definitely be very strong, and it would be hard to say who would win against Yifeng. TCH, that bastard actually defeated the two from Universe 10 so easily. Quitra's face was very grim, because he knew that Topo and Tispo from Universe 11 possessed strength close to that of a god of destruction. He never expected them to be eliminated so easily by that Yifeng. It seems that in the power tournament a month later, Universe 4 must stand out. Yifeng must be eliminated. At this thought, a sinister look appeared in Quitra's eyes. No matter how strong humans are, they are nothing compared to the destructive power of the god of destruction. Universe 11, eliminated. The calm voice of the great priest fell, and everyone's gaze turned to Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng had become the key to victory on the arena. Everyone had witnessed the strength of Topo and Dispo, which absolutely surpassed the overall strength of Universe 4 and Universe 9. Since Yifeng could easily eliminate Universe 11, he could also eliminate the other two universes. Ninke, you deal with that troublesome guy. Leave him to us. Remember to cleverly use your immense power and, if necessary, take them down with you. Xiao Sa from Universe 7 whispered to Ning Ke. Understood. The tall Ning Ke nodded and suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng. As long as he could knock this guy off the stage, even if he himself was eliminated, it would still be worth it. He your opponent. Just as Ning Ke appeared in front of Yifeng, before he could finish his sentence, Yifeng struck Ning Ke right in the forehead, sending him crashing down like a meteor towards Quitra. Quitra frowned and quickly intervened to catch Ning Ke, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Yifeng. This bastard is definitely doing it on purpose. Almost at the same moment, Vegeta simultaneously eliminated Xiao Sa in marriage. Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng's body flickered again, and three deep voices sounded simultaneously, causing the dangerous trio to be directly sent flying off the stage. That guy Sun Wukong is really dragging things out. Hey Yifeng, what are you doing? I was just getting into the fun, Sun Wukong said with a face full of complaints. Yifeng didn't bother to pay attention to Sun Wukong and directly returned to the audience seats of Universe 7. This guy Sun Wukong, aside from Vegeta, seems to be able to fight with anyone with great enthusiasm. Chapter 147, delicious as Quitter's provocation. Okay, the overview match has concluded, and the final winner is Universe 7. The Grand Priest's voice rang out. However, Beerus and Yifeng didn't feel happy about it, because there were no reward for winning such a match. So winning or losing didn't have much significance. Huh, is that it? The Grand Priest. The Omni King looked puzzled at the Grand Priest and asked. It only lasted a few minutes, and it's over. That's too fast. It was not satisfying at all. Yes, Your Majesty, the overview match has ended. The Grand Priest turned and respectfully addressed the Omni King. But it ended too quickly. I haven't seen enough, and their strengths are not as strong as Yifeng's, which is a bit boring. The Omni King complained a little. It seems that the competitors from other universes are not on the same level as Yifeng at all. Is that so? Then what should we do? The Grand Priest was also a bit troubled, as this overview match indeed lacked excitement. Yifeng's strength was too overwhelming. I want to watch more. I want to watch more. The Omni King acted like a dissatisfied child, starting to act spoiled toward the Grand Priest. Well then, since that's the case, let's have all the gods of destruction participate in another overview match. The Grand Priest thought for a moment, then looked at all the gods of destruction and spoke. The previous match indeed lacked excitement, and aside from Yifeng, the others were relatively weak. Even Topo and Dispo seemed lacking compared to Yifeng. Yeah, you're the best, Grand Priest. Hearing the Grand Priest's suggestion, the Omni King danced with excitement. What? They actually want all the gods of destruction to participate in the match? The gods of destruction all doubted if they heard wrong. Since His Majesty wants to watch, then all gods of destruction, please come to the stage. The Grand Priest looked at the gods of destruction and said, although everyone was reluctant to go up, they dared not defy the orders of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, so they could only appear on the stage one by one. Huh, Grand Priest, is Yifeng not participating in this overview match? The Omni King suddenly asked. Hearing that childish voice, Yifeng frowned tightly. Although he was not afraid of the so-called gods of destruction, in such a place, it was better to avoid showing off, if possible. It was unavoidable just now, and those guys were too weak. But if he defeated the gods of destruction in front of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, that seemed a bit inappropriate. Your Majesty, although Yifeng is very strong, this is a battle between gods of destruction. The Grand Priest could only respond to the Omni King like this. He couldn't understand why the Omni King insisted on watching Yifeng's battle. I want to see Yifeng fight against the gods of destruction. Is that okay? Grand Priest. The Omni King was like a persistent little child, seemingly adamant. But since he expressed his desire to watch, no one could really stop him, including the Grand Priest. Well then, the Grand Priest could only nod and then look at Yi Feng and say, "Mr. Yi Feng, we hope you can fight against the gods of destruction next. I believe with your strength, you won't be at a disadvantage." Yi Feng looked speechless. Could he refuse? It was obviously impossible. Then Yi Feng could only leap onto the arena. "All right, everyone, I'm going to change the rules of this tournament. All gods of destruction cannot use their destructive powers," the Grand Priest said to the crowd. After all, a human like Yi Feng was participating in the competition. No destructive energy? It doesn't matter, since no one can use it anyway. Allowing a human to participate in the battle among gods of destruction, this guy is really not an ordinary person. On the arena, the other gods of destruction began to whisper among themselves. The gods of destruction from Universe 1, Universe 5, and Universe 8 felt nothing special about it. It was just to please the Omni King. However, the gods of destruction from Universe 10, Vermaud, and Universe 4, Katra, had a strong hatred in their eyes as they looked at Yi Feng. After all, one had been beaten up by Yi Feng before, and the other had just been humiliated by him. The two exchanged glances and could see each other's thoughts in their eyes. Clearly, they were preparing to target Yi Feng. "You two foolish beings, don't provoke me, or I won't let you off easily." Yi Feng glanced at Katra and Wei Meida, secretly thinking to himself, if they really wanted to target him at that time, he would have no choice but to unleash all his power and take them down. It seems everyone is ready. So let the tournament officially begin. With the High Priest's command, the 12 destroyers and Yi Feng immediately engaged in battle. However, Beerus was very clever. He stayed close to Yi Feng during the fight. The reason was simple. His relationship with all the destroyers was not very good. This stemmed from an incident billions of years ago when the Omni King reported a hide-and-seek tournament that involved all the universes as the playing field. He had fallen asleep during the competition and slept for 50 years, which made the Omni King furious and nearly led to the destruction of all the universes. Since then, all the destroyers had not looked favorably upon him, and now that there was this opportunity, those guys would clearly target him. Moreover, with Yi Feng's strength capable of threatening the survival of other universes, it was sure to irritate all the destroyers. "Be careful, Yi Feng, we might be targeted next," Beerus quietly reminded him. It was something expected, but he wondered who would be the first unfortunate one. Yi Feng smiled faintly and said, "If they want to target me, then I have no choice but to throw them all off the stage." Almost at the moment Yi Feng's voice fell, Quitella suddenly threw a punch at him. Yi Feng dodged Quitella's punch on one side of his body. Did it appear? An annoying old mouse. Yi Feng frowned and looked at Quitella, coldly saying, just then, a golden energy card flew towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding that energy card. "Delicious," he remarked. "It seems you haven't learned your lesson from the last repair." Chapter 148, Bestows' Interest. Yi Feng looked coldly at Wei Meida and said, "Although I had already anticipated that someone would unite against me, I didn't expect you to be so oblivious to your own situation after witnessing my strength. Arrogant fool, do you think you can handle several gods of destruction at once? 2, 3, or 4? Wei Meida was clearly not afraid of Yi Feng at this moment, and coldly asked, "This so-called comprehensive competition among the gods of destruction is actually just a competition from other universes targeting Universe 7. There's no denying that Yi Feng is indeed very strong, but can he handle several gods of destruction at the same time? Several? They are all trash. Do you think I care about the quantity?" Yefeng coldly glanced at Quitella and Wei Mei, speaking unruly. To be honest, he really didn't take the destroyers seriously. In a real battle, he could probably kill them with ease. "You really are something else, an arrogant bastard who has lost all sense of propriety." Quitella was already losing patience. A human being, so audacious as to compare a mighty destroyer to trash, was something he had never heard before and could not tolerate. Then, with a flash, Tetra moved out and once again launched an attack on Yefeng. Yefeng tightly clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Accompanied by a roar, the entire arena and even the sky were illuminated in grass green. At this moment, Yefeng had transformed into the full energy form of a Super Saiyan, and the whole sky had changed color. Yefeng is so impressive. Watching the changed sky, the Omni King jumped up in excitement. Yi Feng really hasn't disappointed himself. At this moment, the gods of destruction from other universes are shocked beyond belief. It's almost impossible to believe that a human from Universe 7 could reach such a level. Perhaps he has already surpassed the strength of a god of destruction. Even some angels are watching Yi Feng in disbelief, as this guy is indeed hard to contain. "Weiss, it seems that your universe's Yi Feng has become even stronger. Bestows approached the audience section of Universe 7 and said to Weiss with a smile, "Yes, sister, he is indeed very special. He has even reached a perfect level of Ultra Instinct." Weiss replied with a faint smile. "One interesting little guy. I'm a bit envious of your Universe 7. Bestows said again. "Oh, is that so, sister? After Universe 6 is eliminated, you can apply to come over." Weiss was momentarily stunned before speaking. "I've never seen you show interest in anyone, especially since Yifeng is just a human." "Well, I have that plan too." Hee hee. After Bestows finished speaking, she quietly smiled. Then she turned her gaze to the arena. At that moment on the arena, all the gods of destruction except for Beerus and Kampa were looking at Yifeng in disbelief. They felt that, in terms of power, this strength has already surpassed them as gods of destruction. TCH, that bastard has actually gotten stronger again. No wonder he's so arrogant. The attacking Katra suddenly stopped, furrowing his brows tightly and muttering to himself. "Wymide, let's go together and quickly eliminate this guy." Although he was very reluctant to admit it, he found it difficult to eliminate this annoying guy with his own strength. Moreover, the Grand Priest forbade them from using destructive energy, which was quite frustrating. Wymide nodded, and then almost simultaneously launched towards Yifeng. Whoosh! The speed of the two was very fast, almost turning into a black line at the moment of attack. Although Son Goku and Vegeta have successfully comprehended the realm of the gods, they still cannot see the figures of Wymide and Katra. Yifeng was constantly dodging as well. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was continuously exploding, with massive sinkholes appearing one after another, but they quickly disappeared after appearing. Clearly, the High Priest was trying to ensure that Zeno had a more enjoyable viewing experience by minimizing dust and large explosions on the arena. Bang, bang. Suddenly, Wei Mei and Quitra's fists collided heavily with Yifeng. Both of them were pushed back several dozen meters, while Yifeng staggered back 7 or 8 steps. It was evident that even with the combined efforts of the two gods of destruction, they were unable to gain any advantage over Yifeng. So powerful. Yifeng is amazing, High Priest. The two gods of destruction can't even beat him, Zeno said excitedly to the High Priest. He didn't expect Yifeng's strength to be this formidable. Indeed, he is very powerful. The High Priest smiled and nodded, responding to Zeno. Others might not feel it, but he knew very well that Yifeng was not using all of his strength right now. If he were to truly unleash his full power, perhaps even more gods of destruction would not be his match. It's been billions of years. It seems that no such powerful human has appeared in the universe since that Saiyan. This is truly intriguing. It's simply unbelievable that both Wei Mei and Katra did not gain any advantage at all. Is this guy really human? The god of creation Kai of Universe 11 was sweating profusely on his forehead. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful human. If someone like this were to participate in the tournament of power, the other universes wouldn't even need to compete. Don't be shocked, dear. That's not even Yifeng's full power. The twin-tailed Margarita said with a quiet smile. That guy has comprehended Ultra Instinct. What? Are you kidding me? Because Margarita's voice couldn't be suppressed. Everyone around the gods of creation heard it clearly, and they all gasped in shock. Only the old god of creation from Universe 7 wore a proud expression, his mouth almost curling up to the sky. Meanwhile, on the arena, Wei Mei and Katra attacked Yifeng once again. Beerus was already struggling to take on the other 9 gods of destruction alone, and had sustained some injuries. Chapter 149, Beerus's final counterattack. The situation was not optimistic. Bang, bang, bang. Energy spheres and fists collided continuously on the arena. At this moment, Yifeng felt an extremely exciting sensation. It had been a long time since he felt this way, ever since his last battle with Jiren. Bang, bang, bang. After 7 or 8 minutes of fighting, Yifeng had already been suppressing Wei Mei and Katra. Damn, if this goes on, I might get eliminated. You buy me 10 seconds. Wei Mei suddenly said to Katra. Okay, but you have to be quick. Katra nodded with a frown. In the next second, Wei Mei suddenly appeared in midair. At this moment, without Wei Mei's assistance, Katra was no match for Yifeng. Bang! Yifeng's attack directly hit Quitra's body, and the immense force instantly sent Katra flying out. At this moment, Beerus had already pushed the destroyer of the second universe, Hellas, to the edge of the arena. Quitra's body crashed heavily into Hellas. Hellas was knocked off the stage. The destroyer of the second universe, Hellas, has been eliminated. The Grand Priest's calm voice rang out. Hellas' body appeared in the audience of the second universe. Looking at the chaotic arena, he sighed, "Oh, this is truly not beautiful at all. Wow, what an exciting battle." Sun Wukong, with an excited expression, tightly clenched his fists. To be honest, he also really wanted to have a good fight with a destroyer. However, Lord Beerus was too strong, always pressing him to the ground and pounding him. Even Vegeta was tightly clenching his fists, a fervent look appearing in his eyes. Back on Earth, he always felt that Kakarot was the only rival he needed to surpass. He desperately chased after his footsteps, until the appearance of the destroyer Beerus and Mr. Yi Feng. He now had 2 more goals to surpass. Now, it seemed that the number of people surpassing him was increasing, and this feeling was quite complicated. At this moment, the destroyer, Wymide, suddenly crossed his arms in a barrier, instantly enveloping Yi Feng and Beerus in 2 terrifying gray energy barriers. What? Damn it, that bastard Wymide has done something. Beerus was suddenly a bit panicked. At this moment, Wymide's fingers suddenly produced 8 golden energy cards, which were shot directly at Yi Feng and Beerus. Then Kitra also unleashed a massive energy beam towards Yi Feng. Boom! The ground exploded instantly. This time, even though it had been managed by the Grand Priest, it still stirred up a lot of dust and smoke, enveloping Yi Feng and Beerus. Huh, they are invisible now, what will happen? The Omni King looked at the dust with anticipation and said, could it be that Yi Feng is going to be eliminated? The dust quickly disappeared, and the figures of Yi Feng and Beerus reappeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, Beerus looked extremely disheveled, with many wounds of various sizes on his body, and his breath was clearly unstable. It was evident that this attack had dealt him significant damage. Damn it, these bastards are so shameless. Beerus looked furious. At this rate, he had no hope of winning. If he lost, their target would obviously shift to Yi Feng. At that time, even if Yi Feng was strong, he couldn't possibly take on 10 destroyers alone. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was surrounded by a greenish aura, seemingly completely unharmed. Of course, Yi Feng had actually sustained a bit of minor injury earlier, but he possessed an immortal body, and such minor injuries would heal quickly. What? That bastard is completely unscathed. After seeing Yi Feng's appearance, Wymide spoke with a serious expression. He did not expect that his earlier powerful attack had no effect on him at all. This guy is simply a monster. Huh, Yi Feng is fine. The Omni King looked at Yi Feng with excitement, like a little fanboy, and said, it's really incredible that he wasn't hurt at all from that attack. The Grand Priest looked at Yi Feng with some surprise and said, this guy is indeed becoming more and more interesting. It seems that Lord Beerus won't last much longer. In the audience of the 7th universe, Whis calmly spoke. At this moment, Beerus, after fighting 1 against 9 for over 10 minutes, was already experiencing serious physical problems. And after being sneak attacked by Wymide, he probably wouldn't last another 3 minutes. TCH, those despicable bastards from other universes actually teamed up to target Beerus and Mr. Yi Feng. Vegeta tightly clenched his fists. He really wanted to help, but he knew that even if he went, he wouldn't be able to help at all. This feeling was really quite uncomfortable. Yi Feng, I might not be able to hold on for much longer. Beerus frowned and said to Yi Feng. His energy was almost depleted. After all, he was fighting against destroyers of the same level while dealing with 9 at once. Being able to hold on for so long was due to his imperfect ultra instinct. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. To be able to take on 9, he truly deserves to be called the strongest destroyer. Yi Feng smiled at Beerus and said, although Katra and Vimia are quite strong, there is still a certain gap between them and Beerus. Beerus also smiled, remaining silent, and then turned his gaze to the other destroyers present. The situation today was very clear. These guys planned to eliminate both him and Yi Feng first, and then determine the victor among themselves. If they succeeded in this, who knows how they would sing afterwards. He indeed didn't have much energy left, but he couldn't leave too much pressure on Yi Feng. After thinking this, Beerus directly consumed all his energy and condensed a massive energy sphere. Get out of here, Beerus roared, launching the energy sphere towards Kampa and the first universe's destroyer, Iwan. When everyone turned their attention to Kampa and Iwan, Beerus suddenly charged towards the 8th universe's destroyer, Legiel, and grabbed him around the waist, both of them falling off the stage together. Then they each returned to their respective universes' spectator seats. Chapter 150. Challenging the 9 great destroyers, 7th universe's destroyer Beerus eliminated. 8th universe's destroyer Legiel eliminated. The calm voice of the Grand Priest fell, and Legiel looked at Beerus with a face full of anger. He didn't expect this guy to use a feint. He was clearly attacking Kampa and Iwan, but his true target was himself from the beginning. He really underestimated Beerus' intelligence. Although eliminated, at least he took one down with him. A bitter smile appeared on Beerus' face as he muttered to himself. Among all the destroyers, except for himself, Vimia, and Katra, Legiel had the highest combat power, and his attacks were quite sharp. This was also why he had set his sights on him. This should be the last thing he did for Yi Feng. Next, it would depend on Yi Feng's own abilities. Losing is losing. Lord Beerus, you rarely use your brain. Was teased from behind Beerus. He really didn't expect that Lord Beerus could come up with such a method. It seemed he would have to see him in a new light from now on. Are you looking down on me? Beerus shot a cold glare at Whis, then turned his gaze back to the stage. The next situation was very dire. After his elimination, Yi Feng might face a 1 against 10 scenario. Although Yi Feng was very strong, he was up against 10 destroyers, and winning was definitely not easy. Does Beerus think that eliminating Legel from the 7th universe means victory? Katra looked disdainfully at Beerus, then shifted his gaze to Yi Feng. The next battle seemed to be much easier. Hey, how about we all eliminate that guy from the 7th universe first, and then decide the winner among ourselves? Vimia looked at all the destroyers and said, first, he had a grudge against this guy, and he certainly couldn't miss this opportunity. Second, this was a battle among destroyers. Allowing a human to participate was a kind of desecration of the destroyers. All right, no problem. Katran nodded. He naturally supported this idea wholeheartedly, as that was exactly what he intended to do. Then I agree too. Kampa clenched his fists, a cold smile appearing on his face. He had also been humiliated by Yi Feng and had not had the chance until now, so he would teach him a good lesson. The destroyer from the 9th universe. Sidra also nodded. After all, the 7th universe had just defeated the 9th universe, which directly raised the animosity. Subsequently, one by one, the destroyers expressed their willingness to eliminate Yi Feng first, and then have a final showdown among themselves. After all, this was a battle among destroyers. If a human were to win in the end, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the destroyers? Is this what so-called gods are like? It truly opened people's eyes. Yi Feng looked coldly at the god of destruction across from him, a look of disdain and contempt on his face. So what if 9 of them teamed up? Those bastards are really too much, right? Is this what they call a god of destruction? A group of hypocritical guys. Watching the situation on the arena, Vegeta clenched his fists and angrily cursed. To deal with a single human, they actually need 10 gods of destruction to work together. These guys really have no shame. All day long proclaiming how great this god is, but now it seems to be nothing special. Hey, what are you saying, Vegeta? Beerus's cold gaze turned to Vegeta as he asked. After all, he is also a god of destruction, so being criticized by Vegeta naturally made him feel displeased. Am I wrong? This time, Vegeta didn't seem to fear Beerus. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Beerus and retorted. Looking at Vegeta's firm eyes, Beerus was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Yes, the situation on the arena is indeed, as Vegeta said, hypocritical. Then, the battle on the arena officially began. The god of the 3rd universe, Mosk, leaped into the air with his massive steel body and heavily smashed his fist down towards Yi Feng. Come on! Yi Feng's eyes shot out a piercing cold light as he quickly withdrew his right foot and threw a punch at Moscow. The moment their fists collided, the entire arena shook violently, and the ground beneath Yi Feng collapsed instantly. Moscow was directly knocked back by Yi Feng's punch, flying several dozen meters away and stopping at the edge of the arena, nearly getting eliminated. Such powerful strength to actually repel Lord Moscow? The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 and the other contestants showed expressions of horror. Could the humans of Universe 7 be this strong? It must be noted that Lord Moscow's power is definitely among the top among the destroyers. Even Wei Mei and the others' expressions changed. This guy's power is too monstrous. Everyone, let us go together. If we get defeated by him, we destroyers will be utterly embarrassed. After saying this to the crowd, Wei Mei charged towards Yi Feng first. Then Katra, Moscow, Xiangpa, Jean, Sidra, and Ramses all rushed towards Yi Feng simultaneously. Wow, this is intense and so exciting. But it seems like Yi Feng is being targeted. The Omni King excitedly watched the match in the arena and said, should we stop them? The Grand Minister glanced at the Omni King and asked, is it really appropriate to have all the destroyers go against Yi Feng? After all, he is just a human. Why should we stop? The battle is so intense and exciting. The Omni King retorted at the Grand Minister. In his view, watching the competition was meant for fun. As long as he enjoyed it, that was enough. How they fought was irrelevant. All right, Your Majesty. Hearing the Omni King's words, the Grand Minister could only nod. It was a good opportunity to see just how strong Yi Feng really was. Meanwhile, on the arena, Yi Feng's disadvantage was slowly becoming apparent. After all, he was facing 9 destroyers, each with different abilities. 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Bang! The next second, Quitra's punch landed on Yi Feng's chest, directly knocking him back several meters. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Yi Feng's body stopped at the edge of the arena. Damn. Looking at the less than 5 centimeters behind him, Yi Feng tightly frowned. Chapter 151. Breaking Through with the Power of Destruction God. Oof. I thought you would be difficult to deal with, but it turns out you were just like this. Quitra's eyes revealed a proud look as he spoke to Yi Feng. If 10 destruction gods are not his opponents, then they would really lose face today. Although it feels a bit excessive, this feeling is really quite enjoyable. Xiangpa also excitedly spoke up. Ever since that bastard Yi Feng beat him up, he had been thinking about beating him up once every day. It seems today is a good opportunity, although I want to keep a low profile and hide my strength. You guys are just so smug that I can't get used to it. Yi Feng's gaze swept over the faces of the 10 destroyers, and he coldly spoke. Originally, he could have been defeated by them and then stepped down. This way, he wouldn't attract trouble or draw the attention of the Omni King and the Great Divine Palace. However, he suddenly changed his mind. These irritating guys, if he didn't properly deal with them, he would feel like he was letting himself down. Perhaps, he could also use their power to enhance his own strength. Such opportunities are rare. Just a dying struggle. Stop putting on airs. Quitella sneered coldly. He didn't believe this guy could defeat all 10 destroyers by himself. Ye Feng brought it. And the terrifying aura around him instantly shot up like a drawn blade, piercing the sky. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, spreading out in all directions centered around Yi Feng. What? That bastard has actually increased his aura again. It's simply unbelievable, as deep and unfathomable as an endless abyss. Is this really the aura of a human? The moment Yi Feng's aura surged, the expressions of the destruction gods changed dramatically. After fighting for so long, his energy could actually rise this much. Rustling sounds filled the air as green energy swirled around Yi Feng. TCH, even if he became stronger, he was still human after all. Let us all attack together. This time we must eliminate him. A cunning glint appeared in Wei Mei's eyes as she spoke to the other destruction gods. Her plan this time was not just to eliminate Yi Feng, but to become the ultimate victor. As Wei Mei's words fell, the other destruction gods charged at Yi Feng all at once. Only Wei Mei remained in place, not making a move. She needed to conserve her energy and let them fight first. When the time came, they would exhaust each other, and she could reap the benefits. Just as the other destruction gods appeared before Yi Feng, ready to attack, whoosh. Yi Feng's body suddenly disappeared from sight, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Wei Mei. What? Wei Mei was instantly shocked. How could this bastard's speed be so fast? He hadn't even seen it clearly. The plan was really well thought out. You disgusting thing, it's time to eliminate you. The moment the voice fell, Yi Feng slammed his fist heavily into Wei Mei's abdomen, his fist instantly sinking into her belly. A mouthful of sour liquid was spat out, and Wei Mei immediately looked like a deflated balloon, her face showing signs of pain. Boom! Then Yi Feng kicked Wei Mei hard in the face. She was directly kicked away. Boom! She crashed into the audience seats of the 11th universe, shattering them into pieces. Clearly, although it was just 2 attacks, Wei Mei was seriously injured. Good opportunity. Everyone, strike with all your might. Quitella saw Yi Feng in midair and quickly spoke up. This was definitely the best time to defeat Yi Feng. He then launched a massive energy wave towards Yi Feng. The other 7 gods of destruction also unleashed their full power, firing energy waves at Yi Feng. This is bad. Watching the 8 powerful energy waves coming his way, Yi Feng's Bryce Sudendi Furovit. He was in midair, making it difficult to gain leverage. However, at this point, Yi Feng could only go all out. Ultimate Flash. Yi Feng directly unleashed his most powerful energy wave. This was the ultimate move he learned from Vegeta during their first battle in the GT timeline. However, he never had the opportunity to use his strongest attack later on, so he had never employed it. What? Mr. Yi Feng can actually use the final flash? Vegeta looked at Yi Feng in astonishment. When did he learn my ultimate move? And how can it exert such powerful force in Yi Feng's hands? Swish! Yi Feng's energy wave directly collided with the energy waves of the 8 destroyers. The energy waves continuously collided and compressed, gradually moving closer to Yi Feng. Wow! It seems Mr. Yi Feng is about to lose. The High Priest observed the situation. If this continued, Yi Feng was very likely to lose this match. However, even so, he was quite impressive. After all, a single person's power could almost contend against all the destroyers. Moreover, Lord Zeno seemed to be enjoying the show. Is Yi Feng going to lose? What a pity, Lord Zeno said with a hint of regret. But this tournament was indeed very exciting. Yifeng, you've done your best. If you lose, then so be it. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, looking at Yifeng with a complex expression, and spoke softly. Oh, it's not certain yet. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten Yifeng's perfect Ultra Instinct? Whis suddenly spoke calmly. Since Yifeng had not yet unleashed Ultra Instinct, it meant he had not reached a point of no return. Hearing Whis's voice, Beerus's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. That's right, Yifeng hasn't gone all out. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared densely on Yifeng's forehead as he gritted his teeth and persevered. There was a reason he wasn't using Ultra Instinct. Damn it. It's just a few destroyers, right? A bunch of trash. I won't take you seriously at all. Yifeng's face twisted with a fierce expression, filled with anger. And suddenly a golden light appeared in his eyes. Crack. In the next second, golden lightning flickered around Yifeng's body, and then the lightning became denser, crackling loudly. Huh. This little guy. Is he going to break through using the power of the god of destruction? The high priest looked at Yifeng in shock. He could feel an immense power awakening within Yifeng's body. Chapter 152, Super Saiyan, 2nd level. Katra spat out a mouthful of sour liquid, his pupils constricted, and he instantly lost all strength. Yifeng grabbed Quitella's clothes and lifted him up. I already said that you are all a bunch of unworthy rabble. Do you believe it now? Yifeng whispered to Kitra. After speaking, he ignored Kitra and casually threw him towards the 4th cosmic audience like tossing garbage. Bang! Kitra's body crashed heavily against the edge of the audience seats, and a heart-wrenching pain surged through him. Then, with a wave of the angel's staff, Kitra's injuries completely vanished. Although the injuries on his body disappeared, the anger and humiliation in his heart could never dissipate. Kitra looked at Yifeng on the stage, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Damn it, do you think this is over? I will make you see the consequences of offending a god of destruction. Kitra clenched his fists tightly, the flames of rage burning in his eyes, as if he wanted to burn Yifeng to death. Yifeng also sensed the resentment from Katra, but he wouldn't pay attention to such garbage. If Katra wanted to take revenge on him, he could come anytime, but he must be prepared to be pressed down and rubbed against the ground. The god of destruction from the 4th universe, Katra, is eliminated. The voice of the Grand Priest resounded again, and at this moment, only Yifeng, Mosk, and Alak remained. Alak clearly showed signs of hesitation. He knew very well that even if he continued to fight, the outcome was already very apparent. Among the 12 gods of destruction, only the 2 of them were left. A comeback was impossible. Just then, the god of destruction from the 3rd universe, Mosk, suddenly let out a mechanical-like cry. Then he directly threw a punch at Yifeng. Clang! Following that, a metallic collision sound echoed as Yifeng lightly caught Mosk's fist. Overestimating his abilities, Yifeng then delivered a heavy blow to Mosk's mech, directly smashing a clear fist imprint into the chest area. The mech collapsed by more than 10 centimeters, and Mosk's body was sent flying out at high speed, landing in the audience area of the 3rd universe. The god of destruction from the 3rd universe, Mosk, is eliminated. The voice of the Grand Priest resounded again. Alak rolled his eyes, glanced at Yifeng, and said, Yifeng, right? You are indeed very strong. You're the strongest human I have ever seen, so I admit defeat. What? Hearing Alak's words, Yifeng was suddenly taken aback. He didn't expect the proud god of destruction to choose to admit defeat voluntarily. Although the situation was already very clear, Yifeng was still somewhat shocked. After saying that, Alak turned to the Grand Priest and Zeno and spoke. Lord Zeno, Lord Grand Priest, I admit defeat in this match. Huh? Admitting defeat? Lord Zeno, given the current situation, Alak's concession is a wise choice. The Grand Priest looked at Zeno and said, well then, it was really enjoyable to watch. Grand Priest, will the next tournament of power be even more exciting? Zeno nodded and eagerly asked. Yes, it will definitely be even more thrilling. The Grand Priest nodded and said, Then let us end here for today. Zeno nodded again, and the tournament also came to a close. TCH, that coward Alak, really embarrassed the gods of destruction. Katra and Weemiai gritted their teeth tightly, glaring at Alak, and said, admitting defeat voluntarily is definitely a humiliation to the gods of destruction. Huh. Yifeng let a long sigh, and the golden halo around him gradually faded away. In the end, it returned to its normal state. This time, the overview competition was indeed not in vain. Yifeng's heart was still filled with excitement. If it weren't for battling the gods, he probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to engage in such intense combat and break through his limits. Transforming into a Super Saiyan second stage, the tournament concluded, And the final winner was Mr. Yi Feng from Universe 7. Originally, a reward was to be given to the winning destroyer, but since all the destroyers were eliminated, there was no reward available now. The Grand Priest looked at the other destroyers and then at Yi Feng, saying, of course, Yi Feng has already received the best reward, so he isn't very interested in the rewards mentioned by the Grand Priest. He then directly returned to the audience seats of Universe 7. You did well, you guy, Beerus said, looking at Yi Feng with a mix of excitement and displeasure. The excitement was because Yi Feng had brought honor to Universe 7 and to himself. The displeasure stemmed from the fact that Yi Feng had completely surpassed him, and he estimated that it would be difficult to catch up to him again. You are really incredible, Mr. Yi Feng, Vegeta said, looking at Yi Feng with great excitement. Yi Feng is simply his own idol, having single-handedly defeated all the gods of destruction. So strong. This is the height he has always dreamed of. Wow, you really make people envious. Sun Wukong also looked at Yi Feng with bright eyes and said, keep working hard in your training, and you can achieve it too in the future. Seeing Vegeta and Sun Wukong looking like little fans, he smiled and spoke up. At that moment, the Omni King suddenly flew towards Group 4 and appeared right in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you are amazing. You defeated the gods of destruction. The Omni King excitedly floated in midair and said to Yi Feng. That gaze was completely like a little fan looking at their idol. Huh, thank you for the praise, Lord Omni King. It's just that the other gods of destruction were being modest. Yi Feng respectfully spoke to the Omni King. Although the Omni King currently looked like an ordinary little kid, he definitely wouldn't dare to think that way, or arrogantly believe that defeating all the gods of destruction would allow him to be disrespectful in front of the Omni King. Because if he wanted to, he could erase him in an instant. You seem to be much stronger than the gods of destruction. Why don't you become the god of destruction of Universe 7? The Omni King stroked his chin and suddenly spoke with a smile. The Omni King's words startled Beerus, causing him to scream instantly. Chapter 153. The Omni King's Kindness. Gila, Tao spat out sour water, his pupils constricting, and he instantly lost all his strength. Mushi, Tao grabbed Quitra's clothes and lifted him up. You guys are just a bunch of nobodies who can't even get on stage. Do you believe it now? He said to Quitra. Jean, Tao ignored Quitra and casually tossed him aside like trash towards the spectator area. His body crashed heavily against the edge of the stands, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. With a wave of his staff, Quitra's injuries completely disappeared. The injuries vanished in an instant, but the anger and humiliation in his heart could not dissipate. He looked at Yi Feng on the arena, his eyes filled with endless resentment. Do you think this is over? I will definitely make you see the consequences of offending a god of destruction. Quitra clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with fury, as if he wanted to burn Yi Feng alive. Yi Feng sensed Quitra's resentment, but he wouldn't pay attention to such trash. Come at me anytime, but be prepared to be pressed down to the ground and rubbed in. The voice rang out again, declaring Quitra, the god of destruction, eliminated. At this moment, only Yi Feng, Mosk, and Yerik remained in the competition. There was a clear look of hesitation on their faces. It was obvious that even if they continued to fight, the result was already very clear. Now, there were only those two left, and a comeback was impossible. During the tournament, the god of destruction, Mosk from Universe 3, suddenly let out a mechanical roar. He punched towards Yi Feng. The sound of a heavy collision echoed as Yi Feng easily intercepted Mosk's punch. The punch hit Mosk's mech heavily, directly creating a clear dent in his chest. After sinking down several centimeters, Mosk's body flew back at high speed. The god of destruction, Mosk, eliminated. The voice rang out again. Is that strength enough? Zhuzi turned around and looked at Yi Feng, then said, Yi Feng, right? You are indeed very strong. You're the strongest I have ever seen. I admit defeat. Hearing Yerik's words, Yi Feng was suddenly taken aback. He didn't expect the proud god of destruction to actively choose to admit defeat, although the situation was already very clear. Yi Feng was still a bit shocked. After speaking, Yerik turned to the Grand Priest and the Omni King and said, Lord Omni King, Lord Grand Priest, I admit defeat in this match. Oh, admitting defeat? The Omni King said. From the current situation, it seems that Yerik's decision to admit defeat is indeed wise. The Grand Priest said to the Omni King, Well, that's fine. It was quite enjoyable to watch. The Omni King nodded, excitedly asking, Will the next power tournament be even more exciting? Yes, it will definitely be even more exciting. The Grand Priest nodded and replied, Well then, let's end it here for today. The Omni King nodded again, and the tournament came to a close. TCH, Yerik, that coward really brought shame to the gods of destruction. Quitra and Wei Mei gritted their teeth tightly. Glaring at Yerik, and said, "Admitting defeat is absolutely a disgrace to the gods of destruction." Yifeng let out a long sigh, and the golden halo around him gradually disappeared, eventually returning to his normal state. This time, the overview competition was truly worth attending. Yifeng was still overwhelmed with excitement. If it weren't for fighting against the gods, he probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to engage in such intense battles to break through his limits. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan, second level. The tournament had concluded, and the winner was Mr. Yifeng from Universe 7. Originally, there was a reward prepared for the winning god of destruction, but since all the gods of destruction had been eliminated, the reward was no longer available. The Grand Priest glanced at the other gods of destruction and then looked at Yifeng, saying, "Of course, Yifeng has already received the best reward, so he isn't very interested in the rewards mentioned by the Grand Priest." He then directly returned to the audience seats of Universe 7. "You did great, you guy," Beerus said, looking at Yifeng with mixed feelings of excitement and annoyance. The excitement was because Yifeng had brought honor to Universe 7 and to himself. The annoyance was because Yifeng had completely surpassed him, and it seemed difficult for him to catch up. "You are really amazing, Mr. Yifeng," Vegeta said, looking at Yifeng with a face full of excitement. Yifeng is simply his own idol, having single-handedly defeated all the gods of destruction. So strong. This is the height he has always dreamed of. Wow, you really make people envious. Sun Wukong also looked at Yifeng with burning eyes and said, "Keep working hard in your training, and you can achieve this too in the future." Looking at the little fanboys like Vegeta and Sun Wukong, he smiled and spoke. At that moment, the Grand Priest suddenly flew towards the fourth group and appeared right in front of Yifeng. "Yifeng, you're amazing. You've defeated the gods of destruction." The Grand Priest excitedly floated in midair, speaking to Yifeng. That gaze was completely like that of a little fan looking at their idol. "Huh. Thank you for the praise, Grand Priest. It's just that the other gods of destruction were being modest." Yifeng respectfully spoke to the Omni King. Although the Omni King currently looked like an ordinary little kid, he absolutely dared not think that way, or arrogantly believe that defeating all the gods of destruction would allow him to be disrespectful in front of the Omni King. Because if he wanted to, he could erase him in an instant. You seem to be much stronger than the gods of destruction. How about you become the god of destruction for Universe 7? The Omni King stroked his chin and suddenly laughed as he spoke. The Omni King's words startled Beerus so much that he screamed out loud. Chapter 154. 10 Contestants. Having Yifeng take on the role of god of destruction for Universe 7, that would mean he would have nothing to do with it anymore, and he could very likely be erased by the Omni King. Do you have any objections? Seeing Beerus's terrified expression, the Omni King suddenly glared coldly at him and asked, "Thud." This made Beerus so scared that he knelt on the ground. He answered in a terrified tone, "In no objections, Lord Omni King." "That's good." After the Omni King finished speaking, he turned his gaze back to Yifeng and asked, "What do you think?" At this moment, Beerus looked at Yifeng with a pleading expression, naturally hoping that Yifeng would not agree to the Omni King, because if that happened, he would lose not only his position as god of destruction, but possibly even his life. He was very afraid of death, even more so than an ordinary person. Even was slightly frowned, clearly not accustomed to the idea of changing the god of destruction after assisting Beerus for billions of years. Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at Yifeng with eager expressions, curious about how he would respond. As for the others from different universes, they wore expressions of resentment, especially Quitella and Mamie, who were particularly unhappy. If Yifeng really became the god of destruction, with his strength and status, they would truly have no hope of revenge. Kappa frowned and looked at Beerus. After all, Beerus was his fellow brother. At that moment, Yifeng stood under the spotlight, with everyone's gaze fixed upon him, including the Grand Priest and the two attendants of the Omni King. "First of all, I would like to thank Lord Omni King for your kindness. I may not be able to fulfill the role of god of destruction. Lord Beerus has done a great job, and I believe it would be better for Universe 7 if he continues to serve as the god of destruction." Yifeng cupped his fists towards the Omni King and humbly said, "What is better than what Beerus does is all nonsense. The real reason is that I have no interest in being a god of destruction at all. Moreover, once I take on the role of a god of destruction, it means I will have to face many restrictions." However, unfortunately, he preferred freedom. After hearing Yifeng's words, Beerus looked at him with deep gratitude, almost moved to tears. He didn't expect to have such a good image in Yifeng's eyes. The others, however, were shocked, clearly not expecting that Yifeng would be so foolish to refuse the position of the universe's top god of destruction when it was right in front of him. "Huh, really?" The Omni King also looked at Yifeng with some surprise and asked, "Yes, Lord Omni King." Yifeng nodded and said to the King of All, "Well, that's fine. If you ever come to a decision, you can tell me anytime." As the king's voice fell, Beerus felt as if his heart had been struck hard again. Does this mean that his life and the position of God of Destruction are now in Yifeng's hands? This feeling is really unpleasant. However, thinking about it, it's better than being erased by the King of All right now. As for the future, it seems he can only go along with what this guy Yifeng wants. "Well, thank you again for your kindness, Lord King of All." Yifeng nodded again and said, regardless of whether it was out of respect or something else, he should express his gratitude. "It's nothing, but you should come find me to play when you have time." The King of All waved his hand and said to Yifeng, "Definitely." Yifeng agreed verbally, but his heart was not thinking the same. Who would look for such an unpredictable little one to play with for no reason? Maybe if he said one wrong word, he would have to say goodbye to the world. After the Omni King nodded, he returned to his throne. Everyone's gaze was still fixed on Yifeng, not knowing what kind of nonsense he had poured into the Omni King's ears for him to hold him in such high regard. So, everyone, please return to your own universes and prepare for the upcoming tournament of power. After the Grand Priest finished speaking to the crowd, he gently waved his hand, and everyone disappeared from the Omni King's palace. When Yifeng and Beerus appeared again, they had already arrived at the God of Destruction's realm. "Yifeng, thank you for what you did earlier," Beerus said, clenching his fists. However, it was evident that expressing such gratitude was quite embarrassing for Beerus. "You don't need to thank me. I just currently have no thoughts about the position of God of Destruction, but that doesn't mean I won't be interested in the future." Yifeng smiled faintly and said to Beerus, "But what I said is the truth. After all, who could predict what will happen in the future?" Beerus frowned, clearly perceiving Yifeng's words as a threat. However, there was nothing he could do, with the Omni King backing him and his strength far surpassing Beerus's. Even though he was a God of Destruction, he felt powerless. "Lord Beerus, it seems that we should be thinking about the selection of the 10 participants for the Tournament of Power," which suddenly spoke up. This time, there were a total of 8 universes participating in the Tournament of Power, with each universe allowed to select 10 participants. Although the 7th universe had many planets, it was still quite difficult to find strong contenders. Yes, the most important thing right now is to finalize the participants for the Tournament of Power. Beerus nodded in agreement with Whis. To be honest, he had been sleeping for many years, so he was not very familiar with the happenings in the universe. "Hey, are there any other planets besides Earth that are good at fighting?" Beerus turned to Old Kai and Kaioshin Asin and asked. I can't think of any. I'm not very sure about this either." Kaioshin Asin shook his head and awkwardly replied. Although he was a Kaioshin, there were still many things about the universe that he didn't know. How did you guys become Kaioshin?" Beerus glared at Kaioshin Asin and Old Kai. "You're not exactly one to talk, since all you do is sleep," Kaioshin Asin muttered quietly. "Hey Goku, can we gather 10 participants from Earth?" Finally, Beerus turned his gaze to Son Goku. If Earth could muster 10 participants, he wouldn't need to go to other planets. Let me think," Son Goku said as he started counting on his fingers. "Yifeng, Vegeta, that's 3. Then there's Piccolo, Gohan, Buu, and if we add 10, Krillin and Master Roshi. That makes 9. It seems we still need one more." Upon hearing Goku's makeshift counting, Vegeta looked angrily at Goku. "Can those guys like Krillin and that old pervert even participate in the tournament?" "Hey Kakarot, are you kidding me? You're letting Krillin and that old pervert participate in a universe-level tournament?" Vegeta directly confronted Son Goku. "Those guys can't even place, well, in the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth. Do you really think they're going to contribute anything in the Tournament of Power? Don't underestimate them, Vegeta. Krillin and Master Roshi are still quite strong," Son Goku said, looking at the angry Vegeta, mumbling. Do you even realize the seriousness of the situation? If we lose this tournament, the entire 7th universe will disappear." Vegeta gritted his teeth and said to Son Goku, "This guy usually doesn't think, but to be like this at such a critical moment is just foolish. If they lose the Tournament of Power, everyone will be killed. Don't be so serious, Vegeta. Plus, we still have Yifeng and the rest with us. We won't lose," Son Goku said with a carefree attitude, clearly confident in their chances. "Anyway, Krillin and that old pervert can't participate." Vegeta turned his head, crossing his arms over his chest, and said very seriously. He knew all too well how weak those guys were. "But if Krillin and Master Roshi don't participate, we won't have enough people." Son Goku thought for a moment and said, even with Master Roshi and Krillin, they were still short one person. If they didn't participate, they would definitely be lacking in numbers. What about Trunks and Goten? Their strength far exceeds that of Krillin and that old pervert, Vegeta suggested. Although they were young, They had the blood of the Saiyan fighting race in them, and their battle power was not something ordinary humans could compare to. But they're just kids. Is that really okay? Son Goku frowned and asked. He had thought of the two, but he felt it was a bit inappropriate for two kids to participate in the tournament. Of course it's fine. Don't forget if Trunks and Goten fuse. They can match your Super Saiyan 3 strength, Vegeta coldly stated. He was clearly very observant and had thought of all these factors. The total duration of the Tournament of Power, if calculated in Earth time, is 48 minutes. In the first 10 minutes, everyone would definitely conserve their energy. Many powerful fighters wouldn't go all out in battle. As long as they survived the first 18 minutes, Trunks and Goten could fuse. After fusing, Gotenks should be able to last until the end of the tournament unless they encounter an extremely strong opponent. To put it another way, at the very least, they would be much more reliable than Krillin and that old pervert. Vegeta's reasoning seemed somewhat valid. Since that was the case, let those two little guys participate. They did seem to have some strength. After hearing their conversation, Beerus spoke up. But after saying that, it seems like I remembered something. I should ask Yifeng. What do you think? I also agree with Vegeta's opinion. Yifeng said lightly. To be honest, when he watched the Dragon Ball Superpower tournament in the past, he really didn't understand why Krillin and Master Roshi were allowed to participate. He felt their energy, and it was definitely not as strong as Goten and Trunks. There's no denying that they have more battle experience, but in the face of absolute power, that experience is of no use at all. Ah well, since everyone agrees, let's let Goten and Trunks take the stage. Son Goku didn't mind that much. However, if Goten and Trunks replaced Krillin and Master Roshi, that would leave one less person. No worries, I'll take care of the last contestant. Yifeng said to everyone that the contestant he found would definitely not disappoint anyone. The final 10 participants were thus decided. Yifeng, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta returned to Earth. Yifeng, is the last contestant you mentioned strong? Sun Wukong asked Yifeng with a curious expression. Very strong, extremely strong, Yifeng replied. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, What? Mr. Yifeng, is he also from Earth? This time Vegeta also asked curiously. If he is from Earth, there's no reason for them not to know. But listening to the conversation between Beidou and King Kai, it seems there aren't any outstanding combat-type planets in the universe. To be precise, he is a Saiyan. Looking at the curious expressions of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Yifeng said, That's right, he is a Saiyan, and a highly gifted one at that. What? A Saiyan? You're joking, right? Apart from the three of us and Tabor, the rest are just those kids like Sun Gohan. Were there any more Saiyans? Vegeta said with a face full of disbelief. Although Yifeng does not doubt himself, he becomes very sensitive when it comes to Saiyans. Moreover, there absolutely cannot be any Saiyans left in the 7th universe. Wow, it's really exciting that there are still Saiyans. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, is not as sensitive about this as Vegeta and instead says with a face full of excitement. Whether you believe it or not, the fact is just like that. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and then went straight back to his villa. It was already late in the day, and as for the last contestant, he would go look for them tomorrow. After all, if you think about it, there was still more than half a month until the strength competition began. You're back. The food is ready. Come eat. Upon returning home, Lotzi had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him. Having a woman at home is quite nice. Yifeng wrapped his arms around Lazili's slender waist and said with a mischievous smile, TSK, I knew you were just taking advantage of me. By the way, when you went to see that little brat, everything was fine, right? Lazili turned her head and asked seriously. She had also noticed that Yifeng, who had faced so many powerful opponents, showed a different expression only when he met that little brat. It seemed that there was a deep-seated dread. Of course everything's fine. Your husband is strong. Yifeng poked Lotzi nose and said with a smile, TCH, look at you getting all worked up. Lotzi rolled her eyes at Yifeng. All right, let's hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold. After finishing their meal, the two of them playfully tussled until around 2 or 3 in the morning before finally calling it night. After all, Yifeng's current physical condition allowed him to go for 4 or 5 hours without any issue. However, Lotzi, being just an ordinary woman, naturally couldn't withstand such prolonged impact. The next morning, Yifeng and Lotzi didn't wake up until around 10 o'clock. I slept so well until dawn. It feels so good. Yifeng sat up, stretched lazily, and muttered to himself. After glancing at the nearby Lazili and blinking his eyes, she finally woke up. You're awake. Yifeng gently brushed Lazili's golden hair and said softly. Lazili blushed and nodded. She had actually been awake for a while. It wasn't that she didn't want to get up, but that she couldn't. Get some good rest. I'll go prepare breakfast for you. After Yifeng finished speaking, he went to prepare a heartfelt breakfast. Razili also endured the pain and finished her morning routine. I might have to go to another planet again today. Do you want to come with me? Yifeng asked Razali during breakfast. I won't go this time. Razali thought for a moment and shook her head. In my current condition, it's not suitable for me to walk, so I should just stay at home and rest for a few days. All right, then you rest at home. I'll try to come back early. Yifeng is go to the Wampa planet this time. It's that planet with a very, very poor environment. If Latsili goes, she probably won't adapt well, so it's best for her to stay at home. You take care of your safety. Latsili nodded and said. After a simple breakfast, Yifeng prepared some capsules, packed some food, and then teleported directly to the Wampa planet. It's a dull yellow planet with a lifeless environment, stiflingly hot. It's impressive that more than 40 people can live in such a place. Yifeng looked around at the environment and felt a bit of admiration for Paragus and Broly. Just at that moment, a large group of giant spiders suddenly surrounded Yifeng. It was truly disgusting. Yifeng glanced at the giant spiders and shot out several beams of purple energy from his fingertips. The giant spiders instantly disappeared without a trace. It seemed like they sensed Broly's presence. Yifeng suddenly sensed Broly's aura and immediately teleported over. In the next moment, two figures appeared in front of Yifeng. It was Paragus and Broly, who were currently eating the slime from the legs of a travel spider. It looked quite disgusting, and the smell was extremely unpleasant. What? A human? A Saiyan? The moment Paragus saw Yifeng, he instantly stood up, and after a few seconds of being stunned, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Great! Broly, we can finally leave this hellhole. Paragus shouted excitedly. Broly, however, was warily staring at Yifeng, as he seemed to sense something very familiar coming from Yifeng's body. Hello, Broly, my name is Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and directly spoke to Broly. That's right. The last contestant I mentioned is the Saiyan Broly. With his powerful bloodline, Broly's bloodline should be of the same kind as the one rewarded by my system. So when I see Broly, I can also feel a sense of familiarity. I am Broly, Broly said, initially taken aback, then spoke to Yifeng. The hostile expression on his face gradually disappeared. Hello, sir. May I ask where your spaceship is? At this moment, Paragus approached and asked Yifeng. Spaceship? I don't have that kind of thing. Yifeng did not look back at Paragus and said. He had no good feelings for this guy. Broly considered him the closest person, but in his eyes, Broly was just a tool for revenge. In Dragon Ball Super, Broly. If it weren't for Lemmo and Chilai wishing to send Broly back to Planet Vampa, he would have probably been killed by Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. What? No spaceship? Then how did you end up here? The excitement on Paragus's face instantly faded away. Just a moment ago, he was thrilled to finally leave this hellish place. And that bastard didn't even have a spaceship. Am I really going to stay here for the rest of my life? Hey Broly, do you want to eat something? Yifeng looked at Broly, who was dressed in tattered clothes and looked like a wild man, and asked. As for Paragus, Yifeng didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, a look of desire appeared in Broly's eyes, and he quickly nodded. Yifeng took out a capsule, emptied its contents, and also pulled out a set of battle gear for Broly. Speaking of which, Broly is quite pitiful. With such high battle talent, he has been exiled to this hellish place and has turned into a wild man. After an hour, Broly finally felt full. He also changed into clean clothes, giving him a refreshed look. Thank you very much, Broly said stiffly to Yifeng. Clearly, in a place like this, he rarely had the opportunity to say thank you to others. Mr. Yifeng, do you have a way to leave here? Paragus asked from behind. No way. Yifeng answered digisivity. He didn't want to leave this place yet because he wanted to train Broly on this worthless planet. Damn it, what a waste of joy. Paragus said angrily. But let's fill our stomachs first. It's been a long time since I've had such delicious food. Yifeng looked at Paragus with disgust. If killing him wouldn't provoke Broly's sanity, he would really want to kill this old man. After eating and drinking his fill, come and fight me, Broly. Yifeng clenched his fist and said to Broly. Chapter 157, Battle with Broly. Battle? Broly was stunned again. Just a moment ago, he had been given delicious food. So why was he suddenly being asked to fight? If you can defeat me while keeping your sanity, I will take you and your father away from here. Yifeng looked at Paragus and then spoke to Broly. He knew that Broly still had a strong father-son bond with Paragus, although Paragus might not necessarily feel the same way. What? Paragus, who was still eating, suddenly froze and looked at Yifeng in surprise. See, can you take us away from here? He quickly asked out of urgency. For the past 40 years, he had not spent a single day not thinking about leaving this cursed place. The premise is that Broly must be able to defeat me. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, Of course, I won't be fighting with all my strength. Even in the Super Saiyan form, if Broly can defeat me. He would be able to crush everyone in the Tournament of Power, except for Jiren. But you don't even have a spaceship, Paragus asked skeptically. Moreover, this guy just said he can't leave here. I don't need that kind of thing. I came to Planet Wampa. Did you see me using a spaceship? Yifeng coldly asked. Paragus thought for a moment. Perhaps what Yifeng said was true, because he really hadn't found any traces of a spaceship. Broly, we must defeat him in battle, Paragus quickly said to Broly. He didn't want to stay in this cursed place for even a moment longer. However, Broly clearly didn't like fighting, and he looked at Paragus with a conflicted expression. Moreover, Yifeng had just given them food, so it might not be appropriate to make a move now. No buts, just do your best to defeat him, and then we can leave this cursed place. Paragus shouted loudly at Broly. Broly, don't feel any burden, it's just a regular match. Yifeng looked at Broly and said with a faint smile, yes, I understand. Broly nodded, and then a sharp light appeared in his eyes. In an instant, a hurricane spread outward from the center formed by Yifeng and Broly. Whoosh! The next moment, both of their bodies flew out simultaneously. Bang! Immediately, a deep muffled sound echoed, and Broly's body was sent flying backward. Bang! Rumbling. Broly's body crashed into a reef. What? Broly? How could this guy, also a Saiyan, be so strong? Paragus looked at Yifeng in disbelief. In his view, Broly's strength had already surpassed all other Saiyans. After all, Broly's talent was the strongest on the entire planet Vegeta. Even Prince Vegeta was significantly weaker. Moreover, as Broly grew older, he was becoming increasingly powerful. Paragus was confident that Broly was now the strongest Saiyan. However, he did not expect that the Saiyan before him could knock Broly away in an instant. Still too weak. It seems I need to control my power a bit more. Yifeng frowned and muttered to himself. The current Broly is indeed very weak, unable to even defeat the normal forms of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Boom! At that moment, the ground began to tremble slowly. Explosion. Then, the pile of rocks exploded, and Broly's body leaped into the air. Come again. After Broly roared, he charged directly towards Yifeng. At this moment, after being hit, it was evident that a trace of anger appeared in Broly's eyes. Yifeng jumped up as well. This time he fully controlled his power, keeping it slightly stronger than Broly's. Then he gradually increased his strength as Broly's power rose. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to clash fists. The Wampa planet was originally a small asteroid, and even with such a battle, the entire planet had already started to tremble uncontrollably. Yifeng could clearly feel that Broly's learning ability was exceptionally strong, with his power increasing almost every second. This made him think that even the transcendent bloodline rewarded by the second system was not as strong as Broly's learning ability. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin and Kaishin Asen also sensed the battle. Lord Ancestor, what is going on? Why are there still humans on that small planet? And two Saiyans at that? Kaishin Asen asked in shock, looking at the Saiyan fighting Yifeng in the crystal ball. He seemed to have noticed those planets before, but had never detected any unusual energy. You fool, you're a Kaishin yourself, and you don't even know the situation in your own universe. How would I know? The old Kaishin scolded him directly. However, he was also very astonished. Why was such a strong Saiyan completely undetectable to him? The fact that he could fight Yifeng like this was shocking. Even if Yifeng hadn't T-transformed into a Super Saiyan, it was still astonishing. By the way, the last contestant Mr. Yifeng mentioned must be this Saiyan, Kaishin Asen suddenly said. Because yesterday Mr. Yifeng mentioned that he would find a way for the last contestant, and now he had approached the Saiyan from planet Wampa. It must be correct. Moreover, that Saiyan looked very strong as well. This time you were actually a bit clever. The old Kaishin nodded and said. After that, the two of them looked back at the crystal ball. At this moment, after more than 10 minutes of battle, Broly's power had absolutely increased by hundreds of times. Bang! Yifeng punched Broly, sending him flying and crashing heavily into a massive rock. The rock exploded instantly like a bubble. Feeling the pain, Broly gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He then clenched his fists tightly and charged directly at Yifeng. His speed was astonishing. He appeared beside Yifeng in an instant and threw a punch. Bang! The punch landed heavily on Yifeng's chest, knocking him back several dozen meters. Chapter 158. Rage Form versus Rage Form. Wow, that speed boost is insane. Yifeng rubbed his chest and looked at Broly. At that moment, after knocking Yifeng back with a punch, Broly flew toward him again. Whoos, whoos, bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows in a fierce confrontation, and it was clear that Broly had entered a battle state. Boom! The planet Wampa trembled continuously. How impressive! Who exactly is that guy? he can actually suppress Broly like this. Paragus watched the battle with a shocked expression. At this moment, he could only see black lines and hear the sound of fists colliding with flesh. Bang! Then, Broly was sent flying again, crashing heavily into the ground. He gasped for air, clearly showing signs of fatigue after such a long battle. After all, Broly was still unable to stabilize his energy and stamina. At this rate, it seemed he wouldn't be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yifeng looked at Broly and furrowed his brows. At this moment, Broly probably hadn't even unleashed his anger form's power. In Dragon Ball Super, Broly transformed into his anger form because he sensed a dangerous aura from Vegeta. However, when fighting Broly, he had no intention of killing him. Therefore, he simply couldn't transform into his anger form. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to push you a bit. Yifeng murmured to himself. Then, a huge energy ball appeared in the palm of his right hand and smashed directly towards Broly. What? That bastard wants to kill Broly? Paragus looked at the enormous energy ball, fear appearing in his eyes. He sensed a tremendous danger from that energy ball. Such a terrifying energy ball could destroy the entire planet Vampa in an instant. Looking at the giant energy ball, Broly also felt a great danger. A low, angry roar escaped from his throat, as if he was enduring some kind of pain, and he tightly held his head with both hands. Chapter 158. Angry Form vs. Angry Form. Please subscribe automatically. Goodness, this speed of enhancement is just too abnormal. Yefeng rubbed his chest and looked at Broly. At that moment, after Broly had knocked Yefeng back with a punch, he flew towards Yefeng again. Woos woos, bang bang bang. The two of them were engaged in intense exchanges of punches, and Broly had clearly entered a fighting state. Rumble. The Wampa planet shook continuously. So powerful, who is that guy? How can he suppress Broly like this? Paragus watched the battle between the two with a shocked expression. At this moment, he could only see black lines and hear the sound of flesh colliding. Bang! Then, Broly was knocked back again, crashing heavily into the ground. Breathing heavily, it was clear that after such a long battle, his stamina was starting to show some problems. After all, Broly still couldn't stabilize his energy and stamina. At this rate, it seemed he wouldn't be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yifeng glanced at Broly and furrowed his brows. At this moment, Broly probably hadn't even unleashed his angry form. In Dragon Ball Super, Broly transformed into his angry form because he sensed a dangerous aura from Vegeta. However, when fighting Broly, he had no intention of killing him. Therefore, he couldn't possibly transform into his angry form. In that case, he could only push him a bit. Yifeng murmured to himself. Then, a massive energy ball appeared in the palm of his right hand and smashed directly towards Broly. What? That bastard wants to kill Broly? Paragus looked at the gigantic energy ball, a look of fear appearing in his eyes. He sensed immense danger from that energy ball. Such a terrifying energy ball could destroy the entire Wampa planet in an instant. Looking at the huge energy ball, Broly also felt a tremendous danger. A deep roar erupted from his throat as he seemed to be enduring some kind of pain, clutching his head tightly with both hands. Crimson light shot out from the cracks. This planet is about to explode. Hurry and stop, Broly. The Wampa planet will explode. Paragus shouted desperately. But Broly was already blinded by rage and couldn't hear Paragus's words. Seeing that Broly completely ignored him, Paragus hurriedly took out the controller from the small bag at his waist. This was a device he had prepared to control Broly's rampage. Just as Paragus took out the controller, Yifeng suddenly turned his head to take a look, and the remote control exploded suddenly. What? Paragus felt as if he could die from despair at that moment. Meanwhile, the Wampa planet was shaking more violently. The ground was covered with a large amount of orange-red lava, and the temperature of the entire planet suddenly rose. Roar! 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 Broly's roar echoed as greenish flames erupted around him, and he punched directly at Yifeng. Yifeng also elevated his angry form to its strongest state and smashed towards Broly. Suddenly, at that moment, the entire space seemed to freeze. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, a visible grass-green shockwave swept out in all directions. Boom! Under that terrifying shockwave, mountains within 100 miles were flattened. At this moment, the frequency of the planet shaking was increasing rapidly. The Wampa planet was about to explode. In the next second, Yifeng directly grabbed Broly, and their bodies quickly disappeared. Boom! 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 Almost at the moment the two disappeared, the Wampa planet exploded. The entire planet bloomed in the universe like a huge firework. Chapter 159. The Conspiracy of the Gods. In a violent explosion, the Wampa planet vanished without a trace, turning into cosmic dust. Paragus also disappeared along with the Wampa planet. Then, Yifeng appeared in the Kaioshin realm, holding Broly. What? How did you come here? The old Kaioshin looked at the suddenly appearing Yifeng and Broly, saying with a face full of fear. These two guys had already destroyed the Wampa planet. Were they planning to dismantle his realm as well? What? Is that not allowed? Yifeng coldly glanced at the old Kaioshin, and the old Kaioshin looked furious and really wanted to shout. What are you looking at? But after thinking about it, he decided against it. At his age, he shouldn't act impulsively. Lord Ancestor, let's just drop it. The Kaioshin of the Seven Realms, accent, quickly tugged at the old Kaioshin's clothes and whispered. Not to mention that Yifeng has a good relationship with the Omni King. Just his strength alone is not something they, as Kaioshins, can provoke. At that moment, Broly looked at the explosion in the crystal ball and suddenly hugged his head with both hands, crying out in pain, like a wounded beast. This is bad. This guy seems to have gone mad. The old Kaioshin looked at Broly and quickly distanced himself from this dangerous being. Roar, accompanied by another roar. Broly's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and a grass-green energy spread out like a hurricane in all directions. The old Kaioshin, Exen, and Jebbit were directly blown away. In that instant, Broly's body swelled up, his hair turned golden, like a war god descending upon the world. Then, the colors of the entire realm of gods began to shift continuously, red, grass-green, purple, until Broly's body was wrapped in a massive grass-green energy sphere. Wow, is he that fierce? Yifeng looked at Broly and instinctively said something. When he transformed into a Super Saiyan, it seemed that his energy was not as strong as Broly's, nor was it as exaggerated. Could this be the difference between maintaining rationality and losing it during transformation? Suddenly, countless grass-green energies shot out from the green energy ball. The ground exploded instantly. In the next second, Broly flashed out from the energy ball and directly attacked Yifeng. Bang! A punch hit Yifeng, sending him flying backward. Such strong power, but it seemed he had completely lost his consciousness, which was not a good thing. Yifeng Fronit. He wanted to guide Broly's potential, but it was definitely not to turn him into this mindless monster. It seems that getting Broly to become a Super Saiyan while maintaining control over his sanity would take a little more time. Alright, the fight ends here. If Broly does not regain consciousness, then this battle is clearly meaningless. Yifeng suddenly appeared behind Broly and struck the back of his head with a knife hand blow. Broly's eyes went blank, and then the aura around him gradually faded away until he returned to his normal state, slowly collapsing to the ground. He had already lost consciousness. It seemed that for the time being, he would have to stay in the Kaioshin realm until Broly could freely control his explosive aura. It shouldn't take too long. After all, Kale from Universe 6 seemed to have learned to control her Super Saiyan energy within those few minutes during the Tournament of Power. Is the battle over so soon? The old Kaioshin looked at Yifeng in disbelief. He had thought the two would fight for a long time, causing the Divine Realm to be in ruins before stopping. Alright, it seems that Broly and I will have to stay here for a while, so I'll trouble the three of you. Yifeng looked at old Kai and Kaioshin Asin, and, it's no trouble, I'll go prepare now. Kaioshin Asin said very respectfully. Yifeng looked at Broly lying on the ground, a conflicted expression on his face. Sigh. When Broly wakes up, how should he explain Paragus' death? At this moment, in the universe, a dark plot was brewing. The gods of destruction and supreme Kais from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 9th, 10th, and 11th universes were holding a mysterious meeting through the communication abilities of the angels. Hey, I said you guys, are you plotting something again? Kampa coldly said to the other gods of destruction through the angel staff. Come on, Kampa, we wouldn't plot anything, because if Lord Zeno finds out, we would be erased. Quitella coldly replied to Kampa with a smile. Oh, if that's the case, why didn't Beerus attend this meeting? Kampa squinted and asked lightly. That guy Beerus? How could he attend such a meeting? I purposely didn't let Beerus attend. Kampa, you really dislike Beerus and those humans from the 7th universe, don't you? I heard that you seem to have been beaten up before. Quitella said with a very sinister tone, seemingly mocking him. TCH, you bastard. As if you haven't been beaten up. Kampa clenched his teeth tightly and said to Quitella. The atmosphere became tense when discussing Yeffing, because all the gods of destruction present seemed to have been beaten by Yeffing. Then, Kampa was kicked out of the group chat due to his excessive words. These bastards that didn't even notify Beerus, they must be plotting something. Kampa propped his chin and thought for a moment. Lord Kampa, are you worried about them being detrimental to Lord Beerus? Vados asked from the side. TCH, how could that be? I would love for the 7th universe to be erased by Lord Zeno. Kappa jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on, saying to Vados, "But I think those guys must be plotting against the 7th and 6th universes. I need to discuss this with Beerus." Kappa nodded while speaking. He, clearly caring, yet pretending to be tough. Vados looked at Kappa and said with a smile, "These two brothers really have the same personality. TCH, stop talking nonsense. Hurry and take me to the 7th universe." Kappa coldly pouted and said to Vados. Seeing Kappa being stubborn, Vados didn't say much and could only take him away from the 6th universe's god of destruction realm. Meanwhile, the group chat of the other gods of destruction continued. "That human from the 7th universe is too arrogant. We must teach him a good lesson in this power tournament." After Kappa left, Vermaud directly revealed his thoughts. "That guy seems too strong. He definitely isn't someone other universe humans can compare to." The god of destruction from the 10th universe, Lamzi, said, because they had personally experienced Yefeng's power. Even the gods of destruction were not their match, let alone humans. "You don't need to worry about this. This time, 8 universes are participating in the power tournament. Even if we exclude the 6th universe, there are still 60 people left. Are we afraid we can't handle just him?" Vermaud coldly said again. "Perhaps when Jiren comes out this time, he can compete with Yefeng. Plus, with the other powerful beings from different universes, it's a sure thing. As long as we deal with Yefeng, the others from the 7th universe are not a concern. Oh, such a thing is too ugly. The 2nd universe wouldn't do such a thing." The god of destruction from the 2nd universe, Hellas, said before directly hanging up the group video chat. If the 2nd universe gets eliminated, it can only mean that the fate of the 2nd universe is such. Even if erased by Lord Zeno, their universe would leave behind beauty and love. The 2nd universe chooses to fight alone. Does anyone disagree with my proposal? Vermaud asked the crowd. At this point, only Quitella, Lamzi, Sidra, and Mosk remained. Do. Strange sounds came from Mosmek. Lord Mosk agrees with the proposal. The Angel Cambry translated. The 9th universe agrees to team up. The 10th universe agrees to team up. Lamzi and Sidra nodded in agreement. This matter concerns the safety of the entire universe. And the 7th universe is the biggest thorn in the side. As long as we deal with them, the rest will depend on skill. The 4th universe also agrees to the team-up proposal. Quitella paused and suddenly spoke again. "But I suggest we make it so that that guy from the 7th universe cannot participate." "What do you mean?" Hearing Quitella's words, the other gods of destruction were surprised. "It's simple. Just remove that guy from the 7th universe." Quitella said with a sinister smile. "But if Lord Zeno finds out, it would be very dangerous." Sidra was clearly hesitant. This approach carried great risks. Moreover, the human from the 7th universe seemed to have some small connection with Lord Zeno. Don't forget, the universe that loses the tournament will also be erased. Your 9th universe will probably be the first to be eliminated, right? Also, as long as he dies, who would know it was us? Quitella spoke again. Because in terms of strength, the 9th universe is the weakest once the power tournament starts. The 9th universe will definitely be the first eliminated. As for this matter, you all decide for yourselves. I won't participate. A sly look flashed in Vermaud's eyes, and then he directly exited the group chat. What a joke. Although I want to incite everyone to team up against Yefeng, I won't do such a murderous business. If Lord Zeno finds out, it would be disastrous. Moreover, their 11th universe, as long as they deal with Yefeng, has a 99% chance of taking the final victory. There is really no need to do something so desperate. More importantly, he was very clear about Yefeng's strength. He possessed destructive capabilities, and even the gods of destruction couldn't kill him. Let that idiot Quitella go stir up trouble. Let him be. TCH, that bastard Vermaud actually bailed. Quitella was filled with anger, but thinking about it, it made sense. The 10th universe indeed has strong combat power, so they don't need to take risks. But they from the 4th universe and the 9th universe couldn't care so much. All right, we'll do it, as long as it's not done by our own hands. Lord Zeno probably won't know. Lamzi and Sidra nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai realm, Broly had already woken up. I'm very sorry, Broly. I couldn't save your father. Looking at Broly, who had regained his sanity, Yefeng said apologetically. Of course, that kind of apology was feigned. Paragus is dead, and he probably doesn't even feel anything. It's okay, it's not your fault. Broly shook his head. Although he felt a bit down, he didn't seem too sad. It was just a momentary loss of control over his emotions. Besides, he had been fighting alongside Yi Feng at the time, so he had to take half the responsibility. Look, where are those things? Suddenly, Kaioshin Ashen spoke up in panic. Yi Feng and Broly quickly looked up at the sky, where a dark mass was flying towards them. What is going on? How can those things enter the divine realm? The old Kai looked at the dark figures in disbelief, and said, "Such a thing in the divine realm is not something just anyone can come to. It's obvious without thinking that these are guests from other universes." Yifeng slightly raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the guys approaching him, speaking. From them, he sensed a familiar aura. Destructive power. He didn't expect those foolish guys to think of doing such a thing. It seemed they planned to use the same method they used against Frisia to deal with him. However, with their level of destructive energy, even Frisia couldn't handle it. So how could they possibly be his opponents? These guys really weren't very bright. What? Guests from other universes? Should we notify Lord Beerus? The Kaioshin, Ashin, looked at Yifeng and asked. If they were really people from other universes, it was obvious they were starting to target Yifeng. This matter had to be reported to Lord Beerus, and then notify Lord Zeno. There was no need to trouble Beerus with such a trivial matter. If it caused a commotion that reached Lord Zeno, wouldn't that be pointless? Yifeng's lips curled up, revealing a cold arc. Since they wanted to play with him, how could he let those so-called gods down? Chapter 161. Smash the destruction god Quaitra. Then Yifeng suddenly leaped into the air, appearing directly in front of the group of guests from other universes. It was him. The target had appeared. The leading dog-headed man looked at Yifeng and said to the people behind him, "Hey, which universe are you all from?" Yifeng asked coldly. Although he could clearly feel that these people came from several different universes, he still couldn't determine exactly which ones they were. We won't say." The leading dog-headed man had a proud look on his face, but before he could finish his words, a beam of light instantly pierced through his chest. His pupils contracted, and then he fell limply to the ground, devoid of life. "Which universe are you from?" Yifeng pointed at another person with his finger and coldly asked. "Don't waste your efforts. We are not." Before the word "no" could finish falling, a wave of energy instantly penetrated the chest of the person who spoke. They were killed in an instant, very decisively. Seeing their companion fall like this, fear appeared on everyone's faces. To say they weren't scared would be a joke. After all, no one can face death directly, and even less can they watch their companions being killed one by one. That feeling is even more tormenting. "Damn it, let's go. Let's kill him together." Suddenly someone shouted, and the dark crowd rushed towards Yifeng. TCH, they don't know what death is. Yifeng Fronet. And a golden lightning bolt suddenly flashed from his fingertips. In an instant, the golden lightning pierced through the hearts of hundreds of people. The figures in midair fell to the ground like dumplings. In just 10 seconds, nearly 1,000 people had been killed, leaving only 4 trembling individuals carrying destructive energy. "No, don't be afraid, we still have a trump card," the leader, trembling, said to the other 3. Then, the 4 of them almost simultaneously took out a destructive energy ball and threw it directly at Yifeng. TCH, it really is destructive energy. Yifeng disdainfully glanced at the purple energy balls and then blew a breath. Boom, boom, boom. 4 energy balls were directly blown away by Yifeng's breath, and then exploded. What? What kind of guy is this? He can actually blow away destructive energy with his breath? This is it. We're dead for sure. Seeing the scene before them, despair appeared in the eyes of the 4. If this mission fails, they won't survive. Whoosh. Almost simultaneously, 4 beams of energy shot out, piercing the hearts of the 4. Then Yifeng slowly descended to the ground. "Mr. Yifeng, why did you kill them all? Leaving one alive could have helped us find out who was behind this," the Kaioshin Ashin asked, somewhat puzzled. "Now we have no idea which universe wants to kill Yifeng. Is there even a need to ask? Help me take care of Broly. I'm going to have a good talk with those destroyer gods." After Leaf Maple finished speaking to the god of destruction, Asin, his body suddenly disappeared from the god of destruction realm. At this moment, in the 4th universe, there was still no news about whether it succeeded or not. Katra was pacing back and forth in the god of destruction realm with his chin propped up. Logically speaking, they should have returned by now. No, could have failed. The god of destruction of the 4th universe, Kor, spoke up with some worry. It would be best if this matter succeeded. If it failed and left behind evidence, then the 4th universe would be doomed. TCH, how could it possibly fail? Although that human is indeed a bit tricky to deal with. After all, he is just a mortal. The destruction energy can easily destroy him. Katra frowned tightly, but still felt a bit anxious. If they really got discovered, although he had prepared his excuses, it would still be troublesome. "It seems you have quite a bit of confidence in your so-called destruction energy." Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. The angel, Konik, suddenly looked towards Quitra's back. "Lord Katra, behind you," he casually reminded. Katra quickly turned around and saw that familiar figure, with the index and middle fingers just pointing at his forehead. "Yifeng, how are you? What do you want to do?" Quita instantly broke into a cold sweat, looking at Yifeng with a face full of terror. How did this guy suddenly appear in the fourth universe? And I didn't notice at all. Is this the destructive energy you are so proud of? After Yi Feng's voice fell, a purple energy ball suddenly appeared at his fingertips. What? Destruction energy? How can you control destruction energy? Katra panicked, completely panicked. He never expected that this annoying human could actually master destruction energy like their god of destruction. The god of creation, Cole, next to him was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. You're not qualified to know, but you need to understand that the consequences of assassinating me will be dire. After Yi Feng's voice fell, he kicked heavily at Keetra's chest. Bang! Keetra's body was instantly sent flying out, crashing heavily against a tree, which was directly snapped in half. That damn bastard, I won't let you off. Anger surged in Keetra's eyes. Although this mess was caused by himself, being chased and brutally beaten by a human in the divine realm was something he could not tolerate. Even Beerus would have to pay a heavy price today. Suddenly, golden flames began to swirl around Keetra's body. Damn it, since the destructive energy didn't kill this bastard, then I'll take care of it now, right? I just happen to have the same thought as you. After Yi Feng's deep voice fell, he directly transformed into a full-power Super Saiyan form. Whoosh! The two of them almost simultaneously burst out. Boom! With a terrifying muffled sound, Quitra's body was sent flying out. Bang! Then, his body was embedded into the mountainside. Lord Katra, the Kaioshin Kuru and the Angel Konik both frowned. The human in front of them was indeed a bit too arrogant, actually beating up a god of destruction in the Kaioshin realm of Universe 4. Yi Feng's body flashed again and directly slammed heavily into Ketla's stomach. A mouthful of murky liquid spewed out from Ketla's mouth, and his body instantly penetrated through a 100-jong mountain peak. Chapter 162, Teaching the Destruction Gods. The moment Ketla's body was sent flying, Yi Feng closely followed, appearing directly above Ketla and pressing down on his head, sliding a full 100-jong distance. The ground was plowed out, leaving a shocking mark. Damn human, let me go. Ketla roared in anger, but being pressed down so roughly by Yi Feng, he had no way to break free. Yi Feng's strength was simply too terrifying. Moreover, Ketla's proud destructive energy posed no threat to Yi Feng at all. Filthy and gloomy rat, like you should be trampled underfoot. After Yi Feng's voice fell, he heavily stepped on Quitra's chest. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out from Quitra's throat. The anger in his eyes seemed like it could burn the entire universe. At that moment, the Angel Konik and the Supreme Kai Kur rushed over. Mr. Yi Feng, Lord Katra is still a god of destruction. Your actions seem a bit excessive. Konik said lightly, looking at Yi Feng. Excessive? I feel it's still far from enough. Yi Feng intensified the strength under his feet. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they offend me, then I can only apologize. In the past, Yi Feng thought this saying was quite pretentious, but now he found it very practical. If Ketral hadn't been thinking of eliminating him, he would have followed his own path and wouldn't have bothered to create trouble for him. However, since Ketral had thoughts of killing him, if he continued to be so benevolent, that would just be foolish. Ugh! Ketral groaned in pain, his face turning red, with Yi Feng stepping on him like this. He could hardly breathe. Yi Feng, don't go too far. If you keep messing around like this, I'll immediately go to the King of All to report you. The god of destruction, Cole, directly threatened Yi Feng. Go ahead, and by the way, tell the King of All that the four of you from different universes have teamed up to eliminate me. Yi Feng waved his hand at Kor and spoke. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Kor immediately fell silent, because he knew in his heart that they didn't dare to seek out the King of All. If their assassination of Yi Feng were to be exposed, they might be eliminated by the King of All immediately. Hey, little mouse, tell me who the other three destroyers are? Yi Feng's cold gaze fell on Katra as he asked. He was not afraid to kill Katra, but it would cause some minor trouble, and there was no need for that right now. Besides, with an angel nearby, he might not be able to kill him anyway. After a good beating and humiliation, his mood seemed to improve significantly. Katra frowned tightly, his face flushed with anger. Humiliation, an immense humiliation. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment since he became a god of destruction, being trampled underfoot by a human. The third universe, the ninth universe, and the 10th universe. Katra gritted his teeth and spoke each word slowly. The reason he revealed this was naturally part of his plan. He wanted Yi Feng to offend all the gods of destruction, preferably to kill Rumsey or Sidra. If that happened, Lord Zeno would definitely erase him. Bang! After Katra finished speaking, Yi Feng kicked him hard in the face, and Katra fainted immediately. One day I will kill you. Yi Feng's eyes shot out a sharp light as he spoke in a low voice. But now is not the time. he is still not strong enough. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yi Feng disappeared from the 4th universe. Since the 3rd universe, the 9th universe, and the 10th universe are all involved, how could he let them be so comfortable? It's too arrogant. Should he just let that bastard go? After Yi Feng left, Cuter said angrily. He actually ran to the 4th universe and brutally beat up the god of destruction of the 4th universe. This is a huge humiliation for the entire 4th universe. Otherwise, can you defeat him? Besides, he should be grateful he didn't go straight to the king. Otherwise, the 4th universe might have already been erased. Angel Konnak glanced at Cure and said, "Damn it." Cure clenched his fists tightly. Since that's the case, he could only accept the suggestion of Wei Maida and work together to defeat the 7th universe at the Tournament of Power. Half a day's time quickly passed. Yi Feng returned to the King of Worlds. "How is it, Mr. Yi Feng?" asked the King of Worlds, Asin, who ran over with curiosity. He had been worried that Yi Feng might have killed the other destroyers in a fit of anger, which would have caused some trouble. "It's fine. I just gave those destroyers a simple lesson," Yefeng said lightly, as if he were talking about something very trivial. "Oh, that's good." The god of destruction, Ashin, quickly nodded. As long as no one was killed, there shouldn't be any major issues. After all, it was the god of destruction from another universe who initiated the conflict. Now, even if Yefeng had given them a beating, they could only suffer in silence, unable to express their grievances. "All right, I'll take Broly back to Earth now." Yi Feng took Broly away. Since Broly still couldn't control his powerful energy, he needed to train him properly. This training period would likely be long, and if they used the Room of Spirit and time on Earth, he would have enough time to help Broly control his energy. Meanwhile, on Earth, Beerus, Kampa, and others rarely gathered together. "Hey, Kampa, I can't believe you actually told me this. It's quite surprising." After hearing Kampa's words, Beerus said incredulously. After all, he and Kampa had always been at odds. And now Kampa was actually telling him about the alliance between Quitella and the others to deal with the 7th universe. This indeed left him a bit stunned. Do you think I lack feelings like you, Beerus? Besides, just because I told you this doesn't mean we've reconciled, Kampa replied, raising his head high. After saying that, he began to eat the delicious food in front of him. One must say, the food on Earth really is hard to resist. TCH, you really are hard to like. Beerus looked at Kampa and said. Just then, Yi Feng suddenly appeared in front of Beerus and Kampa with Broly. Kampa? I didn't expect you to be in the 7th universe. Yi Feng said in surprise upon seeing Kampa sitting across from Beerus. Where's the little girl next to you? TCH, what kind of look is that? Can't I come to the 7th universe? Kampa pouted and replied to Yi Feng. Clearly, although he was somewhat wary of Yi Feng, he still had to maintain his dignity as a god of destruction. You are quite perceptive, not causing trouble with Quitella and those fools. Yi Feng glanced at Xiang Pa and smiled lightly as he spoke. Originally, Yi Feng thought that with Xiang Pa being such a petty person after being beaten by him, he would definitely team up with Kutra and the others to cause trouble. After all, during the overview tournament, he had teamed up with other destroyers to deal with Beerus. It seems that this guy still has a bit of conscience. However, his luck is indeed good. Otherwise, he would probably still be unconscious right now. Yi Feng, did you just say that Kutra and the others are causing trouble in the 403 incident? What does that mean? Beerus looked at Yi Feng and quickly asked. Since Yi Feng said so, it must not be a simple matter. Kutra, Mosk, Sidra, and Ramses sent someone to the Kaishin realm to assassinate me. But the person they sent was killed by me. Yi Feng spoke in a flat tone. What? Beerus clenched his fists tightly, anger flaring in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, Those bastards, how dare they do such a thing? I will never let them off. Whis, go to the Omni King's palace right now. Yi Feng is the ace player of their 7th universe, and those bastards actually dared to attempt an assassination. If this gets to the Omni King, they will definitely not be spared. Those idiots from Kutra are really foolish to think about sending someone to assassinate you? I bet even if the 4 of them went to assassinate him themselves, they wouldn't succeed. That cracked me up. At this moment, Xiang Pa actually started to laugh. Usually, Kutra seems to be quite a smart person. How could he be so foolish this time? If Yi Feng could be killed so easily, he would have been dead long ago during the 6th universe. Oh, it seems Lord Xiang Pa has been smart for once. Bardos didn't give Xiang Pa any face and directly insulted him. Lord Beerus, are you really determined to find the Omni King? You must understand that whoever angers the Omni King, if the Tournament of Power cannot proceed, the Omni King might eliminate all the universes, which reminded him at this moment. The nature of the Omni King is indeed something no one can fathom, and he would definitely do such a thing. That makes sense. The anger in Beerus's eyes suddenly diminished a lot, which was absolutely right. This is probably why Katra and the others were so bold. Because their universe's overall strength is relatively weak, they came up with such underhanded tactics. But should they just let them go like this? It's really frustrating. Beerus clenched his fists, really wanted to beat those guys up. But gods of destruction can't just fight each other. That feeling is really hard to bear. Don't be upset. I've already given them proper lesson, and they're probably still unconscious now. Looking at the furious Beerus, Yifeng said lightly, "The steel armor of the third universe's god of destruction, Mosk, has already been turned into a pile of scrap metal by me. And Mosk was beaten up by me as well. As for the big bearded Sidra and the big elephant Ramses, I just left them a breath. Although the punishment wasn't severe, it should be enough to make them remember. What? A god of destruction knocked out? This kind of thing probably only you can pull off." Xiang Pa frowned tightly and said softly, "Now that I think about it, I seem to be the first god of destruction to be knocked out by Yifeng. That's really a bit embarrassing. However, luckily, I didn't follow those guys from Katra this time. Otherwise, my fate would probably be the same. Those bastards deserve it. But during the Tournament of Power, I can properly deal with those universe's contestants." Beerus said coldly, "Especially that white rat Katra. Just thinking about it makes me upset. Oh, by the way, is he the last contestant participating in the Tournament of Power that you mentioned?" At this moment, Beerus finally turned his gaze to Broly behind Yifeng. He was a bit too angry just now and didn't notice Broly. His name is Broly, and he's also a Saiyan. Yifeng nodded, then patted Broly's shoulder and said to him, "If you're hungry, just eat whatever you want. Saiyan, he doesn't seem very strong," Beerus said with a hint of disappointment. He originally thought that the fighter recommended by Yifeng would definitely be strong, but he couldn't feel any powerful aura at all. "Lord Beerus, I can sense something similar to Mr. Yifeng from his body," Bestows said lightly upon hearing Beerus's words. "What?" Beerus and Kampa were both startled, looking at the gluttonous Broly with incredulity on their faces. "Things similar to leaf maple?" Weiss is absolutely right. Broly's Saiyan bloodline is exactly the same as mine. Perhaps in a year, he will be able to surpass Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa." Yifeng smiled and jokingly said, although it was a joke, the likelihood of such a thing happening was still quite high. "What do you take the Destroyer God for? Is it someone anyone can just beat up?" After hearing Yifeng's words, Kampa suddenly felt that the 0-3 delicacy in front of him was no longer appealing. However, he was contemplating whether to reconcile with Beerus now and then confront other universes during the Tournament of Power. After all, with these two gods in Universe 7, they would surely be able to last until the end. "Mr. Yifeng, what about that little girl you were with?" While everyone was eating, Beerus suddenly asked casually. As Beerus's voice fell, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. "Beerus, what were you just asking?" Kampa looked at Beerus in surprise, doubting if he had heard wrong. Weiss also turned his surprised gaze towards Beerus, thinking that his sister seemed a bit different. During the overview of the match, she had shown great interest in Yifeng. Chapter 164. Perfect fusion of Super Saiyan 2 and Ultra Instinct. Beerus was also bewildered. In his memory, Beerus indeed liked to joke around, but usually it was just teasing that guy Kampa. Now, to suddenly ask about Yifeng like this was truly unexpected. Even Yifeng looked surprised and quickly said, "She's at home." "Beerus, you don't like me, do you?" Yifeng suddenly smiled, squinting his eyes as he looked at Bestows. Otherwise, he was asking his name for the first time, and now he was actually concerned about Lotzi Li. This made him doubt her intentions. "Little guy, don't be so narcissistic. I was just asking casually. Besides, if you wanted to like you, you have to be stronger than me." Bestows, however, didn't he care about the gazes of others and said, "Stronger than you? Don't worry, that is not a problem at all." Yifeng said confidently, "My goal now is to surpass the angels, and I should not be too far from this goal." Wow. Weiss glanced at Bardock09 and narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his sister seemed very calm, he felt that something was off. After finishing a simple meal, Yifeng took Broly directly to the room of spirit and time. He planned to spend 1 or 2 years helping Broly to stabilize his energy control. Ideally, he hoped Broly could reach the full power of Super Saiyan, so he would likely be able to stand a chance even against Jiren. "Hey, Beerus, how about the 6th and 7th universes team up for this Tournament of Power?" Kampa suddenly spoke up. "What? Team up? Did I hear that right, Kampa? You actually want to team up with the 7th universe?" Beerus said nonchalantly while picking his teeth. Did Kampa think he could hide his little schemes? He was clearly just eyeing Yifeng's strength. If the 7th universe didn't have Yifeng, Kampa probably wouldn't even consider teaming up with him. "I'm being very serious, Beerus. Other universes have already formed alliances. Although Yi Feng is strong, do you really think he can handle 50 or 60 fighters at once? Hey, you know there are quite a few talented individuals in other universes, Kampa said with a sly smile. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Beerus pondered for a moment. Although he knew Kampa's intentions, what he said wasn't without merit. There were definitely powerful fighters among the other universes, and if it were just Yi Feng alone, he really wouldn't be able to cope. The current situation was also quite clear. Besides the sixth universe, the other universes might have already reached a consensus, which was very unfavorable for the seventh universe. Come on, Beerus, you've seen the strength of Hit and Caulifla from our sixth universe. They won't lose to your Goku and Vegeta from the seventh universe. Seeing Beerus wavering a bit, a cunning look flashed in Kampa's eyes, and he quickly spoke up. Although Beerus was somewhat reluctant to ally with Kampa, he had to admit that what he said made sense. If Hit and Caulifla from the sixth universe became opponents, it would indeed be quite troublesome. All right, I agree. But after we eliminate the other universes, we won't hold back. Beerus waved his hand and said impatiently to Kampa, hey, by then, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Don't get too proud, Beerus, Kampa said with a sly smile. TCH, what an annoying laugh. Beerus frowned, feeling that Kampa was up to no good. At that moment, inside the room of spirit and time in the sacred realm, Yi Feng said to Broly, next. I will train you for at least a year. This year may be very tedious. Yi Feng seriously said to Broly. In fact, Broly originally did not like fighting very much. On the contrary, he loved peace. Yi Feng had to put in a lot of effort to convince him. Of course, this was not entirely for the sake of the Tournament of Power, as he could sweep the entire arena by himself. However, there are too many strong individuals in this world, and one never knows when someone stronger than the angels or even the Grand Priest might suddenly appear. Therefore, Broly's incredible talent should not be wasted. If a battle is truly needed, at least Broly can be of great help. I understand. Broly nodded, his eyes showing determination. After all, he had lived on planet Vampa for decades, so this kind of monotony had long since become second nature to him. Good. Then try to transform into a Super Saiyan while controlling your rationality. While Yi Feng and Broly were training in the hyperbolic time chamber, the other contestants were not idle. Vegeta and Trunks were training desperately in a room with 300 times the gravity. Vegeta's training was very strict. As long as he didn't feel tired, the training couldn't stop. Of course, he also kept his own power at a level comparable to Trunks. Gohan and Piccolo were also diligently training. Originally, Goku wanted to guide Gohan, but Gohan refused. The reason was simple. He was more accustomed to Uncle Piccolo's training methods. Meanwhile, Goku was training with Goten on the back mountain of Boo's house. Just like that, 2 days quickly passed. At this time, Yi Feng and Broly also walked out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Time really flies. He originally thought a year would be enough, but unexpectedly, 2 years had passed so quickly. Yi Feng sighed with a shallow smile. However, over the past 2 years, he has gained quite a lot. Broly's progress was even faster than he had imagined, and he now completely mastered the energy of Super Saiyan 2. More importantly, he had combined Super Saiyan 2 with perfect Ultra Instinct. Although he couldn't guarantee defeating Whis 100%, he should be close. If his strength reached the level of an angel, that meant his next goal would be the Grand Priest. It was indeed a daunting mountain to overcome. Just thinking about the unfathomable aura of the Grand Priest made Yi Feng smile bitterly. Mr. Yi Feng, Mr. Broly, you finally came out. At that moment, Dandy walked over and said with a smile. Vegeta and Trunks followed behind him. Are you that Saiyan? As soon as he saw Broly, an annoyed expression appeared in Vegeta's eyes, and he tightly clenched his fists. Who are you? Looking at the displeased Vegeta, Broly said. During the 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, his growth was not only in strength, but also in temperament. I am Prince Vegeta. Vegeta directly stated the title he hadn't used in a long time. Vegeta? So you're the one who banished my father and me to planet Vampa. Upon hearing this name, a fierce look suddenly appeared in Broly's eyes. His father had warned him every day while he was alive that their enemies were King Vegeta and Vegeta. If he ever got the chance to leave planet Vampa, he must seek revenge on Vegeta. Now, he finally met Vegeta. Are you talking about King Vegeta? What he did has nothing to do with me. But if you want to fight, I'm always up for it, Vegeta said with a cold smile. So he was a Saiyan exiled by King Vegeta. No wonder he had no impression of him. TCH, a beast-like light suddenly appeared in Broly's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, and a grass-green aura began to rise from his body. The entire Supreme Kai Temple started to tremble. Vegeta clenched his fists as well and transformed into a Super Saiyan. excitement appearing in his eyes. Dandy and Trunks looked at the two with some panic, wondering why they liked to fight as soon as they met. Hey, are you two ignoring me? Just as a battle was about to break out, Yifeng suddenly spoke coldly. As Yifeng's voice fell, Vegeta quickly returned to his normal state. He could show off in front of the Saiyan before him, but he held absolute fear and respect for Yifeng. As for Broly, it could be said that he had been scared during the 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. You two can fight whenever you want after the tournament of power ends, but for now, just hold it in. Yefeng looked at Vegeta, then at Broly, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yefeng. Vegeta quickly spoke to Yefeng. After that, he turned to Trunks and said, let's go. The two entered the room of spirit and time, and the fierce look in Broly's eyes gradually softened. Let's go, Broly. We'll go eat first. As days passed, there was only 1 day left until the tournament of power. Yefeng, Goku, the 10 contestants should be fine, right? Beerus and Whis had come to Earth again to ensure that the contestants for this tournament of power were flawless. Yefeng, Broly, me and Vegeta, Gohan and Piccolo, Goten and Trunks, Majin Buu and Tien Shinhan. Just right. Sun Wukong counted on his fingers and said, exactly 10. Well, that's good. Beerus nodded, then turned his gaze to Broly. He soon frowned, thinking to himself, what Whis and Yefeng said is indeed true. In such a short time, that guy made me feel an uncomfortable sensation. Although that discomfort cannot be compared to Yefeng, it is definitely stronger than Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Science, it seems I really underestimated them before. Everyone, it's bad. Buu has fallen asleep. At this moment, Satan suddenly ran over, flustered, and said to everyone, huh, what? He fell asleep at this time? That's really unfortunate. Sun Wukong shouted. Doesn't that mean we're down 1 contestant? TCH, to have this situation arise at such a critical moment. Beerus gritted his teeth, clearly furious. If we can't find a 10th contestant before tomorrow, it will be a disaster. Hey, is there any way to wake him up? Beerus, suppressing his anger, asked Satan. I've tried everything, but once Buu falls into a deep sleep, he won't wake up for at least 2 months. Satan looked at Beerus in fear and quickly answered. If there was a way to wake him up, I wouldn't have run over here. That damn bastard. If he drops the ball now, I'll destroy him. Beerus's expression was icy. This matter was no joke. Ho ho ho, it seems Mr. Buu is quite similar to Lord Beerus. Whis suddenly covered his mouth and laughed. TCH, you guy. It's because you can't be erased by the Omni King that you can be so relaxed. Beerus glared at Whis. One must admit the importance of having a good father. What are we going to do if Buu can't participate in the tournament? Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking troubled. Waking him up was indeed quite a hassle. Hey, is it a big problem if Buu doesn't participate? Seeing the gloomy expressions on Beerus and Sun Wukong, Yefeng couldn't help but speak up. I am the main character. As long as I'm on the field, the 7th universe will be invincible. Does it matter whether the last contestant is Majin Buu or an ordinary fighter? Hearing Yefeng's words, Beerus finally reacted. As long as Yefeng, Broly, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta were present, there would be almost no mistakes. So whether Majin Buu could participate or not was not important. As long as those 4 made it to the end, the 7th universe would win. In the end, Krillin was confirmed as the final contestant. To put it bluntly, he was just there to fill the number. Whether the last person was Golden Frieza or Krillin, it really made no difference. The next morning, Whis came to take everyone to the venue of the Tournament of Power, the Null Realm. Lord Grand Priest, all the warriors of the 7th universe are ready. Whis looked up and said to the sky, I understand, Lee. As the Grand Priest's voice sounded, Yefeng and the others were enveloped by a beam of white light. Then they disappeared from Earth. When they reappeared, everyone was already in the Null Realm. Is this the Null Realm? It doesn't seem that different. Yifeng glanced around and murmured to himself. Besides the enormous arena, there were several large floodlights overhead. Below the arena was an endless abyss, a pitch-black void. Just then, competitors from other universes appeared one after another on the stage. Chapter 166, Jiren. I Will Defeat You. The 2nd universe was primarily led by Ribrian, Kakunsa, and Rosie, while the other members were not particularly noteworthy. The 3rd universe was mainly led by scientists Paparoni, Pankra, and Poraldata, although their individual combat powers were not very strong. The combined form of Kafla was definitely not to be underestimated. The 4th universe had the likes of Ganos, Dakli, and Shaza, whose strengths were decent but not overwhelmingly powerful. In the 6th universe, Hit, Kale, Caulifla, and Gabe exhibited a noticeable increase in the energy within their bodies. The 9th universe was primarily led by the Dangerous Trio, while the other members could be likened to rotten fish and shrimp. The 10th universe had Murikamu, Napapa, and Lily Bay Dance, among others. The 11th universe was led by Jiren, Toppo, and Dispo, with the other members of the Pride Troopers following behind. However, just from the lineup, the 11th universe was undoubtedly the strongest. Wow, so many powerful beings. Sun Wukong excitedly looked at the strong fighters from other universes, his face showing signs of exhilaration. It seemed that each universe's competitors were particularly formidable. At this moment, Vegeta focused his gaze on the 11th universe, as he could sense that the only real threats were from the 11th universe and hit from the 6th universe. The others posed no threat to him at all. Jiren seemed to have grown much stronger as well, truly a genius of the 11th universe. Yifeng looked at Jiren and could sense a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from his body. This guy has become much stronger since our last battle. It seems that my victory over him had quite an impact, while Yifeng and the others were observing other universes. The gaze of the participants and the gods of destruction from other universes seemed to be focused on Universe 7. To be precise, they were focused on Yifeng. TCH, that bastard, he must be the first to be eliminated today. Quitella tightly clenched his fists, his anger coalescing into something tangible in his eyes. You three must perform well and throw those guys from Universe 7 off the stage one by one, he said fiercely to Belmod, Lavinda, and Basil. That bastard, Jeff, knocked me out in my own universe. He must pay a heavy price. He must understand how foolish it is to be an enemy of the gods of destruction. Understood, Lord Sidra. This time we won't be careless like last time. The dangerous trio nodded seriously. Universe 7 was their primary target for attack. Next, Universe 10 and Universe 3 also confirmed their attack target, which was Universe 7. Although Yifeng is very powerful, when the tournament of power ends, if he is the only participant left from Universe 7, he cannot escape the fate of being eliminated. Jiren, you should know who your opponent is this time, right? A sinister light flickered in Vermaud's eyes as he spoke to Jiren. Don't worry, I will fight until the end, ensuring that Universe 11 remains. Jiren calmly replied to Vermaud, then stepped forward towards Universe 7. Top. Everyone's gaze turned to Jiren. Although most of the participants on the stage had their sights set on Universe 7 and Yifeng, the battle had not yet begun. So many wouldn't proactively greet Universe 7. Therefore, Jiren's actions puzzled everyone. Finally, Jiren stopped in front of Yifeng and coldly stated, "This time, I will defeat you." Jiren's voice was icy, filled with confidence. Is that so? You might be disappointed then. I told you that after you lost last time, our gap would only grow larger. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, "There's no denying that Jiren has become stronger, but there is still a huge gap between us." He felt that Jiren had a depth that was hard to gauge. Vegeta furrowed his brows tightly and looked at Jiren, speaking softly. I originally thought Toppo was the strongest in Universe 11, but I didn't expect this big-eyed monster in front of me to far exceed Toppo. Hey, you guy. Just as Son Goku was about to greet Jiren, Jiren coldly glanced at him and said in an icy tone, "Get lost. I'm not interested in you." What? Son Goku's expression changed, suddenly feeling alarmed. The moment he was locked onto by Jiren, he felt a sense of deathly threat. So strong. You seem to have become a target. Don't get eliminated right at the start. After saying this to Yifeng, Jiren returned to Universe 11. At that moment, Hit KO, and Caulifla from Universe 6 walked toward Universe 7. Master Vegeta. Caulifla greeted Vegeta excitedly, completely like a little child. TCH, I'm not your master. Vegeta shrugged. Hey. You guys. Last time we lost because we didn't know what Super Saiyan was, but this time we won't lose. Caulifla said confidently. I have already mastered a power stronger than Super Saiyan. Kale stood timidly behind Caulifla. Hey, although our two universes will be working together this time, I believe there will be opportunities to fight, and I will definitely defeat you then. Hit said to Yifeng in a calm tone. Why can't you all face your own strength? Leaf Maple smiled and looked at Hit, saying, do they think they can improve their strength while we are just sleeping? All the competitors from different universes seem very strong. What should we do? Krillin looked at the other universe's competitors with a face full of horror, feeling that those guys were incredibly strong. Don't be afraid, Krillin. If we unite, we won't be easily defeated. Tien Shinhan frowned and said to Krillin. He was also quite nervous inside. As compared to the other competitors, he and Krillin felt like mere fillers. Yes, we will unite when the time comes, Gohan nodded, which was also the strategy he had in mind. Chapter 167, Toppo vs. Goku. It seems that all the participating universes and competitors have arrived, so next, we will hear the wonderful speech from Lord Zeno. The voice of the Grand Priest echoed throughout the void. Everyone's gaze turned to the Grand Priest and Zeno's position. At this moment, Zeno also stood up from his throne, excitedly addressing the crowd. Welcome everyone. I've been looking forward to this match for a long time. Let's have an exciting competition. Zeno's speech was very brief and somewhat silly. All the competitors furrowed their brows, looking at Zeno. Their lives were in the hands of this little guy, which was quite frustrating. All right, thank you, Lord Zeno, for the wonderful speech. Next, let me emphasize the rules of the Tournament of Power. The Grand Priest's body suddenly appeared on the giant time pillar in the center of the arena. First, the duration of the Tournament of Power is 100 tack, and when the pillar in the center of the arena is parallel to the ground, the tournament officially ends. Second, no weapons other than one's own abilities may be used, and opponents must not be killed. In short, opponents must be eliminated from the arena, defeated, knocked out, or surrender, etc. As long as a person is still on the arena, they are not considered eliminated. Third, any flying abilities are strictly prohibited, except for those with wings, and no recovery items may be used. The introduction of the rules concluded, and the Tournament of Power officially began. After the Grand Priest finished speaking, he appeared next to Zeno. At this moment, all the competitors from different universes were watching closely, but no one made the first move. Listen to me. This time, we should adopt a strategy of team cooperation. Let's form a circle back-to-back, and when enemies come, 2 or more people can fight together. Gohan quickly said to everyone, "This is the best approach." TCH, boring strategy, Vegeta snorted, directly walking towards the center of the arena. With a blast of an energy ball, the battle instantly erupted. Hee, then I'll go fight too. Goku excitedly bumped his fists and also walked towards the battle area. Next was Broly, who clearly didn't want to follow Gohan's strategy either. "Hey, Goten, let's go have some fun," Trunks said excitedly to Goten. After Goten nodded, the two rushed into the arena. Goten, Trunks, those two idiots. Gohan cursed, wondering why they were causing trouble. Dad and Uncle Vegeta are both very strong, but Goten and Trunks can easily get eliminated in this kind of battle. Don't mind it, Gohan. It's just expected, Piccolo said calmly. Goku and Vegeta won't listen to any team cooperation, especially when the two of them are together. Trunks and Goten have completely inherited the excellent genes of Vegeta and Goku. I realized this when dealing with Majin Buu. It's impossible to control them. As for Broly, I guess only Leaf Maple can handle him. Huh, Mr. Leaf Maple, aren't you going to fight? Gohan suddenly noticed Leaf Maple still standing in place, which surprised him. I'm planning to work with you all, team cooperation. Yifeng smiled and said. Julian and Hit had not made a move yet, and he was completely uninterested in the other contestants. It would be better to just wait here for them to come. Great, let's form a circle now. Sun Wukong excitedly said. If Yifeng doesn't go out, then the 5 of them are definitely safe. Klin and Tianjin Fan also relaxed. With Yifeng around, there really is nothing to be afraid of. Boom! At this moment, the center of the arena emitted a piercing explosion, with colorful energy balls continuously exploding. Jiren, then let's go fight. Toppo looked at Jiren and said, First, eliminate the other guys from Universe 7. When it's just Yifeng left, no matter how strong he is, he definitely won't be able to face dozens of people alone. After saying that, Toppo, Dispo, Khalifa, and others directly joined the battle. Wow, such an intense fight. It's really exciting, isn't it? Kale, let's go fight too, Khalifa said excitedly, then transformed into a Super Saiyan and joined the battle. Kale quickly followed behind Khalifa, and then Gabe, Bergamo, Magetta, and others also joined the fight one after another. At this moment, the entire arena was extremely intense, with energy balls continuously exploding. Wow, so intense. So exciting, Grand Priest. The Omni King said excitedly as he watched the situation on the arena, addressing the Grand Priest. Is indeed very intense. The Grand Priest replied, then looked at Yifeng and Jiren. The real battle seems to have not yet begun. Boom! At this moment, Son Goku was fighting against the robot Beerah from Universe 3 when suddenly a yellow energy ball exploded between the two. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Son Goku. Yo, Toppo. Haha, are you looking for me to fight? Son Goku said excitedly as he looked at Toppo. Although he didn't get a practice with Toppo during the Tournament of Power, he felt that Toppo was very strong. He didn't expect Toppo to actively seek him out this time. Son Goku, you should step down, you're not my opponent. Toppo said coldly to Son Goku. Haha, trying to eliminate me is not that easy. Son Goku suddenly grinned, tightly clenched his fists, and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Seeing Toppo appear, Beerah wisely left. Because Lord Moscow had instructed that their common goal with Universe 11 was Universe 7. Boring transformation. Get down. Topo suddenly threw a punch at Son Goku. Watching the rapidly approaching fist, Son Goku quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. Bang! The next second, Son Goku was directly sent flying by Topo's punch, sliding back dozens of meters along the ground. Chapter 168. Super Saiyan Broly, Unleashing Great Power. You really are strong. Son Goku looked at Topo, his eyes revealing excitement. Undeniably, Topo's strength was very strong, definitely comparable to his Super Saiyan Blue. However, the battle had just begun, and not even a minute had passed, so Son Goku didn't plan to transform directly into Super Saiyan Blue. That would consume too much stamina. The next second, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged towards Topo. Bang, bang, bang. The two were constantly exchanging blows, and it was clear that Topo was holding back. After all, the goal of Universe 11 was ultimate victory, so it was impossible for him to exhaust his stamina for just one person, Son Goku. The two continued to clash fists, while others seemed to intentionally clear space for Son Goku and Topo's fight. As Son Goku and Topo battled, Broly was also surrounded by members of Universe 10. The members of Universe 10, Morichimu, Napapa, and Rebirth, along with Oregon and Sissup from Universe 9, were all known for their strength. Morichimu was a large ascetic, while Napapa was known as the Boundary Magician, a very powerful sumo wrestler. Rebirth was a soldier forged in the fires of battle. As for the two from Universe 9, one had threads that could bind enemies like spider silk, and the other was known as the Freezing Warrior Sissup, who could reach absolute zero. You guys from Universe 7 should roll off early and not force us to take action, Rebirth coldly said to Broly. 5 of them teaming up to deal with one Saiyan from Universe 7 was indeed overkill. Broly just coldly glanced at them and did not speak. These guys in front of him were simply not worthy opponents. TCH, that guy seems indifferent. Since that's the case, let me push him off, Napapa confidently said as he cracked his knuckles. I'm the strongest warrior of Universe 10. Boom, boom, boom. Napapa charged towards Broly, causing the ground to tremble. Get down. Napapa aimed a powerful punch at Broly's face, a strike with immense power. Bang. The next second, the fist hit Broly's face accurately. Chapter 168. Super Saiyan Broly, Unleashing Great Power. Please subscribe automatically. You really are strong. Son Goku looked at Topo, his eyes revealing excitement. Undeniably, Topo's strength was very strong, definitely comparable to his Super Saiyan Blue. However, the battle had just begun, and not even a minute had passed, so Son Goku didn't plan to transform directly into Super Saiyan Blue. That would consume too much stamina. The next second, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged towards Topo. Bang, bang, bang. The two were constantly exchanging blows, and it was clear that Topo was holding back. After all, the goal of Universe 11 was ultimate victory, so it was impossible for him to exhaust his stamina for just one person, Son Goku. The two continued to clash fists, while others seemed to intentionally clear space for Son Goku and Topo's fight. As Son Goku and Topo battled, Broly was also surrounded by members of Universe 10. The members of Universe 10, Morichimu, Napapa, and Rebirth, along with Oregon and Sissup from Universe 9, were all known for their strength. Morichimu was a large ascetic, while Napapa was known as the Boundary Magician, a very powerful sumo wrestler. Rebirth was a soldier forged in the fires of battle. As for the two from Universe 9, one had threads that could bind enemies like spider silk, and the other was known as the Freezing Warrior Sissup, who could reach absolute zero. You guys from Universe 7 should roll off early and not force us to take action, Rebirth coldly said to Broly. It really felt like overkill for the 5 of them to team up against a Saiyan from Universe 7. Broly merely glanced at the few people without speaking. The guy in front of him didn't even deserve to be his opponent. TCH, that guy seems indifferent. Since that's the case, let me push him down, Napapa confidently said as he cracked his knuckles. He was the strongest warrior of Universe 10. Boom! Napapa charged directly at Broly, and the ground seemed to tremble. Get down! Napapa swung his fist directly at Broly's face. This punch contained immense power. It could definitely eliminate this guy from Universe 7. Bang! In the next second, his fist hit Broly's face squarely. At this moment, Mu Li and Rebirth suddenly protected Yi Feng's body. There was a look of surprise on Napapa's face, and then countless threads like spider silk appeared from his hands, tightly binding Mu Li and Rebirth together. Like a mountain, it was a sight to behold. What were those two bastards trying to do? At this moment, they realized that they were allies with Universe 9, yet also rivals. If given the chance, they would make the same choice. Afterward, a wave of energy struck Broly and Mu Li, freezing the three into ice sculptures. Eliminating 4, what an unexpected gain. They smiled, not expecting the start to go so smoothly. Just as they were happy, a grass-green energy suddenly erupted around the frozen Broly. In an instant, he melted away. Like Napapa, he roared angrily, and Broly instantly transformed into Super Saiyan form. Energy balls flew out in all directions, falling onto the stage like hail. The Bound Rubalt and Mu Li were directly knocked back. After becoming a Saiyan, Broly suddenly flashed and appeared behind Oregano and Sissup. Get down. He kicked both of them at the same time, sending them off the stage. The energy balls on the stage kept exploding. Chapter 169. Does Hatuki dare to shout? When Broly transformed into Super Saiyan, many gazes turned towards him, filled with apprehension. They didn't expect a contestant from Universe 7 to be so monstrous. What? Who is that guy? This power is so strong. Ketla from Universe 4 frowned tightly as he looked at Broly. After transforming on the stage, Broly looked almost identical to Yifeng, especially with that grass-green aura surrounding him. Originally, they thought that besides Yifeng, the strongest in Universe 7 were Goku and Vegeta. But now it seemed that the intelligence provided by their spy was inaccurate. At this moment, not only Ketla, but Sidra and Rumsey's expressions also turned grim. Especially Rumsey, whose pink skin nearly turned black from anger. At this moment, their universe had actually eliminated 3 contestants. From Universe 9, Oregano and Sissup were eliminated, leaving 8 contestants. From Universe 10, Mu Li and Rubalt were eliminated, leaving 7 contestants. The voice of the Grand Priest resounded again, and Rumsey's expression darkened even more. Sidra, what do you mean by that? You promised to work together, yet your 2 bastards from your universe used underhanded tactics. Rumsey angrily glared at Sidra and asked, if the 2 bastards from Universe 9 had teamed up earlier, that Saiyan from Universe 7 would have probably been eliminated. We did work together, God of Destruction Rumsey, but you should understand that even if we teamed up, there can only be one universe that emerges victorious in the end. The one who spoke was not Sidra, but the Supreme Kai of Universe 9, Laurel, who looked at Rumsey with a cold smile. TCH, you bastard, be careful I destroy you. Rumsey was furious. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a Supreme Kai, he would have wanted to destroy him immediately. Meanwhile, on the stage, even Jiren, who had not made a move, glanced at Broly. Because from Broly, Jiren felt a familiar aura. At that moment, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of Broly. Get lost, Broly said coldly. Hee, you're pretty good. Let me deal with you. The newcomer was the Speed Warrior Dispo from Universe 11. Hey Beerus, is that guy your cousin? Why does he have the same disgusting face as you? Looking at Dispo on the stage, Compass shouted loudly at Beerus. That guy really looked quite similar to Beerus. TCH, damn it, you bastard, that's a rabbit, a rabbit. Beerus roared with a proud expression, although that rabbit did resemble him a bit. Lord Compa, you seem to look a lot like Lord Beerus, just a bit fatter. If you say he is disgusting, then that's the same as saying you're disgusting. At this moment, Bardos took the opportunity to poke fun at Compa. Shut up, Bardos, if you don't speak. No one will think you're mute. Bardos coldly glanced at Bardos, who really loved to annoy him. Step back. Dispo, you're not his opponent. Just as Dispo was about to battle Broly, Jiren suddenly appeared in front of Dispo and said coldly, Jiren, I'm not his opponent. Dispo frowned, somewhat unconvinced. Even with his speed, he could exhaust him to death. After Jiren finished speaking, he did not engage with Broly, but walked away again. Damn it. Dispo clenched his fists tightly and could only flash his body to search for other opponents. He couldn't ignore Jiren's words. Just then, the dangerous trio from Universe 9, Hape and Chapel, appeared before Yifeng and the others, and beside them were Ganos, Darkly, Damon, and Shosa from Universe 4. The trio from Universe 11, Kettle, Kokot, and Taba, formed a small team of 12. What? How did so many guys suddenly appear? Krillin looked at the 12 people in front of him with some shock. He felt that each of them seemed very powerful. Don't be afraid, Krillin. There are some weak ones among them too. Tianjin Han placed a hand on Krillin's shoulder and said, Gohan, Krillin, you two deal with the 4 from Universe 4. Bic and Tien, you two can handle the 3 from Universe 11, right? Yifeng glanced at the 4 people behind him and asked, Is everything okay? Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan all nodded heavily. Only Krillin had a bitter expression, as he hadn't fought in a long time and didn't know how much strength he had left. All right, let's get started. With a single command from Yifeng, Sun Wukong and Piccolo, along with the other 2, almost instantly burst into action and began the battle. Meanwhile, Yifeng walked step by step towards the dangerous trio, as well as Hopu and Chapir. You guys from the 7th universe, hurry up and roll off the stage. You have no chance of defeating us from the 6 universes. Bergamo said with a wicked smile as he looked at Yifeng. Now the 5 universes have reached a consensus to eliminate the 7th universe, no matter how strong they are. It's impossible for them to contend against the 6 powerful universes, right? Is that so? Even a few huskies dare to bark in front of me now. Yifeng curled his lips into a cold smile. But how dare they insult the 3 brothers, Bazel and Lavanda? Let's go together. Belgemore instantly erupted in anger. He hated it the most when others called them dogs. They were clearly prairie wolves. He spit. Lavanda spat a few times into his hand, and black poisonous gas immediately appeared. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 3 brothers charged directly at Yifeng. Catwoman Hoop and Silver Warrior Chapper followed closely behind. Arrogant fools. Yifeng's eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. Bang, bang, bang. Although Yifeng's body did not move at all, Bayer Gamo and several others seemed to have suffered a heavy blow simultaneously, their bodies flying out directly. There was no pause in between. They flew off the stage and fell heavily onto the audience seats of the 9th universe, all 5 of them unconscious. In the 9th universe, the contestants Bayer Gamo, Lavanda, Bazel, Halpu, and Chapir were all eliminated, leaving only 3 contestants. The Grand Priest's voice rang out again. Wow, Yifeng is so powerful. He eliminated 5 people in one go. The Omni King also looked excited, quickly canceling Hate's profile. Chapter 170. The 1st universe disappears. Everyone is on edge. Damn, we just lost 5 contestants all at once. The 9th universe is in danger, said Sidala, the god of destruction of the 9th universe, with a terrified expression. The dangerous trio was their 9th universe's ace. And now they were all eliminated at once. How could that be acceptable? The Kaioshin Laurel also looked panicked, as there were only 3 contestants left in the 9th universe. He then shouted hoarsely to the stage, Su Leilu, Kanfu, Kujir, fight hard. You are the last hope of the 9th universe. At that moment, the 3 mentioned by Laurel were battling against Caulifla and Gabe from the 6th universe. Ha ha ha. Caulifla and Gabe simultaneously launched their attacks, successfully sending the 3 down from the stage in an instant. These guys are too weak. Caulifla clapped her hands and said proudly, It's over. Watching their last hope eliminated, Sidala and Laurel instantly leaned weakly against the audience seats. They never expected that the 1st universe to be eliminated would be their 9th universe. All warriors of the 9th universe were eliminated, and the 9th universe would be erased. Just after all the warriors of the 9th universe were eliminated, the Grand Priest's voice rang out again. However, this time, the Grand Priest's voice was particularly cold. They've all been eliminated. The Omni King looked at the iPad in his hand and then said, Since that's the case, then let the 9th universe disappear. After the Omni King's voice fell, he raised his right hand and gently squeezed it. Suddenly, a layer of white light enveloped the god of destruction, the Kaioshin, and all the contestants from the 9th universe. And then they vanished without a trace, along with the entire 9th universe. What? A universe just disappeared like that? At the moment, the 9th universe vanished. All the contestants on the stage stopped fighting, their faces filled with fear as they looked at the empty audience seats of the 9th universe. A huge universe vanished in an instant without a trace. Vegeta, we have to work hard. We absolutely cannot let the 7th universe disappear. Sun Wukong tightly clenched his fists, a serious expression appearing on his face. I know that without you saying it. Vegeta frowned tightly. That annoying little brat can destroy a universe in an instant. It seems that I must fight hard. Otherwise, Bulma, Trunks, and Bra will all disappear. Of course, it wasn't just Sun Wukong and Vegeta from the 7th universe. The other universe's warriors also showed serious expressions. A universe disappearing before their eyes was indeed not a pleasant experience. No one wanted their universe to be the second to disappear. Whis, has the 9th universe really completely disappeared? Beerus asked in disbelief. Although he knew the Omni King had that ability, he still couldn't believe it. Yes, Lord Beerus. There isn't even a shadow left. Whis revealed the essence of the 9th universe with his staff, but it had completely vanished and could not be found at all. How terrifying. I can no longer sense the presence of the god of destruction Sidala and Kaioshin Laurel. Kaioshin Asen broke out in a cold sweat, his face filled with fear. Although he was a Kaioshin, he had never seen a universe disappear in an instant like this. Of course, elimination means complete disappearance. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. At this moment, Not only Beerus and Kaioshin Asin, but also the other universes Kaioshin and Gods of Destruction were filled with apprehension. Even the usually composed Kai and Vermoud from the 11th universe wore heavy expressions. I had already anticipated this result. It seems my work has ended ahead of time. The Angel of the Ninth Universe, Mojito, said with a faint smile. As the Angel of the Ninth Universe, he was very clear about the overall strength of the Ninth Universe. Thinking about parting ways with Lord Kampa soon made him feel very sad. At this moment, Bestows pretended to cry sadly. Of course, her tears were fake, and she even felt a sense of schadenfreude. Bestows, you bastard. It's your good fortune that you won't disappear. It makes me furious. Kampa stomped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had a good father and naturally wouldn't be erased. This result was already within our expectations. Only one of the 8 universes can remain. Son Gohan tightly furrowed his brows, took a long breath, and said, Uncle Tianjin, let's go. After his voice fell, Son Gohan, Tianjin, Piccolo, and Krillin charged towards the contestants of the 10th and 4th universes again. After a brief moment of shock, the battle resumed, and this time it was even more intense. The disappearance of the 9th universe stimulated everyone. If they didn't want their universe, their planet, and their families to disappear, they had to fight. They had to fight with all their strength. Sun Wukong continued to battle Topo, and this time, Dispo and the modified robot Pankira from the 3rd universe joined forces to face Vegeta. Dispo was already difficult to deal with due to his super speed, and now, with Pankira flanking him, it made things even harder for Vegeta. Just then, Gabe suddenly appeared next to Vegeta. Master Vegeta, I'm here to help you. Gabe smiled and said to Vegeta. Lord Kampa had mentioned before that they would team up with the 7th universe and, after eliminating all the other universe's warriors, would battle with the 7th universe. Vegeta, can handle this alone. I don't need you, you little brat, to help. Although Vegeta spoke arrogantly, there was still a hint of a smile on his face. The next moment, their bodies almost simultaneously burst out. Vegeta confronted Dispo, while Gabe successfully dealt with Pankira. Fighting in pairs made things much easier. At this moment, Yifeng turned his gaze towards the audience seats of the 4th universe, revealing a cold smile towards Quitella. That bastard is ready to make a move on the 4th universe? Kitra furrowed his brow tightly and said in a low voice. The fighters from the 4th universe are all quite average. If Yifeng makes a move, they will definitely be eliminated quickly. Hey, Wymite, hurry up and call the people from the 10th universe to stop Yifeng. If the 4th universe is wiped out, Yifeng's next target will be your 11th universe. At this moment, Kitra could only look at Wymite, hoping that the 10th universe could intervene to stop Yifeng. I am sorry, Quitra, but I suddenly realized that the 4th universe doesn't seem to qualify to team up with us. Wymite suddenly smiled coldly and said to Kitra, What the hell are you talking about? Kitra suddenly looked at Wymite with a cold gaze. How could this bastard say such a thing? He thought he was clever, but unexpectedly, Wymite treated him like a fool. Don't be angry, Kitra. Your 4th universe's overall strength is too weak. So I think teaming up with the 3rd universe would be better, Wymite said, a sly grin on his face, especially accentuated by his clownish appearance, making that grin appear even more sinister. This bastard. Kitra clenched his fists tightly. He really wanted to go up and smash that bastard's head, but he couldn't do that now, because if he did, he might be directly erased by Lord Zeno. At this moment on the arena, Yifeng directly approached the 4th universe's members, Jawi, Mona, Ninka, Majira, Gamaras, and Shancha. They were clearly united, standing together. However, Yifeng could only see 4 of them, but the aura was 8-fold. Fortunately, Yifeng knew that Gamaras from the 4th universe could become invisible, and Xiangxia was small enough to hide completely, making it difficult for anyone to find her. TCH, has that guy set his sights on us? Jawi and Majira frowned tightly. They had heard of Yifeng from the 7th universe, 493, even though they had never seen him. He was the one who had beaten up Lord Kitra in the 4th universe. Everyone, don't worry. I'll hold him down, and Xiangxia will create an illusion. Together, we can definitely defeat him. Ninka said to the others. Last time during the tournament, he had failed, but this time, he would not fail again. Well, then thank you, Ninka, Mona said to him. As long as Ninka could catch him, they might be able to eliminate Yifeng. Ninka suddenly charged towards Yifeng. Last time he made a mistake. This time, he definitely wouldn't make any errors. Get lost. Looking at the beast like Ninka, Yifeng casually uttered a word. Then Ninka suddenly flew backward obediently and fell off the arena. What has happened? The members of the fourth universe were instantly dumbfounded. Just now, that guy only said one word, and Nunca was directly eliminated. Is this even human? Great Priest, what has happened? I didn't see it clearly. Lord Zeno also looked at the Great Priest in confusion and asked, It seems that Yifeng made a move, but I couldn't see it very clearly. The Great Priest replied, Lord Zeno, the divine iPad has a slow motion feature. The Great Priest said, having found the slow motion function just in time to show the moment between Yifeng and Nunca. After slowing down the speed, he finally managed to see Yifeng's actions clearly. At the moment Yifeng's voice fell, a punch hit Nunca's face, sending him flying. Such speed, if it weren't for the divine iPad, I wouldn't have been able to see it. Lord Zeno exclaimed excitedly. That little guy's speed is indeed quite fast. The Great Priest said lightly, It seems that if I have time, I can really train him well. The angels can't participate in the battle, and these gods of destruction are too weak. Then, the Great Priest calmly announced, Fourth universe, Nunca is eliminated. TCH, that damn bastard, I will definitely eliminate you. At this moment, the chubby Mona's body turned into a round ball and began to spin rapidly. With a ball-shaped attack, she sped towards Yifeng. Following that, Jiaoyi Majira, Gamaras, and Xiangcha also simultaneously launched their attacks on Yifeng. Just as the four's attacks were about to reach Yifeng, he suddenly released a burst of energy. A terrifying shockwave directly sent all four of them flying. Boom! 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 After colliding several times on the arena, they fell off the platform. Fourth universe, Jiaoyi, Mona, Majira, and Gamaras are eliminated. The Great Priest's voice rang out once again. After Yifeng effortlessly eliminated the 6 members of the fourth universe, he mockingly looked at Katra. This is the person who plays tricks behind scenes. Damn, I really want to tear that guy apart. Katra gritted his teeth in anger, but he had no choice. Right now, he didn't dare to act. If he angered the Omni King and the Grand Priest, there would be no hope left. Could it be that the second to be eliminated is our fourth universe? The Supreme Kai of the fourth universe, Kor, looked terrified. That guy from the 7th universe actually defeated 6 contestants in an instant. Next, Shosa and Ganos probably wouldn't last much longer. At this moment, Son Gohan and Krillin were dealing with Ganos and Shosa from the 4th universe. Although these guys were not weak in combat power, they were no match for Son Gohan. After being trained by Piccolo for a month, Son Gohan was no longer the same as before. Uncle Krillin, let us work together and defeat them completely, Son Gohan said as he glanced at Krillin. The 4 opponents in front of them had average combat power. Okay, I got it, Gohan, Krillin nodded. Although he was a bit scared at the beginning, that fear had disappeared after fighting for a while. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Son Gohan and Krillin unleashed their Kamehameha waves almost simultaneously. What? Such strong energy! Ganos and Shosa were shocked and quickly summoned all their energy to resist. But obviously, their resistance didn't have much effect. The moment the energy waves collided, they were consumed by the Kamehameha. Accompanied by a series of screams, all 4 were blasted out of the ring. 4th universe. Contestants Ganos, Shosa, Damon, and Dakri are all eliminated. Therefore, all contestants from the 4th universe will be erased. The cold voice of the Grand Priest suddenly rang out. Katra was stunned and sat down on the steps of the audience area. They are going to be erased. Chapter 172. Get lost. She is my opponent. The Supreme Kai of the 4th universe, Kor, also collapsed on the ground, not expecting their universe to be the second eliminated. Back then, he naively thought about getting rid of Yifeng and even allied with the 11th universe. Now that he thought about it, they were really foolish. 4th universe, disappear. After the Omni King excitedly shouted, a white halo appeared around the people of the 4th universe, and then they directly vanished. In that moment of disappearance, Katra's face seemed to show a look of relief. The disappearance of the 4th universe made everyone feel fear again, especially the 10th universe, which was also not very strong. The 4 universes that once attempted to assassinate Yifeng had already seen the 9th and 4th universes erased. Next, it might soon be the turn of the 10th universe. If I had known, I would have colluded with Katra and the others. Ramses said with some regret. It's useless. The overall strength of our universe is too low. Even if we don't offend Yifeng, the final result would still be being erased. The Supreme Kai of the 4th universe, Guas, said with insight to Ramses. It's just a matter of how fast or slow we get eliminated. At this time, the situation on the ring had become clearer. Now it was the 10th universe, the 3rd universe, and the 11th universe against the 6th and 7th universes. As for the 2nd universe, they had maintained a neutral stance from the beginning, so although their overall strength was average, they still had 10 contestants remaining in the ring. Meanwhile, the 6th Universe S. Kale and Caulifla were surrounded by the 11th Universe S. Bu, Quincy, and Zoyle. Additionally, 3rd Universe S. Nicoles and Nararama were on the side helping. Sister, those people are so strong. I'm a bit scared, Kale said timidly, looking at the group in front of her. Hey Kale, as long as you transform into a Super Saiyan, there's no one here who can be your opponent. What are you afraid of? Caulifla shouted at Kale. Her junior had such a powerful bloodline and strength, yet she acted like a coward every day. Attack! Bu suddenly said to the 4 beside him, and their bodies suddenly flashed out, directly attacking Caulifla and Kale. Caulifla instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and confronted Bu and Zoyle. Meanwhile, Nicoles and Nararama went straight for Kale. At this moment, Kale had no fighting awareness at all and was quickly captured and beaten. Kale, hurry up and fight back. Caulifla shouted at Kale, clearly having the strength but unable to unleash it. That feeling was really uncomfortable. Just as Caulifla was reminding Kale, Quincy heavily struck Caulifla's face, sending her flying. Just as spin, Zoyle's body spun rapidly, crashing into Caulifla like a whirlwind. Boom! At the moment of impact, Caulifla's body flew out again. At this time, Bu, Zoyle, and Quincy followed closely behind and started to beat Caulifla violently. Sister, how dare you treat my sister like this? I will never forgive you. Watching Caulifla being beaten up, tears instantly streamed down Kale's face. Then came a sharp scream. The 3rd Universe S. Nicoles and Nararama were directly blown away by Kale's terrifying aura, falling off the ring. At this time, Kale's body doubled in size, her entire body bulging with muscles, especially her chest, which was impressive. Suddenly, Kale was surrounded by a grass-green aura. Her hair turned grass-green, and her pupils vanished. What? What happened? Bu, Zoyle, and Quincy were taken aback, stopping their attacks on Caulifla. At this moment, Caulifla had already sustained serious injuries and returned to her normal state. You dare to hurt my sister? I want to let you go. Kale's voice came out hoarsely as she gritted her teeth, glaring at the 3 from the 11th Universe. This feels a bit dangerous. Bu frowned, feeling that the guy in front of him was simply a monster. Kale's body disappeared in an instant, and when she reappeared, she was already behind Bu and Quincy. She pressed their heads down, forcefully rubbing them against the ground. Wow, Kale, you're amazing. Kale excitedly looked at Caulifla and said, I didn't expect Caulifla to transform again. This victory belongs to Universe 6. After a roar, Caulifla directly threw Bu and Quincy out of the arena. What? That guy Caulifla transformed? Feeling that familiar energy, Goku, Vegeta, and the others frowned. However, they weren't too surprised, as they already knew about it. But Topo and Dispo were quite shocked. They had instantly eliminated 2 fighters from Universe 11. After knocking out Bu and Quincy, Caulifla appeared right in front of the tiny Zoyer, grabbing him in her hand. With that kind of speed, Zoyer had no way to evade. Just then, 4 figures suddenly appeared simultaneously. Yefeng, Broly, Jiren, and Hit are the 4. Kale still can't control her energy? Hit frowned and asked Kale, well, if not, that's really bad. Kale nodded and said, that's truly unfortunate. Hit frowned because if she kills her opponent during the fight, the entire universe would lose its qualification to continue the match. Given Kale's current situation, it's quite dire. Hey, let her go. At that moment, Jiren suddenly said coldly to Kale, get lost, she is my opponent. Broly clenched his fists tightly and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Grass-green energy erupted from his body as he coldly stared at Jiren and said, Chapter 173, Broly vs. Kale. What? You dare to talk to me like that? Jiren looked at Broly, his big eyes radiating a cold light. Oof, are you really strong? Broly was equally unyielding, his cold gaze fixed on Jiren. Although this big-eyed guy in front of him was indeed quite powerful, he would not be afraid of him in battle. Jiren narrowed his eyes slightly and then glanced at Yefeng beside him. This is my ultimate opponent. I can't easily exhaust my energy before that. Although he was confident he could defeat the Saiyan in front of him, it would require a lot of stamina, and it wouldn't be worth it for Zoyle. Then Jiren's body flashed, and he left directly. It seems that Jiren is waiting for our final duel. But 710, do you really think that saving your energy now makes you my opponent? What a delusion. Yifeng looked at the place where Julian had disappeared and said, Yifeng, I want to fight that guy. Broly pointed at Kale, his eyes shining with excitement. It was evident that he seemed quite interested in Kale. He nodded and said, although Beerus and Kampa had reached a consensus to jointly resist other universes, it had nothing to do with him, even without the help of Universe 6. The final victory would definitely belong to Universe 7. After Yifeng finished speaking, He also disappeared. Next, they needed to clear out all those guys from the 10th and 3rd universes. At this moment, Kale directly threw Zoe Lay off the stage. The 11th universe saw the elimination of participants Boone, Quincy, Taba, and Zoe Lay, leaving 6 participants in the 10th universe. After Zoe Lay was thrown off, the Grand Priest's voice echoed in the void again. Damn it, for we're eliminated at once. Wei Mei frowned tightly, anger appearing on her face. She didn't expect that the 6th universe also had such difficult opponents. Truly unexpected. Lord Wei Mei, there's no need to be angry for now. Their elimination isn't a big deal. As long as Jiren and Topo aren't eliminated, we still have a great chance, said the Kaioshin of the 11th universe, Kai. That's right. Topo and Jiren are both our trump cards. After hearing Kai's words, Wei Mei's expression softened a lot. That's right, there's also Jiren and Topo, and besides, Topo is their mysterious king. After throwing Zoe Lay off the stage, Kale turned her fierce gaze towards Broly, clearly showing interest in him. What to do, Hit? That guy from the 7th universe seems particularly strong, asked Caulifla with a serious expression. Although she usually acted carefree, she wasn't brainless. She could sense Broly's strength. If he fought Kale, she definitely wouldn't be able to help. There's no other choice. Let those two fight it out, Hit said before disappearing as well. Her opponent was just Yi Feng from the 7th universe and Jiren from the 11th universe. Both of them were conserving their energy, and she definitely wouldn't waste her stamina to save Kale. Even if Kale was eliminated, she still had herself, but if she was out, a completely unconscious Kale wouldn't be able to win this match. TCH, Caulifla gritted her teeth, but could only feel anxious, completely unable to help. Roar. At that moment, Kale suddenly let out a roar, revealing a fierce expression. Broly and Yi Feng both grinned, their eyes resembling fierce beasts. Whoosh. In the next second, the two almost simultaneously burst forward. Boom! The two fists collided directly, creating a massive crater beneath them. The already damaged stage was flattened by the shockwave. Thud, thud, thud. The two each retreated several steps, excitement appearing in Broly's eyes, while the ferocity on Kale's face intensified. Hey, Beerus, didn't we agree to form an alliance? Why aren't you taking care of that Saiyan from your universe? Kampa shouted anxiously while watching the battle on the stage. From the earlier clash, it was clear that the Saiyan named Broly was not weaker than Kale at all. More importantly, he could control his consciousness after transforming, and his aura was much more stable. If this continued, Kale would definitely lose the match, without any doubt. Sorry, Kampa, I can talk to Goku and Vegeta, but I really can't manage Yi Feng and that Broly, Beerus said, frowning and sounding uncomfortable. It seemed that Broly only listened to Yi Feng, and Yi Feng could easily take his place with just a casual word. Although he was unwilling, he truly couldn't provoke him. TCH, you unreliable bag of bones. Kampa's face turned red with anger. If Kale was eliminated, the fighting strength of the 7th universe would drop significantly. Beerus merely looked grim but did not refute him, as he really had no way to counter the situation. At that moment, Broly and Kale clashed again. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists kept colliding, purely a clash of power. The hard stage kept collapsing, and shockwaves spread in all directions. Within dozens of meters of their fight, no one dared to approach, as that terrifying shockwave was enough to eliminate them. This is quite troublesome. Then let us settle this once and for all. Broly's eyes suddenly showed a serious look, and then a greenish aura surged up like a pillar of light into the sky. Kale seemed to sense the danger as well, with a similar green energy enveloping her. Her powerful aura almost on par with Broly's. Green energy spheres formed simultaneously in both of their palms. Huh! Roar! The two roars rang out almost simultaneously, and the energy spheres in Broly and Kale's hands collided instantly. Chapter 174. The Ultimate Warrior of the 3rd Universe Boom. The moment the two massive energy spheres collided, the entire void was colored in a green hue. At the moment of collision, the void began to shake violently. What? Are these guys really human? Most of the spectators on the stage looked terrified at the green sky, their faces filled with fear. Even Goku, Vegeta, and Topo, these powerful fighters, were filled with shock. Undeniably, the strength of Broly and Kale had far exceeded theirs. Perhaps only Yi Feng and Jiren could contend with them. Wow, it's so bright. It feels like the whole space is trembling. The Omni King excitedly flailed his arms, looking at the green sky. Yes, Lord Omni King, this power tournament seems to have exceeded expectations. The Grand Priest nodded in agreement with the Omni King. Originally, they thought only Yi Feng and his powers would stand out this time. But now it seemed everyone was putting in a lot of effort. It appears that the comprehensive evaluation of the universe is done 10 times before needs to be revised. Not only the Grand Priest, but all the gods of destruction looked shocked, clearly not expecting to witness such powerful clashes in the power tournament. TCH, I initially thought Yi Feng would be the only troublesome one, but now it seems there are two more. Wei Mei tightly clenched her fists and said in a low voice, if that's the case, even if Topo becomes a god of destruction, he might not be able to defeat Broly from the 7th universe. This makes the situation for the 11th universe very difficult. Under the shocked gaze of the gods, the layer of grass-green energy in the void slowly disappeared, and the entire arena reappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Broly and Caulifla stood several dozen feet apart from each other. In between them, a massive chasm appeared, directly splitting the arena in half. Looking at the immense destructive power before them, all the contestants gasped in astonishment, not expecting that their clash could divide such a sturdy arena. At this time, only Leaf Maple and Jiren remained calm. Even Hit wore a shocked expression. After all, he was more skilled in manipulating time, and in terms of combat power, he was indeed no match for Broly and Caulifla. What a tough opponent. Broly frowned and tightened his grip on his head. The enormous shockwave had also caused him some damage. On the other side, Caulifla suddenly collapsed after holding on for a few seconds, reverting to her normal state. It seemed that although they had caused tremendous destruction, her energy was almost depleted, and she could no longer maintain her transformation. Upon seeing Caulifla fall, Kale hurried over to pick her up. Get it together, Caulifla. At this moment, Caulifla was already unconscious. Clearly, she had suffered a significant setback in her clash with Broly. Just then, Broly's body leaped and appeared directly in front of Kale and Caulifla. What do you want? Are you trying to take advantage of them while they're down? Kale asked with a frown. She had already been injured by those bastards from Universe 11, and with the massive shockwave causing her considerable harm. It would be easy for Broly to eliminate them now. Broly shot a cold glance at Kale and Caulifla before leaping away, clearly only interested in fighting Caulifla and not intending to eliminate them. After a brief moment of shock, the battle entered a heated phase again. By this time, 6 contestants from Universe 3 had been eliminated, leaving only Paparoni, Kachiri, Panchado, and Borita. Damn it, at this rate, Universe 3 will be eliminated too. The god of destruction of Universe 3 only looked very serious, not expecting that in just a few minutes, 6 people from Universe 3 would be eliminated. Bip bip. Just then, Mosco suddenly emitted a mechanical synthesized sound. Lord Mosco says to show all the warriors from every universe our Universe 3's secret weapon. At this moment, Angel Cambry translated. There's still over 20 minutes left in the battle. Are we revealing it so soon? God of Destruction Ele asked in surprise. After all, secret weapons are usually revealed at the very end. Bip bip. Lord Mosco says if we lose one more person, Universe 3 won't be able to merge. Cambry spoke again. Then, God of Destruction Ele issued orders to Paparoni. Finally issuing orders? Now you can see the terror of Universe 3. A cruel expression appeared on Paparoni's face. As long as they merged into the strongest ultimate warrior on Uraza, victory would surely belong to them. Paparoni commanded Kachiri, Panchado, and Borita to merge. After Paparoni's voice fell, the 3 formed a giant robot, Kachiri Panchado Ritada. Following that, he also transformed into a part of the Ultimate Warrior, forming the ultimate merged warrior on Uraza. What? The guys from Universe 3 merged? Suddenly, everyone saw a towering figure resembling a small mountain, their faces showing shock, not expecting Universe 3 to have such a technique. Roar! At this moment, the ultimate warrior on Uraza suddenly roared, spewing lava-like crimson energy beams from its mouth. Boom! The arena shook violently, and the destructive power was immense. It sprayed a circle onto the arena. While Goku and Vegeta could easily dodge it, those with weaker abilities had no time to escape and were directly blasted away. Anaraza's attack instantly sent a dozen contestants flying off the arena. At this moment, the Grand Priest's voice rang out. From Universe 10, Jirisan, Murism, Mekiopu, Napapa, Jilkur, Wabiani, and Jum are all eliminated, so Universe 10 will be cleared. The Grand Priest's cold voice fell. The Omni King pinched with one hand, and all of Universe 10, except for the Angel Kusu, was eliminated. Chapter 175. Make a move, instant kill on Uraza. However, the ones eliminated by the merged warrior on Uraza were not just from Universe 10, but also some weaker contestants from other universes. From Universe 6, contestants Mona B, Dr. Loda, Sayanal, Pibra, Magetta, and Bergamo were eliminated, leaving 4 remaining contestants in Universe 6. From Universe 2, contestants Zabuto, Rabanra, Jimmy's, Baikel, Zhaoyuan, Prang, and Hamra were eliminated, leaving 3 remaining contestants. From Universe 7, Tien Shinhan and Krillin were eliminated, leaving 8 remaining contestants. The Grand Priest's voice continued to ring out. In an instant, so many contestants were eliminated, and the arena seemed much quieter now. So many eliminated at once. We're doomed. Kampa tightly grabbed his ears, hardly believing that so many were eliminated in an instant. It's okay, Lord Kampa. We still have Hit and Caulifla, right? Beerus smiled lightly at Kampa. TCH, you wouldn't understand. That's why you say it so easily. Kampa rolled his eyes at Beerus, who always teased him. Sorry, Lord Beerus, we got eliminated. Krillin and Tien Shinhan awkwardly spoke. That guy's attack was too sudden, so they couldn't dodge at all. It's okay. You performed well. Leave the rest to Leaf, Maple, and Vegeta. Beerus didn't get angry this time, only speaking lightly. Oh my god, this is so ugly. The god of destruction of Universe 2, Hellas, covered her mouth, her face showing disbelief. She thought they could hold on until the end, but unexpectedly, so many were eliminated all at once. Sorry, Lord Hellas. The eliminated participants also felt guilty and apologized. It's okay, you all did your best. Since that's the case, let's all cheer for Ribrian and Kakunsa. After a brief moment of shock, Hellas spoke to everyone. Even if the second universe was eliminated, they hoped this world would still be beautiful and full of love. At this time, there were 8 people left in the 7th universe, 4 in the 11th universe, 4 in the 3rd universe, 4 in the 6th universe, and 3 in the 2nd universe. Uncle Piccolo, what should we do now? Goten and Trunks looked at Gohan and Piccolo and asked. Just now, the 2 of them had narrowly escaped elimination by hiding behind Gohan. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. Goten, Trunks, you 2 should fuse now, Piccolo directly said to them. Now, but Dad hasn't said anything yet. Trunks asked uncertainly, because Dad had said that they could only fuse after he spoke. Don't worry about that. There are only about 20 minutes left. You 2 can fuse now, Gohan said. The fusion time is half an hour, so they can definitely fuse now. Otherwise, with Goten and Trunks' strength, they could easily be eliminated now. After all, the opponents still on the stage are quite powerful. The 2 nodded quickly. They had wanted to fuse and fight properly for a long time. Then they each took a few steps back and began to perform the peculiar dance steps. Fusion. Their voices were in perfect harmony, and almost as their voices fell, a golden light enveloped them. When a golden light disappeared, Gotenks appeared. I'm up. Without waiting for Gohan and Piccolo to strategize, Gotenks dashed into the battlefield. Those 2 kids from the 7th universe actually fused? Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest looked at each other, with Zeno asking, isn't that against the rules? Why would it be against the rules? It looks so fun, Grand Zeno said excitedly, imitating Trunks and Goten's movements. He didn't care whether it was against the rules as long as it looked good. In that case, fusion is not against the rules. After hearing Grand Zeno's words, the Grand Priest said to Zampa, that's great. Zampa smiled slyly and said, before the Tournament of Power, the Supreme Kai Fua had given his Patera earrings to Kale and Caulifla. They had been afraid to use them for fear of breaking the rules. But since it wasn't against the rules, that was fantastic. Their 6th universe could also create super warriors. Hey Caulifla, Kale, now it's your turn to perform. Don't let us down. Zampa shouted to Caulifla and Kale. Meanwhile, Goku was still fighting against Toppo, while Vegeta faced Dispo. At this point, Vegeta was clearly experiencing stamina issues. If he didn't transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he couldn't keep up with Dispo's speed. However, once he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his stamina drained very quickly. In contrast, while Dispo displayed extremely powerful speed, his stamina didn't seem to decline much. Roar! At this moment, the fusion warrior from the 3rd universe, Oniraza, was rampaging wildly, like a mindless machine trying to destroy the entire arena. Suddenly, Yefeng appeared in front of Oniraza. That's enough, big guy. Yeah? Diddy ho. Fang sight. Heh. I'm gonna crush you into a meat pie. Oni raised his foot high and directly stomped down at Yifeng. Boom! The moment the foot landed, the arena sank down a few inches. Yifeng's body suddenly appeared in front of Anina Jia and said lightly, go down. The moment the voice fell, the learning head crashed heavily onto the red energy controller on Anina Jia's forehead. Crack! The energy furnace was instantly shattered. Yifeng knew that this was his energy furnace. Destroying it would mean Anina Jia's end. Sure enough, when the energy furnace was destroyed, Anina Jia instantly disintegrated. Then, Yifeng gathered an energy ball in his palm and directly launched it at Pepperoni and the other three. Boom! The energy ball exploded, and the bodies of the four were blasted out of the arena. Chapter 176. The Battle of Broly and Shun Fan. In the third universe, contestants Pepperoni, Pan Xia, Kuyizka, and Bole Lita were eliminated, resulting in the complete elimination of the third universe. The cold voice of the Grand Priest fell. Sorry, Lord Kor, Lord Mosk, Doctor. Pepperoni said to Kor and Mosk. Don't say sorry. If this is destined, let's just disappear together, Kor said with a smile. At this moment, Mosk also ran out of his mech and smiled at the Angel Cambry, saying, Thank you for your care, goodbye. Then, Zeno's right hand squeezed, and the third universe vanished without a trace. Sigh. Cambry sighed and then looked at the arena. With the warriors of the third universe gone, only the second universe, sixth universe, seventh universe, and 11th universe remained in the arena. The situation had now reached a point where each had to fight for themselves. As for the alliance between the 6th and 7th universes, it had already collapsed after Broly made his move. The true showdown among the 4 universes had begun. Gotenks directly confronted the 2nd universe's Ribrian, Kakunsa, and Rashi. Piccolo was engaged in a lively battle with the 6th universe's Kaba. Yifeng and Jillian were still at a standstill. At this moment, Broly stood in front of Hit. Step aside, you're not the opponent I'm looking for, Hit said coldly, with his hands in the pockets of his trench coat. There was no denying that Broly's strength was greater than his own, but that was all there was to it. Relying solely on strength, he was not Broly's match. You think too highly of yourself, Broly replied coldly, then clenched his fists tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan, surrounded by a swirling green aura. The moment he transformed, Broly dashed towards Hit to attack. Hit's expression changed, his eyes gleaming with seriousness. Although his final opponent was Yifeng, Broly in front of him was also not easy to deal with. If he was careless, he might end up in trouble. Broly's fist struck towards Hit, but it passed right through Hit's body, clearly just an afterimage. At that moment, Hit's fist landed heavily on the back of Broly's head. Immediately, Hit pushed his time skip technique to its limit. There was no time for games. He had to take down Broly as quickly as possible to conserve his energy. Bang! Hit's attack was terrifying. Broly fell to blur before his eyes and was knocked forward. However, it was only a brief moment before he regained his composure and quickly turned his body around. The green aura surged up again, indicating that Broly was not going to take this lightly. Hit's body vanished again. This time, I will finish you. Hit's eyes shone with seriousness. He could not afford to waste any more energy. This time, Hit aimed for Broly's chest. Sensing the danger and the faint fluctuations of energy, Broly quickly dodged, and Hit's attack barely grazed his chest. What? How is that possible? Hit was shocked. How could his time skip technique be avoided? In that moment of shock, Broly's right knee struck heavily into Hit's chest. The next second, Hit's body was sent flying into the air. Broly planted his feet firmly on the ground, leaped up, and then crossed his arms to deliver a heavy blow to Hit's chest. Boom! As Hit crashed to the ground, the earth exploded, dust flying everywhere, smoke filling the air. Broly's palms suddenly gathered 2 terrifying energy balls, which he smashed down towards Hit. Just as the energy balls were about to hit, a golden light suddenly flew in and struck Broly's energy balls. Boom! The energy balls exploded instantly, and a massive crater on the ground spread outwards. Swish, swish. The next second, Caulifla and Kale appeared in front of Broly. TCH, annoying pests. Broly frowned. Being interrupted like this was quite uncomfortable. Kale, let's attack together, Caulifla said, frowning. She knew very well that Broly was incredibly strong, exceptionally strong. Even if the two of them teamed up, they probably wouldn't be a match for Broly. The two of them gathered 2 huge energy balls and launched them at Broly. At that moment, Gohan suddenly appeared in front of Broly and swatted the energy balls away. Boom! The energy balls hit the ground and detonated instantly. Broly, you deal with Hit. I'll handle these 2, Gohan said as he turned to Broly. TCH. Broly shot a cold glare at Caulifla and Kale, then went straight for Hit. Hey, you two, fight me, Gohan declared firmly, a strand of hair blowing in the wind as he addressed Caulifla and Kale. TCH, a Saiyan who can't even transform into a Super Saiyan, shouldn't be so smug. Caulifla replied coldly, looking at Gohan. In her eyes, Gohan was not strong at all. After all, during the battle between Universe 6 and Universe 7, he had hardly even had the chance to fight. I'm not unable to transform. I've just chosen not to become a Super Saiyan. I prefer to train along the path of humanity, Gohan said sharply, his gaze intense. At that moment, It was clear that Gohan was no longer the same as before. It's foolish not to use such a strong transformation. I don't know what you're thinking, but you need to eliminate him, Kale. Caulifla instructed Kale. Yes, sister, Kale nodded. Then the two of them dashed forward to attack Gohan. Gohan quickly dodged. Bang, bang. The sound of two heavy impacts rang out as Caulifla and Kale were sent flying. Clearly outmatched. Damn it. How can he be so strong without even transforming into a Super Saiyan? Kale exclaimed. Hurry up and transform into a Super Saiyan. Caulifla urged Kale, gritting her teeth. If Kale transformed, she could definitely defeat Gohan easily. Sister, I can't, Kale said, fear evident in her eyes. It wasn't that she couldn't transform. She just couldn't change into a Super Saiyan and will like her sister and the others. If you don't transform, our Universe 6 will be wiped out. Do you want to see that happen? My little sister can't be a coward. Caulifla said sternly to Kale. I'm not a coward. I'm not a coward. Kale, after being shouted at by Caulifla, had tears welling up in her eyes. Her expression then turned fierce, and a green aura erupted from her body. Roar! With a furious shout, Kale transformed into a Super Saiyan, standing tall and muscular. Great job, Kale, just like that. Caulifla exclaimed excitedly. Gohan! 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 A deep voice emerged from Kale's throat as she charged towards Gohan with a punch. Come on! Gohan, seeing Kale transformed into a Super Saiyan, showed no fear, tightening his fists and charging towards her. Bang! The next moment, their fists collided heavily. The ground beneath them suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, sending Caulifla flying. Gohan and Kale each staggered back several steps, but in this clash, it was clear that Gohan had the upper hand. The two of them clashed again, causing the ground to continuously sink, and the entire arena had turned into chunks of rock. Bang! After a full 3 minutes, Gohan landed a kick on Kale's face, sending her massive body flying away. Boom! She landed beside Caulifla. After a long battle and exhaustion, Kale's energy was already very unstable. It was estimated that she would soon be unable to maintain her Super Saiyan form. Kale, let's fight together. Caulifla suddenly appeared in front of Kale, grabbing her hand and saying to her. At that moment, Kale looked at Caulifla, and her dragon-like eyes suddenly revealed grass-green pupils. Then her body gradually shrank back to its original size. However, Kale did not revert from her Super Saiyan form. Sister, Kale, you can control your energy now. Caulifla looked at Kale with excitement. It was clear that Kale could now control her Super Saiyan energy with rationality. This meant that she could fuse with Kale. Great. What's going on? Gohan looked at Kale in surprise, but no matter what, he had to eliminate them first. Gohan then cupped his hands together, and a terrifying blue energy ball began to gather in his palms. Kamehameha. The terrifying Kamehameha wave shot towards Kale and Caulifla like a giant dragon. Kale, quickly put on the earrings. Seeing Gohan's merciless attack, Caulifla hurriedly handed one Potera earring to Kale, while she put the other one on her own ear. Boom! The next second, the Kamehameha wave directly obliterated the ground where Kale and Caulifla had just been, piercing through the entire arena. Caulifla, Kale, Kampa shouted anxiously. Kale and Caulifla were the secret trump cards of Universe 6. They couldn't be eliminated so easily. However, it seemed that the two of them did not return to the audience seats. What's going on? Those two Saiyans weren't eliminated? At this moment, Beerus looked surprised at the audience seats of Universe 6. Logically, Gohan's terrifying attack should have easily eliminated both of them. Lord Beerus, look over there. Lord Kampa, look over there. At this moment, Whis and Beerus spoke almost simultaneously. Everyone followed their gaze and saw a new figure. Suddenly, on a rock in the arena, grass-green energy surged wildly. What could it be? Gohan frowned as he looked at the figure wrapped in grass-green energy. Did they fuse? It was obvious, as they were now wearing Potera earrings. Here it comes, here it comes. Did you see that? This is our strongest warrior from Universe 6. Wah! Kampa, who had been worried just a second ago, jumped up in excitement. See, Beerus? It's not just your Universe 7 that can fuse. Our Universe 6 can too. Kampa said proudly to Beerus. So what? Can you defeat Leaf Phone after fusing? You might not even be able to beat Goku's son. Beerus was not angry. He had absolute confidence in Leaf Phone. Moreover, with Goku, Vegeta, Goku's son, and that Broly, Universe 7 had no reason to lose. I am the fusion of Kale and Caulifla. Next, let me show you the power of Kefla. After fusing, Kefla had a proud expression on her face as she said to Gohan. Although you are indeed strong, I won't lose either. Gohan's eyes shone with determination. Losing meant the destruction of the universe, and for the sake of Bai Dili and Xiao Fong, he absolutely could not lose. Ah. The two then vanished and collided directly with each other. Buzz. The next second, the air vibrated with a buzzing sound. Gohan and Kefla were knocked back from the moment of impact, shattering the giant rocks behind them. Waha, this power is so exciting. Let's go again. After the first clash, Kefla said excitedly, I'll become much stronger, but I won't let you win. Gohan clenched his fist and charged at Kefla again. Chapter 178. Abandon Justice, Destroyer Topo. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them exchanged blows continuously, and the rocks on the arena kept shattering. However, it wasn't just Gohan and Broly who were fighting. Goku and Topo, Vegeta and Dispo, etc. Hee, you really are strong, Topo. Gohan said excitedly as he looked at Topo. I didn't realize he was this strong during the exhibition match, but in real combat, he is very difficult to deal with. Do you think I would be happy to be praised by the enemy? Topo said coldly to Goku. In his eyes, everyone from Universe 7 was their enemy. If it weren't for the unnecessary competition between Universe 6 and Universe 7, the Omni King wouldn't have summoned the Tournament of Power. Don't say that. We are just rivals, not enemies. Goku said with a smile. Next, I will eliminate you with all my strength. Topo said very seriously. There were only 15 minutes left in the Tournament of Power, and Universe 11 only had 4 contestants left. However, Universe 7 still had 8 people. At this rate, even if they all managed to last until the end of the match, Universe 7 would still win in the end. So what they needed to do now was to cut off the enemy's foundation and fight desperately. They needed to eliminate as many contestants from Universe 7 as possible. After Topo's voice fell, a crimson aura suddenly surrounded him. His energy surged at that instant. So you finally decided to show your full power? Goku excitedly licked his lips and said to Topo. In that case, A roar erupted from Goku's mouth. Then Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Whoosh! After both individuals unleashed their full power, their bodies charged directly towards each other. Bang! 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 The two exchanged punches, their fists, feet, elbows, and knees all becoming lethal weapons. The ring was continuously shattering, turning into fragments of stone. Justice Bomb! Kamehameha! Energy waves were exploding incessantly, and at that moment, the arena was filled with colorful energy explosions. Wow, the match is getting more and more intense. The Grand Zeno was so excited that he was dancing around. Indeed, there were only 25 ticks left, which is just over 11 minutes, and everyone was almost exhausting all their strength in battle. Therefore, the fight was much more intense than the initial probing. Yes, Lord Zeno, every warrior from each universe is fighting for survival. The Grand Priest nodded and spoke to Zeno. Meanwhile, in the audience, all the gods of destruction were holding their breath, watching the situation in the arena. The battle had truly entered a heated phase. Sun Wukong and Topo were exchanging blows. Boom! Suddenly, Sun Wukong delivered a heavy swipe to Topo's face. Topo was sent flying by the blow. His body crashed through several pieces of the shattered ring before finally coming to a stop. His breath was already very unstable. Damn it, if this continues, I might be eliminated. Universe 11 must hold on until the end. For the final victory, to ensure Universe 11 can survive, I won't give up. Topo lowered his head, his tone gradually becoming calm. Very calm, since justice cannot protect its universe or bring peace to the universe. Then I will abandon such justice. As Topo's voice fell, a purple aura suddenly enveloped him. This purple aura exuded an extremely terrifying feeling. Then, Topo's pupils also turned purple. Jiren suddenly turned his gaze towards Topo, a complex expression appearing in his eyes. Topo, has he made his decision? Dispo also sensed Topo's change at this moment, furrowing his brow and whispering. He knew this was not Topo's true self, but for Universe 11, he had to do this. Boom! Just as Dispo was lost in thought, Vegeta landed a punch squarely on Dispo's face, sending him flying. Then Vegeta unleashed his prince's fighting technique, throwing energy balls recklessly at Dispo. You bastard, taking advantage of the situation, I absolutely cannot forgive you. Dispo crossed his arms to protect his face and angrily retorted. The next moment, his body surged forward at incredible speed, instantly appearing behind Vegeta. He retaliated with a punch. The battle in the arena was becoming more and more intense. Topo had undergone a transformation. He felt something very familiar emanating from his body. Looking at Topo surrounded by purple flames, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and spoke. This cannot go on. I must eliminate Topo quickly, because he sensed a very threatening aura from Topo. His instincts told him that if he didn't eliminate Topo now, he might be in danger. In that case, a serious expression appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed his strongest attack at the moment. He had to eliminate Topo as soon as possible. Just then, Topo suddenly raised his head, a purple light shining in his eyes. A strange symbol appeared on his chest. Destruction. A low voice echoed as a fist-sized ball of destructive energy suddenly appeared at his fingertips. It then shot towards Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. ZZZZ. When the powerful Kamehameha collided with the purple destructive energy, it vanished instantly, like snowflakes landing on a hot iron. What? What is happening? How can Topo have destructive energy? Sun Wukong was suddenly alarmed. The familiar yet dangerous aura he felt was indeed that of a god of destruction. This guy, Topo, has become a god of destruction? What is going on here? Your battle is over, Sun Wukong. Just when Sun Wukong was in shock, Topo's body suddenly appeared in front of him. He threw a heavy punch at Sun Wukong's chest. Boom! Accompanied by a low rumble, Sun Wukong's body flew out. Chapter 179. To 2. Desperate situation Vegeta. What? Sun Wukong suddenly reacted, but it was too late because after becoming a god of destruction, Topo's power had increased qualitatively. Moreover, Sun Wukong had been too careless just now, letting his guard down and getting hit by Topo. Dad, Kakarot. At the moment Sun Wukong was sent flying, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo almost simultaneously shouted out. I can't believe Wukong was the first to be eliminated. Then, Sun Wukong landed directly on the arena of Universe 7. Wow, I actually got eliminated. That's quite regrettable. Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, I could have avoided being eliminated, but I was too careless and got hit by Topo when I was distracted. You bastard. How could you get eliminated so quickly? Beerus glared at Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If it were Krillin or Tien Shinhan, I wouldn't be angry. After all, their strength is that limited. But Wukong, this guy, was clearly too careless, which led to his easy elimination. Wukong, why are you always like this? The Supreme Kai of Time, Shin, also looked at Sun Wukong reproachfully and said, I was just careless. I didn't expect that Topo actually mastered the energy of a god of destruction. I didn't react in time. Sun Wukong mumbled. That's why he ended up being eliminated by Topo. TCH, that bastard from Universe 11 actually has a hidden god of destruction among the contestants. Beerus clenched his teeth, looking at the situation. That's right. He really is a god of destruction, Beerus. What's wrong? Are you starting to feel scared? Merus coldly looked at Universe 7 and smiled. Topo is our candidate for god of destruction from Universe 11, and in this moment of crisis for the universe, Topo chose to become a god of destruction. Kai also spoke with a proud expression. It's time to show your training results. Dear, Margarita said to Topo. Hearing Merus' proud words, Beerus stood up and then sat down again. The anger and seriousness on his face slowly dissipated. He then spoke lightly. Merus, do you think that because he has become a god of destruction, Universe 10 can win? Less naive, his power hasn't increased much, and the ability to destroy isn't solely his. After saying this, Yifeng no longer looked at Universe 11. He also possessed destruction abilities, and his strength far surpassed Topo's. No matter what unexpected events occurred in this match, the outcome wouldn't change. He was very confident about this. Oof, that bastard. After hearing Beerus' words, the previously smug Videl suddenly turned to look at Yifeng. That's right, that bastard also mastered the power of destruction. It seems I'll have to rely on Jiren in the end. After Son Goku was eliminated, Topo immediately turned his gaze to Vegeta. Among the fighters of Universe 7, Gohan and Broly are strong, but they're currently fighting against Universe 6. There's no need for him to help either side. Let them compete against each other. As for that little guy from Universe 7 and those odd-looking fighters from Universe 2, he didn't need to worry about them at all. They posed no threat. After eliminating Son Goku, the next target was Vegeta. As long as he teamed up with Dispo to eliminate Vegeta, the three of them could then deal with Yifeng together, and perhaps they would have a chance to win. Topo suddenly appeared beside Dispo. Let's go together, Topo said. Looking at Dispo. Dispo nodded. He wasn't thinking about competing. He was here to win this match. Therefore, he didn't care about whether it was glorious to win by many or few. Damn it, if these two guys teamed up, it would be a bit tricky. That idiot Kakarot actually got eliminated just like that, leaving me with a mess to clean up. Vegeta frowned, thinking to himself. He had already struggled for a long time against Dispo alone, and now there was also Topo, who had transformed into a god of destruction. Although he didn't want to admit it, this match would be quite difficult. Huh. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and blue energy suddenly erupted from his body. Even though he knew it would be tough, defeating him wouldn't be so easy. Get eliminated, Vegeta shouted as he launched a series of energy attacks at Toppo and Dispo. However, it was clear that this was ineffective against Toppo. When the energy balls hit Toppo, they turned into tiny purple starlights. Then Toppo and Dispo almost instantaneously flashed out. Bang, bang, bang. The two attacked Vegeta from both sides. Vegeta could only barely defend himself, and soon sweat began to drip from his face. Boom! In the next moment, Dispo kicked Vegeta in the back. As Vegeta leaned forward, Toppo's iron fist landed heavily on Vegeta's stomach. Vegeta was sent flying. He landed on a piece of debris at the edge, and he could no longer maintain Super Saiyan Blue, reverting to his normal state. Let's take him out together, Toppo said to Dispo, and then an orange-yellow energy ball appeared in his palm, without using destructive energy. Dispo's palm also manifested a purple energy ball, aiming at Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta struggled to stand up. Huh! He roared and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. However, the energy dissipated almost immediately, clearly unable to sustain Super Blue. Yifeng's gaze turned to Vegeta, and he clenched his fists tightly. He really wanted to take action. His feelings toward Vegeta and Goku were different. Hold on, Vegeta. If you can endure this time, there will definitely be a significant breakthrough. Yifeng frowned and said in a low voice, if Vegeta can hold on this time, perhaps he can break through and rise again. Whoosh! The energy balls in the hands of Toppo and Dispo instantly flew out, directly engulfing Vegeta. Vegeta! Vegeta! At that moment, everyone turned their gaze to Vegeta. Chapter 180, Ultra Instinct Vegeta. Boom! The rocks around Vegeta suddenly exploded, and a massive light instantly dyed half the sky red. Eliminated? Toppo and Dispo looked at Vegeta's position and spoke with some doubt. However, Vegeta's body did not appear in the audience area. This indicates two possibilities. First, Vegeta was completely killed by their energy balls. Second, Vegeta was not eliminated at all. Clearly, Toppo and Dispo were careful with their attacks and would never directly kill Vegeta. So, the obvious conclusion is the second one. Vegeta was not eliminated. As the dazzling light gradually faded, Vegeta's body reappeared in everyone's sight. He was actually not eliminated. Good job, Dad. Uncle Vegeta, keep it up. When everyone saw that Vegeta was not eliminated, they all shouted excitedly. Gotenks, Gohan, Goku, and Beerus all wore expressions of joy. It was truly surprising that Vegeta could hold on under such a terrifying energy ball. What is that bastard from Universe 7 doing? And the others looked on in horror, unable to believe it. Clearly, Vegeta was at the end of his rope, barely able to withstand a blow. Since he blocked Toppo and Dispo's attack. Toppo, Dispo, that guy has some issues. Hurry up and eliminate him. I suddenly felt a sense of unease and quickly said to Toppo and Dispo, understood, Lady Mai. Toppo and Dispo nodded, then once again gathered terrifying energy balls in their palms. Whoosh! The next second, the energy balls in their hands hurled towards Vegeta again. Vegeta tightly clenched his fists, slowly raised his head, and his black pupils suddenly turned silver gray. He showed no signs of evading, yet somehow the energy balls were dodged by Vegeta. What? Toppo and Dispo were taken aback, almost unable to believe their eyes. Clearly, their energy balls had hit Vegeta, so how could this happen? Good job, Vegeta. It seems you succeeded halfway. Yifeng's originally tense gaze gradually softened, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Indeed, Vegeta had worked hard for so long and finally reached that level at this moment. The guy had undergone some kind of change. Jiren's expression slightly shifted as he sensed a change in Vegeta's aura. It was calm, extremely calm. Boom! Then the entire void trembled violently, and suddenly, a silver pillar of light shot up into the sky, instantly illuminating the void. What exactly happened? Toppo and Dispo were in a panic. Wow, Vegeta is radiating light. So exciting, so heart-pounding. The Omni King watched the silver pillar of light on the arena with excitement, dancing with joy. It seems that something spectacular is about to happen. The Grand Priest also looked at the silver aura surrounding Vegeta with an expectant expression. Vegeta had undergone some kind of change. It seemed he had not just survived the earlier explosion by luck, but had reached some mysterious realm. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with envy in his eyes. He never expected Vegeta to comprehend a higher realm between life and death. It seems that at this moment, Vegeta had completely surpassed himself. Well done, Vegeta. You finally did it. Sun Wukong suddenly smiled in relief and said, Vegeta had been training hard for over a decade to surpass himself. Now, was it finally his turn to surpass Vegeta? Although surrounded by a burning aura of shock, his aura was very calm. Tien Shinhan and Krillin were shocked. Whis asked seriously, did Vegeta also achieve it? It seems so. Whis nodded, pausing before continuing, but it looks like he accidentally comprehended it in a desperate situation, although somewhat displeased. Vegeta indeed performed well. It seems the so-called God of Destruction of Universe 1 is not worth mentioning. After Whis' calm words fell, he looked at the furious Vermoud and others. Ultra Instinct, how annoying. What is wrong with the people of Universe 7? That two of them actually comprehended Ultra Instinct. Vermoud's face twisted in anger. Oh, it seems Universe 7 is truly a miraculous place. Margarita also frowned slightly. She initially thought that her trained God of Destruction, Topo, was strong, but now it seems he doesn't even rank. What's going on? What on earth is wrong with that guy, Beerus? Why are these guys from Universe 7 acting like they're on a cheat? Kampa's jaw dropped in shock. The last time he saw Vegeta on Beerus's planet, he was incredibly weak. How could he suddenly comprehend Ultra Instinct? I guess I really have to part ways with Lord Kampa. It feels so bad. At this moment, Beerus started whining again, making Kampa grit his teeth in anger. Ultra Instinct, Vegeta have finally achieved it. Thank you, Mr. Yifeng. Vegeta clenched his fists, then slowly inhaled. Suddenly, a silver light surged from his body. Then, Vegeta turned his gaze to Topo and Dispo. Now he was going to eliminate both of them. Dispo, let's attack together. Topo naturally realized the situation was quite dire, and quickly said to Dispo. Dispo nodded, and the two launched a frenzied energy attack at Vegeta. The next moment, Vegeta leaped into the air, appearing to move very slowly. But almost the instant he jumped, he was already behind Dispo. Boom! Then, he struck heavily on Dispo's back. After taking the heavy hit, Dispo's body skidded across the ground for dozens of feet. Damn! That bastard is so fast, I can't even see him. Dispo spat out the sand and said in a low tone. Chapter 181, Double Elimination. Damn it. No matter what change you've undergone, I will not lose to you. Topo clenched his iron fist tightly, and his purple aura surged wildly. No matter what had happened to Vegeta, he was nothing in front of the God of Destruction. Vegeta looked calmly at Topo, but in his calm gaze, there was a hint of disdain. Then, both of their bodies almost simultaneously flashed out. Boom! In the instant their bodies flashed, Topo was directly blasted away, crashing heavily beside Dispo. Are you okay? Topo, that guy is too strange. He suddenly became so strong. Dispo said with a tight frown to Topo. Just a moment ago, he had a slight upper hand against Vegeta with his super speed, but he didn't expect Vegeta's sudden transformation to bring such a drastic change in power. It was indeed very strange, but we absolutely cannot lose. We cannot leave all the opponents to Jiren. After Topo said that, he charged at Vegeta again. Dispo followed closely behind. Topo and Dispo launched a frenzied attack on Vegeta. Their fists swept through like a machine gun, but they couldn't hit Vegeta at all. Vegeta seemed to dodge very slowly, yet he perfectly avoided both their attacks every time. You two are simply too weak. I've lost interest in this boring game. Vegeta suddenly smirked and said to Topo and Dispo, TCH, damn it, don't get too complacent. Dispo frowned tightly. The feeling of being looked down upon was indeed quite uncomfortable. Then he burst forth in speed, almost pushing his speed to the limit, and in an instant he created countless afterimages. Of course, this was because he was moving too fast, creating illusions, not real clones. Justice Iron Fist. Topo also unleashed his strongest attack at Vegeta in an instant. Then, Vegeta leaped into the air, leaving a silver tail in the air. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, Dispo was sent flying out. Bang, bang, bang. His body smashed through several rocks and fell off the arena. I'm sorry, Lord Vermoud, Lord Kai. I failed. Dispo said with guilt on his face to Vermoud and Kai. It's okay. Vegeta is indeed very strong. Leave the next battle to Topo and the power. Wei didn't mean to blame Dispo. Instead, he looked at the arena and said, having comprehended the Ultra Instinct, Vegeta's power indeed far surpassed Dispo's. Even Topo was at a significant disadvantage compared to him. It seemed Vegeta still couldn't perfectly control Ultra Instinct. At that moment, Margarita suddenly spoke up. She sensed that Vegeta's Ultra Instinct was gradually fading. It seemed he had gained some understanding in that moment of danger. What? So that means Topo still has a chance to win? Wei Mei and Kai suddenly asked excitedly. Maybe. It depends on what kind of person Vegeta is. Margarita replied calmly. If Vegeta is an arrogant person, he definitely won't easily eliminate Toppo. At least, he would toy with Toppo before eliminating him. This would give Toppo a chance to turn the tables. If he is a more decisive person, he would definitely eliminate Toppo as quickly as possible. Whether Toppo gets eliminated is actually in Vegeta's hands. Wow, it seems Vegeta's energy is starting to decrease. At that moment, Whis also sensed Vegeta's change. Although he reached that level in an instant while in a desperate situation, he still couldn't control it well. Without proper control, an imperfect Ultra Instinct can be very exhausting and also cause significant harm to the body. It can be said that once he exits that mysterious state of Ultra Instinct, Vegeta will completely lose his strength. What? Does that mean Vegeta is in a bit of danger? Beerus frowned and asked Whis. After all, to become a god of destruction, Toppo also has some capabilities. It all depends on Vegeta now. His personality seems quite arrogant. Whis smiled with his mouth covered and said to Beerus. Whis's words deepened Beerus's frown. At this moment, on the arena, Vegeta also felt the change in his body. As time passed, his energy was rapidly declining. Damn it, I still can't control Ultra Instinct. I can't continue like this. Vegeta slightly curled his lips and said softly. Although he was quite self-confident, he thought about how not defeating Toppo would leave trouble for Mr. Yeffing, so he decided to eliminate Toppo immediately. It seemed there was a problem with his energy. This was a good opportunity. Toppo noticed Vegeta's issue, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Now is the time to eliminate Vegeta. Then, Toppo's body charged directly at Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and the silver-white, scorching energy around him began to dissipate. He then threw a punch directly at Toppo. Boom! The fist landed heavily on Toppo's chest, and the terrifying power instantly knocked Toppo flying. What? Toppo's pupils constricted, and a look of pain appeared on his face. That guy's energy has decreased so much. Why does he still have such powerful strength? But there was no time to think more. His body was already flying out of the arena. In a last blow, Toppo's palm suddenly gathered an orange energy ball, which he hurled directly at Vegeta. After the energy ball was thrown, Toppo fainted. Due to putting all his power into that attack, Vegeta immediately completely exited the Ultra Instinct state. His eyes were filled with fatigue and pain. Upon seeing that orange energy ball, Vegeta could only smile wryly because he now didn't even have the strength to move. Even if he remained on the arena, he was no longer able to fight. Boom! The energy ball hit Vegeta and exploded instantly. Then, Vegeta was also sent flying out of the arena. However, Vegeta felt no displeasure. He had single-handedly eliminated both Toppo and Tispo, 1-for-2, which wasn't a loss. Boom! Then Vegeta's body landed in the audience area of Universe 7. Vegeta, you were amazing. Come on, Vegeta, quickly eat the Senzu Bean. Son Gohan and Krillin hurriedly helped Vegeta up and fed him the Senzu Bean. Although Vegeta was ultimately eliminated, his performance just now was indeed very dazzling. Chapter 182. Universe 6 eliminated. Goodbye, brothers. Crunch, crunch. After eating the Senzu Bean, Vegeta's injuries were almost healed. Wow, Vegeta, you're so incredible. I didn't expect Mr. Whis to give you such a nudge, and you comprehended Ultra Instinct. Son Wukong looked at Vegeta with envy and admiration, speaking up. Oomph. Vegeta shot a glance at Son Wukong, seemingly not overly excited about surpassing him. Vegeta, you did well this time. Beerus couldn't help but praise Vegeta. After all, having studied for so long, Ultra Instinct was only an imperfect level. Although Vegeta still had a long way to go compared to him, being able to comprehend it so quickly was already quite impressive. Vegeta, you are truly amazing. Krillin and Tien also couldn't help but praise him. Just then, the Grand Priest's voice rang out. Universe 7, contestant Vegeta is eliminated, remaining 6 contestants. Universe 11, contestants Tispo and Toppo are eliminated, remaining 2 contestants. The Grand Priest's voice was like a heavy stone, crashing down on Wei Mei and all the contestants of Universe 11. Universe 11 now only had Jiren and Kale left. And Kale was completely insignificant among those contestants, akin to a small ant. She could be eliminated at any moment. Whoosh! Bang! Just as Wei Mei was thinking, Kale's body crashed down in front of him. Universe 11. Kale is eliminated, remaining 1 contestant in Universe 11. The Grand Priest's voice sounded again, and Wei Mei's mouth twitched fiercely. Now the survival of Universe 11 was entirely in Jiren's hands. Damn, I really want to slap myself twice. At that moment on the arena, Son Gohan and Caulifla both had varying degrees of injuries. Oomph. Caulifla had scratches on her face and was holding her stomach while speaking to Son Gohan. However, despite her injuries, it was clear she was very excited, with a smile of exhilaration on her face. Haha, you don't seem to be in much better shape either. Son Gohan also forced a smile and replied to Caulifla. This guy is indeed very strong. I've used all my strength, but I still can't defeat her. Hee. What a thrilling battle. Let's go again. Caulifla smiled and charged at Son Gohan once more. Come on. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, facing off against Caulifla. Bang bang bang. The two bodies were like two black lines, constantly intertwining. The rocks of the arena were repeatedly shattered into powder. After dozens of clashes, Sun Wukong and Caulifla separated once again. At this point, both of them were more heavily injured, gasping for breath, clearly at their limits. Ha ha ha. Caulifla suddenly burst into loud laughter. Then, with a wry smile, she said, "We have completely lost. Even in our fused form, we can't defeat a single Saiyan from Universe 7. No matter what we do, it's impossible for us to win against your universe. It seems we ultimately cannot escape the fate of being erased. Moreover, Sun Wukong is not even the strongest Saiyan in Universe 7. Yi Feng and that Broly, their strength is even more powerful. No, you're also very strong, Caulifla. To be honest, I have reached my limit," Son Gohan said with a clenched jaw and a smile. This battle has indeed been very enjoyable. However, looking at Caulifla's bittersweet smile, he suddenly felt a bit sad. Thinking of Videl and Xiaofang, let's determine the winner. Caulifla suddenly raised the corner of her mouth, showing a proud expression. As a Saiyan, how could she say such a thing without confidence, even if she was really defeated? All right, Son Gohan dead. Yeah. Caulifla and Son Gohan's bodies collided almost in an instant. Bang bang. Their fists hit each other's faces. And then both of their bodies fell off the stage at the same time. I tried my best, Son Gohan said with a bitter smile, realizing that he truly had no strength left to fight. Then the two directly returned to their respective universes. I'm sorry, Dad, Lord Beerus, I was eliminated, Son Gohan awkwardly said. It's okay, Gohan, you are already very strong. Dad, didn't know you were this powerful, Son Goku said with a look of relief as he looked at Son Gohan. Because Gohan had always been training with Piccolo, he really didn't know how strong Gohan had become in just 1 month. You brat, you really did well. The combined Saiyans of Universe 6 were taken down by you. Now, let's watch the match carefully. Beerus smiled at Son Gohan, sincerely appreciating him. Vegeta and this kid, Gohan, fought well too. But that bastard Goku was so careless and got eliminated. As soon as Beerus saw Son Goku, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. In Universe 6, the contestants Kale and Caulifla were both eliminated, leaving 2 contestants remaining. In Universe 7, Son Gohan was eliminated, leaving 5 contestants remaining. The Grand Priest's voice rang out again. Time passed second by second, and there were only 5 minutes left in the entire match. At this time, Piccolo had already defeated the Saiyan Cabba from Universe 6. After all, Cabba was only at the Super Saiyan 1 level, and even though his base combat power was relatively high, it was still not enough to be Piccolo's opponent. Both Broly and Hit were eliminated. Although Broly's overall strength was much stronger than Hit's, Hit's latest time manipulation technique was very powerful. In the end, the two ended up in a mutually destructive situation. In Universe 7, Broly was eliminated, leaving 4 contestants remaining. In Universe 6, Hit and Cabba were eliminated. All warriors from Universe 6 were eliminated, so it was cleared. The Grand Priest's tone suddenly became cold. Kampa's face surprisingly showed a hint of relief. So this is the true strength of Universe 6? You all did well. After saying this to Caulifla and Hit, Kampa looked at Vados and continued. Thank you for taking care of us all this time, Vados. Lord Kampa. A reluctant look appeared in Vados' eyes. Although she was an angel, angels also have emotions. After all, she had been working for billions of years, and even though she often couldn't express her feelings. Hey, Beerus. This time it doesn't count as me losing to you, understand? You bastard brother. After Kampa's voice fell, he made a face at Beerus and then disappeared without a trace. Brother. Beerus tightly clenched his fists, a look of sorrow appearing in his eyes. Chapter 183, The Ultimate Showdown. At this moment, only Son Goten, Trunks, Piccolo, and Yi Feng were left on the stage. Is it finally time for the duel? It seems that Universe 11's defeat is certain. Jiren looked at Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo behind Yi Feng and said, because the rule of this match is that after the match ends, the universe with the most contestants left on the stage wins. Now it's obvious that he was the only one left, and even if he could tie with Yifeng, he had already lost, and he didn't have that confidence. That's right, Universe 11 is indeed bound to lose. But we can have a good fight. Yifeng looked at Jiren and smiled lightly, speaking with great confidence. It really is like that. Jiren nodded and suddenly smiled faintly, saying, it's rare to see a smile on Jiren's face. It's like a tree blooming. Seeing that Yifeng and Jiren were about to duel, Goku and Piccolo quickly retreated 100 zhong away. The upcoming battle would definitely not be comparable to any previous fights. Wow, it's the final duel. I'm so excited. The king looked at Jiren and Yifeng with great enthusiasm and said, that guy seems to be super strong too. It looks like this duel will be quite interesting. The Grand Priest nodded and spoke lightly. That Jiren from Universe 11 seems to possess strength far surpassing that of a god of destruction. However, he still cannot compare to Yifeng, as Yifeng has master destruction abilities and ultra instinct. Go for it, Jiren. The survival of Universe 11 rests on your shoulders. Weiss and the others tightly held onto their heads. Although they knew that the chances of Jiren defeating Yifeng were extremely slim, it was still an opportunity, wasn't it? Come on, Jiren. Prove to everyone that you are also a genius. Show the results of your hard training over the past few months. Toppo said with a very serious expression. However, that voice did not reach Jiren's ears. That Jiren seems to be super strong. I'm really looking forward to their battle. Sun Wukong said excitedly as he watched Jiren and Yifeng on the stage. Vegeta also stared intently at the two, wanting to see where Yifeng's limits truly lie. They have even surpassed the gods of destruction. It seems like the gods of destruction are becoming less valuable. Beerus said, somewhat displeased. Originally, it seemed like the gods of destruction were at the pinnacle of the universe. Now, it feels like they have all become mere supporting characters. Aren't you planning to transform or use Ultra Instinct? Jiren looked at Yifeng and said, if it were someone else, it wouldn't be necessary, but with you, I really can't afford to be careless. Yifeng smiled and then clenched his fists tightly. A low roar erupted from his throat. Suddenly, a grass-green aura burst forth from his body, instantly transforming into the full-power Super Saiyan form. Since he was fighting Jiren, just transforming into a Super Saiyan wouldn't be enough. The terrifying energy was overwhelming. In an instant, Yifeng's aura covered the entire Void Realm. In the audience, Son Gohan and Krillin looked on in shock. Yifeng seems to have become significantly stronger compared to when he fought Lord Beerus. Keep going. But this alone is not enough to be my opponent. Jiren's expression showed no fluctuation as he spoke to Yifeng. A few months ago, when he first met Yifeng, this level of power would have shocked him. However, now, this transformation alone is not enough to match him. You only know after you fight. After Yifeng's voice fell, he immediately flashed and appeared in front of Jiren. He punched towards Jiren with incredible speed. So fast that even Beerus and Whis couldn't fully see it, only catching a glimpse of Yifeng's afterimage. Boom! The next second, the entire void shook, and the stones beneath Jiren's feet suddenly exploded. Jiren tapped a giant rock with his toes and leaped into the air, charging towards Yifeng like a bolt of lightning. Bang! He also threw a punch at Yifeng. Rumble! After Yifeng was punched out, his body was directly embedded into a giant rock. This guy, Julian, has indeed become much stronger. Yifeng pressed his lips together, feeling a mix of shock and excitement in his eyes. At this moment, the arena had become a scene of devastation. Strictly speaking, it was no longer an arena, but a chaotic space made up of countless stones of varying sizes. The only thing that remained intact was the central timing pillar, where there was still a complete section left. The rest of the area had completely lost its original appearance. Just as Yifeng hesitated, a crimson flame suddenly enveloped Jillian's fist, and then he launched a punch towards Yifeng. Yifeng's body flashed, easily dodging Jiren's punch. Boom! However, that giant rock was directly smashed into powder. After missing the strike, Jiren's body flashed and rushed directly towards Yifeng. Bang, bang, bang. Rumble. The two kept colliding, and the surrounding giant rocks kept exploding, turning into rubble and dust. So fast, Great Priest, I can hardly see. The Xeno watched the battle on the stage, somewhat displeased. Because Jiren and Yifeng's speed was too fast, he could only see two beams of red and green light continuously colliding, separating, and then colliding again. But he couldn't see their battle movements at all. Lord Xeno, you can clearly see it using the slow motion feature on the Divine iPad, the Great Priest explained to Xeno. Oh, it's really clear. They are both amazing, so awesome. After seeing Yifeng and Jiren's battle clearly, Xeno was so excited he was dancing with joy. TCH, I can't see their battle at all. Vegeta frowned and said. Sun Wukong and the others also looked confused. As for Krillin and Tien, they had completely given up, deciding to just wait for the results. For now, it was just like watching an explosion. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Yi Feng's body was suddenly sent flying, instantly shattering dozens of giant rocks. At this time, Jiren's whole body was enveloped in a crimson aura, clearly having raised his power to the extreme. Humph, you got some skills. Yi Feng's lips curled slightly as he spoke. Jiren's improvement seemed to be even greater than he had imagined. Chapter 184. Borrowing the Super Dragon Balls? Can I refuse? Since that's the case, I might as well have some fun. After Yi Feng's voice fell, his arms suddenly shook, and the massive rock behind him was instantly shattered. Almost at the same moment, a dazzling silver-white aura surrounded Yi Feng. This was the result of his training while guiding Broly, perfectly merging Super Saiyan full power with Ultra Instinct. Has he really become even stronger? But I want to give up. Jiren tightly clenched his fists and stared at Yi Feng. There's no denying that Yi Feng is indeed very strong. But with this level of strength, I should still have a chance to cope. Wow, Yi Feng is so strong. I can feel the hot energy here. The Grand Zeno looked at Yi Feng excitedly. After Yi Feng unleashed Ultra Instinct, that terrifying aura was indeed very scorching. What a great talent! A rare look appeared in the Grand Priest's eyes as he spoke. At this moment, after Yi Feng used Ultra Instinct, he felt extremely comfortable. Moreover, he had now reached the level of perfect Ultra Instinct, so he wouldn't experience the excessive consumption issues like Vegeta. Come on, Jiren, let me show you my true power now. Yi Feng waved at Jiren and said, of course, what I said is a lie. My true power is actually Super Saiyan 2. Jiren did not respond, but instead flashed forward and launched an attack at Yi Feng. The speed was astonishing. With a whoosh, Jiren's fists were like a machine gun, continuously bombarding Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng dodged all of them. There's no denying that you are strong now, but it is absolutely impossible for you to defeat me, Jiren. Yi Feng dodged the attacks while said to Jillian, Humph, don't get too carried away. Jillian roared, and then the power of his fists grew larger and his speed increased. At this moment, their attacks became so fast that even Wei Mei couldn't see clearly. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Feng threw a punch at Jillian. The moment their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding giant stones were crushed to dust. Jillian's body instantly pierced through several giant stones, and the Proud Team uniform of the Proud Warriors on his upper body was shattered. Meanwhile, Yi Feng lightly landed on a stone, taking advantage of the force from the previous collision. It was evident that Jillian had almost given it his all in that clash, but Yi Feng had barely used any strength. The gap in their abilities was clear. Wow, I'm starting to think I've overestimated myself a bit. No matter how hard I try, I can't defeat him. Jillian clenches fists, almost losing sensation. The power Yi Feng displayed in that last collision was truly overwhelming, far exceeding his expectations. Time's up. It's over, Jillian. Yi Feng suddenly raised his hands high, and a massive energy ball appeared above his head, constantly expanding. In almost a second, it had grown to the size of a basketball court. What? That bastard wants to kill Jiren? The expressions on Wei Mei and the others' faces turned to shock. An energy ball of this magnitude could definitely kill Jiren. There's no way to dodge it. Jiren's expression changed dramatically as he looked at the enormous energy ball and said in terror, in this power tournament, we can't use flying skills. And their battle just now was too intense, leaving the surrounding arena in ruins. It's hard for me to find a suitable landing spot in such a short time. Just as Jiren was still calculating how to dodge Yi Feng's energy ball, the massive energy ball was already coming straight at him. It's over. There's no way to avoid it. Despite all my efforts, I'm still no match for him. This feeling is truly unbearable. The energy ball rapidly enlarged in his pupils, and at that moment, Jiren almost gave up all resistance. There's no way to handle this. Even if I could, the final outcome wouldn't change at all. Boom! The energy ball instantly engulfed countless fragments. At this moment, the timer in the center of the arena was parallel to the ground. This meant that the time for the power tournament had run out, and the entire match was over. Universe 11. All the contestants from Universe 11 have been eliminated, so they must be erased. The cold voice of the Grand Priest echoed. The final victor is Universe 7. Yi Feng, although I have lost, if there's a next time, I will definitely defeat you. At this moment, Jiren suddenly stood up, a smile on his face as he spoke to Yi Feng. There won't be a next time, because Universe 11 is about to be erased. Don't worry, there will definitely be one, but I won't be surpassed by you. Yi Feng forced a smile and said, Thank you for your care, Margarita. After saying this, a faint layer of white light suddenly appeared around him. In the next second, everyone except Margarita disappeared without a trace. All gone. Although they won the match, there was always an uncomfortable feeling. Beerus muttered to himself, "TCH, it was just a meaningless battle. In the end, there was nothing gained. It felt like being made a fool of, which is quite frustrating." Watching Universe 11 vanish and the empty audience seats, Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, furrowing his brow. Strength. If the other universes had strength, they wouldn't have been eliminated. If he had enough strength, he wouldn't be treated like a spectator by these people. Because Universe 10 disappeared, the final victor was Universe 7. The Grand Priest figure appeared on the stage, and he spoke calmly, "You've won." There was no excitement or joy at all. "Mr. Yifeng, the universe that ultimately wins can make a wish, but it must be granted using your Super Dragon Balls," the Grand Priest said, looking at Yifeng with a smile. "Is that so? Losing both the lady and the troops?" Yifeng slowly raised his head and looked at the High Priest, saying, "Can I refuse?" Chapter 185 Super Dragon. Wish Fulfillment, Can I Refuse? Yifeng wore a faint smile on his face, staring intently into the eyes of the Grand Priest, and said, "I believe, Mr. Yifeng. You're a smart person and should not refuse." Looking at Yifeng's slight smile, the Grand Priest's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. He knew that Yifeng was very clever. A smart person would not make foolish choices. But please rest assured, the Super Dragon Balls are for you to make your own wishes. After you have made your wishes, the Super Dragon Balls will still be yours. The Grand Priest added, "All right, as you said, I'm a smart person." Yifeng nodded, then with a thought, 7 massive Dragon Balls appeared in the Void Realm. The golden Dragon Balls emitted dazzling light. "Wow, that guy Yifeng really surprised me." Bessus patted his chest and said, somewhat flustered, "Just now, when he rejected the Great Priest, he felt as if he were wandering at the gates of hell. Offending the Great Priest could mean the instant erasure of Universe 7. Fortunately, it seemed that Yifeng was just joking and did not make such a foolish decision. Damn it, the Super Dragon Balls originally belonged to Yifeng, and in the end, he used his own things to make a wish. I can almost feel that displeasure," Vegeta said in a low voice. But it was clear that his tone showed considerable annoyance as well. However, there was nothing to be done. What could be done about the annoyance? Those guys were gods standing at the pinnacle of the universe, and with a single thought, they could kill them. "Come fort. Shenron, I want to make a wish." Divine language. After obtaining the Super Dragon Balls, the Great Priest recited a spell to the Dragon Balls. Then the 7 Dragon Balls shone brightly, instantly turning the entire Void Realm into a golden color. A golden divine dragon appeared in this Void Realm, sporting a pair of cute little wings. Normally, seeing the Super Shenron would be an incredibly exciting event. However, at this moment, Yifeng was not very happy. In fact, he felt somewhat displeased. After all, this was his own thing, and now he had to make a wish on his own things for someone else's sake. "Mr. Yifeng, please state your wish." After the Super Shenron appeared, the Great Priest said to Yifeng. He was also a smart man and naturally knew that although Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo were present, the one who could truly make the decision was still Yifeng. "Any wishes possible?" Yifeng looked at the Grand Priest and the Omni King and asked, "Is it true that any wish can be granted?" The Grand Priest nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. The Omni King did not speak, but stepped down from his throne, seemingly quite interested in Yifeng's wish. What kind of wish would Yifeng make? At this moment, not only the Grand Priest and the Omni King were interested in Yifeng's wish, but even Beerus, Whis, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta were all watching Yifeng with anticipation. In that case, let the entire universe that was erased be restored. Yifeng spoke softly. He was very clear in his heart that although the Great Priest and the King of all said that any wish could be fulfilled, if he really made many other wishes, then he would not hesitate to eliminate the 7th universe as well. However, his wish was to restore all the universes that had been destroyed by the King of all, not just the one that was destroyed moments ago. This uncomfortable feeling should not happen a second time. What? The moment Yifeng expressed his wish, everyone looked at him in shock, completely unable to believe that he would say such a thing. Restore the erased universe? Is this real? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were both confused. Beerus and Whis were also surprised, their mouths agape. Although they didn't think they knew Yifeng very well, they had realized after a short interaction that he wasn't the kind of person who was very compassionate. It was truly incredible that he would express such a wish for the restoration of other universes. Who would have thought that, mister? Yifeng had the entirety of a universe in his heart. Son Gohan looked at Yifeng with admiration and said. However, at this moment, Yifeng had 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. "Mr. Yifeng, are you sure this is your wish?" The Grand Priest, after a brief surprise, confirmed with Yi Feng. It is, right? Yi Feng nodded, smiled helplessly, and said he wasn't sure what else could be done. Well, to be honest, he also couldn't stand the king of all suddenly erasing so many universes. After the Grand Priest said a few words to the Super Dragon Yura, the wish was considered fulfilled. Whoosh. Then, one by one, the universes suddenly returned to their respective audience seats. What? What is happening? Weren't we erased by Lord King of all? I don't know what exactly happened. After all the universes returned once again, all the gods of destruction and contestants had expressions of disbelief and immense excitement on their faces. After all, they had indeed been erased by the King of all just moments ago. I understand now, that guy from Universe 7 wished for us to be revived. Suddenly, Wei Mei cast a complex look at Yi Feng and said in an even more complicated tone, they had been targeting Universe 7, targeting Yi Feng from the very beginning. They never expected that after winning, his wish would be to restore all the universes. If Universe 11 had achieved the final victory in the Tournament of Power, they definitely couldn't have done something so great and wouldn't have wished for all the universes to be restored. At this moment, the God of Destruction, Katra from Universe 4, the God of Destruction, Sidra from Universe 9, and the God of Destruction, Rumsey from Universe 10 felt a bit of pain in their faces, ashamedly lowering their heads. You really are something, Yi Feng. With this alone, I might never be able to surpass you in my lifetime. Jiren had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Yi Feng and said, after the wish was fulfilled, the Super Dragon quickly transformed back into the Super Dragon Balls, but this time it did not fly away. Instead, it was directly taken back by the Grand Priest and returned to Yi Feng. You've worked hard, Mr. Yi Feng. If you have any other wishes, it might take another year to fulfill them. The Grand Priest said to Yi Feng, it doesn't matter, but this seems pretty good, right? Yi Feng looked at the other universes. All the students were excited, and even those destroyers who had once provoked and attempted to assassinate him seemed to have gained some insight. In fact, he was just like them, fighting for survival. The most detestable were those who liked to watch the show. Chapter 186. The Great Priest's Request, the Power of Destruction. The power tournament ended so abruptly. Most of the destroyers and the contestants from other universes thanked Yi Feng before leaving. However, for Yi Feng, this power tournament yielded no gains and could be said to be a complete waste of his time, leaving him particularly displeased. It seemed we should head back. Seeing that the other universes had returned to their own realms, Beerus didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, being around dangerous figures like the Great Priest and the Omni King could mean sudden elimination at any moment. Everyone nodded. Their thoughts were the same as Beerus. It was best to appear as little as possible in front of such dangerous individuals. Yi Feng, we're leaving, Beerus called out, looking at Yi Feng still on the arena. Lord Beerus, I think we should head back first. It looks like the Great Priest and the Omni King have something to discuss with Yi Feng. At this moment, Whis suddenly spoke up. What? The Great Priest and the Omni King are looking for Yi Feng? Upon hearing Whis' words, everyone's brows furrowed tightly. What could the two of them want with Yi Feng? Was it because Yi Feng had outshone everyone in the power tournament? What should we do? Vegeta quickly glanced at Beerus and asked, what else can we do? Let's return to the 7th universe and wait for news. Beerus replied in a low tone. But Mr. Yi Feng, Vegeta wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Beerus. Remember, if the Omni King wants us to disappear, you should have seen it just now. Don't think of anything foolish. Hey, let's go back. Beerus commanded the Supreme Kai Shin. Oh, Supreme Kai Shin quickly nodded and then teleported away from the Void Realm. Great Priest and Omni King, if you have something to say, just say it. Yi Feng raised his head and looked at the High Priest, who spoke. Although he had been left behind, Yi Feng did not feel nervous, as he did not sense any danger. This meant that the High Priest and the King should not do anything unfriendly to him, right? Besides, if they wanted to kill him, he should be able to use his spatial abilities to escape. Mr. Yi Feng, let's return to the King's temple first. After the High Priest finished speaking, the 5 of them directly disappeared from the Void Realm. Once everyone had vanished, the Void Realm returned to normal, and everything related to the arena and the audience seats disappeared without a trace. In the King's temple, the High Priest said, if you have something to say, please feel free to speak. Yi Feng didn't beat around the bush and directly spoke up. Mr. Yi Feng, do you know the creator of the Super Dragon Balls? The Grand Priest suddenly asked. I don't know. Yi Feng answered very straightforwardly. Although he was well aware that the so-called Super Dragon Balls were created by the previous Supreme Kai, Dragon God Zalama, this was not the time to showcase his knowledge. Alright, the Super Dragon Balls were created by a god named Dragon God Zalama. The Supreme Kai began to explain. And then, you might as well just say what you need to say. There's no need for so many twists and turns. Yifeng seemed to sense what was about to happen next. Perhaps the high priest had some tasks for him, or maybe he needed something from him. Mister, he was indeed a straightforward person. The dragon god Salama was the former high priest, but due to his ambitious nature, he had attempted to kill the All-King and usurp power billions of years ago. However, the All-King discovered his plot and sealed the dragon god Salama away. Recently, it seemed he had broken free from the seal and escaped to other timelines, gathering many evil beings from various timelines and universes, attempting to disrupt the peace of the universe and time. The high priest spoke to Yifeng at length. Yifeng felt that this story seemed very familiar. He had either seen it somewhere or heard it before. Wasn't it just a former high priest? I think Lord Quan Wong should be able to easily eliminate him, right? Yifeng, you should know that the All-King holds the rules of this world. Even if the dragon god Salama is powerful, he is still within those rules. As long as he is bound by the rules, no one can surpass the All-King. Of course, unless we can develop something that can ignore or counteract those rules. If it were that easy, I wouldn't be looking for you. Because Salama has escaped to another timeline, there are certain restrictions that prevent us from directly erasing him. The high priest explained again. I'm sorry, I really don't quite understand what you mean. Are you preparing to have me help you deal with the dragon god Salama? Yifeng tilted his head slightly, a bit puzzled, and asked, strictly speaking, yes. The high priest nodded and said seriously. Hearing the high priest's words, Yifeng really wanted to say, are you kidding me? Sorry, the former high priest's strength, capable of creating super Dragon Balls, should be beyond my ability to handle, right? Moreover, the strength of those angels is even greater than mine. Perhaps they are more suited to intervene. Yifeng no longer wanted to continue the conversation with the Grand Priest, as there was no need to help them as free fighters. Angels cannot fight. Once they do, they will completely disappear. Moreover, after the dragon god Salama was sealed by the Omni King, his power was diminished to almost nothing. I believe you can handle it, the Grand Priest said again. In fact, he really didn't want to find a human to accomplish this task. However, there were no suitable candidates left. The god of destruction was too weak, and angels could not intervene. Originally, his target was Jiren from Universe 11, but it seemed that Yifeng was more suitable now. Of course, if you agree, Lord Omni King can grant you a higher level of destructive power, the Grand Priest added. Higher level of destructive power? Yifeng looked at the high priest, thought for a moment, and then said again, give me some time, I'll consider it. If the dragon god Salama is still alive, the thing he would want to do the most right now would be to find a way to deal with the king of all, right? And with his abilities, there should be a possibility of success. Of course, no problem. I'll go to Earth in 3 days, and you give me your answer. You don't need to think too much. Whether you agree or refuse, we won't force you. The high priest said sincerely to Yifeng. Chapter 187. Choose your own angel. Yifeng looked at the expression of the high priest, and it didn't seem like he was lying. All right, I forgot to tell you, if you go this time, we will also send an angel to assist you. The high priest continued to speak. Yifeng understood the grand priest's meaning. It was clear that he wanted to supervise his future actions. After all, having angels by his side was completely useless. If the angels fought with all their might, they would completely disappear. Angels? Are there still idle angels? Yifeng looked at the high priest and curiously asked. Of course, if you accept this task, you can choose any angel to assist you. The high priest nodded and said to Yifeng, there are not just 12 angels. They are merely the official angels. There are many apprentice angels, all interning in their respective universes, similar to candidate destroyers. Hearing the high priest's words, Yifeng took a deep breath. Was this guy trying to supervise him or entice him? It should be noted that some angels, disregarding age, had top-notch looks and figures, such as Bardos, Kusu, and Makalita. Would it really be okay for them to follow him? Well, I'll think about it carefully when I get back. So goodbye. After waving to the Grand Priest, Yifeng directly teleported to Universe 7. Since the Grand Priest had already said such things, he probably understood his own strength very well. Therefore, there is no need to deliberately hide his teleportation and spatial abilities in front of them. Upon returning to Universe 7, Beerus and the others were waiting on Earth for Yifeng's return. You're back. Mr. Yifeng, are you okay? Vegeta was the first to ask. After comprehending the Ultra Instinct, she had even more respect for Yifeng, as without him, she would never have been able to grasp Ultra Instinct just relying on Whis' guidance. Yifeng, what does the Grand Priest want with you? Beerus also asked curiously. It's nothing. Why is everyone so tense? The Grand Priest just wanted to chat. Yifeng shrugged and smiled at everyone. There was no need to tell them what the High Priest had said to him. After all, he had not made a decision yet. Naturally, they did not believe Yifeng's words, but since he did not want to say anything, they had no way to force him. All right, since there's nothing going on. This and I will head back, Beerus said after greeting Yifeng, and then he left. Staying on Earth no longer seemed meaningful. Moreover, he had a bad premonition. This tournament of power seemed not to be the end of the disaster for all universes, but rather the beginning of it. Of course, this was just his intuition, and he hoped it wouldn't come true. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yifeng returned home. Should he agree or not? Yifeng is currently very conflicted. To be honest, he doesn't really want to be a free lackey for the king and the high priest. However, at the same time, he has his own thoughts, which is that he needs to find stronger opponents to hone himself. The Dragon God Salamander might be a very good opponent. Moreover, the guy should have many things that he can utilize. Ding. System task issued. Please host proceed to the nest of time to sign in. Sign-in deadline is 1 month. Sign-in duration is days. Just as Yifeng was hesitating, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. What? The nest of time? Is that the territory of the time realm king Kai? Yifeng suddenly thought in surprise. Although the time nest is not a place that appeared in the original Dragon Ball, he still knows a thing or two about it. Moreover, the last time, the Supreme Kai of Time, Kane, was probably going to take him to the time nest. However, at that time he had no time, so he could only refuse her. He wonders what kind of reward this time will be. Yifeng is very much looking forward to the reward, as he has never been disappointed by any of the rewards before. Looks like he needs to visit the time nest. Time passed, and 3 days almost flew by. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the great priest appeared in front of Yifeng with a familiar face. Mr. Yifeng, have you thought it over? The great priest asked, smiling at Yifeng. The familiar face beside the great priest was none other than the Supreme Kai of Time, Kane, whom he had met a month ago in the future timeline. Long time no see, Mr. Yifeng, Kane also said with a smile. It was clear that this time Kane's attitude was noticeably free of that self-righteous feeling. Yifeng nodded at Kain. Unexpectedly, just 3 days after the system released the task for the time nest sign-in, Kain appeared today. Moreover, it was clear that Kain's appearance was definitely related to the current situation with the Dragon God Salama. All right, I've accepted this task. After greeting Kain, Yifeng looked at the high priest and nodded. This was a decision he made after 3 days of consideration, not to work for anyone else. He had his own plans. That's great. Mr. Yifeng really did not disappoint Lord Zeno. Yifeng's decision seemed to be within the expectations of the high priest, so he was not too surprised. During this process of eliminating Salam and his accomplices, neither I nor Lord Wong will provide you with any assistance. You can discuss everything with the Kaishin of Time, since you have already met, the high priest said to Yifeng. It was clear that after issuing the task, they would completely wash their hands of it. However, this was exactly what Yifeng wanted. If the two of them intervened, he would definitely be restricted. All right, no problem. Then I look forward to your guidance, Lord Kaishin. Yifeng looked at Kain and said with a faint smile, You don't need my guidance, do you? Kain replied, Someone who has the trust of the high priest and the king doesn't need my advice. By the way, Mr. Yifeng, as I mentioned before, you can choose an angel to assist you. Have you made your decision? The high priest looked at Yifeng and paused before continuing. Of course. My suggestion is to choose from Vis, Bados, and the apprentice Angel Mouse. So, do all three of them understand the ultimate mastery of the supreme freedom technique? Yifeng asked. Only Weiss and Bados have achieved this, just like you, having reached the perfect freedom of ultimate intention. Is it like this for the Angel Bados in Chapter 188? Yifeng stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, Then it's Bados. In fact, there wasn't much choice. Bados was his sister and stronger than Weiss, which would be more beneficial to him. Although he had a good impression of Weiss, there was still a gap compared to Bados. Moreover, Bados was always following that fat pig, Kampa, which was simply a waste of talent. Of course, all of the above was just nonsense. The main reason was that Bados was a female angel, and a beautiful one at that. Even if she couldn't be of much help on the journey, she would still be a pleasure to look at. Bados? It seems that Mirza's apprenticeship will end ahead of schedule. The great priest said lightly. He originally thought Yifeng would choose Weiss after all. Weiss was the angel of Universe 7 and seemed to get along well with Yifeng and the others. Unexpectedly, Yifeng chose Bados. Well, since that's the case, I'll take you to meet Bados now, the great priest said, looking at Yifeng. The three of them instantly appeared in Universe 7. It was clear that the great priest also possessed the power of time and space. Greetings, great priest. In the God of Destruction realm of Universe 6. Kampa hurriedly knelt to welcome the great priest upon seeing him. Get up. The main reason I'm here today is to announce something. The great priest looked at Bados and Kampa and spoke in a commanding tone. What? A look of surprise appeared in Kampa's eyes, but Bados remained calm and composed. seemingly unfazed by the news. The Angel of Universe 6 will be temporarily replaced by Mers. From now on, Bestows will be Yi Feng's angel. The Great Priest continued. Understood, Great Priest. Although Kampa had no idea what was happening, it was the Great Priest's order, so he naturally didn't dare to voice any objections. Wow, this is really unexpected. This little guy chose me. At that moment, Bestows smiled and spoke. Bestows, from now on, you are Yi Feng's angel, responsible for assisting him with any tasks thereafter. The only change is that you must obey Yi Feng completely. Understand? The Great Priest said, looking at Bestows. Yi Feng looked at the Grand Priest with some surprise, unsure if what he said about complete obedience was true or not. Yes, I understand, Lord Grand Priest. Bardos quickly nodded and said, Lord Kampa, then goodbye. After that, Bardos turned to Kampa and said, you also take care, Bardos, thanks to your care. Kampa naturally felt a bit reluctant. Although he was often criticized by Bardos and sometimes lost face, they had lived together for billions of years, so there were certainly some feelings involved. Soon, the four of them left the 6th universe and returned to the 7th universe. All right, things are almost settled now. I should head back. After the Grand Priest finished speaking, he directly disappeared from the 7th universe. Yi Feng, when are you planning to set off for the Time Fruit? After the Grand Priest left, Cain couldn't wait to ask. The situation with the Time Fruit was not optimistic. Although the Time Patrol teams under him were quite capable, there were too many altered timelines. So just relying on them was simply not enough. The sooner, the better. Let's go tomorrow. Yi Feng answered directly without any hesitation. The deadline he set for himself was within 30 days. Although there was still plenty of time, staying in this time and space had no meaning for him anymore. The only opponents he could face now were the Angels, the High Priest, and the Omni King, but clearly, the Angels couldn't fight at full strength. As for the High Priest and the Omni King, they were still heights he couldn't reach. So it was best to hurry to the Nesta time now. So soon? Cain looked at Yi Feng in confusion. Last time, Yi Feng was reluctant, but now he was so proactive. The contrast between the two was indeed unexpected for her. If it's too fast, shall we set out a year later? Yi Feng looked at Cain and joked, let's do it tomorrow. Cain quickly replied, the situation in those chaotic universes is really bad now. I definitely can't wait for a year. Yi Feng, are we going to set off for another place again? At night, number 18 looked at Yi Feng and asked, there's no choice. I'm still not strong enough, so I can only keep running around. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Yi Feng looked at number 18 with a sense of pity and said, although I could remain uninvolved and not care about this matter, that kind of dull and boring life seems no longer suitable for me. What are you talking about? I am your woman. Wherever you go, I will follow, Lazili said, lying in Yi Feng's arms. Since she chose this man, she would support him no matter what he did. The next morning, Yi Feng first went to say goodbye to Vegeta. After all, in this timeline, Vegeta had been quite good to him. As for the others, they still couldn't be considered friends. Mr. Yi Feng, will you come back? Vegeta asked. It's hard to say. Probably not. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, I really can't say whether I can return to 0. 7. After all, it's very dangerous this time. One side is the former Great Priest, the Dragon God Surama, and the other side is the Great Priest and the Omni King. No matter which side it is, it won't be easy to deal with. All right, Vegeta, thank you for your villa and for taking care of me during this time. I will train hard, and maybe one day, when I come back, I will still need to rely on your strength. Yi Feng patted Vegeta's shoulder and said, I will definitely work hard on my training. If you have anything to say, Mr. Yi Feng, just let me know. Vegeta nodded heavily and replied. Yi Feng's ability to say goodbye to himself in the end shows that he still values himself. Well then, goodbye. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he disappeared right in front of Vegeta. Chapter 189. Opponents controlled by the Dark Dragon Balls. Following that, Yi Feng settled Broly in the Supreme Kai's temple, as his personality probably wouldn't get along with Vegeta and the others. Moreover, Broly seemed to have an innate hostility towards Vegeta. Vegeta, being someone who dislikes losing, would likely not get along with Broly. At this moment, Yi Feng stood in midair with the 3 women, Lazuli, Bardos, and Cain. He left, looking forward to the next return. Yi Feng looked at the earth, and then a white halo appeared around the bodies of the group before they disappeared into the sky. I hope when we return, it will be a different scenery. When they reappeared, the 4 of them had arrived in a strange building. It could be called a planet, but it didn't quite seem like one, as it was only a tiny space. It looked similar to the North Kai's planet, but clearly more luxurious. The buildings inside were unique. Hey, you're back. Lord Kaishin, Sun Wukong, dressed in a black shirt and a red cape, suddenly came out and greeted Kaishin of Time, Kain, with a smile. Behind him were Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks. Before anyone could speak, Trunks suddenly ran excitedly towards Yifeng. His excitement was even greater than when he saw his own father. TCH, that little brat Trunks, he is not even this excited to see me. Vegeta frowned and said, somewhat displeased, Mr. Yifeng, you finally came. Trunks was still very excited. Although Vegeta was his biological father, and they shared an inseparable blood bond, Yifeng felt like a second parent to him, having helped him through the toughest times when he was most helpless, saving countless lives on Earth. So if he had to choose between the two, Trunks would unhesitatingly choose Yifeng. Well, I finished my work over there, so I can take a look here. Leaf Maple said lightly, it's really great to see you again. Trunks' excitement on his face showed no signs of fading. Is this Leaf Maple that you mentioned, Trunks? He really does seem as strong as you said. I can't feel his energy at all. Sun Wukong walked towards Leaf Maple, also surprised. A guy who can make me feel no energy is definitely very, very powerful. By the way, that woman next to Leaf Maple holding a staff. I also can't feel her energy. Could she be strong too? It seems that Lord Kaishin has found some very strong helpers this time. Yes, mister. Leaf Maple is indeed very strong. I told you before, he easily defeated Zamasu. Trunks quickly nodded, speaking very firmly. In his view, although his father and Uncle Wukong were also strong enough to transform into Super Saiyan 4, they could at most match the level of few Zamasu. There is still a very big gap between them and Leaf Maple. Is he really that strong? I want to give it a try. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest and snorted. Ever since transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he hadn't really feared anyone. Especially when he saw his son idolizing Leaf Maple so much, it felt quite unpleasant. All right, Uncle Vegeta, Mr. Leaf Maple is my friend, Son Gohan quickly said with a smile. The Leaf Maple in front of him was like an unfathomable abyss, completely beyond his perception of strength. In this situation, it was better not to provoke him. Moreover, since he was brought by Lord Kaishin, he must be their ally. All right, let me analyze the current situation for everyone. At this moment, Kaishin Kane quickly said to Leaf Maple and the others. It should be noted that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were quite fond of fighting, and it would be troublesome if a fight broke out. After all, Leaf Maple was recommended to him by the Grand Minister, and his strength far exceeded that of the Destroyer Gods, so he was definitely not someone that Sun Wukong and Vegeta could compare to. Yifeng naturally didn't want to pay any attention to Vegeta. He could completely ignore him now. It was just like ignoring an ordinary human. Once in the hall, after casually eating some food, Kaishin Kane began to introduce the current situation. According to his description, there are a total of 7 problematic timelines. They have joined forces to resolve 4 of them, and there are still 3 timelines that have not been corrected. The opponents we're dealing with are all controlled by a type of Black Dragon Ball, which has made them extremely powerful, Kaishin Kane said to Yifeng. Originally, characters like Frieza and Cell could have been easily dealt with by Goku and Vegeta. However, after being controlled by that Black Dragon Ball, their power underwent a qualitative change. Gohan and Trunks were simply no match for them. Fortunately, after everyone joined forces, they had already defeated Frieza, Cell, Dorias, and Slug. But for the remaining 3 opponents, they had only encountered Majin Buu and the evil spirit of hell. Unfortunately, during their first encounter, Goku and Vegeta were both defeated by them. Moreover, since Vegeta was unwilling to fuse, they were ultimately forced to retreat. That is how things went. The greatest enemies we are currently facing are the evil spirit of hell and Majin Buu, who are controlled by the Dark Dragon Balls. Their powers are extremely strong, making them quite tricky to deal with. Kaishin Kane adjusted his brows slightly and said to Yifeng, Mr. Yifeng, the evil spirit and Majin Buu are indeed powerful. Their recovery abilities are particularly terrifying, as if they can resurrect infinitely. At this moment, Trunks also frowned and said, because he has personally witnessed the recovery abilities of those 2 guys. How strong can a mere recovery ability be? Can it compare to Zamasu's immortal body? Yifeng asked lightly. No matter how strong the rebirth ability is, it is still greatly different from being immortal. After his destructive power was enhanced by the Omni King, he could easily destroy Zamasu's immortality, let alone the mere Majin Buu and Evil Buu. TCH, talking big without fear of back pain. That's because you haven't seen the terror of those 2 monsters. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, Chapter 190, Instant Kill, Majin Buu. Dad, you should say less. After hearing Vegeta's arrogant words, Trunks quickly reminded him, if Mr. Yifeng gets angry, it would definitely be a more terrifying existence than Majin Buu and Evil Buu. Yes, Vegeta, from Yifeng's tone, He seems to have a way to deal with evil Bu and Majin Bu. Goku also spoke up at this time. Tisish, Vegeta snorted coldly and turned his head, no longer speaking. However, he still felt that Yi Feng was bragging. The attacks of those two guys, Majin Bu and Evil Bu, were completely ineffective against them unless he and Kakarot fused to become Vegeto and used the soul purification ability. Perhaps they could completely get rid of those two, but he still couldn't get over that mental barrier and was unwilling to fuse with Kakarot. Yi Feng was certainly not angry, and even did not look at Vegeta, because Vegeta was simply too weak now, weak enough that he had no interest at all. Listening to you. It seems like you can solve the two of them? At this moment, the Kaioshin of time, Kane, quickly asked Yi Feng, because those two guys had been troubled recently. Of course, no matter how much stronger they became. In my eyes, they were no different from little insects. Yi Feng said confidently. However, he has the capital to be arrogant. To deal with the evil thought wave and Majin Bu, it really only takes a moment. Don't underestimate them. Those two guys are indeed very powerful. Moreover, Majin Bu has absorbed the Demon Realm King and has become even stronger. Kain Rimindit Yi Feng. Although he knew Yi Feng was powerful, he was still worried that he might be too careless and suffer setback. If he accidentally got absorbed by Majin Bu, it would be quite troublesome. TCH Dabura? Yi Feng Sudendisimidet. Is that kind of guy really considered powerful? Even if he is stronger than that Dabura that appeared on Earth, he still seems very weak to me. Hearing Yi Feng's arrogant tone, Vegeta couldn't help but feel annoyed. This guy really knows how to brag. He probably hasn't even seen the power of Majin Bu and Evil Containment Wave. That's why he's so brazen, right? Hey, it sounds like you look down on Evil Containment Wave and Majin Bu. If that's the case, then show us your ability to deal with them without our help. Vegeta looked at Yi Feng and said coldly, anyone can act tough. Dad, Trunks frowned tightly. I didn't expect that after decades apart. Dad is still like this. Does he really not feel Mr. Yi Feng's strength? Although your provocation is very clumsy. Since you said that, I'll let you see my strength. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he looked at the King of Time, Kane, and continued, let's go. Take me to see the ridiculously strong Majin Bu and evil contaminated wave that they mentioned. Are we going right now? Don't we need to prepare a bit? Or take a break? Kane asked, a bit surprised. It's just a matter of a few minutes. It won't delay the rest. Yi Feng stood up and calmly spoke, well, okay. Kane could only nod, because the High Priest had instructed that Yi Feng was different from Sun Wukong. And if he wanted to quell this chaotic battle across time and space, he must fully cooperate with Yi Feng. Subsequently, King Kai Kane directly brought Yi Feng, Sun Wukong, and others to the time and space where Majin Bu was located. At this moment, Earth had already been destroyed by Majin Bu, leaving it in a state of devastation. We've arrived, Kane said to Yi Feng. Then everyone saw Majin Bu. At this time, Majin Bu was in his evil Bu form, but there were some differences, as he had absorbed Dabura and thus exhibited some of Dabura's traits. Moreover, he was holding a giant steel knife. Strange screeches came from Majin Bu's mouth, and energy balls continuously shot out from his palm, wreaking havoc on Earth. Damn it, that bastard actually killed all the Earthlings. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and then suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, Majin Bu clearly sensed Vegeta's energy and immediately turned to look at Yi Feng and the others. A long curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, like a beast spotting its prey. Wah! With a sharp roar, Majin Bu's body leapt into the air and instantly attacked Yi Feng and the others. Zulfust! Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces changed dramatically as they quickly spoke. At the same time, they retreated several tens of feet back. Almost at the same moment, the staff in Bardock's hand gently pointed in the air, and a layer of grass-green energy wrapped around Lazuli and Kane. In the next second, Yi Feng surprisingly caught the steel knife that Majin Bu swung down with 2 fingers, producing a piercing sound. What? Such powerful strength! Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others looked at the situation in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. It was simply incredible that the enhanced Majin Bu's attack was caught like this. This is Mr. Yi Feng's strength. Majin Bu is simply no match for him. Trunks, however, was not as surprised as Vegeta and the others, but instead said excitedly, because he had witnessed Yi Feng's terror. Yi Feng's 2 fingers gently applied force, and the steel knife was directly snapped in half at the center. Yi Feng casually flicked his wrist, and the tip of the steel knife instantly pierced the heart of Majin Bu. Bang! Boom! Majin Bu's body was directly shot away by the terrifying force, crashing heavily to the ground. The ground immediately kicked up dozens of feet of dust. In front of him, This guy, Majin Buu, looked like a little child. Sun Wukong frowned and said, "How is it that Majin Buu, who was beaten without any power to retaliate, seems so weak in front of Yifeng?" Just then, Majin Buu suddenly leaped up, the wound on his chest already healed. Baring his teeth and grimacing, he had an angry expression. "Umph. Destruction." Yifeng's faint voice fell, and a purple destructive energy appeared directly. It shot straight towards Majin Buu. Zila. There was almost no time for Majin Buu to react. The destructive energy pierced through Majin Buu's body. Majin Buu's body gradually transformed into purple light spots. Chapter 191. Majin? A bit curious at first sight, Majin Buu didn't even let out a scream before disappearing without a trace. Watching the scene unfold before them, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were stunned, feeling as if they were dreaming. The Majin Buu, whom they had exerted all their strength to defeat but couldn't, was actually killed by Yifeng in an instant. This is too unbelievable, right? What? Are you kidding me? Is Majin Buu really solved just like that? Vegeta tightly frowned, still unable to believe that what was happening before his eyes was real. This guy is indeed very strong, far beyond us, Vegeta. Sun Wukong said seriously to Vegeta. He had never seen such a strong opponent. It was no exaggeration to say that he absolutely surpassed Super Saiyan level. Perhaps even if he and Vegeta fused into Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, they might not be Yifeng's match. What was even more terrifying was that the energy he shot from his fingertip easily destroyed Majin Buu, making him feel a sense of death threat. Fortunately, this guy is not an enemy. Otherwise, it would be truly despairing. Clap. After easily resolving Majin Buu, Yifeng clapped his hands. He then turned his gaze to the astonished Vegeta and asked, "How is it? Do you still think I'm bragging?" Under Yifeng's stare, Vegeta felt uncomfortable all over. He could only turn his head away. Admitting Yifeng's strength with his own mouth was absolutely impossible. Looking at Vegeta, Yifeng lightly shook his head. It seemed that even Vegeta had a significant gap between different timelines. At least the Vegeta from the Hyper timeline wouldn't be so annoying. Did you really defeat Majin Buu? Kaioshin Kain finally snapped back to reality from a shock, looking at Yifeng in disbelief. Is there any doubt? Majin Buu has completely disappeared. Yifeng smiled and said to Kain, "Dealing with a Majin Buu is as easy for me as drinking water." Meanwhile, Bestows and Lazili looked indifferent. They were very familiar with Yifeng's strength. Even Jiren and the others were far stronger than this Majin Buu. You really are incredible. However, that ability you just demonstrated seems quite terrifying. Ordinary energy can't harm Majin Buu at all, said Sun Wukong, walking up to Yifeng, very curious and shocked. That is destruction energy. If I wanted to, I could use this energy to make the entire universe disappear in an instant. Yifeng looked at Sun Wukong and said, he wasn't bragging. This was true. Such a small matter could be handled even by Beerus, let alone himself. You're really amazing. You're quite an exciting guy. Sun Wukong suddenly smiled excitedly and said, if he weren't so aware of the huge gap between him and Yifeng, he would really want to have a good match with him. Yifeng, can you help get rid of the evil thought wave as well? At this moment, Kain suddenly asked, given the strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it would be difficult for them to deal with the evil thought wave. However, after seeing Yifeng's strength just now, she believed that Yifeng could easily handle the evil thought wave. Let's go. Yifeng did not refuse. His goals were the Demon King, Mechikabura, and the Dragon God, Salama. To make them come to him willingly was simple. He just needed to deal with all those little dodo around him, and then they would naturally seek him out. Then, Yifeng placed the 4-star Dark Dragon Ball that had dropped from Majin Buu into his system and disappeared along with Kain and the others. Since the Dark Dragon Balls could grant such powerful abilities to Majin Buu, perhaps he could also make use of them in the future. When Yifeng and the others appeared next time, they had already arrived in Hell. The evil thought wave had already used the barrier to control the entire Hell. Mr. Yifeng, this thing is very solid. Last time, it was only with the combined effort of Dad and Uncle Wukong that we managed to break open the barrier. Trunks quietly reminded, looking at the light yellow barrier on the surface of Hell. Very solid? Yifeng looked at Trunks and then gently tapped the barrier with his index finger. Suddenly, light yellow cracks appeared in the barrier like a spider web. Then it shattered like glass. Trunks had an awkward expression, realizing he might have said too much. This kind of thing seemed completely useless against Mr. Yifeng. Sun Wukong looked shocked, knowing that it took a combined effort of his Super Saiyan 4 form and Vegetas to break something like this. Yifeng actually just pointed with his finger? At this moment, Vegeta's face was already very unpleasant. He previously didn't believe in Yifeng's strength, thinking he was just showing off. But now, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. After easily breaking the barrier of Majin Buu, the group arrived next to the blood pool in hell. At this point, someone was already battling against the evil wave. Who is that? The king of the human realm. Could he also be one of our patrol team? Looking at the boy with a black scythe who was fighting the evil wave, Sun Wukong asked. No, that guy seems to be from the demon realm, Majin Shulam. Kai Jun frowned tightly and said. She had always felt that this time-space distortion was caused by those guys from the demon realm, but she hadn't found any evidence. It was only when Tawa and Mira appeared that she became convinced of her thoughts. She didn't expect that even Majin Shulam would show up. This guy was known as the god of death in the demon realm. A Majin? That guy is too strong. He can actually fight evenly with the evil wave. Sun Wukong and the others looked at the battling Majin Shulam in shock. They knew that the last time they came, he and Vegeta together were no match for the evil wave. If it weren't for Kaioshin Kane using the power of time and space to save them, they might have been killed. It seems that these so-called Majins are all quite strong. In comparison, the Demon King Dabura who appeared on Earth before was very mediocre. A Majin? It's my first time seeing one. I'm a bit curious. Yifeng took a few steps forward, glanced at the demon Majin Shu Lu Mu, and spoke. He could indeed feel a different aura within his body, and it was quite strong. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. Chapter 192, Collecting the Dark Dragon Balls. Just as Yifeng and the others were observing Shu Lu Mu, that guy was also observing them with a glance. Then, he forcefully swung the black scythe in his hand, directly splitting the evil thought wave in half. However, the evil thought wave quickly repaired itself. Time Patrol? A bunch of trash. A look of disdain appeared in Shu Lu Mu's eyes as he looked at Yifeng and the others and said, now that Lord Majin Capra has awakened, the so-called King of Time will soon be completely exterminated. As for those pitiful little insects, they can only accompany him in death. Damn it, what the hell are you talking about? Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and after shouting at Shu Lu Mu, he directly attacked him. But in that instant, the evil thought wave's body suddenly flew out. Bang! It then heavily smashed into Vegeta's chest, causing his body to fly backward. Dad! Vegeta! Trunks and Goku quickly ran over to help Vegeta up. It seemed that the evil thought wave had become stronger, and the demon's power seemed to be on par with the evil thought wave. These guys are really interesting. It seems that coming with you this time is a great experience. Looking at the demon and the evil thought wave in front of him, Battles beside, Yifeng suddenly smiled and spoke. You've probably seen these things before, right, Battles? Yifeng glanced at Battles and asked, with Battles' abilities, it is absolutely impossible for her to claim she doesn't know about the Dark Demon Realm. I think I saw it when I was young. Hearing Yifeng's voice, Battles replied, but I was very young at that time, and my strength was weak, so I don't remember it clearly. Mr. Yifeng, now both Evil Thought Wave and Demon Rulam are our enemies. Can we deal with them? Kane looked at Yifeng with a serious expression and asked. The Evil Thought Wave and Demon Rulam in front of them both possess strength surpassing that of Demon Bu. Yifeng soudain dissimulait. Then his body flashed and instantly appeared in front of the Evil Thought Wave. He placed his right hand on the chest of the Evil Thought Wave and calmly said, Disappear. The moment his voice fell, the body of the Evil Thought Wave turned into purple starlight and gradually vanished. In the end, only a black 5-star Dark Dragon Ball remained. It surprisingly couldn't even be destroyed by destructive energy. It seems this thing is quite powerful. Yifeng glanced at the Dark Dragon Ball in his hand and muttered to himself. Then he directly placed the Dark Dragon Ball into the system. What? Hey, hand over the Dark Dragon Ball. Xiao Lum, seeing Yifeng take the Dark Dragon Ball, spoke with a cold expression. His purpose for coming this time was to collect the Dark Dragon Ball and use its power to restore the Demon Realm King to eternal youth. How could it be taken away by someone from the Time Patrol? If I were you, I would turn around and run immediately. Yifeng glanced at the Demon Shulmu and said, Don't be too self-righteous, you bastard. Since you won't hand it over voluntarily, then I'll have to kill you and take the Dark Dragon Ball back myself. As Shulumu's voice fell, he instantly dashed forward. In less than 0.1 seconds, Shulamu had already appeared in front of Yifeng, swinging his black scythe towards him. Yifeng's body suddenly disappeared, and the scythe of Rulam seemed to cut through the air like a. Then Yifeng directly transformed into a Super Saiyan, the demon, equally vulnerable. At this moment, Yifeng's body had already appeared behind Shulumu. His fingertips aimed at the back of Shulumu's head, and a purple energy shot out instantly. Accompanied by a scream, Shulumu vanished without a trace. Isn't that too strong? I can hardly believe this guy is human. The Supreme Kai Kaien's eyes flashed with shock. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already surpassed his understanding of humanity, and Yi Feng's appearance once again refreshed his perception of humans. He actually killed Majin Buu, evil containment wave, and Majin Shulumu in just a few minutes. So cool. It was just transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet I can't even see his movements clearly. Is he really that strong? Sun Wukong frowned and said softly. After all, he could now transform into Super Saiyan 4. Dad, don't you think Yi Feng looks a lot like someone? Son Gohan suddenly spoke up. At first, he didn't feel much, just thought he was a relatively strong Saiyan, mastering some powerful energy. But the moment Yi Feng transformed, it reminded him of a terrifying enemy from the past, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Now that you mention it, he really does resemble him, especially with that grass-green aura surrounding him. Sun Wukong nodded and said. He still remembered Broly very clearly. He was an extremely powerful opponent. Back in the South Galaxy, they nearly got killed. If it weren't for their luck, gathering everyone's energy to defeat Broly, the entire galaxy could have been destroyed by him. And Yi Feng in front of him, at that moment after transforming, indeed looked very much like Broly. The only difference being that Yi Feng's aura was very calm and not as violent as Broly's. TCH, no wonder I felt something uncomfortable from that guy's body. Vegeta said with a sneer, remembering how he was too scared to make a move because of Broly's aura. That was truly a shame for his entire life. After easily dealing with Majin Shulumu, Yi Feng returned to his normal state. Mr. Yi Feng, you are just too amazing. Trunks looked at Yi Feng with shining eyes, like a loyal little fan. He really hoped that one day he could become as strong as Mr. Yi Feng. By the way, Trunks, what happened to the Black Dragon Balls after you guys killed Frieza and Cell? Yi Feng looked at Trunks and asked. He always felt that the dark energy contained in the dark space held very powerful abilities, so he needed to collect all the Dark Dragon Balls and study them thoroughly. Chapter 193. The Secret of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, those Black Dragon Balls? Trunks paused for a moment, then awkwardly said, I feel quite ashamed to say this, but after we defeated Frieza and the others, those Black Dragon Balls were taken by people from the Demon Realm. Moreover, those guys are particularly strong. After Uncle Goku and I defeated Frieza, the Black 1-Star Ball was taken by a guy named Mira. After Dad and I killed Cell, the 2-Star Ball was also taken away. Their strength is incredibly powerful. Even if Dad and I fused, we wouldn't be able to defeat them. Taken by the Demon Realm? Yi Feng frowned it. It seemed he needed to go to the Dark Demon Realm. Alright, these guys have been dealt with. Let's head back to the Time Nest and discuss what we need to do next. Yi Feng looked at Kane and the others and said, My system task is to sign in at the Time Fruit for 10 days. So during these 10 days, I want to think about the Dark Demon Realm. After completing the sign-in, I will go to the Dark Demon Realm to retrieve the Dark Dragon Ball. If I'm not mistaken, the Demon Realm King, Mate Kika Pula, has already been resurrected. However, he should not have regained his peak power, which is why he is trying to use the power of the Dark Dragon Ball to restore his strength to its peak through the Dark Divine Dragon. Let's hurry back. Kane nodded happily. Yi Feng is truly a great deity. I didn't expect that the seemingly invincible Majin Buu, along with evil thoughts and others, would be defeated in an instant by him. This guy's power is just too strong. With this, I no longer need to worry about the demon god Demigra or even the unsealed Mechikabura. Then everyone directly returned to the Time Fruit through Kane's time and space power. By the way, do you know how to get to the Dark Demon Realm? After returning to the Time Nest, Yi Feng asked Kane. Well, I learned about the existence of the Dark Demon Realm from Mira and Tawa last time, but I haven't found it yet, Kane said somewhat awkwardly. Logically speaking, as the god of time, I should be able to find any place in time and space. However, I have no clues about the Dark Demon Realm at all. Yi Feng looked at Kane and shook his head. This guy seems to have business skills similar to those of Kaishin, Xian, although he manages many things. He doesn't really understand them at all. Forget it, since I have 2 Dark Dragon Balls in my hands. The people from the Demon Realm will definitely come looking for me. During this time, everyone should work hard to improve their strength. I was just casually asking earlier. Since Kane doesn't know, then forget it. With the personality of those people from the Demon Realm, since I killed their demon god and took the Dark Dragon Balls, they definitely won't let it go so easily. Mr. Yi Feng, can you train us? Hearing Yi Feng mention improving strength, Trunks quickly spoke up excitedly. Trunks, I won't let this guy train you, Vegeta suddenly said to Trunks at this moment. Trunks had an awkward expression. When will his dad change this bad habit? Stop being so self-important, Vegeta. Someone like you, even if you begged me, I wouldn't train you. Looking at Vegeta's pretentious face, Yi Feng said lightly. He then added, By the way, the Vegeta from another timeline, under my guidance, should be able to crush you. This bastard, Even if such a thing were true, there is no need to say it out loud. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and whispered angrily. Just thinking about being surpassed by another version of himself is a bit infuriating. All right, Uncle Vegeta, Yifeng just helped us kill Majin Buu and Evil Buu. Son Gohan quickly came out to smooth things over. If this continued, Uncle Vegeta might get beaten up. By the way, if you all want to train, I can provide you with a time chamber. The time flow inside the time chamber is 30 times faster than the outside world, which means that 30 days of training outside is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? Kane said with a proud expression, clearly wanting Yifeng and the others to praise him. Kaishin, you're so amazing. At this moment, Bestows smiled and supported Kane. Only 30 times? Son Wukong and Son Gohan, however, had calm expressions, even showing some disdain. To know that the spirit time chamber on Earth has a time flow of 1 year. For the Kaishin of the time realm to create a time flow of only 30 times is indeed a bit weak. Were those expressions on your faces? Kane looked at everyone in confusion. Shouldn't they be surprised and shout out? But what's with the disappointment and disdain on their faces? I ask you, is the 30 times time chamber your limit? Yifeng looked at Kane and suddenly asked, hey, a 30-fold flow rate is already quite strong, you know? Creating a 30-fold time chamber requires a lot of divine power. Kane thought Yifeng was looking down on her and quickly said loudly, a 30-fold time chamber is indeed my limit. Is that so? Yifeng raised his eyebrows slightly. From Kai Jun's eyes, it was clear that the 30 times acceleration of the time chamber seemed to be her limit. So, there was a very important question. The Earth Spirit Time Chamber has a time flow rate of years, and it is also enhanced by time's gravity. Kai Jun is the god of time, and even she can only create a 30 times time flow rate. So who exactly created the Earth's Spirit Time Chamber? Although the answer is not very clear, it is evident that the deity who created the Earth's Spirit Time Chamber is definitely a being far beyond Kai Jun. Chapter 194 Reward. Power of Rules. It seems that this Dragon Ball world is not that simple. There are definitely countless hidden powerful beings. You guys, do you want to train or not? If not, then forget it, Kain said with some annoyance. She kindly helped them train, yet they complained about her insufficient abilities. Of course, let's train. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. It's better than a normal speed. Yifeng nodded and said. Trunks and Gohan quickly apologized to Kane. Then Kane took Yifeng and Goku to the time chamber. Bardoss and Lisley were outside because they didn't need training. As for mastering the ultimate freedom, he would find Bardoss to study it when he had time. The time chamber that Kane mentioned is similar to the one on Earth, with a vast white space inside. Next, there are 2 small houses filled with food. After bringing Yifeng and the others to the hyperbolic time chamber, Kane went outside to observe the situation. The final timeline is not very peaceful, especially with those guys from the demon realm. It looks just like the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, Goku said as he looked around. The only difference is that there is no 10 times gravity. But doesn't he matter? Since 10 times gravity has no effect on them anyway. Trunks, come here, I'll guide you. Yifeng directly said to Trunks, yes, Mr. Yifeng. Trunks excitedly responded and quickly ran towards Yifeng. Mr. Yifeng being able to personally guide us would be wonderful. Does Trunks even know who his dad is? Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, his face showing jealousy. All right, Vegeta, let's start training. Son Goku said to Vegeta. Just like that, time passed day by day. Meanwhile, in a dark space, there stood a magnificent black hall. Are you saying that room was taken care of by the Time Patrol? On the throne in the hall sat an old man with blue skin and white hair. His eyes were completely black with red pupils, and he wore dark red earrings on his elven ears. This man was the leader of the demon realm, Demon King Mechikabura. Chapter 194 Reward. Power of Rules. Please subscribe automatically. It seems that this Dragon Ball world is not that simple. The number of hidden strong warriors is absolutely countless. Are you guys going to train or not? If not, then forget it, Kane said with some annoyance. She was kindly helping them train, but they were still dissatisfied with her abilities. Of course we will train. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. It's better than the usual speed. Yifeng nodded and said. Trunks and Gohan quickly apologized to Kane. Then Kane took Yifeng and Goku to the time chamber. Bardoss and Lazuli were outside because they didn't need training. As for mastering the ultimate freedom, he would find Bardoss to study it when he had time. The time chamber mentioned by Kane was similar to the one on Earth, with a vast white space inside. There are also 2 small rooms filled with food. After bringing Yifeng and the others to the hyperbolic time chamber, Kane left to observe the situation outside. The last timeline was not peaceful, especially with those guys from the demon realm. It looks just like the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, Goku said as he looked around. The only difference was the absence of 10 times gravity. But it didn't seem matter since 10 times gravity had no effect on them anyway. Trunks, come over here, I'll help you. Yifeng directly said to Trunks, yes. Mr. Yifeng. Trunks excitedly replied and quickly ran towards Yifeng. Mr. Yifeng would be great if he could personally guide us. Does that guy Trunks even know who his dad is? Vegeta tightly clenched his fists, a look of jealousy on his face. All right, Vegeta, let's start training. Sun Wukong said to Vegeta. Time passed day by day, and at this moment, in a dark space, there was a magnificent black hall. Are you saying that Ruim was dealt with by the Time Patrol? On the throne in the hall sat an old man with blue skin and white hair. His eyes were pitch black with crimson pupils, and he wore dark red earrings on his pointed elf ears. This person was the leader of the demon realm, Demon King Mechikabura. He then looked down at the heavy demon god and asked, is that so, Lord God? Yes, Lord God, said Tawa, looking fearful. Did that little girl from the Kai of Time actually bring out such a character? Mechikabura said, somewhat surprised as he rolled his eyes. I remember that the main force of the Time Patrol was wiped out in that battle, and the only survivor is that little guy Kane. Although she is the Kai of Time, she has no power at all and is not a match for the demon gods. Yes, there are indeed some stronger opponents. We fought them last time, but their strength is very average, and they definitely cannot kill Ruim. Tawa spoke again. When we took the Dark One Star, we did encounter a bit of resistance, which was that shapeshifter. But even so, there's no way they could be Ruim's opponent. You're wrong, Tawa. Although their individual combat power is average, those guys can fuse. When we took the Dark 2 Star, we almost underestimated them. Suddenly, Pudding, who was next to Giribi, spoke up. During the battle, even though Giribi gained the power of the demon god, he still almost got into trouble. Those guys should not be underestimated. All right, I don't care what methods you use. Bring me all the Dark Dragon Balls within half a month. I've had enough of this broken body. Mechikabura suddenly spoke, his eyes emitting black flames filled with endless rage. I will definitely return to my peak as soon as possible. He then looked down at Tawa and Pudding with a devil-like tone, saying, if you don't complete the task within half a month, I think you will know your fate. Understood, Lord God. Looking at Mechikabura's angry expression, all the demon gods showed expressions of terror. The wrath of the Lord God was not something they could bear. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Time Nest for 10 days, completing the sign-in task. Reward: Power of Rules. Suddenly, the electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed in Yifeng's mind as he was training. Yifeng's body suddenly trembled. The power of rules. What is this? Yifeng couldn't understand this thing for the time being. However, it was clear that as long as the rules were touched upon, it was definitely a very powerful existence. What exactly are the system and the power of the rules? Yifeng was puzzled and silently asked in his heart. Reply to the host: simply put, it's similar to destruction. For example, the reason why the Omni King can easily erase the universe is, at this moment, the system's electronic synthesized voice sounded again. Hiss! Hearing the system's voice, Yifeng gasped in shock. Is it really that terrifying? This time, the reward is actually the power of rules. If I possess the power of rules, does that mean I can also instantly destroy the universe, like those gods of destruction? Even the Omni King and the Grand Priest? Host, you are overthinking it. The power of rules awarded by the system is the primary power of rules. You can indeed clear the universe like the Omni King or destroy gods, but your power of rules is ineffective against powerful characters like the Grand Priest and the Omni King, because they possess even greater power. It seemed that the system understood Yifeng's thoughts, and its voice sounded directly. So that means it's completely useless? Yifeng, disappointment in the formation. If you want to destroy the universe, you can do it right now. There is no need for the power of rules at all. It's not useless either. If the host wants to kill or control a person, they can plant the power of rules in their body. Once the power of rules is planted, you can kill beings with the strength of a great divine officer. The system explained again. The key is, how could I have the chance to plant the power of rules in the bodies of such strong beings? Forget it anyway. It's a pretty impressive power. Although it's currently at a beginner level, it definitely has its effects. Chapter 195, Demigula frightened by the power of destruction. Just then, Bardos suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Lord Yifeng, you might need to step out for a moment. Lord Kai has encountered some trouble, Bardos said. Looking at Yifeng, since the great divine officer assigned him to assist Yifeng, he naturally had to change how he addressed Yifeng. Is it someone from the demon world? Yifeng asked. Yes. It seems to have come a bit later than I expected, but it has finally arrived. Yifeng smiled and said, He had long known that those little demons in the demon realm would not give up easily, but he didn't expect them to come after him 10 days later. By the way, you can still call me Yifeng from now on. I'm not used to being addressed as adult. Yifeng looked at Bestows and said, "All right, Yifeng." Bestows didn't refuse, but nodded directly and said. Then the few of them walked out of the time house. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared, accompanied by a handsome, unfamiliar boy. Although this unfamiliar figure had not appeared in the Dragon Ball canon, he was quite familiar to him. The demon Demigra, who betrayed the demon realm king, Mechikabura. With bright red hair, light blue skin, a pair of pointed elf ears, and 2 red tear marks at the corners of his eyes. He held a magic staff in his hand. "Damn it, I didn't expect you demons to be so active, daring to cause trouble in the time nest," Cain said with a heavy tone, frowning tightly. The Demigra in front of him was stronger than Mira and Toa, and with his own power, he couldn't possibly subdue him. Why not dare? Do you think the time nest now is still the same as it was billions of years ago? Demigra looked down coldly at Cain and said, "To be honest, if it were the time nest from billions of years ago, I wouldn't even dare to think about it with all 12 of my guts. But now, I just know that a little girl is stationed here. Oomph. Arrogant demon, since you've come, you might as well stay here forever." Cain suddenly spoke firmly to Demigra. After saying that, he quickly took 2 steps back and said again, "Mr. Yifeng, it's up to you." The expressions of Sun Wukong and the others behind him were filled with confusion. They had thought Cain had some powerful trump card to speak so boldly. They didn't expect it to be like this. Yifeng was also taken aback. His thoughts aligned with those of Sun Wukong and the others. It seems that Cain is truly just a decorative pillow. However, Yifeng still took a few steps forward, raising his head to look at Demigula. "Huh. I was really startled by your aggressive attitude just now, but I didn't expect your trump card to be asking a lowly human for help." "Haha." Demigula laughed mockingly. "Can a mere human be compared to the strongest archmage? That's truly a huge joke." Hearing Demigula's words, Yifeng's body slowly floated up, leveling with Demigula. "Are you looking down on me, judging by your tone?" Yifeng smiled warmly and looked at Demigula, asking, "A mere human dares to speak to a demon god like this?" Demigula did not directly answer Yifeng's words, but disdainfully replied, "For many years, all the great wars have been battles between gods and demons. When have humans ever participated? Except for that one." Just as Demigula's voice fell, a purple light shot directly from Yifeng's fingertips, hitting the handsome young man beside Demigula. Crackle. Immediately, the front transformed into purple starlight, disappearing without a trace. What? Destructive power? In an instant, Demigula's pupils constricted, revealing a look of fear. He had seen this kind of thing before. Destructive power was the nemesis of demon gods, and it could instantly reduce him to ashes if hit. Even to this day, he still harbored a deep fear of destructive energy. Billions of years ago, how many demons and demon gods were annihilated by destructive power? Yifeng blew on his index finger and spoke in an extremely pretentious manner. "I hate 2 types of people the most. One type is those who lack the respect that humanity deserves, and the other is those who are more handsome than me. Unfortunately, it seems you both fit the bill." Of course, the demon god Demigra in front of him was indeed very strong. However, he still had the capability to kill him in an instant. How impressive. That demon seemed to be very wary of Mr. Yifeng. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Trunks looked on in shock and said, "That demon called Demigra seems to be extremely powerful, definitely surpassing those like Majin Buu and Janemba. Yet upon seeing Yifeng, he appeared so afraid. It seemed he was wary of Yifeng's destructive energy." Sun Wukong stared intently at Yifeng and said, "Because Yifeng mentioned that the energy he used to eliminate Majin Buu and Evil Buu is called destruction." Oomph, that's obvious. Destruction is a skill exclusive to gods and is very effective against demons and demon gods. Ken explained proudly at that moment, as if being a god made her very pleased. Lord Kaioshin, you're also a god, so you must have mastered this energy too, right?" Trunks and the others looked at Cain with and asked, Well, I am a higher level Kaioshin of time. Destruction is the ability of the god of destruction. I don't need to master that." Cain stammered when asked by Trunks and Sun Wukong. In fact, this ability is only mastered by the god of destruction. TCH. Vegeta looked at Cain with disdain, realizing she was just boasting. "Who exactly are you? You are clearly human. Why do you possess the power of destruction?" Demigra looked at Yifeng in shock and asked, "Do you think you have a right to know?" Yifeng coldly asked. In his eyes, Demigula was already a dead man, because killing him was too easy. "Arrogant bastard. What can you do with the power of destruction? The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." After Demigula's cold voice fell, He turned around and wanted to leave the nest of time. Since you've come, how could it be so easy for you to leave? Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and then his palms quickly moved a few times. Demigula, who had disappeared into space, suddenly emerged from a nearby dimension. Chapter 196. The initial test of the power of rules. What's going on? When Demigula saw Yi Feng and the others again, a look of terror instantly appeared on his face. He had clearly just escaped using the power of time and space. How? Surprised, right? The surrounding space has already been tampered with by me. I said, now that you are here, it won't be so easy for you to leave. After Yi Feng's cold voice fell, he suddenly appeared in front of Demigula. His palm was directly pressed against Demigula's face. A ball of purple destructive energy gathered in his hand. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Demigula's face instantly showed a look of fear as he hurriedly waved his hands to plead for mercy. Having lived for billions of years, the longer one lives, the more afraid they are of death. You don't want to die, huh? A glint of cunning suddenly flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He had once seen an anime battle royale that Demigula had betrayed the Demon King Mechacapra and sought refuge with the dragon god Salam. Whether it's true or not, if it is, he might be able to use him. Do you know Salam? Yi Feng suddenly asked, what? How do you know Lord Salama? Demigula looked at Yi Feng in shock. Lord Salama had just broken free from his seal. How did this guy know about it? I'm asking you a question. Don't test my patience. Seeing Demigula's expression, Yi Feng was already certain that he knew Salama. I know him. Demigula quickly nodded. At this moment, he dared not tell any lies, because his life was hanging by a thread, and the human in front of him seemed to know a lot of things. The destructive energy in Yi Feng's palm slowly faded away, and then he directly planted a force of rules into Demigula's body. He wanted to see just how powerful this force of rules truly was, as the system claimed. At the same time, by controlling Demigula, he could keep track of Salama and their movements at any time. What do you put in my body? Demigula suddenly felt that something extra was inside him and asked in terror. Nothing much, just some powers beyond your imagination. However, the moment I think of it, you could instantly disappear without a trace. Yi Feng said calmly. According to the system, his power of rules should be able to kill the high priest. Therefore, a mere demon god like Demigula should be no problem at all. Damn it, you want to control me? Dream on. Demigula frowned tightly and said to Yi Feng, really? Yi Feng's cold voice fell, and then with a thought, Demigula felt a heart-wrenching pain. He felt a terrifying and powerful force within his body, as if it were going to rip him apart. In just a second, he was sweating profusely from the pain. Please, I beg you, let me go. I am willing to serve you. Just don't torment me anymore. This kind of supernatural pain came from the suffering of his soul, and he simply couldn't resist it. This feeling was more unbearable than being killed. It was torture. Weren't you quite tough just now? Yi Feng glanced at the pained Demigula with a mocking look and asked, what happened? Demigula fell to the ground in agony, pleading with Yi Feng, I was wrong, master, I was truly wrong. Please forgive me. How could the mighty demon god, Demigula, be begging Yi Feng for mercy? Cain stared in shock at the scene before him. After all, even if Demigula was in a bad state, he shouldn't be this helpless, right? Although he didn't know what Yi Feng had done, it seemed that Demigula was in great pain and fear. Sun Wukong frowned and spoke up. Only badass Lu raised her eyebrows slightly. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi Feng. She sensed something familiar yet daunting. This guy Yi Feng is really too complicated. First, it was the Zizai Ji Gong, then the power of destruction, and now he actually masters such terrifying things. I'm really becoming more and more interested in him. Very well, I'm quite satisfied with your performance. Now get lost. But remember, no matter where you are, I have enough power to completely kill you. Do you understand? Yi Feng said coldly to Demigel. No matter how far Demigel was from him, with just a thought, he could make him completely disappear. So he was not afraid of him betraying him. Yes, understood. Master. Demigel sighed in relief. Then his body flashed, and he directly disappeared into the space. Hey, why did you let him go? Cain looked at Demigel escaping and immediately became unhappy, asking reproachfully. Yi Feng clearly had the strength to kill Demigula just now. I naturally have my own plans. Also, pay attention to your tone towards me. I am not one of your subordinates. Yi Feng suddenly looked at Cain with a cold glare and said. Cain was startled by Yi Feng's gaze and instinctively took 2 steps back. How did this guy suddenly become so terrifying? Then, Cain dared not speak anymore, because the high priest had told him to cooperate with Yi Feng's work as much as possible. So Yi Feng was not his subordinate. In fact, he was merely assisting Yi Feng's work. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several sounds of breaking air suddenly rang out. Subsequently, Figures appeared one after another in the time nest. The demon gods Tawa, Mira, Pudding, and Gyuribi, along with a large number of demons, showed up. What? How did these guys manage to enter the time nest one by one? Kane looked at the densely packed demons in surprise and spoke. Logically speaking, without his guidance, others should not be able to enter the time nest at all. Finally found you guys. It's really hard to find you. Gyuribi suddenly stepped forward, looking at Yifeng and Kane with a sinister smile. He held a huge iron hammer in his hand, with considerable strength, stronger than Super Saiyan 4 Goku and the others. Mr. Yifeng, he asked the bastard who stole the 2-star ball. At this moment, Trunks suddenly pointed at Gyuribi and said, "At that time, my dad and I were about to defeat Cell, but Gyuribi and Pudding suddenly appeared, stole the 2-star ball, and injured both of us. You guys? Hey, hand over the Dragon Balls, and I can spare your lives." Looking at Gyuribi, Yifeng said with indifference. Chapter 197. Going to meet the Demon Realm King. What? Gyuribi suddenly froze, not expecting the Time Patrol to be so arrogant now. I'll say the same to you. Hand over the Dark Dragon Balls, but due to your arrogant attitude, just now I'll still personally snap your neck. Gyuribi made a twisting gesture, viciously saying to Yifeng. In his eyes, the so-called Time Patrol was just a bunch of garbage. These damn bastards are too rampant. Vegeta tightly clenched his fists, then transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged towards the demons. Vegeta! Dad! Uncle Vegeta! After calling out, Goku and Trunks also rushed out, directly engaging in battle with the demons. Overestimating themselves. Mira, clean up those guys for me. Tawa coldly ordered Mira. Understood. Mira nodded and then rushed directly towards Goku and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Mira, Pudding, Gyuribi, and the other 2 demon gods looked at Yifeng. It seems the Dragon Balls are on that guy. Let me take the Dragon Balls and then tear him apart. Gyuribi suddenly smiled ominously, and after his voice fell, he charged towards Yifeng. Holding the giant hammer in his hand, he smashed down directly at Yifeng. Gyuribi's giant hammer contained immense power, causing the air to tremble. Then, Gyuribi's powerful strike was easily caught by Yifeng with his palm. Is this the power of a demon god? Too weak. After Yifeng's voice fell, a purple destructive energy appeared in his palm, directly destroying Gu Lei Bai's giant hammer. Although he could also crush it directly, that would consume a bit of power, which was too troublesome. What? Gu Lei Bai was taken aback. What was going on? Quickly retreat. Gu Lei Bai, that guy just used destructive power. Tawa, who was clearly well informed, immediately recognized Yifeng's destructive energy and hurriedly reminded Gu Lei Bai. However, Yifeng didn't give Gu Lei Bai any chance to retreat at all. With a swift strike, he instantly pierced through Gu Lei Bai's chest. Beta. Then Gu Lei Bai's body began to burn like ignited paper, slowly disintegrating. Damn, the information was wrong. No wonder Xiao Lu Mu was killed. This guy is too terrifying for us. Hurry up and retreat. Tawa quickly told everyone. Although she might be blamed by Lord Wang Shun when they returned, she knew very well that staying here would only lead to a dead end. It wouldn't be so easy. Yifeng's ethereal voice fell, and then his hands formed a 5-finger shape. Instantly, 10 beams of purple light shot out from his fingertips. The energy that left his fingertips was like small snakes, piercing through the bodies of nearly 100 demons in an instant. Even Pudding and the other 2 demons were no exception. The sound echoed as all the demons turned into purple light dots in an instant. 2 seconds later, only Tawa was left. Impossible! What kind of monster is this? Tawa looked in horror at his companions who had been killed in an instant. Fear evident on his face. Is this guy really human? How powerful! Kane's mouth dropped open in astonishment. This guy is simply a prodigy. It should be noted that any demon has the strength to kill them. Yet he wiped them all out in one go. This is not even Yifeng's full power. Looking at the shocked Kane, Badass smiled and said, Yifeng seems to have used all his power only once, which was during the battle against all the destroyers. At that time, he seemed to have transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Hey, take me to find Mechikabura. Yifeng looked coldly at the person in front of him, Tova, and said, The reason I didn't kill you just now is not because of your impressive figure and exquisite face. It's because by keeping you alive, I can find the Dark Demon Realm and meet the supreme ruler of the demon world, Mechikabura. What? You want to meet Lord Wangshin? Tova looked at Yifeng in shock. Who exactly is this guy? He seems to be very familiar with their demon realm. After all, Lord Wangshin is not someone an ordinary human can know. That's right, take me to see him. Yifeng said coldly again. The current Mechi Capulican definitely hasn't regained the peak power of his youth. If he did, I wouldn't have the courage to confront him. But right now, I'm not afraid of him at all. In fact, I might even be able to kill him. All right, then I'll take you to meet Lord Meichi Capulaken. Tova nodded, showing no hesitation. She also had her own plans. The human in front of her was too strong, and she was no match for him at all. However, no matter how strong he is, he could never be a match for Lord Wang Shun. Once Lord Wang Shun dealt with this human, the Dark Dragon Ball would naturally be obtained. Perhaps in this way, Lord Wang Shun could even absolve her of her negligence. Yifeng knew she wouldn't refuse, because refusing him would only lead to a dead end, and she didn't want to die. Moreover, she had great faith in Meichi Capula's strength, so she wanted to meet Meichi Capula herself. Yifeng, do you want to meet Meichi Capula? You can't be serious, can you? Hearing the conversation between Yifeng and Tova, Kai Jun raised his eyebrows. Meichi Capula is the king of the demon realm, with strength comparable to that of the Time King. Even though his power was greatly reduced after being sealed, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how powerful Yifeng was, he absolutely could not be Meichi Capula's opponent. Of course I'm not joking. I'm serious, very serious. Yifeng said. The discovery of the matter was all within his control, and he had his own purpose for seeking out Meichi Capula. Besides, with a Meichi Capula whose strength was sealed, he really wasn't afraid of him. You're crazy. I feel like you're really crazy. Kain looked at Yifeng, feeling that this guy was like a madman. He had no idea how powerful the Demon Realm King God was. Bajuos, you can stay here with Lotzi Li. I will be back soon. Yifeng said to Bardos. Since Bardos cannot take action, it would be pointless to go. Understood. Bardos nodded, but she was also quite worried about Yifeng. That Demon Realm King was indeed not a simple character. Chapter 198, The Indestructible Demon Shi. I want to go with you. I also want to see how powerful that Demon Realm King you mentioned really is. Sun Wukong appeared in front of Yifeng and said to him, he had always been very interested in such high-level experts. If Kakarot is going, then I want to go too. Vegeta felt the same way and approached, not wanting to be surpassed by that guy Kakarot. In the end, Son Gohan and Trunks also decided to follow along to take a look. Although their strength wasn't very strong, they should still be able to help a little bit. Hey, lead the way ahead. Yifeng looked at Tova and said coldly. Tova glared at Yifeng with an incredibly cold expression, her eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Once they reached the demon realm, she would make sure to torment this bastard thoroughly, cutting his flesh piece by piece. Then, under Tova's lead, the group quickly appeared in a dimly lit space-time. Everything around was gray and hazy, resembling the primordial world before it was developed. Is this the dark demon realm? It's even more oppressive than hell. Sun Wukong and Vegeta furrowed their brows tightly. Just arriving here gave them a very uncomfortable feeling. After searching for so long, it turned out to be hidden in a place like this. Kane thought in shock. In a place like this, even if given more time, it would probably be impossible to find anything. Then the group flew forward, and a massive demon palace appeared in their sight. It was somewhat similar to Beerus's destruction temple, supported by a huge tree trunk, but the tree trunk was completely black. The entire space felt suffocated by a despairing aura. That is the palace of the king god. Tova pointed at the palace before them and spoke. Yifeng flashed directly into the palace. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others were obviously a bit tense. After all, even the demon gods were so powerful, and the Demon Realm King God was definitely an incredibly strong existence. At this moment, Kane was clearly very frightened. Although he was a god and should have a natural restraining effect on demons, that old demon Mechikabura was not an ordinary demon, right? Then everyone followed him inside. In the Great Hall, there were many demons, as well as 7 or 8 demon gods. Shulin. The appearance of Yifeng and the others brought a chilling expression to Meichi Capula's face. The other demons and gods were instantly filled with a surge of anger. Tawa, you better give me a proper explanation for what's happening here, Meichi Capula said, his brows faintly furrowing, cold light emanating from his red pupils as he spoke to Tawa. However, his gaze remained fixed on Yifeng, as he sensed a familiar aura of danger emanating from this human. Lord God, this human possesses destructive energy. He has killed all the companions that went with him, including Mira. He wishes to see you. Hearing Meichi Capula's icy tone, Tawa instantly felt a sense of crisis. Sweat trickling down her chin and pooling in the crevice of her chest. Oh, all your companions are dead. Why are you still alive? The cold light in Meichi Capula's eyes flickered again as he directed his chilling gaze toward Tawa. However, it seemed that Meichi Capula did not show any change in expression despite Yifeng's mastery of destructive energy. Please, Lord God, spare me. The remaining Dark Dragon Balls are on this human. I brought him here so you could acquire the Dark Dragon Balls. Tawa immediately knelt down. sensing the intense killing intent in Meichi Capula's voice. It seems this old demon wants to kill you, seeing that he is old and frail with no real power. Let me help him kill you. After Yi Feng's voice fell, a streak of purple energy appeared at his fingertips, instantly piercing through Tova's head. Tova didn't even have time to let out a scream before completely vanishing. Seeking death. The demon gods in the hall saw Yi Feng's arrogant actions and immediately wanted to kill him. Even Mechikapura's eyes were filled with intense anger. This bastard actually killed his subordinate right in front of him. Although it was insignificant, it was a form of contempt and provocation towards him. Damn mosquito. Does he think that by mastering destructive energy, he can do whatever he wants in the demon realm? Mechikapura slowly stood up and spoke to Yi Feng in a dark tone, without a bit of confidence. Do you think I would come to this birthplace? Yi Feng naturally did not fear Meichi Capula, because the magic power within his body was not strong at all. If a real battle broke out, he really wasn't afraid of him. Interesting little ant. From you, I seem to see something familiar, Meichi Capula said coldly. Billions of years ago, there was also a very arrogant human, that arrogant Saiyan. However, since you have killed so many of my demons, you should not leave the demon realm. After Meichi Capula's voice fell, he directly signaled his demon subordinates. 7 or 8 demons, and all the demon warriors instantly attacked Yi Feng and Sun Wukong and the others. The few of them almost simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were Super Saiyan 4. Son Gohan transformed into a mysterious form. And Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Yi Feng also transformed into the full-power Super Saiyan form. In an instant, Yi Feng's body moved several times, and 7 or 8 demons disappeared without a trace. The following demons could be easily defeated by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Interesting. You really seem to be a bit like that guy, even with his transformation into a Saiyan. After Meichi Capula's voice fell, he waved the staff in his hand, and a wave of black magic energy instantly attacked Yi Feng. Various things are useless to me. Destruction. A faint voice came from Yi Feng's mouth, and then a wave of destructive energy shot out from his fingertips. Beta. The destructive energy, surprisingly, did not get destroyed upon contact with the black energy. Instead, it continued towards Yi Feng without losing speed. What? Yi Feng was startled, and then a grass-green shield appeared around him, with his arms quickly blocking in front of his chest. Bang! When the black magic energy hit the energy barrier, the barrier suddenly cracked, and Yi Feng's body was pushed back dozens of steps. Chapter 199. Going All Out, Super Saiyan 2. After being hit by the magic energy, Yi Feng felt a tingling sensation in his kidneys. This old guy looks weak, but his power is surprisingly immense. Yi Feng slightly raised his eyebrows, secretly thinking. No wonder that guy appeared so calm when he heard about his destructive power. It turns out he wasn't afraid of his destructive abilities at all. It seems that I've encountered a rather tricky opponent this time. He was actually able to block my attack. Interesting, quite interesting. While Yi Feng was in shock, Meichi Capula also showed a surprised expression. A Saiyan has reached this level. It truly makes me see him in a new light. Well, I'll give you a chance to live. If you submit to me, I can make you the second in command in the demon realm. But the premise is that you obediently hand over the Dark Dragon Balls. Meichi Capula said to Yi Feng with a sincere expression. This guy seems really strong, and quite young. His future achievements might reach the level of that Saiyan. If I can recruit him, he might play a significant role in the next great battle. It sounds quite tempting. Yi Feng smiled faintly and nodded, then continued. However, I do have a bit of ambition. I'm not very interested in being the second in command. If you give me the entire demon realm, I can spare your life. Yi Feng's voice was faint, but made Meichi Capula's expression turn very gloomy. After all these years, I have never heard such foolish and brazen words. Meichi Capula's expression gradually darkened. A genius, if he cannot be used for oneself, can only be destroyed. If he were allowed to grow to the level of that Saiyan, he might truly pose a threat to me. Stop pretending. Your current power is simply no match for me. Yi Feng certainly did not take Meichi Capula's words to heart. At this moment, he could be said to be very weak. Defeating himself was not so easy. Although my strength is not even 1% of its peak, it is already enough to deal with ants like you. A cold glint appeared in Meichi Capula's eyes, and then his crimson pupils completely disappeared, replaced by a black glow. Clearly ready to go all out. So confident, let's give it a try. The moment Yi Feng's voice fell, he directly attacked Meichi Capula. In the instant he dashed out, he unleashed the perfect freedom ultimate skill. Although Meichi Capula in front of him appeared very weak, as Kane said, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. This guy's strength was already extremely terrifying. Yifeng's fist slammed toward Meichi Capula, who pointed his staff at Yifeng's fist. Boom! The moment the silver energy flame collided with the black magic energy, the entire hall was instantly destroyed by a terrifying shockwave. Bang, bang, bang. The shockwave instantly hit Sun Wukong and the others, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood and then be directly sent flying over 100 meters away. Son Gohan and Trunks fainted on the spot. What a terrifying clash. Just the energy wave has severely injured us. Sun Wukong's face looked very grim. He never expected there would be such a strong opponent in this world. They had thought that Super Saiyan 1 was already very strong, but they didn't realize there were so many who surpassed them. Damn it, I am the proud Prince Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists, pounded the ground, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. There are also Saiyans. Moreover, he is a noble Saiyan prince. It was already bearable to be surpassed by Kakarot, as he had become accustomed to it. But now, another Saiyan has appeared, and he far exceeds them. Damn it, let's go. Their battle could destroy the entire demon realm. Kane's face was pale, blood at the corner of his mouth, as he said to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, if they endure a few more shockwaves of this intensity, they might be killed. Although I want to see their battle. Let's go. Sun Wukong frowned, then relaxed. Although he could still hold on, Gohan and Trunks could no longer endure. Then Vegeta carried Trunks, and Sun Wukong carried Gohan, and the five of them left the Dark Demon Realm together. After the initial clash, a fervent look appeared in Yifeng's eyes, feeling the blood in his body boiling wildly. It has been a long time. It seems that aside from the time when he faced the top 10 destroyers, he hasn't felt this passionate. Damn it, if only my strength were restored to its peak. I could easily kill this bastard. Meichi Capula's eyes were filled with furious waves. He knew that this little mosquito was not worth mentioning in his eyes. He didn't even bother to look at it. But now, with his weakened strength, he couldn't defeat him for a while, which was humiliating. Is this what they call a tiger falling to the plains? Although it will be a bit of a struggle, you will ultimately die by my hands and... After Meichi Capula's voice fell, he waved his magic staff, and dozens of black magic arrows shot toward Yifeng. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, and the silver glow surrounding him surged forward. With a gentle movement of his body, he easily dodged dozens of magic arrows. Then, with a light leap, a silver arc suddenly appeared in the air, and Yifeng's body was already in front of Meichi Capula, delivering a heavy punch towards him. Meichi Capula's reaction was also quite swift, raising his magic staff to block Yifeng's attack. Bang! Yifeng's fist struck the magic staff, and the terrifying force directly sent Meichi Capula flying. Meichi Capula was knocked back several hundred feet, and the anger on his face intensified. You damn thing, stop being so self-righteous. Meichi Capula erupted, black magical energy bursting forth from his body, swirling around him in black flames. In that moment, Yifeng felt the pressure multiply, clearly indicating that Meichi Capula was prepared to go all out. Since that's the case, then let's give it our all. After Yifeng's voice fell, he clenched his fists tightly, and a golden light suddenly erupted from his body. Golden lightning crackled throughout the entire demon realm. Chapter 200, Demon Realm King God, defeated. His golden hair stood high, surrounded by golden lightning, and that golden aura instantly illuminated the entire dark demon realm. What's going on? That bastard's energy has increased again? Meichi Capura furrowed his brows upon witnessing Yifeng's Super Saiyan form. Can these guys really grow stronger during battle? If that's the case, it could be a bit tricky. What's wrong, Demon Realm King God? Are you scared now? Yifeng blinked his eyes and looked at Meichi Capula with disdain, asking, damn bastard, don't get too carried away. Do you think just because you've increased your power, you're my opponent now? Meichi Capula's expression darkened as he coldly replied. There's no denying that this Saiyan's power has indeed seen a significant boost, but for me, it's just a bit more troublesome. If you want to be my opponent, you're still too immature. You think too highly of yourself. After Yifeng's voice fell, he charged directly towards Meichi Capula. This guy was not easy to deal with. His magical power was very strong, but his physical strength was average. It was obvious that his power had weakened after his. So this was a good opportunity for Yifeng to engage in close combat and use his super strength to defeat him. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to clash, causing the entire dark magic realm to tremble. The vast space-time at this moment felt like a small boat in the middle of a storm, ready to disappear at any moment. Damn, this bastard. Meichi Capula was being forced back by Yifeng, who was like a relentless force, sticking to him like a leech. This made him feel as if he had strength but couldn't use it. Moreover, the ultimate ease technique had almost maximized his speed, making him extremely fast. Even when he exerted all his speed, it still seemed to be slower than Yi Feng's. Bang bang bang. Yi Feng kept attacking, and at this moment, he felt incredibly pleasant, utterly refreshing. Although he struggled during the battle with the Super One-Star Dragon and Julian, he had deliberately suppressed his ultimate freedom technique back then. Despite the excitement, it was nothing compared to how he felt now. The real battle with full power would be in the afternoon. The sensation of pushing both speed and strength to the limit was simply amazing. Bang! In the next moment, Yi Feng's fist smashed directly into Majikapura's chest, sending him flying. Even though they had been fighting for a long time, Yi Feng didn't feel any decline in his stamina. Moreover, a force that seemed to be sealed was gradually being unleashed, continuously enhancing his speed and strength. Whoosh! Yi Feng darted out again, leaving a golden trail in the air. His speed astonishing like a comet streaking by. Almost instantaneously, he appeared next to Majikapura and unleashed a series of storm-like attacks. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, causing the entire Dark Demon realm to shake even more violently. Then, Yi Feng delivered a heavy kick to Majikapura's face, sending him head first into the ground. Damn it, this bastard's power keeps increasing. What kind of monster is this? Majikapura finally began to panic. Yi Feng's strength was constantly growing stronger with each passing moment, while his own stamina, speed, and power were dwindling. It was all due to this body's limitations. If he had his peak physical condition, he would never face this issue of insufficient stamina. Majikapura, I'll send you a big gift. Hearing that mocking voice, Majikapura quickly looked up and saw Yi Feng hovering in midair, his fingertips supporting a massive golden energy ball. The energy ball emanated a dangerous aura. What? No, wait a minute. Majikapura panicked, completely panicked, because he sensed an extremely dangerous feeling emanating from that huge golden energy ball. If he got hit, he would have no hope of winning. Wait a minute. Where's my husband? Ugh, what am I thinking? Yi Feng quickly drove away that vile thought, and the energy ball at his fingertips directly slammed down at Meichi Capula. Wait a minute, Meichi Capula's screams echoed, and in that instant, his aura rapidly diminished. Boom! The energy ball instantly sank into the ground, creating a massive black hole in the entire Dark Demon realm. Oh, is the vitality so resilient? Yi Feng looked down at the ground with some surprise and spoke faintly. At this moment, Majikapura's aura had not completely dissipated, which was understandable, as it was a being that even destructive energy could not annihilate. However, at this point, Majikapura's magical energy had diminished to almost nothing. Just then, Majikapura's body reappeared in Yi Feng's line of sight. He stood up, looking very disheveled. His clothes were in tatters, and various degrees of wounds appeared on his body. The magic staff in his hand was reduced to just half. Anger, indescribable anger, twisted Majikapura's features. Humiliation. This was an immense humiliation. Even during the last war between gods and demons, he had never been this pathetic. Now, he was in such a sorry state at the hands of a mere human, a small, insignificant insect. But there was nothing he could do. His body was too weak, and he had already lost. Who would have thought that he would be killed by such a small bug in the end? It was truly unbearable. However, his unreliable body could no longer withstand the same energy sphere as before. Yi Feng's body suddenly appeared in front of Meichi Capula. A purple destructive energy appeared at his fingertips. So you are the Demon Realm King? Do you think your broken body can still withstand my high-level destructive power? Yi Feng asked faintly. He could make the so-called Demon Realm King in front of him disappear without a trace in an instant. Damn the building ants. Meichi Capula tightly gripped the staff in her hand. If looks could kill, Yi Feng would definitely be riddled with wounds at this moment. Chapter 201's plan. Gather the Dark Dragon Balls. What's wrong? Do you still want me to be your second in command? Yi Feng looked at Meichi Capula with a teasing expression and asked, Damn little ant, if I had the power of my peak period, I could crush you with just one finger. Meichi Capula roared angrily, Damn it, I'm a dignified Demon World King, and yet I am being humiliated by a human like this. That damn bastard. Your peak period? Huh? I seem to be a bit interested in your power during your prime. Yi Feng's gaze shifted, and then he spoke. Oomph. Don't you have the Dark Dragon Ball on you? With the power of the Dark Dragon Ball, I can restore myself to my peak. Don't you want to see my full strength? Then hand over the Dark Dragon Ball. Meichi Capula suddenly said with a cold smile. Of course, although it was a provocation. He said it with a 1 in a million hope. Anyone with even a little bit of intelligence would never do something so foolish. And this little bug in front of him was clearly not that kind of idiot. Would he restore his full power just to wait for himself to be beaten? That's a very good suggestion. Let me think about it. Yifeng nodded seriously, then rubbed his chin and actually started to consider it. Indeed, during his peak, Meichi Capula was undeniably powerful. As an enemy, he would be a very tricky opponent, especially for someone like him now. He would definitely be a very lethal enemy. But what if he were his subordinate? Wouldn't he then gain a strong ally? In the Dragon Ball world, although he couldn't walk all over others, at least he could avoid a lot of trouble. And he actually had the ability to make Meichi Capula his subordinate. That was the power of rules he had just signed in to obtain. Since the system said that his power of rules could control the Grand Priest, it should also be able to control Meichi Capula, right? Moreover, the opportunity was quite good right now. Meichi Capula was severely injured, and he had a great chance to inject the power of rules into his body. But what if he couldn't control him? Wouldn't that be a huge risk? System, with the power of rules I currently possess, can I control Meichi Capula at his peak? Yifeng suddenly asked in his mind. He needed to confirm this. All speculations carry a certain risk, so it was safer to ask the system. Replying to the host, with your current power, you can completely control the peak period of Meichi Capula. Because both the power of destruction and the power of rules are the nemesis of demons and evil. So the power of rules has a greater restraining effect on Meichi Capula. Moreover, as your strength grows, the power of rules will also grow. After Yi Feng's voice fell, the system's electronic synthesized voice echoed in my mind. Is that so? That's really great. Yi Feng's face showed an excited expression. Being able to control the peak period Meichi Capula was very advantageous for him. In the future, if he had any unpleasantness with the High Priest or the King of All, he wouldn't be left isolated and helpless. By the way, what level of rule power does the King of All possess? Can his rule power control anyone as well? Thinking of the King of All, Yifeng immediately curiously asked, replying to the host, the King of All possesses advanced rule power, far exceeding that of the host. However, the difference is that the King of All's rule power can only destroy and eliminate, not control. The system's electronic synthesized voice sounded again. I see. No wonder the King of All chose to seal Sarama after their victory. Yifeng nodded gently and murmured to himself, you little bug, if you want to kill me, do it quickly. Looking at the dazed Yifeng, Meichi Capula didn't dare to move and felt quite uncomfortable. All right, I've changed my mind again. I won't kill you. Yifeng smiled and said to Meichi Capula, although he didn't have much ambition, Baff, and wasn't looking to build any forces. That was definitely not his original intention. However, he was also aware that as his strength grew, he would encounter more and more problems and enemies. Therefore, in order to protect the people he cared about, he had to become stronger and inevitably do some things he didn't want to do or things that weighed on his conscience. This is reality. One cannot survive solely with a good heart. Do you think I would believe your words? I am the great demon realm king, and you, a mere little bug, shouldn't even think about humiliating me. Meichi Capula was much tougher than Demigula, or rather, he looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. That's why he was unwilling to submit in front of him. Well, if he couldn't be controlled after infusing him with the power of rules, then he would have to be destroyed. It had come to this point, and he was still so stubborn. Yifeng gently shook his head, then directly slapped Meichi Capula on the chest. In the moment Meichi Capula was sent flying, the power of rules was injected into his body by Yifeng. What the hell did you put in my body? Meichi Capula naturally felt the changes in his body and angrily shouted at Yifeng. Some good stuff. The kind that makes you obedient. Yifeng what? You, a little bug, actually want to control the great demon king? Meichi Capula first looked confused, then laughed in anger and shouted at Yifeng. I really doubt if there's something wrong with your brain. Did I give you face? Seeing Meichi Capula's annoying smug face, Yifeng became a bit angry. This guy really doesn't see the situation in front of him. Feels good. 5 minutes later, looking at the bruised and battered Meichi Capula, Yifeng suddenly felt much more relaxed. People are like this. If they don't get beaten, they don't know how to be honest. All right, next, I will do as you wish and let you become the peak you dream of day and night. After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly took out his 2 dark Dragon Balls. What did you say? Let me return to my peak condition? Are you kidding me? Meichi Capula looked at Yifeng in disbelief and asked, does this little bug really have such a good heart? Or does he naively think that his little bit of energy can control his peak self? Do you have a choice? Hand over the Dragon Balls. Yifeng once again pressed the destructive energy against Meichi Capula's forehead and spoke. Meichi Capula frowned tightly. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment for him. However, at this point, It seemed he could only believe in that 1 in 10,000 chance. Then Mechi Capula waved his hand, and 5 dark Dragon Balls appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 202. Mechi Capula at his peak, 7 Dragon Balls appeared simultaneously in front of Yi Feng and Mechi Capula. Mechi Capula looked excited, but then his expression turned serious as he glanced at Yi Feng. Would this guy really help him regain his peak power? Or was he just looking to trouble him for the Dragon Balls? Hey, you should know how to summon the Eternal Dragon, right? Yi Feng looked at Mechi Capula and asked. He really didn't know how to summon the dragon of the Dark Dragon Balls. Mechi Capula nodded, and then began to chant a series of incomprehensible languages. Suddenly, the Dark Dragon Balls emitted black light. Immediately, a massive black lightning bolt shot into the sky, transforming into the form of a dragon and instantly surrounding the entire Dark Demon Realm. Those who summon me, speak your wish. I can fulfill any wish you have. The dragon's deep voice echoed throughout the Dark Demon Realm. Mechi Capula glanced at Yi Feng and, seeing that he had no reaction, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Let me regain my youth and the power of my peak. Language of demons. After making the wish, Mechi Capula's body trembled with excitement. Soon, he would be able to return to his prime. He had suffered enough in this broken, useless body. The first thing he would do after regaining his peak would be to completely kill this damned and in front of him. This is very simple. After the dragon's deep voice fell, Mechi Capula's body was suddenly enveloped in black light. Then, a terrifying aura that made it hard to breathe emanated from the black flames. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, an exultant, maniacal laughter came from the black flames. As the black flames slowly dissipated, Mechi Capula's body appeared in Yi Feng's line of sight. What perfect power! At this moment, Mechi Capula's appearance had changed dramatically. He was no longer that hunched figure. Now, Mechi Capula was tall enough to be comparable to Yi Feng at full power, looking very strong. He wore a black battlesuit, a red cloak, and his silver-white hair was tied back with a golden band on his forehead, with light blue skin and 2 red tear marks at the corners of his eyes. He looked quite imposing. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Little bug, I really appreciate your stupidity. As a reward, I will personally tear you apart. Mechi Capula finally looked at Yi Feng, his tone calm, completely devoid of anger. After all, he had already regained his peak power and no longer needed to be angry. Very good. Your power satisfies me greatly. Although the power of Mechi Capula before him shocked Yi Feng, he felt no fear at all. What if the power was strong? In the end, he would still have to become his subordinate. Little bug, let me show you the peak power and speed of the Demon Realm King God. After Mechi Capula's voice fell, his fist directly slammed towards Yi Feng. The speed was incredibly fast, almost instantly appearing in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng had no chance to resist at all. Bang! Mechi Capra's head struck Yi Feng's chest, instantly sending him flying. Poof! Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and Yi Feng felt as if his internal organs had been displaced in an instant. Such powerful strength, it's really impressive. Yi Feng was completely relaxed, instead feeling extremely excited. This powerful little brother, even with a lantern, he couldn't find. Then, Yi Feng's body was directly buried into the ground, creating a giant pit 1,000 feet wide. Whoosh! The next second, Mechi Capula's body appeared again in front of Yi Feng, the triumphant look in his eyes not hiding at all. How is it, little bug? Are you satisfied with my peak power? Oh, by the way, I only used less than 1% of my strength just now. Mechi Capula looked at Yi Feng, clearly not intending to attack him immediately, but rather wanting to show off his strength to the fullest. At the same time, he was humiliating Yi Feng for his stupidity. If he hadn't made that foolish decision earlier, he probably would have been killed by him by now, but he didn't expect him to be so arrogant, which gave him a great opportunity. Now, the roles were reversed, and he would definitely make him see his cruelty. Ha ha! Satisfied, truly satisfied, TSK, TSK. It seems you are really strong. Yi Feng stood up slowly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said to Mechi Capula, Is 1% of your power this strong? Does that mean that to fight you to a standstill, I need to achieve an even stronger transformation? But it doesn't matter. As long as I haven't fully grown, Mechi Capula will just be my free punching bag. What an unpleasant guy. It seems you really haven't seen your own situation clearly. Mechi Capula frowned and said. Yi Feng's smile made him very uncomfortable. Logically speaking, after witnessing his own strength, you should have been scared enough to kneel and beg for mercy. At the very least, you should maintain a proper sense of fear. But this bastard seems to not take it seriously at all. I have always known my situation. The one who has not figured out their situation is you. Yi Feng wore a strategic smile on his face as he spoke to Mechi Capula. Damn little bug, your arrogance is truly beyond measure. Since that's the case, I will completely erase you now. After Mechi Capula's words fell, he directly struck towards Yi Feng with a palm. At this moment, his physical strength had returned to its peak, so dealing with such a small bug didn't even require the use of magic. Just as Mechi Capula was about to launch his attack, Yi Feng suddenly focused his mind. Mechi Capula abruptly stopped his attack, clutching his head tightly with both hands, looking extremely pained. What is happening? Damn it, what have you done to me? Mechi Capula suddenly remembered that Yi Feng had injected a force into his body. Could it be that thing causing trouble? Chapter 203. Mechi Capula, submit. Feeling uncomfortable, huh? Is it like a tearing sensation, feeling that mysterious power running wildly in your body? Yet you have no way to deal with it? Is that how it is? Yi Feng smiled faintly, looking at Mechi Capula, and asked, "What? You bastard. Hurry up and tell me what's going on, or I'll tear you apart immediately." Mechi Capula showed a hint of pain and threatened Yi Feng. "It seems you haven't realized your own situation at all. If you want to tear me apart, go ahead and try." Yi Feng was certainly not afraid of Mechi Capula's threats. How could he easily let him obtain the power of his peak period? As long as he wanted, he could make it disappear without a trace in an instant. This was the terrifying aspect of the power of rules. Damn you, what do you want? Mechi Capula's forehead bulged with veins as he spoke fiercely to Yi Feng. He never expected that after regaining his peak power, he would be in such a predicament. Not only had he failed to kill this little insect before him, but it seemed he was also being controlled by him, which was an enormous humiliation for a dignified demon realm king. What do I want? Is that even a question? Naturally, I want you to be my subordinate. Yi Feng straightened his clothes and spoke calmly. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you think I'll become your subordinate, you're daydreaming. You're nothing but a tiny worm. What right do you have to demand my allegiance? Despite enduring immense pain, Mechi Capula would never yield so easily. Very well, came the reply. I quite like your fiery temper. Yi Feng's brows furrowed slightly. His stubbornness would only bring him greater suffering. Then, with a thought, Mechi Capula's body suddenly expanded. Except for his head, his entire body swelled up like a balloon, looking quite comical. However, what seemed comical to others was a source of immense pain for Mechi Capula. A deafening scream erupted from Mechi Capula's throat. This was undoubtedly the most painful moment for him, as if his soul were about to explode in an instant. Now, if I exert just a little force, you will vanish from this world forever. With the peak power you have obtained, I hope you won't be so foolish, considering that your enemies seem to be more than just me. Yi Feng glanced at Mechi Capula. Yi Feng was very clear that the Mechi Capula just now was indeed unafraid of death because he was like someone on the verge of death. His strength was only a fraction of what it once was at its peak. So death was frightening to him, but not particularly so. However, the current Mechi Capula, after regaining all his strength, would absolutely not choose to die. Although he hated himself very much, he should hate even more those guys who had sealed him for millions of years, right? What do you want? Mechi Capula asked Yi Feng with a pained expression. Indeed, he did not want to die. He wanted revenge. He wanted to use his current power to kill those people. But to submit to a mere human insect, he could not accept that either. I want to say it a second time. You have 3 seconds to think about it. I can clearly tell you that I don't need a subordinate like you at all. After Yi Feng's cold voice fell, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Yi Feng showed no hesitation and did not slow down his pace. Instead, he counted particularly fast. Wait a minute, I submit. Mechi Capula looked at Yi Feng's determined face and instantly felt intimidated. He was indeed scared because he sensed Yi Feng's sharp killing intent. If he did not agree to his terms, he might really be killed by him. It would have been better to do this earlier. There was no need to waste so much time. Looking at the terrified Mechi Capula, Yi Feng gave a faint smile and then released his control over the power of rules within Mechi Capula's body. Mechi Capula's body gradually returned to its normal form, and he began to gasp for air as the heart-wrenching pain he had just experienced was truly unbearable. What do you want to do next? Mechi Capula asked, frowning as he looked at Yi Feng. His life was now in someone else's hands, and he had no choice but to submit. From now on, you just continue with your own business. You can do whatever you want, but when I need you to work, I want you to appear before me immediately. Do you understand? Yi Feng spoke directly in a commanding tone to Mechi Capula. For such an arrogant demon king, the more respect you show him, the less he takes you seriously. So from the very beginning, you must never give him a good face. Can I do anything I want? Mechi Capula asked, staring at Yi Feng with suspicion, somewhat incredulous. Of course, Yi Feng nodded. He currently had no use for Mechi Capula's power, but he knew that one day he would. He understood that Mechi Capula was an ambitious person, so let him stir up some trouble. However, next time you speak, you need to adjust your tone. Yifeng looked at Mechi Capra and said lightly, "You are speaking to your master in such a tone, which is indeed a bit excessive." Mechi Capra's expression changed, anger suddenly appearing on his face, but disappearing in an instant as he bowed his head to Yifeng and said, "In the past, I was the supreme being of the demon realm, but now, under your roof, I have no choice but to bow my head." Yifeng continued, "All right, from now on, properly organize your demon realm. I need you to cultivate stronger demon gods, not like the garbage we just saw." Yifeng spoke again to Mechi Capula. The king of all has bodyguards, high priests, angels, and destroyers by his side, so he also needs his own secret weapon. Of course, it's not to confront the king of all and the others head on, as he has no such intention. He is just thinking that one day, if the king of all and the high priest feel that his existence threatens their rule, he should have the means to protect himself. Chapter 204. The High Priest's Suspicion. "I understand." Mechi Capula nodded and said to Yifeng, "Although he feels humiliated like a dog right now, in order to survive and seek revenge, he can only do this. I know you want revenge very much, but if you want to take revenge, you should improve your strength as soon as possible and remove the power I left in your body." Yifeng looked at Mechi Capula, who had an unwilling expression, and said, "Of course, I'm not afraid of you getting stronger. In fact, I very much hope you become stronger. That way, you could do more things for me. As for lifting my rule power, haha, that's just a joke. That kind of rule power will only strengthen as my own strength increases, so it's essentially unsolvable." Mechi Capula gritted his teeth tightly. "I will. I definitely will. I will kill all those who sealed me, and this little bug in front of me that has humiliated me. They all have to be eliminated. By the way, in order for you to regain your peak power, I'll use the Dark Dragon Ball, so I limit you to gather all of them within a month and bring them to the time nest." After Yifeng's command was given, his body suddenly disappeared into the dark magic realm. Everything he wanted to do had been completed, and now he could go to the nest of time for a good time. In the case of time travel, it would be difficult for him to quickly improve his strength, as he couldn't stand out too much. Otherwise, it would be too easy to attract the attention of the high priest and the omnipotent king. Once he reached the nest of time, they wouldn't be able to control him anymore. After Yifeng left, the dark demon realm erupted with roaring sounds. The entire dark demon realm was shaking violently. It was Mechi Capra venting his anger. At this moment, everyone in the nest of time was anxiously waiting for Yifeng. They knew that Mechi Capra was the demon king god, a presence far beyond that of a demon god. Although they understood Yifeng's immense power, they believed it was unlikely he could confront the demon king god. Just as everyone was eagerly waiting for Yifeng, his figure suddenly appeared before them. "You actually came back?" Kaian looked at Yifeng in shock and asked incredulously. To survive an encounter with the demon king god and return alive could only mean one thing. He had killed the demon king god. But how could he possibly achieve that? After all, billions of years ago, the time king couldn't completely kill the demon king god. He could only seal him in the time prison. So, was Mechi Capra resolved? Kaian then asked in astonishment, "What are you thinking? That old guy is incredibly powerful, and my destruction couldn't kill him. You saw it too." Yifeng gave Kane a big eye roll and said, "That's true. During the previous battle, my destructive energy really couldn't deal with Mechi Capula. Are you injured? Is it serious?" At that moment, Latsili walked up to Yifeng and asked with concern on her face. She didn't care whether the Demon Realm King God had been killed or not. She only cared about how serious Yifeng's injury was. "It's nothing, just a small injury." Yifeng shook his head while looking at Latsili and smiled as he spoke. Just at that moment, Yifeng suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood was black, as if mixed with demonic energy. "Oh, it seems like the injury is quite severe." Ba Dosi's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and then she walked directly to Yifeng's side to start treating him. After a full minute, Yifeng's injuries had mostly healed, but Ba Dosi looked exhausted. Clearly, helping Yifeng had drained a lot of her energy. "That old guy is indeed very strong," Yifeng said excitedly. "With just 10 of my power, I've ended up like this. Actually, I was just pretending before. My injuries are quite serious. Although I possess an immortal body that even the high priest cannot destroy, that doesn't mean I won't get hurt. Moreover, the demonic energy of the Demon King is absolutely not an ordinary energy attack." "Hey, how did you manage to escape from the Dark Demon Realm?" Cain asked again. He was curious. He was really too curious. The man in front of him was like an unfathomable abyss, but he also had a mysterious allure that made one unable to resist wanting to dig deeper. I easily escaped using the power of instant movement and the power of time and space, he replied. Yifeng shrugged and replied perfunctorily to Kane. Of course, he could never disclose his power of rules to anyone, not even Lazuli. This was something he had to keep secret, and he absolutely could not let anyone know. If someone found out, he might face the threat of death. Are you okay, Bados? Yifeng looked at the weak Bardos and asked. Healing your injuries must have consumed a lot of energy. Even an angel would find it hard to withstand such a drain. It's all right. I just need to rest a bit. Bardos shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Because angels have a special constitution. They can restore all their energy just by resting. Well, that's good. This battle with Mechikapura made me realize that my strength is still far from enough. So in the coming year, I will train hard. Yifeng looked at everyone and said, with Demigula watching over things on Salama's side, there shouldn't be any major issues for a year. As for the demon realm, let Mechikapura handle it on his own. After all, I only need his combat power. I don't have high hopes for that mysterious demon god power. Even if he reaches the level of a destroyer, it won't be of much help to me. Vegeta, it seems our strength is still far from enough. We need to work hard on our training. Sun Wukong said seriously to Vegeta. After witnessing the power of Mechikapura and Yifeng, they realized how much they still needed to improve. I will work hard even without you saying it, Kakarot. After saying this, Vegeta directly walked into the time chamber. Meanwhile, in the super time space, at the Grand Minister's temple, it seems Mechikapura has fully regained his strength. This could be a bit troublesome. The Grand Minister frowned and said, I didn't expect this guy to recover all his powers so quickly. Could it be related to Yifeng? But thinking about it, Yifeng shouldn't have that kind of ability yet. However, I still need to investigate the whereabouts of the dragon god Salama, so I may not be able to pay attention to Mechikapura. That guy can be dealt with by the Kaioshin of time and Yifeng. It should be fine. The Grand Minister thought to himself, what a troublesome time. It seems that soon the universe judgment and time-space will have another great battle. Sigh, I wonder what kind of enormous impact it will have on the universe. Days passed, and Yifeng had already been in the time chamber for a month. According to the time calculation in the time chamber, it was roughly over 2 years. Since the last time he was injured by Mechikapura and recovered, Yifeng's strength had improved significantly. Now, Yifeng's power had stabilized at the full power of Super Saiyan 2. It could be said that he was much stronger than before. All right, the month is up. It seems Mechikapura should be coming to find me soon. Yifeng looked at the time and murmured to himself. The deadline he had given to Meichi Capula was to find the Dark Dragon Balls within a month and then bring them to the time Nest to hand over to him. Now the time was up, and with Meichi Capula's strength, finding the Dragon Balls should not be a big deal for him. After Yifeng quickly freshened up, he walked out of the room of spirit and time. After having a meal, half an hour later, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the space of the time nest. Everyone look, what is that? Trunks exclaimed in surprise as he pointed at the suddenly appearing black hole. Everyone followed the direction Trunks was pointing and saw the giant black hole. Furthermore, a very powerful evil force emerged from that black hole, a force that felt very familiar. Oh no, it's Meichi Capula. Kane shouted in horror. She was very familiar with that aura. It was definitely Meichi Capula. How strong. That guy's energy has changed drastically. Kane's expression of fear intensified. This energy was unlike anything she had ever seen before. It seemed that Meichi Capula had come prepared for revenge. While everyone looked terrified, only Yifeng remained very calm. He knew the purpose of Meichi Capula's arrival. In an instant, Meichi Capula suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng and the others, and behind him were 4 or 5 figures. Well, that was quite timely. Yifeng glanced at Meichi Capula and, after speaking, Yifeng turned his gaze to the familiar figures behind Meichi Capula. These guys were all faces that appeared in Dragon Ball Heroes. On either side of Meichi Capula were Fu and Has. Behind them were the very familiar evil Saiyan Kamba, the fused Zamasu, and those 2 Zuffer people. This surprised Yifeng. Wasn't Has and Fu in front of him the bosses from Dragon Ball Heroes? And wasn't the fused Zamasu already destroyed by him? Why were they appearing in front of him again? Moreover, they were actually Meichi Capula's people, which was truly hard to believe. This is the Dark Dragon Balls you wanted. Meichi Capula said respectfully to Yifeng, then handed the 7 Dark Dragon Balls to him. Good job. And it seems that these guys you collected this time are much stronger than the previous ones. Yifeng took the Dragon Ball and directly placed it into his system backpack, speaking faintly. At this moment, King Kai Kane and Sun Wukong, among others, were utterly shocked. Firstly, they never expected Mechikabura to actually restore his peak power. Secondly, They were even more surprised that Mechikabura, who had regained his peak strength, would have such an attitude towards Yifeng. It could be said that he was completely submissive, almost like a servant facing his master. What on earth is going on? It is undeniable that Yifeng is indeed very strong, but one must remember that Mechikabura is the king of the demon realm, holding a supreme position. He could be compared to the Omni King and the Time King. Yet he is inexplicably so afraid of Yifeng. What is happening? Yifeng, what is going on? It seems that Meichi Capula is really afraid of you. Kain looked at Yifeng in panic and asked, "Is that so? I just made a deal with him. Don't overthink it." Yifeng said lightly. He indeed only suited making a deal with Meichi Capra, but this deal had not received his consent beforehand. What deal? Kain hurriedly asked. This is not something you should know. It's better not to ask. Yifeng looked at Kain and said, "These things, I won't tell her after all. Right now, the only one standing on the same line as me is Razali. I completely don't trust anyone else, even a controlled Meichi Capula." At this moment, behind Meichi Capula, the fused Zamas was seething with anger, and seeing Yifeng gave him an uncomfortable feeling. Why is it this guy? Of course. Behind Sun Wukong and the others, Trunks had a look of terror on his face. That bastard, wasn't he destroyed by Mr. Yifeng? How is he still alive? Trunks clenched his fists and said in a deep tone, "Vegeta, those guys seem to be incredibly powerful." Sun Wukong frowned and spoke. "TCH, do you need to say that? Their power surpasses those demons, and they are filled with terrifying evil energy." Vegeta clenched his fists and said in a similarly deep tone, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. By the way, these are the warriors I've recently gathered in the universe. They all have their own abilities and can be said to be stronger than any demon." Meichi Capula looked at Yifeng and said, although she felt very displeased, her life was in someone else's hands, so she could only accept it. "I told you, handle your own matters. There's no need to deliberately inform me. Of course, I also need to inject some energy into these guys' bodies." After Yifeng finished speaking, his body suddenly flashed and appeared directly in the temple of Fu and Haz, with his index and middle fingers pointing at the two of them's foreheads. He injected the power of rules into their bodies. He didn't need any unstable factors. Chapter 206. Another breakthrough? Damn, what did this guy inject in my body? Haz and Fu frowned tightly, looking at Yifeng with some annoyance, muttering to themselves. They knew that they were both great beings, and to be under the control of a human was a tremendous humiliation for them. "Take your dirty hands off, human." Fu just opened his mouth when Meichi Capula turned around and landed a heavy punch on Fu's chest, causing Fu to be hit as if his soul had instantly been knocked out of its sheath. "Mind your words and actions, Fu, if you don't want to be eliminated," Meichi Capula said coldly to Fu. He had already warned these guys before coming, but to his surprise, they still couldn't let go of their pride. He didn't want to be eliminated because of these idiots. Once he expelled the energy from his body, it would be the end for this human. But clearly, now is not the time. After being taught a lesson by Meichi Capula, Fu was full of pain and unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to resist Meichi Capula. Although Zamasu behind him was extremely reluctant, he could only obediently let Yifeng inject the power of rules into his body. He had already been killed once, so this time he didn't want to be killed so easily. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Yifeng looked at the few people, clapped his hands, and spoke. The guys in front of him were all quite arrogant. It was impossible for them to easily listen to his words, but as long as he injected the power of rules into their bodies, they would be at his mercy. If they didn't want to listen to him and continue to maintain their arrogance, then he would have no choice but to destroy them. "You can return to the Dark Demon realm and do whatever you want." Yifeng looked at Mechikabura and said, "If the story of Dragon Ball Heroes doesn't differ much from the original, Mechikabura might have Haz and the others test the power of the Omni King. That's not something I can manage. Let them cause as much chaos as they want. The more intense, the better. Then I can observe their respective powers." "All right, understood." Mechikabura nodded, and then directly led Haz and the others to disappear into the time nest. "Yifeng, do you need to explain what just happened? Why does Mechikabura treat you with such respect, even seeming a bit afraid of you?" After Mechikabura and the others vanished, Kain asked Yifeng with a serious expression. "This is not a trivial matter. As the god of time, I must get to the bottom of this. TCH, do I need to explain anything to you?" Yifeng glanced at Kain and then walked straight into the time house. There was no need for him to pay attention to Kain. Even if the high priest found out about this, he could still bluff him. As for Kain, he didn't need to explain anything to her. That arrogant bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists. Although he wouldn't listen to Kain either, he couldn't help but feel irritated by Yifeng's proud demeanor. After returning to the time house, Yifeng directly used the power of time and space to appear in the Dark Demon realm. Since he had been there last time, he was quite familiar with the place. "What are you doing here?" Mechikabura asked in surprise upon seeing Yifeng. "What's wrong? Can't I come?" Yifeng glanced at Meichi Kapu La and said, "Of course not." Meichi Kapu quickly shook his head and said to Yifeng, although he was unwilling in his heart. He clearly didn't dare to say so now. Behind Meichi Kapu La, Haz and others looked at Yifeng with some displeasure. "All right, fight alongside me for a while. But if I get hurt, you're dead for sure," Yifeng said to Meichi Capula. After the last full power battle with Meichi Capula, his body had improved a lot, so he needed to keep getting stronger in battle. And now Meichi Capula was a very good training partner. Battle? Damn it. This bastard is too much. Meichi Capula felt like his teeth were about to be crushed. He had to fight with himself while controlling his fighting power. How could he control that well? It was simply free training. He was a dignified demon king. However, even though he thought this way in his heart, 2 minutes later, Yifeng engaged in a fierce battle with Meichi Capula again. Bang, bang, bang. The two were fighting continuously, and the entire Dark Demon realm was shaking. At this moment, Yifeng had fully unleashed the power of Super Saiyan 2 to its peak. Meichi Capula was also quite clever, keeping his power slightly stronger than Yifeng's. Although this feeling was quite uncomfortable, he could clearly kill Yifeng with just a finger. How strong? That bastard human could actually reach this level? Fu looked at Yifeng in shock, saying incredulously. He had never regarded humans highly. In his view, humans are just bugs, not worth worrying about at all. Although the haze in front of him had some abilities in his eyes, it was still just a little bug. But Yifeng made him change this viewpoint. Humans could actually be this strong. Although Lord Meichi Capula was controlling his power, even so, being able to fight like this against Lord Meichi Capula was quite impressive. Indeed, fighting with you is much more interesting. Yifeng's face showed an expression of excitement. When fighting against Mechikabura, he could give it his all without fearing being killed by Mechikabura. Although Mechikabura felt quite frustrated, Yifeng was having a great time, and that was enough. Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to clash fiercely. The entire demon realm shook even more violently, and at this moment, Yifeng felt a vast power within his body gradually erupting. The golden energy around him became denser and crackled with sound. Damn it, this bastard's power is actually increasing so fast? Mechikabura's face showed a serious expression. He sensed that Yifeng's energy was rapidly growing, and Yifeng's body was like a huge container, with energy continuously surging out. This feeling was too comfortable. Yifeng's face showed even more excitement, and his speed and strength were becoming increasingly rapid. This guy, is he going to rely on my power to break through again? Meichi Capra furrowed his brows, as he sensed a sudden surge of power within Yifeng's body, like a flood about to burst forth. Chapter 207, Breakthrough, Terrifying Might. Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng's power was growing stronger. Almost with every punch he exchanged, the strength within his body would increase. The golden aura surged continuously, faintly hinting at a form that could surpass Mechikabura. Of course, this was under the premise that Mechikabura was suppressing his own aura. What exactly was going on? Why was that human's aura continuously growing? Was that guy a monster? Fu and Haz's expressions became increasingly grim. To be honest, although they had been called by Mechikabura to bow to a human before, they were very unwilling and resentful in their hearts. Because all along, they had never regarded humans as anything but insignificant bugs. They never expected that the human before them would be strong to such an extent. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded through the air. Yifeng and Meichi Capula's bodies exploded at almost the same time. At this moment, Yifeng's golden energy was becoming increasingly intense. On the opposite side, Meichi Capula's expression was slightly unsightly. This guy's growth was simply terrifying. His combat power seemed to have doubled in just such a short time of fighting. Initially, when he was suppressing his own power, he was still able to maintain the upper hand. However, as the battle continued, he increasingly felt the strain. Until just now, during the clash, it seemed that the guy's strength had completely surpassed his own. So exhilarating, bring it on. Yifeng shouted and charged towards Meichi Capula once again. The two engaged in fierce combat once more. Half an hour passed like this. During this half hour, Meichi Capula continuously enhanced his strength. Boom! The two collided terrifyingly again. The entire demon realm was smoothly split in half by the horrific impact. Damn, that bastard! Meichi Capula looked at his demon realm with a very gloomy expression. Although he could completely restore the demon realm, it would consume his magical power. He really wanted to slap this little bug to death. At this moment, Yi Feng was surrounded by golden flames, his chest rising and falling continuously. This prolonged battle was not easy for him either. Moreover, his opponent was the Demon Realm King, Mechi Capula. Even though he suppressed his own power, he was still incredibly strong. Alright, today's battle ends here. I'm a bit sorry for destroying your Demon Realm, but I don't think you'll hold it against me, right? Yi Feng smiled and looked at Mechi Capula, asking of course not. Mechi Capula gritted his teeth tightly, almost biting them to pieces. The Demon Realm King is indeed very generous. Let's go. Yi Feng waved at Mechi Capra and disappeared directly into the dark magic realm. The following matters can be left to Mechi Capra. Yi Feng returned to the time house again. Mr. Yi Feng, where did you just go? Trunks hurried over and asked Yi Feng. I just want to handle some matters. Yi Feng smiled and replied, oh, can you guide me on taking a break? I want to become stronger, as strong as you. Trunks said seriously to Yi Feng. After seeing Zamasu today, that feeling of helplessness and despair returned. If Zamasu can be resurrected, it means that the Earth might face the same situation again. If that day really comes, I absolutely cannot be as powerless as last time. Becoming strong like you? Yi Feng was taken aback, and after a pause, he said, it might be a bit challenging. However, there should still be hope to surpass Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Trunks nodded, realizing that he had indeed been overthinking it a bit. Mr. Yi Feng's realm is not something that can be achieved just by wanting to. With Trunks' current strength, surpassing us is not such an easy task. After hearing Yi Feng's words, Vegeta scoffed and said disdainfully, Trunks' current strength is only Super Saiyan 2, while I have long reached the level of Super Saiyan 4. The gap between the two is not just a little bit. Yi Feng, of course, would not pay any attention to Vegeta, because in his eyes, Vegeta was too weak now, so weak that he could completely ignore his existence. Alright, Trunks, I might be about to break through, so let's postpone the training. Yi Feng said to Trunks. During the battle with Mika Kapura just now, he felt the power within his body surging like a spring. And now, that power was bursting out uncontrollably. He could clearly feel that he was probably about to break through. Okay, does Mr. Yi Feng need us to go outside? Trunks quickly nodded and asked Yi Feng. Let's go outside for now. The commotion when I break through might be quite large. It wouldn't be good if I hurt you, Leaf Maple said seriously. His breakthrough this time might reach Super Saiyan 3. And that kind of power would definitely be unprecedentedly strong. Even Goku and Vegeta could potentially be hurt by this power. Alright, I'm going out right away. Dad, Uncle Goku, Brother Gohan, let's hurry up and go. Trunks nodded and said to Vegeta and Gohan. Gohan nodded. He understood Leaf Maple's strength, so he had to be a bit more cautious. What a show-off. It's just a breakthrough. How could it possibly hurt us? Vegeta didn't believe Leaf Maple's words at all, thinking that a mere breakthrough couldn't possibly lead to anything earth-shattering. I also want to see how strong Leaf Maple will be after the breakthrough. Goku said with eager eyes. Leaf Maple is already incredibly strong, so one can really look forward to how powerful he will be after the breakthrough. Dad, that's too dangerous. We should hurry up and go. At this moment, Gohan also reminded them. Yi Feng's strength, they have witnessed it with their own eyes. No way, you two who are 9 meters tall should go out first. Sun Wukong shook his head and said to Son Gohan. Seeing the determined gazes of Son Wukong and Vegeta, Son Gohan and Trunks had no choice but to step outside. It seems you two really aren't afraid of death. In that case, any accidents that occur have nothing to do with me. Yi Feng looked at Vegeta and Son Wukong and said. After speaking, Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly. A deep roar erupted from his throat. Then the entire time chamber suddenly shook violently. The golden aura surrounding Yi Feng soared into the sky, and golden lightning appeared throughout the time chamber. Bang! Lightning struck the ground, creating a massive pit in the hard surface. What? Son Wukong and Vegeta were shocked. Just a single bolt of energy lightning, and it was already this powerful. Chapter 208. Dragon God Salama. Boom, boom, boom. The time chamber was instantly left in ruins, with countless huge pits appearing on the ground. Son Wukong and Vegeta had to quickly dodge, as the power contained in that golden lightning could easily injure them severely. Rumble. At this moment, outside the time chamber, the time nest was also shaking violently. What's going on? After feeling the intense tremors, Kane's face showed a look of panic, and his eyes scanned the surroundings warily. Could it be that Majin Buu is causing trouble again? Don't worry, Lord Kaioshin, it's just Yi Feng breaking through. He really is an interesting little guy, Bardos said lightly. Looking at the time chamber, just this aura alone can rival that of an angel. And Yi Feng has not yet broken through. Once he does, his strength will surpass my own. Yeah. Yifeng, what is that guy up to again? The god of time, Cain, relaxed her expression slightly. Since it was a commotion caused by Yifeng, there was nothing to worry about. What she was most concerned about was Meichi Capula, who had already regained her peak power. It could be said that she could easily pose a threat to herself. So ever since she saw Meichi Capula, she felt like a startled bird every day. Such strong aura. Mr. Yifeng is simply amazing. Trunk's eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. Mr. Yifeng is definitely his idol and the goal he strives for. Well, Yifeng is indeed very impressive. Sun Wukong also nodded. It can be said without exaggeration that Yifeng is absolutely the strongest warrior he has ever seen, without a doubt. Boom! At that moment, the time chamber suddenly exploded. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were directly blasted out, crashing heavily against the glass walls of the time nest. Fortunately, the glass walls were quite sturdy and did not suffer much damage. At this time, Yifeng stood at the center, surrounded by golden flames and lightning. Then Yifeng let out another powerful roar, and the aura instantly soared into the sky, as his golden hair began to grow longer bit by bit. The golden lightning power slithered through his hair like little snakes. How could he transform into Super Saiyan 3? Seeing the somewhat familiar transformation, Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Because he was most familiar with the transformation of Super Saiyan 3, there was absolutely no mistake. Don't be naive, Kakarot. This is not Super Saiyan 3 at all. Didn't you see the golden lightning surrounding him? Vegeta rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong and said coldly. Although it indeed looked very similar to Super Saiyan 3, it was definitely not the same. The aura of Super Saiyan 3 simply cannot be compared. Now that you mention it, that is indeed the case. Sun Wukong nodded and said to Vegeta. At first glance, it does look very much like Super Saiyan 3, but upon closer inspection, there are many differences. Especially that powerful aura, which absolutely could not belong to Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, Yifeng's golden hair had already reached his waist, with a tuft of bangs in front of his forehead, making his gaze even sharper, surrounded by golden lightning. The difference from Sun Wukong is that Yifeng's eyebrows did not disappear, but remained as they were before. His body appeared even more robust, with every inch of muscle containing terrifying power. Such a strong force has completely undergone a qualitative change. Yifeng clenched his fist and excitedly spoke. This power is unbelievable. What a strong aura. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others stared blankly at Yifeng and said, how can that guy be so strong? He has completely surpassed the gods. Kai's expression was even more shocked, unable to comprehend how a human could be this powerful. Not only has he surpassed the gods, but even I, an angel, have been surpassed. Bardoss said with a faint smile. The power of an angel is something that ordinary gods cannot compare to. However, at this moment, Bardoss could clearly feel that Yifeng's strength had completely surpassed her. Moreover, it should be noted that Yifeng also understands the power of destruction, the power of time and space, and the Ultra Instinct technique. If all of these are considered as combat power, then this guy is incredibly formidable. Just as everyone was in shock, the time nest returned to calm, and Yifeng walked step by step towards the crowd. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited, especially since he had just broken through to Super Saiyan 3. It was only a little over a month ago that he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 during the tournament. This rate of improvement is truly terrifying. This time, being able to break through is really thanks to Mechikabura. Without his training, it would not have been so easy for him to break through. Look at what you've done to my time nest. Cain complained, seeing the changes in Yifeng. However, her eyes sparkled with admiration. After all, strong individuals attract attention and admiration wherever they go. Haha, sorry, I got too excited just now and couldn't control myself. Yifeng smiled and said, to be honest, not destroying the entire nest of time just now was me trying very hard to control my anger. I don't want the High Priest and the Omni King to know how strong I really am, especially my power over the laws. That's something that can't be discovered. And now, he felt uneasy about both Bardoss and Cain. TCH, this is going to cause me trouble for a long time. Cain pouted and said, at this moment, in another parallel dimension, how is Demigra doing? Has he made contact with Mechikabura? A figure towering 9 feet tall, asked Demigra. With pale purple skin, black irises, and crimson pupils, his long black hair flowed down to his waist. 2 long black bone spikes protruded from the joints of his arms, exuding a chilling light. Behind him stood 3 figures that were very similar to Majin Buu, Evil Buu, and Beerus. However, it was evident that their power far surpassed that of Majin Buu and Beerus. Moreover, The group wore grass-green earrings identical to the Patera earrings. I'm very sorry, Lord Dragon God, but this time I did not see Mechikabura, Demigra said, fear evident on his face. He gritted his teeth. Not only had he failed to complete his mission, but he had also been controlled by that human. However, he couldn't tell Salamanda the true purpose of Chapter 209. Has his true goal, to kill the Omni King. Did you not see him? Dragon God Salamanda squinted at Demigra and asked. Yes, because the Dark Demon realm has changed its position. I was unable to find it. Demigra quickly knelt down in fear, speaking with a trembling voice. He didn't dare let Salamanda know about Yi Feng's existence. If Yi Feng were killed, he might also disappear. With even a slight possibility of this happening, he was determined to prevent it. Having lived for billions of years, his life was incredibly precious. You useless fool, Salamanda glanced at Demigra. If he didn't still need Demigra, he would have wanted to erase this incompetent fool directly. All right, I have developed something to resist destructive energy. Follow me. Salamanda said to the others. To kill the Omni King, he must first eliminate his subordinates, the angels and destroyers. His own strength alone was definitely not enough to accomplish this, which was why Demigra and Mal were involved. Once the destructive energy was ineffective against them, those so-called destroyers would become vulnerable. Just as Dragon God Salamanda developed the energy to resist destructive energy, all 12 destroyers of the main timeline were summoned by the Omni King and the High Priest. Therefore, at this moment, only the angels and Supreme Kais were guarding the divine realm and the universe across the 12 universes. After a month, the scheme of the Demon King, Mechikabura, finally unfolded. That is, to have his subordinates first strike from the super universe of the resident timeline, to see how strong the Omni King and his allies are now. Mr. Yi Feng, I wonder if you can hear my voice. If so, I would like to talk to you. When Yi Feng was cultivating in the nest of time, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a very familiar voice. Who could it be? Yi Feng frowned and murmured to himself. However, judging by his voice, it seemed that there was no malice towards himself, and even a hint of reverence. Then, Yi Feng's body directly disappeared from the time house. The next time he appeared, he found himself in a strange space. Haz, is that you? Yi Feng looked at the figure in front of him with some surprise. That's right, this guy is Haz, who was following Meichi Capra a few days ago. It's me, Mr. Yi Feng. Haz respectfully nodded and greeted Yi Feng. Oh, you seem to have become a different person. That kind of hatred and arrogance towards me has completely disappeared. Yi Feng looked at Haz with some surprise and said, this guy seems very sincere now, which makes Yi Feng unsure whether the previous behavior was Haz's true nature or if this is the real him. I'm sorry. I could only act that way because Meichi Capula was present, Haz said to Yi Feng with some guilt. You seem to have something difficult to say. Go ahead. What exactly is your identity and what is your purpose? Yi Feng asked impatiently. He didn't have time to waste with such a minor character, with the great battle approaching. His time was extremely precious. All right, actually, I am a human from Universe 18, the one left behind after being destroyed by the Omni King. Haz tightly clenched his fist, and when he mentioned the Omni King, anger clearly appeared in his eyes. More precisely, it should be described as a deep-seated hatred. What? He's actually a human from Universe 18? Ye Feng sudendi éclamet in surprise. It was hard to believe that Haz was actually a human, and a human from the 18th universe that had been eliminated by the king. This news is indeed very shocking. Yes, I am indeed a surviving human from the 18th universe, Haz nodded and said. Then why are you by Meichi Capula's side? And the magic energy in your body is quite substantial? Yi Feng glanced at Haz and said, although he was somewhat shocked just now, he was still half convinced by Haz's words. This guy doesn't seem like a human at all. Because I want revenge, I want to kill the king of all. I want to commit divine murder. Madness and hatred appeared in Haz's eyes. That bastard, the king of all, actually destroyed his own universe with just a flick of his finger. Everyone in the entire universe had no idea what they did wrong and was wiped out just like that. Every time he thought of that feeling of despair, his conviction became even stronger. He must kill the king of all, liberate all humanity, and let everyone truly gain freedom. Not just disappear without a trace at the flick of a finger. A madman talking nonsense. Do you really think you can kill the king of all? Do you believe that with just a flick of my finger, I can turn people to ashes? Also, I work for the king of all. Do you know what it means to tell me your purpose? Ye Feng, just relying on Haz's desire to kill the all-king alone, I could kill him myself. Of course, that is theoretically speaking. You are also human, and I hope you can help me. Haz suddenly bowed to Yi Feng and pleaded. Although he had this idea, he realized that he couldn't achieve such a major task as killing the All-King on his own. So he voluntarily allied himself with Micah Capula from the Dark Demon realm. because they shared the same enemy. It doesn't matter whose subordinate he is, as his goal is to eliminate the All-King and restore true freedom to everyone. On one hand, he wants to take revenge for the erased universe. On the other hand, he likes humans, Nua Zhao Zhao, and doesn't want other universes to go through the same tragedy again. Don't be foolish. Do you think allying with Mecha Capula could defeat the All-King? Yi Feng could see the hatred and sincerity in Haz's eyes. It was clear that he was not lying. But his thoughts were too far-fetched. Killing the All-King? No amount of cultivation over billions of years could achieve that. The moment I saw you, I knew that Mecha Capura could not defeat the All-King, because he couldn't even defeat you. This is also the reason I came to seek your help. I can see that you are equally dissatisfied with the All-King's tyranny and love humanity just as much. Has said firmly to Yi Feng. TCH, don't judge me with your thoughts. I'm not as foolish as you. Yi Feng's expression suddenly turned cold as he said to Haz. It is true that he is dissatisfied with the king of all, but loving humanity? Screw that. I only love myself. Chapter 210 System Task. Dual Cultivation with Bestows. Mr. Yi Feng, you are also human. Can you really bear to watch a universe being destroyed for no reason? Has clenched his fist and looked at Yi Feng, asking. If it doesn't threaten me, I won't care. Yi Feng said faintly, the king of all. That is still an unattainable existence for me. How easy is it to kill the king of all? At least I can now recognize my own position. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. Seeing Yi Feng's gaze, Haz also stopped clinging on. Since that's the case, we have different paths and cannot work together. I misjudged Yi Feng. It's fine, but I still advise you to be a bit smarter. You are too weak right now, not even comparable to a finger of the king of all. Yi Feng spoke up softly to remind him. Although he didn't like humans as much as Haz did, after hearing his words, he seemed to have developed a slight fondness for them. At the very least, it far surpassed the likes of Fu and the self-righteous Zamasu. Thanks for the reminder. I'll take my leave now. Haz clearly seemed somewhat disappointed before vanishing from Yi Feng's sight. He had originally hoped to find a true ally, but now it appeared that the long road ahead would still have to be walked alone. So it seems this Haz is also a pitiable soul. Yi Feng glanced at Haz and said, since he had watched a few episodes of Dragon Ball Heroes before, he had seen Haz a few times. He always thought this guy should be similar to Frieza and Zamasu, just another self-righteous person. It seems now that there is quite a big gap between them. He just hopes that Haz can listen to him and not naively seek out the Omni King. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how he died. After that, Yi Feng returned to the Time Nest. His next goal was very clear and simple. That was to solidify his Super Saiyan 3 strength, and, on that basis, let Bardock teach him to master the Ultra Instinct. A few days ago, he heard Bardock say that Ultra Instinct is no longer something that needs to be consciously executed like perfected Ultra Instinct. Instead, it's about maintaining the state of Ultra Instinct at all times. In that case, it would be a perfect combination of Super Saiyan 3 and Ultra Instinct. By then, his strength would definitely reach new heights. After returning to the Time Nest, Yi Feng happened to run into Kaishin Kane. Yi Feng, I was just looking for you about something. Kane suddenly said to Yi Feng. Oh, I've never seen you so serious before. Speak up, what is it? Yi Feng looked at the serious-faced Kain and asked, regarding our mission this time. Our goal is to stop Mecha Capura and the Dragon God Salama. However, right now, we not only failed to stop Mecha Capura, but also allowed him to regain his peak power. This time, our mission has failed completely. At this moment, Kain seemed like a different person, with a very serious expression. Failed. Ye Feng similet faintly. For him, there was no failure, and everything was under his control. So next, our goal is the Dragon God Salama, and this time we must succeed. We must stop Salama from becoming stronger. Kain said to Yi Feng, if there is another mishap this time, it would be a catastrophic disaster for all universes and all timelines. These two guys, after regaining their power, will definitely become stronger than before. All right, then I'll go and train properly for a month. Yi Feng simply responded faintly, a month? Does it really take that long? I have a very bad feeling lately, perhaps related to Dragon God Salama. Kain suddenly asked, a month seems a bit too long. Is it really long? Do you think with our current strength, we can handle Dragon God Salama? Yi Feng turned his head and stared at Kai Jun, asking. This little girl seems to still be unaware of the real problem. Even if the Dragon God Salama's strength has been greatly reduced, he is still quite formidable. The reason I went to find Mechi Capula last time was that I was relatively familiar with Mechi Capula. Moreover, I have 2 Dark Dragon Balls in my possession, which is leverage. However, I have no understanding of how to deal with the Dragon God Salama, so I absolutely will not take such a dangerous action. All right then, you should focus on your training. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Kai In could only nod. Yes, if I go to find the dragon god Salama. I simply don't have the strength to deal with him. In the end, it would all depend on Yifeng alone. If he fails, then all of us could be killed. Yifeng's worries were completely justified. Then Yifeng walked into the time house. At this moment, the time house had already been repaired by Kane. Back again, after returning to the time house, Yifeng suddenly discovered that bestows was also in the time house. Huh? How'd you get here? Yifeng looked at bestows with some surprise and asked. Because in the past few months, bestows had never come to the time house. Don't you want to learn the ultimate freedom technique? I can start teaching you right now. Bestows smiled sweetly at Yifeng and said, I was just about to ask you. I didn't expect you to understand me so well. After hearing bestows' words, Yifeng smiled and said that he indeed planned to learn the ultimate freedom technique with bestows this time. Of course, I am your angel, bestows said playfully with a rare smile. It must be said that bestows is indeed very beautiful, especially when she stands up. Her small lips make one unable to resist. In the past, Yifeng was quite concerned about bestows' age, but now, with such strength, age no longer seemed that important. Ding. System task released. Please complete dual cultivation with bestows within a month. Task deadline. 1 month. Task duration. 24 hours. Just then, the system's electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang out. Yifeng instinctively froze for a moment. What? Cultivating with Bardas? What kind of ridiculous task is this? And what's even more absurd is that the task duration is 24 hours. It really doesn't treat me like a human at all. Chapter 211. Fu's secret plan has already begun. After the system issued the task, it vanished without a trace, leaving Yifeng with a bewildered expression. What kind of task is this? Why does it feel so unserious? The previous system was quite serious. The tasks were all relatively normal. How did it end up with such a task this time? Hey, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Bardas suddenly asked. It's nothing. Let's get started. Yifeng glanced at bestows with some embarrassment, feeling a sense of guilt as if he were a thief. However, he couldn't help but admire bestows. Her well-proportioned figure and perfect face made her a true beauty. But trying to win over bestows and complete the task assigned by the system within a month was not an easy feat after all. Angels had lived for billions of years, and they wouldn't easily fall in love. Although his strength was slightly greater than bestows's, he absolutely couldn't use force. If the high priest and the king of all found out, it would be quite troublesome. Sigh. This system task is indeed a bit challenging. All right, let's get started. Bestows nodded, feeling that Yifeng was acting a bit strange today, but she couldn't pinpoint what was off. The ultimate freedom technique mainly involves following the method. And to reach the pinnacle of this technique, the first thing to do is forget oneself and return to the universe. Every cell in your body must calm down and feel everything in the universe's space-time. When you can achieve this, you'll have almost entered the realm of the ultimate freedom technique. Bestows patiently explained to Yifeng. I'll try my best. Yifeng nodded and said to bestows. Although he didn't fully understand what was being said, and it sounded quite difficult, he believed he could still reach that level. The main thing was to calm down and allow himself to return to the entire universe. Then he could feel the slightest changes in the universe. It didn't seem too difficult to say, but it was definitely not easy to do. Indeed, 2 years had already passed in the time house. Meanwhile, over 20 days had passed outside. At this time, Haz and the others had successfully entered the main timeline. They had even created a prison planet in the main timeline specifically to monitor those who disrupt the timeline. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, I need both of you to carry out a mission this time. The Supreme Kaioken said seriously to Son Goku and Vegeta. What mission? Vegeta asked coldly. The guy named Fu who followed Mechikabura to the time nest last time has caused disruptions in other timelines. He seems to have captured many powerful beings from various timelines. Your mission is to investigate Fu's true intentions. Kain said very seriously to Son Goku and Vegeta. Since Fu is a subordinate of Mechikabura, this dangerous character must be treated with extra caution. He is currently capturing a large number of universe judges in other timelines, and he must have some bad plans. Those guys from last time? They seemed quite strong. Son Goku thought for a moment and said, the ones who followed Mechikabura last time were indeed very powerful. It would certainly be quite good to be able to fight them. Remember, your main objective is to investigate Fu's true intentions. Do not engage in battle unless absolutely necessary. Understood? Kain reminded Son Goku and Vegeta again. She knew that these guys loved to fight. They were practically battle maniacs. Vegeta snorted coldly and disappeared into the black hole ahead. I'll keep that in mind for now. Son Goku nodded and said to Kain, all right, you must be careful. Remember to inform me of any situation. Although I may not be able to help much, Yifeng definitely can. Kain said seriously. The current situation was becoming increasingly chaotic, leaving no room for carelessness. At this moment, in the God of Destruction realm of Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku and Vegeta were undergoing training with Whis. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the God of Destruction realm. Oh, it seems we have a guest. Whis stopped his movements and looked at the newcomer. The person had light purple skin, gold-rimmed glasses, white hair tied back, and a long sword at his waist. Who is that? Son Goku and Vegeta were surprised and asked. They knew that not just anyone could casually enter the God of Destruction's planet. Those who could come here were all-powerful beings. If it weren't for Whis, the two of them wouldn't have been able to reach the God of Destruction realm. It looks like someone from the demon realm. Haven't they disappeared for over 1 billion years? How could they appear here? Whis said with some confusion. Moreover, these guys are so audacious as to openly enter the God of Destruction realm. They are quite arrogant. And now that Lord Beerus is not here as an angel, I cannot directly intervene. What? The demon realm? I've never heard of it. Son Goku scratched his head, looking puzzled. Idiot. Have you forgotten about Majin Buu and Demon King Dabura? Vegeta suddenly reminded coldly. Majin Buu and Dabura are typical demons, but their strength is rather average. All right, Buu and Dabura are indeed from the demon realm. The Supreme Kai mentioned that Dabura is the Demon King. Son Goku soudainly recaled. But that Demon King was too weak. He could easily be killed by his Super Saiyan 2 form. Hello, Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta. At that moment, Fu walked directly in front of Son Goku and Vegeta, greeting them with a friendly face, completely ignoring the angel Whis. What? This guy actually knows us? Both Son Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, finding it hard to believe. They didn't recognize this person at all. Hey, who are you? How do you know us? Vegeta coldly stared at Fu and asked. This guy, since he is from the demon realm, must be treated with caution, and he felt a sense of discomfort emanating from Fu's body. Chapter 212. Super Blue vs. Super 4. In response to Vegeta's question, Fu simply said, because I am good friends with Trunks, and he is currently trapped in a prison. If you want to save him, come with me. After Fu's voice fell, he had already disappeared from the God of Destruction realm. What is going on? Son Goku looked bewildered, completely unaware of what had happened. Trunks has been captured? Which Trunks are you talking about? Whis, do you know what's going on? Son Goku turned to Whis and asked. I don't know what happened. Whis smiled and said to Son Goku. Even if he really knew, he couldn't tell Son Goku and Vegeta. Don't worry about that for now, Kakarot. Since Trunks is in danger, whether it's dangerous or not, we should go take a look. Vegeta said anxiously. No matter which timeline's Trunks it was, he was still his son, so he had to take care of it. You're right, Vegeta. Let's go now. Son Goku no dead. If Gohan and Goten were in danger, they would definitely do the same. Soon, Son Goku directly searched for the energy signature of Fu and instantly teleported to it. In the next moment, the two arrived on a massive planet. Or rather, it was not just a planet, but several planets bound together by huge chains. It looked just like a prison. What? Where's this place? Son Goku and Vegeta surveyed their surroundings in shock, staring at the thick iron chains above them. Hey Kakarot, can you feel that? What are these two energy signatures? Vegeta suddenly furrowed his brow and looked at Son Goku, because they sensed two very familiar energy signatures. I can feel it. Sun Wukong also nodded seriously, and at that moment, two figures wrapped in white flames flew towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. What is going on with those two? When Sun Wukong saw the newcomers, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Vegeta felt the same way, because the two figures flying towards them were none other than Sun Wukong and Vegeta themselves. Although they were dressed differently, their appearances were almost identical. I don't know, but it feels like they aren't good people. Vegeta said coldly. They look exactly like us. There must be some kind of conspiracy. Just then, the other two Sun Wukongs and Vegetas appeared in front of the time-traveling Sun Wukong and Vegeta. What is going on with them? Vegeta asked the time-traveling Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Clearly, they were also trapped on the prison planet. Sun Wukong replied calmly. This prison planet is easy to enter, but getting out is extremely difficult. They have tried many methods, but they simply cannot break through the barrier of this planet. Hey Kakarot, since the two of us can't break through with our power, maybe the four of us can. After Vegeta said this, he looked at the time-traveling Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Although they didn't seem too strong, they shouldn't be too weak either, right? You're right, Vegeta. Sun Wukong also glanced at the time-traveling Sun Wukong and Vegeta and said. Then, the two of them tightly clenched their fists, and a terrifying golden aura erupted from their bodies. They instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Their bodies were covered in red fur, looking quite robust. What kind of transformation is this? Sun Wukong looked at Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong and Vegeta in surprise, muttering to himself, "Is this also a Saiyan transformation? Why have I and Vegeta not reached this transformation at all? Could it be a higher level transformation? I don't know, but it doesn't seem very strong." Vegeta said calmly, "It looks pretty cool, but I wonder how strong their fighting power is. It seems they want to fight. Let us go, Vegeta." After Sun Wukong's voice fell, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, because since the last tournament of power ended, he suddenly couldn't use his Ultra Instinct technique anymore. It seems he needs to practice more for a while. Almost in an instant, the four of them directly engaged in battle. Bang bang. The moment the four collided, their bodies separated and then landed back in their original positions. Oh, it seems that the versions of us from other timelines are quite powerful. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta said to Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong beside him. Those two guys may not have any detectable energy fluctuations, but they are indeed very strong. Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong nodded and said seriously. So next, Kamehameha Ultimate. Almost in an instant, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Sun Wukong unleashed their strongest attacks. Kamehameha Wave Ultimate. Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta used the same attack against the two opponents. Boom! The moment the energy waves collided, a terrifying force directly cracked the ground, spreading cracks in all directions. This clash of energy waves lasted for half a minute, and the four of them were directly pushed back. Clearly, in this confrontation, they did not gain any advantage. As expected, they still can't break through, right? Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong raised his head and looked at the intact barrier above, frowning tightly. He originally thought that with the combined power of the four of them, they could shatter the barrier, but it seems that is not the case. If that is the case, the two of them want to be able to report the situation of the prison planet to King Kai. Hey, who are you two exactly? At this moment, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta looked at the two and asked. These two are also very powerful, difficult to deal with. We're the Sun Wukong and Vegeta from another timeline. Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong answered. However, he was thinking about how to leave this place. Chapter 213. Conquering the Angel Bardos, another timeline? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were initially taken aback, but they quickly understood. Perhaps like future Trunks, they come from other future timelines or parallel timelines. Their strength is acceptable and does not tarnish my name, Vegeta. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta said coldly while looking at Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. This guy's strength is not weaker than his own. Ignorant. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta curled his lips and glanced at Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. By the way, are you here to rescue Trunks as well? Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong asked Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong and Vegeta, because they were brought here by that Fu, saying that Trunks was under control. I wonder why they appeared here? Trunks? No, we came here to investigate Fu's intentions. However, the situation is a bit dire now. I can't get out of this space at all. Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong frowned and said to Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong, "What? Who the hell is Fu?" Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta asked curiously, feeling that this guy was particularly strong. "I'll tell you when I have time." Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong said. Right now, they cannot waste time and must break this space quickly to leave. Just then, Fu's figure suddenly appeared in front of the four of them. "Oh, not bad. You four are quite interesting samples. Time-space patrolman, you think you can shatter this space with the impact of your battles? That's impossible," Fu said with a smug smile, clearly satisfied with his creation. "You bastard, don't get too carried away." Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong shot an energy ball at Fu. However, Fu lightly swatted it away, and the energy ball was sent flying. I already sensed that this bastard wasn't a good person. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta frowned and said to Sun Wukong, "Hey, you just said Trunks was locked up somewhere?" Sun Wukong looked at Fu, asking seriously. "Trunks is right here on this planet. You can go look for him. By the way, if you want to leave this place, you can only find the Dragon Balls." After Frieza's voice fell, it directly disappeared into space. That bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and said angrily, "This guy's just too arrogant. Hey Kakarot, let's quickly find Trunks." Vegeta turned to Son Goku and said, what he was most worried about was Trunks. Once they found Trunks, he would definitely give that bastard Frieza a good beating. "Let's go." Son Goku no did. And then the two of them disappeared from the spot. Soon, Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku and Vegeta also vanished from the place. They needed to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. Meanwhile, while Frieza was causing chaos in the main timeline, Yifeng had been in the time chamber for almost a year. 1 month outside equated to 3 years inside the time chamber. At that moment, Yifeng and Bardos were constantly sparring and training. You really are a genius. In just 3 years, you've mastered the pinnacle of the ultimate instinct technique. Bardos pides Yifeng. Is that so? I feel like 3 years is already a long time. Yifeng smiled lightly and directly pulled Badass into his arms. He originally thought that the mischievous system was just playing with him. How could anything happen with Badass in just a month's time? But now it seemed that there might still be a chance. Hey, I'm an angel, you know. Badass, being hugged by Yifeng, felt her fair face flush slightly and said to him, "An angel? So what?" Yifeng looked down at Bados and smiled as he spoke. In the past, he was quite concerned about age, but with the improvement of his strength, age no longer posed any problem. Especially among angels, Bados' current age is not considered very large. And she's like a youthful girl among angels. Aren't you afraid that the Grand Priest will find out and punish you? Bados spoke again. To be honest, the fact that Yifeng could hold her means that she still holds a place for him in her heart. However, at the same time, she is also quite worried. If the Grand Priest were to blame her, it would be troublesome. After all, angels are not allowed to think about such things before fulfilling their duties. What is there to be afraid of? When the time comes, I will naturally explain it to your father-in-law. After Yifeng finished speaking, he pressed his lips directly against Bados. Although the High Priest was indeed very terrifying, he believed that he would soon possess the ability to no longer fear them. Suddenly, a layer of golden aura appeared around the two of them, enveloping them within. Tick-tock, time passed little by little. A day quickly went by. After a full 24 hours, the layer of golden energy barrier that enveloped Yifeng and Bados in the time house completely disappeared. At this moment, both of their faces were slightly flushed, clearly indicating that they had engaged in something unknown, especially Bados, who exuded a particularly alluring aura. From today onwards, you are mine, Bados. Yifeng, Taiti, Hugit Bados, and began to speak. This feeling was quite nice. First, Bados was indeed very beautiful, and he liked her a lot. Second, Bados was an angel, and being able to win her over greatly satisfied his vanity. Men are like that. Most of them are. The road ahead might be very, very difficult. Bados looked at Yifeng and said with some concern, because her identity did not allow her to have feelings for anyone. Now, not only did she have feelings for a human, but she also, if her father found out about this, she didn't know what kind of punishment she would face. Don't worry. With me here, you don't have to worry about anything. Yifeng looked at the worried expression on Bados' face and spoke to comfort her. If the High Priest really wanted to intervene, then it would have to go all out. Chapter 214. Facing the two women, an awkward situation. Although it happened a bit suddenly, Bados had now become his woman. And as a man, he naturally had to protect her. Now, there was one more person to protect. Yifeng thought to himself. Although angels might seem incredibly powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, they're completely insignificant to the High Priest and the All-King. Once the rules of the angels are violated, one will be immediately eliminated. If he wants to protect Bados, he must possess power that surpasses that of the High Priest or the All-King. The road ahead is long and arduous. It seems that he still has a long way to go. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Establish a relationship with Bados within 1 month and maintain it for 24 hours. System reward, devouring power. Just at that moment, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Devouring power? Yifeng felt a bit doubtful. What kind of ability is this devouring power? But it sounds quite strong. Host, in simple terms, the devouring power is a force that allows you to absorb the abilities and energy of others, the system explained, clearly aware of Yifeng's thoughts. Absorb the abilities and energy of others? Hearing the system's voice, Yifeng took a sharp breath. That's too abnormal. So, if I devour the demon realm's 850th king, Micah Capula, I'll possess his magical power and spells? If I devour the entire king, does that mean I can obtain a higher level of rule power? Thinking of this, Yifeng's face showed an excited expression. If that's the case, does that mean I'm already invincible? As long as I devour these big figures, I'll be in an invincible state. Host, don't celebrate too early. You can only devour those with lower strength than you. As for Micah Capula, the High Priest, and the entire king, you cannot devour them for now. The system's electronic synthesized voice rang out again. Is that so? It doesn't matter, little by little. As long as I devour enough people, my strength will definitely increase. Yifeng was not discouraged. If he could swallow the High Priest and the Omni King from the very beginning, wouldn't this game be a bit too monotonous? Hey, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yifeng's ever-changing expression, Bados asked. It's nothing, just thinking of some happy things. Yifeng replied lightly with a smile after hearing Battos's voice. All right, but speaking of which, Lazuli should be your woman too, right? Have you thought about how to explain this to her? Battos suddenly asked. Although she didn't care that Yifeng had 2 women, if she did, she wouldn't have any relationship with him at all. She could manage not to care, but Lazuli might not be able to. After all, she was Yifeng's first woman, so it wouldn't be easy for her. It might be a bit troublesome. But don't worry, I'll handle this matter. Yifeng held Bardos in his arms and spoke. Although he knew that Razli would not easily accept the situation. Since things had developed to this point, he had to tell her the truth. Having crossed over to the Dragon Ball world, it was impossible for him to remain ordinary. Which man, after gaining absolute power and ability, could maintain his independence? If there is, that must be a lie. Remaining untouched amidst a sea of flowers is just talk. You definitely didn't consider that at the time. But I must tell you, having a relationship with you means I will completely give up my identity as an angel. If you dare to be irresponsible towards me, I won't let you off the hook. Bardos looked at Yifeng and said, Don't worry, I'm not the kind of heartless person who would abandon someone. Yifeng smiled, kissed Battos's forehead, and said, If I can't even handle 2 women, that must be too low, right? All right, let's go out first. Yifeng glanced at Bajuos and said, What needs to come will come, and what needs to be faced must be faced, even though I haven't figured out the words yet. But when soldiers come, we will block them. When water comes, we will cover it with earth. Bajuos nodded, and then the 2 walked out of the time house. The door of the time house was suddenly opened, and Yifeng and Bajuos walked out. At that moment, Razli was waiting outside. When she saw Yifeng and Bajuos, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. As a woman, Razli immediately noticed the change in Bajuos. It was a very subtle transformation, the change from girl to woman. Although considering Bajuos' age, she could no longer be called a girl. However, that transformation was exactly the same. In the Spirit Time house, there were only the 2 of them, and one could easily guess what had happened. You guys are out. It really has been a long time, Razli said with a forced smile, addressing Yifeng and Bajuos. Yes, we're out. Yifeng nodded, seeing Razli's forced smile. He suddenly felt that Razli seemed to already know. Razli, I have something important to tell you. Yifeng gritted his teeth and nervously opened his mouth to speak to Lazili. He really didn't know how to start, especially when he saw Lazili's strong smile. He suddenly felt like a big bad guy. He didn't know how to begin. 1 second, 2 seconds, a full 5 seconds passed, and Yifeng still hadn't organized his words. How should he say such a thing? The feeling right now was probably like a man who has cheated and has been caught by his wife, not knowing how to explain. Oh dear, why are you hesitating? It's nothing, Lazili. He probably just wants to talk about how he has mastered the ultimate skill. TCH, really useless. What is there to be embarrassed about? Seeing Yifeng hesitate for a long time without speaking, Battos suddenly stepped forward and smiled as she spoke. Yifeng looked at Battos with some guilt, then took a deep breath. Since it was done, he had to admit it. After all, he was a man. Lazili, that's how it is. Chapter 2:15. Heading to the first time space to meet Dragon God Salama. Yifeng hadn't spoken yet. He saw Lazili give Yifeng a glare, then directly ran up to Battos. You don't need to say anything. Actually, I've always really liked Sister Battos, Lazili suddenly said with a smile. This action instantly left both Battos and Yifeng looking confused. You know, Battos asked, looking at Lazili with some surprise. Of course I know. All your affairs are written all over your faces. I'm not a fool, Lazili replied with a smile, though there was much bitterness hidden in that smile. So what if I know? It seems like I can only play the fool. I'm sorry, this matter isn't as you imagine, Battos said apologetically to Lazili. Anyway, the 2 of them are now in a very clear relationship. It really is a bit unfair for me to just insert myself in like this without any warning. Oh, I already said it's fine. I knew that guy wasn't honest long ago, Lazili said, glaring fiercely at Yifeng. A man so outstanding makes me feel a bit overshadowed. So it's not surprising that something like this happened. I'm sorry, Lazili, I really never thought about hurting you, but my good feelings for Battos are real. Yifeng spoke to Lotzi Li with deep emotion. Of course, aren't most scumbags like this when they deceive young girls? I had already anticipated that there would be such a day. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Lotzi Li said faintly. Since it has come to this, what can be done? We can only accept it. No. Lotzi Li paused, glaring fiercely at Yifeng, and said, If you dare to hide this kind of thing from me again, I will definitely not spare you. Don't worry, I won't dare to do it again. Hearing Lotzi Li's words, Yifeng quickly smiled and said, although Lotzi Li might not feel good inside, it was clear that she had accepted this matter. From now on, I can only try to make it up to her as much as possible. Sister Battos, how about we deal with him together then? Lotzi Li then turned to Bestows and said, if he dares to bully you again, I won't let him off either. Bestows quickly replied. It seems that Lotzi Li in front of him is much stronger than he imagined, and it seems she has already accepted this matter. Oh, all right. I'm almost starving to death. Let's quickly find something to eat. Seeing that the relationship between the two seemed quite good, Yifeng directly walked over and wrapped his arms around the waist of the two girls, then smiled cheekily and said, knowing that Lotzi Li is so understanding, I don't need to think of so many excuses. During mealtime, Cain once again spoke to Yifeng. Yifeng, now that you have trained enough, shouldn't we discuss the matter of Dragon God Salama? Cain looked at Yifeng and said, women, as a species, are born with sharp intuition. Cain clearly noted the improper relationship among the three of them. Dragon God Salama? Yifeng stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I should indeed go meet that guy. Hearing Yifeng's words, Salama quickly asked, are you confident that you could defeat Salama now? Looking at Yifeng, he seemed very determined, so it should be about right. What are you thinking? That guy's not easy to deal with. Yifeng gave Cain a big eye roll and said, although I haven't fought with Salama, just thinking about it, Dragon God Salama, being the former high priest, must definitely possess extraordinary strength. Even though his power has been greatly reduced due to being sealed, he is still not to be underestimated. All right, first tell me about Salama's situation, and by the way, do you know Salama's location now? Yifeng put a pudding in his mouth and asked Cain. Of course, I am the king of time. There is nothing I don't know, Cain said proudly. This world is divided into 9 main timelines, and the Omni King and the Grand Priest are in the 6th timeline. As for the Dragon God Salam, he is currently in the 1st timeline, Cain explained briefly. The 1st timeline? Yifeng was not particularly interested in these timelines. However, since the Dragon God Salama was in the 1st timeline, he naturally became more interested in it. It can also be considered a parallel timeline, but the 1st timeline is on a much larger scale. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Earth in that timeline could easily rival a universe. Cain explained. What? Yifeng was suddenly startled. Is one Earth equivalent to one universe? Is this a joke? It's really hard to suppress this. Perhaps that is the real Earth? By the way, since you know that the Dragon God Salama isn't the first time in space, then the High Priest and the Omni King must know as well. If they go there, they could probably eliminate Salama in an instant. Why don't they go and instead want to deal with him? Yifeng asked seriously, feeling like he was being treated as a free thug. You think it's that simple? It's all because the Omni King is restricted. He can't just casually go to another time and space. That would violate the rules. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Omni King and the Grand Priest are powerful and hold prestigious positions. They're also bound by the limitations of time and space. Cain proudly said to Yifeng, the Grand Priest and the Omni King are restricted, but as for the God of Time, they can freely appear in any time and space. Look at how smug you are. Yifeng gave Cain a big eye roll. He always felt that the King and the High Priest definitely had the ability to travel through time and space. But for some reason, they just didn't want to take action themselves. Well, since we've finished eating, let's go. Yifeng looked at Kai-In and said, since that's the case, let's head to the first time space. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious. Kai-In, with an excited expression, responded, Chapter 216, The Challenge of the Punchman, Kuai-Yu. As she spoke, she had already opened a huge time-space black hole in front of several people. Let's go. This is the time-space wormhole connecting to the first time space. But there are many powerful and extraordinary individuals in the first time space, so you must be careful. Kai-In explained to Yifeng. This guy is the most worrisome one. Shouldn't you be the one to be careful? Yifeng looked at Cain and said, with Mai and Bestows' strength, we don't need to be overly cautious. The one who should really be careful is her. Then the 4 of them jumped and directly dove into the wormhole. Soon, they appeared in the so-called first time in space. Is this the first time in space? It doesn't seem to have any powerful aura at all. Yifeng looked around and then said, I don't feel the evil aura of Dragon God Salama, nor do I sense any divine energy. There are only a few ordinary auras, probably from some of the top humans on this earth. At that moment, in a not-so-spacious rental room, a little bald man dressed in a very plain yellow superhero outfit suddenly frowned and spoke. Genos, do you feel it? Yes, teacher, several extremely powerful energies. If they are monsters, their disaster level has reached God level. Genos said in fear. How is that possible? How can there be such strong monsters? God level? That's an unimaginable level of power. Let's go take a look. I feel my blood starting to boil. Perhaps this time, I can have a thrilling battle. The bald-caped hero's eyes suddenly showed excitement. It's been years since I've dealt with all the monsters by myself. Even those opponents I used my serious combo punches against didn't make me feel any excitement. I could say I've reached a level where I have no rivals. And now, this feeling of blood boiling is something I've never experienced before. Yes, teacher. Genos nodded, then directly followed the bald, caped hero out of the rental room. It seems some friends are coming towards us, Bardas said. Of course, but their auras seem very weak. The aura I've never felt before doesn't seem to belong to Earth's Z warriors. Yifeng nodded and said, because he had felt the energy of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin on Earth, but the energies of those approaching him were completely different. Moreover, they were very different. To be honest, Yifeng had no interest at all in such a level of beings. Kaijun, can you find the location of the dragon god Salama now? Yifeng looked at Kaiyan and suddenly asked. He was only interested in the dragon god Salama and the evil gods under him. As for the little fellows coming closer to him, he had no interest at all. The first dimension is much larger than other dimensions, and I can't fight for Salama's position right now. Kaiyan said awkwardly. Damn, useless teammate. Yifeng rolled his eyes at Kaiyan. Aside from not being able to sense the aura of Salamander, he couldn't even feel the aura of Sun Wukong and the others. How strange. Could it be that Sun Wukong and the others have already been killed by the dragon god Salamander? Whoosh. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng and the others. What? These guys look familiar. Yifeng looked at the newcomers and suddenly expressed some surprise. There were a total of 6 people, from right to left. The bald hero Saitama in a cloak, the handsome robot Genos, the straw hat guy Luffy, followed by Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha. On the far left was Ichigo Kurosaki. What is going on? How could other anime protagonists just barge in? Yifeng stared blankly at the 6 people in front of him. There was Saitama and Genos from One Punch Man. There was Luffy from One Piece. Naruto and Sasuke from Naruto, and even Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach had appeared. Hey, what is going on? Yifeng looked at Kane and asked, logically speaking, these guys shouldn't even be able to appear in the Dragon Ball world. Even if the time and space have changed, this is still the Dragon Ball world. Oh, what's going on? From their appearance, they should just be slightly stronger Earthlings, right? Kane didn't understand what Yifeng meant and replied calmly. Yifeng thought for a moment and realized that Kane didn't know who Saitama, Naruto, and Luffy were. This is interesting. A battle royale of anime? He then looked curiously at the few people in front of him and muttered to himself, Hey, who are you? At that moment, Naruto suddenly asked from across the way. Yeah, who are you? Saitama also asked excitedly. The guy in front of him was just too strong, and he couldn't help but feel excited. You better not have any ill intentions, or my Tensa Zangetsu might cut you into 1,000 pieces. Ichigo Kurosaki said coldly to Yifeng. It was really exciting to suddenly have so many companions appear. Luffy looked around at everyone and said excitedly, Me? I am a human who transcends gods. Yifeng spoke elegantly and gentlemanly to the crowd in front of him. Indeed, he was a man who transcended gods. His body contained an immeasurable amount of chakra. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Yifeng and spoke in a low tone. This guy is incredibly strong. No matter who it is, let us have a fight. After the voice of the bald hero Saitama fell, the atmosphere became serious. Then, with a push of his right foot against the ground exploded, and at the same time, Saitama directly threw a punch at Yifeng. What a fast speed. This bald guy is not simple. Is this the full power of a teacher? The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Luffy, Naruto, and Genos looked at each other in surprise. Just now, Saitama's speed had indeed reached a limit. They couldn't even see Saitama's shadow. Bang! In the next moment, Saitama's fist heavily struck Yifeng's chest, producing a deep sound. Chapter 217, Time-Space Son Goku and Vegeta. What? Saitama was instantly taken aback because his fist felt like it had hit a steel plate, yielding no results at all. One Punch Man, is this all the strength you have just scratching my itch? Yifeng lowered his head and looked at Saitama, then spoke. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but Saitama's punch was simply too weak. It couldn't even be considered a tickle. No, it was impossible. That guy actually took a punch from the teacher head on. Genos said with a shocked expression. He was very clear about the teacher's strength. Even a monster rated as dragon level could be easily defeated by the teacher. However, just now, that guy had taken a punch from the teacher and was completely unscathed, not even moving an inch. This was incredibly shocking for him. That new guy is just too strong. At this moment, Naruto, Luffy, Ichigo Kurosaki, and others also showed expressions of shock. They could clearly feel that the bald man's strength was very powerful. However, such immense power did not cause him any harm, which indeed exceeded their expectations. It seems you were even stronger than I imagined. Saitama, after failing to achieve results with his punch, was not overly surprised. Instead, he took a few steps back and said to Yifeng, "Of course, my strength is definitely beyond what you can imagine, because we are not even in the same dimension." Yifeng smiled faintly and said to Saitama, "Although Saitama is an absolute protagonist in One Punch Man, and his strength is incredibly powerful, almost unbeatable, in the Dragon Ball world, his power seems somewhat insignificant. Don't jump to conclusions. I haven't gone all out either. Next, I'll show you my ultimate move, the Serious Series, repeated jumps." After Saitama's voice fell, his body began to jump back and forth at an astonishing speed, creating dozens of afterimages in an instant. Of course, this speed is only relatively fast. For someone like Genos or Luffy, it's quite fast. However, for Yifeng, this speed is hardly noteworthy. In the next second, Saitama suddenly charged towards Yifeng. Boom! Then, a low, deep sound was heard. Saitama was sent flying, his body heavily embedded into the rock wall opposite. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even see Yifeng throw a punch. Such incredible speed and power. Saitama's brows furrowed tightly. After being attacked just once, he felt as if the power within him had been completely sealed. He couldn't muster any strength. Such a huge gap. It completely shattered his confidence and the excitement he felt earlier. Although he was somewhat unwilling to believe it, this guy in front of him was truly too strong. Just as he said, there seemed to be a dimensional gap between them. "Teacher?" Genos looked at Saitama. Then a look of anger appeared on his face. "The opponent is very strong. Let us all attack together." After Luffy said this, he formed hand seals and directly activated Gear 4th, his entire body turning black. A shining golden X symbol appeared on his chest, and his body grew as tall as a small mountain. Naruto also transformed into Ninetales mode, and the chakra within him surged wildly. Ichigo Kurosaki's Tensa Zangetsu was surrounded by purple energy. In the next second, several of them charged towards Yifeng, and Uchiha Sasuke also launched an attack on Yifeng using his Sharingan. Boring. Although you are all overlords in your own realms, before me, your power is simply too weak. After Yifeng fell behind, he gently swung his right hand, sending everyone flying out. Even a casual strike had already caused Naruto, Luffy, and the others to lose their strength. This bastard is too powerful. Just as he said, his strength might have already surpassed that of a god. Ichigo Kurosaki covered his chest and said in a low voice, "This is definitely the most troublesome opponent I've ever encountered. Far stronger than Aizen. Hey, we didn't come here just to bully weaklings, right?" Seeing the fallen and incapacitated people on the ground, Kane reminded Yifeng, "I know that, but can you find Salama?" Yifeng glanced at Kane and coldly asked, "To defeat Salama, we first need to find him. If we can't even locate him, how can we defeat him?" The energy from them couldn't be felt on Earth at all. It seems that Dragon God Salama and the others are hiding on other planets in the universe, Kane concluded. But this universe is simply too vast. If Salama is hiding on other planets, I wouldn't be able to find him at all. Just then, Yifeng suddenly felt several very powerful auras. Its wisp, Bardoss suddenly spoke up and looked straight ahead. Sure enough, at the moment Bardoss's voice fell, Whis, Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta appeared in front of Yifeng and the others. "Sister?" Whis looked at Bardoss in surprise and said, "It's been a while." "Whis, long time no see." Bardoss smiled and said, "Aren't you in the 6th universe? Why did you come here alone? And it seems Lord Kampa is not here either." Whis was a bit surprised because angels and destroyers shouldn't act separately. I no longer serve Lord Kampa. This is Yifeng, and I am now his angel." Bardoss smiled and said to Whis, "It seems that this version of Whis doesn't know about her becoming Yifeng's angel." "Oh, I see." Whis nodded, somewhat understanding. "Huh. Bardoss has become that guy's angel. Doesn't that mean he is also a destroyer? It's unbelievable that a Saiyan can also be a destroyer." Son Goku, who was behind Whis, said in surprise. "The tail behind Yifeng is the symbol of a Saiyan. That guy feels extremely strong." Vegeta frowned and said, "This powerful aura I've never seen before. It far exceeds Destroyer Beerus." "Yes, indeed very impressive. It's making me a bit excited." Son Goku grinned and said, looking quite excited. Chapter 218, White God Son Goku. What is going on? Why are so many powerful beings suddenly appearing? At this moment, Luffy and Naruto were both shocked, staring at the suddenly appeared Son Goku and Vegeta. They could feel that the energy and chakra within their bodies were extremely powerful. "I don't know. I've never encountered such strong individuals before." Ichigo Kurosaki shook his head. He had never seen such powerful opponents either. It seems that even if a battle were to break out, they wouldn't play any significant role. They couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. Yifeng is not a destroyer. He is quite special, Bardoss smiled and said to Son Goku's group, "What? Not a destroyer, but is accompanied by an angel?" After hearing Bardoss's words, even Destroyer Beerus was somewhat surprised. It's known that angels primarily train destroyers. By the way, I want to ask you all, do you know where Dragon God Salama is? Yifeng looked at Weiss and Beerus, directly cutting to the chase. Chit-chatting with them would be a waste of breath. He didn't have that much time to spare. What? You mean the Dragon God Salama, who created the Super Dragon Balls? Beerus asked, somewhat surprised. However, he quickly realized how foolish his question was. This guy had an angel, bestows, by his side. So it was only natural that he understood the Dragon God Salama. Sister, did you tell him about this? Weiss asked curiously, as it seemed that Yifeng was younger than Goku and Vegeta. It was indeed intriguing that he knew about the Dragon God Salama from 10,000 years ago. No, Weiss, the matter of the Dragon God Salama was told to him by the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Our purpose for coming to this timeline is to eliminate the Dragon God Salama. Bestows didn't hide anything and spoke directly to Weiss. What? It was actually the Grand Minister and the Omni King who told him? That's quite surprising. Weiss looked at Yifeng a few more times. He couldn't deny that this Saiyan's power was indeed very strong, perhaps even surpassing him in Bestows. The Omni King? Who could this little brat be? Beerus frowned. Anyone who could be associated with the Omni King was definitely not simple. All right, stop looking at me with such curious faces. Have you ever seen the Dragon God Salama? Or have you received any news about him? Yifeng looked at the surprised Weiss and Beerus and asked again. At this moment, Saitama, Naruto, Luffy, and the others all had confused expressions. They couldn't understand anything they were saying. Were the Destroyer Gods, the Omni King, and the Grand Priest? And who is Dragon God Salama? They had never even heard of these things. We haven't detected the presence of Dragon God Salama, but recently, there have indeed been a few very evil auras that might be related to them, Weiss said seriously. Not long ago, these auras have been growing stronger. If those guys show up, it seems I will have some cleaning up to do, Beerus said, clenching his fist and speaking. With all due respect, Beerus, with your abilities, you can't possibly eliminate the evil gods. At that level of battle, you won't be able to help at all. Yifeng completely disregarded Beerus and directly spoke up. He wasn't trying to belittle him, just stating the facts. At this time, the Dragon God Salama and the others had likely already researched a power to resist destructive energy. Therefore, Beerus's ordinary destructive energy had no effect on those evil gods and could even enhance their strength. What? Are you saying there are things in this world that can't be destroyed by destructive energy? The little guy, it seems you don't understand the power of the god of destruction at all. Beerus coldly glanced at Yifeng and said lightly. Seeing Beerus's disbelieving gaze, Yifeng offered no explanation. Instead, a trace of purple destructive energy appeared at his fingertips, which he then shot directly at the towering mountain across from him. When the energy sphere struck the mountain, the entire peak suddenly vanished without a trace. Destruction? You guy, if you're not a god of destruction, how can you wield destructive energy? Beerus looked at Yifeng in shock and asked. It is known that only those at the level of destruction are qualified to wield destructive energy. Even angels like Wiz cannot possess it. Though I don't want to belittle you, the destructive energy I wield is far more advanced than what you possess. Even the destructive energy I control may not be able to eliminate evil gods. Do you really think you can? Yifeng looked at Beerus and asked Ly. At this moment, Saitama and the others were completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Wow, this guy's too strong, right? He even mastered Lord Beerus's destruction energy. Sun Wukong excitedly rubbed his hands, feeling like he hadn't encountered such a strong opponent in a long time. If he didn't have a good match, it would be a bit unfair. Hey, are you Yifeng? Can I have a match with you? Sun Wukong said directly to Yifeng with an excited expression. His own power. Now even Lord Beerus wasn't his opponent. So when he encountered such a powerful opponent, he felt particularly excited. A match? Are you sure? Looking at the excited Sun Wukong, Yifeng Ly said. Although he could sense the powerful divine energy contained within Sun Wukong's body, he was still far from being able to fight against him. Of course. I want to have a match. You guy, Lino Good, makes me very excited. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, already in a fighting stance. All right, since you want to see my power, I will grant you that. After Yifeng's voice fell, he clenched his fists tightly and directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 2 combined with Ultra Instinct. Because the Son Goku in front of him was indeed stronger than any other Son Goku from different timelines. Such immense power, then I will give it my all. After witnessing Yifeng's strength, Son Goku became even more excited. He then unleashed his strongest power. Accompanied by a series of low roars. Son Goku instantanément transformé. Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. In the next moment, Son Goku's hair suddenly turned white, and a blood-red mark appeared on his forehead. Chapter 219, Super Saiyan 3 Versus. All Saiyan God Son Goku. Is this the White God? Yifeng looked at the transformed Sun Wukong in surprise. The Sun Wukong in front of him had white hair cascading over his shoulders, and a red V-shaped symbol appeared on his forehead, but there were 2 additional lines within the symbol. This indicated that Sun Wukong's full form still had 2 restraining factors. When those 2 lines disappeared, Sun Wukong's restraints would completely vanish, turning him into a true, full-power god. However, even in his current form, Sun Wukong was not easy to deal with. Yifeng didn't expect this version of Sun Wukong to be so powerful. If Yifeng remembered correctly, Sun Wukong became a white god due to the emergence of evil Wukong and the death of Vegeta, which triggered a response in him. But now it seemed that reality and the anime were somewhat different. So how about it? This new form's power hasn't disappointed you, right? Sun Wukong asked with a smile at the corner of his mouth after transforming into a white god. Although he had only recently comprehended this form, the strength was incredibly powerful. I'm indeed a bit surprised that you could reach this level. Yifeng nodded, which was undeniable. At this moment, Sun Wukong was indeed very powerful, but just powerful. To become his opponent, he probably still needed a little more. Now let me see your strength. After Sun Wukong's voice fell, his body suddenly attacked Yifeng. The speed of the white god was astonishing, almost instantly appearing in front of Yifeng. Sun Wukong directly threw a punch at Yifeng's chest. Bang! The fist accurately hit Yifeng's chest, and he was sent flying hundreds of zhang away, crashing through dozens of mountains. Yifeng, La Zili called out with some concern. This was the first time she had seen Yifeng suffer in a fight. Don't worry, he's fine. Such an attack won't cause him any harm. Bestows looked at La Zili and comforted her. Undeniably, the Sun Wukong of this time and space was indeed very strong, perhaps reaching the level of an angel. However, with just this kind of power, it was impossible to defeat Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was immortal, and even his body could not be destroyed by the great priest, let alone Sun Wukong, who was merely a Saiyan with divine power. Moreover, Yifeng had already comprehended the peak of the ultimate freedom technique. If he wanted to evade Sun Wukong's attacks, it would be very easy. The fact that he didn't evade meant he had absolute confidence that he wouldn't get hurt. I thought you were a powerful opponent, acting so arrogantly. But it turns out you only have so little strength. Beerus said disdainfully as he watched Yifeng being knocked away. Of course, if it were him, he would probably also be sent flying by white god Sun Wukong with one punch. Although he didn't want to admit it, the current Wukong's strength had far surpassed that of this destroyer. So powerful. Are these guys all monsters? At this moment, Naruto, Luffy, Ichigo, and others who were watching the fight were all shocked. They couldn't even imagine a battle of this level. If it had been them who were hit just now, they would probably have disappeared by now. At that moment, Yifeng's body suddenly appeared next to Sun Wukong. Your strength just now was quite large, but has no effect on me. Yifeng smiled faintly and said to Sun Wukong, although the result was expected, you really are surprisingly strong. Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, I know very well how much power my fists possess. I thought I might not be able to cause much harm to you, but it's hard to believe that I didn't inflict even a tiny bit of damage. TCH, damn it. I can't believe there's a Saiyan stronger than me besides Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, muttering to himself in frustration. Time and again, being surpassed by Kakarot had severely damaged his pride. Now, to think there was a Saiyan even more powerful than Kakarot was a massive blow to Vegeta. Whis, what are the chances that Wukong can defeat that guy? Beerus asked Whis in a low voice. You're overthinking it, Lord Beerus. Although Wukong is very powerful after becoming fully focused, he's still far behind that Saiyan named Yifeng. If you insist on knowing the chances of him defeating him, I can tell you accurately. There's absolutely no chance, Whis answered straightforwardly. Indeed, there was no chance, as that guy had surpassed the angels. Of course, if Wukong could lift those 2 restrictions, he might be able to hold his own against Yifeng. Do you really need to be so direct? Beerus gave us a big eye roll, feeling quite displeased. He was the supreme god of this universe, and now he was surpassed by someone from another universe, which was rather uncomfortable. Hey, I know you're strong, but I still want to challenge you. Sun Wukong said excitedly to Yifeng. Fighting against stronger opponents would only make his own strength grow. All right, since you enjoy being beaten so much, I'll oblige you. Yifeng nodded and agreed to fight Sun Wukong. After all, opportunities to battle with a white god are rare. Moreover, He could take this chance to see if it was necessary to devour the white god Sun Wukong. Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out an angry roar, and the ground beneath him cracked and collapsed instantly. White flames swirled with orange lightning above them. That aura seemed to fill the entire world. What a terrifying aura. I truly underestimated you. Yi Feng frowned and looked at the white flames swirling around Sun Wukong, whispering. Sun Wukong, who had unleashed all his power, was now not weaker than himself. Little did anyone know, he still had 2 suppressors in place. If both suppressors were removed, then the true full-strength god would likely surpass him. In that case, I should give my all too. Yi Feng's eyes revealed a serious expression. This time he did not intend to use any abilities and wanted to fight Son Goku purely with strength. Accompanied by a roar, Yi Feng instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Golden lightning surrounded him, and the entire earth trembled violently due to this powerful aura. Chapter 220. The terrifying devouring power. 2 powerful auras soared into the sky, one white and one gold, each occupying half of the entire space. So powerful. Feeling the presence of Yi Feng and Son Goku, even Beerus frowned tightly, incredulously saying, I've witnessed Son Goku's strength, but this Saiyan in front of me is not at all inferior to him. He knew that his dignity as a god of destruction was greatly impacted. Of course, Vegeta beside him looked even more displeased. After all, both Son Goku and Yi Feng were Saiyans, and now in their battle, he, the Saiyan Prince, found himself completely out of the picture. This was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation. A low growl erupted from his throat, and then Yi Feng and Son Goku charged forward. There were no fancy moves, just a direct clash of fists. Son Goku's power was indeed very strong. If possible, he might be able to use Goku's strength to break through to Super Saiyan 4. Of course, this was also the reason he sought out the dragon god Salama. He had to fight stronger enemies to unlock the potential within his body. Boom! The moment their heads collided, a deep muffled sound emanated from the point of impact. The ground shook violently. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Sensing the danger in the shockwave, Whis and Beerus quickly created a grass green barrier to protect Lazuli, Vegeta, and Beerus. Bang bang bang. However, One Punch Man Saitama, Genos, Naruto, and Luffy were not so lucky. The moment they were hit by the shockwave, a mouthful of blood spurted from their mouths, and their bodies were sent flying thousands of feet away, instantly losing consciousness, unsure of their fate. After the punch collided, Yi Feng and Son Goku quickly separated, both appearing exceptionally excited, their auras surging like raging fire. Wow, you really are strong. Son Goku looked excitedly. That last clash was incredibly satisfying. Let's go again. Yi Feng's fighting enthusiasm was completely ignited. As the roar fell, Sun Wukong and Yi Feng attacked each other again. Bang bang bang. Their fists collided continuously, the destructive force increasing with each exchange. Within 1,000 meters, the aftermath of their battle had left the area in ruins. These 2 bastards are planning to destroy the Earth, aren't they? Beerus frowned tightly, cursing under his breath. Although the Earth's resilience is quite strong, these 2 guys have surpassed the gods of destruction, and their battle might be too much for the entire universe to handle. At this moment, golden and orange lightning flickered in the sky. The entire Earth trembled violently, as if the apocalypse were approaching. At the beginning of the battle, in terms of strength and speed, Yi Feng and Sun Wukong were evenly matched. However, as the battle progressed, it was clear that Sun Wukong had fallen into a disadvantage. After all, Yi Feng was a Saiyan who grew stronger with each fight, while Sun Wukong had just mastered this new form, the White God, and couldn't maintain his energy for long periods. As the battle wore on, his stamina had already become a significant issue. Boom! The 2 fists crashed heavily together again. In this collision, it was evident that Yi Feng had the upper hand, as Sun Wukong was sent flying back 100 meters, while Yi Feng only stepped back 7 or 8 steps. After fighting for over 10 minutes, Sun Wukong started gasping for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. Still unable to control the energy of this new form, Sun Wukong frowned, feeling the energy within his body was very chaotic. Then, let me take my final strike. After Sun Wukong's voice fell, he formed his hands into a flower shape, and terrifying silver-white energy began to gather from his palms. Kamehameha Wave. Sun Wukong then launched the Kamehameha Wave towards Yi Feng without hesitation. That bastard Kakarot, did he destroy the entire Earth beforehand? Seeing Sun Wukong unleashing his full power with the Kamehameha Wave, Vegeta shouted angrily. You have to know that Kakarot now, a single Kamehameha wave, could definitely obliterate the entire Earth. Come on, I want to see just how powerful your Kamehameha wave really is. Yi Feng's gaze was shocked, clearly not intending to dodge Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Then, he pressed both palms directly against Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Boom! The moment Yi Feng's palms made contact with the Kamehameha wave, his feet sank directly into the ground. His body was rapidly being pushed backward, but even so, Yi Feng felt an exhilarating sensation that almost made him cry out. It seemed that when he came into contact with Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave, he was gradually absorbing the divine power of Sun Wukong. Could this be the effect of the power of devouring? Yi Feng's face showed a look of astonishment. He remembered that the system once introduced that the power of devouring could absorb the abilities and energy of opponents weaker than oneself. Could it be that he was now absorbing Sun Wukong's divine power? There was no time to be shocked. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was weakening rapidly, and his energy was also declining quickly. What's going on? Why is my power continuously weakening? Sun Wukong's expression changed dramatically, and he gritted his teeth tightly. In the next moment, Sun Wukong suddenly transformed back into his Super Saiyan blue form. It was obvious that he had consumed too much energy and could no longer maintain his divine form. Whis, what was that just now? Beerus asked Whis with a serious expression. According to Wukong's divine power, he should not have been able to revert to Super Saiyan Blue so easily. Moreover, he had seen clearly that Wukong's divine power should have been absorbed by that Saiyan. If that is the case, then this guy is quite dangerous. Lord Beerus, it seems Yi Feng has mastered some ability to absorb divine power. It's similar to the power of devouring or siphoning, but I'm just guessing, Whis said, staring intently at Yi Feng. If that's true, then this Yi Feng could grow to a terrifying extent. After exhausting the last bit of his strength, Sun Wukong finally stopped his attacks. He then slumped down onto the ground, having reverted to his normal state, unable to maintain any transformation. Huff, what on earth is going on? It felt like my energy was being absorbed during the battle. Sun Wukong gasped, somewhat alarmed. Hey, Kakarot, you actually lost even after becoming a Super Saiyan God. How embarrassing, Vegeta said coldly, arms crossed over his chest. Although he said this, he was secretly pleased because Kakarot always surpassed him, always standing in front, which made him quite unhappy. Now that someone had suddenly beaten him, his mood seemed a bit better. Don't just stand there and talk without understanding, Vegeta. That guy Yi Feng is extremely powerful, and his energy consumption during the battle was quite fast. If you went up against him, you probably wouldn't last as long, Sun Wukong retorted straightforwardly. TCH, do you have to be so direct? Vegeta rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong. This guy knew that his strength couldn't even match his. Yet he had to say it so directly, making him feel embarrassed. I didn't expect that just absorbing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha would increase my energy by so much. Yi Feng felt the energy in his body with some excitement and muttered to himself. If I absorb all the powers of those evil gods, I can definitely transform into Super Saiyan 4. With my various abilities, even the Omni King wouldn't be able to erase my existence. Yi Feng, what should we do now? Kane asked as she walked up to Yi Feng after he defeated Sun Wukong. How would I know what to do? You, the god of time, can't even locate the dragon god, Salama. Yi Feng glanced at Caine and complained, this guy is really just a vase. Mr. Yi Feng, why don't you come with us to the god of destruction realm? We can discuss how to deal with the dragon god Salama together, Weiss suddenly suggested. Weiss, what are you talking about? Do you want to take these people to the god of destruction realm? Beerus said seriously to Weiss. The god of destruction realm is not a place that ordinary people can go, and he didn't have a good impression of Yi Feng. Lord Beerus, if the dragon god Salama really appears, do you have the confidence to deal with him? Weiss asked Beerus in return. With Beerus's strength, facing the dragon god Salama would be like hitting a rock with an egg. There was no chance of winning at all. Even with the addition of the white god Son Goku and Super Saiyan god Vegeta, their chances would still be minimal. It's important to note that the dragon god Salama was the previous grand priest, and his strength was formidable. Perhaps even the current grand priest would not be his match. And now, the Yi Feng in front of them seemed very powerful. During the fight with Goku earlier, he definitely did not use all of his strength. If he could handle the dragon god Salama together, then things would probably be much easier. TCH, he's just an evil god. I can destroy him in no time. Beerus crossed his arms and turned his head away, saying stubbornly. Of course, this was mainly for his own pride. He knew very well how powerful the dragon god Salama was. He was definitely not something a god of destruction could shake. Stop bragging, Beerus. With your current strength, You can't even defeat any of those evil gods, let alone the dragon god Salama. Yifeng spoke directly to Beerus. It's important to note that dragon god Salama came prepared this time. Remember, in the anime brawl, dragon god Salama had developed something that could resist destructive energy. Moreover, and more importantly, they could absorb the divine powers of Beerus, Son Goku, and others, and then transform them into their own strength. This is somewhat similar to his own devouring power. He wondered at that time whether it would be able to absorb his energy or if he would devour it first. After Yifeng's statement, Beerus initially wanted to refute him, but after thinking it over, he held back. Because he had just witnessed it firsthand. Yifeng's level of destructive energy was indeed much higher than his own. If even he couldn't destroy the evil god, then he probably couldn't do it either. Alright, it seems that Lord Beerus has agreed. Let's go to the realm of the gods of destruction and discuss it. Whis said to Yifeng and Beerus. What do you think? Beerus looked at Yifeng and asked. Alright, since we haven't found the location of dragon god Salama, let's head to the realm of the gods of destruction first. Yifeng nodded and said, in this space-time, this must know more than they do. Once there is any sign of trouble, I could get the news immediately. Wow, you are really amazing. Once we get to the god of destruction realm, you must compete with me again. Sun Wukong said with a grin to Yifeng. Compete? Didn't you already lose to me? Yifeng glanced at Sun Wukong lightly and said, after defeating Sun Wukong once, I have lost much of my interest in him. Although I lost to you this time, I won't lose to you again next time. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and confidently replied, it doesn't matter. The outcome will still be the same too. 0. Yifeng casually answered that the gap between him and Sun Wukong would only grow larger. Then, everyone headed straight to the god of destruction's realm. Meanwhile, in an unknown space, 5 figures suddenly appeared. Lord Salama, where are we going now? At this moment, Demigula asked with a face full of awe. Now, let's go to the first time space first. The gods in that time space seem quite strong. Once we absorb enough divine power, we can settle accounts with that little brat. Zeno, Salama said coldly. Of course, he had another purpose for going to the first time space. Due to certain rules, even Zeno couldn't freely traverse that space. Chapter 222, Direct Confrontation. Intense pressure. Although his current power was strong, there was still a gap between him and that little brat Zeno. However, as long as Demigula and the others absorbed more divine power and grew rapidly, he could definitely defeat Zeno after merging them together. The way to help them grow quickly was to absorb as much divine power as possible. The combat power in the first time space was generally much higher than in other time spaces. This was also why he wanted to start with the first time space. Understood, Lord Salama. Demigula nodded, though his brow furrowed slightly. In recent days, although they had developed the power to resist destructive energy, they had yet to find a way to expel the energy from that Saiyan injected into their bodies. This made him particularly anxious. Let's go. After billions of years without battle, my body feels like it's rusted. Dragon God, Salama, lightly waved his fingers in front of him, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the space. Salama's body flashed and directly entered the crack. Following him, Demigula, Mal, Sabas, and Gu Qiaodas also disappeared into the time-space crack. At this time in the God of Destruction's realm, Yifeng and the others have been waiting for a full week. Why hasn't there been any news from Salama and the others? It's so annoying, King Kai Kayan said with a bored expression. He originally thought they would find Salama right away, but now it had been over a week with no news. This was not a sustainable situation, especially since their enemies were not just Dragon God Salama. There was also the Demon Realm King God Mechikabura, whose strength was not any weaker than Salama's. I have a very bad feeling. I think they should be appearing soon, Yifeng suddenly said. He did not sense any evil aura, but this feeling just suddenly appeared in his heart. What? You sense Salama's aura? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Kayan quickly asked. No, it's just a feeling. And you don't have to be so excited. I can tell that this time's enemy is quite formidable, and I have no confidence in dealing with Dragon God Salama at all. Yifeng glanced at the excited Kayan and said, this feeling of danger was something he had never experienced even when facing Mechi Capra. This indicates that the Dragon God Salama, who is about to appear, is definitely an extremely powerful existence. Indeed, even with your current strength, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it will be quite difficult to handle them. Kai nodded. The excitement from earlier vanished without a trace, replaced by a serious expression. Alright, don't look so glum. When the soldiers come, we'll fight them. When the water comes, we'll block it. There will always be a way. Yifeng comforted. After a few more hours, we just finished lunch. Suddenly, Yifeng, Bardos, and Y spoke almost simultaneously with heavy tones. Because just a moment ago, they felt several extremely powerful evil auras, strong enough to be almost unbelievable and very, very evil. Is this the aura of those evil gods? Beerus furrowed his brow tightly. Each of these auras was very strong. It looks like we can have a good fight again, Vegeta, Goku said, clenching his fists and looking excitedly at Vegeta. TCH, is it necessary to be that excited, Kakarot? Vegeta shot Goku a glare and coldly replied. He naturally felt those powerful auras, but unlike Goku, he wasn't excited. Instead, he felt a bit worried. Because among these people, his strength was the weakest. It wasn't that he was afraid of losing or dying, but he didn't want Kakarot and the others to have to save him. It felt quite uncomfortable. All right, it looks like the battle is about to begin. Let's go meet them. Yifeng glanced at Bardoss and spoke. As for whether Sun Wukong and Vegeta would go, it didn't concern him much. Anyway, among those who went, only Sun Wukong could be of help. As for Vegeta and Beerus, their role shouldn't be very significant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, everyone directly appeared on Earth. In the first space-time, the best place for battle in the 7th universe was Earth. If they fought on other planets, they would probably be destroyed in an instant. The evil energy was growing stronger. Whis frowned slightly and spoke calmly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of death. Although he was an angel and shouldn't die so easily, this feeling was very, very strong. Just then, a purple rift suddenly appeared in the sky, opening up like an eye of heaven. Then, a figure stepped out from the rift, with purple skin all over and long black hair cascading down his waist. His crimson pupils emitted a chilling aura. Of course, the main point was not his appearance, but the powerful aura of 220 that hit them head-on. Even Yifeng felt an immense pressure. Dragon God Salama, Bardoss, and Whis exchanged glances, looking at that familiar figure. They had seen Dragon God Salama when they were young, and at that time, he didn't have this kind of evil aura. But now, he had completely succumbed to darkness, and the evil energy was very dense. Is it the Dragon God Salama you speak of? Indeed, so strong. Just a single aura gives such a terrifying pressure. Sun Wukong frowned and said, this guy's power definitely far exceeds his and Yifeng's. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, 4 more figures appeared from the space-time rift, standing behind Dragon God Salama. Those guys are also this strong? Vegeta frowned, looking at the other 4 evil gods, and said heavily, any one of these evil gods is not something his Super Saiyan Blue form can compare to. Oh, it seems my presence is quite significant, worthy of such a grand reception. Seeing Yifeng and the others, Dragon God Salama spread his arms wide, looking like he was above all, and spoke to everyone. Chapter 2:23. The Battle of Evil Gods begins. Oh, there are also 2 little angels, Salama said with a cold smile, fixating on Bardoss and Whis. By the way, there's also the little bug of a destroyer. Indeed, all are people I dislike the most. Salama's tone was very calm, but it was clear that endless anger was contained within that calmness. Over the billions of years, his anger had intensified with every second. Get out of the 7th universe quickly, or I'll destroy all of you. Looking at Dragon God Salama, Beerus showed no fear but proudly spoke to Salama. No matter how strong he is, as the destroyer of this universe, he absolutely cannot let them run amok. Oh, a mere little bug of a destroyer dares to speak to me like this? Salama's eyes narrowed slightly, shooting out a cold light as he looked at Beerus and said, when he was the Grand Minister, these guys were all quite obedient. TCH, just an evil god sealed for hundreds of millions of years. Do you think I would be afraid of you? Beerus showed no respect for Salama and retorted directly. Very well. I didn't expect there to be such a promising little bug among destroyers. Salama coldly stared at Beerus, thinking that since they dared to oppose him, he would have to crush them one by one. Lord Salama, let me deal with that guy. At that moment, Seabass, who stood behind Salama, suddenly requested. Seabass looked very similar to Beerus, with the only difference being that he was entirely black and wore Egyptian accessories on his head. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Remember, the game of cat and mouse must be played slowly. If you solve it in one go, then this game would be too boring. Salama reminded Seabass. Of course, while the game must be fun, their strength also needed to be enhanced. To enhance their strength, they needed to borrow the divine power of Beerus and the others. Understood. Lord Salama. Seabass nodded. Then a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. TCH, that damn bastard. Having a face just like mine, I will not let you off. Beerus tightly clenched his fists and spoke to Seabass. Almost the moment Beerus's voice fell, his body flashed and appeared in front of Seabass. Boom! The next second, Beerus's fist heavily struck Seabass's chest, and Seabass was sent flying, crashing into several mountain peaks. I thought he was so strong, but he's just trash that can't withstand a single blow. After sending Seabass flying with one punch, Beerus spoke disdainfully. He originally thought that the evil gods would be somewhat difficult to deal with, but now it seemed they were completely weak. TCH, those guys are this weak? Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at the flying Seabass in surprise and said, although Beerus's strength is indeed very strong for ordinary beings, for the white god Sun Wukong, he could only be considered average. If Beerus can easily suppress those evil gods, then the two of them should also be able to handle it. Yifeng's gaze was fixed on Salama, who was his target. It seems you are very interested in me. At that moment, Salama suddenly said to Yifeng, ever since I appeared, this guy's eyes have not left me. Ah, indeed, I am very interested in you. Yifeng nodded sincerely. He was indeed very interested in Salama, especially in his strength. At this moment, Demigula, who was behind the dragon god Salama, looked at Yifeng with a face full of terror. This guy didn't know what kind of energy had been injected into his body, and he couldn't eliminate it at all. Moreover, the most important thing was that he dared not tell dragon god Salama about this, because doing so could very likely get him killed and replaced by someone else, which was absolutely unacceptable to him. You really overestimate yourself, little brat. Do you think you are Yamoshi? Dragon god Salama looked at Yifeng with a mocking expression and said lightly, if the one standing in front of him was the ancient Saiyan god Yamoshi, he might have had a bit of fear, but this little brat, in his eyes, was at best just a stubborn little bug. What? Yamoshi? Isn't he the Super Saiyan god from fan-made anime? Upon hearing Salama's words, Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. So Yamoshi really existed, and from Salama's tone, Yamoshi should also be a terrifying existence. Although it was somewhat hard to believe, since even Salama and Mechikabura, these old guys, had come out, the emergence of the Super Saiyan god Yamoshi didn't seem so incomprehensible anymore. Oh, you seem to know Yamoshi. Dragon god Salama looked at Yifeng's expression with some surprise. This little bug clearly had heard the name Yamoshi, which was why he was so surprised. I really didn't expect that. Even after billions of years, there are still people who remember them. Of course, I know him, but I am not Yamoshi. I am a Saiyan stronger than him. Yifeng clenched his fist tightly and calmly said to Salama, there is no denying that Super Saiyan god Yamoshi is indeed very powerful. And even the Ultra Instinct seems to have been created by him. However, his goal is not just to reach Yamoshi's level. He must surpass him. Surpass everyone. Although this idea is a bit crazy and impractical, he firmly believes that the day will come. You are quite arrogant. It's just that I don't know if you have the strength to back it up. After Dragon God Salama's voice fell, he gave an order to Gu Chao Das. Gu Chao Das naturally understood Salama's meaning, and then the corners of his mouth rose in a wicked arc. After letting out a sharp laugh, he attacked Yifeng. Gu Chao Das's original form is Majin Buu, but his strength and ability to resurrect are far stronger than that of Majin Buu. Yifeng's arm shook, and he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Although Gu Kaida's strength was not as great as his own, he did not dare to be careless. These guys were all extremely powerful. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Yifeng immediately flashed out and charged towards Gu Chao Das. Chapter 224, Fierce Battle, White God vs. Dragon God. Boom! The moment their fists made contact, the ground within 1,000 feet exploded. Huge rocks spread out in all directions like meteor fragments. Gu Kaido's body was also sent flying by Yifeng in an instant, crashing through several mountain peaks before finally stopping. Even Gu Kaido's arm had completely changed shape. However, it quickly recovered, and the speed was astonishing. The next second after recovering, Gu Chao Das attacked Yifeng again. Come on, I'll keep hitting you until you submit. Yifeng also flashed his body and instantly appeared in front of Gu Chao Das, delivering a heavy punch to Gu Kaido's face. Gu Chao Das was once again sent flying. Although these evil gods could absorb their opponent's divine power, as long as he didn't use Super Saiyan power and divine power to fight, but only used his strength to overpower him, they wouldn't be able to absorb anything at all. Vegeta, let's go together. Sun Wukong turned his head and suddenly said to Vegeta. Since Yifeng and Beerus had already begun fighting, they naturally couldn't just stand by idly. You don't need to teach me, Kakarot. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong, then suddenly flashed out and directly attacked the evil god Mao Hehe. Seeing Vegeta charging at him, the evil god Mao smirked, revealing a bloodthirsty curve at the corner of his mouth. In the moment Vegeta launched himself, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. This was the highest level of transformation he currently possessed. Charge! Vegeta shouted, and then the energy ball in his hand continuously bombarded towards the evil god Mao. Boom. Soon, Mao's body was engulfed in the rolling smoke of the energy wave, and the ground kept collapsing, shaking the entire earth. Although Vegeta only had the power of Super Saiyan Blue, the frenzied energy wave attack was still quite powerful. Oof, I thought you were impressive. Turns out you're just garbage that can't fight back. Vegeta coldly said, looking at the massive explosion below. In his view, the evil god Mao couldn't possibly evade such a strong attack. Don't be too confident, little bug. Your attacks are hardly even a tickle. Just as Vegeta was feeling smug, Mao's voice suddenly came from the thick smoke. Nanny? Hearing the mocking and somewhat disdainful voice, Vegeta quickly looked down and saw the evil god Mao standing there completely unscathed. His attack had caused no damage at all. What's wrong, surprised? Mao said, looking smug. See, this is the power of an evil god, such a powerful force. Absolutely not something you little bugs can imagine. The evil god Mao clearly had a goal, which was to provoke Vegeta, making him expend more divine power to strengthen himself. Stop being so arrogant, you garbage. After Vegeta's furious shout, both hands suddenly formed a barrier, and then a golden energy ball gathered in the palms of his hands. Oof, what a fool, you fell for it so easily. Mao looked at Vegeta, revealing a triumphant and sinister smile. Ultimate Flash. Huh. After Vegeta's explosive shout, the energy ball in his palms merged into one and directly blasted towards the evil god Mao. Boom. The energy erupted like a massive waterfall, instantly engulfing the evil god Mao within it. The ground was directly blasted into a huge pit. Is it gone? Vegeta looked at the massive pit in the ground and murmured to himself. To be honest, after using the maximum power of Ultimate Flash, his physical stamina was greatly depleted. However, if he could eliminate that evil god, it wouldn't be a loss. Good job, Vegeta. Since that's the case, I'll join in too. Sun Wukong smiled. Then his gaze sharpened, and he clenched his fists tightly. A terrifying white aura erupted from his body. In that moment, the world was filled with flickering orange lightning power. Sun Wukong had transformed into full god. Oh, there's such a strong guy here. I seem to have underestimated the strength of these little bugs. Looking at Sun Wukong, who suddenly transformed into white god, Dragon God Salama showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that after billions of years, such a powerful being could emerge from humanity. He thought that Amoshur was the limit of humanity. Hey, you're the leader of them, right? After transforming into white god, Sun Wukong directly set his sights on Dragon God Salama. From the previous evil gods references to Salama, it was clear that this guy was their core figure. Sort of. Dragon God Salama nodded. More precisely, they were just a part of his power. They were now working for him, and once they accumulated enough energy, he would merge them without hesitation. It's that simple. Since that's the case, let me defeat you. Sun Wukong's hands formed claws, taking a combat stance, and confidently said to Salama. He was quite confident in his current white god form. What a braggart. You think you can defeat me? Dragon God Salama scoffed at Sun Wukong's words. This time he had unsealed himself with a full plan in place. And he wouldn't even regard the Omni King as a threat, let alone a mere Saiyan. Enough with the nonsense. Let's see if you can back it up. After Sun Wukong's voice fell, his body instantly charged towards Dragon God Salama. Bang! Then Sun Wukong's fist heavily struck Salama's chest. What? Salama was taken aback. How could this be? This Scion's power and speed had reached such a terrifying level? However, after the brief shock came overwhelming joy. The stronger these people were, the more advantageous it was for him. Such powerful divine power was truly exciting. Chapter 225, Powerful Dark Absorption. But do you think such power can defeat an evil god? Dragon God Salama lightly wiped the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel curve, and said to Sun Wukong, evil gods can never be defeated because they only grow stronger. When I transform into my full energy form, that will be the moment of realizing my goals. If I can't defeat you this way, I'll bring out even stronger power. So no matter what, I will defeat you. Sun Wukong tightly clenched his fists, veins bulging like little snakes crawling under his skin. What a boastful fool. You think you can do it just with that? After Salama's disdainful voice fell, his body flashed and charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong naturally would not hold back, and, similarly, with a push off the ground, his body shot out. Bang, bang, bang. In almost an instant, countless sinkholes appeared on the ground. The air was filled with explosive sounds, and the entire space trembled continuously. At this moment, the white god Sun Wukong and the dragon god Salama were constantly colliding their fists, using their fists and knees as weapons in their attacks. Bang! Suddenly, Salama's fist heavily struck Sun Wukong's abdomen. Wow! As a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, Sun Wukong also delivered a heavy punch to Salama's face. The two of them flew backward almost simultaneously, crashing into the giant peak behind them. However, there was no pause as they steadied themselves. They shot out again in a flash. Bang, bang, bang. Boom! Their fists collided incessantly, and the ground continued to collapse, creating an apocalyptic scene. Damn it. This guy's power is just too strong. If I keep fighting like this, I won't win at all, Sun Wukong thought in shock as he fought. To defeat the dragon god Salama, he must find a new approach and cannot rely solely on strength to overcome him. Otherwise, it could be quite troublesome, and his white god form cannot be maintained for too long. Whoosh! After thinking this, Sun Wukong suddenly teleported, appearing directly in midair. The Kamehameha wave quickly gathered and blasted down towards the dragon god Salama. Humph! The foolish thing came right on time. Salama smirked, looking at the imposing Kamehameha wave with no fear, but rather excitement. This is an immense divine power. After absorbing it, my energy will greatly increase. As the voice fell, the dragon god Salama spread his arms wide, giving up all resistance and allowing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave to strike him. Boom! The Kamehameha wave instantly hit Salama, causing the ground beneath him to collapse, and the surrounding area was shaken into a massive pit over 1,000 feet deep by the wave's residual force. However, soon, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave disappeared without a trace, like a huge waterfall plunging into the sea. After stirring up some waves, it vanished completely, merging into the ocean. Huh, this power is just too strong. It's truly comfortable. Excitement shone in the dragon god Salama's eyes. Sun Wukong's earlier attack provided him with a significant amount of energy. It could be said without exaggeration that he was no longer his opponent. However, to gain even more energy, this battle must continue. What's going on? Why is this guy completely unscathed? Sun Wukong looked at Salama with a hint of panic, speaking in a low tone. His Kamehameha wave was his strongest move, and yet Salama showed no signs of injury after being hit. This is truly bizarre. If that's the case, I really have no advantage in fighting him, unless I break through further, but that is too difficult. After all, I haven't fully mastered this new white god form yet. What's wrong, little bug? Is that all it takes to shock you? Seeing Sun Wukong's horrified expression, the dragon god Salama mocked him. Tseech, it's undeniable that you are indeed strong. Perhaps even stronger than that guy Yeffing, but I will not lose to you. Sun Wukong smirked, revealing a confident look. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying white aura erupted from his body. Boom! As the aura burst forth, the surrounding debris was blown away, clearly indicating that Sun Wukong's momentum had increased once again. Good, just like that. The stronger you become, the more excited I get. Watching Sun Wukong grow stronger, Salama's smile grew even more pronounced. Huh! After enhancing his aura, Sun Wukong once again dashed forward to attack Salama. Meanwhile, Vegeta was staring intently at the ground. He wanted to confirm whether the evil god, Mare, had been killed by him. At that moment, a scream like that of a devil rang out again. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and the body of the evil god, Mare, leaped up. It was obvious that he was completely unharmed, and that evil power was growing stronger. How could this be? My ultimate flash clearly hit him directly. Vegeta was also bewildered, although his Super Saiyan Blue form wasn't as strong as Kakarot's. Getting hit by his ultimate flash shouldn't be so easy, and this guy in front of him seemed not only unharmed, but had also gained a significant boost in power. The Dark Siphon is just too strong. This feeling is absolutely incredible. The evil god, Mare, was very excited. If he kept getting stronger, perhaps he could surpass Salama. Alright, your performance time is over. At this moment, the evil god, Mare, suddenly said to Vegeta, because in front of him, Vegeta, although somewhat powerful, was far too weak compared to Sun Wukong and Yeffing. He needed to switch to a stronger opponent to absorb more energy. What? You damn bastard, don't underestimate me. Vegeta shouted angrily, and then directly flew towards the evil god Mare. TCH trash. The next second, the evil god, Mare, suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta and heavily elbowed him in the back. Chapter 226. The Birth of the Strongest Destroyer. Wow. Vegeta's pupils suddenly contracted, and then a mouthful of bright red blood sprayed from his mouth. His body crashed heavily to the ground, and as he tried to push himself up with his arms, he found that he couldn't muster any strength. Damn it, just one attack, and I've completely lost my power? A look of terror appeared on Vegeta's face. If that were the case, the gap between him and Mare was not trivial. More importantly, if he couldn't muster any strength now, he wouldn't be able to help anyone else. And Kakarot and that Yeffing were still fighting. This feeling was very uncomfortable for him. Poor little bug. Your power is too weak. I'll send you to hell now. The evil god, Mare, had a wicked expression on his face, smiled at Vegeta, and then shot an energy ball directly at him. Vegeta saw Beta in danger and quickly called out, his body flashing as he wanted to rescue Vegeta. But the next second, the dragon god Salama suddenly appeared in front of Goku. Hey, your opponent is me, don't meddle. The dragon god, Salama, smiled wickedly, clearly indicating that Goku's rescue mission had already failed. Damn it, am I going to be killed again? TCH, I really don't want to accept this. Vegeta tried to clench his fist, but couldn't tighten it at all. Then, with a very ugly expression, he said, why is it always like this? The gap in strength between me and them is just too much. Especially that bastard Kakarot, always getting ahead of me, rubbing my dignity as a Saiyan prince into the ground. Just as the energy ball was about to hit Vegeta, golden light flashed and directly pierced through the evil god Mao's energy ball. Boom! The energy ball exploded in midair, blooming like fireworks. Dad! At that moment, a figure suddenly stepped through the air and appeared in front of Vegeta. Trunks? Vegeta looked at the person in front of him, surprise evident in his eyes. This Trunks was not from his timeline. How did he end up here? Moreover, being rescued by his son didn't sit well with him and was somewhat uncomfortable. Are you okay, Dad? Trunks quickly helped Vegeta up, asking anxiously, hey Trunks, you little brat. How did you end up here? Vegeta coldly questioned Trunks without any warmth. It's a long story, Dad. I don't even know why I'm here. Trunks shook his head, explaining that he felt like he was forcibly brought here by a mysterious power. As for who was behind it, he was currently unaware. TCH, you can't help it all by coming here. Those opponents are just too strong. I'm not even a match for them. Vegeta glanced at Trunks and said, although he didn't want to discourage Trunks, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight against those evil gods with his current power. I can feel it too. Those evil beings are indeed very powerful. But since they dared to hurt Dad, I won't let them get away with it. Trunks said with an angry gaze, looking at the evil god Mao, his tone icy. Oh, another ignorant fool has come? The evil god Mao said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yes. Soon the game will become very interesting. Ha ha ha. As Trunks' voice fell, he shook his arms and took a stance. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body, golden flames swirling around him. Trunks transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Trunks, back off. You're not a match for that guy. Seeing Trunks had only transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta quickly said sternly. It wasn't that he looked down on Trunks, but the evil god in front of him was indeed too powerful. Even his Super Saiyan blue form could be easily taken out. Trunks, with his Super Saiyan 2 strength, was like striking a rock with an egg. Trunks ignored Vegeta's words and flashed out, directly attacking the evil god Mao. You insignificant bug, daring to fight me without even reaching the divine realm? The evil god Mao sneered as he watched Trunks fly toward him. However, his dark siphoning ability could only absorb divine power, not ordinary strength. So he had already lost interest in such low-level characters. After the evil god Mao's voice fell, his body instantly appeared in front of Trunks, and he threw a punch at Trunks' abdomen. Boom! The moment the deep collision sound echoed, Trunks' body flew out, crashing heavily into a mountain 100 jong away. TCH, this bastard power is really strong. Trunks frowned tightly. Feeling the fiery pain in his abdomen, he muttered. After that, Trunks looked at Vegeta, knowing that his next move would hurt his father's pride. But in order to completely eradicate the evil god in front of him, he had to transform once again. I hope Dad doesn't take too big of a hit. After muttering to himself, Trunks clenched his arms tightly. Oh, it seems you have a stronger transformation? The evil god Mao said with a cold smile. You bastards, I will never let you destroy the earth. And let's see if you can still laugh after this. Ha ha ha. As Trunks' voice fell, a low roar erupted from his mouth. In that instant, blue energy exploded from Trunks' body, and the mountain behind him was directly shattered into pieces. Rumble. Immediately after, the entire ground began to tremble. What's happening? How can that guy Trunks have such powerful energy? At that moment, an unprecedented shock appeared on Vegeta's face. This is impossible. My son can never surpass me. Chapter 227. Devouring the evil god Gajdas. What? Is that Trunks' energy? So strong. Even Goku, who was fighting the dragon god Salama, was greatly shocked when he sensed Trunks' energy. I didn't expect Trunks to become this strong. It seems he has gained another divine power, and it's particularly powerful. If this continues, it looks like I will be able to absorb even more divine power. Feeling that powerful force, the dragon god Salama was not worried at all. Instead, he was more excited and delighted. Ha ha! The low roar continued. Trunks' divine energy grew stronger, with blue flames mixed with lightning. Wherever the lightning struck, it destroyed the surroundings with overwhelming force. What? That little bug actually completed its transformation in an instant. At this moment, even the evil god Mal was surprised to look at Trunks. It should be noted that Trunks' power before him had completely surpassed that of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta just moments ago. After a full half-minute, Trunks' transformation was finally complete. At this point, Trunks looked somewhat similar to the second stage of Super Saiyan, with his muscles highly developed. His long hair stood up messily, and the only difference was that now Trunks' hair and eyebrows had turned completely blue. Moreover, his pupils had disappeared, and his eyes were completely hollow. Look, what a powerful force! I am the strongest destroyer god in history, Trunks. Trunks tightly clenched his fists, looking proudly at the evil god Mal, and said. Then, with both hands tightly grasped, two enormous energy swords appeared in his hands. Huh! Trunks let out another roar, and then a blue energy beam shot up into the sky, enveloping Trunks within it. Subsequently, Trunks' clothes transformed directly into the attire of a destroyer god. It was clear that at this moment, Trunks had fully become the strongest destroyer god. No, it's impossible. Has Trunks already surpassed me? This is absolutely impossible, even my son. Vegeta tightly clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger and unwillingness. For a moment, so many people had surpassed him. If Kakarot and Yefeng, along with those evil gods, had surpassed him, he could still accept it. But now, even his own son had surpassed him. This was absolutely unacceptable. Now, in the name of the destroyer god, I will destroy you. After Trunks' cold voice fell, he flew towards the evil god Mal with his energy, swords in hand. Damn, that little bug's energy has some issues. No matter what, I must avoid the dual swords in his hands. The evil god Mal looked at Trunks, frowned, and said, because he could clearly feel a strange change in the energy emission after Trunks transformed. Then, the evil god Mal clenched his hands, and suddenly a purple scythe appeared in his grasp. Following that, he also burst out with his body and engaged in battle with Trunks. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Beerus and the evil god Seabass was underway. Because Beerus relied too heavily on divine power and the energy of the destroyer god, he was not only failing to inflict any damage on Seabass, but his own energy was also visibly declining while Seabass was becoming increasingly powerful. Hoo. What the hell is going on? Beerus gasped for air. Clearly his stamina had been greatly tested. He looked coldly at Seabass and said, during the battle, my stamina has decreased significantly, but that guy seems to have suffered no injuries at all. What baffled him even more was that the destructive energy he was proud of had no effect on him. At this rate, winning against him seems impossible. What's wrong, Beerus? Are you ready to give up? I haven't had enough fun yet. Looking at Beerus, whose stamina was heavily consumed, Seabass provocatively said he needed to become stronger, to gain more divine power. And, as the destroyer god, Beerus happened to be able to satisfy that need. Don't get too carried away, you ant. Beerus was instantly enraged by Seabass' words, and then he raised his hands high, terrifying purple destructive energy coalescing from his palms. In just a moment, the destructive energy had grown to the size of a basketball court. This time, I will completely eliminate you. The sharp light flickered in Beerus' eyes, and after his cold declaration, the energy ball in his hand was directly hurled at Seabass. This guy actually has such strong energy? It's simply unbelievable. If I want to completely absorb it, it seems there's a certain level of danger. Watching the terrifying destructive energy hurled by Beerus, Seabass furrowed his brows tightly. Although their dark siphoning ability was very strong, their own capacity for bearing energy had its limits. Once the absorbed energy reached the maximum limit their bodies could withstand, it would be extremely dangerous, potentially leading to their own destruction. Boom! The destructive energy instantly engulfed Seabass, then exploded on the ground. In an instant, the entire ground was flattened by several hundred zhong. I thought you were something special, overestimating yourself, Ant. Beerus disdainfully glanced at the completely vanished Seabass and coldly said. However, although he successfully eliminated the evil god Seabass, he had now reached a limit of stamina, and even the strength of Super Saiyan Blue could easily defeat him now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yefeng was battling against Gukiatis. Aren't you tired? You've absorbed a lot of energy. Now we need to switch our roles. Looking at the smug Gukiadas opposite him, Yefeng coldly said, the reason he had been fighting Gukiadas for such a long time was to allow him to absorb more divine power. This way, he could become stronger. Huh? Hee. After hearing Yefeng's words, Gukiadas was first taken aback. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. It was obvious he was mocking Yefeng for being overconfident. After all, they had been fighting for such a long time, and he had already absorbed enough divine power to become even stronger. The idea of defeating him now was simply a fool's dream. Instant transmission, devouring power. The next second, Yefeng directly, instantaneously moved in front of Gukiadas, placing his palm against Gukiada's chest. Chapter 228. All Saiyan gods multiply Kaioken by 100. What? Such fast speed. When Yefeng appeared in front of Gukiadas in an instant, a look of terror appeared on Gukiada's face. They had fought for such a long time, and Yefeng's speed had never reached such a terrifying level. Could it be that he hadn't been serious until now? Surprised? That's right. Yifeng's lips curled slightly, revealing a wicked smile as he spoke to Gu Qiaodas. Almost a moment, Yifeng's palm pressed against Gu Qiaodas's chest. A surge of power erupted from his body like a flood breaking through a dam. What is happening? What are you going to do to me? Gu Qiaodas was completely panicked, as his strength was continuously draining away at an alarming rate. At this speed, it seemed that in just a few seconds, all of his energy would be completely siphoned off. But what was even more infuriating was that he had no way to resist. He could only watch helplessly as his energy continued to dissipate. What am I doing? It's such a foolish question. After a pig is fattened, what do you think can be done? Yifeng smiled faintly and said to Gu Qiaodas, you better let go of me quickly, or I will definitely kill you. Gu Qiaodas shouted loudly at Yifeng. At this moment, he was very afraid because his strength had already diminished by half, and if this continued, he would really be doomed. What's going on? Gu Qiaodas's power was actually weakening. At this time, Dragon God Salama also sensed the change in Gu Qiaodas and frowned, muttering to himself, impossible. Each of them possesses the ability of dark siphoning. Logically, when fighting against these beings with divine power, they should only become stronger. There is absolutely no reason for them to weaken, unless they are eliminated in an instant. But now, Gu Qiaodas's energy was actually decreasing, which puzzled him. Just as Salama was in shock, Gu Qiaodas's energy was completely absorbed by Yifeng. After having his energy absorbed, Gu Qiaodas collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. This guy's strength is indeed not weak. Yifeng looked at his hands with excitement, feeling the surge of energy within his body. He excitedly said, after absorbing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave, my energy has greatly increased. However, that energy from the absorption was still less than half of Gu Qiaodas's. If I can absorb all the other evil gods, my power will surely reach a terrifying level. What's going on? Has Gu Qiaodas already been defeated? Seabass and Mao also realized that Gu Qiaodas had lost his combat ability. They didn't expect Gu Qiaodas, who possessed siphoning power, to fail so quickly. He really was useless. In contrast, Seabass had already firmly suppressed Beerus. Just a moment ago, he had risked absorbing all of Beerus's massive destructive energy sphere. This meant that Beerus had lost all hope of winning and was now just struggling for survival, merely toying with him. Damn it, that guy's become stronger again. Does this mean I will be controlled by him forever? At that moment, Demigra, who was not engaged in battle, looked at Yifeng with a terrified expression and muttered to himself. Among the 5 evil gods, apart from Salama being very strong, the combat power of the other 4 was about the same. Since Yifeng could easily absorb Gu Qiaodas's power, it meant he also had the ability to absorb the powers of other evil gods. That little insect's power has increased again. It seems that among everyone present, his energy is the strongest. Since this was the case, it was time to change the target of the fight. Dragon God Salama glanced at Yifeng and then changed his attack target. Although Sun Wukong in front of him was also strong, he seemed to fall short compared to Yifeng. To gain more energy quickly, he could only temporarily fight Yifeng. Diverting your attention during battle? You really underestimate me. Just as Dragon God Salama turned his gaze toward Yifeng, Sun Wukong's fist landed heavily on Salama's chest. Boom! The terrifying power sent Salama flying. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several mountain peaks were shattered. You little bug, don't get too carried away. Salama rubbed his chest, anger flashing in his eyes. His ultimate goal was the Omni King, but he hadn't expected to be humiliated repeatedly by these little bugs. This was absolutely intolerable for him. Whoosh! Then, Salama's body flashed and almost instantly appeared in front of white god Sun Wukong, landing a punch on Sun Wukong's chest. Boom! Sun Wukong's body retreated thousands of feet, carving two shocking deep ravines into the ground. My energy is continuously weakening. If this continues, I will definitely lose. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows tightly, thinking to himself. He still hadn't fully mastered this new form of Ultra Instinct, so during the battle, his energy was depleting rapidly. Even though he was doing his best to maintain it, he still felt a sense of exhaustion. No, I absolutely cannot lose this battle. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. Since Ultra Instinct couldn't defeat Dragon God Salama, he could only enhance his power again. Give up, little bug. Humans can never defeat gods. Dragon God Salama said disdainfully, with an air of superiority. I have to admit you're strong, but don't underestimate the will of humans and our potential. Next, I will challenge the limits of Ultra Instinct, even though that powerful energy might tear my body apart. But now, there is no other choice. Sun Wukong clenched his fist tightly, his gaze flickering slightly, because next, it was very likely that his body would not withstand that terrifying power and would be torn to pieces. Kaioken. A deep voice came from Sun Wukong's mouth, and then he clenched his fists, causing red energy flames to erupt from his body. The ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed, and stones floated in midair. Huh. Sun Wukong's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth for a long time. Chapter 229. Aren't you just a soft persimmon? Immediately, the red energy flames surged into the sky, forming a massive beam of light. The entire world seemed to be dyed red at that moment. What's wrong with that guy? His energy has undergone a huge change. 50 times. Damn, this bastard doesn't he have any limits? Dragon God Salama gripped his fists tightly, his eyes filled with shock. Indeed, he had completely underestimated the potential and limits of humans. Sun Wukong had truly exceeded his imagination at this moment. Moreover, if this powerful energy continued to grow, it was likely to surpass his own. 100 times. Kaioken, accompanied by Sun Wukong's roar, his aura directly increased 100-fold. With 100 times the Kaioken added to Ultra Instinct, this was definitely a suicidal enhancement. Because with one misstep, his body could burst from that powerful energy. Boom! The entire earth trembled violently, and even the whole universe was filled with Sun Wukong's aura. No, it's impossible. A human's energy can never reach this level. Salama shook his head like a rattle drum, completely unable to believe it. At this moment, Sun Wukong's power had far surpassed that of the angels. Now, without the interference of other evil gods, he couldn't even display 1,000th of his strength. Is this the aura of Sun Wukong, using 100 times Kaioken? At this moment, Yifeng also felt Sun Wukong's powerful aura. Although he didn't want to admit it, Sun Wukong had indeed surpassed him at this moment in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Or rather, even if he upgraded again, he might not necessarily be stronger than him. Kakarot, that bastard, has become stronger again. He keeps trampling on my pride. Damn it, I will never forgive these bastards. Vegeta felt Goku's energy and clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with unwillingness and humiliation. At this moment, they were all fighting, and even his own son was much stronger than him. He had always claimed to be the pure-blooded Saiyan prince, but now it seemed like nothing but a joke. The battle continued as Demigra prepared to join the fight, and the target he chose was none other than Vegeta. At this moment, only Vegeta and Yefeng were able to fight him. However, he was very aware of Yefeng's strength, which was absolutely beyond his capability to handle. And Yefeng had infused a mysterious power into his body. With just a thought, Yefeng could make him disappear without a trace. Therefore, his only opponent could be Vegeta. Demigra then appeared right in front of Vegeta. You damn bastard, do you think I'm an easy target? Looking at Demigra standing before him, Vegeta gritted his teeth and said angrily. He had not yet fully recovered from the blows dealt to him by Goku and Trunks. And now this bastard had come to provoke him. What? Aren't you? Demigra smirked coldly at Vegeta in response. At this moment on the battlefield, it was indeed true that Vegeta was the weakest. There was no doubt about it. He was the easy target. You bastard, I will never forgive you. Vegeta's face was filled with veins bulging, and his eyes burned with fierce flames. Although he was the weakest in the arena, being called out like this felt terrible. Huh. With a roar, Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. After a brief rest of more than 10 minutes, his power had not fully recovered, but transforming into Super Saiyan Blue was still manageable. The moment he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta unleashed dozens of energy balls with both palms. He launched a furious attack as a prince, a reckless barrage. Boom! The area where Demigra stood exploded rapidly, and Demigra's body was engulfed in thick smoke. After a chaotic barrage of energy attacks, Vegeta was panting heavily. His stamina had not fully recovered, and he had just expended a lot of energy, leading to serious stamina issues again. It was likely that he would have a hard time maintaining Super Saiyan Blue. Suddenly, Demigra's body appeared behind Vegeta. Your attacks are quite good, Vegeta. One of those energy balls actually hit me, but clearly this battle is very boring, Demigra said with a cold smile. What? How can this bastard be so fast? Vegeta's pupils contracted tightly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Why was everyone stronger than him, and by such a large margin? Just then, Demigra slapped Vegeta's face with his hand, and Vegeta was instantly sent flying. His body slid along the ground for hundreds of meters. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and he instantly reverted to his normal state. Although he desperately wanted to stand up again. Demigra's previous attack had been quite heavy, so Vegeta simply couldn't get back up. I thought you could entertain me, but it seems I overestimated you. Since you're so weak, then die. A light blue energy beam appeared at Demigra's fingertip and shot towards Vegeta. Just as the energy beam was about to hit Vegeta, a green figure appeared in front of him and deflected Demigra's attack with a swift motion. What? There's actually someone else. Demigra frowned. This feeling of being interrupted by someone else was quite uncomfortable. In almost the same instant, a figure appeared behind Demigra, and without saying a word, delivered a heavy chop to Demigra's neck. Bang! Demigra was sent flying. What? Vegeta and Yefeng looked up and saw two familiar figures. It was Gohan and Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Please help me watch over Uncle Vegeta. I'll handle that evil god. Gohan said confidently to Piccolo. At this moment, he had already trained with Piccolo for 3 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. His strength had long surpassed the peak of Super Saiyan Blue. Dealing with a demon god was definitely within his capabilities. Piccolo shrugged and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. It seems there should still be an evil god left for me." Although he was also eager to know how strong he had become, he decided to let Gohan take the first battle. Don't be reckless, you fool. That guy's terror is definitely beyond what you can imagine. You should all join forces. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly reminded Piccolo. Although Gohan and Piccolo were strong, they still fell short compared to his Super Saiyan Blue form. The two of them weren't even his opponents, let alone facing the much stronger evil god. Did they really think that after a few years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, they could surpass him? No need. That kind of guy can be handled by Gohan alone. Piccolo glanced at Vegeta and calmly replied. He was well aware of how strong Gohan had become. Moreover, the improvements they made during their training in the hyperbolic time chamber were absolutely beyond their imagination. TCH, you fools who don't know your limits. Soon you'll realize just how terrifying the enemy you're facing is. After hearing Piccolo's calm voice, Vegeta sneered. Since they wouldn't listen to his advice, let them feel the horror of the evil god. Vegeta, this isn't like what you used to say, Piccolo said, looking at Vegeta with a still calm tone. The old Vegeta was proud and unyielding, even when facing the far stronger Majin Buu. He had never shown such weakness as he did now. It was surprising that a few evil gods had scared him this much. After saying this, Piccolo turned his attention to Gohan. You damn little bug. How dare you sneak attack me? You will definitely pay 100-fold for your despicable actions. Demigra's body appeared in midair, his eyes blazing with fury as he looked at Gohan and Piccolo. This feeling of being interrupted is truly unbearable. Is that so? Then let me show you the results of all my training. Son Gohan looked at Demigra with disdain. After training for 3 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had now perfectly fused the powers of rage, mysterious energy, and Super Saiyan Blue. He had formed a new power, a fusion of the 3 abilities, allowing him to defeat any enemy. Suddenly, Son Gohan spread his arms wide, and a terrifying power erupted from his body. The ground trembled, cracked, and collapsed instantly. Blue lightning bolts descended from the sky, and blue energy swirled around Son Gohan like flames. Boom! The ground shook continuously. At the moment Son Gohan transformed, everyone was shocked. What? Is this Gohan's energy? It's become this powerful? Goku, who was fighting the dragon god Salam, suddenly froze and whispered in shock. He never expected that Gohan had gained such immense power, far surpassing Super Saiyan Blue. However, he was facing a significant issue himself. feeling drained and exhausted. Although he had just suppressed Dragon God Salam temporarily with the Kaioken X100 as the battle dragged on, that guy was catching up to him, even surpassing him, and his stamina was depleting rapidly. What kind of power is this? Impossible. Vegeta was completely dumbfounded at this point, his pupils constricting as various complex emotions of unwillingness, shock, and anger flashed in his eyes. He never expected that not only his son, but also Kakarot's son had far surpassed him. Thinking of this, Vegeta felt his pride being trampled repeatedly. Is this Son Gohan's power? It seems these guys have become extremely strong. After sensing Son Gohan's overwhelming divine energy, Yifeng was equally surprised. It's worth noting that in other timelines, many Son Gohans had become mere Gokus. This timeline Son Gohan could actually fuse the three powers within him. That was indeed impressive. What? How can this little bug possess such powerful energy? Demigro was also shocked by the power emanating from Son Gohan, because at that moment, Gohan's power far surpassed Vegeta's, even his own. If he didn't possess the ability of dark siphoning, he might not be able to handle this kid. What's wrong, Demigro? Don't tell me you're already afraid of this little bit of power. Son Gohan, who had fused the three powers into the strongest new form, had a proud look on his face as he spoke to Demigro. His demeanor was reminiscent of God Gohan, very arrogant, even a bit conceited. Damn bug. Don't think just because your power has increased a bit, you can act so high and mighty. Demigro was also enraged by his son Gohan's arrogance. No matter how he fought, as long as his body contained divine power, he would never be his opponent, unless he could eliminate him in an instant, which was absolutely impossible. Are you sure I only got a little stronger? Son Gohan smirked, and the moment his voice fell, his body flashed and almost instantly appeared in front of Demigro. Bang! In the next second, Son Gohan's fist struck Demigro's abdomen without warning. Ugh! A mouthful of bile spewed out, and Demigro grimaced in pain, crimson cracks appearing in his pupils. How is this possible? Just one punch, and I've been so severely injured. How can this bastard power be so strong? Demigro's heart was churning with shock, while his stomach felt like it was being crushed by thousands of gods. But that's not all. Son Gohan smirked again and then heavily drove his right knee into Demigro's chest. Boom! Another deep sound echoed, and Demigro's body shot into the sky like a rocket. Whoosh! Then, Son Gohan disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already above Demigro, and then he clenched both fists and smashed them down onto Demigro's head. Boom! When Demigro's body hit the ground, it instantly kicked up a huge cloud of dust. Chapter 231. The Rapidly Changing Situation. TCH too easy. Son Gohan glanced at Demigro, lying on the ground with a look of disdain in his eyes. He had originally thought the evil god was incredibly powerful, but it turned out to be nothing special. Get a grip, you damn little bug. The humiliation you inflicted on me, I will repay 100-fold. At this moment, Demigro was infuriated to the extreme, surrounded by a light blue aura, with flames of anger burning in his pupils. Then, he leaped into the air and directly attacked Son Gohan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Demigro's fists attacked Son Gohan like a machine gun. Although his attack speed was incredibly fast, it had no effect at all. Son Gohan easily dodged them. You really only have this level of power. It seems I overestimated you a bit. While dodging Demigro's attacks, Son Gohan provocatively spoke. Of course, although his tone was extremely arrogant, he had the capital to be arrogant. Right now, Demigro was indeed no match for him. Alright, I've lost patience with this boring fight. After Son Gohan's indifferent voice fell, his fist heavily smashed into Demigro's face, accompanied by a crisp sound. Demigro's neck was directly broken by Son Gohan's punch. Then his body flew sideways and got embedded in the rocks. This time, I will completely deal with you. A serious look finally appeared in Son Gohan's eyes. He then formed a flower petal shape with his palms, and terrifying blue energy began to gather in his palms. That energy was incredibly powerful, containing the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. Son Gohan was very confident that this attack would definitely eliminate Demigro completely without any surprises. At the same time, Goku, who was nearly exhausted, also chose to go all out. His movements were almost identical to Son Gohan's. Kamehameha. Almost at the same moment, Goku and Son Gohan unleashed their Kamehameha waves towards Dragon God Salam and Demon God Demigro. Boom! At the moment when two Kamehameha waves were unleashed simultaneously, clear cracks appeared all over the earth. Red light flickered within the cracks, flowing like lava. The earth shook continuously, and this shaking lasted for a full minute before it finally stopped. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards the area where the terrifying energy fluctuation had just occurred. As the dust settled, two trenches appeared on the ground, each 1,000 feet wide, resembling areas scorched by fire, covered in blackened dust. Had they solved it? Everyone was very curious and looked towards the end of the trenches, wanting to confirm whether the powerful attacks from Sun Wukong and Gohan had killed Salam and Demigra. Was it really not enough to deal with them? At this time, Sun Wukong's expression was very serious because he could still feel the presence of the dragon god Salam. Moreover, it felt even stronger than before. Although he didn't know what trick that guy had used, it was certain that he was no longer a match for him. Now, he was at the end of his strength, completely exhausted. Even Vegeta, or opponents weaker than Vegeta, could easily defeat him. What's going on? My Kamehameha wave didn't kill Demigra? At this moment, Gohan was equally bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had been very confident that his Kamehameha could definitely kill the evil god in front of him. But now it seemed that the guy was completely unscathed, and instead, he had become even stronger. Be careful, Gohan. They seem to be able to absorb our power, Piccolo suddenly reminded. Just now, the attacks from Sun Wukong and Gohan were incredibly strong. If nothing unexpected had happened, they should have been able to kill the dragon god Salam and Demigra. But now, they were completely unharmed, not even a scratch. What was even more frightening was that their power had increased significantly again, which made it very clear that they could absorb divine power and become even stronger. If that is the case, then the situation is quite dire. It seems to be just as I thought. Gohan looked at Piccolo, nodded, and said, there should be no other explanation. Gohan, those guys are too strange. I suggest that we attack together. That might give us a chance to win, Piccolo said with a frown. No need, Uncle Piccolo. Although he just absorbed my Kamehameha and gained a lot of strength, he still has a long way to go to be my opponent, Gohan said, refusing Piccolo's suggestion. Although he knew Demigra had gotten stronger, he felt that he could handle it alone. Don't be overconfident, Gohan. Before Piccolo's voice had faded, Gohan's body had already charged towards Demigra. Oof, you little bug, you made me suffer quite a bit just now, so now I'll make you feel it. Demigra's eyes flickered with a cold light as he clenched his right hand tightly, and the aura around him instantly pierced through the clouds. The intensity of that aura was vastly different from before. Boom! When Gohan's fist struck towards Demigra, it was easily caught by Demigra. What? Gohan exclaimed in shock, not expecting that this guy would become so powerful after absorbing his Kamehameha. Thank you for the power you gave me, little bug. Just now. I almost thought I was going to be killed, but it seems I'm quite lucky. Now, let us see if you're as lucky, Demigra said with a cold voice, then heavily punched Gohan in the chest. Boom! Gohan was instantly sent flying. Cough! Blood spurted from his mouth. Just one punch had caused him considerable injury. Chapter 232, The Strongest. Saizangot Vegeta bang, bang, bang. Gohan's body shattered 3 or 4 mountains in an instant before crashing heavily to the ground, skidding for hundreds of feet before finally stopping. That hurt a lot. After taking a heavy blow, Gohan's body curled up like a cooked shrimp. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a serious expression appeared in his eyes. He never expected that in just a few minutes, their roles had completely reversed. He had just unleashed all his power. Yet he couldn't even hit Demigra at all. Buzz! Gohan clenched his fists tightly, and terrifying blue energy erupted from his body once again. Although the aura remained, the intensity of the energy was clearly not as strong as it had been initially. After taking such a heavy blow, his energy had decreased very rapidly. Whoosh! At that moment, Demigra's body instantly appeared behind Gohan. Is this all you've got? You really are disappointing, Demigra said, mimicking Gohan's earlier tone. Damn, this guy is so fast. The seriousness in Gohan's eyes deepened. He hadn't even seen Demigra's movements clearly just now. He never expected that after absorbing his energy, Demigra would become this terrifying. Looks like I might have overestimated my abilities. All right, your performance time is over. After Demigra's cold voice fell, a heavy punch landed on Gohan's face. Boom! As the deep sound echoed, Gohan's body flew out like a cannonball, and he coughed up blood again, returning to his normal state. It's over. I have no strength left to deal with him. Gohan gritted his teeth, regretting it deeply. If he had listened to Uncle Piccolo's advice from the start and teamed up, they would have likely dealt with Demigra quickly. But now, Demigra had become so powerful that he had almost lost his fighting ability. Even if he teamed up with Uncle Piccolo now, it would be impossible to defeat Demigra. Damn, that kid just can't change that bad habit. Vegeta gritted his teeth and scolded Gohan. It was the same when dealing with Majin Buu. If he hadn't been so reckless, Majin Buu would probably have been killed long ago. Now it seems the situation is quite dire. Piccolo also frowned. Although his strength had increased significantly after learning the Namekian martial arts, he was definitely not weaker than Gohan. But since Gohan was easily defeated by Demigra, then if I go on stage now, the outcome probably won't be much different. Forget it. Even if I have no chance of winning, I still want to give it a shot. Piccolo tightly clenched his fists. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Piccolo's body. The entire earth shook with this aura, and at the same time, some changes occurred in Piccolo's body. His originally grass-green skin turned dark green, and his pupils completely disappeared, becoming hollow. 2 orange tear marks appeared at the corners of his eyes. In order to completely eliminate you destructive monsters of Earth, I have to transform into a monster myself. After Piccolo's voice fell, his body instantly flashed out, directly attacking Demigra. What? That bastard Piccolo has become so strong too. Watching as Piccolo also had a new transformation that far surpassed his own strength, Vegeta felt as if he had been stabbed hard in the heart. That feeling was simply suffocating. It was one thing for him to be surpassed by the evil gods and Saiyans, but now even an Namekian had climbed over him? No, I am the proud prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta, with the purest bloodline of the Super Saiyan God. How can I allow these bastards to surpass me one by one? Why? Why does the most noble blood of the Super Saiyan God flow through my veins? Why am I still so weak? Impossible, absolument infaillible. Vegeta's body trembled violently, his veins bulging, his pupils kept constricting, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He should be the strongest being. He should be the strongest Saiyan. Why? Why is he being surpassed time and again? Why now even some evil gods and Namekians have surpassed him? Damn it. Huh. Then Vegeta roared, as if wanting to vent the unwillingness, humiliation, and anger in his heart. Boom. Accompanied by Vegeta's roar, the entire earth began to shake violently. The fragments of the ground exploded, and in just an instant, that explosion spread for thousands of miles. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned to Vegeta again. What? Vegeta's aura is so strong. Dad, is it Dad's aura? Is he finally going to break through? Vegeta, this guy's aura actually surpassed Goku in an instant. What's going on? That Saiyan had completely lost his fighting ability, right? Why has he suddenly become so strong? In that moment, Vegeta became the main character of the scene. Everyone's gaze was focused on him because that aura had already surpassed Son Goku and the dragon god Salama. Huh! Vegeta roared again, and in the next moment, a crimson energy surged into the sky, forming a pillar of energy 1,000 feet wide. Then, Vegeta's hair turned white. The roar gradually faded away, and Vegeta's figure appeared in everyone's sight. At that moment, Vegeta's hair had turned pure white. A blood-red V-shaped symbol appeared on his forehead, and of course, there was a blood-red line within the V symbol. This indicated that Vegeta had broken through a limiter. At this moment, Vegeta's strength indeed surpassed Son Goku, because Son Goku's Ultra Instinct form had 2 limiters. Vegeta's pupils turned white, and his irises had completely changed to blood red. At the same time, 2 blood-red tear marks appeared at the corners of his eyes. Is this the form of Ultra Instinct? I knew I could reach this level. I am the proud prince of all Saiyans, with the purest blood of the Super Saiyan God flowing through me. Vegeta tightly clenched his fists, his excitement gradually turning into calm. At this moment, although he had been looking forward to it for a long time, he had already imagined it long ago. Chapter 233, The Strongest Saiyan. I didn't expect even Vegeta to break through to this level. The calmness in Whis' eyes gradually turned into surprise. He had always thought that Goku had slightly stronger talent, but now Vegeta had actually surpassed Goku. This indeed caught him off guard. That's normal, Whis. Vegeta's talent is indeed a bit better than Goku's, and more importantly, the guy trains harder. At this time, Bardoss also spoke up. Although he didn't know this timeline's Vegeta, he had seen other timelines Vegetas. Especially in the Time Nest, in the Time Chamber, he had witnessed everyone's training methods firsthand. If that's the case, it seems I was a bit mistaken. Whis looked at Bardoss and replied, but anyway, Vegeta becoming stronger than Goku is a good thing for them, because with the increase in battles, Goku had already fallen at a disadvantage, and it was obvious that his combat power was not lower than that of the dragon god Salama. Especially those guys seemed to be able to absorb divine power, making themselves even stronger. Of course, it wasn't just Goku. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction Trunks, and Gohan and Piccolo were all at a disadvantage at this time. If this continues, the battle will be very unfavorable for them. Then, let's start with you bastard, as practice. After Vegeta transformed into Ultra Instinct, he turned his gaze to the evil God Mao. because that bastard had just tormented him a lot. It was time to return the favor. Trunks, step back. Vegeta's body flashed and appeared right in front of Trunks, coldly ordering, Dad, these evil gods are very strange. They keep getting stronger during the battle. I think we should join forces and eliminate them as quickly as possible. Trunks looked at Vegeta, his tone serious as he spoke. In the battle with the evil god Mao just now, she had personally experienced the growth of the evil gods, and not just the evil god Mao. It seemed that all the evil gods could become stronger in battle. Stop talking nonsense. I've already become Ultra Instinct. These little ants pose no threat to me at all. Vegeta coldly replied to Trunks. He was Ultra Instinct now, and his strength had surpassed Kakarot. If he still needed to join forces with Trunks to deal with an evil god, then he would be too weak. Dad, don't be too careless. Even though you've become stronger, it's still too dangerous to face an evil god alone. After hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks furrowed his brows tightly. It's really hard to change Dad's personality. Once he gained strength, he began to act recklessly. With his personality, it was absolutely impossible for him to eliminate the evil god in an instant. If given the opportunity to grow, they would soon surpass Vegeta. This was something he absolutely could not allow. Get lost. Vegeta seemed a bit impatient, clenching his fists tightly, a powerful aura bursting from his body, directly forcing Trunks back dozens of feet. Then he instantly flew toward the evil god Mao. Bang! The next second, Vegeta's fist struck directly at Mao's chest. Under the terrifying force, Mao's chest instantly caved in, and his body was sent flying. Vegeta followed closely, determined to repay the humiliation he had just suffered 100-fold. Of course, he wouldn't rush to kill him. Instead, he would kill him punch by punch. Meanwhile, on the other side, after absorbing Goku's strongest Kamehameha, the Dragon God Salama had become even more powerful. That aura made Goku's heart tremble with fear. Damn it, I have no strength left. It seems I'm going to be killed by that guy. Goku felt that the only reason he could still stand was due to his strong willpower. Now, as soon as Dragon God Salama made a move, he would definitely be completely killed. What's wrong, human? Weren't you just confidently talking about the so-called potential of humanity? It seems you're only at this level. Since that's the case, let me completely eliminate you. After Salama's voice fell, his body flashed out. In almost an instant, he appeared in front of Goku. He threw a punch at Goku, and he held nothing back, as his intention was to kill Goku. He had already absorbed enough energy, and Goku was no longer of any use. Moreover, his physical strength had reached its limit. Whoosh! Just as Dragon God Salama's fist was about to strike, Goku's body suddenly disappeared from a spot. What happened? Salama frowned, and then looked towards a short distance away. At that moment, Goku was being supported by Yefeng. Did you save me? Thank you. Goku smiled helplessly, looking at Yefeng and expressing his gratitude. Just now, he thought he was doomed. But even though Yefeng saved him, the final outcome would still be the same, because those evil gods were just too strong, far beyond what they could handle. No need to thank me. You've already done what you needed to do. Leave the rest to me. Yifeng looked at Sun Wukong and said lightly. Although he would be fighting the Dragon God Salama, his goal was different from that of Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong and his team were fighting to protect the Earth and safeguard the universe. Yifeng's purpose was simple. Salama was strong enough to help him reach a higher level. At the same time, he could absorb Salama's energy. If he could inject the power of rules into Salama's body during the battle, that would be great. After all, this guy became fully demonic, and his strength was incredibly powerful. Oh, it seems like it's time to change opponents. Salama looked at Yifeng and spoke lightly. Although he was somewhat annoyed for not killing Sun Wukong, it didn't really matter. Sun Wukong now was hardly worth mentioning, and whether to kill him was of no consequence. That's right, from now on, I will change opponents. Your opponent is me, the strongest Saiyan, Yifeng. Yifeng stepped forward, his eyes shooting out a sharp light, and spoke. From now on, this is the first battle for me to become stronger. Chapter 234 versus Salama. What? The strongest Saiyan? You might be overestimating yourself a bit, little bug. When it comes to the strongest Saiyan, it would probably be the Super Saiyan God, Yamoshi. The Dragon God Salama looked at Yifeng with a mocking expression, then calmly said, There's no denying that the Saiyan named Sun Wukong just now was indeed very strong, especially after he displayed the so-called 100-fold Kaioken. His power reached a terrifying level. But it's just terrifying. Compared to Super Saiyan God Yamoshi, he is still lacking a lot. Because that guy could match me at my peak. Yamoshi? Perhaps he really is as strong as you say, but I must tell you that I will definitely be stronger than him. Yifeng looked at Dragon God Salama with a calm expression. then confidently said, "No matter how powerful Yamosi is, he will definitely not be my opponent in the end, because I will constantly grow stronger in battle." Just now, the fight between Dragon God Salama and the all-seeing godson Wukong allowed me to absorb a lot of energy. "So arrogant. You're quite an interesting fellow. I hope your strength is not proportional to your arrogance," Dragon God Salama said with interest as he looked at Yifeng. "If you're truly as strong as you claim, then I would certainly be very pleased, because that way I can absorb even more divine power, and at that time, that little King Zeno will be no match for me. Don't worry, my strength will definitely not disappoint you." After Yifeng's calm voice fell, he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Yifeng instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, which is his strongest form at the moment. Of course, his Super Saiyan 3 is not something an ordinary Saiyan can compare to. "Oh, it seems you have some power, but if you think you can defeat me with that, then you are underestimating yourself." The Dragon God Salama was slightly surprised. However, that surprise quickly faded. "You must not be careless. That guy is indeed very strong." Sun Wukong looked at the calm Yifeng and reminded him. In the previous battle, he thought that with his full Saiyan form, he could defeat Dragon God Salama. But after the fight, he realized there was a significant gap between them, especially that guy, who can absorb his divine power and turn it into his energy. "Don't worry, I naturally have my plans." Yifeng glanced at Sun Wukong and said lightly. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the Dragon God Salama and continued, "Next, let me show you whether I am as self-righteous as you say." After Yifeng's voice fell, his body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Dragon God Salama in an instant, his speed not weaker than that of the all-race godson Wukong. The self-important clown, Dragon God Salama, glanced at Yifeng indifferently and then threw out a punch as well. Compared to the earlier son Wukong, Yifeng was indeed a bit too weak now. Boom! Buzz! The moment their fists collided, the entire earth trembled violently, and a massive shockwave swept out in all directions. Rumble! Suddenly, the ground collapsed, creating a huge pit, and the surrounding peaks were flattened. Thud thud! After several exchanges of punches, Yifeng's body was directly knocked back hundreds of meters. "This guy has such great power." Yifeng quickly shook his arms, furrowed his brows, and muttered to himself. After exchanging a punch with Dragon God Salama, Yifeng felt a tingling sensation throughout his entire arm. Moreover, it was clear that the guy hadn't used his full strength in the fight. In the next moment, Dragon God Salama's body suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng. With a smug smile on his lips, he spoke in a proud tone. "What kind of little bug are you? I only used 3/10 of my strength, and you're already this pathetic?" Dragon God Salama's tone was filled with disdain. Of course, he had the right to be disdainful. After all, in front of him, Yifeng was indeed just a little bug, and it would be very easy for him to crush him. 3/10 of his strength? Hearing Dragon God Salama's words, Yifeng did not refute, but calmly replied. It was undeniable that he was indeed very weak in front of Dragon God Salama right now, especially since this guy had just absorbed enough divine power from Sun Wukong. His strength had far surpassed what it was at the beginning. However, what he didn't know was that just from that one exchange, Yifeng had absorbed a significant amount of his power. Yifeng's devouring ability allows him to consume all powers. In contrast, Dragon God Salama and other evil gods possess dark siphoning abilities that can only absorb divine power energy. Therefore, the longer the battle lasts, the stronger Yifeng becomes, while Dragon God Salama cannot absorb his power. Although Yifeng is currently very strong, he is still only a Super Saiyan 3, and his body does not contain divine power. However, the premise is that he cannot use the Ultra Instinct technique. "What? Are you starting to feel scared?" Dragon God Salama said mockingly, looking at Yifeng. It's no wonder, as Yifeng's current power has reached an unprecedented level. How could he possibly be Salama's opponent? Scared? You think too highly of yourself. Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth and said lightly. As soon as his voice fell, Yifeng's body flashed out again, instantly appearing in front of Dragon God Salama. Woos, woos, bang, bang. The two fists collided continuously, and with each collision, Yifeng could feel himself absorbing a tremendous amount of energy, although his arms were already feeling numb. This did not affect Yifeng's inner excitement at all. Due to the bloodline in his body, his adaptability was extremely strong when fighting against a more powerful opponent. With the increase in the duration of the battle, his strength would grow stronger. Moreover, combined with his devouring power, this rate of becoming stronger was incredibly terrifying. Chapter 235. The battle situation is grim. Struggling against Vegeta. Damn it. Why can't I fight at this moment? Sun Wukong watched Yi Feng and Dragon God Salama's battle, clenching his fists tightly. He felt very unwilling because at this moment, Yi Feng, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo were all fighting, while he was left waiting here alone. This feeling made him, as a battle fanatic, quite uncomfortable. Whis, do you have any way to help me recover all my energy? Sun Wukong could only place his hopes on Whis, as he was an angel, and perhaps he would have some methods. Don't look at me. I can't help you recover your energy. Whis shook his head seriously and said to Sun Wukong, if it were usual, he might have been able to help Sun Wukong, or even if he treated his injuries now, it would be completely fine. However, to help him recover all his energy was clearly impossible, because the energy of the Super Saiyan God was already stronger than his own, and Sun Wukong had just used the 100-fold Kaioken, which had already harmed the foundation of his body, to recover his injuries and restore him to full energy form. Perhaps only the Grand Minister and Zeno could do it. Not even you can help. And can I really not fight? Sun Wukong looked at Whis with some disappointment and muttered softly. Although he was very unwilling, he could only be a spectator now. Besides, he was very aware that his injuries were severe. Sister, do you think Yi Feng could defeat Dragon God Salama? Then, Whis turned to Bardoss and asked lightly. I don't know. Bardoss shook her head and replied. Although she sincerely hoped Yi Feng could win, Yi Feng's strength was indeed very strong. However, whether he could contend with Dragon God Salama, she couldn't guarantee, because that guy had existed since ancient times with a very strong foundation. Even if sealed for billions of years and having moved his foundation, after all, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Yi Feng is very strong, he has only lived for a few decades. So in comparison, it seems that the advantage lies more with the Dragon God Salama. If even my sister lacks confidence, it appears that Yi Feng's chances of winning are not great. After hearing the ambiguous response from Bestows, Whis spoke up, although he was reluctant to admit it. The fact remains, to completely defeat the Dragon God Salama, it would probably require either Father or the Omni King to intervene. After Bestows calmly finished speaking, she once again turned her gaze to Yi Feng and the Dragon God Salama. Meanwhile, on other battlefields, Beerus had already been completely defeated. Having exhausted too much energy, he could only passively take hits. Damn it, this bastard dares to treat a god of destruction like this. Beerus frowned tightly, a fierce rage burning in his eyes. As a god of destruction, he had never been as embarrassed as he was today, being humiliated by an evil god like this. Absolutely unforgivable. A god of destruction? You won't be one for long, because next, I will completely kill you. After the voice of the evil god Seabass fell, his body flashed out in an instant. Bang! Seabass's speed was incredibly fast, giving Beerus no chance to dodge as his fist struck Beerus squarely in the chest. A mouthful of purple blood spewed from Beerus' mouth as his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily at Whis and the other's feet. Lord Whis, you are not his match, Whis said to Beerus with a solemn expression. That guy has become even stronger after absorbing Beerus' divine power. Now, not to mention Beerus, even Goku might not be his opponent. Damn it, I am a dignified god of destruction, and it's infuriating that I can't destroy that thing. Beerus tightly gripped the ground, crushing the stones into powder. The unwillingness in his eyes was almost palpable. Whis, can you contact the Grand Minister and the Omni King? At this moment, Beerus suddenly asked, although he was very angry and wanted to personally deal with all the evil gods. His rationality told him that these evil gods were beyond his ability to handle. Just one of the evil gods had completely left him defenseless. The once strongest Goku had now lost his fighting ability, although Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo had all become very strong. As the battle time increased, their advantage was diminishing. Even if Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he would probably be completely defeated in just a few more minutes. I'm sorry, Lord Beerus. Although I can contact the Omni King and the Grand Minister, due to certain restrictions, they will not appear unless it is absolutely necessary. Whis shook his head and said to Beerus. Although he also realized the seriousness of the situation, they could not easily disturb the Omni King and the Grand Minister. TCA, although I really don't want to admit it, if this continues, we might all be killed. Beerus clenched his fists and looked at everyone's battles, saying, at this moment, Yi Feng was clearly at a disadvantage against the Dragon God Salama. Although he could still hold on, it was obvious that this kind of battle could not last much longer, because the Dragon God Salama, like the other evil gods, would gain tremendous power as time passed. However, Yi Feng, like them, would suffer greater physical exhaustion the longer the battle lasted. They simply did not know that Yi Feng was not as vulnerable as they imagined. Lord Beerus, I think you should not jump to conclusions. Yifeng might surprise all of you. At this moment, Bestows suddenly smiled lightly and said to Beerus, because she was quite aware that Yifeng still had many trump cards that he had not revealed. Really? After hearing Bestows' words, Beerus turned to look and then asked with some confusion. Bestows was not someone who spoke without basis, but he did not believe that Yifeng would be that strong to handle the dragon god Salama. Bang! 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 Just then, Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks were all defeated. Meanwhile, the evil god Mao, the demon god Demigra, and the evil god Seabass were simultaneously dealing with the Super Saiyan god Vegeta. Damn bastards. Now let me show you the power of Vegeta. Looking at the three evil gods before him, Vegeta showed no fear, instead speaking in a cold tone. Chapter 236. Signs of an imminent breakthrough. Let's all attack together. This guy's a bit unusual, Demigra said as he looked at the evil god Mao and the evil god Seabass. At this moment, Vegeta was completely different from when he first started. His strength had increased dramatically. Although each of them possessed the ability of dark absorption, Vegeta's power was too overwhelming. If they weren't careful, they might not even have time to absorb Vegeta's energy before being directly killed. Hee, this powerful divine power, I must absorb it all. A greedy look appeared on Seabass's face as he said with an evil smile, I won't let you have it all to yourself. I won't let go of this divine power either. The evil god Mao also had a wicked grin at the corner of his mouth, looking at Vegeta as if he were looking at a delicious cake. All right, let us attack together. As soon as Demigra's voice fell, his body flashed out and directly attacked Vegeta. The evil god Mao and the evil god Seabass naturally followed suit, instantly appearing before Vegeta and launching a frenzied attack. Although the three of them were far from matching Vegeta's strength individually, they still found it somewhat challenging to handle him when they teamed up. Dammy garbage puppets, Vegeta will completely destroy each of you. After Vegeta's voice fell, he punched Mao squarely in the face, sending him flying. The moment he knocked Mao away, he then delivered a heavy kick to Demigra's chest, collapsing it inward. Following that, Vegeta's body instantly disappeared and reappeared above Seabass, his fists clasped together. And he struck down heavily on Seabass's head. Bang! Boom! When Seabass's body crashed to the ground, it directly created a massive pit 1,000 feet deep. Two enormous mushroom clouds shot up into the sky. Clearly, although the three of them combined their strength was very powerful, they were still no match for the fully unleashed god of destruction, Vegeta, who had removed one of his limiters. You despicable garbage, I will destroy you now, Vegeta said, looking at the three on the ground, his hands gathering terrifying energy spheres. This time, he didn't use his ultimate flash, but opted for a standard attack. He felt that at this moment, Demigra and the others were simply not his opponents. Regardless of whether they could absorb his energy, the gap between them was insurmountable. Even with a regular energy attack, he could completely annihilate them. Boom! Vegeta's energy spheres continuously struck Demigra's minions, causing the ground to collapse and crack. The minions were engulfed by the rolling, thick smoke. Is it over? At this moment, Goku, Gohan, Trunks, and Beerus all looked at the ground with curious expressions, questioning what had happened. They never expected that in the end, they would all be defeated. They had to rely on Vegeta's power to deal with the other evil gods. Especially Goku and Beerus, they felt quite uncomfortable. Their power clearly exceeded Vegeta's by a lot, yet in just a few minutes, Vegeta had completely surpassed them. It seems not yet. Vegeta seems to be underestimating them. After hearing Trunks' question, Whis replied calmly. In fact, Vegeta had known from the beginning that the evil gods could absorb their divine power, but he was too arrogant. He didn't use all his strength to kill the evil gods, but opted for a regular energy attack. This gave the evil gods a chance to grow. It must be said that although Vegeta had become stronger, his personality hadn't changed at all. He was still overly arrogant and proud with just a bit of strength. Meanwhile, in another battle, Yefeng was already evenly matched against the dragon god, Salama. Damn, this little brat's energy is skyrocketing during the fight. What's going on? Salama's heart was filled with increasing horror. Originally, he thought he could easily handle this guy, but unexpectedly, he had become quite tricky. Moreover, just his growth over a few minutes had put immense pressure on him. This rate of growth completely surpassed that of Super Saiyan God Yamushi. After all, that guy had lived for hundreds of millions of years, while this little thing had only been fighting him for a few minutes. What's wrong? Dragon God Salama, are you starting to feel scared? Yefeng provocatively asked, looking at the frowning Salama. The speed of his improvement during the fight was indeed terrifying. Even he felt shocked. He hadn't experienced such a speed of improvement when fighting Mechikabura. Arrogant little bug, don't be too full of yourself. Do you really think Dragon God Salama has only this much power? Salama tightly clenched his fists, feeling quite uncomfortable being teased by a human brat like this. He had only used 70% of his power because he was reserving some strength to deal with Zeno and the Grand Minister. But since this little brat was so rampant, he might as well deal with him first. Next, I will fight with all my strength. Little brat, prepare to die. The killing intent in Salama's eyes surged, and then he attacked Yifeng. Finally ready to fight with all your strength? Bring it on. Yifeng also gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly darted out. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of the two kept colliding, and Yifeng felt a force awakening within his body. It was an extremely powerful force, as if it was about to explode out at any moment. This feeling? Could it be a breakthrough? After sensing that familiar sensation, an excited expression suddenly appeared on Yifeng's face. It seemed that during his battle with the Dragon God Salama, he not only absorbed enough energy, but also significantly enhanced his combat power. Therefore, he might now be facing a situation where a breakthrough was imminent. Chapter 236, Death Energy Ball. Although he didn't know what realm he would break through to next, his intuition told him that after reaching the next realm, he would become extremely powerful. Yifeng thought excitedly in his heart. Bang! Immediately after, Yifeng and the Dragon God Salama once again struck each other with a heavy punch. Boom! The power of the punch shook the entire space, making it rustle. Yifeng's body retreated 1,000 feet, while the Dragon God Salama also withdrew about 100 feet. It turns out this guy had also held back some of his strength. Yifeng clenched his numb fists and whispered to himself while watching Dragon God Salama. At that moment, he felt the energy within his body surging forth like a spring. It seemed he was about to break through. Yifeng then tightly clenched his fists, and that overwhelming power erupted from his body in an instant. Accompanied by a roar, a golden pillar of light enveloped Yifeng, shooting straight up into the sky. What is happening? Is that guy Yifeng going to break through again? Vegeta was the first to notice Yifeng's change, his eyes filled with shock. This guy, despite having no divine energy in his body, why is his strength so formidable? Not only can he battle Dragon God Salama, but now he even shows signs of a breakthrough. It seems Yifeng is really about to break through. This little guy is truly hard to figure out. Bardos showed an unusual expression and spoke. It's worth noting that Yifeng had only broken through to Super Saiyan 3 less than a month ago. Who would have thought he would show signs of another breakthrough now? He seems even more surprising than Super Saiyan God Yamoshi. He is indeed very strong. He has absolutely no divine energy in his body, but his power far exceeds that of Goku and Vegeta. Whis was equally astonished. They had never encountered such a situation before. Perhaps Yifeng is the true transformation of a Super Saiyan. The transformations of Vegeta and me might be the wrong ones. Goku looked at Yifeng, a faint smile on his face, and said to everyone. Actually, he had seen Yifeng's transformation before, just not at such a high level. TCH being surpassed by Saiyan time and again is really quite uncomfortable. However, if he could defeat Dragon God Salama, I would team-mine so much. God of Destruction Beerus looked at Yifeng wrapped in the golden pillar of light and sneered. A few years ago, he was the invincible existence in Universe 7, and now, just a few years later, so many guys have surpassed him. To be honest, this feeling is quite uncomfortable. I thought I was strong enough, but it turns out that guy's strength surpasses all of us. Gohan looked at Yifeng, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. At the same time, he was very envious of that powerful strength. Trunks and Piccolo nodded in agreement. Their thoughts were the same as Gohan's. They had originally thought that after becoming stronger, even if they weren't the strongest, they would definitely be at the top. But after a few rounds, they still found themselves just tagging along. What is wrong with that guy? Is he trying to break through in the middle of a battle? Dragon God Salama furrowed his brows tightly. Yifeng was now capable of being his equal opponent, fighting evenly. If he breaks through again, wouldn't that mean he would no longer be his opponent? No way, I must stop this from happening. A cold glint appeared in Dragon God Salama's eyes as he raised both hands, gathering a terrifying energy ball. The energy ball instantly expanded to the size of half a basketball court, a crimson energy sphere surrounded by black lightning. It could be felt that the energy ball contained the power to destroy the world. It could be said that if not carefully controlled, even a tiny bit of energy from this energy ball could obliterate the earth. Want to become stronger? Stop dreaming. How could I allow such a thing to happen? Dragon God Salama roared loudly, although he felt that a mere human wasn't worth such a grand effort. Gathering such a powerful energy ball to annihilate him was hard to accept. But he had to admit that this human had threatened his plans. Therefore, he had to kill him no matter what. After Dragon God Salama's judgmental voice fell, the energy ball shot directly toward Yifeng. Oh no, Yifeng is breaking through. He couldn't retaliate at all. If he was hit by such a terrifying energy ball, he would definitely be in grave danger. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at the powerful energy ball launched by Dragon God Salama. Their brows furrowed tightly. During the breakthrough, Yifeng couldn't use any offensive or defensive techniques, making him very vulnerable. Moreover, more importantly, they couldn't help at all, because Dragon God Salama's energy ball was simply too terrifying. It was absolutely beyond their capacity to handle. The only one who could catch the energy ball was Vegeta, but he was currently being attacked by Demigra and others. He couldn't spare a hand to help Yifeng, and even if he could, given Vegeta's personality, he definitely wouldn't help Yifeng. After all, their friendship wasn't that deep, or one could say they had no friendship at all. What to do? Yifeng is under attack, and if he gets killed, I might die too. At this moment, not only Bardos's group was tense, but even Demigra was quite nervous. He was even very afraid because Yifeng had once told him that if he died, the energy left in his body would explode, and he would definitely be killed too. But now he couldn't betray Dragon God Salama, as the outcome of betraying him was also death. Moreover, even if he tried to stop Dragon God Salama, he didn't have the strength to do so. Thinking this, Demigra, who wanted to rely on Vegeta, could only stop his attacks. He wanted to place all his hopes on Vegeta. If it didn't T-attack, perhaps Vegeta could spare a hand to rescue Yifeng. I must say, his calculations were still quite good, but Vegeta was too focused on attacking those three and had no intention of helping Yifeng. Aren't you strong? I really want to see how you handle the current situation. Vegeta glanced at Yifeng, smiled faintly, and muttered to himself. Chapter 137, Breakthrough New Form. A massive energy ball, like a mountain pressing down, surged towards Yifeng. To others, this level of energy ball was something that even Yifeng might not be able to withstand with all his strength. Moreover, Yifeng was currently in the midst of a breakthrough, making it impossible for him to unleash his full capabilities to confront the energy ball. Thus, although they were reluctant to admit it, the hope that Yifeng could catch the energy ball seemed very slim. However, at that moment, enveloped in a golden light column, Yifeng appeared remarkably calm as he watched the enormous energy ball flying towards him, showing no signs of worry. Instead, he was extremely excited. While such a massive energy ball would indeed be a devastating blow to others, to him, it felt like a significant source of nourishment. If it could help him ascend to a higher level, then he would gladly accept all of this energy. Yifeng looked at the massive energy ball, and suddenly a golden light shot from his eyes. He then said, "Devouring power." The moment his voice fell, the enormous crimson energy ball had already made contact with a golden light beam. In that instant, Yifeng's body resembled a gigantic vortex. When the energy ball hit, not only did it not explode, but it seemed to create not even a ripple. The sensation was like a trickle of water slowly merging into the ocean, completely without any signs or collisions. What's going on? Is my energy ball being absorbed? Watching the incredible scene unfold before him, Dragon God Salama felt a tumult of shock and disbelief within. It was simply hard to believe that the energy ball he had just condensed, which contained the essence of death, could be absorbed so effortlessly. He could destroy the entire universe in an instant if he wanted to. He never expected that such a terrifying energy ball would not even create the slightest ripple when it hit Yifeng. It was completely absorbed by him. Could it be that Yifeng also understood the ability of dark siphoning? Impossible. That was a power he had developed specifically to combat the gods. He was just an ordinary Saiyan. There was no way he could master such an ability. I refuse to believe this. This time, I will make you completely disappear. The flames of rage shot from Dragon God Salama's eyes. He then raised both hands again, and a massive energy ball coalesced once more. This time, the energy ball was also a giant crimson sphere, surrounded by even more terrifying black lightning. The power this time had increased exponentially. You detestable little insect. This time you will disappear for good. After Salama's furious roar, the energy ball shot towards Yifeng once again. Even if that guy understood the ability of dark siphoning, such abilities must have their limits. Having just endured his powerful attack, he must have reached his absorption limit, right? So this energy ball could surely take his life. But did that guy's energy ball have no limits? At this moment, Beerus, Son Goku, and the others looked at Dragon God Salama with expressions of shock. They had initially thought that the previous energy ball was Salama's limit, but now he had condensed an even more powerful energy ball. In that case, even if Yi Feng was strong, it would likely be very difficult for him to withstand it. Did Yi Feng have any assurance? This time, even Bardos furrowed her brows slightly and spoke softly. I believe in him. He can definitely do it. Just then, Razli wore a faint smile, clearly having great confidence in Yi Feng. She had been with Yi Feng for so long and had witnessed many dangerous battles, but he always managed to turn danger into safety. Or perhaps, he was simply suppressing his own strength during the fight. Therefore, she was very confident that he could achieve victory once again. Do you really believe in him that much? Beerus glanced at Razli, who looked so certain, and curiously asked. Of course, Razli replied without looking at Beerus. There's still something missing. It feels like there's still a little bit lacking. However, Salama's energy will play a crucial role in my breakthrough. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly. He felt that the energy within his body had reached a state of fullness, but he sensed that he was still lacking a breakthrough opportunity. He then turned his gaze to the energy sphere of the dragon god, Salama. Perhaps this would be the best chance for his breakthrough. As the massive energy sphere was about to make contact with Yi Feng, the golden beam of light instantly transformed into a huge golden vortex. The golden vortex spun continuously, as if it possessed a powerful devouring force, directly engulfing the massive energy sphere. At the moment the energy sphere was swallowed, Yi Feng suddenly let out a piercing scream, seemingly enduring some immense pain. At that moment, Yi Feng's body appeared in front of everyone, and he looked as if he had swollen 2 to 3 times in size. He resembled an inflated balloon, looking quite comical. However, everyone could feel that within Yi Feng's body was an incredibly terrifying power. Such overwhelming strength. It felt as if his body was about to explode. With his body stretched like a basketball, Yi Feng felt a great deal of pain, as if he might burst at any moment. But with this energy, let me break through. After Yi Feng's roar fell, the golden light beneath his feet shook violently. In an instant, it surged into the sky, brilliantly wrapping Yi Feng within it. Did he succeed? Yi Feng successfully broke through. At the moment the golden light erupted, Yi Feng's aura instantly increased by hundreds of times. Even more, everyone could feel that aura, which made their faces show excitement. It is no exaggeration to say that Yi Feng's energy had far surpassed that of the dragon god Salama at this moment. This feeling was simply amazing. Just then, a sound emerged from the golden light that Yi Feng was enjoying. Soon after, the golden light gradually disappeared, and Yi Feng's body reappeared in front of everyone. However, Yi Feng's appearance had completely changed. It could be said that aside from his looks, Yi Feng was now entirely different. Chapter 138, Super Saiyan 4. Please subscribe automatically. At this moment, Yi Feng resembled a Super Saiyan 4. To be precise, he looked more like Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, because Yi Feng's entire body was covered in red fur, and he looked very strong. Behind him was a long red tail that swayed flexibly. Even more eye-catching was Yi Feng's hair, which was now longer, messy, and bright red. However, Yi Feng's pupils remained golden, unchanged, exuding a sharp cold light. So handsome, Lazuli, looking at the completely transformed Yi Feng, was not frightened by his current form. Instead, she gazed at Yi Feng with a lovesick expression, murmuring to herself. To be honest, Yi Feng was indeed very handsome at this moment, with more defined features and a more sculpted body. Bardock also had a sparkle in his eyes. Although he didn't express it as openly as Lazuli, it was evident that he also liked Yi Feng's current form. What's going on? Why have I never seen Yi Feng in this form before? Sun Wukong looked astonished. He thought that after Yi Feng transformed again, he might become a Super Saiyan god, a Super Saiyan Blue, or directly transform into a full Super Saiyan god. But what he never expected was that Yi Feng would turn into this form. Although there were many Saiyans, none had a transformation like Yi Feng's. I still can't sense his divine energy, but that guy is ridiculously strong. Beerus fixed his gaze on Yi Feng, speaking heavily. This guy has far exceeded my imagination. His power is incredibly strong. Perhaps only the Grand Priest and the Omni King could match him. Damn, I didn't expect a Saiyan pig to have such a powerful existence. Looking at it this way, maybe we have hope. Was finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Feng's new form. Although Yi Feng did not possess the pure heart of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as long as he could deal with the dragon god Salama, he did not care about that. What was going on? Why have I never seen that guy's transformation? Vegeta's eyes were filled with shock. Although he felt strong enough now, Yi Feng's aura still made him very wary. This indicates that his strength is incredibly powerful, at least surpassing his full Super Saiyan God form. Damn it, I finally became a full Super Saiyan God, the strongest Saiyan. and I didn't expect to be surpassed again in such a short time. It's really frustrating. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his expression showing great displeasure. Although Yifeng was on their side, it still felt very uncomfortable. Boom! Just as Vegeta felt displeased, the evil god Seabass suddenly delivered a heavy punch to Vegeta's face. Although Vegeta was strong, being ambushed like this sent his body flying. Then, Seabass and Mal quickly flew towards Vegeta, launching a series of attacks. Meanwhile, the demon Demigra finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yifeng was not killed, it meant he would not die either. As for what would happen next, that will be discussed later. You bunch of bastards, how dare you ambush me? I will personally kill every one of you. After being surpassed by Yifeng, Vegeta was already somewhat annoyed, and now being ambushed added to his frustration. The next moment, his body burst forth, attacking Seabass and Mal. However, after absorbing enough energy from Vegeta, Seabass and the other strength also grew rapidly. For being completely crushed by Vegeta at first, they had now turned slightly disadvantaged. At this moment, Vegeta realized that if he continued to fight like this, he would definitely be surpassed, without any doubt. Damn, that guy actually completed his transformation. What's even more infuriating is that he succeeded in transforming using his own energy. The dragon god Salama gritted his teeth tightly, nearly shattering them. If the higher-ups hadn't given Yifeng so much energy, he probably wouldn't have broken through so easily. Thinking about it now was really frustrating. This feeling of being filled with power is simply amazing. Super Saiyan 4? What an unprecedented sense of power. Yifeng tightly clenched his fists, feeling extremely satisfied with his brand new transformation. He could sense that this time, not only had his speed and strength received a tremendous boost, but his body's durability had also become incredibly strong. He could easily withstand the energy waves from the powerful attacks. Dragon God Salama? From the looks of you, are you scared? The excitement on his face gradually faded, and then Yifeng turned his gaze towards Dragon God Salama, provocatively asking. His current strength had far surpassed that of Dragon God Salama. It could be said that killing him now would be a very easy task. Scared? You're getting a bit too carried away, you little bug. Do you think completing your transformation makes you my opponent? Dragon God Salama's eyes were filled with immense fury. This bastard's appearance had disrupted his rhythm. He hadn't intended to merge so soon, but it seemed that without merging, he had no hope of defeating him. No, there should still be another possibility, but he wanted to reserve that as his strongest trump card for the final confrontation with the Omni King and the Grand Priest. TCH, really a cooked duck, still being stubborn. Yifeng coldly glanced at Salama. In the next moment, his body suddenly vanished from the spot. Fast, extremely fast. So fast that even Vis and Bardos, the angels, couldn't see how Yifeng moved. Bang! In the next second, a deep collision sound echoed in the air. Then, Salama's body was directly sent flying out. This time, Salama's body was knocked out of Earth, shattering several planets along the way. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Salama's mouth, and his breath instantly began to weaken. Just one hit, and I've been so heavily injured. Damn it. Salama covered his chest, his face showing an expression of pain. Chapter 239, Come Out. Super Dragon Balls. Whoosh. In the next moment, Yifeng's body reappeared in front of the dragon god Salama. Then he grabbed the dragon god Salama by the neck and lifted him high. It seems you look more like a little bug now. Yifeng had a faint smile on his lips, disdainfully facing the dragon god Salama. The moment he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, the gap in strength between him and Dragon God Salama had already widened significantly. Now he was far stronger than him. Don't get too cocky, little bug. Do you really think this will defeat me? He had to admit that Salama was indeed strong now, but even so, the final victory would definitely belong to him. Dragon God Salama's eyes were filled with fury, but he spoke with great confidence. He still had his last resort to use. And once he did, even the Grand Priest and the Omni King would not be able to match him, let alone a mere Saiyan. Oh, is that so? If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to fuse with a few other evil gods, right? You've lived for hundreds of millions of years. Can't you be a little less naive? Do you really think I would give you that kind of opportunity? Yifeng looked at Dragon God Salama with a playful smile, then coldly said, I have to admit, after becoming a complete demon, Dragon God Salama is indeed incredibly powerful. Even when the Omni King fused with his guards and transformed into his complete form. Using the ultimate freedom technique, he was still no match for the complete degree. Although I have now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, my strength is so great that it's hard for me to believe. However, I don't think I'm a match for the Omni King yet. I'm quite aware that the gap between me and the Omni King is still significant. What? You actually know about fusion? Dragon God Salama looked at Yi Feng in surprise, incredulously asking. The matter of fusion is only known among the 5 evil gods. Why would this Saiyan know about it? Could there be a traitor among the evil gods? Of course, I know everything about your affairs. After Yi Feng's voice fell, he directly threw Dragon God Salama out. Boom! Then Salama heavily crashed onto the earth. At this moment, Salama looked quite disheveled. Even after absorbing the power of the Super Saiyan Goku, he was now no match for Yi Feng. How impressive! Dragon God Salama was completely no longer his opponent. Beerus and Whis looked at Yi Feng in astonishment, hardly able to believe it. Who would have thought that after just completing a transformation, this guy's strength would grow by hundreds or even thousands of times? Incredible. The Saiyan body contains such terrifying potential and energy. From Yi Feng's current strength, he has indeed surpassed Dragon God Salama. If nothing unexpected happens, this battle is definitely ours to win. A faint smile appeared on Bestows' face with a hint of pride. After all, Yi Feng is her man. Although their relationship may not necessarily be blessed by the Grand Priest, as long as Yi Feng's strength is strong enough, her father probably won't say anything. Wow, it's really unbelievable. The Saiyans can become this powerful. Goku looked at Yi Feng with excitement and said, he originally thought that after transforming into the Super Saiyan God, his strength was already quite formidable. But unexpectedly, upon encountering Yi Feng, who had transformed once more above Super Saiyan 3, his strength had reached such a level. It's truly astonishing. Damn, that bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. The stronger Yi Feng became, the more uncomfortable he felt. After all, he is from another timeline, and it feels worse than Kakarot surpassing him. At this moment, Vegeta's situation was quite unfavorable. Initially, he could have killed the 3 evil gods with all his power. But because he wanted to torture them slowly, he had given them a lot of divine power. Now, the 3 of them working together had made things quite tricky for Vegeta. It was estimated that soon he would be completely at a disadvantage. Just then, Yi Feng also appeared on Earth, heavily stepping on Dragon God Salama's chest. The former Grand Priest Dragon God Salama is actually being stepped underfoot by me. How do you feel about that now? Yi Feng raised the corner of his mouth and teasingly asked. He didn't expect to break through so quickly. In less than a month, he had reached Super Saiyan 4. Of course, the time spent in the room of spirit and time didn't count, which would add several years. Damn it, you damn little bug, I will never let you go. The Dragon God Salama clenched his fists tightly, his eyes swirling with anger. Being humiliated by a mere human beneath his feet was an absolute disgrace. Only by shedding this human's blood could he wash away this humiliation. Oh, is that so? You are currently under my foot, so how will you not let me go? Yi Feng calmly asked. To be honest, this is definitely not the limit of Dragon God Salama. After merging with other evil gods to become the full demon, Dragon God Salama 810 is also the strongest existence. In fact, he is very much looking forward to battling the full demon, as it would greatly enhance his own strength. However, at the same time, he also has some concerns because the full demon is definitely an extremely powerful existence. If he allows Dragon God Salama to become the full demon and then finds himself unable to cope, it would be quite troublesome. Ha ha ha. Do you think I have no other trump cards? Or do you think I can only gain greater strength after merging? If that's all you think, I can only say you're too naive. At this moment, Dragon God Salama suddenly burst into laughter. What? Are you trying to trick me? Seeing the confident expression of Dragon God Salama, Yi Feng frowned and said, You'll find out soon enough. But I still want to thank you for helping me retrieve the Super Dragon Balls. Come out, Super Dragon Balls! A sinister look appeared in Dragon God Salama's eyes as he suddenly shouted. Just then, the Super Dragon Balls in Yi Feng's system backpack suddenly flew out uncontrollably. What? What is going on? Seeing the Super Dragon Balls separating from his body, a serious expression suddenly appeared on Yi Feng's face. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 240. Devouring the Super Dragon Balls. 7 Super Dragon Balls hovered above the Earth, like 7 golden planets surrounding the Earth in the center. What? Those are the Super Dragon Balls. Beerus and the others immediately recognized that what lay before them was indeed the Super Dragon Balls created by Dragon God Salama. What just happened? It seemed that the Super Dragon Balls flew out from Yi Feng's body. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others all wore puzzled and confused expressions. And even the angel Whis beside them looked somewhat surprised. Although Yi Feng is very powerful, he is still just an earthling. How could his body possibly contain something like the Super Dragon Balls? And not just one Super Dragon Ball, but a full 7. Although he doesn't know what's going on, he feels an unsettling sensation. Vance has glanced at the 7 Dragon Balls encircling the earth, furrowing his brow tightly and murmuring. The Super Dragon Balls were created by the Dragon God Zalama, and although Yi Feng somehow obtained them, the fact that they were summoned by Zalama this time is definitely not a good sign. Beerus naturally knows why Super Dragon Balls are in Yi Feng's body. However, he is currently focused on the battle, so he doesn't have time to explain it to Whis and others. Damn it, the Super Dragon Balls are out of control. Yi Feng frowned tightly and spoke in a low tone. Although he had always known that the Super Dragon Balls were created by the Dragon God Zalama, he had completely forgotten about it during the recent battle. Or rather, he hadn't taken this matter seriously at all. Now that the Super Dragon Balls were summoned back by the Dragon God Zalama, it seemed like it wasn't a good thing. Just as Yi Feng was lost in thought, the Dragon God Zalama suddenly clasped his arms, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Immediately, the entire ground collapsed, creating a massive pit, while the Dragon God Zalama's body soared into the air. Although your previous actions deserve death 1,000 times over, I still want to thank you for bringing the Super Dragon Balls here. A cruel expression appeared on the Dragon God Zalama's face, with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, as he said to Yi Feng. Originally, his plan was to let the other leaf gods absorb enough divine power, and then he would merge with the other evil gods. This way, he would have a 50 chance of defeating the Omni King and the Grand Priest, but now, if he possessed the Super Dragon Balls, his chances of defeating them would at least rise to 70. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Even if the Super Dragon Balls are under your control, do you think you're my opponent? Yi Feng's expression quickly returned to normal. Looking at Zalama with a calm face and disdainfully said, I am very clear about the function of the Super Dragon Balls. They can grant any wish. However, since the Dragon God Zalama is their creator, the abilities of the Super Dragon Balls are likely limited and cannot exceed those of the Dragon God Zalama. I am very confident in my Super Saiyan 4 form. I believe I can fight against the Dragon God Zalama in his prime, as well as Mechikabura. Truly, a confident little bug, but your confidence makes me feel disgusted. The Dragon God Zalama tightly clenched his fists, his eyes shooting out flames of anger. After so many years, even the Omni King merely sealed him and did not humiliate him. Yet this little Saiyan bug dared to insult him. To trample on the esteemed Dragon God was an immense humiliation. Only by killing this little bug in front of him could he alleviate the anger in his heart, right? You also make me feel very disgusted, so I am prepared to kill you. After Yi Feng's cold voice fell, he instantly disappeared from the spot and reappeared in front of the Dragon God Zalama. Bang! Accompanied by a low collision sound, the body of Dragon God Zalama was suddenly sent flying thousands of miles away. A mouthful of purple blood spurted from his mouth. The immortal Yi Feng's current strength completely surpassed that of Dragon God Zalama. Damn bastard, I will absolutely not let you go. Feeling the pain in his body, Dragon God Zalama was filled with rage, his face written with anger. How could he repeatedly attack and humiliate him? This was absolutely unforgivable. Then, the 2 wild boar-like eyes of Dragon God Zalama suddenly shot out a scarlet light. In that instant, 7 Super Dragon Balls suddenly flew towards Dragon God Zalama. In just a few seconds, all 7 Super Dragon Balls drilled into Dragon God Zalama's body. What's going on? That guy devoured the Super Dragon Balls. Seeing Dragon God Zalama's actions, everyone's brows furrowed tightly, revealing a serious expression. This is bad. I have a very bad feeling, Wai said in a very low tone. He had never experienced such a feeling before. It was extremely dangerous and threatened his own life. Devoured the Super Dragon Balls? Yi Feng also felt heavy-hearted, as at this moment he sensed the divine energy of Dragon God Zalama rapidly expanding. That power was quite immense. If forced to make a comparison, his power had reached the level of the High Priest and Mechikabura. At this time, Dragon God Zalama's body also underwent a transformation. His entire body turned golden, with 7 Dragon Balls embedded in his chest. This felt oddly familiar. Looking at the transformed Dragon God, Zhao Zalama, Yi Feng suddenly thought of the Super 1-Star Dragon that appeared in Dragon Ball GT. It seemed that Dragon God Zalama had also devoured the Super Dragon Balls. Turning into Super Zalama, the Dragon God had become even more powerful. At this moment, Seabass and Mal both turned their gazes toward Dragon God Zalama, their words filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Because the stronger Dragon God Zalama became, the greater the hope of him not ruling this world. That's right, Dragon God Zalama had indeed become more powerful, and we had also become stronger, hadn't we? Demigra smiled and looked at the panting, full Saiyan Vegeta opposite him, saying, after half an hour of battle, Vegeta was no longer their opponent. Moreover, they had absorbed enough divine power, and if they fused now, the strongest full demon would be born. Chapter 241. Vegeta's Desperate Battle. Demigra was right. That guy Vegeta, although he had lost most of his energy, the divine power within his body was still a treasure that needed to be properly excavated. Now, let the three of us split it, and our strength will become even greater. Seabass looked coldly at Vegeta, not hiding the greed and longing in his eyes, because Vegeta's divine power was truly vast. Even if it were evenly divided among the three of them, it would still be a very powerful energy. Hee, I completely agree with Seabass's statement. Demigra smiled wickedly, then flashed his body and launched an attack on Vegeta. Only by becoming stronger could one control their own destiny. Perhaps after his strength increased, the power left in his body by Yifeng would be expelled. Damn it, you smelly fish and rotten shrimp think you can absorb my energy? You're overestimating yourselves. Anger surged in Vegeta's eyes, although he said that he had to admit that during the time he battled with them, he had consumed a significant amount of energy. Moreover, individually, their current strength was not as strong as his, but when they joined forces, it made him feel quite troublesome. Then Vegeta shook his arms, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. In moments of anger, a person's body often generates immense energy, especially for a Saiyan like Vegeta. The entire earth trembled, clearly. Even after losing some power, Vegeta was still very strong. Such a powerful force. That guy Vegeta, after consuming so much energy, is still so strong. His power has truly surpassed mine. Looking at the current Vegeta and feeling that overwhelming power, Sun Wukong sincerely said. Vegeta had always wanted to surpass him, and now he had finally done it, and he was much stronger than him. Wow, Vegeta had indeed become much stronger. His power had at least reached the level of an angel, but even so, he was still not a match for the evil god. Whis sighed and said, if Vegeta had aimed to kill the evil god from the start, he might have had a chance of victory. However, because this guy initially intended to torment the evil god a bit, he provided them with enough divine power. Now it was a bit difficult to kill them. After all, Vegeta's divine power had almost been absorbed halfway, and Demigra and Seabass had greatly enhanced their strength. That bastard Vegeta would never change this bad habit of his. Beerus furrowed his brows tightly and said angrily, if Dragon God Salama were dealt with by Vegeta, it would be easier on his conscience. After all, Vegeta was considered his junior disciple and had been trained by Whis. Moreover, Vegeta was from this timeline. Killing Dragon God Salama wouldn't be too embarrassing for him as a god of destruction. But if in the end all the enemies were taken care of by that Yifeng, he would lose face. After all, he belonged to another timeline. Go for it. Dad, go for it, Uncle Vegeta. Hang in there, Vegeta. At this moment, Trunks and Son Gohan were both seriously cheering for Vegeta. If Vegeta also lost, it would be abnormal. They would have no chance of turning the tide in battle. Seabass, Mao, let us take him down together. Demigra glanced at Seabass and Mao, said a word to the Birdman, and then his body flashed out, directly attacking Vegeta. Seabass and Mao's speed was also astonishing, almost instantly attacking Vegeta. Come on, with you guys, you're still not my opponent, Vegeta. As Vegeta's voice fell, he charged towards the three. Bang, bang, bang. All four of them moved incredibly fast, and one could only see black lines appearing in the sky, each creating sonic boom circles. The ground continuously collapsed, creating massive craters. At this moment, although Vegeta's energy had been significantly depleted, the so-called emaciated camel is still bigger than a horse. Vegeta was still not something they could contend with. Even with the three of them working together, it was only a stalemate. Damn it. How does that bastard Vegeta still have such strong power in his body? Demigra retreated several hundred feet, leaving the battle to Seabass and Mao. He had to think of other ways. At this rate, he might accidentally be killed by Vegeta. Vegeta's power was immense. This possibility existed, and the situation had reached this point. They absolutely could not fail. It seems I must give up on the idea of continuing to absorb Vegeta's divine power and completely defeat him. After making up his mind, Demigra suddenly formed several seals with his hands, and a dark energy circle condensed from his palms, directly encircling Vegeta. What? At this moment, while fighting Seabass and Mao, Vegeta's body was suddenly bound. Distracted, he was heavily punched in the chest by Mao. His body crashed heavily to the ground. Damn it. These despicable beings from the demon realm know how to use sneak attacks from behind. Vegeta turned his gaze towards Demigra, and after his voice fell, he forcefully shook his arms, shattering the black energy circle that bound him. In the next second, his body suddenly appeared behind Demigra. "You coward who only knows how to attack from behind, die." Vegeta's fist was surrounded by white flames as he heavily struck down at Demigra. Feeling Vegeta's fury and that immense energy, Demigra secretly cursed. Demon protection. Suddenly, a layer of black barrier appeared around his body. Buzz. When Vegeta's fist made contact with that barrier, it first emitted a piercing, buzzing sound. Then, the energy barrier was instantly shattered, and his fist slammed heavily into Demigra's back. Boom! Vegeta's fist directly crushed Demigra's body together. From the looks of it, if he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't survive. Rumble. Demigra's body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive pit with a width of 10,000 zhang. At that moment, it looked as if Demigra's waist had been completely broken, with his upper and lower body seeming to have no connection at all. A look of intense pain appeared on his face. Chapter 242, The Strongest Battle. Wow. Demigra spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face looked extremely ugly, but as a demon god, his physical structure was naturally vastly different from that of humans. Even though his body was folded by Vegeta's punch, it was merely the magical energy inside him that was damaged. His body was largely unharmed. Soon, Demigra stood up again. This guy, although a lot of divine power was absorbed, his strength was still terrifyingly strong. Feeling the scorching pain in his body, a serious expression appeared in Demigra's eyes. After all, he was a demon god, and he had absorbed a large amount of divine power in the previous battle, greatly enhancing his strength. No matter which time and space he was in, he was now a top-tier existence. He never expected that Vegeta, who had consumed half of his divine power, could actually injure him with a single punch. This guy cannot be underestimated. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dragon god Salama transformed into Super Salama after devouring the Super Dragon Balls. His entire body was radiating golden light, and several golden spikes appeared at his elbows. Remarkably sharp. Wow. The feeling of this surging power flowing through his body was simply delightful. Although he had thought that his strength would increase after devouring the Super Dragon Balls, he never expected it to rise by this much. It seemed that all at once, his strength had returned to its peak period. Demigra looked at his new body, and excitement appeared in his eyes. The boost in strength after devouring the Super Dragon Ball shocked even him. Since his strength had increased so much, he was now ready to deal with this human who had humiliated him several times. This power was simply too overwhelming. Feeling an unprecedented pressure, he looked at the new form of dragon god Salama and said in a somber tone. He had originally thought that his Super Saiyan 4 strength was already very powerful. But after sensing the strength of dragon god Salama, he felt that there was still a significant gap between them. At his peak, dragon god Salama was definitely a formidable existence. Hey, human, are you ready to be killed by me? Immersed in his powerful strength for a full 2 minutes, dragon god Salama slowly raised his head and looked at Leaf Maple, asking. Although this scion in front of him was also very strong, if it weren't for his repeated attempts to humiliate him, he might have considered letting him become a demon god as well. But since he chose the path of death, he could only fulfill that for him. Death? You might be overestimating yourself. Although you have become very strong now, you probably still don't have the qualifications to kill me. After hearing Dragon God Salama's words, Leaf Maple shrugged dismissively. He was not boasting. Dragon God Salama wanted to kill him, but he couldn't do it. You really are confident. I said before that I hate your confidence the most. After Dragon God Salama's voice fell, his body instantly exploded forward. In that moment, Dragon God Salama's speed was so fast that even Whis and the others couldn't see it clearly. This was enough to show that Salama's enhancement was indeed terrifying. At the moment Dragon God Salama's body disappeared, Leaf Maple's body also vanished. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by low rumbling sounds, the entire earth shook violently, with each tremor creating massive cracks in the ground. Sonic boom circles continuously appeared in the sky, clearly indicating that their battle had completely surpassed the level that Whis and Beerus could understand. Damn, these two bastards are too strong. If this continues, the entire Earth will probably be destroyed, Beerus said angrily. After all, destroying planets was his job as the god of destruction. Now under his very eyes, a demon god and a human were destroying it, and that feeling was naturally quite unpleasant. There's no way around it. If they continue fighting like this, the Earth probably won't last a minute, Whis said in a calm tone. At this point, no one could stop their battle. At this time, Beerus also spoke up. After Dragon God Salama devoured the Super Dragon Balls, his strength was now comparable to that of the Grand Minister. So even if the Grand Minister came, he probably wouldn't be able to stop their fight. What should we do? If the Earth is destroyed, doesn't that mean everyone on the planet will die? Sun Wukong said with some worry. The reason he had become so strong and always wanted to get stronger was that he wanted to use his power to protect the Earth. Therefore, he absolutely could not watch the Earth be destroyed. Given the current situation, the destruction of the Earth seems destined. But don't worry, as long as Dandy is alive. The Dragon Balls on Earth won't disappear. In that case, even if the people on Earth are killed, we can use the Dragon Balls to wish for the Earth to return to its original state. Looking at Sun Wukong, Piccolo quickly spoke up. He understood Sun Wukong's way of doing things very well. If Earth were to be destroyed by the two of them, he would stop them even if it meant being killed. However, although Sun Wukong's power had reached the level of a full tournament god, there was still a huge gap compared to Yifeng and that Salama. He simply couldn't prevent the destruction of Earth. The only solution was to find a way to use the Dragon Balls to revive Earth after its destruction. You're smart, Piccolo. As long as Dandy is alive, Earth will be fine. I'll focus on collecting all the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong said before his body flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. He needed to find the Dragon Balls on Earth before it was destroyed. That way, once the battle between Yifeng and the Dragon God Salama was over, he could wish for Earth to be revived again. Chapter 243. The Strongest Clash. Power of Space due to using instant transmission. Sun Wukong quickly gathered all the Dragon Balls on Earth. The Earth is about to explode. We need to leave here quickly. At this moment, the vibrations of the Earth were becoming more and more intense, and red lava was seeping out from the surface. The ground had opened up into trenches thousands of feet wide, with lava and seawater constantly erupting. Meanwhile, the sky was still filled with thunder and lightning, with sonic booms occurring one after another. Beerus hurriedly said to Sun Wukong and the others, if the entire Earth explodes, the power will be terrifying. Even as a god of destruction, I will gain nothing from it. After all, this Earth in this timeline is much larger than those in other timelines. Alright, let's hurry up and go. Oh, right, I need to go to the Supreme Kai's temple and bring Dandy back. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he once again used instant transmission. In just a few seconds, Dandy and Mr. Satan were brought over by his son Wukong. Are you all ready? If you're ready, we'll go to the God of Destruction's planet. Whis asked everyone. Wait, Mr. Whis, my dad is still fighting. At this moment, Trunks said anxiously. The battle on Vegeta's side was very intense. His divine power was depleting rapidly, while those three guys seemed like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. As the battle dragged on, their strength grew stronger. So Vegeta was now finding it very difficult. If it was all close combat, it would be a bit easier. But that Demigura guy understood some magic, and attacking from distance made it very uncomfortable for Vegeta. Moreover, it was very hard to defend against. Given Vegeta's personality, I estimate that we won't be able to take him away. Whis glanced at the fighting Vegeta and spoke calmly. Although he didn't know Vegeta particularly well, he had spent a few years with him, so he understood his personality. Unless he was completely defeated, he would definitely not leave this place. In that case, I'll stay on Earth. I want to fight alongside Earth and my dad. Trunks said with a determined look, addressing Whis and Sun Wukong. No, Trunks. You absolutely cannot stay here. Sun Wukong said sternly. Trunks was not just an Earthling. He was also a god of destruction from another timeline. So he absolutely could not die. But before Trunks could say anything, he was interrupted by Whis. Wukong is right, you really can't stay here. Your strength is strong, but in front of them, you can't help at all. Leaving here and not making Vegeta worry is the biggest help. Whis said seriously to Trunks. Mr. Whis is right. You should leave with us, Trunks. Gohan looked at Trunks and also tried to persuade him. Given Trunks' strength, staying here would indeed not help at all. Well, if that's the case, then fine. Faced with everyone's persuasion, Trunks could only nod. Sister, are you going to come back with us? Seeing that Trunks had agreed, Whis turned his gaze to Bardoss and Razali. Since Bardoss and Razali had a special relationship with Yifeng, he needed to ask for their opinions. Bardoss looked at the battle in the sky, her brows slightly furrowed. After thinking for a moment, she said, all right, we'll also go to the God of Destruction realm. Being an angel, she couldn't engage in battle, so she couldn't help Yifeng much. Even if she wasn't an angel, with her current strength, she wouldn't be able to involve herself in their battle. Staying here would only make her a burden to Yifeng, which she didn't want. All right, then let us go now. After Whis' voice fell, he lightly tapped the ground with his staff, and immediately a grass-green barrier appeared around everyone. They quickly disappeared from Earth. Bang, bang, bang. Rumble. Yifeng and Dragon God Salama were still engaged in a fierce battle, and at this moment, the Earth had already shattered into pieces. Bang. Suddenly, Dragon God Salama's fist landed heavily on Yi Feng's chest, sending him flying thousands of feet away. I won't give Yi Feng any chance to catch his breath. Dragon God Salama's body reappeared right in front of Yi Feng. The golden spikes at his elbows instantly pierced through Yi Feng's chest. Oomph. A little bug is just a little bug. You are still too tender to compete with me. Looking at his spikes piercing through Yi Feng's chest, Dragon God Salama smugly mocked him. Although this little bug was hopping around a bit, he was utterly insignificant compared to the peak of my power. Don't get too carried away. Do you really think such an attack can harm me? Yi Feng suddenly curled the corner of his mouth, a mocking expression appearing in his eyes. His immortal body was no joke. Even the high priest couldn't destroy him. The Dragon God Salama's current strength was at most at the level of a high priest. So how could his attack possibly harm him? What? An immortal body? After a brief surprise, Dragon God Salama quickly reacted. It seemed this guy possessed immortality, but that kind of thing was only relative. As long as his strength far exceeded Yi Feng's, he could easily erase him. Just as Dragon God Salama was astonished, Yi Feng's left hand grabbed Salama's thorn, while his right fist, surrounded by golden flame, slammed into Salama's chest without reservation. Bang! Dragon God Salama's body was instantly sent flying. Then, Yi Feng's body suddenly disappeared, and even his presence was completely undetectable. When Yi Feng reappeared, he was already behind Dragon God Salama, and with all his strength, he heavily struck toward Salama's back. However, this time, the attack was easily dodged by Dragon God Salama. Space power? What a surprisingly little bug. He actually mastered space power? A look of astonishment appeared in Dragon God Salama's eyes, but it soon turned into joy. Once he absorbed Yi Feng's divine power, the space power would become his own. Chapter 244, Earth Explosion, the Final Showdown. This guy is indeed the strongest opponent I've ever encountered. Yi Feng frowned and said softly to Dragon God Salama. Because of his spatial power, there was absolutely no warning when he attacked, yet he was able to defend against his attack at the same time he was hit, which was indeed quite impressive. But it's not over yet. Whoosh! After Yi Feng's cold voice fell, he disappeared this time. He didn't believe that the Dragon God Salama could handle all of his attacks. Whoosh! Time stands still. The power of space. Yi Feng's body kept appearing in various positions, launching sharper attacks against the Dragon God Salama. Bang, bang, bang. However, each attack was easily deflected by Salama, which made Yi Feng's expression even more serious. If this battle continued, it would be quite difficult for him to defeat Dragon God Salama. This slippery little bug 01 really has a strong ability to provoke me. Although Dragon God Salama was not hit by Yi Feng's substantial attacks, Yi Feng was like a slippery loach, making it impossible for Salama to land a hit on him, which made him very uncomfortable. This feeling of frustration was no less than when he was sealed by the king of all those years ago. This time, I will completely deal with you, little bug. After Dragon God Salama's voice fell, a giant golden energy ball suddenly appeared in his palm. Finally ready to go all out? It seems Earth is doomed. Seeing the powerful energy ball in Dragon God Salama's palm, Yi Feng frowned and said, Salama clearly intended to completely defeat him, as he could sense his firm determination from the energy ball. What strong divine power. Is that bastard planning to destroy the entire Earth? As he felt the vast, evil energy like the universe, Vegeta turned his gaze toward Dragon God Salama, a heavy look appearing in his eyes. An attack of this level could easily destroy Earth. Perhaps not just Earth. They might even be directly killed. What's going on? Is Lord Dragon planning to kill us too? At this moment, not only Vegeta, but even Demigra and others like Hanba became tense, because the energy ball condensed by Dragon God Salama could definitely kill them effortlessly. Moreover, they didn't have any spatial power, so even if they wanted to escape now, they had no capability left. Ultimate Flash. Watching Dragon God Salama condense the powerful energy ball, Yi Feng gathered all of his energy. His strongest attack technique, the Ultimate Flash, was learned from Dragon Ball GT's Vegeta, and he discovered that the Ultimate Flash was indeed very powerful, especially when combined with his current strength. Almost at the same moment, Yi Feng and Dragon God Salama both roared, and their energy balls shot toward each other. In an instant, the world changed color, and Vegeta and Demigra's group looked on in horror at the two energy balls. That bastard is actually using my Ultimate Flash. This is bad. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and then relaxed them. He had indeed become stronger, surpassing Kakarot to become a full Saiyan god. But even so, under the terrifying clash of Dragon God Salama and Yi Feng, there was no way to resist or stop it. They could only watch helplessly as the Earth they wanted to protect was destroyed, and perhaps they would be killed too, before the two giant energy balls collided. The terrifying pressure had already caused huge lightning to flash in the sky, and the ground kept collapsing, with the original cracks becoming even larger. Magma mixed with seawater, turning the entire ground into a crimson expanse. If one were to look at Earth from outside at this moment, it would be a sight of devastation, full of holes. And those cracks were oozing out bright red light. Boom! Just as it was said that time was slow, in almost an instant, the two giant energy balls collided. The already devastated Earth exploded in an instant, like a giant firework blooming in the universe. Earth exploded. At this time, in the realm of destruction, Whis' expression changed slightly. And then he spoke. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Piccolo did not speak but clenched their fists tightly. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and reluctance. They had always been diligently protecting Earth, and now it was destroyed just like that. This feeling was quite frustrating and uncomfortable. They could still feel the presence of Dragon God Salama and the others. Those guys were unharmed. Beerus said solemnly. Neither Yifeng nor Dragon God Salama were injured in this explosion, as their auras had not weakened at all. Even Vegeta and the other evil gods' auras had also not weakened. Great, that is okay. Compared to others, Trunks spoke excitedly. He originally thought that such a powerful attack collision, combined with the explosion of the entire Earth, would surely injure his father, but now, although he didn't know what had happened, his father was alive, and his aura was still strong, so he didn't have to worry for the time being. At this moment, the worry on the faces of Bardoss and Laz also gradually disappeared, because Yifeng was fine, especially Lazli. Although she was very sure that Yifeng was strong and would definitely not die, she still felt very worried about him, as Bardoss's tone indicated that this time, Yifeng faced an enemy completely different from those he had encountered before, far beyond her imagination. At this moment, in the vast universe, Yifeng and Vegeta stood on one side, while Dragon God Salama, Demigra, Mayor, and Zeba stood opposite them. Thank you, Lord Dragon, for saving us. Demigra's face bore the joy of having survived, and he quickly said respectfully to Dragon God Salama. Just a moment ago, during the explosion of Earth, Salama had rescued them in an instant. Otherwise, they would have turned to cosmic dust along with Earth. Chapter 245, Plans to Fuse Vegeto. Mayor and Zebas also had joy on their faces from having survived. In fact, when the two giant energy balls collided, they felt they were about to die. Because with Dragon God Salama's character, he would never save them. In Salama's eyes, they were not of much significance. If there was any use, it was to help him achieve fusion and become the full demon form. Facing the excited and grateful gazes of Demigra and the others, Dragon God Salama merely snorted. Indeed, while their strengths were formidable, they were top-tier warriors in any time and space. However, to him, their only use was to help him achieve the full demon form. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have saved these useless beings just now. Thank you. On the other side, Vegeta spoke to Yifeng somewhat awkwardly. After all, he rarely said things like thank you, but just now, Yifeng had come to his rescue. It was a life-saving grace, and from the bottom of his heart, he felt quite grateful. Don't thank me. I saved you purely because you're still useful. Don't think I didn't notice your actions and thoughts when I was in danger earlier. Yifeng glanced coldly at Vegeta and said, when he was in danger earlier, Vegeta seemed quite pleased to see that situation. His earlier assistance to Vegeta was definitely not out of compassion or overflowing sympathy. It was indeed because Vegeta would still have a significant role to play later, and he couldn't die like this for the time being. After hearing Yifeng's words, Vegeta furrowed his brow. Although Yifeng's words were not very pleasant, it made sense upon reflection. They were not related, and if he didn't have any use, there was no reason for Yifeng to save him. More importantly, as he said, when he was in danger before, Vegeta had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Let's go. The next battle will depend on you and Son Goku. I need to rest for a bit. Yifeng glanced at Vegeta and spoke. As others felt that his aura hadn't diminished, or that his strength hadn't suffered any damage. He himself was very aware that the explosion just now, along with a massive energy ball from the Dragon God Salama, had indeed caused him some hidden injuries. Fight with Kakarot? What a joke. Vegeta frowned, looking at Yifeng with disbelief. Although both he and Kakarot could transform into their Super Saiyan forms, he certainly wouldn't naively think that this would qualify them to fight against the Dragon God Salama, because that guy was simply overwhelmingly strong. How? The proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta would actually say such a thing? Yifeng looked at Vegeta and said teasingly, because before, Vegeta had always maintained a proud demeanor. TCH, Vegeta just snorted coldly and then stopped speaking. Although he was very arrogant and had a strong sense of pride, the gap between him and that guy was simply too large, so large that even his arrogant confidence was gone. All right, let's go. There will be a way when the time comes. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he directly grabbed Vegeta's shoulder, and the two disappeared into the universe. His goal was simple: to fuse Vegeta and Son Goku into the All-God Super Vegito. It was likely that after the fusion, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Dragon God Salama, but at least they should be able to hold him off for a long time. Of course, there was also a possibility that All-God Super Vegito could defeat the Dragon God Salama. Damn it, those two little bugs actually escaped. Seeing Yi Feng and Vegeta suddenly vanish before his eyes, Dragon God Salama clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger. Others might think Yi Feng seemed normal, but he knew that in the recent clash, Yi Feng was completely at a disadvantage. So he had been thinking about completely killing Yi Feng after the Earth exploded, but he never expected that this bastard would actually escape. However, you can't run away. I can already sense your energy. Immediately, a cruel smile appeared on Dragon God Salama's face. As long as they hadn't escaped this time and space, he would soon be able to find them. After his voice fell, Dragon God Salama, along with Demigra and the others, also disappeared into the universe. Whoosh whoosh. Yi Feng and Vegeta returned to the God of Destruction realm. Are you okay, Yi Feng? Bardoss quickly asked upon seeing Yi Feng and Vegeta appear at the same time. Although she couldn't sense any difference in Yi Feng, she still felt a bit uneasy. I'm fine, but I need to rest for a while. The upcoming battle will be up to those two. Yi Feng first shook his head at Bardoss, and then turned his gaze to Son Wukong and Vegeta, saying them, "Are you kidding?" Although Wukong and Vegeta are both very strong, there is still a significant gap in front of the Dragon God Salama. You're asking them to fight now. Isn't that asking them to seek death? Before anyone else could speak, the destroyer Beerus quickly rebutted, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Based on Wukong and Vegeta's current strength, they really can't compete with Dragon God Salama. Whis also nodded and said, "The strength of Dragon God Salama is definitely not something those two can handle." Vegeta, though unwilling, knew that what Whis and Beerus said was true. The gap between them and Dragon God Salama was still quite large. If they were to join forces, they indeed wouldn't be a match for Dragon God Salama. However, I think you should all know that after Son Wukong and Vegeta fuse, their power will experience a tremendous boost. The Super Saiyan Gogeta should be enough to handle the current Dragon God Salama. In response to Beerus and Whis' doubts, Yi Feng replied calmly, "What? Are you saying I should use the fusion technique of the Metamorphins with Vegeta?" After hearing Yi Feng's words, Son Wukong asked in surprise. If he fused with Vegeta, their power would indeed increase significantly. Perhaps they could really defeat Dragon God Salama. But the problem now is that Vegeta might not be willing to fuse. You want me to fuse with Kakarot? No way am I doing something so shameful. Vegeta crossed his arms and turned his head away, refusing. Chapter 246, Super Saiyan Gogeta. Please subscribe automatically. If you don't want to fuse, that's fine. After all, it's just you guys who will be killed. Hearing Vegeta's words, Yi Feng shrugged and said coldly. He was speaking the truth. Although the Grand Minister and the Omni King had ordered him to kill Dragon God Salama, of course, he was also aiming to become stronger. However, if his life was threatened, he would not hesitate to use the power of space to escape. Compared to life, escaping might be a bit shameful, but it wasn't a big deal at all. As for Son Wukong and Vegeta, since they didn't want to fight, then let them die. It had nothing to do with him anyway. If the entire universe is destroyed, what do you think you can escape to? At this moment, Beerus spoke lightly. Yi Feng's attitude really makes me very uncomfortable. The guy seems to completely disregard me, this destroyer. I have plenty of places to escape to, which you wouldn't be able to understand. Yi Feng glanced at Beerus and said, "Do you want to fuse? Do you want to revive all the Earthlings? You decide. Anyway, I need to heal for a while after 347. Whether to fight or not is up to you. I just took some hidden injuries and need to adjust a bit. Although I am immortal, I still feel pain and some damage, especially when facing a master like Dragon God Salaman." At that moment, Dragon God Salaman suddenly appeared on the destroyer planet with Demigra and others. "Did you think you could run away? Just because you came here, do you think I can't find you?" Dragon God Salaman said coldly, a sinister smile on his lips. "TCH, that bastard actually found us." Beerus frowned tightly. It seemed that a great battle in the destroyer realm was inevitable. Although this destroyer realm was much harder than Earth, it probably couldn't withstand these guys' destruction. Things were looking a bit bad. Whis also squinted slightly, sensing a dangerous vibe. Hey Vegeta, how about we fuse? Because if we don't fuse, we're no match for that guy. Son Goku looked at Vegeta and asked with a heavy tone. He didn't mind fusing, but it was mainly Vegeta who was unwilling to agree. Stop dreaming, Kakarot. There is no way I would do something so embarrassing. Vegeta coldly responded. Although he had fused with Kakarot a few times before, that was only because of emergency situations. It wasn't he desperate enough yet. He absolutely didn't want to fuse with that annoying guy. Vegeta, do you really want to see Earth never revived and Bulma and the others not coming back? Son Goku stared at Vegeta and said. He knew that Vegeta cared most about Trunks and Bulma. Bulma? Hearing Bulma's name, Vegeta's brow furrowed. It was obvious he cared deeply for Bulma, and she had died in the recent explosion along with Earth. Therefore, he had to revive Earth and Bulma no matter what. Fine. After thinking for a moment, Vegeta finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Actually, thinking back, it seemed like this happened every time. First he was unwilling, then in the end, he had to fuse. Oh, are you discussing who'll die first? Dragon God Salaman sneered as he looked at the situation across from him. Anyway, these people in front of him were doomed to die today. What they were discussing was just who would die first. You arrogant bastard, don't get too carried away. Kakarot, let us fuse quickly. I can't wait to beat that arrogant bastard to the ground. With Dragon God Salaman's arrogant demeanor, Vegeta clenched his fists and said fiercely. Okay, I understand, Vegeta. Son Goku nodded seriously, and then the two separated. Whis, after Goku and Vegeta fuse. Can they really defeat Dragon God Salaman? Although he always knew that with Vegeta and Goku's strength, they should not be a match for Dragon God Salaman. But hearing them talk about fusion, he couldn't help but be curious. I'm not really sure either, Lord Whis, but looking at Yifeng and Goku, they should become very strong, right? Whis shrugged. He also didn't know how strong Goku and Vegeta would become after fusing. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta took a somewhat embarrassed step forward, and then their index fingers accurately touched together. In that instant, the entire Destroyer Realm was completely covered in white light. At the same time, an incredibly powerful aura suddenly emerged from the Destroyer Realm. Such powerful divine power. Could this be the strength of Son Goku and Vegeta after fusion? Beerus's eyes were wide with surprise. Indeed, this power was very strong. It was definitely not just the sum of Goku and Vegeta's powers, but seemed to be infinitely expanding. Even Whis, who was usually calm and composed, now had a look of astonishment in his eyes. It was simply unbelievable that their combined power could become this strong. It could be said without exaggeration that at this moment, the power of their fusion had completely surpassed Yifeng. Perhaps Dragon God Salaman was no longer their match. What is going on? Why is this aura so powerful? Dragon God Salaman felt the aura of Vegeta, and his pupils constricted tightly. Shock and fear appeared in his eyes. Such strength. Incredible power. Meanwhile, Demigra and Seabass beside Dragon God Salaman trembled due to that terrifying power. It's unbelievable. Their power after merging is even stronger than I imagined. Yifeng pursed his lips, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight arc. This guy's strength far surpassed his own now. The battle between him and the Dragon God Salama would definitely generate immense energy. As long as he absorbed that energy, his power would become stronger once again. This was his ultimate goal. Chapter 247. Power comparable to the Omni King, the strongest white god Wakita. Request for automatic subscription. This guy really is hard to imagine. Yifeng was extremely looking forward to the upcoming battle between Gogeta and Dragon God Salama. Regardless of who wins or loses, the energy generated would undoubtedly be immense. As long as he could absorb that energy, even if he couldn't break through again, he would definitely grow to an unexpected level. Under the eager gazes of everyone, the white light of the entire God of Destruction realm gradually faded, revealing Gogeta's figure within. At this moment, Gogeta was enveloped in white flames, wearing the special attire of the Metamorans. His white hair danced in the wind, with long bangs swaying before his forehead. A proud curve adorned his lips, along with a confident smile. Most importantly, the inverted V on Gogeta's forehead was completely free of any restrictors, meaning he had reached the full power state. This feeling was quite familiar to Gohan and Piccolo. Such strong energy. Their restrictions had been completely lifted. This meant that they might now possess power comparable to the Omni King. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, fear evident in his eyes. Although he had anticipated that they would become very strong after merging, he never expected that they would possess power comparable to the Omni King. Yes, Lord Beerus, Gogeta, indeed, should have power on par with the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Whis nodded, his worried expression gradually fading away. With Gogeta this strong, he would surely be able to defeat Dragon God Salama. That has become so strong. Is this the power of full transformation? Gohan's face also showed an incredulous expression. At the beginning, they thought they had become very powerful. But now, standing before merged Gogeta, they felt as weak as ants. Gogeta is indeed beyond our imagination now. Piccolo also nodded seriously. To be honest, after learning the Namekian martial arts, he felt his strength should surpass Goku and Vegeta. But now it seemed that the gap between them was still quite huge. Damn it, that bastard power has received a tremendous boost. Though I don't want to admit it, perhaps I'm not his match now. Dragon God Salama clenched his fists tightly, panic appearing in his eyes. That guy gave him a dangerous feeling. What to do? Lord Dragon God. At this moment, Demigra and Seabass also wore fearful expressions. They couldn't fully believe that the power of the two in front of them, after merging, could shatter them into pieces in an instant. A bunch of useless idiots. What are you afraid of? If we really can't win, can't we still merge? Looking back at the three trembling behind him, Dragon God Salama cursed angrily, feeling ashamed of their cowardice. Just then, Gogeta stepped towards Dragon God Salama, his eyes flashing with arrogance. This power is truly amazing. I never expected the power after merging would be this strong, Gogeta said with a smile while walking towards Dragon God Salama. This feeling was indeed quite pleasant. Dragon God Salama, are you ready to die? Gogeta said calmly after appearing in front of Dragon God Salama. He was absolutely confident that he could kill Dragon God Salama. Damn little bug. Think just because you've gained a bit of power you can be so arrogant? Dragon God Salama's eyes twitched, clearly furious. He originally thought that with his current strength, he could easily deal with these little bugs without needing to merge. But the development of the situation seemed to differ slightly from his expectations. Is that so? Then let me show you my power. As Gogeta's voice fell, his body suddenly vanished, leaving only a burst of white energy behind. Boom! At the same time, a deep sound echoed as Dragon God Salama's body shot out at light speed. Rumble. When he crashed into Beerus's palace, the sturdy hull collapsed with a loud crash. Reduced to dust, blood gushed from Dragon God Salama's mouth, and a fist imprint appeared on his chest, causing his left side to cave in. It was evident that Gogeta's previous attack had inflicted significant damage on Dragon God Salama. Incredible. I can't believe he was injured so badly with just one punch. Was this the power of Dad and the others after merging? It was truly overwhelming. At that moment, everyone stared in shock at Gogeta and the flying Dragon God Salama. They never expected that merged Gogeta could injure Dragon God Salama so severely with a single punch. It's a sure win. Gogeta's strength is indeed too strong. At this time, Beerus also wore an excited expression. Although he didn't defeat Dragon God Salama himself, it was far better for Gogeta to defeat him than for Yi Feng to do so. I hope those two don't get too cocky and finish this quickly. Suddenly, Piccolo spoke with concern. Judging by their usual behavior after merging, whether it was Gogeta or Vegito, they both had a tendency to be overly confident. There's no help for it. Great power often leads to blind arrogance. Dad, hurry and finish off Dragon God Salama. We absolutely cannot let him get any stronger. Gohan naturally knew that they could become very conceited after merging, so he quickly reminded them. The safety of the entire universe is at stake, so there can't be any mistakes. If Gogeta makes even one mistake, the entire universe could be destroyed. Understand? Gohan. Gogeta turned back and smiled at Gohan. He then charged towards Dragon God Salama again, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. The Earth had already been destroyed. If he failed this time, the entire universe, or even all universes, would face annihilation. Gogeta appeared in front of Dragon God Salama. Bang, bang, bang. He then unleashed a flurry of furious attacks. In just a few seconds, Dragon God Salama's body had completely changed shape. All right, now I will completely destroy you. After Gogeta's cold voice fell, he raised his right hand high, and a colorful energy ball began to form in his palm. Soul Eraser. Chapter 248. The Great Battle Erupts. Going all out, the Soul Eraser charged directly towards the Dragon God Salama. It should be noted that Goku and Vegeta, in their normal state, could eliminate the hellish evil thought wave without a trace. Although the Dragon God Salama in front of them is powerful, it's important to understand that Goku and Vegeta is no longer in his normal state, but is transformed into the white god form with all restrictions removed. The power of the Soul Eraser has become even more immense. What? What kind of energy is this? Why is it so powerful? When Pus felt the energy in Goku's hand, his eyes twitched violently. His body even began to tremble, as that energy made him feel an immense danger. Moreover, that energy was more destructive than his own destruction energy, and its ferocity was hundreds of times greater. Although Pus had known since 593 that Goku's power was beyond his imagination, this was still somewhat unexpected, right? That energy was overwhelmingly destructive. Even the angels Whis and Beerus looked shocked. It's hard to imagine that this level of destructive power could rival the erasure ability of the Omni King. This should be enough to completely eliminate the dragon god Salama, right? At this moment, Piccolo and Gohan looked expectantly. If this kind of energy couldn't kill the dragon god Salama, then it would prove that this guy is just too powerful. Or is it still impossible to completely kill him? Yifeng's viewpoint is quite different from others. At this moment, the Soul Eraser of Goku Vegeta has an ability comparable to that of the God of Destruction and the Eraser ability of the Omni King. It can erase many things from the world, especially perfect restraint against evil energy. If it were against the unprepared dragon god, Salama, Goku Vegeta's current ability could completely take him down. However, since this guy dares to seek trouble with the Omni King, he must have made full preparations. If the abilities of the God of Destruction and the Omni King have no effect, then a similar ability like the Soul Eraser shouldn't have much of an impact either. What's going on? That energy ball contains the power of destruction. Are we really going to be killed? At this moment, Demigra and Seabass's people showed expressions of terror. Because the destructive power contained in Goku Vegeta's energy ball is far beyond what they can contend with. Let me destroy you, Dragon God Salama. After Goku Vegeta's roar, the Soul Eraser in his palm directly blasted toward Salama. Damn it, my body can't move at all. I can't dodge. Dragon God Salama wanted to evade, but he had sustained 2 heavy injuries and couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as Goku Vegeta's Soul Eraser came crashing down on him. Boom! The moment the energy ball hit Salama, the entire ground cracked instantly, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. And the body of Dragon God Salama disappeared without a trace. Did it succeed? Beerus and the others looked towards the explosion with anticipation. Such terrifying destructive power should be able to easily destroy Dragon God Salama. Moreover, they felt no energy or life fluctuations from Salama, who spoke up. From the moment the energy ball exploded, he indeed could no longer sense Dragon God Salama's aura. Wow, Dad and the others are really amazing. They solved Salama in just 1 hit after fusing. Son Gohan and Trunks said excitedly. The power after fusion is indeed astonishingly strong. No, it didn't succeed. Perhaps Dragon God Salama has become stronger. Just as everyone was excited, Yifeng suddenly spoke with a serious tone. That's right, Dragon God Salama has indeed become stronger. Strong enough that even Whis and the others can't sense his presence. What? How is that possible? His aura has completely disappeared. After hearing Yifeng's words, everyone looked over in surprise. Clearly, Dragon God Salama's aura and life fluctuations had completely vanished. There was no reason for him to still be alive. Especially since Goku Vegeta's earlier attack was indeed very powerful. Completely annihilating Dragon God Salama was not impossible. Just wait and see. Facing everyone's doubts and disbelief, Yifeng didn't explain, but simply spoke indifferently. After Yifeng's voice fell, everyone's gaze turned towards the explosion site. At this moment, the thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a huge pit in the ground. And Salama's body had completely vanished. TCH, what a troublesome guy. Looking at the explosion site, Goku Vegeta frowned and murmured. Just as Yifeng said, Dragon God Salama had indeed not been dealt with, and on the contrary, he had absorbed the power of the Soul Eraser. Now he had become stronger. Almost at the same time, Goku Vegeta's voice fell. Dragon God Salama's body suddenly appeared in midair. The once battered body that had been beaten by Goku Vegeta had now restored its original form. A golden light instantly illuminated the entire God of Destruction realm. This is really frustrating. For that brief moment, I thought I was going to be killed. Dragon God Salama's gaze turned towards Goku Vegeta, a faint smile playing on his lips. But it was clear that there was a fierce and angry look in his eyes. If it weren't for the last moment when he absorbed Goku Vegeta's energy, he might have truly been killed. However, this time, he would not allow any changes to occur. You disgusting ants, repeatedly disrespecting me. You have thoroughly angered me. Next, I will teach you all a cruel lesson one by one. Dragon God Salama's tone was calm, but it was evident that he was truly furious this time. If this continued, he might really suffer a setback, and before even fighting the Omni King and the Grand Priest, he could be killed by these little insects. That was something he absolutely would not allow. So he decided to end all boring trials and begin to fuse with other evil gods, transforming into his full demon form, to completely erase this group of ants. Chapter 249 Nightmare. Full Demon Salama. Please auto-subscribe. You guys prepare to fuse. After making up his mind, Dragon God Salama looked at Demigra and Seabass. Yes, Lord Dragon God. Demigra and Seabass quickly nodded. Just now, Goku Vegeta's strength had made them feel the threat of death, although they were not particularly eager to fuse. It seemed better to choose fusion than to face death. What's going on? Are those guys preparing to fuse too? Goku Vegeta looked at Dragon God Salama and Demigra and frowned. At first, he hadn't noticed that each of them had a Patera earring on their ears. These bastards had been fully prepared from the very beginning. No, they must not be allowed to fuse. Goku Vegeta directly condensed a huge energy ball in his palm. Although he wanted to fight against a stronger opponent, at this moment he knew very well that he bore not just the stakes of victory or defeat, but the fate of the entire universe and all universes. If he lost, perhaps all universes would be destroyed. So he couldn't take the risk. Take off your earrings. Dragon God Salama commanded Demigra and the others, and they quickly complied, because they knew very well that if they did not follow Dragon God Salama's orders, their only outcome would be death. At that moment, Goku Jodas appeared in front of Demigra out of nowhere. Wasn't that guy already severely injured by Yi Feng and left on Earth? The moment they saw Goku Jodas, everyone's faces showed expressions of shock. Moreover, they hadn't seen Goku Jodas just now. How did he suddenly appear? Before everyone could react in astonishment. At the moment when Dragon God Salama and the others took off their earrings, a ball of black-purple energy enveloped the five of them. Boom! At that moment, when Vegeta's energy sphere hit the black energy, it suddenly exploded. The entire God realm was shrouded in darkness, as if it had suddenly lost all light. Boom! Almost simultaneously, black and purple hurricanes descended from the sky, piercing through the entire Destroyer realm. If one were to look from the outside, they would see a layer of purple-black energy enveloping the Destroyer realm. What? No, it's impossible. It's simply incomprehensible. A presence even stronger than Vegeta. Upon sensing that powerful evil aura, fear appeared on everyone's faces, especially Beerus, whose expression was filled with even greater terror. He had never felt such a strong aura before. Even the Omni King and the Grand Priest had never displayed such a powerful divine energy. Damn it, that bastard's energy has increased thousands of times. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be his match. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. This guy's aura is incredibly evil and extraordinarily vast. It definitely surpasses the norm. Moreover, and more importantly, his fusion only lasts half an hour, and he cannot sustain a long battle. After half an hour, the fusion will automatically break, and at that time, he would become fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. But right now, he has no way to suppress the Dragon God Salama. How could this happen? Trunks had a face full of fear, as if he had encountered some terrifying monster. He felt the entire multiverse trembling. What kind of monster had been born? The angel Whis frowned deeply, his eyes also filled with fear. This power has already threatened the multiverse and the multiversal timelines. If no one maintains it, the entire multiverse could be destroyed. Just when everyone was in immense panic, Yi Feng's eyes shot out sharp light, staring at the purple-black flames. I wonder if it will succeed? Yi Feng's gaze was fixed on the purple flames, and he murmured to himself. He had implanted the power of rules within Demigra's body, and now Demigra and the Dragon God Salama had completely merged, becoming a part of him. He wondered if his power of rules could still be effective now. If it could, then he would be the biggest winner in this battle. Boom! The God of Destruction's realm was still exploding continuously, and the Divine Realm was already riddled with holes. This series of violent explosions lasted for a full 2 minutes, after which the purple-black aura gradually faded away. Darkness. This is the power of omnipotence. I can feel infinite energy flowing through my body. A deep voice sounded first. Then, a black figure emerged from the explosion, surrounded by orange flames. The black body had white patterns, the most prominent being a clock-like object on its chest. In the center of the 12 white dots was an inverted V symbol. What is that? Beerus and Son Gohan furrowed their brows tightly. Not only had its form changed, but the pressure it emitted was so strong that it felt like the entire universe could not contain it. The pressure was immense, making their bodies feel as though they would be crushed. At this moment, Te 380, Nanks, and the others could barely withstand it. If it weren't for the protection of Bardos, Lazuli would have likely collapsed under such immense pressure. It was too strong. There was no thought of resistance in front of him. Piccolo clenched his fists and then relaxed them again. They were simply not on the same level, completely belonging to different dimensions. Let alone fighting, the dragon god Salama could probably crush him with just one finger. Whoosh! Suddenly, the all-demon Salama pointed his index finger, and a purple-black energy shot out. The speed was incredibly fast, and even Yi Feng couldn't see it clearly. At that moment, Gogeta suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Son Gohan, swinging his right hand forcefully to deflect the all-demon's attack. What has happened? Looking at Gogeta in front of him, Son Gohan was completely bewildered, having no idea what had just occurred. TCH, this bastard, I will end you now. Gogeta glared at the all-demon, his body flashing out. This bastard actually wanted to kill Gohan. That was absolutely unforgivable. In an instant, Gogeta appeared right in front of Salama. Bang! Then his fist struck heavily. Chapter 250, Gogeta breaks through again. Gogeta's fist hit the all-demon's chest with a heavy blow. Nanny? The moment he struck, Gogeta's expression changed drastically because his punch against the all-demon Salama had no effect at all. His fist felt as if it had hit a hard steel plate, not budging an inch. What? Gogeta's attack had no effect at all. How is this possible? Watching the scene unfold, Piccolo and Beerus looked horrified. Although they knew that the fused dragon god Salama was incredibly powerful, taking Gogeta's punch without any injury was beyond belief. This guy is too abnormal. It only indicated that the gap between them was too vast. Gogeta was no longer a match for Salama. Whis spoke with a heavy tone. The situation on the field was changing rapidly. Just a few minutes ago, Gogeta had held absolute advantage, but now it seemed their roles had reversed. Gogeta was simply not a match for the fused dragon god Salama. Huh, what's wrong, little bug? You seemed so impressive just now. Why has your punch become so soft? Truly disappointing. The dragon god Salama's eyes shot out fierce crimson light, his cold tone mocking. This feeling of being filled with power, with energy constantly flowing through my body, is truly exhilarating. Damn bastard, don't get too cocky. After Gogeta's voice fell, his fist struck heavily at the all-demon again. Bang! However, this time, Gogeta's punch was caught by the all-demon. In front of a true omnipotent god, all attacks are futile. You little bugs should be aware of your place. After the all-demon Salama's voice fell, a punch landed heavily on Gogeta's chest. Bang! Boom! Gogeta's body was instantly sent flying, crashing through several mountains before finally stopping. However, Gogeta's face looked quite grim, with waves of pain radiating from his chest. Damn, just a casual punch, and I've sustained heavy injuries. This guy is indeed incredibly strong. Gogeta clenched his fists, speaking in a low voice. The gap between them was too great. If this continued, Gogeta would undoubtedly be defeated. At this moment, both Whis and Bardos spoke simultaneously. From the previous battle, it was clear that the gap between them was enormous. If Gogeta didn't possess even greater strength, he simply stood no chance against the all-demon Salama. Damn it, I thought I could easily resolve this. How did it turn into such a situation? Beerus frowned deeply, his tone very somber. If this continues, all universes will likely be destroyed. Moreover, given how things have developed, why haven't the Omni King and the Grand Priest come to help? Do they really want to watch all universes be destroyed? Look, what a group of weak creatures. Your existence in this universe is a disgrace to it. So now, I will send you to hell. It seems more suitable for you. After the all-demon Salama finished speaking, a purple-black aura appeared at his fingertips, aimed at Gogeta. In his eyes, the others posed no threat at all. The only ones who could threaten him were the fused Son Goku and Vegeta in front of him. As long as he dealt with them, the others were not worth worrying about. TCH, you think you can kill me like this? You really don't take me seriously. Gogeta's eyes turned serious as he tightly clenched his fists and blasted an energy beam towards the dragon god Salama. Boom! The energy beam exploded. Oh, it was actually blocked. That was somewhat surprising. The all-demon Salama said lightly. But even if it was blocked, what difference does it make? In the end, they cannot escape the fate of being killed by me. It's just a matter of time. You monster! Now I will show you my true power. Gogeta said seriously to the all-demon Salama. What? All of my power? Are you trying to intimidate me? Ignorant little bug. It seems you have no idea how powerful the omnipotent god is. After hearing what Vegito said, all the demon Salama was first stunned, then he coldly smiled and said, in his current state, even if the Omni King came, he wouldn't take him seriously. let alone a merged little bug. What's going on? From what Vegito said, it seems he didn't use all of his power. Is that true? Beerus suddenly asked with some excitement. If that's the case, then they have hope. I don't know, but based on their personalities after merging, it's entirely possible to hold back their strength, Piccolo thought and said. Because Vegito's personality tends to prefer. It seems that guy still has even greater power that he hasn't unleashed. Yifeng glanced at Vegeta and murmured to himself. He could indeed feel a stronger power emanating from Vegeta's body. It seemed that the real battle was about to begin. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from Vegeta's throat. Then, a white pillar of light shot into the sky, thousands of feet wide, enveloping Vegeta within it. At that moment, when the white pillar soared into the sky, Vegeta's energy began to rapidly expand. What? That little bug's divine energy is rapidly increasing. Impossible. He is merely immortal. How could he reach this level? Even the full demon Salama was somewhat shocked this time. Originally, he thought that in his full demon form, dealing with this little bug would be something he could easily crush. But unexpectedly, after his own power increased, this detestable little bug's strength also rose along with it. The entire God of Destruction realm trembled violently, as if it were the end of the world. Damn it, I won't let you succeed, Dai. Full demon Salama gathered a massive purple-black energy sphere in his palm and hurled it directly at the huge pillar of light enveloping Vegeta. Boom! However, when the energy sphere hit the pillar of light, it merely exploded without causing much destruction. Soon after, the white pillar gradually disappeared, revealing Vegeta's figure to everyone's sight. However, at this moment, Vegeta's form had undergone a significant change. Chapter 251. Full God Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta versus Full Demon Salama. What? They actually transformed into Super Saiyan 3? Piccolo, Son Gohan, and the others looked at Vegeta in astonishment. At that moment, Vegeta had undergone a tremendous transformation. His white hair hung down to his waist. His brow had disappeared, and his eyes were even more captivating. The aura surrounding him had changed drastically. This form isn't the same form Goku and I fought in when we were on King Kai's planet. Beerus recognized Vegeta's current form at a glance. However, it was certain that after transforming into full God, Vegeta's strength had increased far beyond that of a normal Super Saiyan 3, because that energy was astonishingly strong. It could be said to be not weaker than full demon Salama. It was indeed surprising that full God Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyan 3. Yifeng was also somewhat surprised and said, originally, he thought that after the fusion of Son Wukong and Vegeta, the white god Gogeta would already be the limit. But unexpectedly, they could still transform into the Super Saiyan 3 form based on the white god. Indeed, it was a bit shocking. It seemed that the battle between the two of them would generate an enormous amount of energy. As long as he devoured that energy afterward, his strength would definitely rise to a new level. What is going on? Why can that human repeatedly break his limits? All Magic Salama was extremely frustrated at this moment. According to his plan, he should have easily dealt with these annoying little insects. However, every time he was about to eliminate them, they would suddenly break through their limits and increase their power. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. No matter what form you take, today I will definitely tear you all to pieces. The demon god Salama clenched his fists tightly. A tangible rage appeared in his eyes. Is that so? Then come try it. Gogeta did not take the threat from All Magic Salama to heart at all. He beckoned to All Magic Salama with a smile, saying, with my current strength, I won't fear All Magic Salama. Oomph. You overestimate yourself, little insect. Dragon God Salama snorted coldly, and his body instantly exploded forward. His speed was incredibly fast. Apart from Gogeta and Yifeng, it was estimated that no one present could see All Magic Salama's movements. In an instant, All Magic Salama was in front of Gogeta. He threw a punch. Come on, Gogeta shouted, his eyes filled with intense battle intent. And he also met Dragon God Salama with a punch. Boom! The moment their fists made contact, the ground exploded instantly. Debris flew out in all directions like bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Almost instantly, puffs, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Trunks were hit by the debris and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then their bodies were heavily knocked back 100 jong away. Whis, Beerus, and Lazuli, under Yi Feng's protection, were not harmed by the shockwave. The destructive power generated by just one punch was so immense. Beerus covered his chest, purple blood flowing from his fingers. His face was very grim, and he spoke in a low tone. As a god of destruction, he was actually injured by the shockwave to this extent. If it had been before, He would never have been able to bear it. But now, he felt like he had become a bystander. In this encounter, Gogeta retreated several steps, feeling a tingling sensation in his entire arm. This guy's strength is even stronger than I imagined. Oof. But the more this happens, the more my blood boils. Gogeta was not deterred by suffering a small loss. Instead, he became even more excited. It was hard not to feel thrilled by such a battle between the strong. This little insect's power has actually risen to this level. All Magic Salama frowned, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and surprise. However, I only used 70% of my power just now. Now, I will completely kill you. After Salama's voice fell, his body flew toward Gogeta again. He hadn't gone all out earlier because he thought that even if Gogeta had become stronger, there was no need for him to use all his strength. But now it seemed that this guy's strength was beyond his expectations. So now he must use all his power to kill him. Don't underestimate others. You used 70% of your power, but I estimate I only used 50%. Gogeta said with a smirk, smiling lightly. Because he had just transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he hadn't fully mastered this power yet. So, in the previous battle, he had at most only used 50 to 60% of his strength. Since he wanted to go all out, then he would accompany him for another good fight. After saying that, Gogeta also burst out. Bang, bang, bang. Then everyone could only see giant sonic boom circles appearing in the sky. Accompanied by the sound of the sonic booms, this god of destruction realm was shaking violently. Damn, if this continues, my realm might be destroyed, Beerus said with a face full of anger. However, even though he was very angry, he had no way to intervene, because in front of those people, he felt truly weak like a little insect. Perhaps a casual energy wave from them could completely obliterate him. Such immense energy, compared to the concerns of others. Yifeng's face was filled with excitement, because the energy generated by these two in battle was extraordinarily immense. After he devoured that energy, he could clearly feel his strength continuously increasing. Moreover, the speed of that enhancement had never been so rapid. Gogeta's fusion time had already exceeded 20 minutes, meaning he still had 10 minutes left to absorb their energy. He wondered if he could fight all Magic Salama after absorbing it all. Yifeng estimated in his heart. At this moment, the battle grew increasingly intense. Ha! Ha! Vegeta and full Magic Salama both shouted simultaneously, and then their fists collided heavily. At the moment their fists met, a massive shockwave spread outwards. The entire God of Destruction realm was instantly split in two. Vegeta and full Magic Salama both retreated, but it was clear that in this collision, Vegeta had the upper hand. Vegeta only retreated a few dozen meters, while full Magic Salama was pushed back several hundred meters. Chapter 252. 100 times Big Bang Kamehameha. How is this possible? After stabilizing his body, full Magic Salama appeared shocked. He had transformed into his full magic form, and logically speaking, even the Omni King would not be able to handle him so easily. But how could this Saiyan possess such immense power? Could it be that his strength has surpassed that of the Omni God? Wow, amazing. He actually pushed back full Magic Salama. Vins and the others, enduring excruciating pain, looked at Vegeta in disbelief. After all, the strength of Salama in his full magic form was unimaginably powerful. We must end this quickly, as our fusion has already lasted 20 minutes. Therefore, we must completely defeat full Magic Salama in the next 10 minutes. Vegeta did not feel joy from having the upper hand. He was very aware that their fusion could only last half an hour, and after half an hour, it would automatically fail. To fuse again, they would have to wait another half hour. If he couldn't completely defeat full Magic Salama in the next 10 minutes, then after the fusion failed, they would definitely be killed. Whoosh! Then, Vegeta's body flashed out. He only had 10 minutes left. He had to completely defeat Salama in this time. Damn it, you think you're something special. I will utterly destroy you. Full Magic Salama roared angrily and charged at Vegeta as well. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two engaged in battle once again. The fierce fight soon reduced half of the God of Destruction realm to rubble. Such powerful energy, I can feel my body undergoing a transformation. At this moment, Yifeng had completely lost interest in the battle between the two and instead noticed a huge vortex appearing above his head. The energy generated from their fight was continuously being absorbed into his body. After absorbing a sufficient amount of energy, he felt a hint of wanting to break through again. However, he forcefully suppressed it because he couldn't afford to break through right now. If Vegeta were to be defeated, he would likely have to step in again. The current situation was that after Vegeta's defeat, the Omni King and the Grand Priest would probably appear. In that case, during their battle with the Demon King, he would be able to absorb a large amount of energy and divine power. His current opponents were not just the Demon King. He also had to be wary of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, as they could threaten his safety as well. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to stabilize his development. Ideally, after this battle, he would be able to completely crush the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Vegeta, this is my final move, and this time it will completely settle things with you. A determined look appeared on Vegeta's face. It was not that he wanted to end the battle quickly, but because the time for his fusion was about to run out. If he couldn't defeat the Demon King this time, they would truly be at a loss. Do you think you could defeat me? Do you think you could just fight me for a while and not know your own limits? Don't get too complacent. The Demon King, Salama, tightened his fist, filled with violent energy. These bastards really don't take me seriously, do they? 100 times Big Bang attack. Vegeta placed his palms on his right hip, and terrifying crimson energy began to gather from his palms. The power was immense. Even from thousands of miles away, Beerus and the others could still feel the tremendous pressure. Are Dad and the others preparing to deliver the final blow? Son Gohan said with a serious expression. This pressure was so strong that he felt as if his body was about to be crushed. It seems so because the fusion time is only half an hour, and the time is about to run out. If they don't use all their power to fight, there might be no hope. Piccolo said, his brow furrowed, a serious expression on his face. However, they had already been at a stalemate for such a long time. Now, for Vegeta to want to defeat the Demon King Salama in an instant seemed a bit unrealistic. Whis said with a somewhat profound tone, although Vegeta's attack was indeed very strong now. If he could really defeat Salama in an instant, he probably wouldn't have dragged it out for so long. So, the situation was very dire. Upon hearing Whis' words, everyone's faces were filled with seriousness. Yes, if Vegeta's strongest attack could defeat Salama, he probably wouldn't have waited until now. Little Bug, do you think you can defeat me with this attack? You're a bit too naive. Looking at the powerful Kamehameha wave that Vegeta had gathered, the Demon King Salama was surprised. However, this level of attack could not possibly defeat him. Immediately, Salama also brought his palms together, gathering a massive purple-black energy sphere. That terrifying energy was no weaker than Sun Wukong's 100 times Big Bang attack. Even if I can't defeat you, at least I should be able to inflict some damage, right? As long as I can inflict some damage on you, then Gohan and the others can still fight. Vegeta wasn't so naive. He knew that defeating Salama now seemed a bit impossible. Because their strengths were comparable, even if he was a bit stronger, it was very difficult to defeat Salama. Moreover, the guy could still absorb his divine power even after fusing. So the longer the battle went on, the faster his energy would deplete. While Salama would have no loss at all, on the contrary, his energy would increase. Therefore, his plan was to use his strongest attack to inflict as much damage as possible on Salama. In that case, Gohan and Yifeng might have a chance to defeat Salama. Then, Vegeta exerted force with both palms and directly launched the 100 times Big Bang attack towards the Demon King, Salama. Almost at the same second, the Demon King, Salama, also hurled the massive purple-black energy sphere above his head. Buzz. The moment the two massive energy spheres collided, the entire universe seemed to fall silent. Boom! Just the next second, the entire Destroyer Realm was instantly turned into powder. Chapter 253. Whis saves Beerus. The shockwave generated by the collision of the two massive energy spheres formed a huge circle, sweeping in all directions. In that instant, countless stars, including the two surrounding universes, were directly destroyed. At this moment, around Bardos and Whis, a golden energy barrier appeared, wrapping everyone inside. Did you save us? Piccolo and Son Gohan looked at Yifeng with grateful expressions. The only one who could have saved them from the previous explosion was probably Yifeng. Even Whis, as an angel, probably couldn't have done it, as it destroyed 3 universes in an instant. Whis first glanced at Yifeng, frowning tightly, and said in a low voice. At this moment, they felt as if they were in a void, as the 7th universe, the 6th universe, and the 8th universe had already been destroyed in the previous explosion. It seems Vegeta has already failed. At this time, Whis looked into the distance and said, the previous attack did not completely kill Salama. That meant Vegeta had already failed. Since you care so much, let's go take a look. Yifeng's expression was somewhat grave as he looked at the people present and spoke. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, and everyone turned into a stream of light and fled. At this moment, in the center of the vast starry battlefield, the endless cosmic dust slowly dispersed. revealing its true form. In the void, a tall figure floated in the air, surrounded by endless waves of purple-black energy. Despite being affected by the previous intense battle, the momentum was still terrifyingly strong. Everyone present was stunned. They could not believe that Salama was completely unharmed. This was truly shocking. Damn it! Is Salama really that strong in his full state? Such a terrifying energy wave explosion, and yet he suffered no significant injuries. Could this be the power of the full demon? It's really despairing how strong he is. The expressions of the crowd were filled with horror, and many were once again enveloped in a haze of despair. Goku and Vegeta clenched their fists, their teeth grinding, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Beerus stepped forward, staring at the scene before him with intense anger, and said, "You bastard, you actually destroyed the seventh universe. I won't let you go." As soon as these words were spoken, full demon Salama suddenly raised his head, his pure white pupils fixed on Beerus, and slowly said, "Are you dissatisfied, little bug of a god of destruction?" Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and his cold words froze the scene. "You are now the weakest person here. Killing you is just killing a chicken to scare the monkeys." After finishing his words, Salama erupted with overwhelming energy, and his body instantly vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared right in front of Beerus without any warning, directly raising his hand and punching out. Beerus immediately felt as if a life planet had collided with him, and he sensed an immense pressure enveloping him. Boom! A strong explosion sounded in his ears. Beerus did not retreat, but directly swung his fist to counterattack. It seemed that Salama did not intend to kill Beerus immediately after the collision. Everyone felt the immense power akin to a supernova explosion. Buzz! Golden light spread across the sky, and the powerful rebound force swept over, causing the two figures to be inevitably blown away. Again, Beerus shouted. A strong wave of energy surged, and purple flames surrounded him, transforming into a blinding stream of light shooting forward. Oomph! Salama did not speak, but instead grinned wickedly, erupting with intense black light, and swung his fist in a horizontal motion as he rushed forward. Bang, 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 bang. The two engaged in a fierce collision and in the intense physical battle. They were evenly matched, but Salama, in his full demon state, quickly gained the upper hand. "I told you, even if you are a god of destruction, you will die at my hands." Salama grinned with malicious glee, his eyes filled with determination, and at this moment, his attacks not only did not slow down, but became even more ferocious. "Stop talking nonsense." Beerus spat, despite his serious and difficult expression. He continued to output at a high intensity. The powerful energy of the full demon supported him through hundreds of exchanges, and from the outside, it looked like meteors colliding, with dazzling light flashing everywhere. "It's time for you to witness the true power of this god." Salama, with a mad grin, raised his right hand above his head, gathering energy into a sphere and smashing it down. Boom! Like a pillar supporting the heavens crashing down, an extremely powerful attack struck Beerus, causing pain to appear on his face as he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. Beerus instantly lost all combat ability and fell into a heavily injured and unconscious state, plummeting thousands of kilometers. As he fell, he collided with the void, the sound of his powerful body scraping against the emptiness exploding in his ears. Black light flickered, as if the Grim Reaper had come for him. "Beerus, little bug, this is your moment of demise." The light radiating from Salama illuminated the surroundings, and the energy he had accumulated gathered into a ball, which, as his voice fell, surged out. Boom! A light ball traversed the starry universe, instantly catching up to Beerus's rapidly falling figure, and just as it got close, it erupted with a bang. Buzz! The light blotted out the sky, and everyone witnessed the brilliant scene of the ultimate light explosion. They also saw countless light years of the starry sky turn to annihilation. Such terrifying destructive power, making everyone feel heart-stopping fear. The onlookers reacted and looked over, only to find that after the cosmic dust settled, the scene was not what they had imagined. Beerus had not died. At this moment, a tall figure holding a staff appeared before everyone, cradling the body of Beerus. This person was Whis. The unexpected event had occurred. Whis had intervened at the critical moment to save Beerus. Although it was unexpected, it was also within reason. Whis could not just watch Beerus die. Whis was surrounded by a crystalline halo, which looked fragile but was incredibly sturdy. It was precisely because of this barrier that he successfully blocked Salama's terrifying attack. Chapter 254. The Death of Whis, the Arrival of the Omni King. Just a little angel. And you want to stop me? Salama looked down at Whis, disdainfully saying, there's no one who can protect those I want to kill. Not even the Omni King or the Grand Priest. As long as I am here, I won't let you lay a hand on Lord Beerus. Whis' expression became serious as he shook his staff, unleashing a strange power, and the Beerus in his arms slowly floated away. TCH, you don't know how to die. Since you insist on meddling, I'll have to kill you first. Full Demon Salama's face was filled with a chilling, murderous intent, and in an instant, he transformed into a stream of purple-black light shooting toward Whis. Whis did not show any signs of panic. His light blue face gained a solemn expression. He tightly grasped the staff and gently shook it, causing the black magic ball to emit ripples, and blue-green strange energy surged out. Salama smiled wickedly. The waves of energy erupting from his body were earth-shattering, capable of easily tearing apart the universe and shattering the void. In an instant, the battle between the two officially commenced. Meanwhile, the onlookers had already reached Beerus's body, with Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo all looking extremely tense. Full Demon Salama was truly too strong. Even the Angel Whis was completely no match for him. Wukong is not a match for Salama in this state. It seems that no one can truly restrain Salama now. Although Whis is Beerus's master, the current Salama has far surpassed the power of the gods. And Whis might be in danger now. Everyone's eyes were fixed ahead, their hearts filled with worry for Whis. At that moment, a raging beam of light violently scattered towards them, and everyone felt the terrifying power being unleashed. At this time, Wukong suddenly turned his head, his pupils contracting. This is bad. Everyone had a bad premonition, especially Wukong, while Vegeta could hardly resist rushing forward. In the depths of the starry sky ahead, the dragon god Salama was mercilessly beating Whis, who was covered in wounds and had no resistance against Salama's attacks. Whis' staff had already broken, and the magical orb on it had turned pure white due to depleted power. Bang, bang, bang. Salama's punches and kicks were like a machine gun barrage, and each strike was a deadly attack. At this point, Whis was already battered and bruised, bleeding profusely, with bits of organs mixed in. He was then struck away by a punch comparable to a planetary collision. The scene was extremely tragic. It was clear that Salama had developed a murderous intent. Whis was likely to become the first victim. Whis is one of the sons of the Grand Minister, possessing formidable combat power as an angel, and is the master of the god of destruction, Beerus. His true battle strength is even above Beerus's, but he still cannot contend with Salama in his complete state. The battle lasted only a moment and ended with Whis' devastating defeat. It is truly lamentable that the god of destruction of Universe 7 and an angel would be so easily overwhelmed. At this moment, the dark magic surrounding Salama surged. Looking at the barely alive Whis, his face showed no extra emotion, only raising his hand and contemptuously saying, "Now you can die." As his voice fell, the dark light around him became even more brilliant, eventually condensing into an incredibly dazzling sphere of light, which he hurled at Whis, causing it to explode. No. Beerus opened his eyes at this moment, watching this scene unfold before him, and tears slowly streamed down his face as he let out a howl. The brilliant light shrouded the starry sky, and everyone watched this scene, their solemn faces tinged with sadness. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the rising flames were comparable to the mushroom clouds of dozens of planets, equaling the destructive power of a dying star. The celestial bodies within millions of kilometers were turned into cosmic dust. The resulting cosmic storm caused people to stagger backward, all of them staring in horror at this scene, their hearts filled with sorrow. Such terrifying destructive power is enough to annihilate the entire space-time continuum. Even if Whis were stronger, there would be no chance of survival. Now, a significant top-tier combat force was missing from the opposing camp. Those who had interacted with Whis felt a deep sense of loss, especially Wukong and Vegeta, who had undergone special training with Whis' help. Their relationship was one of both teacher and friend. Now, witnessing their close friend being killed by Salama, an overwhelming hatred naturally arose in their hearts. I am sorry, Whis. Right now, I don't have the power to save you, and I can't save you. The moment you unleashed your full strength, you should have known your fate. Although Yifeng felt some emotions, Visa's death had little to do with him. Moreover, at the moment he made his move, he already knew his fate. Damn it, you bastard. Wukong gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound, his eyes already bloodshot, and his clenched fists sounded like frying beans. I will kill him, Vegeta shouted in a low voice, generating a powerful aura around him. ready to charge at Salama for a life-and-death battle. Vegeta, wait. Don't act impulsively. Piccolo grabbed his hand at this moment. He was also filled with anger. But rushing in now would be a suicidal act. Moreover, Wukong and Vegeta had already undone their fusion, and with their individual powers, they could not compete with the opponent. Right now, you're no match for Salama. Yi Feng's voice slowly emerged, uttering a painful yet truthful statement. Are we all just going to wait to be killed by Salama? Trunks spat as he spoke, his expression filled with unwilling determination. At that moment, Salama was already approaching them, stepping through the void as if teleporting thousands of miles. Insects, it's your turn now, a chilling voice echoed, as the opponent raised his right hand and created a thunderous sound in the air, terrifying power beginning to spread around. Salama, you have killed the Angel Weiss, and you will surely face the punishment of the angels. A delicate and ethereal voice rang out, immediately stirring strange waves around them. A petite figure floated down from the starry sky, with an oval face, skin alternating between red and blue, and a small body. Yet a serious expression adorned the youthful face. Behind him stood two tall figures, like towering pillars supporting the heavens. Zeno, Beerus exclaimed upon seeing the petite figure, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Zeno, Goku's voice called out from behind, and upon turning, Zeno saw that it was Goku, instantly breaking into a heavenly smile. The crowd also recognized this supreme being of the universe, their faces lighting up with unexpected joy. Has Zeno finally arrived? Yi Feng's gaze was intense as he looked at the shining figure ahead. The appearance of the Omni King instantly became the focus of the entire city. Omni King, I finally see you. Salama gazed at the Omni King, his voice echoing from his throat. At this moment, the Omni King was also watching the other party, his naive face filled with solemnity. Chapter 255, The Omni King's Guard. The hand of God. Weiss knew he had died. Only then would the Omni King and the others come here. Beerus looked intently ahead, a hint of moisture in his eyes, and then said, it was precisely because he chose to sacrifice himself that the gods would intervene in the actions of other gods. Therefore, Weiss sacrificed himself to protect us. Upon hearing Beerus' words, everyone showed expressions of realization. Soon after, their faces turned extremely grim. That bastard Salama was truly unforgivable. Where's the Grand Priest? Why hasn't he come here? Beerus looked around, a puzzled expression on his face. It wasn't that he didn't trust the Omni King, but Salama's power was simply too terrifying. The Grand Priest was busy merging the multiverse. The previous battle of the gods had torn apart space-time, and reality had fallen into chaos. Although the Grand Priest was strong, he couldn't hold on forever. Space-time couldn't be easily repaired, having already been eroded by dark energy. One of the guards to the left of the Omni King spoke in a calm tone, answering Beer's question. Enough, you little brat. I've been waiting for a long time. You will taste my revenge. Salama stared at the body of the Omni King, his expression filled with cruelty and coldness. And anger. This anger has been suppressed in my heart for millions of years. I made a mistake by not erasing you sooner. The Omni King finally spoke, his youthful voice sounding like a divine punishment descending, continuing, but it won't happen now. As his words fell, the Omni King raised his right hand slowly, lifting it high into the air, his expression turning indifferent, as if he were a creator intent on annihilating all. Disperse. Although there was no energy swirling around, the unique might of the Omni King was unmistakable, and his intentions were immediately perceived by everyone. Beerus, Vegeta, and Piccolo looked at this scene, unable to speak, their faces filled with terror. Goku shouted to everyone, everyone, get as far away from here as possible. Although those present heard this, it was obviously too late to escape, and moreover, the Omni King hadn't given them that chance. Suddenly, a white light appeared in the Omni King's small hand, and in an instant, the faint glow became dazzlingly bright, eventually completely obscuring the starry sky of this universe. Unsurprisingly, everyone was enveloped within. They had witnessed the Omni King destroy a universe on the spot before. The Omni King's power of creation and destruction was the strongest in the universe, and even the Grand Priest couldn't stop it. So everyone believed that this chaotic turmoil would finally come to an end. At this moment, the Omni King widened his eyes, a fluctuation appearing on his face for the first time. As the white light gradually dissipated, everyone found themselves unharmed, but they saw the familiar figure ahead, still standing, with the Demon King now wearing a sneer, looking down at everyone with disdain. The Demon King Salama was actually unharmed. Everyone was in shock. They were witnessing for the first time that the Omni King's purging ability had failed. This indicated that even the Omni King couldn't erase the Demon King. How strong could he be? I see now. Weiss's eyes widened, speaking rapidly. He has already prepared. The evil god has countered the energy of the destroyer. No matter how the destructive power is unleashed, it cannot erase him. The previous fusion was precisely to enhance this ability, so they came prepared. Surprised? The Demon King looked down at everyone, mocking. Did you think I would come here just to let you kill me? My guards are the most powerful warriors in the multiverse. The Omni King pointed toward Salama, commanding, kill him. We go. The two great guards beside the Omni King spoke in unison, and before his words had completely fallen, they transformed into streaks of light, rushing forward. A powerful aura swept through at this moment, causing the ground to collapse by a meter, the air currents flapping the Omni King's robes. Swish! Their speed surpassed the speed of light in an instant, and just as the Demon King reacted, his eyes shrank to the size of needles. And the guard's furious attacks were already upon him. Boom! The left guard's attack was the most fierce. A punch directly struck Salama's abdomen, the immense force turning the latter's face a shade of green. Before he could retaliate, the right guard had already unleashed a torrential attack. Bang! An overwhelming kick, surpassing the speed of sound, struck Salama without any suspense, and the immense force crashed into the Demon King, sending his body flying like a rocket for thousands of meters. Boom! After falling from the sky, he slid across the ground for countless lengths, instantly shattering the surface of the entire planet. Time seemed to be riddled with holes. This frenzied and swift attack, each blow equating to the power of an asteroid impact, completely exceeded the limits observable by the naked eye. Before the onlookers could react, the Demon King was already deeply entrenched in a massive pit. Wow, so powerful! Goku's eyes were nearly popping out. The opponent's battle power was shockingly strong. The proud Vegeta's face was also filled with astonishment, his mouth agape and unable to close. Is this the power of a true god? Truly worthy of being the most powerful warrior in the multiverse. This strength is simply earth-shattering. My god, if even the two great guards are this strong, how powerful must the Omni King himself be? The worldviews of those present were once again shaken, and while countless questions arose in their hearts, they also felt filled with confidence for this battle. The two great guards of the Omni King floated in the air, forming an unmatched momentum, accurately observing the scene ahead. Their expressions solemn. The Demon King, suddenly burst into laughter, saying, truly worthy of the hand of God. Your battle power is indeed remarkable. Have you become so afraid that you dare not stand up? The left guard's expression was mocking. Then he stepped forward, addressing the right guard. Partner, let me fight him. You observe and collect important battle data, and at the right moment, join me to deal with him. As his confident words fell, his fighting spirit soared into the sky. Everyone clearly heard his words and immediately displayed expressions of surprise. Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Could it be that he wants a one-on-one? Although the others did not speak, they evidently understood. You are such a fool. The Dark Lord has now risen from the deep pit, coldly uttering the words, I will tear your limbs from your body. Before his words could finish, a powerful wave of energy erupted behind him, instantly surging forward. In his complete state, Salama's speed was equally astonishing. And in the blink of an eye, he was already close to the guard. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had raised a fist the size of a sandbag, immediately whirling with overwhelming power as it shot forward. Great, let us fight like this. I felt the power within my body, growing explosively. The strength of the King S-Guard was nearly on par with Gogeta, and moreover, it was more sustainable. At this rate, I would soon break through again. At this moment, the most excited was Yi Feng. As long as the King and the Dark Lord engaged in battle, the beneficiary would definitely be himself. Chapter 256. Intense Battle. The terror of the hand of God, but just as he was only a centimeter away from the guard, time seemed to freeze in that moment, and everything around turned into a white haze. Although it felt like an eternity, in reality, it was only a brief 0.00001 seconds. Even the Dark Lord Salama was caught off guard, and in this extremely short time, the guard had already found the position to attack Salama. Buzz! A flash of white light passed, and the surroundings returned to normal, while Salama's deadly fist was already crashing down, colliding with the guard's blocking hands. Everyone held their breath, watching this scene, but what followed was an incredibly thrilling spectacle. Bang! 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 The sound of intense fist collisions echoed endlessly, and the spectators could only see the rapid shadows of fists and feet flashing by. In just a single breath, about 100 exchanges had already occurred. The audience was dumbfounded, not expecting this guard to be so powerful, able to fight evenly with Salama so quickly, thus reshaping their evaluation of their combat strength. Bang, bang, bang. Again, dozens of exchanges took place, and the guard's speed reached its peak, combined with his impeccable combat skills. He appeared to have the upper hand in the battle against the Dark Lord Salama, always finding flaws in Salama's moves. Then, under the fierce impact of punches, Salama's offensive was disrupted, and the guard took the opportunity to relentlessly pursue, unleashing a series of unmatched attacks in an instant. Boom! The overwhelming explosive force struck Salama's body, and a tremendous roar reverberated through the center of the battlefield, causing the Dark Lord's form to violently retreat, creating a pit in the ground nearly a meter deep. The onlookers were once again astonished, hardly believing that the guard could maintain such a clear advantage. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before Salama was taken down. But now, the Dark Lord showed no signs of injury, and his aura remained as deep and fierce as ever. Half squatting on the ground, his expression was solemn, and he coldly emitted a humming sound. Excellent combat skills, but I believe I have found the key. With a sudden thrust of his right foot, Salama cracked the ground, and an immense wave of power erupted around him, instantly speeding towards the guard like a missile. The guard, fully prepared, showed no hesitation and directly swung his fist. Bang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as the guard's heavy fist halted midair, and remarkably, it was the Dark Lord's incredibly hard arm and elbow that stopped this powerful force, pausing both in a collision for a second. Though the time was brief for many, it felt like an eternity, especially for the guard himself, who experienced a tumultuous wave of emotions in his normally calm eyes. His combat skills were among the top in the entire multiverse, yet he never expected that the Dark Lord Salama could see through them. How could this not astonish him? He had always thought he was strong enough, with ample battle experience, but he never anticipated that the King's Guard's combat techniques were so rich. However, now he realized he didn't even need to fight him to learn his combat skills and experience. After a brief moment of shock, Yifeng slightly raised the corners of his mouth and murmured to himself, after their battle ends, his strength and combat skills will be no less than theirs. When did Salama adapt? Sun Wukong and others were taken aback and couldn't help but step forward to speak. At this moment, the battle resumed, and the guard had completely reined in the fluctuations in his eyes. In an instant, his aura solidified, and silently, their fists and feet clashed once again. Boom! 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 The dense sound of collisions rang out as the two continued to exchange blows for nearly 100 moves. However, unexpectedly, the guard and Xuanma were locked in a stalemate, and the originally intricate techniques that were hard to break through were all precisely blocked by Xuanma, resulting in the guard's efforts being in vain as his stamina continued to deplete. The expression on the guard's face grew more serious, and his movements became even more fierce and rapid, leading to a prolonged stalemate between the two. Whoosh! The two figures visibly merged into one, moving in a rainbow-like flash, continuously darting and colliding in the sky. Boom! 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 The rainbow light in the air stirred up dazzling brilliance, piercing through layers of spatial barriers, creating a continuous sound of breaking through the air. At this moment, the scenes in people's eyes were incredibly brilliant and intense. The impact of their battle directly penetrated the atmosphere of this decaying space, causing powerful explosions that left the entire time and space riddled with holes. At this time, the fierce battle raged above, while those below watched intently, especially Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others, whose eyes were filled with astonishment. Just then, another blue figure shot up into the clouds, another guard joining the battle, and in his complete state his strikes were even more fierce, directly disrupting the rhythm that Salama had painstakingly found and steadily expanding his advantage, creating a grand explosion that formed a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Bang! Suddenly, the guard's hand blade descended, striking heavily on Xuanma, causing Salama to turn into a streak of light and crash down to the ground. As the battle above gradually approached its climax, the two guards positioned themselves, one above and one below, their clothes fluttering without wind, hovering high above Xuanma. Are they going to combine for a powerful move? Vegeta was stunned and couldn't help but ask. At this moment, the guard above clapped his palms together, producing a crisp sound. Now, in the name of the Hand of God, a mighty voice resounded, capturing everyone's attention. Let me show you true power. The guard above formed a complex seal with his hands, suddenly creating intricate and mysterious hand signs. At this moment, the terrifying power began to brew, and everyone felt a stirring in their hearts. I don't think I've ever witnessed such power. Piccolo looked up at this scene, speechless as he uttered those words. As the guard, the Omni-King of the multiverse, we hereby pronounce your death sentence. This voice, like heavenly might, echoed out. Below, the guard raised his hands in prayer above his head, while the guard above formed a profound seal. The iron rod above his head shot out a beam of light, and the godlike guard accurately aimed at Chuanma. In the next moment, both of them unleashed a red beam of light. Boom! The crimson light, carrying terrifying power, instantly pierced through countless spatial barriers, directly striking down at Chuanma below. This inexplicably terrifying energy exploded, instantly affecting and destroying the entire planet, greatly impacting everyone present. Under the sweep of this red energy, the surroundings turned into cosmic dust, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into the depths of hell, overwhelmed by an unbearable heat and fear. Synopsis: Reborn in the Dragon Ball world, starting from the Dragon Ball GT timeline, with starting rewards of Ultra Instinct and the strongest Super Saiyan bloodline. Sign in on the day of defeating Zamasu in the future timeline. Reward: Undying and Unbreakable Body. Sign in on the Destroyer planet. Reward: Destroyer Energy. Sign in the Dragon Ball Super timeline. Reward: Control over time.